Bullied by his superior, he furiously smashes an office chair. "I quit." The Universe Supreme system binds, granting 1 attribute point per second. Others cultivate through meditation. Lin Chen directly adds points. His starting mission: earn 10 million in a month. Annihilation warning? Watch how Lin Chen, with his heaven-defying system, powerfully rises in a perilous otherworld. Alarms blared across White City as Rift No. 1 showed unusual activity. Demon extermination guards rushed to the front lines, while citizens stayed indoors. Inside the municipal building's Urban Construction Planning Bureau, everyone nervously watched. Wang Miaomiao chatted with Lin Chen, only to be mocked by Zhang Zikai, the bureau chief's son, who called Lin Chen a mere apprentice unfit to associate with Wang Miaomiao, a third-ranked Shinjun martial artist. Zhang Zikai, arrogant due to his family background, slapped Lin Chen on the back of the head in front of Wang Miaomiao, taunting him for not daring to retaliate. Wang Miaomiao was furious and about to teach Zhang Zikai a lesson when Lin Chen stopped her, calmly pointing out that Zhang Zikai held a higher position and hitting him would result in punishment. Zhang Zikai smugly demanded Lin Chen kneel and kowtow. Lin Chen questioned why Zhang Zikai targeted him, and Zhang Zikai bluntly stated he just disliked him. The office colleagues watched the drama unfold. Zhang Zikai then offered to spare Lin Chen if Wang Miaomiao spent a night with him. Bang! Lin Chen, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed an office chair and smashed it over Zhang Zikai. The chair shattered, and Zhang Zikai fell, bleeding. Lin Chen calmly stated that Zhang Zikai struck first, making his own action self-defense, and any further aggression would be intentional retaliation, punishable by imprisonment. "I don't need your trouble. I quit." Lin Chen ripped off his work badge and threw it in Zhang Zikai's face, then walked out. Zhang Zikai, enraged, roared threats. Wang Miaomiao chased after Lin Chen. Lin Chen explained that enduring Zhang Zikai's constant targeting at the municipal office was pointless and that he'd rather find work elsewhere. He urged Wang Miaomiao to continue working hard. Wang Miaomiao tearfully watched Lin Chen's resolute figure disappear. Inside the elevator, Lin Chen delightedly summoned his system. It had bound to him when Zhang Zikai hit him, and the activation task was to retaliate against Zhang Zikai. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the system. The Universe Supreme system is at your service. System, what are your functions? This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the Universe Supreme in the shortest possible time using the simplest and most efficient methods. This system's function is as follows. Gain 1 attribute point per second. Lin Chen was speechless, the function was too simple. This system is an efficient system, incomparable to those trashy systems. Please let the host explore on their own. Now issuing the first mission, please have the host obtain 10 million Federation coins within 1 month. Failure to complete the mission will result in the host's annihilation. The mission timer started. Lin Chen knew the system wasn't joking. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen. Constitution, 101. Strength, 366. Spirit, 12. Attribute points, 745. Lin Chen deduced that 1 attribute point equaled roughly 1 kilogram of strength. He tried adding points. The system prompted that he could directly change the values. He wanted to add all 1,000 points to strength but found it capped at 500, with the excess refunded. A warm current flowed through him, and his muscles firmed up. System, what's going on? Please let the host explore on their own. Frustrated, Lin Chen added the remaining points to Constitution, which soared to over 1,200. His body felt comfortable, but intense hunger struck. He devoured high-calorie snacks at the municipal hall's snack area. He then found he could add points to strength again. Host, Lin Chen. Constitution, 1235. Strength, 631. Spirit, 12. Attribute points, 22. Lin Chen guessed that the strength cap was related to Constitution, approximately 5 times its value. Hunger pangs returned fiercely, and his muscles and skin began to wither in age. After the alarm was lifted, a pale Lin Chen rushed out of the municipal building. Lin Chen cycled back to the relief building, akin to an orphanage, now an unregulated, high-crime area. He lived on the 72nd floor of Building 10, B District, in a 1-bedroom apartment filled with a musty smell. He cooked all the food from his fridge and devoured all his junk food. His hunger subsided slightly, and his muscles and skin recovered a little. His bank account had only a little over 4,000 Federation coins left, which worried him. To hunt alien beasts for money, he first needed to be certified as a cultivator by the Cultivator Alliance and buy a spatial satchel. A satchel cost over 10,000, and meat prices were exorbitant. 4,000 coins were insufficient. Lin Chen found his old property deed and decided to sell his relief building apartment. He went to a pawn shop in the relief building's black market and directly offered to sell the property. The owner, knowing about the municipality's plan to redevelop the area and reclaim property deeds, offered 50,000 Federation coins. Lin Chen agreed, needing to move out in a week. He then used 10,000 Federation coins to buy a smaller spatial satchel from the owner. Back home, Lin Chen added 1,000 points to strength and 3,000 of his remaining 6,000 plus attribute points to constitution. He ate the pot of meat while feeling a warm current spread through him. The 10 plus caddies of meat were quickly digested, but the hunger remained intense, and his muscles and skin began to shrink again. Lin Chen rushed to a braised meat shop, ordered 10 caddies of braised pork, and devoured it in 5 minutes, then ordered another 10. The owner was stunned. After eating 20 caddies, his hunger finally vanished, and his muscles and skin recovered, even becoming firmer. He then bought another 50 caddies of braised pork, spending a total of 9,600 Federation coins. He realized the Tier 1 alien beast spirit core Wang Miaomio had given him that morning had turned to ash. Its energy had helped him survive the Constitution Point edition in the municipal hall. He concluded that 1 caddy of meat could sustain about 100 Constitution points. He decided to focus on increasing Constitution first, adding just enough strength to be certified as a Tier 1 cultivator to avoid suspicion. By midnight, while eating meat and adding points, host, Lin Chen, Constitution, 10,835, Strength, 1325, Spirit, 12, Attribute points, 20,240. With over 10,000 Constitution, my strength can reach 40,000, instantly making me a 4th-rank wandering cultivator. Lin Chen was ecstatic. The next day, Lin Chen went to the Cultivator Alliance, opposite the municipal building. Zhang Zikai, head bandaged, appeared, threatening him and mocking Wang Miaomio. Lin Chen retorted coldly and entered the Cultivator Alliance. Zhang Zikai, seeing him enter, made a sinister phone call. Guided by staff, Lin Chen went to the 2nd floor for cultivator certification. The test was simple, an average of 1,000 kilograms of force in 3 strikes. He easily hit 1132, 1215, and 1,280 kilograms, passing smoothly. Staff informed him the data would be uploaded the next day, and he could return for updates. As he was leaving, someone handed him a Demon Extermination Guard recruitment flyer. Lin Chen glanced at it and tossed it in the trash. Though the benefits were good, the Demon Extermination Guards had too many restrictions, and low-level members were cannon fodder. His goal was to be the strongest lone wolf. Riding the self-service bicycle, Lin Chen arrived at the most bustling downtown area of Baicheng. After searching for a long time, he finally found a workshop specializing in braised meat and directly ordered 30,000 Alliance coins worth of it, shocking the workshop. Oh no! 300 pounds of braised meat was their daily sales volume. Although they didn't know why this young man was buying so much, they couldn't turn down money. Under the boss's loud commands, the more than 300 pounds of braised meat was quickly packed up. To transport the meat, Lin Chen extravagantly took a bus, spending 100 Alliance coins. Due to energy issues, private cars were rarely seen on the streets except for buses. It wasn't that cars were too expensive, but that fuel was too costly. To drive a car, one had to bear the high fuel costs, and in this era, only the wealthy could afford to drive private cars. Electric vehicles had long since exited the historical stage. There wasn't enough electricity in commercial and residential areas, let alone for charging cars. Fortunately, everyone was in good shape now, relying on their legs for transportation, and those wanting to go faster had bicycles. This also solved the city's traffic problems, as there were basically no car accidents anymore. Back home, Lin Chen looked at the 300 Alliance coins on the coffee table, wanting to cry without tears. The system was simply too expensive. Just yesterday he was a millionaire, and today he had become impoverished. It will be fine, everything will be fine. He carefully tucked the 300 Alliance coins into his pocket and took out the braised meat to start his point allocation endeavor. At 8 in the evening, all the braised meat was consumed, and Lin Chen looked at the system panel with satisfaction, grinning foolishly. Host, Lin Chen Physique, 42535 Strength, 1325 Spirit, 12 Attribute Points, 60305. Seeing that he still had over 60,000 attribute points, he suppressed the urge to allocate them. Adding those points would instantly make him a 5th-tier powerhouse. He had heard that there would be a big commotion when breaking through to a higher realm, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to wait until he was inside the rift to allocate points. At that time, he could allocate points however he wanted, standing, lying down, or even upside down. Just thinking about these scenarios made Lin Chen drool. Hello, takeout. A knock on the door interrupted Lin Chen's daydreaming, pulling him back to reality. Takeout? You must have the wrong address. I didn't order any. Takeout, Lin Chen shouted loudly towards the outside. In the rescue building, one must not open the door casually. Cases of home invasion were rampant in this lawless area. After shouting once, he ignored the person outside. No, this is B District, Building 10. Room 7208. It's right here. The person outside said, somewhat confused. Check whose name it is. I really didn't order any takeout. Lin Chen quietly walked to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, in case the person outside tried to break in. He had just received 40,000 alliance coins, and he didn't know if the black market boss would leak that information. The recipient, Lin Chen, the person who ordered, is called Wang Miao Miao. Are you Lin Chen? If not, I'll just take it for myself. Delivering to the rescue building is such a hassle, it feels like a spy mission. The person outside mumbled, somewhat dissatisfied. Hearing the delivery person accurately state his and Wang Miao Miao's names, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't told the black market boss's name, and the boss certainly couldn't know Wang Miao Miao's name. As municipal personnel, their files were encrypted, and ordinary people couldn't access their information, let alone know where they lived. Sometimes, when Wang Miao Miao ordered takeout, during overtime, she would occasionally help him order a portion too, but usually, she would call him to let him know to receive the delivery. Unfortunately, as a mere file organizer, he didn't need to work overtime, so deliveries were generally sent to the rescue building. Thinking that Wang Miao Miao might be too busy to call, Lin Chen put down the kitchen knife, opened the security door, and called out to the delivery man. Hey, wait a minute. The delivery man, already at the door of the neighboring room, returned with an impatient look and said, do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving. After saying that, he lifted his right hand, revealing a large takeout box. Seeing the oversized takeout box, Lin Chen knew it couldn't be passed through the iron door, so he said, just put it on the ground, I'll come out to get it later. The delivery man glanced at Lin Chen with disdain and muttered, living in a rescue building, acting like a millionaire boss, really speechless. After that, he put down the takeout box and handed Lin Chen a delivery slip, saying, please sign here. Ignoring the delivery man's complaints, Lin Chen signed the slip, and the delivery man turned and left the floor. Through the iron door, he saw the delivery man walk into the elevator before he dared to open the iron door to get the takeout. In the rescue building, if you don't keep your wits about you, you'd have been dead 100 times over. He had encountered a robber pretending to be a delivery man a few years ago, but fortunately, he was smart enough not to fall for it. However, there were still people on the same floor who couldn't resist the temptation, thinking someone had filled in the wrong address, only to be robbed and killed in their homes. Kid, you're indeed very cautious, but the higher the skill, the greater the devil. I seem to have the upper hand. Just as Lin Chen stepped out of his room and bent down to grab the takeout, he suddenly froze. A sharp object piercing his skin, pressing against his waist, and a low voice sounded behind him. Weren't you already leaving? He was forced to stand up slowly, the sharp object still pressing against him, but he spoke calmly. That little distance is just a matter of 2 or 3 steps for me. Get inside. The delivery man mocked, pressing the dagger against Lin Chen as he walked him back into the room. Wow, looks like you're living well. Eating so much braised meat. The delivery man sneered at the braised meat packaging on the coffee table. Bro, let's talk this out. Do you want money or what? Lin Chen, with the dagger pressing against him, dared not move. Although medical technology was advanced, a pierced organ was still hard to treat. Bang! The delivery man kicked the security door shut and growled fiercely in his ear. Of course I want money. You think I'm here to play with you? After saying that, he kicked Lin Chen onto the sofa, threw the dagger aside, took off his hat, and said, take out all the money. Don't make me search. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off. Sure. Lin Chen agreed while secretly opening the system panel to allocate points, directly adding 10,000 attribute points to his strength. A powerful warm current wrapped around his body, a captivating strength slowly spreading throughout him. He speculated that this person definitely didn't have the cultivation of the Wanding Realm, otherwise he would have broken in long ago. The security door and iron door from the municipal renovation could at most stop cultivators of the 6th or 7th level of the Qianjun realm, as they believe that cultivators of the Wanding Realm wouldn't engage in such home invasions or petty thefts. Lin Chen suppressed the urge to roar. The exhilarating power surged through him, and he wanted to unleash it, but he couldn't, so he had to endure. After feeling around on the sofa for a while, he secretly took out the 300 alliance coins from his pocket, then stood up to show the delivery man, saying, the money is in the bedroom. The delivery man snorted coldly. What are you waiting for? Should I invite you? Right away. Lin Chen pretended to be obedient as he walked toward the bedroom. As he passed by the delivery man, he suddenly threw an elbow strike straight at the delivery man's head. The delivery man quickly raised his hand to block, but was still caught off guard, his eyes dazed. Taking advantage of the delivery man's confusion, Lin Chen kicked him against the wall, causing the decorative painting on the wall to fall. With a loud crash, he stepped forward and stomped on the delivery man's chest, his right hand gripping the delivery man's neck. Then, he leaned down and roared, tell me, who sent you? The delivery man, gasping for breath and turning red in the face, shouted with all his might, you're not a first-order master, are you? Lin Chen sneered, you think just because I'm a first-order master, you can look down on me, believing that even if I resist, you can do nothing to me. As a killer, how can you be so naive? At this point, he tightened his grip even more, and the delivery man flailed his arms and legs wildly, trying to break free. But the difference in strength was too great. After struggling for a while, he ended up gasping for air even more. Seeing the delivery man's condition, Lin Chen loosened his grip slightly and asked, tell me, Who exactly sent you? The delivery man coughed. Violently, cough, cough. Once he caught his breath, he said, "No one sent me, I'm the one who's been watching you." Hearing this, Lin Chen burst into laughter. Haha, do you think I'm stupid? But even if you don't say, I already know who it is. It's Zhang Zikai, right? Seeing the terror in the delivery man's eyes, he grinned wickedly. Looks like I guessed right. After saying that, he gradually increased the pressure in his hand, and after a struggle, the delivery man slowly lost his breath. Ugh. Seeing the delivery man completely lifeless, Lin Chen felt a churn in his stomach and rushed to the kitchen sink to dry heave. If it weren't for the fact that the braised meat had already been digested, it would probably have come back up to meet him again. Although he had grown up in a shelter and was used to violence, it was still a bit unsettling to kill someone for the first time. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chen looked at the delivery man's corpse on the floor. After he finished vomiting, he had already thought of a way to dispose of the body. He would put the body into a spatial bag and find a deserted place to throw it away tomorrow. In a place like the shelter, a corpse wouldn't cause much of a stir. Sometimes when a body was found in a room, the guards would just come to take a look and leave. Suddenly, Lin Chen, with his keen eyes, noticed a tattoo on the back of the delivery man's neck. He flipped the body over, took a picture with his phone, and searched it, only to find it was the emblem of the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society was a medium-sized gang in Baicheng, mainly living off extortion, blackmail, and collecting protection fees, while also taking on some dirty work. Zhang Zikai, Black Dragon Society. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the forum about the Black Dragon Society, murmuring to himself. The reason he guessed that the mastermind was Zhang Zikai was entirely because this Black Dragon Society killer mentioned Wang Miaomiao's name. Wang Miaomiao belonged to a special department of the city government. Only someone at the supervisory level could access her specific information. How could a robber know about Wang Miaomiao? The only one who could clearly know Wang Miaomiao's relationship with him and also had a grudge against him was Zhang Zikai. Because he didn't need to check Wang Miaomiao's information, he only needed to check his own information, know where he lived, and use Wang Miaomiao's name to lower his guard, which would draw him out of his room. He put down his phone and stored the body in the spatial bag, which was originally meant for carrying beast corpses. He never expected the first thing he would put in it would be a human corpse. Looking at the public information of Zhang Zikai and his father, Lin Chen murmured darkly, Zhang Zikai, it was just a small conflict at first, but if you want to play like this, then I'll play with you. Once I come out from the cracks, I'll have a good time with you. He didn't plan to seek trouble with Zhang Zikai right now. He needed to disappear for a while, making Zhang Zikai think he was dead. Otherwise, as a first-order master, if he was assassinated by a killer from the Black Dragon Society while walking openly on the street, and the killer just happened to disappear, Zhang Zikai would definitely become suspicious. Once his rapid rise in strength was exposed, it would easily attract some uninvited guests, so the first task at hand was to go to the rift and find the opportunity. Moreover, 2 days had already passed since the system issued the task, and he only had 300 alliance coins. He had to hurry into the rift and earn enough to reach 10 million alliance coins. As for killing Zhang Zikai now, that was even more impossible. Zhang Zikai lived in a luxury villa area with top-notch security. It was uncertain whether he could even infiltrate it, and even if he did, killing him would definitely trigger an alarm. Zhang Zikai's father was a 9th-tier master and the director of the city renovation bureau. It would be easy for him to trace Zhang Zikai's dealings with the Black Dragon Society. Once that led back to him, he might not even have a chance to escape overnight. Lin Chen took a cold shower to calm himself down. With his quick mind, he rapidly organized his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa, Zhang Zikai was drinking wine and repeatedly dialing numbers on his phone, appearing somewhat impatient. Damn it, Black Dragon Society, how unreliable can you be? After saying this, he violently threw his wine glass to the ground. The next day, before dawn, Lin Chen wandered around the rescue building with his spatial bag. Finding a deserted spot, he lifted a manhole cover and tossed the body of the Black Dragon Society assassin inside. When he arrived at the city gate, the night curfew had just been lifted, and the line of people exiting the city was slowly beginning to move. He activated the spatial bag panel, passed through the guard's security check, and underwent the cultivator system's authentication, finally making it outside the city. This was his first time leaving the city. In White City, ordinary people were not allowed to exit, only cultivators could go out to hunt exotic beasts. Outside the city, the trees were withered, and weeds grew rampant, creating a desolate scene. A gust of wind swept through, carrying yellow sand from outside the city, with no signs of life in sight. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. His grandfather had shown him the animal world when he was young, where the animals were vivid and the world was colorful. He never expected that in just 100 years, the world would become so desolate, with not a single hair in sight, only dead branches and weeds everywhere. The reasons for this, Lin Chen had seen in his research materials. Many animals were slaughtered in large numbers during the invasion of exotic beasts, and the remaining animals were protected by the Earth Star Alliance. So now, the animals seen in the wild were truly rare. with the most crucial part of the ecological environment missing. The world naturally became increasingly desolate. After pausing for a moment, he saw that the special vehicle heading to the rift was about to depart. Lin Chen hurriedly boarded the number 8 line special vehicle, paying 100 alliance coins for the fare. This vehicle was headed to the number 8 rift, the smallest and most stable of the 8 rifts surrounding White City. Most of the exotic beasts inside were first and second tier, with third tier beasts being nearly non-existent, and the corpses of the exotic beasts from the number 8 rift were still worth something. Therefore, the number of cultivators heading to the number 8 rift to hunt exotic beasts was the highest, and the people on the number 8 line special vehicle were all in the Thousand June realm. Those in the Wanding realm looked down on the meager offerings of the number 8 rift. Along the way, the view was desolate, with dust and sand filling the air, occasionally revealing a few birds circling in the sky. After about half an hour, the special vehicle stopped, the doors opened, and everyone hurriedly got off. This was Lin Chen's first time coming to the rift to hunt exotic beasts, and to avoid being targeted, he quickly walked forward with the crowd. The place where they got off was called Number 8 Town. Although it was called a town, it was actually just 2 rows of houses built along the sides of the road. The houses were not tall, only 5 stories high, uniformly constructed by the Earthstar Alliance, with identical styles, designs, and heights. On the left side of the town were the accommodation areas, where one could rest for a night after tiring from the rift, spending alliance coins. On the right side were various business associations and functional departments. Passing through the town, they arrived at the rift entrance. The 8th fissure is 4 to 5 meters wide and over 10 meters high, standing silently on the ground, as if space has been swallowed by darkness, exuding a chilling sense of unknown mystery. 10 meters away from the fissure, 4 members of the Alliance armed forces holding laser guns are inspecting it. 2 are checking the information of those entering the fissure, and 2 are checking the information of those exiting, to prevent anyone without cultivator certification from slipping in. At the same time, they also prevent some people from bringing large weapons into the fissure, which could provoke a beast riot. Lin Chen followed the team to the fissure, and an armed personnel took out a scanner to scan his face. Looking at the information on the device, he frowned and said, "A cultivator just certified yesterday? You want to enter the fissure today?" "Yes." Upon hearing his affirmative answer, the armed personnel said nothing more, just sighed, and after checking his spatial bag, let him pass. Standing before the fissure, looking at the distorted light and the deep darkness within, he took a deep breath and stepped forward into it. A dizzying sensation of spinning overwhelmed him, and only when he felt his feet land on solid ground did he slowly open his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a cluster of large tents. This was the armed forces and demon-slaying guards base within the fissure space. The base is the last line of defense inside the fissure. If it is breached, the beasts will rush out into the Earth Star. No one other than the demon-slaying guards and armed forces is allowed inside the base. Looking up, it was dim, somewhat resembling the scene when the sun had just set on Earthstar but had not completely disappeared. "This cultivator, please, do not linger here to prevent a stampede." Seeing Lin Chen standing there in a daze, a patrolling armed personnel hurried over to remind him. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Chen suddenly felt someone step on his back, causing him to stumble forward a couple of steps. "Whose kid is this, standing here admiring the view after entering the fissure?" Lin Chen turned around to see a scruffy-looking uncle getting up from the ground, looking at him with an angry expression. Sorry. He quickly apologized, not knowing such situations could occur on his first entry into the fissure. "Hey, little chick, don't block the entrance to the fissure in the future, and don't go deep into the fissure." The uncle dusted off his clothes, sighed, and walked away. Lin Chen looked at the helpless uncle and awkwardly scratched his head. Under the watchful eyes of the armed personnel, he took out his phone and opened the electronic map provided for free by the Alliance, heading towards his destination. His first target this time was the rock giant within the 8th fissure. This type of beast has high defense and slow speed, belonging to the top tier of first-level beasts, and there are very few cultivators hunting rock giants. This also makes the rock core inside the rock giant's head very valuable, selling for 2,000 Alliance coins, equivalent to his monthly salary in the municipal office. Moreover, he currently has strength, but lacks combat skills, making this rock giant a perfect opportunity to practice. He sprinted northward, avoiding the territories of several second-level beasts. It was not yet time to hunt second-level beasts. Only after his combat skills become proficient could he consider hunting second-level beasts. For now, he needed to stabilize at the first level and hone his combat skills and awareness. Half an hour later, one rock giant after another appeared in his line of sight. Lin Chen glanced around. The smaller rock giants were only about twice his height, while the larger ones resembled 3-story buildings, standing there with an imposing presence. This was at the foot of a cliff, where hundreds of rock giants huddled together, continuously picking up fist-sized stones from the cliff and bringing them to their mouths. Lin Chen set aside his spatial bag and slowly approached the group of rock giants. Before he could get close, the outer rock giants had already noticed him, letting out a series of unpleasant roars that pierced his eardrums. Seeing this, he pushed off with his right foot, his body shooting forward like an arrow towards a smaller rock giant. The attack moves from the combat guide for cultivators replayed in his mind several times as he thought about how to attack and defend. When he reached the rock giant, he was blocked by a sweeping slap, and he hurriedly stopped and dodged to the side. What a useless guide, Lin Chen complained, discarding the battle strategy he had originally planned as if it had vanished into thin air. The routine moves from the combat guide for cultivators were basically useless in actual combat. He had to rely on his own instincts to gradually improve his combat abilities. Seeing several rock giants charging at him, Lin Chen felt overwhelmed and could only rely on his instincts to weave and dodge among the giants, occasionally landing a hit. However, these hasty attacks were insignificant to the rock giants. Gradually, more and more rock giants surrounded him, but Lin Chen, with his excellent dodging speed, continued to weave through them, occasionally delivering a heavy punch. After more than half an hour, Lin Chen felt no fatigue. This was the advantage of having maxed out his physique, with powerful physical attributes governing disproportionate strength, making it all too easy. Moreover, he sensed that his combat skills and awareness were continuously improving. Each time a rock giant attempted to attack him, he could instinctively perform inhuman movements to evade the strikes. Die for me! He dodged the attacks of two rock giants, leaping onto the head of a smaller rock giant and delivering a sidekick to its head. Bang! The rock giant's head exploded like it had been blown apart by gunpowder, shattering into pieces. A small stone glowing with white light fell among the rubble, and Lin Chen, quick as lightning, dashed over to pick it up. Observing the rock core, he felt the abundant energy within and smiled as he tossed it beside his spatial bag. Come again! He grinned at the group of rock giants, beckoning with his fingers in a teasing manner. As if sensing Lin Chen's provocation, the rock giants let out a series of unpleasant roars and marched towards him. However, as time passed, Lin Chen felt that he had pushed his body to its limits. He could move wherever he wanted with just a simple thought, responding quickly. The various killing moves from the combat guide for cultivators were seamlessly integrated into his fighting style. Bang, bang! The sounds of rock giants' heads exploding echoed continuously as one after another fell to the ground, their heads smashed by Lin Chen. I'm done playing with you. Feeling that the rock giants no longer posed a threat, Lin Chen opened his attribute panel to allocate points. Host: Lin Chen, physique 42,535, strength 11,325, mentality 12, attribute points 103586. Looking at the over 100,000 attribute points, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile widely, his mouth almost stretching to its limits. Allocate points all into strength. Over 100,000 attribute points were poured into strength. Roar! A powerful warm current flowed through Lin Chen's body, bringing him unprecedented comfort, and a furious roar escaped his lips, venting years of frustration. What's going on? With this much physique, I should be able to reach 200,000 strength. Why can't I go beyond 99,000? Looking at the power on the panel fixed at 99999, the remaining attribute points returned to the attribute point column, Lin Chen was a bit dazed. Host: Lin Chen, physique 42535, strength 99999. Spirit 12 attribute points 14935. At this moment, the rock giant had already charged in front of him. Lin Chen had no time to think more, so he closed the system panel, pushed off with his right foot, and a huge pit was stomped out. Then, he shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for the stone cliff. He braced himself against the cliff wall to stop his forward momentum. Looking at the glimmering eye holes on the rock giant's face, he seemed to see confusion. Clinging to the cliff, he awkwardly scratched his nose and said with an embarrassed smile, "Sorry, I broke through too much all at once. Let me adapt a bit, and I'll be right there to deal with you." After saying that, he pushed back with his right hand, sliding through the air for a distance, then dove into the crowd of rock giants. As he continued to attack, his body's strength was gradually mastered, and that state of being completely in tune returned. But now he was no longer at the first level of the 10,000 cauldrons, with the strength of the 9th level. As soon as his fist touched a rock giant, the giant's formidable body would crumble. Lin Chen was like a human cannonball, continuously blasting through the rock giants as if he were clearing a path in the mountains, with various debris flying everywhere. More than 200 rock giants were quickly eliminated under his rhythm of one punch per giant. Looking at the pile of rubble, Lin Chen bent down to pick up the glowing rock cores, counting as he went: 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000. 232 rock cores, 460,000 alliance coins. I'm rich, he. He grinned foolishly while stuffing the rock cores into his space bag. After everything was tidied up, Lin Chen took out his last possession, a bag of compressed biscuits. This bag of compressed biscuits contained 10 pieces, which he bought for his last 200 alliance coins in town number 8. That's really shady. Something that sells for 100 a bag in the city has doubled in price here. While munching on the compressed biscuits and pouring water from his canteen into his mouth, he mumbled his complaints. Fortunately, water was free here. As long as you had a container, you could fill it up in town. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have water to drink now. When he came in, he brought all his pots and pans, planning to stay in the rift for more than 20 days without going out. When he got hungry, he could just eat beast meat, which was much more expensive than pork. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen opened the attribute panel to start studying. How strange, I can't break through. Do I need to increase my spirit to reach the mountain-moving realm? Looking at the striking 99999 in the strength attribute column, he knew it shouldn't have much to do with physique, it should be related to another attribute. He then added a point to spirit, but when he added strength, it still didn't work. A warm current circulated in his head, and he suddenly felt that his thoughts about combat techniques became clear. However, upon checking the attribute panel again, the change in physique caught his attention. Host, Lin Chen physique, 42435 strength, 99999 spirit, 13 attribute points, 15368. Could it be? Adding a point to spirit deducts 100 points from physique? Does spirit need to be increased to a certain level to continue adding strength? But that's not possible right now. I don't have any meat on me. Lowering my physique will affect my strength. If according to the system's energy conservation, to withstand 99999 strength, I must have 20,000 physique. Should I try adding a 100 points to spirit? The remaining 30,000 physique should be enough. Once I say I'll do it, Lin Chen invested 100 attribute points into his spirit, and soon that warm current surged in his mind again. Clang! A metallic sound suddenly echoed in his brain, and he felt his vision improve dramatically. He could see the outside world clearly even with his eyes closed, and he could zoom in. Wait, I can see even with my eyes closed? This is mental projection. Remembering the description of the mountain-moving realm and the secret techniques of cultivators, he realized that a mountain mover possesses immense mental strength capable of moving mountains. Lin Chen finally understood why many people spend their entire lives unable to break through to the mountain-moving realm. It requires comprehension of mental power, not just the cultivation of physical strength. However, the secret techniques of cultivators contained no methods for mental cultivation, only a simple statement: by practicing the secret techniques, one could achieve the mountain-moving realm. Perhaps reaching the 9th stage of the 10,000 cauldrons realm in the secret techniques of cultivators would automatically transition into practicing mental power, but he had reached this realm by allocating points and had never actually practiced the secret techniques of cultivators. Therefore, he was unaware of the intricacies involved, mistakenly believing that simply breaking through to 100,000 in strength would automatically elevate him to the first stage of mountain moving. After his mental power broke through to 100, Lin Chen discovered he could increase his strength again, so he decided to allocate all of his remaining over 10,000 attribute points to strength. Adding a bit of spirit costs 100 points of constitution, and strength can only be increased up to 5 times the constitution. This system's energy conservation is impressive, he murmured as he opened the attribute panel, and at that moment his attributes underwent a tremendous change. Host, Lin Chen constitution 32,435, strength 115,796, mental power 114, attribute points 65. He couldn't help but marvel. Having a cheat is truly exhilarating. Being constantly overpowered is just as thrilling. Yesterday he was merely at the first stage of Thousand June, and now he was already a powerful being at the first stage of mountain moving. No one would believe it if he told them. Isn't this pure fantasy? Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked mental power system upgrading. Then the attribute panel automatically disappeared, and shortly after, the system notification rang out again. System upgrade complete. Please experience it yourself. Lin Chen opened the system panel again. The values hadn't changed, but an additional attribute column appeared. Host, Lin Chen constitution 31,535, strength 115,796, mental power 114, comprehension 10, attribute points 65. System, what is this comprehension? Why do I only have 10 points? Is it supposed to be this low? Comprehension can be enhanced through rare materials. The average person's comprehension ranges from 8 to 12. So my comprehension is considered average. The remaining functions are for the host to explore. Damn it, is that all you can say? Lin Chen cursed angrily. Why didn't the system upgrade this idiotic voice? In a fit of rage, he allocated all his remaining attribute points to comprehension, causing it to soar above 100. Then, he felt as if a switch had been flipped in his head, and everything around him appeared different, as if he had gained a glimpse into the essence of the world. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Chen hurriedly opened his phone to watch the combat guide for cultivators. The previously obscure content now seemed as simple and dull as a primary school essay. In an instant, he understood all the difficult points in the combat guide for cultivators, and his body felt lighter, a sign of mastering the guide. However, it was only for a moment. That feeling of seeing through the world quickly faded, and when he opened the system panel again, his comprehension had reverted to 10. So it was just a temporary boost. I thought it would permanently increase my comprehension, Lin Chen complained, then cast aside that unrealistic thought. Although the system is quite perverse, it seems to always follow some kind of law of energy conservation. It's impossible to suddenly raise one's comprehension that high. Even enhancing one's spirit is exhausting, let alone comprehension. Speaking of which, can I fly now? Remembering the description of the mountain-moving realm in the Guide to Combat for Practitioners, Lin Chen wondered how he could take flight. He then noticed a stone nearby and began to wrap it in his mental energy, slowly moving it in front of him. I understand now. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed in realization. Soon, his body began to slowly levitate, then gradually ascended, finally flying off into the distance. So that's it, wrapping my body in mental energy allows me to fly. I didn't expect it to be this simple. But flying consumes too much mental energy. With my limited mental energy, I might as well walk. After flying for about 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Chen landed, feeling a sense of emptiness in his head. It seemed that at the first level of mountain moving, he couldn't fly freely yet. He then took out his phone and opened the electronic map, pondering for a while. He didn't plan to continue hunting rock giants. Killing them no longer improved his combat skills. Now, he needed to integrate his mental energy into combat. He focused on the deeper fissures, where there were several gathering points for second-tier exotic beasts. After studying the information map for a while, he marked a spot on the electronic map where a type of second-tier exotic beast called the Cerberus was very suitable for him. As the name suggests, the Cerberus has 3 heads, and each head has independent attacking capabilities, making it an excellent beast in terms of speed and attack, though its defense is somewhat lacking. These beasts usually live in groups, often in large numbers, making them quite difficult to deal with. Generally, no one would provoke the Cerberus in the 8th fissure. But Lin Chen wanted to go, not only because it could hone his combat skills, but more importantly, the fur of the Cerberus is very valuable. One Cerberus pelt is worth 5,000 alliance coins and is one of the main materials for crafting low-end armor. Moreover, the meat of the Cerberus is not only delicious but also has the effect of enhancing physical constitution. In White City, a pound of Cerberus meat is worth 200 alliance coins. This exotic beast, aside from being difficult to handle, can be said to be a treasure all over. With his target locked in, Lin Chen moved deeper into the fissure. Hey, little brother, want to team up? Halfway through his journey, a middle-aged man holding a large knife blocked Lin Chen's path. There were 3 others with him, a seductive woman in a red dress, a young man in black holding a spear, and a blonde. Lin Chen frowned. This kind of roadblock was quite annoying. Little brother, don't be nervous. Our team originally had 5 members, but one didn't show up today, so we wanted to recruit you. Looking at you, it seems you want to go to the gathering area of the Iron Shell Tortoise to pick up some easy loot. No need to go there, it's too crowded. It's better to team up with us to hunt the demon wolf spider. Just one of them is worth 100 Iron Shell Tortoises. Seeing Lin Chen frown, the middle-aged man smiled and approached him, speaking as he walked. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him, shaking his head. No need, my strength is too weak. I'm afraid I'd hold you back. I just came to train in the fissure, not to make money. The middle-aged man stopped in his tracks, and the woman in red stepped forward with a charming smile, saying, little brother, it's hard for us 4 to balance offense and defense. You can just help us hold the line from behind. We're all at the 5th level of 1000 June. We won't let you suffer. I'm too weak. I still won't disturb you. After saying that, he turned to leave, but the middle-aged man quickly stepped in to block his path. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, looking at the middle-aged man, and said coldly, what do you want? At that moment, the yellow-haired guy behind him spoke up. Boss, why are we wasting time with him? He's just a kid. We can just rob him directly. The middle-aged man brandished his knife, pointing it at Lin Chen, and angrily scolded the yellow-haired guy. What do you know? I'm training you. When you encounter someone of similar strength, you have to act like this to take them down effortlessly. The yellow-haired guy laughed. Boss, if this kid doesn't even trust us, what about those seasoned veterans who have been lurking in the cracks for years? I think it's better to just block him and then go for the grab. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Chen, spat, and cursed. This ungrateful kid, who knows where he came from, is so vigilant. Alright kid, I won't waste more words with you. Leave your space pouch and you can go. The middle-aged man slowly walked towards Lin Chen with his knife, and the 3 men behind Lin Chen also approached, forming a circle around him. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy. I've already seen that you guys are no good. What are you acting for? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the middle-aged man's anger flared up. This kid who hadn't even grown all his hair was actually looking down on his script. He then raised his knife and charged at Lin Chen, swinging down. Lin Chen dodged lightly, and the middle-aged man rushed forward. This kid is a bit tricky, let's go together. The middle-aged man stopped and turned to the other 3, instructing them. Lin Chen snorted coldly, took a step forward, and kicked the middle-aged man in the neck. Before the middle-aged man could react, he felt a tremendous force hit his neck, and then he lost strength, falling straight back. Lin Chen was quick, catching the middle-aged man's knife and charging into the remaining 3, swiftly bringing the knife down, and the 3 fell to the ground. With your level, you dare to block the road and rob? He turned around, looking at the 4 people lying on the ground, shaking his head. For 5th-tier warriors were indeed a decent force in the 8th crack, but to Lin Chen now, they were nothing but chickens and dogs, easily defeated. How is it possible to be this strong? The yellow-haired guy spat blood, mumbling incoherently. Seeing that the yellow-haired guy was still alive, Lin Chen walked over, squatted down, and took a closer look. His previous strike had been a bit weak, blocked by the chain around the guy's neck, not completely severing it. Then, with a swing of his knife, the yellow-haired guy's head was separated from his body. Next time I should swing harder, otherwise, it's easy not to kill. Lin Chen held the big knife, summarizing the battle. Just now, he had infused his mental power into the fight, noticing that his opponent's movements were sluggish and he could clearly sense their weaknesses. But this time, I didn't feel that disgusting sensation, not bad. Realizing he didn't experience the nauseating feeling he had when facing the Black Dragon Society's assassins, he nodded in satisfaction and began to rummage through the four men's space pouches. From the day he started to understand the cracks, he had already grasped a principle. In the cracks, humans are scarier than beasts. In this lawless place, strength is the only standard for measuring reason. If you don't prepare yourself for killing, you must be ready to be killed. This is also why he chose to be a lone wolf. Even the closest teammates could turn against each other over a treasure, having seen too many such cases. After dumping out everything from the four space pouches, Lin Chen was shocked. Is robbing and killing this lucrative? How much stuff did this group steal? Looking at the pile of exotic beast materials that was as tall as a person, he couldn't help but swallow. Although all the materials were first tier and messy, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. He roughly estimated that it was worth at least 1 million alliance coins, which was more than what he had gained from fighting the rock giant for 3 hours. Seeing these items made him want to rob them on the spot. If he started robbing at Rift number 8, he figured no one could stop him. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. He couldn't bear the weight of his conscience after such an act. His principle was simple. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I will repay them 100-fold. Such actions, if caught by the adjudicators, would lead to a death sentence. He wasn't without the strength to hunt exotic beasts, so there was no need to jeopardize his future for a small profit. The 4 bags were filled with a hodgepodge of materials, likely accumulated from robbing many people. He didn't have the time to stay in the rift and rob. Tossing the 4 spatial bags aside, Lin Chen continued on his way. In fact, selling spatial bags on the black market could fetch some money, but certified spatial bags couldn't be taken out. He might even be investigated by the guard team. Only those who had disappeared in the rift for over 10 years, whose information had been removed by the Cultivator Alliance, could have their spatial bags automatically uncoupled from certification, allowing those unclaimed bags to be taken out. He wouldn't risk losing big for a small gain and end up locked away by the adjudicators. As he moved forward, he was stunned when he passed through the area of the armored turtles. Those 4 people were right, it was indeed crowded here. Although armored turtles reproduced quickly, laying over 100 eggs at a time, they couldn't withstand such slaughter. Moreover, armored turtles weren't worth much. A turtle shell was only 200 alliance coins. Those killing armored turtles here were all below the 3rd tier, risking their lives to make a living in this dangerous place. Lin Chen shook his head. This was the reality. For lower-tier cultivators in the Alliance, bearing the title of cultivator while doing the hardest work in the rift, yet earning nothing. He passed through the armored turtle area and soon arrived at the 3-headed dog zone. As soon as the 3-headed dogs on guard saw Lin Chen, all 3 heads bared their teeth and growled at him, then began barking loudly. You mutts, not too dumb. Lin Chen noticed the scattered 3-headed dogs quickly converging towards him. The earlier 3-headed dog had signaled them. Seeing more and more 3-headed dogs gathering, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to kill some before they all arrived. Once surrounded by a pack of 3-headed dogs, even if he was at the 1st tier of mountain moving, he would be worn down to death. He focused his mental energy on the lead 3-headed dog, charging at it as if propelled by a divine wind, and with a swift motion, he severed all 3 heads with a single strike. He realized that using mental energy in battle allowed for greater control over his body and made it clearer where to attack the enemy, while also sensing threats from behind. He hadn't felt this way when killing the 4 robbers, but now, surrounded by the 3-headed dogs, the sensation grew stronger. No wonder they say beneath the mountain moving, all are ants. This saying is indeed true. Lin Chen murmured, growing more invigorated with each kill. Every time the encirclement of 3-headed dogs was about to form, he would tear open a gap, preventing them from surrounding him. Boss, look. Quickly. Just as he danced like a butterfly among the encircling 3-headed dogs, 5 people emerged from a nearby hillside. A little girl holding a lollipop pointed at Lin Chen, exclaiming in surprise to a bald uncle beside her. Lin Chen's rhythm of killing was interrupted by this exclamation, and he turned to look at the 5 people on the hillside, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. More than 300 3-headed dogs were left with about a third remaining, and he hadn't had the chance to clean up the corpses of the 3-headed dogs on the ground. If this group of people came over to take advantage, it might disrupt his rhythm. Bro, sorry. You go on. We're just passing by. The bald man saw Lin Chen stop and immediately covered the little girl's mouth with his hand, softly scolding, "Don't disturb others." The little girl looked at the bald man with grievance and muttered, "But This is the largest gathering place for three-headed dogs? Now they've all been killed by him. Where are we supposed to go? Behind them, a man with a mechanical prosthetic arm said softly, Xiao AI, listen to the boss. We can't afford to mess with this person. There are plenty of gathering places for three-headed dogs. There are several in this area. We can find more. The bald man, watching Lin Chen's graceful movements as he continuously harvested the three-headed dogs with his knife, murmured, the unity of man and thought, perfect combat skills, at least at the high level of 10,000 cauldrons. How could such a person appear in the 8th fissure? Xiao AI looked at the bald man in disbelief. Boss, no way. Did you see it wrong? How could someone of this level come to the 8th fissure to hunt such low-level exotic beasts? And he's so young. The bald man pinched Xiao AI's cheek, indulgently saying, Xiao AI, don't be deceived by appearances. This world has never lacked geniuses. The prosthetic arm man nodded, looking at Lin Chen gracefully moving among the three-headed dogs, seriously said, Xiao AI, you must trust the boss's judgment. The boss is a retired demon slayer. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Chen gliding among the three-headed dogs and said solemnly, I see the shadow of the captain in this person. The prosthetic arm man widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the young man with the big knife, murmuring, the captain of the demon slayers are all strong at the mountain-moving realm. This person is so young, it can't be. The middle-aged man patted Xiao AI's head and turned back to explain, I only said he resembles, not that he is at the mountain-moving realm. Let's go, we'll head to another gathering place for three-headed dogs. After saying that, the middle-aged man took one last look at Lin Chen down the slope and led the other four to bypass him. Xiao AI kept popping lollipops into her mouth, glancing back at Lin Chen every few steps, her eyes full of envy. He had hunted so many three-headed dogs alone, he must be getting rich. Seeing the 5 people leave by the side, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. When hunting exotic beasts alone, the most feared encounter is with a team. A team with a good conscience might leave voluntarily, while a team with a bad conscience would come over to take advantage. He knew his cultivation level should be unique in the 8th fissure, but he was also afraid of a team of 10,000 cauldron cultivators coming to the 8th fissure to fish. The 5 just now should be the kind with a better conscience. Especially that bald man who had a familiar aura. Lin Chen felt he had seen him before. With a gentle swing of the big knife, the last three-headed dog also fell under his blade. Demon Slayer. After killing the last three-headed dog, he finally remembered the scent on the bald man. It was the scent of a demon slayer. Demon slayers spend every day in the fissures, entangled with exotic beasts, and over time they develop a faint aura of slaughter. This aura is not the fierce energy produced by killing people, but rather the killing intent generated from frequently hunting exotic beasts. He had encountered demon slayers with this state in the 8th town, and they were all older. Younger demon slayers hadn't killed so many exotic beasts yet, so their killing intent hadn't dissipated. A retired demon slayer? Looking in the direction the 5 had left, Lin Chen murmured to himself, then picked up the spatial bag on the ground to start collecting the corpses of the three-headed dogs. The corpses of over 300 three-headed dogs could sell for more than 160,000, and each three-headed dog has about 10 pounds of edible parts, so the meat from over 300 three-headed dogs could also sell for more than 600,000. Lin Chen looked at the harvest in his spatial bag, and a smile unconsciously spread across his face. The rock giant is worth 460,000, and the materials obtained from killing those few highway robbers are about 1 million. Adding this to the over 300 three-headed dogs, I've made over 350,000 in just half a day. Indeed, for the strong, money is just a number. At this rate, earning 10 million alliance coins in a month is incredibly easy. First, I'll go back to rest a bit, sell the stuff, and then get a better knife. Lin Chen looked at the large knife in his hand, full of notches, and disdainfully tossed it to the ground. This knife was just an ordinary steel knife. It looked quite imposing, but its sharpness and hardness were lacking. If he weren't so poor, he wouldn't have used such a picked-up knife. 2 hours later, Lin Chen returned to town number 8. Every town has a simple office of the Cultivators Alliance, where materials can be recycled and some simple transactions can be made aimed at better serving the cultivators hunting exotic beasts, so they don't waste time running back and forth between the rifts and the city. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and many cultivators were resting and gathering in the town, as the last special bus to the city would depart promptly at 6. If they missed this bus, they would have to spend the night in the town, where the costs were no joke. Everything was priced at double or even more than in the city. Lin Chen looked at the queue waiting at the special bus area and couldn't help but feel emotional. Most of these cultivators were middle-aged men forced to hunt exotic beasts in the rifts for a living, living each day with their lives on the line. The lower-tier cultivators were even worse off than employees of large companies. But there was no choice. They had parents and wives behind them, and they had to bear the heavy burden of their families and move forward. If he hadn't obtained the system, he might have ended up like them, perhaps dying in the rift one day or continuing to struggle under Zhang Zikai's oppression. The world is like this, one can only try their best to survive. Lin Chen found the office of the Cultivators Alliance. The office in Rift number 8 was mostly frequented by cultivators at the Thousand June realm, so it was quite deserted. Most of the cultivators in Rift number 8 were aiming for the armored turtles, and they would take the exotic beast materials to the black market in the city to sell, which could earn them about 5% more. Walking into the office, the staff behind the counter were chatting idly, and only when they saw Lin Chen come in did they slightly adjust their posture. It wasn't easy to get a relaxed job in this era. If they were complained about and lost their job, they would truly have nowhere to cry. Lin Chen quickly walked to the material purchase window and received a number tag. Wow, number 1. Seeing his number tag, he exclaimed in surprise. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and he was actually the first to come here to sell exotic beast materials. As he walked up the stairs to the second floor, a man in his 30s with a buzz cut approached him and smiled, asking, "Sir, do you have anything to sell?" Perhaps it had been a long time since they had seen anyone. The staff seemed unusually enthusiastic. "Yes, I have a few things to sell. This way, please." The staff member bent down and gestured for him to follow, leading Lin Chen to a separate room. "Sir, you can place the exotic beast materials you wish to sell on the floor. After I finish counting, I will report the price to you. If you find it acceptable, you can sell. If not, you can choose not to sell." Lin Chen nodded. The main reason he came to the Cultivators Alliance to sell materials was that they wouldn't force him to sell, and he also didn't want to return to the city. If sold on the black market, all these items would likely be undervalued, and he might also encounter strong-arm tactics. Those who can acquire materials on the black market usually have backing. If someone forces a transaction, he really has no way to resist. After all, there are too many eyes and ears in the black market, and one cannot just kill people. Lin Chen glanced at the size of the room, which was about the same as his backpack space. "This place is a bit small. How about we switch to a bigger one?" Upon hearing this, the staff member frowned. This young man in front of him seemed to have low cultivation, but his tone was quite bold. "The houses here are designed according to the size of spatial bags, and this room is the same size as the smallest spatial bag." The staff member was well aware of the cultivation levels of the practitioners around Rift number 8. It was impossible for someone with so many materials to come to Rift number 8. However, since Lin Chen made a request, he couldn't refuse and could only take Lin Chen to a larger room. "Sir, how about this one?" Hearing the staff member speak to him with a smile, Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the high quality of the staff at the Practitioner Alliance. He had just seen the staff member frown, and in the blink of an eye, he was smiling and leading him to change rooms. His psychological resilience was indeed impressive. Lin Chen didn't mind. If he were the staff member, he might have started complaining. He opened his spatial bag and dumped everything out in one go. In an instant, the room was filled with a pile of beast materials mixed with a bloody smell, resembling a small mountain. Lin Chen dodged quickly and wasn't hit by the materials. The staff member, however, was in trouble. He didn't react in time and got half of his lower leg buried by the suddenly appearing beast materials. "Damn!" the staff member exclaimed, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief, his mouth hanging open as if dislocated. "Let's start counting." Seeing that the staff member was slow to take the next step, Lin Chen reminded him from the side. "Ah, sir, I'm sorry. The value of these materials exceeds my authority. I need to find my supervisor." The staff member came back to his senses and respectfully explained to Lin Chen. He pulled his foot out from the pile of materials and quickly opened the door, running off into the distance. In a moment, 2 hurried footsteps could be heard coming from outside the door. A crew-cut man entered with a big-bellied, bald Mediterranean man. As soon as the bald, middle-aged man entered the room, he was startled by the mountain of beast materials in front of him and exclaimed, "Damn!" Then, he saw Lin Chen standing nearby. Immediately extending both hands to walk over, shaking Lin Chen's right hand up and down with a flattering smile on his face, saying, "Hello, sir. I am the supervisor of the Materials Acquisition Department at the Practitioner Alliance office in Baicheng number 8. My name is Ma Dahai." Lin Chen forced a smile and withdrew his right hand, responding, "Hello, Supervisor Ma." Ma Dahai rubbed his hands together, revealing his white teeth, and smiled. "Sir, are all these materials for sale?" "Yes." Upon hearing Lin Chen's answer, Ma Dahai's eyes lit up. He had been in Rift number 8 for over 10 years and had never received such a large order. "Please wait a moment. I will arrange for someone to come and count them." Ma Dahai instructed the crewcut man behind him, and the crewcut man ran out. In no time, a dozen people rushed into the room. Everyone's pupils dilated, and they were dumbfounded at the sight of the pile of beast materials. When they looked at Lin Chen standing nearby, the expressions on everyone's faces could only be described with one word: shock. A practitioner so young had actually hunted so many beasts, and among the second-tier beasts, the most troublesome, 3-headed dogs. No one could believe the reality before them. "What are you all standing there for? Get moving!" Ma Dahai watched as the staff who entered stood frozen in place, anger bubbling within him, as if he had forgotten his own reaction upon entering. Hearing Ma Dahai's reprimand, the staff began to gather around the small hill to count the materials. Ma Dahai then pulled Lin Chen over to a nearby sofa where they sipped tea and enjoyed pastries. Half an hour later, a list was printed out. Lin Chen glanced at the prices and quantities on the list, pointed to the details of the meat for the 3-headed dog, and said, "I won't sell this." Meat, I want to keep it for myself. After you skin it, give me the meat and I'll cover the skinning costs. Ma Dahai looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Although the meat of the three-headed dog was quite tasty, it was of little use to someone like Lin Chen, who could hunt three-headed dogs at will. Then, as if he thought of something, he smiled and said, "You want to use the meat to replenish your energy, right?" Lin Chen nodded, not denying it. The truth was, he needed to eat meat to enhance his physique, requiring a large amount of meat to replenish his body's energy. Ma Dahai had a knowing expression and then took out a tablet, handing it to Lin Chen. In fact, the method of replenishing energy through meat is quite old. Nowadays, high-level cultivators use pills to replenish their energy. Pills don't require cooking and are easy to carry. Lin Chen took the tablet, which displayed various types of pills, healing pills, cultivation-enhancing pills, and breakthrough pills, making him dizzy with options. One type, labeled Energy Replenishing Pill, was highlighted by Ma Dahai. Energy Replenishing Pill, 1,000 alliance coins each, with the energy equivalent to 10 pounds of pork. He looked at the introduction for the Energy Replenishing Pill. If its energy replenishing effect was indeed as described, it would be much more convenient, considering that 10 pounds of pork also cost over 1,000 alliance coins. According to the system's energy conservation, it would take about 1 alliance coin's worth of meat energy to enhance his physique. Can I try one? Sure. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, Ma Dahai had already pulled a small white pill from his pocket. This is the Energy Replenishing Pill. I have a few here, you can give it a try. Lin Chen took the pill, about the size of half a fingernail, and tossed it into his mouth. A rich feeling of fullness surged from his stomach. He immediately added 1,000 attribute points to his physique attribute, and a warm current flowed through him, instantly dissipating the feeling of fullness without the usual hunger that followed adding points. Not bad at all. Then let's sell everything. Exchange for 500,000 alliance coins worth of energy replenishing pills. After testing it, he made his decision right away. This was far too convenient, especially in the rift, where he didn't need to start a fire to cook meat. Upon hearing this, Ma Dahai immediately smiled and nodded, then instructed the staff to pack up the materials. He took Lin Chen to the checkout counter to process the transfer. Fortunately, he had guessed Lin Chen's intention to keep the meat, otherwise he would have lost out on tens of thousands in performance. Lin Chen approached the checkout machine for facial recognition and pupil identification. After a series of operations, 3,740,000 alliance coins were transferred to Lin Chen's account. Looking at the balance notification on his phone, Lin Chen felt ecstatic. The day's gains equaled over 100 years of work in the municipal office. He was right to choose this path. Mr. Lin, the payment for the materials has been transferred. Let me know if you need anything else. Ma Dahai saw Lin Chen's name on the operation page and changed his address. Lin Chen glanced at Ma Dahai. This bald man indeed had the capability to hold a managerial position. He hadn't told him his name, and Ma Dahai hadn't asked. Now that the transaction was complete, he knew Lin Chen must be in a great mood, so upon seeing his name on the machine, he adjusted his address, avoiding the use of his full name to prevent any discomfort and bridging the gap between them. Manager Ma, there's nothing else, but where can I buy that energy replenishing pill you mentioned? According to the normal process, you need to go to the pill window downstairs to get a number, but you don't need to do that here. You can trade for all the supplies on the tablet. Lin Chen took the tablet that Ma Dahai handed over and purchased 500 energy replenishing pills, instantly spending 500,000. Then, accompanied by Ma Dahai, he entered the client room to drink tea while waiting for the pills to be delivered. Manager Ma, are there any better weapons around town? Number 8? He sipped his tea, scrolling through the information on the tablet resting on his thigh, looking at the armory's data. Most of the weapons in the armory were standard issue. Although they were slightly better than the large knife he had stolen, they weren't much better, just made of refined steel that had been tempered a couple more times. All the weapons are here, and large weapons are not allowed to be sold, you should know that. Lin Chen shook his head. Ma Dahai misunderstood him, thinking he wanted to buy large firepower weapons. What I meant was, are there any better cold weapons? Ma Dahai glanced at Lin Chen, pondered for a moment, leaned closer, and whispered in Lin Chen's ear, my authority is limited. I don't have the purchasing rights for high-level weapons. If your cultivator's certification level is high enough, I can contact the office head to show you the high-level weaponry. Actually, there weren't so many restrictions before. Everyone could get good weapons and naturally kill more exotic beasts, and the Alliance was happy to see this positive cycle. But ever since the Li Xioming incident, all high-level weapons have been managed separately from standard weapons. Li Xioming? Isn't he the one who hoarded a large number of weapons, causing a shortage, and then sold them on the black market? He was sentenced to life imprisonment, right? Hearing Ma Dahai's words, Lin Chen was slightly shocked. He didn't expect this to be related to such a sensational case. That's right, it's him. Because of this incident, the upper echelons of the Alliance revised the conditions for obtaining high-level weapons. Lin Chen nodded. He had seen someone venting about weapon restrictions on the forum, but he didn't expect there was such a reason behind it. Every high-level weapon was made at a great cost by the Alliance, and it was understandable for them to impose such restrictions to prevent high-level weapons from leaking out. To purchase high-level weapons, one needed to have the corresponding cultivation level, and each high-level weapon had the buyer's certification information to prevent resale. However, nothing is absolute. Some buyers die, and those high-level cold weapons still circulate in the black market. Lin Chen had once seen a group of people fighting over a high-level cold weapon in the black market of Baicheng. High-level weapons had a price but no market there. My cultivator level information hasn't been updated in the city yet. Then there's nothing that can be done. You can only operate after your cultivator level information is updated. Ma Dehai shrugged, looking helpless. This was a strict rule of the Alliance, and as a small department head he didn't have that much authority. But I think this should prove my cultivator level. Ma Dehai didn't understand the meaning of this at first, but his expression changed immediately, his pupils dilating and his breathing becoming rapid. He saw the teacup on the table beside him suddenly float into the air, circling around him and Lin Chen. Mental control, mountain moving realm. Ma Dehai exclaimed in shock, looking incredulously at the young man leisurely sipping tea beside him. He had been stuck in the mountain moving realm for over 10 years and had no choice but to come to this small town to be a department head. But the young man in front of him, who was not even older than his son, turned out to be at the mountain moving level. At that moment, Ma Dehai felt as if he had entered a fairy tale world where everything was unreal. He thought Lin Chen was at most 1,000 June level, who had accumulated those materials after killing beasts in the rift for a long time. He never expected that Lin Chen was actually at the mountain moving level. He didn't dare to think in that direction. A genius of this caliber was a coveted prize in the hands of major forces. How could he appear in such a remote place as the number 8 rift in Baicheng? Ma Dehai came back to his senses and immediately stood up, cupping his hands towards Lin Chen, saying, I didn't know the mountain moving master was here. I hope you can forgive my lack of hospitality. Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating that Ma Dehai need not be so formal. The mountain moving level was merely a dividing line. Those above it were called masters, while those below could only be called cultivators. There is a saying that those below the mountain moving level are all like ants, but he didn't like such rhetoric. He believed that as long as one was a cultivator and had made an effort to kill beasts, they deserved respect. Ma Dehai looked at the easygoing young man in front of him and sighed inwardly. Indeed, people could be so different. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. He then left the client room, and shortly after, he returned with a sharp-eyed, extraordinarily handsome middle-aged man. You must be Lin Chen. I am the director of the Baicheng number 8 Town Cultivator Alliance office. My name is Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing extended his right hand, and a faint mental force pressed towards Lin Chen. Hello, Director Li. Lin Chen knew he was being tested and was not afraid to extend his right hand to shake with Li Chongqing. In the calm client room, a breeze suddenly appeared, and then the wind grew stronger, making it hard for Ma Dehai to keep his eyes open. Soon, all the tables and chairs in the client meeting room floated in midair. Li Chongqing smiled faintly, his mental force dissipating as he nodded. Not bad. Mountain moving level 1, stable mental force, solid foundation. Lin Chen released his hand, his mental force also dissipating, and smiled. Director Li, you flatter me. He knew that Li Chongqing's mental force was definitely stronger than his. Just the fact that Li Chongqing dared to dissipate his mental force first without fear of being accidentally harmed by Lin Chen's mental force showed that he could see the bigger picture. I have seen many geniuses in the Demon Slayer Guard, but I have truly never seen someone like you. This is not flattery. Director Li, Mr. Lin, please sit down and chat. Ma Dehai saw the two standing there chatting and immediately called them over. After the three of them took their seats, Li Chongqing began operating his tablet, frowning slightly. Lin Chen, I have a question to ask you. Go ahead. Yesterday you were still at the 1,000 June level. How did you become a mountain moving level today? Lin Chen sighed inwardly. What was meant to come had indeed come. His cultivation had advanced too quickly, but for the sake of a suitable weapon, he had no choice but to reveal it. I didn't use my full strength during the certification yesterday, and today I unintentionally devoured a spirit herb in the rift, and I accidentally broke through to the mountain moving level. Li Chongqing smiled subtly. This explanation was exactly the same as that of the one ranked 10th on the battle power list. However, he didn't plan to ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. He had already tested Lin Chen. There was no aura of beasts on him, so he wasn't possessed by a high-level beast. As for why Lin Chen had made such rapid progress, that was not something he needed to consider. He was just inquiring as a routine. He believed the first half of Lin Chen's statement, that he had hidden his cultivation before and had only gone for certification yesterday. As for the second half, he would just take it as a casual remark. The one ranked 10th on the battle power list, who knows if he had consumed some rare treasures, advancing from the 1,000 June level to the ocean toppling level in just a year. As long as he was concerned about the alliance, no one would care. As for why Lin Chen hides his cultivation, he really doesn't want to know. Some people just like to conceal their strengths. He had encountered several young people like this while leading the demon slaying team. Clearly, Their abilities were decent, yet they pretended to be weak. He couldn't tell if this was a trend among the younger generation nowadays. However, he had never seen anyone as good at pretending as Lin Chen. He even wanted to ask Lin Chen if it was uncomfortable to hold back. If Lin Chen heard his inner thoughts, he would probably laugh and cry. He wasn't hiding his cultivation at all. Just the day before, he was still a lowly apprentice. Ma Dahai, listening to Lin Chen's response, turned red in the face, nearly unable to contain himself. This was just too ridiculous. Seeing Ma Dahai's flushed face, Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose. This excuse might still be useful a few months later, but it had only been a day since then. Who would believe it? However, he didn't need anyone to believe him. Looking at Li Changqing, he didn't seem like someone who would make things difficult for him. As long as he didn't threaten the safety of the Earth Star, no one cared about these things. Having more experts guarding the Earth Star was exactly what the Alliance wanted to see. As for not exposing himself in the city, one reason was that at that time he had no money or resources, and his cultivation couldn't improve, fearing that Zhang Zikai would take notice. The second reason was that he wanted to give Zhang Zikai a surprise. He could already imagine the scene in his mind 20 days later when Zhang Zikai saw him appear before him. Now in the small town, there was no need for that. There were no spies from Zhang Zikai here. I heard from Supervisor Ma that you want to exchange for a high-grade weapon? Li Changqing, seeing the awkward scene in the client room, took the initiative to break the deadlock. Yes, I currently don't have a suitable weapon in hand, and it's quite uncomfortable. I can only swing my fists. Hearing Lin Chen's response, Li Changqing nodded in agreement. He had experienced such days too, relying on his fists to fight, ultimately unable to unleash his full strength. A suitable weapon could enhance combat power by 2 or 3 times. What kind of weapon do you want? A knife, hard, sharp, and not too heavy. Lin Chen succinctly stated his needs. Li Changqing nodded, and after a series of operations on the tablet, he handed it to Lin Chen. This is a list of knife-type weapons that can be applied for in Baichen. They are all for the mountain-moving realm. Take a look. Lin Chen took the tablet, and the weapon sprang to life before his eyes. Knife-type weapons were a large category, and Baicheng still had plenty in stock. He looked for a while and selected 3 knives that he thought were more suitable. Meteorite Tang knife, total length 106 centimeters, weight 12 kilograms. Characteristics: sharp, malleable, strong toughness, moderate hardness. Price: 2,800,000. Magnesium gold waist knife, total length 90 centimeters, weight 6 kilograms. Characteristics: wear resistant, sharp, high hardness. Price: 2,000,000. Titanium gold horse knife, total length 85 centimeters, weight 8 kilograms. Characteristics: wear resistant, sharp, high hardness. Price: 2,000,000. Looking at the 3 knives, Lin Chen was in a dilemma. The styles were similar, with only the Tang knife having the malleable characteristic and lacking the wear-resistant one. Director Li, can you help me take a look at these 3 knives? Unable to make a decision, he turned his gaze to Li Changqing, who, as a member of the management of the Cultivators Alliance, surely had a deep understanding of these things. Li Changqing took the tablet and glanced at it, quickly forming his own insights. The waist knife and the horse knife are both medium to long knives, and they are made of super alloy material with very high hardness. They are sufficient for you to use up to the 9th level of mountain moving. After saying this, he looked at Lin Chen again and meaningfully said, however, I suggest you choose the Tang knife. Why? Firstly, your height is suitable for the Tang knife's performance. The Tang knife is also a long knife, and as the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger it is. And this Tang Dao is of the horizontal blade style, made from meteorite iron with strong malleability. For future modifications, if you find good materials, you can add them in to increase the blade's strength and wear resistance. Alloy blades are formed in one go and cannot be reshaped. Lin Chen understood. Simply put, the Tang Dao can be upgraded, while the waist knife and cavalry sword cannot. But I see that the hardness and wear resistance of the Tang Dao are quite mediocre. Won't that be a problem? Li Changqing stroked his chin, unable to guarantee that. The characteristic of meteorite iron is like this: it doesn't have the hardness of alloys, but it should be sufficient to deal with 3rd-tier beasts. As for whether it can cut 4th-tier beasts, I can't guarantee that either. After all, I'm not a weapon master. Moreover, the materials needed for future forging of this blade are not ordinary metals, so that depends on your own choice. In fact, Lin Chen had his eye on this Tang Dao from the beginning, but its characteristics troubled him. He was most afraid of the blade breaking while he was fighting in a crack. I choose this Tang Dao. He still stuck to his first instinct. For now, he didn't need to fight 4th-tier beasts. Having a weapon that could handle 3rd-tier beasts was enough. Plus, the feature of being able to be reshaped later, as Li Changqing mentioned, really moved him. If possible, he hoped this blade could accompany him to the end. A weapon he had grown accustomed to was a part of his body, and after using it for a long time, it would carry emotions. Moreover, upgrading it later was a future matter. By then, would he still lack rare metals? Li Changqing nodded and smiled. A wise choice. You will pay for this blade yourself. Fill in my information for the certification, and later when you go to the city to update the information, I will transfer it to your name. Lin Chen was surprised to hear this, looking at Li Changqing, who was helping him greatly. After all, his current certification was at the first level of Qianjun, which did not meet the conditions for purchasing high-level weapons. Using his information to buy it, even with Li Changqing as a guarantor, would still raise questions. By then, if he advanced 2 major realms in a day, it would surely cause a stir in the cultivation world. Just because Li Changqing and Ma Dehai had no other thoughts didn't mean others wouldn't have ideas about him. Li Changqing's actions had preemptively eliminated many hidden dangers for him. Thank you, Lin Chen said softly, remembering this favor. It's all for the Battle of Earthstar, no need for such formalities. Li Changqing waved his hand, indicating no need for pleasantries. But he knew that when Lin Chen said thank you, the favor had already been given. Though martial world is not just about fighting, there are also human feelings and social intricacies, and Li Changqing understood this well. Ma Dehai, meanwhile, smiled and said, the energy recovery pills have arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a staff member walked in from outside, holding a spatial bag and handed it to Ma Dehai. Mr. Lin, your energy recovery pills. Lin Chen took the spatial bag, feeling something was off. When he opened the panel and looked, he shook his head and said, Supervisor Ma, this isn't my spatial bag. Ma Dehai smiled, as a master of the Yishan realm, you can receive a top-level spatial bag for free from the cultivator Alliance. I exchanged your previous spatial bag for energy recovery pills at a discounted price. Mr. Lin, you won't blame me for taking the liberty, will you? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood Ma Dehai's intention. He had never heard of receiving a spatial bag for free. It was clear that Ma Dehai had bought it with his own money to give to him. Then thank you very much. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Ma Dehai smiled, having achieved his goal. Giving a small favor now could lead to immense wealth in the future. The weapon is in Baicheng, it will take over an hour to deliver. It's getting late, let's go have a meal together. Li Changqing glanced at Ma Dehai. He deliberately waited until Ma Dehai finished his favor before saying this. After all, they had been working together, and it was nice to see Ma Dehai do him a favor. They arrived at the restaurant and had a simple meal, drinking a bit of wine, and the three of them began to chat casually under the influence of the alcohol. The relationship among the three quickly warmed up, with Ma Dehai and Li Changqing calling Lin Chen brother Lin with great enthusiasm. Lin Chen, calling them brother Ma and brotherly, felt a closeness that was hard to describe. He learned many things from them that he couldn't find in textbooks or online. Especially their explanations about some special matters and the cracks made him feel that he had at least avoided several years of detours. Other staff members entered the restaurant to eat, and seeing Director Li drinking for the first time, they speculated about who the young man sitting with them was. News from Ma Dehai's subordinates quickly spread throughout the office, and soon everyone knew that a very impressive young man had come to the office today. To be able to have Director Li accompany him at such a young age, how enviable. Envy you? Go kill some exotic beasts. You just hang around the office every day eating and talking nonsense. What level do you think this young man is? At least a high level in the 10,000 cauldrons realm, otherwise he couldn't have killed so many three-headed dogs. Do you think it's possible he's a master of the mountain-moving realm? Impossible. There are hardly any young masters of the mountain-moving realm on Earthstar. How could he come to our remote corner? From today on, all the staff had a new topic for casual conversation during tea breaks. What is the background of this young man? Lin Chen, who couldn't hold his liquor, collapsed on the table after 3 rounds of drinks, unwilling to get up. Li Changqing and Ma Dehai could really drink. Lin Chen, thinking he had a strong constitution and wouldn't get drunk, was overwhelmed by the two and simply lay on the table pretending to be drunk. Alright, stop pretending, let's go. Your knife has arrived. Li Changqing looked at Lin Chen, who was pretending to be drunk on the table, smiled, finished his last drink, and tapped the table. He could tell whether Lin Chen was drunk or not with his mental power. Lin Chen raised his head, shook it, and said, brotherly, I'm really not pretending, I'm very drunk. I can't tell who is who. After saying this, he immediately realized something was off. If he couldn't tell who was who, how could he recognize Li Changqing? He had exposed himself. The three exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. In the client room, the three drank tea to sober up. Even though they were all cultivators, 20 or so bottles of strong liquor were a bit much to handle. On the tea table lay a rectangular wooden box. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Lin Chen opened the wooden box. Inside lay a tang knife, its sheath and handle entirely black, with intricate patterns on the handle, giving it an overall mysterious and noble appearance. He reached out and picked up the tang knife. The sheath was wrapped in some unknown material, and once held, it felt extremely comfortable, as if he were grasping the soul of the knife. Clang! As he held the sheath and drew the blade, a crisp sound echoed, and a cold gleam flashed, as if welcoming Lin Chen as its new master. The blade was also entirely black, with a silver blood groove running from the handle down to the tip. Whoosh! Lin Chen gently waved the knife downwards, producing a sound of slicing through the air. What a good knife! He stroked the blade, marveling at it. It was on a completely different level from the large knife he had picked up. Let's give your knife a name. I hope it can accompany you and be invincible in the cracks. Li Changqing set down his teacup, looking at Lin Chen, who seemed to have found a treasure, and said softly, "Let's call it Shanghai." Lin Chen glanced at the two and sheathed the knife. Li Changqing and Ma Dahai exchanged a look, a slight smile appearing on their lips. The meaning of this name was self-evident. At the moment of naming, Lin Chen seemed to feel the emotions coming from Shanghai, naive yet pleasantly surprised. After Lin Chen put the knife away into his spatial bag, he cupped his fists towards the two and said, "Thank you both for your hospitality. I will definitely come to express my gratitude in the future." Li Changqing waved his hand and said, "It's just a small favor. Brother Lin doesn't need to be so polite. Come by often when you have time." Ma Dahai nodded in agreement, saying, "Director Li is right. It's nothing much, no need for thanks. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. If there are no rooms left in the accommodation area later, I'll come to visit again when I leave town number 8 in a few days." Li Changqing and Ma Dahai both stood up and escorted Lin Chen out of the office. On the second floor, Li Changqing stood by the window, watching Lin Chen disappear from sight, and asked Ma Dahai behind him, "What do you think of Lin Chen as a person?" Ma Dahai took a sip of tea, a glint flashing in his eyes, and smiled. "He has ideas, ambitions, and values emotions." Li Changqing turned around, picked up the teacup on the table, and asked, "What do you mean?" Ma Dahai stood up, walked to Li Changqing's side, and said softly, "From the moment he entered the office until now, his thoughts have been very clear, which shows he has ideas. His choice of that Tang knife proves he has confidence and ambition. The name he gave the knife, Shanghai, shows he values emotions." Li Changqing took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to Ma Dahai, lit one, and exhaled gently. "A hidden dragon in the abyss will soar to the skies." The two exchanged a knowing smile, both understanding each other's thoughts. Today's favor was worth it. After Lin Chen left the office, he went to the nearby accommodation building to check in, reflecting on his experiences at the office. Today, he understood a truth: only the strong can earn respect, which is the reality of this society. Although he despised this way of doing things, that was how society operated, and he had no way to change it. Back in his room, he reviewed the gains of the day. All the materials from the exotic beasts sold for 3.74 million. He spent 500,000 on energy recovery pills, and Ma Dahai gifted him 100, totaling 600 energy recovery pills. He spent 2.8 million on Shanghai, and Ma Dahai also gave him a spatial bag, which had a space as large as a football field. So in the end, he had 440,000 alliance coins left, 600 energy recovery pills, the Shanghai knife, and a spatial bag. In fact, he was most satisfied with the Shanghai knife. It felt very different to him. Once he held it, there was a sense of mutual understanding, and he couldn't tell if it was because of the meteorite iron or some other reason. Money is earned quickly, but it is spent even faster. After a sigh, he went to the bathroom to wash away his fatigue. Lin Chen began to allocate points. The attribute points he had cleared were now over 48,000 again. Host: Lin Chen. Physique: 31,535. Strength: 115,796. Mental: 114. Comprehension: 10. Attribute points: 48,650. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen decided to increase his physique, leaving 1,000 attribute points and then adding to his mental attribute, as the effect of mental power became significantly prominent after reaching the mountain moving realm. While eating energy recovery pills, he increased his physique, and that addictive feeling resurfaced. After consuming the 47th energy recovery pill, with 1,000 points remaining, he began to allocate points to his mental attribute. What's going on? I can't add any more after reaching 299? My physique is sufficient. Could it be because my strength isn't enough? Host: Lin Chen. Physique: 60,685. Strength: 115,796. Mental: 299. Comprehension: 10. Attribute points: 815. Once the warm current in his mind ended, Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the attribute panel. The spiritual attribute of 299 should correspond to the second stage of mountain moving. Now stuck here, the only explanation is that the power is insufficient. Because according to the rule of deducting 100 physique points for each point of spiritual attribute, the physique attribute is completely adequate. The comprehension and the other three attributes are completely unrelated, so Lin Chen speculates it is related to the power attribute. His spiritual attribute would reach the third stage of mountain moving with just one more point, while the power is still at the first stage. If calculated this way, Lin Chen has already figured out the energy conservation of the system. One alliance coin buys energy equivalent to 1 point of physique attribute. The inflation in the alliance is very stable now, and the prices have been the same for decades. The energy that can be purchased with alliance coins should not change in the short term. However, increasing 1 point of spiritual attribute requires deducting 100 points of physique attribute. The power attribute can only increase to 5 times the physique attribute. The spiritual attribute cannot exceed the power attribute by 2 stages. A first stage of power cannot have a third stage of spirit. This entire energy conservation system is what Lin Chen has summarized from his experience in allocating points over the past few days. The stability of a building mainly depends on how much steel reinforcement the foundation can support, and how high it can be built depends on how high the steel can go. The cement must be poured into the steel, so the cement cannot be much higher than the steel. He suddenly recalled the concept of building houses from his graduate school textbooks. If I were a house, the physique is the foundation, the power is the steel, and the spirit is the cement. No matter how high the spirit and power are, they will ultimately reflect back on the physique. Understanding this principle, he finally grasped how the system's energy conservation works. It is the same concept as building a house. Dog system, you could have just told me instead of making me figure it out myself. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, angrily closing the attribute panel. Now that he doesn't have enough attribute points, he can only wait until he has enough to add to the power attribute. With no way to deal with the system, Lin Chen could only bury his head in sleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, he entered the rift to search for suitable exotic beasts. There was no choice. Not only did he need to complete the system's tasks, but he also needed a large number of energy replenishing pills, so earning money was the hard truth. Looking at the electronic map's markings for various exotic beasts, he ultimately decided to continue hunting the three-headed dogs. There are many exotic beasts more valuable than the three-headed dogs, but none are as densely populated. Hunting those beasts might not earn as much as hunting the three-headed dogs. Strangely, after searching the map, he found no information on third-stage exotic beasts. Could it be that someone is specifically clearing out third-stage exotic beasts in Rift number 8? The information on exotic beasts on the map is updated in real time. The scouts of the Demon Exorcism Guard scout the Rift daily, and the map is updated roughly every half-month. The red dots on the map represent the latest confirmed number of exotic beasts. Each Rift has first to fourth stage exotic beasts, but Rift number 8 has no third or fourth stage exotic beasts, which puzzled Lin Chen. His map had just been updated. The place he visited yesterday was the largest gathering of three-headed dogs, and now he could only find a smaller gathering to hunt them. He raced along the route, bypassing many first-stage exotic beasts' territories, and arrived at the territory of the armored turtles. At this point, the cultivators in the city had not yet arrived. Only a few cultivators remained in the territory hunting armored turtles. He speculated that these cultivators must not have returned to White City last night and had been killing here all night. However, without the advantage in numbers, these remaining cultivators were instead being chased and bitten by the large number of armored turtles. In their escape, they could occasionally harvest one or two, completely unlike the situation yesterday where cultivators were competing for armored turtles. What a miraculous species! They were almost wiped out yesterday, and today there are so many again. Just how many turtle eggs are in that lake? Lin Chen watched as the armored turtles crawled endlessly from the lake to the shore, unable to suppress his amazement. In the dim environment, the densely packed armored turtles kept climbing up, and the scene looked a bit like a biohazard crisis, as if a giant monster in the lake was driving these armored turtles away. Continuing forward, he arrived at the place where he had killed the three-headed dogs yesterday. It was darker here than where the armored turtles were, but for a cultivator, it was just a matter of simple adaptation, no different from daytime. The bloodstains on the ground still proclaimed yesterday's tragedy. This was where he had earned his first pot of gold. How strange! There was clearly a gathering point for three-headed dogs here, but why can't I see any? There are bloodstains on the ground. Could it be from that five-man team yesterday? He crossed over the area where he had killed the three-headed dogs yesterday and arrived at the second gathering point indicated on the map, only to find not a single three-headed dog, just a ground full of bloodstains. Arriving at the third gathering point for three-headed dogs, the scene was the same. No choice but to switch to a different beast. With two consecutive locations cleared of three-headed dogs, it was evident that someone was specifically hunting them, and continuing to the next point was pointless. Lin Chen thought for a moment, took out his electronic map, and searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable target to hunt, so he turned his gaze to an area covered by the light spots of exotic beasts. Let's go here. Beast Chaos Port. On the electronic map, this area had the highest density of exotic beasts. The information provided by the Demon Exorcism Guard indicated that various first and second-tier exotic beasts were gathered here, making it a dangerous zone. The 8th fissure was originally a place for low-level cultivators to make a living, and such a large-scale gathering of exotic beasts could be considered a forbidden area for them. Another journey ahead. How annoying. Why don't they have some flying vehicles around here? Wasting my time making money. Without flying vehicles, at least give me a bicycle. Relying solely on my legs is really exhausting. The direction of Beast Chaos Port was to the south of the fissure entrance, exactly opposite to his position, and he couldn't help but complain. 2 hours later, after hurrying and slowing down, Lin Chen finally arrived at the cliff next to Beast Chaos Port. Wow, is it really that exaggerated? Do these exotic beasts have no sense of territory? Standing on the cliff and looking down, a vast lake bordered by land came into view, with various exotic beasts swimming in the lake and different types of exotic beasts congregating on the land, while flying exotic beasts circled in the sky. This overturned Lin Chan's understanding at the 2 gathering points for exotic beasts he had visited. Yesterday he hadn't discovered any other exotic beasts, indicating that the beasts inside the fissure had their own territorial groups. But the exotic beasts at Beast Chaos Port were truly chaotic. He even saw a demon wolf spider using its 2 legs to scratch the back of another giant string demon ape. Where should I start? After observing for a while from the cliff, Lin Chen couldn't find a suitable landing spot. Every inch of space in Beast Chaos Port was packed with exotic beasts, and rushing down would definitely lead to death. After looking at the map for a while, he decided to go around from the back. That side was a plain, suitable for running. If worse came to worst, he could escape. The current location was a cliff, making it difficult to run. Even if he could fly, could he outfly the flying exotic beasts? Lin Chen shook his head. He absolutely couldn't go down from here. Going down would be a death sentence. After retracing his steps from the cliff, he took a long detour before arriving at the plain on the other side. As soon as he reached the plain, he saw scattered exotic beasts wandering around. Without saying a word, Lin Chen took out the Xinghai knife and began to harvest. With this density of exotic beasts, he wasn't afraid of them gathering. Double-horned rhinoceros, rock giant, double-winged snake, demon wolf spider, sawtooth tiger, giant strength demon ape, 4-winged kite. In just 10 minutes, Lin Chen lost count of how many types of exotic beasts he had killed, and his spatial pouch was filled with various exotic beast materials. Killing these scattered exotic beasts is a bit troublesome because one has to constantly recall in their mind which parts are useful and then cut them off. There aren't many types of exotic beasts like the 3-headed dog that can be sold entirely. Most of them only have certain valuable parts that need to be properly processed after being killed. Hell, help me! Boom, boom. Lin Chen had just been hunting for 10 minutes when he suddenly heard a faint cry for help coming from the left front, which sounded somewhat familiar. Soon after, a middle-aged man was shouting for help while running out from the dense forest of the chaotic beastport, and he was running straight towards Lin Chen. When the middle-aged man emerged from the forest, Lin Chen exclaimed in confusion, "Uncle?" The fleeing middle-aged man was indeed the scruffy uncle he had encountered at the crack yesterday, the one he had made fall. "Little chick, what are you doing here? Hurry and run." The uncle recognized Lin Chen as well, his face showing a moment of disappointment, and then he shouted loudly at him. Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, the next scene made his eyes widen. In shock, he was still wondering what that booming sound was when he saw a large group of exotic beasts charging out from the forest behind the uncle, chasing after the man who was frantically fleeing. "What the hell? Don't come this way!" Lin Chen was startled. By the scene, he roughly estimated that there were probably over 1,000 exotic beasts densely packed, and from a distance, they looked like a swarm of ants, with trees in the forest being knocked over. "I'm not coming your way. Where else can I go?" This is the exit of the chaotic beast port. The uncle's feet seemed to be equipped with engines, his stride so fast that Lin Chen felt embarrassed. Lin Chen looked at the uncle, who was only about 50 meters away, and then at the army of exotic beasts following him from 100 meters back. He dropped the corpse in his hands and immediately started running. No joke, if he got surrounded by those exotic beasts, he would probably be chewed to bits. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent bird calls came from the sky. Lin Chen turned around to see a large flock of flying exotic beasts rapidly heading towards him from above the forest. "Uncle, what kind of hornet's nest did you poke? You didn't attract all the exotic beasts from the chaotic beastport, did you? Kid, stop talking nonsense and run. If those flying exotic beasts catch up to you, you won't have a single hair left." At this moment, the uncle still hadn't realized that Lin Chen was running faster than him, having already left him behind by over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. How is this kid running so fast? Has he trained his footwork? By the time the uncle reacted, Lin Chen had already shrunk to the size of a little person in his view, appearing 4 to 5 times smaller. Lin Chen wrapped his entire body in spiritual energy, using the momentum to fly at low altitude while running, achieving a speed comparable to that of a small aircraft. Ah! Just as he was running happily, a faint scream suddenly came from behind. Looking back, he saw that the uncle had been caught by a ghost-faced eagle on his shoulder, being lifted into the air. However, the uncle was not to be underestimated. He grabbed the eagle's right foot with his right hand and forcefully twisted it, breaking the eagle's leg. In pain, the ghost-faced eagle released its grip with its left foot, and the uncle fell freely but rolled and got back up to continue running. But the 4-winged kite and the long-calling bird had already caught up to him, crashing into his body and knocking him off balance, greatly reducing his escape speed. Before long, another ghost-faced eagle swooped down, but the uncle dodged it and escaped a disaster. Lin Chen frowned as he watched the uncle being attacked by countless flying exotic beasts. At this rate, the uncle would definitely not escape. Should he save him or not? With so many flying exotic beasts, even he might not be able to get in and out safely. But if I don't save him, my conscience won't let me go. This uncle had taught me some things at the crack, and even after I tripped him, he kindly reminded me. Damn it, let's give it a shot. What kind of man just dawdles around? If I really can't get him out, I should still be able to escape at my speed. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and decided to go back to rescue the uncle. Although they had only met once, as long as there was a favor owed, no matter how big, it had to be repaid. Moreover, he was confident that as long as he wasn't surrounded, these first and second tier flying beasts wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After saying that, Lin Chen took the Qinghai knife in hand, exerted force with his right foot, and rushed towards the uncle, who was gradually being surrounded by the beasts with a ghostly speed. "Uncle, break through towards me!" Lin Chen shouted loudly as he got closer to the uncle. The uncle, surrounded by the flying beasts, saw Lin Chen through a gap. "Kid, why are you back? Hurry and run. I can't escape." He dodged the attacks of the beasts desperately, shouting at Lin Chen. "How do you know if you don't give it a try?" Lin Chen shouted, wildly swinging the Qinghai knife, and the flying beasts blocking his way kept falling one after another. As the beasts between Lin Chen and the uncle gradually fell, a path was slowly torn open in the encirclement formed by the flying beasts. The uncle seemed to see hope and desperately rushed towards Lin Chen. In the blink of an eye, the two quickly met. Lin Chen grabbed the uncle's wrist with his left hand, and with the Qinghai knife in his right hand, he cleared the way. "Hold on tight," he shouted, feeling the uncle's hand grab his clothes. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he charged into the sky with the uncle, wrapping them both in his mental energy, sheathing the Qinghai knife at his waist and quickly flying towards the crack's entrance after finding the right direction. The uncle was stunned by this scene, forgetting the pain from the countless wounds on his body, staring blankly at Lin Chen, murmuring, "Flying in the air, master of mountain moving." After flying for a while, Lin Chen looked back and saw the flying beasts still closely following them. He knew this couldn't go on, his mental energy wasn't strong enough to carry someone while flying quickly. Moreover, the consumption of mental energy was particularly fast. In just a short time, he had already used up nearly half of it. "Uncle, hold on tight, I'm going to the ground." Lin Chen reminded the uncle, then dove down, using the impact force generated by his feet to achieve low-altitude speed flying. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he finally couldn't see the shadow of the beasts behind him, so he slowed down a bit and switched to running, continuously using mental energy to wrap around them. For low-altitude flying, his mental energy consumption was too great, and he was now on the verge of depletion. However, just as he slowed down, the sound of the flying beast's screeches came from behind again. "Damn it, it's never ending." Hearing the chaotic screeching, Lin Chen felt a bit desperate. The beasts flew with wings, while he relied on mental energy to fly. There was no comparison. "Uncle, what exactly did you do? These beasts chase you like you're their sworn enemy." The uncle looked at the sweat on Lin Chen's face, sighed, and released his grip on Lin Chen's clothes, saying softly, "You let me go, escape on your own." Lin Chen frowned and scolded, "What kind of joke is that? I've brought you this far, and now you want me to leave you behind? Wouldn't that make all my efforts in vain?" The uncle took out a ball the size of a pill and stuffed it into Lin Chen's hand, saying, "My name is Wang Day, I'm the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Demon Extermination Brigade in Baicheng. Help me deliver this to our captain." Lin Chen glanced at the sticky thing in his hand, handed it back to Wang Day, and complained, "What is this? It's sticky. You can deliver it yourself. I don't have that much time to waste. I only call you uncle because you're older. Don't think you can take advantage of me and expect me to call you grandpa. And I don't call you kid, little ghost, or little chick. My name is Lin Shen." Wang Day, hearing this, was furious and shouted, "My name is Wang Day, ye is for fields, not for grandpa." Lin Chen obviously knew he wasn't called Wang Grandpa, he just wanted to lighten the tense atmosphere. "Don't worry, no need for mental power. These beasts can't catch up with me. Today, with these legs, I can still outrun this group of relentless ghosts. System, add points." Lin Chen silently chanted in his heart and opened the attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen, Physique, 60,685, Strength, 115,796. Spirit, 299, Comprehension, 10, Attribute Points, 38,450, another 38,000 attributes, add 10,000 to Physique. The rest to Strength. Lin Chen gambled all 38,000 attribute points, and 2 warm currents instantly circulated throughout his body. Fatigue vanished and strength surged. Host, Lin Chen, Physique, 70,685, Strength, 144,246, Spirit, 299. Comprehension, 10, Attribute Points, 0, with 70,000 Physique. I don't believe I can't exhaust you today. After adding points, Lin Chen's confidence soared. 70,000 Physique corresponded to the strength of moving mountains at the 3rd level, more than enough to drive his own 1st level strength. Wang Day, being pulled by Lin Chen, suddenly felt a surge in speed. A temporary breakthrough? Or some secret technique? The well-informed Wang Day was also confused. During the escape, stamina would gradually decline. How could there be such a reverse operation? An hour and a half later, the tents of the station point at the crack came into view. "Uncle, hurry and contact the demon-slaying guards inside the station point. Tell them to get ready." Lin Chen glanced back about a kilometer, where the sky was dark and heavy, and quickly said, "The ground beasts seem to have stopped chasing. But this group of flying beasts couldn't be shaken off." Wang Day also saw the station point up close, then picked up the walkie-talkie. hanging at his waist and shouted, "Crack number 8 Station Point Command Center, I am Wang Day, captain of Team 3 of the 8th Brigade. There are a large number of flying beasts approaching from the direction of Beast Chaos Port. Please immediately contact the armed forces to prepare for defense and notify the ground to strengthen their defenses. Repeat, please respond if received." Received. Wang Day shouted to the station point twice and finally got a response from the walkie-talkie. At the same time, sharp-eyed Lin Chen saw that the tents at the station point instantly collapsed and the laser cannons inside emitted a cold light, aimed at them, with demon-slaying guards in black uniforms standing at the camp's front. Are they going to shoot us too? Seeing this situation, Lin Chen felt a bit panicked. He couldn't withstand such firepower. Don't say so much. The demon-slaying guards won't kill innocents indiscriminately. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't care less and sprinted towards the station point quickly, arriving in front of the demon-slaying guard camp. Wang Day, what's going on? You aren't really going to steal a third-level beast core from Beast Chaos Port, are you? As soon as they separated, a middle-aged man wearing high-tech glasses rushed over and asked Wang Day. Wang Day didn't respond directly but glanced at the flying beasts that were now almost upon them, patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, and sighed. Zhang Qianfeng, there's no time to talk now, prepare for battle. Zhang Qianfeng frowned, stomped his foot hard, and scolded in a low voice. Wang Day, the captain has repeatedly ordered against this. You're defying military orders and will be punished. You know how severe the punishment from the demon-slaying guards can be. Wang Day did not respond. His expression was not good, and Lin Chen did not see any sign of regret on his face. Uncle, is that little ball of yours the spirit core of a third-tier beast? Why does it look different from the spirit core I saw? Mine is as big as a walnut, and yours is so small I wouldn't even use it to pick my teeth. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Wang Niamyo had also given him a first-tier beast spirit core, which was indeed as big as a walnut. First-tier and second-tier beasts do not have spirit cores. The kind of walnut-sized spirit core you mentioned is actually the energy core of certain beasts and cannot be called a spirit core. Only third-tier beasts or those above the third tier condense their mental power, and only then do they have a beast spirit core. Just like the rock core of the rock giant, right? Wang Day nodded and said, few people who haven't killed a third-tier beast know about this. Anyway, the energy cores of first-tier and second-tier beasts also have energy, so they are all casually called spirit cores. Once a third-tier beast has a spirit core, there will be distinctions of early, mid, and late stages. The spirit core of an early third-tier beast is about the size of a pill, the mid-stage one is as big as a broad bean, and the late-stage spirit core of a third-tier beast is as big as a pigeon egg. After hearing Wang Day's explanation, Lin Chen finally understood the intricacies of it. When he previously researched information about beasts online, he saw many people discussing spirit cores, but they couldn't explain it clearly, mainly because they had never killed a third-tier beast and didn't know about it at all. The authorities also did not explain this matter, so on the forums, the energy cores of first-tier and second-tier beasts were also called spirit cores. No wonder. When we killed the three-headed dog yesterday, we couldn't find the spirit core at all. It turns out that only specific first-tier and second-tier beasts have that kind of energy core. Lin Chen muttered as he walked into the encampment with Wang Day. The encampment was not open to outsiders, but with Wang Day, the squad leader, no one stopped him. Wang Day was seriously injured and unable to fight, and Lin Chen was not a member of the Demon Extermination Guard, so no one could command him. Naturally, he wouldn't foolishly go up to kill beasts. If he got hit by a laser cannon, he wouldn't die but would definitely be hurt. The two sat at the back of the Demon Extermination Guard's camp, and Lin Chen curiously watched the armed forces and the members of the Demon Extermination Guard. It was his first time witnessing such a large-scale battle. Everyone crouched on the ground, waiting for the war to begin. Fire! Just as he sat down, still adjusting his position to watch, he heard Zhang Qianfeng give the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of laser cannons in the encampment activated simultaneously, and beams of dazzling white light flew over everyone's heads, heading straight for the beast horde. The terrifying heat made Lin Chen feel his scalp tingle, and he caught a whiff of burnt hair, wondering which god was standing too high and got their hair singed. Those first-tier and second-tier flying beasts turned to charcoal the moment they were touched by the lasers, falling to the ground. Thousands of flying beasts were reduced to just a few hundred after a round of laser bombardment. After the laser cannon attack, the Demon Extermination Guard stood up in unison, forming small teams of 2 or 3, picking up their standard weapons and charging towards the beast horde. Upon seeing the Demon Extermination Guard, the flying beasts also dove down. The two sides instantly clashed, but facing the numerically superior Demon Extermination Guard, the remaining beasts were merely moths to the flame. In about 5 minutes, the beasts that had chased Lin Chen for 2 hours were all slain. He watched as the tents behind him slowly rose, gazing at the laser cannons with a sense of mechanical beauty, nearly drooling. If we took one of these into the rift, I wouldn't hesitate to take on a 4th-tier beast. Wang Day shot Lin Chen a glance, criticizing, do you have any energy? Do you know how much energy it takes for a laser cannon to fire? Once, Lin Chen was pulled back to reality by a single sentence from Wang Day, rolling his eyes and saying, of course I know. I was just thinking about it. I didn't say I really wanted to do it. In fact, he really wanted to do it, but reality wouldn't allow it. If the laser cannon could be taken out, humanity would have won long ago. Why would they still be struggling for decades? This thing consumes too much power. Beneath the entire base is a massive battery pack, with hundreds of generators charging the batteries every day just to prevent the beasts from suddenly gathering and attacking the base. The study materials for the graduate entrance exam included this information, and there were even courses on battery maintenance. So Lin Chen could only talk about it. If he were really given a laser cannon, he wouldn't dare to take it. He couldn't afford to maintain it. Where's Wang Day? Tell him to get over here. Just as everyone was packing up, a rough voice came from the back of the base. Captain, calm down. Day just got confused. For a moment, Lin Chen turned to see Zhang Qianfeng trying to dissuade a sharp-eyed old man while also slightly blocking him with his hand to prevent him from crossing the base. The old man was quite domineering, pushing Zhang Qianfeng aside and striding directly towards the now standing Wang Day. Smack! As he reached Wang Day, he slapped him hard on the head. Zhang Qianfeng hurriedly stepped forward to grab the old man, while another gray-haired middle-aged man joined in, trying to restrain the furious old man. You little brat, your guts are getting bigger, huh? How many times have I told you can't go to the beastport? It could easily provoke a beast riot. Did you take my words as mere wind in your ears? The old man trembled with rage, shaking off the two men clinging to him, and pointed his finger at Wang Day's nose, cursing. Speak to me. Seeing Wang Day silent, the old man kicked him, sending him rolling on the ground several times. Wang Day stood up and walked back to the old man, still silent. You stubborn mule, I told you to speak. The old man glared at the silent Wang Day, drawing a knife from his waist. With the blade pointed at Wang Day, he shouted, Speak. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qianfeng immediately stepped between the two, pushing the old man's knife away, then gestured at Wang Day with his eyebrows. Wang Day quickly apologized to the captain. Wang Day's eyes were red as he shouted, I did nothing wrong. I just don't want the captain to leave. I don't want the brothers to be reassigned to other fishers. Zhang Qianfeng was also exasperated. Wang Day was really dense. Everyone in the 8th team knew he thought this way, but to say it out loud like this was just slapping the captain in the face, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, the old man pushed Zhang Qianfeng aside and pointed his knife at Wang Day. I'm just injured, not dead. I'm still here, and you're being two-faced. I ask you, leaving your post without permission and causing a beast riot according to the Demon Slayer regulations, what punishment should you face? Zhang Qianfeng immediately stepped in front of the old man, trying to mediate. Captain, Wang Day was just carrying out a mission. The beast riot was unintentional. Wang Day looked at the captain, his eyes red, and loudly said, according to the Demon Slayer regulations, this crime deserves execution. Zhang Qianfeng turned to Wang Day, shouting, You dense fool, will you die if you just back down? The 8th team has 12 squads, over 1,000 people. Are you the only one who's tough? Are you the only one trying to be a hero? Get out of my way. The old man kicked Zhang Qianfeng aside, looking at Wang Day with a cold snort. Good. I respect you as a man. Secretary Zhu, take notes. Wang Day, leaving your post without permission and provoking a beast riot in the 8th Fisher, according to the Demon Slayer regulations, deserves execution. The white-haired middle-aged man behind the old man shouted at Wang Day. Wang Day, admitting your mistake can reduce the punishment. Wang Day shook his head slightly, staring blankly at the old man. The old man turned around, looking calmly at the white-haired man. Shu Yu, can't you understand what I'm saying? Record. The white-haired man sighed, took out a tablet, and after a series of operations, said in a deep voice, Report to the captain, recording completed. Good. The old man's gaze sharpened, a flash of brilliance passing through, and the knife in his hand was raised high. Don't. At this moment, Zhang Qianfeng also dared not move recklessly. After the record was completed, if he stepped forward to intervene, it would be disobeying orders, and he would be cut down. He could only loudly advise against it. Wang Day closed his eyes, a tear rolling down his cheek, murmuring, It's worth it. Clang. A sound of metal clashing came, and Wang Day heard a huge noise beside his ear. He opened his eyes to see a black tang knife blocking the old man's blade above his head. We're all fighting for the Earth Star, isn't it unnecessary? Besides, Uncle is also thinking of Team 8 and the alien beasts have been successfully repelled. I believe Uncle doesn't deserve death. Moreover, Uncle is someone I painstakingly rescued. You say you want to kill him just like that? Are you messing with me? Lin Chen acted the moment the old man swung his knife. He realized that this old man, exuding a murderous aura, was truly willing to kill Uncle, and the key was that Uncle was foolishly doing nothing to save himself. Who are you? What does it matter who I am? The person I rescued. If you want to kill him, you have to ask me first. He wasn't part of the Demon Extermination Guard, and he wouldn't indulge this old man. Zhang Qianfeng, non-Demon Extermination Guard and Armed Forces personnel have appeared at the outpost. As the person in charge of the outpost, what punishment do you deserve? The old man shifted his focus to Zhang Qianfeng. Zhang Qianfeng immediately lowered his head and said, 50 lashes. Go receive your punishment later. The old man snorted coldly and then looked at Lin Chen, saying coldly, "This is an internal matter of the Demon Extermination Guard. I'm giving you a warning now, leave the outpost immediately. Otherwise, kill. Without mercy." Lin Chen was displeased upon hearing this. "Old man, let me make this clear today, I will protect uncle. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have that ability. Don't use your position as the captain of the Demon Extermination Guard to pressure me, I'm not one of them. What a big mouth. Trespassing the outpost deserves death." The old man flipped his knife and instantly slashed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's anger also flared up. This old man had gotten used to flaunting his authority, truly treating the rift as his home. He raised his Qinghai knife to block the strike, then stepped forward, delivering a fierce blow like a tiger descending the mountain towards the old man. The old man was forced back repeatedly by this strike, frowning at Lin Chen incredulously, saying, "Master of the mountain moving realm?" Lin Chen snorted coldly. "Masters of the mountain moving realm have the right to rest at the rift outpost, you should know that." With Lin Chen invoking the laws of the alliance, the old man had no way to refute. The laws of the alliance superseded everything, and the Demon Extermination Guard was merely a subordinate force of the cultivators' alliance, not daring to openly violate the alliance's laws. Even if you have that right, you still cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the Demon Extermination Guard. The old man did not continue to dwell on Lin Chen's trespassing but turned to say that Lin Chen was interfering in the internal matters of the Demon Extermination Guard. Lin Chen now understood why many people wanted to take up positions in the Demon Extermination Guard. Indeed, a higher rank could easily suppress others. "Alright, old man, you want to play the authority game with me, huh? Just wait for what I'll do to you." Saying this, Lin Chen grabbed Wang Day and flew towards the rift. "Lin Chen, put me down. If you run away like this with me, you'll be blacklisted. Once you're blacklisted, you can't enter any rifts, which means your future is cut off. It's not worth it for my worthless life. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I just can't stand that old man. You're really foolish too. Others want to kill you, and you just stand there letting him do it." Wang Day didn't argue, he just murmured softly, "My life was saved by the captain. What does it matter if I return it to him? Besides, the captain has no choice. If he doesn't kill me, the entire 8th squad will be implicated." "You're really an idiot." Lin Chen scolded, then took Wang Day out of the rift. "Let them go. There's no need to offend a mountain-moving realm master over a mere 10,000 cauldron realm, risking your life for nothing." The old man watched as Lin Chen took Wang Day out of the rift and didn't pursue them, only blocking the Demon Extermination Guards and armed forces who wanted to chase after them, then shouted loudly, "Advisor Zhu, check this young man's information and report his obstruction of the Demon Extermination Guard's enforcement to the Cultivator Alliance so they can blacklist both of them." After the two left, the old man surprisingly lost his killing intent, turned around and sighed, feeling a sense of relief. Seeing this, Zhu didn't hesitate and immediately walked out of the rift, using a tablet to send information. Looking at the two standing at the rift's entrance, he advised, "You should hurry and leave. The captain rarely shows mercy and has let you go." Anyway, Wang Day had been rescued, and such a young mountain-moving realm master must have a background. Even if they were blacklisted, that young man named Lin Chen would have a way to lift it. Do I need his mercy? I want to slap his face in front of so many Demon Extermination Guards. Lin Chen, with Wang Day, didn't run. He glanced at Zhu walking towards the rift and muttered softly. Then, in front of the Demon Extermination Guards, he made a phone call. The only person who could help him suppress the old man's authority was Li Changqing. He could only shamelessly ask him for help again. After all, he owed many favors, and it wouldn't weigh him down. At most, he would repay them slowly in the future. Today, he just wanted to vent his frustration. Li Changqing was the head of the Cultivator Alliance office in Town Number 8, and the Demon Extermination Guards were merely a subordinate combat department of the Cultivator Alliance. Logically, Li Changqing was the old man's superior. However, although the Demon Extermination Guards were a subordinate department of the Cultivator Alliance, they were an independent combat department separate from the office. Normally, the head of the Cultivator Alliance in a city would also be the head of the Demon Extermination Guards, but the Rift Town office was too special. It belonged to the Cultivator Alliance branch. In a city, the Demon Extermination Guards were directly managed by the city's Cultivator Alliance, and the 8th Squad didn't belong to the city's Demon Extermination Guards. They belonged to the Demon Extermination Guards stationed at Rift Number 8. So, he didn't know if Li Changqing could suppress that old man. However, Lin Chen didn't expect that when he called Li Changqing to explain the situation, he received a light-hearted response, "Small matter." 5 minutes later, Ma Dahai came running over, enthusiastically shouting, "Brother Lin! Brother Ma!" Seeing Ma Dahai running over, Lin Chen knew the matter was resolved. "Oh, Captain Wang, have you gotten into trouble?" Ma Dahai clearly knew Wang Day and immediately started joking. "But luckily, you met my brother Lin. Everything is resolved." Ma Dahai took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, take this paper to that stubborn old man Su Hushan. He won't be able to make a fuss. And the blacklist application submitted by Su Hushan has been directly rejected by Director Li. Although their 8th squad doesn't fall under our office's jurisdiction, all the materials they want to apply for must go through our office to be communicated to the Cultivator Alliance in Baicheng. Trying to stir up trouble on the head of the Tai Sui is going against him. Hearing Ma Dahai's words, Lin Chen felt completely at ease, and he also understood the relationship between the Demon Extermination Guard and the Cultivator Alliance. The headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance in Baicheng is responsible for the overall work arrangements of the Demon Extermination Guard, including those stationed in the city to protect it and those stationed in the Rift. However, the Demon Extermination Guard stationed in the Rift cannot leave the Rift and the town to go to Baicheng, so any requests they have must be communicated through the town's office and then approved by the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance. This is actually a form of divided management, preventing the town's office from directly managing the Demon Extermination Guard in the Rift, which helps to avoid the risk of the person in charge of the town's office taking the station guards away from control, especially since some cities are far from the town, making it easy for problems to arise. At the same time, having the town's office responsible for relaying information about the Demon Extermination Guard in the Rift allows them to supervise the situation of the guards, preventing them from falsely reporting the truth or embezzling supplies. This model effectively constrains both the office and the Demon Extermination Guard, allowing the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance to accurately know the situation in the Rift even from 1,000 miles away. Lin Chen admired the person who created this management model, solving the biggest problem with the least effort. Brother Ma, what's up with Su Hushan? Why is he so unreasonable? Ah, he's just an old fossil, very rigid. He'll be transferred soon. Brother Ma, then I'll head into the Rift first and come back in a few days to drink with you. And brotherly. Ma Dahai nodded, you're always welcome. After the two said their goodbyes, Lin Chen returned to the Rift with Wang Day. The Demon Extermination Guard and armed forces inside the Rift were wide-eyed when they saw Lin Chen back again. How dare these two? They just escaped and now they're back, aren't they walking into a tiger's mouth? Zhang Qianfeng sensed the commotion at the station and limped out of the tent just in time to see Lin Chen and Wang Day and hurriedly limped over. What's going on with you two? The captain is still here. Why did you come back? Seeing Zhang Qianfeng limping, Lin Chen knew he must have just taken a beating. Even a cultivator at the Wanding Realm would have difficulty walking normally after receiving 50 lashes. That old man Su Hushan was truly ruthless. Call Su Hushan out, let's see what he can do to me. Lin Chen shouted arrogantly, holding the document Ma Dahai had given him. Isn't he going to use his official authority to pressure me? I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, feeling secretly pleased. Now that he had the imperial edict, he wasn't afraid of a border general like him. Su Hushan also heard the chattering outside the tent and quickly stepped out, only to see the arrogant Lin Chen with Wang Day. You two are really looking for death, daring to come to the station? Someone, surround them. Zhu Shenshi. Has the blacklist application been submitted? How can they still enter the Rift? Su Hushan's face darkened. Letting them go had already been the most unlawful act he had committed in years, so how dare they come back? Upon hearing Su Hushan's orders, the others immediately surrounded the two. Captain, the blacklist application was rejected. Zhu Yu came out of the Rift with a tablet and immediately went back in. There was no signal inside the Rift, so he had to run out to receive the information before returning. He then handed the tablet to Su Hushan, which prominently displayed the 4 big red characters, application rejected. Arrest. Wang Day, we don't need to worry about this master of moving mountains. Wait, let me see clearly what this is. Lin Chen shouted loudly, pulling out the paper given to him by Ma Dahai, which was stamped with the seal of the Cultivator Alliance. As soon as Su Hushan saw the seal, he knew it was genuine. No one dared to forge the seal of the Cultivator Alliance, as that was a crime, punishable by extermination of the entire family. Su Hushan gave Zhu Yu a glance, and Zhu Yu took the paper from Lin Chen's hand and began to read aloud. Transfer order. It has been decided that Wang Day, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Demon Extermination Guard, will be transferred to the office of the Cultivators Alliance in Town Number 8, headquarters of the Cultivators Alliance, in Baicheng. In just a few short sentences, everything was settled. Old man, do you understand? Wang Day is no longer one of your Demon Extermination Guard members. Who are you trying to arrest here? Who gave you the authority to arrest people from the office? As soon as Lin Chen said this, he felt a surge of clarity, otherwise, being constantly pressured by Su Hushan with the rules of the Demon Extermination Guard was quite uncomfortable. Hearing Lin Chen's mockery, Su Hushan instead laughed, his murderous aura dissipating. Good, good. He laughed heartily, saying good twice, and turned to enter the tent. Lin Chen watched Su Hushan leave, feeling that something was off. Zhu Yu also came over with a smile, patting Wang Day on the shoulder. Day, do a good job at the office, and come by the garrison when you have time, or you can visit us at our building in the town. He then turned to Lin Chen and sincerely said, Master Lin, thank you for saving Day's life. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt increasingly uneasy and quickly grabbed the departing Zhu Shenshi, frowning as he asked, when did you start acting Zhu Shancher turned back and whispered in Lin Chen's ear, from the moment you blocked the captain with your knife. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly understood, murmuring, he wouldn't really cut Uncle, would he? It's all just for show. But I don't understand why he's so sure I would save Uncle. Zhu Shancher smiled mysteriously. The captain has been wandering in the cracks for decades. He knows how to read people. So how did you know I knew Li Changqing? How long has Li Changqing been in the town? How long has the captain been here? There's a saying, deep roots and thick stems. Do you understand? After saying this, Zhu gave Lin Chen a deep look and turned to leave. Watching Zhu receding figure, Lin Chen shouted, then how does he know I can take that blow? What do you think? Looking at Zhu's distant silhouette, he pondered the 3 words he left behind. He glanced at the somewhat confused uncle beside him and patted his shoulder. Your captain is a good person, but also a bad person. What do you mean? Wang Dai listened, puzzled. Lin Chen shook his head. You're really a simpleton. With so many demon extermination guards and armed forces here, do you think we could escape? Upon hearing this, Wang Dai's tears instantly flowed down, and he knelt in the direction of Su Wushan, knocking his head 3 times on the ground. Uncle, I have a question for you. Ask away. Wang Dai raised his head from the ground, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. What realm is your captain at? Lin Chen looked towards the tent where Su Wushan was, speaking softly. Before he was injured, he seemed to be at the 6th level of mountain moving, but after he was injured, I don't know. The captain hasn't made a move since he got hurt. Wang Dai pondered for a moment and said. Lin Chen looked at Wang Dai and then at the tent where Su Wushan was. No wonder he was so certain I could take it. Everything was calculated by him. What do you mean? Lin Chen shook his head without explaining, simply pulling Wang Dai up from the ground. Uncle, I need to go make money now. You should report to the office. Wang Dai stood up, sneakily glancing around to see if anyone was watching them. Then, with his right hand, he took out a folded piece of paper and quietly slipped it into Lin Chen's hand. This is what Zhu Shancher just secretly gave me, he asked me to pass it to you. After handing the note to Lin Chen, Wang Dai turned and left the outpost. He was no longer a member of the Demon Exorcism Guard, and it was inappropriate for him to stay here for too long. Lin Chen also stepped out of the outpost. The fact that Zhu had given him this note so openly proved that someone at the outpost was watching them. Danger at Rift number 8, leave. Quickly seeing the 7 characters on the note, he instantly realized that this note was not meant for him, it was for Li Changqing. The last 2 characters were a reminder for him to hurry, while the first 5 were to inform Li Changqing. There was danger at Rift number 8, so why hadn't they reported it? There's something going on inside the outpost, their messages can't get out. Lin Chen squinted at the outpost, recalling Zhu's unusual behavior. He could have told him directly about the danger at Rift number 8, but chose to convey it this way. There could only be one reason. Something had happened at the outpost that they couldn't control, and they didn't dare to risk sending someone to the office to inform Li Changqing. With his intelligence, he quickly grasped the significance of the note. Deep-rooted. Lin Chen remembered the idiom Zhu had told him and the look in Zhu's eyes. Now he understood. It was a warning that someone was undermining the roots of Rift number 8. Damn it, good thing I'm smart and quick-witted. Realizing the urgency, he immediately rushed out of Rift number 8 and headed to the town office. Inside the rift, Su Wushan was sipping tea, looking troubled as he gazed at Zhu. Shu counselor, do you think he can understand our meaning? Zhu took a deep breath. I hope so. He's young but already at the mountain moving stage, his mind should be sharp. Su Wushan clenched his hands, letting the shards of the cup fall freely, gritting his teeth. Damn it, how dare you play tricks under my nose? Don't let me catch you. When Lin Chen arrived at the office, he went straight to Li Changqing, handed him the note, and recounted Zhu's words verbatim. After listening to Lin Chen, Li Changqing fell into deep thought while holding the note. After a long while, he looked at Lin Chen. Lin, what do you think Zhu is trying to convey? In my view, Zhu counselor wants to tell you that someone with ulterior motives has infiltrated the number 8 outpost. They are currently under surveillance and can't move, so he wants you to find a way to provide support. Li Changqing nodded but sighed. The key is that I don't know what's happening inside the rift. How can I report to the higher-ups? Isn't Zhu counselor able to relay information to you, Li Gu? Why doesn't he use a tablet to send messages but instead has to go through me, using this indirect method? There's no network inside the rift, the tablet can only be used outside the rift. They don't know who this person is, nor do they know if there are spies in the town, so they don't dare to use the tablet to send messages. They're afraid the other side might get anxious. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood Li Changqing's predicament. The enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, not knowing what the other side was planning, which put them in a passive position. Li Changqing paced back and forth in the office. Su Wushan and Zhu had given him a tough problem. How to break the deadlock now depended entirely on him. As soon as there was any movement inside the rift, the other side would likely not give them time to react, which was why Su Wushan and the others didn't dare to act. Lin Chen, I want to ask you for a favor. After a while, Li Changqing seemed to have an idea and suddenly looked at Lin Chen. Li Gu, what is it? Lin Chen knew it was time to repay the favor. I want to ask you to go to Beast Chaos Port. Beast Chaos Port? Is the crisis at Rift number 8 related to Beast Chaos Port? But I feel that apart from a lot of first and second tier exotic beasts, there's nothing particularly dangerous there. Li Changqing shook his head. What you see is just the surface. If it were that simple, Rift number 8 would have long become our backyard for obtaining materials from exotic beasts. Chaos Beastport is the core area of the 8th Rift, and there is a 4th tier 9-headed python in the lake. This 9-headed python is very cunning. When it encounters danger, it sinks to the bottom of the lake. Even the city lord and the Grand Commander together couldn't kill it. If the 8th Rift is dangerous, then it must be related to Chaos Beastport. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He thought there were only 1st tier and 2nd tier beasts in the 8th Rift, but he didn't expect there to be a 4th tier beast. The City Lord of White City and the Grand Commander of the Cultivator Alliance are both powerful figures in the sea overturning realm, and they still couldn't kill it? They couldn't. The combat power of cultivators is greatly reduced when they enter the water. We have long wanted to take control of the 8th Rift, but because of this 9-headed python, it has never been under control. Then why do you want me to go to Chaos Beastport? He felt a bit uneasy. A 4th tier beast that even 2 sea overturning realm experts couldn't kill was lurking in Chaos Beastport. He had even saved Wang Day there, and now that he thought about it, he felt a bit scared. You go to Chaos Beastport to provoke a beast riot. When Li Changqing said this, Lin Chen was a bit confused. Now that the 8th Rift is dangerous, he still has to provoke a beast riot? Lin Chen, listen to me. The reason the beasts in Chaos Beastport coexist peacefully, without distinctions of species or territory, is that there is a 9-headed python sitting there, and 1st tier and 2nd tier beasts do not dare to encroach on its territory. In the past, there were many 3rd tier beasts in the 8th Rift, but they were all killed by the 9-headed python. Why? Lin Chen was puzzled. The 8th Rift is so large the 3rd tier beasts wouldn't go to encroach on the 9-headed python's territory. Why would the 9-headed python kill 3rd tier beasts? That's the cunning part of the 9-headed python. The spirit cores of 3rd tier beasts have a deadly allure for 1st tier and 2nd tier beasts. It places the 3rd tier spirit cores there, attracting a large number of 1st tier and 2nd tier beasts, effectively creating a protective circle for itself. Why don't those 1st tier and 2nd tier beasts take the spirit cores? That's its cleverness. It leaves its scent where it places the spirit cores, and 1st tier and 2nd tier beasts, sensing the aura of a 4th tier monster, do not dare to approach unless they are of the same species. Lin Chen was stunned. Is this really something a beast can do? Using spirit cores to dangle low tier beasts and have them act as bodyguards. What you need to do is to steal a spirit core like Wang Day did and then lure the beasts to the station point. One thing you need to pay attention to is to make sure to lure out the land beasts. Just flying beasts probably won't break through the firepower coverage of the station point. Lin Chen looked at Li Changqing in disbelief. Is this crazy? Let the beasts charge through the station point directly to Earth? He exclaimed, unable to believe that this was what Li Changqing was saying. Since the enemy is hiding in the dark, then lure the snake out of its hole. Li Changqing looked out the window, his wise eyes radiating a lively brilliance. Lin Chen understood Li Changqing's meaning, but there was a significant problem with this approach. If the beasts broke out of the 8th Rift and charged towards White City, many people would die, and he would not escape unscathed either. Brother Li, aren't you afraid of being bitten by the snake? Li Changqing turned around and smiled. Don't worry, I will make preparations. If I get bitten by the snake, I will bear all the consequences. Alright, I'll go now. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and turned to leave. Since Li Changqing wanted to take a gamble, he would accompany him for once as a way to repay his kindness. Lin Chen, be careful. Take the spirit core and run. Don't attract the attention of the 9-headed python. Understood. Holding the map Li Changqing gave him, Lin Chen returned to the 8th Rift and set off towards Chaos Beastport. He flew directly over the station point, causing a bit of a stir. Su Hushan looked at Juyu, who walked in from outside, and asked, "How is it?" Juyu nodded and said, "He has returned. It seems the information has been delivered." Then where is he going? It looks like we're heading to the Beast Chaos Port. A glint flashed in Su Hushan's eyes as he immediately stood up and instructed Juyu, "Get in touch with our people. Li Changqing is trying to create a diversion." Juyu nodded and quickly left the tent, moving through the various tents, under the pretense of checking the equipment after the laser cannon had just been fired. 2 hours later, Lin Chen appeared on the plains of the Beast Chaos Port. To avoid attracting the attention of the strange beasts, he circumvented the scattered creatures, only drawing his blade to hunt them when absolutely necessary. Looking at the map, he noted that the hiding spot of the spirit core was deep within the dense forest, not on the outskirts but closer to the lake. The crevice was already dim, and in the dense forest, it was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Fortunately, Li Changqing had given him a night vision device to help him navigate through the woods. However, after putting on the night vision goggles, he felt uncomfortable, and ultimately he had no choice but to rely on his mental energy to find his way. Fortunately, his senses were now heightened and his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness. He only activated his mental energy in particularly dense areas of the forest, as otherwise he would run out of it quickly. In the dense forest there were many strange beasts lurking in the bushes. Whenever Lin Chen sensed these creatures, he would climb up trees to avoid them. He couldn't afford to be discovered by the beasts before he obtained the spirit core. That would ruin everything. An uncle at the Wanding realm dares to come in here to steal a spirit core. He's really gambling with his life. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Chen finally saw a glimmer of light reflecting off the lake. Surrounding the lake were circles of strange beasts, making his scalp tingle. At the edge of the forest, a large rock caught Lin Chen's attention. There were no strange beasts near the rock, and the top of the stone emitted a faint white glow. That must be it. No wonder the uncle dared to come in. As long as he passes through the forest, there are no beasts nearby to notice him, Lin Chen muttered, carefully circling around. When he reached the large rock, he realized he had been overly cautious. There were no strange beasts within 50 meters of the rock, and he could directly approach it as soon as he emerged from the forest. He leaped up and landed on top of the rock. The top of the stone had a depression filled with dozens of spirit cores of various sizes, the largest as big as a quail egg and the smallest no bigger than a pill, similar to the one Wang Day had stolen. Wow, so many spirit cores, I'm going to get rich. Seeing so many third-tier spirit cores made his mouth water. If he took them all back, they would be worth several million, right? But thinking of the task he had on him, he sighed, took one, and reluctantly glanced at the remaining spirit cores. Next time I have a chance, I'll take you all with me, my little treasures. He didn't dare take them all if he accidentally attracted the nine-headed python from the lake. Even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to escape its wrath. Chirp! Just as he picked up a spirit core the size of a pigeon egg, a series of urgent calls came from the cliff opposite the dense forest. Lin Chen looked up and understood why there were no strange beasts guarding the large rock. It turned out that a night demon eagle was watching over the spirit cores from the cliff. This type of strange beast had excellent vision and flew particularly fast, being quicker than even third-tier beasts. As soon as the night demon eagle called out, all the surrounding strange beasts turned to look at the large rock. However, Lin Chen noticed something interesting. These beasts only surrounded the rock and roared but dared not approach it. "Hey, bunch of big fools, I'm leaving, not playing with you," Lin Chen shouted loudly, drawing even more of the beasts' attention, then turned and dashed into the dense forest. Boom! The sounds of the beasts running, mixed with the crashing of falling trees, echoed behind Lin Chen. The flying beasts did not enter the dense forest but circled above Lin Chen's head, following him closely. He moved leisurely through the forest, deliberately slowing down to allow the ground beasts to catch up. Since he was not in a hurry to escape, more and more beasts gathered behind him, and wherever he passed, the trees were essentially flattened. After escaping the dense forest with a group of beasts, he realized that this situation was far more complicated than he had imagined, and it was quite troublesome. The flying beasts were much faster than the ground beasts. If he wanted to lure a large number of ground beasts, he would be surrounded by the numerous flying beasts. If he wanted to shake off the flying beasts, the ground beasts would lose their target and return to the beast chaos port. "Brotherly, you really have given me a tough problem." Lin Chen frowned continuously, striking down the diving flying beasts with his Qinghai knife. Although they were all first-tier beasts, their sheer number greatly hindered his ability to move. Occasionally, some beasts would hit him, but fortunately, his physique was robust and he was basically uninjured, though his clothes were in tatters. Moreover, as time passed, a distinction began to form between the second-tier and first-tier beasts, with some first-tier beasts starting to return to the beast chaos port because they couldn't keep up. "This won't do. By the time I run back in 2 hours, the ground beasts will probably be unable to keep up." Lin Chen frowned, glancing at the returning beasts, murmuring to himself, his mind racing to come up with a solution. Snake-like movement. He suddenly remembered a maneuver he often used while playing games, a movement that could perfectly evade the opponent's attacks. Thus, Lin Chen began his snake-like movement, though his style was different from the short-distance movements in games. In games, it was a short-distance S-shaped movement, while he was using a long-distance Z-shaped movement. This way, he could slip past the flying beasts while waiting for the ground beasts to catch up. Once the ground beasts were close, he would control his speed to move forward. When the ground beasts fell behind, he would move sideways. Gradually, Lin Chen mastered this rhythm, clearly slipping past both the flying and ground beasts. However, some beasts fell behind due to exhaustion, but they were all low-level first-tier beasts, which he didn't care about. After all, these beasts wouldn't be useful for attracting to the outpost and wouldn't meet Li Changqing's requirements. Li Changqing wanted him to bring back beasts that could break through the outpost, not just some cannon fodder. Just as he was happily slipping past the beasts, a group of familiar figures appeared in a nearby valley. Lin Chen saw the familiar bald man and the little girl with a lollipop, and his scalp tingled. How come they were everywhere? Xiao Ai, behind Lin Chen, interrupted the bald man, who was killing beasts, pointing at the direction of the beasts with her lollipop, exclaiming, "Captain, look quickly." The bald man cleaved through the beast in front of him, his eyes wide as lanterns, and hurriedly shouted to those around him, "Run! The beasts at the Beast Chaos Port have gone berserk." After saying that, he quickly scooped up Xiao Ai and ran frantically toward the outpost. The other three, realizing the situation, abandoned the corpses of the beasts on the ground and desperately followed the bald man. Xiao Ai, in the bald man's arms, looked back at Lin Chen, who was still entangled with the beasts, and frowned. "Why does that person look a bit familiar? Boss, that person seems to be the young man who hunted the three-headed dog." The bald man didn't look back, turning Xiao Ai's head to face forward. "Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Keep an eye on the road ahead and sense if there are any other beasts." Xiao Ai quickly closed her eyes, sensing the situation ahead, but muttered, "But I feel like he's not being chased by the beasts. It feels like he's luring those beasts." The bald man didn't care about this, he only thought Xiao Ai was talking nonsense. With so many beasts around, even a mountain-moving realm master would be dead without a doubt if they fell in. Unless there was a serious illness, no one would dare to lure those beasts. The five of them frantically fled to the outpost, but were stopped by the demon-slaying guards stationed there. "Crack outpost, unauthorized personnel, entry prohibited. The beasts from Chaos Beast Port have gone berserk. At least 10,000 beasts are heading this way. You all better get ready." After saying this, the bald man didn't waste any more words, leading the other four to take a detour, rushing out through the crack. "Boss, are we leaving?" Back in the small town, the five of them were panting heavily, and a man with a prosthetic limb asked, "Leave? Where to? There are no special vehicles now. Do you dare to go out into the wild? If you encounter a sandstorm, you won't even know how you died. So what do we do? What else can we do? Hurry to the office and notify the person in charge. If the demon-slaying guards from Bai City can come to support us, that would be good. If they can't make it, we'll have to venture into the wild." After saying this, the five hurried towards the office. The townspeople, seeing the five with strong auras rushing out of the crack, speculated about what had happened. Inside the office, after receiving a report from his subordinate, Li Changqing looked towards the crack, his right hand clenched into a fist, letting out a long breath. "Lin Chen, well done. Now we just wait for that snake hiding in the dark to show itself." Inside the crack, the demon-slaying guards, startled by the words of the five, quickly reported to Zhang Qianfeng. "Chaos Beast Port has had 2 riots in one day. Are you kidding me?" But the 5 people who came from the direction of Chaos Beast Port said so. Zhang Qianfeng cursed loudly, and the demon-slaying guards could only explain awkwardly. This guard was also puzzled. Such an incident had never happened at crack number 8, but failing to report hidden dangers could lead to the extermination of their entire clan. Zhang Qianfeng had no choice but to issue orders for the demon-slaying guards to form up, while also notifying the armed forces to remove the dust-proof tents from the laser cannons and report the situation to Su Hushan. Since Su Hushan and Zhu Yu were not at the outpost, he naturally had to report to them. Watching Zhang Qianfeng walk out of the tent, Su Hushan squinted his eyes. "How are our people arranged?" Zhu Yu replied in a deep voice, "Everyone is arranged. Once the beast tide comes, we'll feign an attack." Su Hushan suddenly stood up, his aura erupting. "Good, I want to see who is behind this." "I don't believe you won't. Show yourself." Meanwhile, Lin Chen, being chased by the beasts, had also crossed the valley and saw the densely packed tents of the outpost. "Huff, finally here. I'm exhausted." Lin Chen let out a breath. A 2-hour journey took him over 3 hours to run. Not to mention him, even the beasts chasing him behind were exhausted. Only the flying beasts using air currents showed no signs of fatigue. If these beasts had high intelligence, they would have started cursing long ago. Every time the ground beasts were about to catch up, he would run. Every time the ground beasts wanted to turn back, he would dodge like a snake. If it weren't for the aura of the 3rd-tier spirit core attracting this group of beasts, he estimated they would have scattered long ago. When the demon-slaying guard scout spotted Lin Chen outside the valley with binoculars, he immediately reported to Zhang Qianfeng, "Captain, it's that person from this morning again." "Which person?" Zhang Qianfeng was still a bit confused, but when the scout looked through the binoculars, he cursed. "What does this kid want? He came once in the morning and again in the afternoon? Does he really think a mountain-moving realm master can do whatever he wants?" Before he could finish cursing, the beasts behind Lin Chen also jumped out. "Damn it, defend!" Zhang Qianfeng's scalp tingled as he saw the dense swarm of beasts behind Lin Chen. This was on a completely different level from the wave in the morning. There were just over 1,000 flying beasts in the morning, but this time he roughly estimated that at least 10,000 ground beasts had come along. When all the beasts appeared in the sight of the demon extermination guard, everyone gasped in shock. Some of the newcomers to the demon extermination guard went weak in the knees and sat down on the ground. "Everyone, get your asses down. No sitting on the ground. Armed forces, shoot down the flying beasts first." Zhang Qianfeng's face darkened as he quickly gave the order. The head of the armed forces also felt that things were going badly and hurriedly directed his subordinates to aim. "Fire." With a command, all the laser cannons fired their beams as if they were free. Lin Chen saw hundreds of lasers flying overhead, and the corpses of the beasts behind him fell like dumplings. His legs felt like they had engines, and he ran frantically towards the base. Laser cannons charging, prepare for a second strike. Zhang Qianfeng looked at the still massive number of flying beasts in the sky and quickly ordered, Captain Zhang, the laser cannons have fired 2 rounds. Today, the underground battery energy is insufficient, the head of the armed forces shouted from behind. Hearing this, Zhang Qianfeng felt a sense of foreboding and shouted, fire as much as you can. Give me another round. At this moment, Su Wushan and Zhu Yu also stepped out of the tent. Zhu Yu, seeing the dense swarm of beasts, looked shocked and whispered, Captain, is Li Changqing crazy? So many beasts will cause a big problem. Su Wushan also frowned, he never expected Lin Chen would attract so many beasts. This base would not only be destroyed, but even the small town might not hold out. Did Li Changqing not explain things clearly to Lin Chen? Su Wushan was also confused, this was not how to use a feint. This was not a feint, this was a fight to the death. At this moment, Lin Chen had already run into the base, and Zhang Qianfeng grabbed him, shouting angrily, what do you want? You caused the beast riot, and if the base is destroyed, even if you are a mountain-moving realm master, you will still be executed. He glanced at Zhang Qianfeng and pushed his hand away. I didn't do it on purpose. Then he walked towards Su Wushan arrogantly saying, old man, I didn't do it on purpose this time. I don't know why the beasts from the beastport suddenly went wild, it has nothing to do with me. Su Wushan sighed helplessly, you are not one of the demon extermination guard, if you want to escape, go ahead. With Li Changqing protecting you, I don't dare to do anything to you. He knew Lin Chen was sending him a message, meaning his task was complete, and the next part was up to them. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, was Su Wushan going to ask Li Changqing for help? He looked at Zhu Yu beside him and saw Zhu Yu subtly nodding, confirming his suspicion. Then I'm leaving, good luck to you. Lin Chen quickly changed his clothes in the tent and ran towards the crack. What was up with Su Wushan? He couldn't even handle such a small matter, and needed Li Changqing's help? Stepping out of the crack, the sky on Earthstar was already dark. He immediately took out his phone and called Li Changqing. Brotherly, I brought the beasts over, but it seems Su Wushan can't handle it. He wants me to tell you to hurry and help. Li Changqing paused for 2 seconds in the office before asking, how many beasts did you bring? About over 10,000. I didn't count them in detail. What? Lin Chen only heard Li Changqing's shocked exclamation before the call was disconnected. Didn't you say to let the beasts rush past the base and come to Earthstar? He looked at the hung-up phone, feeling a wave of frustration. When he left, Li Changqing had instructed him to attract more exotic beasts, and now with over 10,000 exotic beasts, isn't that just right? Not too many. After a while, Li Changqing hurriedly arrived at the crack with a group of people. Brotherly, I'm here. Lin Chen thought Li Changqing was looking for him, but as soon as Li Changqing saw him, his face instantly turned gloomy. Li Changqing walked up to him and whispered, don't call me brother, I should be calling you brother. How did you attract over 10,000 exotic beasts from the beast harbor? I thought the ground beasts couldn't keep up with your speed, which is why I asked you to attract as many as possible. But this is too outrageous. I thought if you attracted 3,000 or 4,000, that would be great. Destroying the outpost would cause some minor damage to the town. Then I could find an excuse to disperse the 8th Brigade and let the snake hiding in the dark come out on its own. But now with over 10,000 exotic beasts, the town might not hold. Lin Chen was stunned to hear this. Didn't you tell me to attract as many as possible? So I slowed down as much as I could and brought all the beasts that could keep up. And there are so many laser cannons at the outpost, if we fire a few rounds, not many of those 10,000 beasts will come out. Li Changqing looked at Lin Chen with a mix of laughter and tears. I was wrong, I shouldn't have asked you to attract more. I should have just let you perform normally. The laser cannons at the outpost can fire at most 3 rounds, they already fired 1 round this morning, and whether they can fire 2 more rounds is still uncertain. Lin Chen asked in confusion, I read that the laser cannons inside the crack can fire more than 10 rounds. Li Changqing felt a chill run down his spine and scratched his head, saying, that's for large cracks. How big is the 8th crack? The batteries underground at the 8th crack outpost don't have that much capacity. Hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned. Indeed, one couldn't believe everything in books. What do we do now? I've already notified the Grand Commander. The demon extermination guards in the city will come to support us soon. Whether we can hold the town depends on luck. Hearing this and looking at the dozen or so people behind Li Changqing, this should be his backup, but these dozen or so at the 7th stage of the 10,000 cauldrons realm were practically useless in front of over 10,000 exotic beasts. Realizing that his reckless actions had caused a huge mess, Lin Chen turned and walked into the crack. What are you doing? Li Changqing grabbed Lin Chen. I'm going to kill the exotic beasts. The mess was caused by me, I can't just walk away. Are you going to die? Hurry up and leave, I'll take care of the rest. Li Changqing pulled Lin Chen back. With so many exotic beasts below, sending a mountain-moving realm person down would be pointless unless a sea-turning realm expert came. Lin Chen broke free from Li Changqing's grip and shook his head. I won't be a coward. Then he took a step and charged into the crack, while Li Changqing anxiously jumped at the crack's entrance. when he sought help from Baicheng. Earlier he had already informed the Grand Commander about Lin Chen's situation, and the Grand Commander had insisted that he protect Lin Chen. Now that Lin Chen had gone down the crack, how could he protect him? Everyone, follow me into the crack! Li Changcheng shouted angrily, leading the more than 10 people behind him into the crack. These people were demon extermination guards he had temporarily transferred from the first crack, all at the 7th stage of the 10,000 Cauldrons realm, with formidable combat power. As soon as Lin Chen entered the crack, all the demon extermination guards and exotic beasts were already locked in battle, with armed forces members continuously firing their laser guns from the back. Although the laser cannons had taken down some exotic beasts, there were still at least 8 or 9,000 beasts charging toward the outpost. With over 1,000 demon extermination guards and a few hundred armed forces members, they appeared so small in front of nearly 10,000 exotic beasts. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's grip on the Qinghai knife tightened, his knuckles turning white. Kill! He roared and flew swiftly toward the battlefield. Facing the first and second tier beasts, Lin Chen created a vacuum zone wherever he went, one beast after another, turning into souls under his blade. However, in the face of the relentless beasts, the other demon exterminators were in dire straits. With newly joined members continuously falling to the ground, the battlefield filled with screams, experiencing a large-scale war. For the first time, Lin Chen was stunned by the scene before him. Having made hunting beasts a habit, it was the first time he saw so many people die at the hands of the beasts. Retreat! The demon exterminators were pushed back step by the swarming beasts. Su Hushan decisively issued the order. Those loyal to him, who were supposed to escape when the fighting started, were now held back by the horde of beasts. After receiving the command, all the demon exterminators frantically retreated, the armed forces covering each other as they fell back, changing the batteries of their laser guns one after another. Only Lin Chen, surrounded by the beasts, tirelessly continued to kill, his body drenched in blood, unsure if it was his or that of the beasts. When did that kid come back? At this moment, Su Hushan also noticed Lin Chen, who was crazily slaughtering among the beasts. He soared over to Lin Chen's side, blocking a mindless strike with his knife, and grabbed Lin Chen's clothes, flying out. Kid, wake up! Seeing Lin Chen, who had been blinded by slaughter, Su Hushan used his mental power to intimidate him. Lin Chen felt as if he had fallen into a dream, where countless beasts surged towards him. He tirelessly swung the knife in his hand, and wherever the blade passed, the beasts turned into phantoms until he lost all sensation, fighting solely on instinct. Suddenly, a roar shattered the dream. Looking at Su Hushan, who was holding onto his collar, he murmured, "Have the beasts been killed?" Su Hushan snorted coldly. "Kid, why did you run back? To die? You were just blinded by slaughter, trapped in an illusion, almost dead. Do you know that? Illusion? Too much. Killing leads to a loss of sanity, fighting purely on instinct. Many who participate in their first large-scale battle experience this phenomenon because they have never encountered so many dead before. The tension of emotions combined with the stench of blood induces a self-delusion." Hearing the roars of the beasts behind him, Lin Chen finally regained his senses. If he had remained in that state, he would have been torn apart by the beasts. However, your combat instincts are quite good. You managed to hold on for so long under such a beastly siege. Su Hushan praised, noting Lin Chen's young age and his impressive combat instincts, which was why he had rushed back to save him. At that moment, Li Changqing, along with more than 10 others, also broke through the encirclement of beasts and charged into the garrison point. He had long noticed that Lin Chen was in a strange state, but he had been entangled with the beasts and unable to move. Only when he saw Su Hushan take action did he breathe a sigh of relief. Su Hushan flew back to the garrison point with Lin Chen and immediately let go of his clothes. "Go to Li Changqing, the garrison point can't hold. Go guard the town." He gently pushed Lin Chen forward and then shouted loudly, "Everyone, gather by the rift, abandon the garrison point." Zhang Xianfeng, hearing Su Hushan's order, shouted loudly, "Captain, we've lost the garrison point. We will be severely punished." Su Hushan narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhang Xianfeng, who was surrounded by beasts, and coldly snorted, "I am the captain, I make the decisions. Everyone, retreat." Zhang Xianfeng shouted angrily, "I am the person in charge of the garrison point. I say we must not retreat. Even if we die, we must hold our ground." A fierce light burst from Su Hushan's eyes. "Do you dare disobey orders? After being in charge for a few days, you can't tell the difference between big and small?" Then he charged at Zhang Xianfeng, slashing down with his knife. "Disobeying orders means death without mercy." Zhang Xianfeng snorted coldly, a surge of aura erupting from him, and he deflected Su Hushan's knife with his sword. Su Hushan looked at Zhang Xianfeng and laughed heartily. "High level mountain moving realm? So it's you. Well hidden, to think you could hide it right under my nose for so many years." The two stood in midair, slashing down all the strange beasts that occasionally flew by. "When did you start to suspect me?" "I didn't suspect you. I just felt something was off every time the scouts brought back maps, as if someone was driving the strange beasts towards the Chaos Beast port. Just based on that, you suspect there's a traitor inside the garrison?" Su Hushan laughed confidently. "Huh, I've been in the number 8 rift for over 30 years. I know every blade of grass and tree here. With such a big change in the strange beasts inside the rift, how could I not suspect? Zhang Qianfeng looked at Su Hushan with cold eyes. So you set this trap to lure me in? To draw me out? You destroyed the entire garrison? Li Changqing, seeing this scene, flew over and said coldly, this trap was set by me. The garrison can be rebuilt, but if we don't eliminate the traitor, we won't have a peaceful day. Zhang Qianfeng glanced at Li Changqing, then at Lin Chen, and laughed. That little brat is the one passing information to you, right? I was wondering why he was coming and going today. So that's it. Su Hushan, not being able to kill you back then was our mistake. But how did you know I would take the bait? Upon hearing this, Su Hushan's eyes turned fierce, a terrifying aura emanating from him. You were the one who ambushed me in the small town, right? The one who wanted to transfer me away from the number 8 rift was also your people, wasn't it? Zhang Qianfeng laughed heartily. That's right, it was me. It's a pity I couldn't kill you, leading to the big trouble we have now. Trouble? You think you can still walk out of the number 8 rift today? What you want is the energy core of the number 8 rift, right? Driving all the strange beasts towards the Chaos Beastport, then using the spirit core to incite a beast riot, drawing out the 9-headed python, and then you go steal the energy core, drawing the 9-headed python over, using the garrison's laser cannon to hold it back. That's why you want to protect the garrison at all costs, am I right? Zhang Qianfeng looked at Li Changqing and praised. They say you, Li Changqing, are exceptionally intelligent, becoming the director of the office at 35. They weren't wrong, you really are impressive. We've paid such a high price just to lure you in. Do you think you can succeed? Li Changqing snorted coldly, and the knife in his hand instantly slashed towards Zhang Qianfeng. Zhang Qianfeng's eyes narrowed, and with a strange sidestep, he dodged the blade that brushed past him. Phantom step? People from the War God Hall? Li Changqing frowned, feeling it was a bit tricky. Humph, good eyesight, Zhang Qianfeng said with a strange smile. So what if it's the War God Hall? Anyone who dares to covet the energy core must die. Captain Su, let's strike together. After saying that, Li Changqing let out a furious roar, calling on Su Hushan, and the two attacked Zhang Qianfeng together. But even with both of their mental powers fully locked onto Zhang Qianfeng, he still managed to escape from their attacks. Ha ha, if I didn't have some skills, would I dare to steal the energy core? If it weren't for that damned 9-headed python, I would have succeeded long ago. Why would I care about a small garrison? Do you think you two can kill me? Li Changqing and Su Hushan's faces turned ugly. The speed of the phantom step was too fast, and their mental powers couldn't capture his exact position. Captain Su, the phantom step consumes a lot of mental power. Hold him off until the Grand Commander arrives. Upon hearing the name of the Grand Commander, Zhang Qianfeng's expression changed instantly, his movements becoming unpredictable, and in the blink of an eye he was already at the rift's edge. This time, I'll give it to you, but don't get too proud. I will be back. Zhang Qianfeng looked at the two, snorting coldly. Before he could finish boasting, a black knife suddenly came from behind, heavily slashing him to the ground. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Lin Chen had been listening to the conversation among the three, and seeing Li Changqing and Su Hushan teaming up, he knew that Zhang Qianfeng would definitely try to escape. So, taking advantage of the distraction, he stealthily crawled into the grass by the crack and lay in wait. When he saw Zhang Qianfeng running towards him, he leaped up and appeared behind Zhang Qianfeng, then struck down with his knife. The blade cut straight into Zhang Qianfeng's back, leaving a wound that pierced through his body, the flesh at the wound flipping outward as blood gushed out. Little brat, you're seeking death. Zhang Qianfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he struggled to get up from the ground, growling through clenched teeth. After living for decades, it was the first time he had suffered at the hands of a young punk, the first time he had flipped in the gutter, nearly losing his life. Who are you calling a little brat? I went through so much trouble to lure the beast here just to catch you, and if you escape, it would all be for nothing. Lin Chen leveled his knife and charged at Zhang Qianfeng. When he first saw Zhang Qianfeng, he thought he was a decent person, as he was pleading for Wang Day, but he never expected that behind the facade, Zhang Qianfeng was the snake hiding in the dark. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Zhang Qianfeng's sword collided with Lin Chen's knife, creating dazzling sparks. Silent as falling leaves, Zhang Qianfeng shouted, instantly disappearing from his spot. Lin Chen, get down! Seeing this, Li Changqing, who had been chasing after them, quickly shouted a warning. Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of crisis rising in his heart, a chill running down his back. Zhang Qianfeng appeared behind Lin Chen, his sword thrusting straight towards Lin Chen's head. When Lin Chen turned around, a sword was hovering less than 2 centimeters from his head. Great Commander? Zhang Qianfeng felt as if the sword in his hand was bound by some mysterious force, unable to move, and he exclaimed loudly, "Are the dogs of the War God Temple so arrogant now? They dare to come directly to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom to openly seize the energy core?" Lin Chen quickly stepped back, feeling the threat of death for the first time, cold sweat sliding down to the tip of his nose, completely unaware. After he retreated, he noticed an old man in a Zhongshan suit appearing at the crack, walking through the void towards him. I'll deal with you later. The old man glanced at the immobilized Zhang Qianfeng, then looked at the chaotic encampment. In a flash, he was already above the encampment. Gravity field. The old man shouted angrily, and all the beasts within the encampment were pressed to the ground by an unknown force, unable to move. Everyone fall back. Seeing this, Su Hushan immediately organized the demon exterminators to retreat. The demon exterminators, who were not entangled with the beasts, took only a minute to exit the encampment. Demon slashing strike. Then, the old man brushed his waist and a long spear appeared. With a swing of the spear, a visible white crescent shot out, and all the beasts that came into contact with the white crescent were cleaved in two. Thousands of beasts under this strike, only a few hundred could still move, while some stragglers were still struggling. Su Hushan, the rest is up to you. The old man glared at Su Hushan and snorted coldly. Su Hushan quickly clasped his fists and said, "Understood. Everyone, kill." With a command, he led the demon exterminators to charge at the remaining beasts. Lin Chen watched this scene, his mouth agape as if he could fit an ostrich egg inside. This is the combat power of a master from the overturning sea realm? Watching the old man effortlessly eliminate thousands of beasts, he felt an immense excitement within. With such combat power, making money would be a breeze. After the old man finished all this, he returned to Zhang Qianfeng's side and quietly asked, "What benefits did the War God Temple give you to make you, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, betray your own country? Wasn't the treatment from the demon exterminators good enough?" Zhang Qianfeng snorted coldly. Zhang Hongyuan, as the Grand Commander of the Baicheng Cultivators Alliance and the Demon Extermination Guard, you know very well what the Demon Extermination Guard has given me over the years. Zhang Hongyuan sneered. "The pie that the War God Hall has drawn for you, you seem to enjoy eating it. It's better than selling my life for you and the Demon Extermination Guard." Zhang Hongyuan shook his head. Another brainwashed fool. He then pointed his finger at Zhang Qianfeng's forehead, and Zhang Qianfeng fell straight back, lifeless. After dealing with Zhang Qianfeng, Zhang Hongyuan turned to Lin Chen. "You must be Lin Chen. We'll talk about your matters later." With that, he turned and returned to the encampment, finding a tent that wasn't completely destroyed, and shouted loudly, "Su Hushan, Juyu, Li Changqing, the three of you, get in here." At this time, the exotic beasts at the encampment had been mostly cleared out, with only a few scattered second-tier exotic beasts still teetering under the assault of the Demon Extermination Guard. Upon hearing the Grand Commander's reprimand, the three of them walked into the tent with serious expressions. Lin Chen watched the scene, feeling anxious. Should I run now? It looks like he's about to explode. Sigh, you can hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and decided not to run. Where could he escape to? Being blacklisted by the Cultivators Alliance was no joke. He originally thought there would be an educational meeting inside the tent, but it was eerily quiet. Lin Chen, 100 meters away, couldn't hear any noise coming from inside. The Grand Commander wouldn't kill all three of them, would he? Such a quiet scene shouldn't be happening at this moment. Lin Chen's heart raced. However, after a while, the three of them walked out of the tent, all with calm expressions, showing no signs of joy or anger. Li Changqing saw Lin Chen outside the encampment and hurried over, whispering in Lin Chen's ear, "The Grand Commander is looking for you. Go in." "Brother Li, is there going to be a problem?" Lin Chen asked cautiously, genuinely a bit scared. He had witnessed Zhang Hongyuan's ruthless methods. If he accidentally upset him and got himself killed, that would be a huge loss. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Why do you look like this? Are you a bit afraid of the Grand Commander?" Li Changqing looked at Lin Chen in surprise. In his current impression, this kid was fearless. Even with over 10,000 exotic beasts chasing him, he wasn't afraid. Why was he looking a bit guilty now? "Are you kidding? Thousands of exotic beasts disappeared in an instant, and Zhang Qianfeng turned into a corpse with just a poke. Aren't you afraid?" Lin Chen muttered. Hearing his mumble, Li Changqing laughed. "Don't worry, the Grand Commander is ruthless to exotic beasts, but quite decent to people, as long as you're not like Zhang Qianfeng, that kind of rebellious brat. What are you thinking about all day?" Lin Chen looked at Li Changqing with half-belief. "You're not lying to me, are you? I'm one of the culprits behind the destruction of the encampment." Upon hearing this, Li Changqing pretended to kick him, and he hurriedly dodged. "Hurry up, don't keep the Grand Commander waiting too long." Under Li Changqing's urging, Lin Chen reluctantly walked into the tent. He really didn't want to face someone who made him feel pressured. It was quite stifling. Inside the tent, Zhang Hongyuan was drinking tea. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he pointed to the chair opposite him and said, "Sit down." Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but steeled himself to sit down. "What's wrong? Did you take so long with Li Changqing because you were afraid I would eat you?" As soon as he sat down, he felt a wave of pressure coming over him, and Zhang Hongyuan looked at him with a smile. Seeing that crescent-shaped gaze made him feel very uneasy. The seemingly unremarkable old man was the one who had killed Zhang Qianfeng. "After all, I caused such a big mess, so I am a bit nervous." Lin Chen knew that he couldn't run away now. He could only speak honestly and express his thoughts. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. If Zhang Hongyuan really wanted to hold him accountable. There was no way for him to escape. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of calm. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. Actually, the reason I came to find you is that Li Changqing and I briefly discussed your situation. I just wanted to ask, do you want to join us? Zhang Hongyuan got straight to the point, directly stating the reason for seeking Lin Chen. Join the Demon Extermination Guard? Lin Chen frowned. He had a very poor impression of the Demon Extermination Guard. It was just a cannon fodder group, and joining it meant becoming a puppet. But now that Zhang Hongyuan was asking him so directly, he didn't know how to refuse. Seeing Lin Chen's troubled expression, Zhang Hongyuan smiled and said, "It's not the Demon Extermination Guard, it's the Dragon King's Mansion." Dragon King's Mansion? Lin Chen was a bit confused. He had lived for 22 years and had never heard of this name before. Let me explain it simply. Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled look, Zhang Hongyuan took a sip of tea and began to explain. The Earth Star Alliance established the Cultivator Alliance, but nearly 100 years have passed and the Cultivator Alliance has long been a scattered mess, each managing their own affairs, completely unrelated. The Cultivator Alliance of the Dragon Kingdom is controlled by the Dragon King's Mansion, while in the West, the War God Hall controls everything, alone with some organizations established by smaller countries like the Shadow Alliance and the Divine Power Alliance. Now, the Cultivator Alliance is nominally still under the control of the Earth Star Alliance, but the Earth Star Alliance has long been a mere shell. The headquarters is basically controlled by the Dragon King's Mansion and the War God Hall. After listening to Zhang Hongyuan's explanation, Lin Chen was bewildered. No one had ever told him these things. Since the alliance has long been disbanded, why hasn't anyone announced this fact? Currently, only the upper echelons know this news. The reason it hasn't been announced is to avoid chaos. After all, this is not the time for civil war. The rift is the biggest crisis right now. Lin Chen frowned tightly. In his impression, the establishment of the Earth Star Alliance seemed to have happened yesterday, and today someone was telling him that the Earth Star Alliance had long been disbanded, which was indeed absurd. Why did the War God Hall come to the Dragon Kingdom to steal the energy core? If the rift loses its energy core, it will collapse. An active rift can produce countless materials, but a collapsed rift only has the energy core that is useful. Are you saying that the War God Hall is deliberately depleting the strength of the Dragon Kingdom? I don't know the specific reasons, but they definitely have this purpose. After Zhang Hongyuan finished explaining, the tent fell into silence. He didn't urge Lin Chen because he knew this required a digestion process. After a long time, Lin Chen sighed, "General, I don't want to join any forces for the time being." He knew Zhang Hongyuan's intention was to bind him to the Dragon King's Mansion to prevent him from being poached by the War God Hall or being tricked into a trap. Joining the Dragon King's Mansion would certainly have its pros and cons. The benefit was that he would gain a lot of resources, but the downside was that he could easily get caught up in disputes between the two forces or even internal conflicts within the Dragon King's Mansion. However, with the system in place, he didn't need a lot of resources. Hunting exotic beasts would allow him to rise to the top of humanity. To avoid being disturbed by those trivial matters, he decided not to join any forces. Once he joined a force, he couldn't escape those disputes. Having lived in the rescue building for so many years, he had realized one truth: being strong on his own was true strength. The strength of the forces behind him was ultimately external, and external things could lose control one day. Alright, I understand. You can go find Li Changqing. Zhang Hongyuan calmly sipped his tea and didn't continue to persuade him, just telling him to go find Li Changqing. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Was he really just letting him go? Was he not going to pursue the matter of the outpost? What's wrong? Don't you want to leave? Then should I lock you up in the Judgment Hall's prison? Seeing Lin Chen hesitating there, Zhang Hongyuan said with a smile, "Want to leave? Want to leave?" As soon as Lin Chen saw that smile, he immediately stood up and ran out of the tent. "Kid, joining us may come with some restrictions, but trying to reach the peak on your own is just too difficult." Zhang Hongyuan looked at the teacup in his hand, gently playing with it, murmuring. He had been through many hardships over the decades, and now sitting in the position of the Grand Commander of Baiqing, he deeply understood the benefits and drawbacks of relying on a powerful force. He also knew Lin Chen's reasons for refusing to join the Dragon King's Mansion. At this moment, Li Changqing was waiting for Lin Chen outside the tent. When he saw Lin Chen come out, he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Lin, how is it?" "How is what?" "About the Dragon King's Mansion." Lin Chen shook his head, spreading his hands and said, "I didn't join. I'm not interested in joining any force." Upon hearing this, Li Changqing slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "You brat! Sigh. I don't even know how to say this to you." Lin Chen looked at Li Changqing, who was pounding his chest and stamping his feet, feeling somewhat baffled. Wasn't it just the biggest force in the Dragon Kingdom? It shouldn't be such a big deal not to join. Do you know how many people want to join the Dragon King's Mansion but don't have the qualifications? Yet you refused. Li Changqing sighed as if he had lost several million. What's so special about the Dragon King's Mansion? Even if it's special, it's Just a big force. Not joining doesn't affect me much, right? What do you know? The Dragon King's mansion is an official force, with resources beyond your imagination. Joining it could save you decades of hard work. Moreover, the Dragon King's mansion has great power. Members of the Dragon King's mansion basically hold the title of inspector. Do you know what an inspector is? In ancient times, that was a special envoy with the right to execute first and report later. What? Such great power? Is it too late for me to regret now? Lin Chen was shocked. In his impression, it was always the Grand Commander assisting the city lord. This was the first time he heard of an inspector having the right to execute first and report later. He didn't care about resources. As long as there was energy supply, the system would help him solve all problems. However, he envied the title of inspector too much. With that title, he could kill Zhang Zikai, and Zhang Zikai's father wouldn't dare to say a word. Li Changqing rolled his eyes at Lin Chen. You already refused, and now you want to join? How thick-skinned can you be? Lin Chen smiled and said, just joking. I still prefer to be free and unrestrained. By the way, brotherly, you're so excited. You haven't joined the Dragon King's mansion yet, have you? He was just trying to lighten the mood. Although the title of inspector was special, it wasn't special enough for him to abandon his principles. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Li Changqing mumbled, why bring that up? Lin Chen put his arm around Li Changqing's shoulder and laughed, come on, brotherly, I'll treat you to a drink. But Li Changqing shook his head and pushed Lin Chen's hand away. No time. The Grand Commander wants me to return to Baicheng immediately. Return to Baicheng? Did you get promoted? Not really a promotion, just a transfer to be the person in charge in Baicheng. Isn't that a promotion? Can the 8th town compare? Who will be in charge of the 8th town after you leave? I recommended Ma Dahai to the Grand Commander. Lin Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that Li Changqing had indeed been promoted and even helped Ma Dahai along the way. But isn't Ma Dahai at the Wanding realm? Is he suitable to be the head of the office? Li Changqing patted Lin Chen's shoulder and laughed. Ma Dahai is at the 9th level of Wanding, just one layer away from the Yishan realm. The Grand Commander should find a way to help him break through. Even if he can't break through, he will be enough in the 8th town. With Su Hushan here, unless an unexpected event occurs in the 8th rift, there will definitely be no danger. Lin Chen nodded. What was said made sense. The office in Town 8 was basically just a message transfer station, and there wasn't anything valuable inside, so no one would have their eyes on it. Alright, I need to go now. I have to hand over some things at the office and then head back to Baicheng. When I return to Baicheng in a while, remember to come find me. Definitely. The two stepped out of the rift together. Lin Chen returned to the dormitory to rest, while Li Changqing headed straight for the office. Today, he was physically and mentally exhausted. He had lured so many exotic beasts that it drained a lot of his energy, and he was genuinely frightened by Zhang Qianfeng's sword, which left him with lingering shadows in his heart. After a long day, Lin Chen didn't even take a shower. He mumbled about wanting to buy 2 combat techniques with the money he earned and fell asleep shortly after lying down. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room, waking Lin Chen from the heat. He hurriedly got up and saw that it was already 10 in the morning, quickly taking a shower. When he opened his attribute panel, he saw that the attribute points that had been cleared at noon yesterday had now accumulated to nearly 80,000. After adding 70,000 points to his strength attribute, he discovered he could add to his spirit as well. His speculation was indeed correct. He allocated the remaining attribute points to strength, resulting in a significant boost. His strength had more than doubled. Host, Lin Chen Physique, 60685 Strength, 223854 Spirit, 399 Comprehension, 10 Attribute Points, 0 After the warm flow of energy washed over him, Lin Chen moved his body, and a low rumble echoed from within, like the roar of a tiger or leopard. This was the sound produced by the collision of fascia after evolution. He stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining his body. There wasn't much change in his physique, just a bit more robust than before. However, the muscle changes were significant. When relaxed, he looked normal, but with a little exertion, his muscles would become defined, and with even more strength, they would bulge, almost stretching his loose t-shirt. His skin had become much smoother, with a delicate feel, and the scars from his childhood antics had disappeared. I didn't make any money yesterday. I need to work twice as hard today. The Grand Commander is really something. He doesn't join the Dragon King's mansion but doesn't even offer a reward. Brother Li got promoted, and Brother Ma got promoted without doing anything. He grumbled while packing his things. After entering the rift, Lin Chen headed straight for the Beast Chaos Port, planning to harvest there for a day before going to Rift 7 tomorrow. Rift 8 had no 3rd-tier exotic beasts, and his combat skills couldn't be honed there. 2nd-tier exotic beasts lacked spirit power and were significantly weaker than 3rd-tier ones. In fact, he really wanted to take those 3rd-tier spirit cores. Selling them would allow him to level up to the sea-overturning realm while lying in Baicheng. But doing so would attract the 9-headed python's pursuit, and he could only dare to think about it. Arriving at the beach of the Beast Chaos Port, he lured out the exotic beasts, killed them, and then returned to continue luring, ensuring he wouldn't be targeted by the 9-headed python. After repeating this for an entire afternoon, the Trees in the dense forest were stained red before he finally stopped, sheathing his Qinghai knife and ceasing the hunt. By the time he returned to the town, it was already 8 in the evening. Lin Chen found Ma Dehai at the office. He dumped all the materials in the room for the staff to count while he and Ma Dehai went to the office to rest. Brother Ma, congratulations. What's there to congratulate? It's just passing time at the office in town 8. Although Ma Dehai said this, the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his true feelings. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. The power of an office supervisor and that of an office head were worlds apart. By the way, Brother Ma, are there any good combat techniques here? I'm planning to go to Rift 7 tomorrow. You're leaving so soon? Yeah, Rift 8 doesn't hold much significance for me anymore. Yes, a genius like you should go and explore a bigger rift. Ma Dehai understood Lin Chen's meaning. Apart from the 9-headed python, there were no third-tier exotic beasts in Rift number 8, so it was indeed a waste of time for Lin Chen to stay here. He picked up the tablet, operated it for a while, and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the mountain-moving combat technique reserved by the Cultivator Alliance. I can only apply for combat techniques suitable for the mountain-moving realm with my current permissions. The techniques for the ocean-turning realm probably require a great general to apply. Lin Chen took the tablet that Ma Dehai handed over. The issue of permissions was a strict rule of the Cultivator Alliance, and Li Changqing had mentioned this issue to him more than once. Peach Blossom Swallow Double Flight, Nanshan Blade, Golden Snake Gliding Palm, Chaotic Windsword, 9 Curves Blade, Divine Fist, 8 Strikes, Snow Treading without a trace. Lin Chen looked at the names of these combat techniques, frowning. There were just too many. Looking at the densely packed, over 100 pages of combat techniques, there must be more than 10,000 sets. He originally thought combat techniques were rare, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Lin, you can choose the type of combat technique and then filter by realm. There are many low-end combat techniques in here, which are just some deceptive things. Deceptive things? That's right. In the past, many cultivators modified ancient martial arts a bit and uploaded them to make money. As long as others bought them, the uploader would get a share. Later, the Alliance found that this situation was becoming more serious, so they implemented a review process for uploading combat techniques. So, many of the old martial arts sound impressive, but they are just the same old tricks in a new guise. Lin Chen laughed upon hearing this. This kind of behavior of taking advantage was very similar to when he helped others write papers in school. Just changing the name and slightly modifying the content would earn him 1,000 Alliance coins. Unfortunately, later on, too many papers were rejected and his ghostwriting was discovered by the school, resulting in a major demerit. After Ma Dehai explained, Lin Chen filtered the combat techniques. First, he looked at blade techniques. As a swordsman, it was indeed a bit unreasonable not to have a decent blade technique. When he adjusted the filtering criteria to the mountain-moving realm, the number of combat techniques decreased significantly and only 5 blade techniques were filtered out. Thunder Blade Technique, 5 Tigers Breaking the Door Blade, 8 Directions Blade Technique, Azura Blade Technique, Winding Wind Blade Technique. Each of the 5 blade techniques had its own strengths and weaknesses, and each one had comments from the reviewers. He first eliminated Azura Blade Technique and 5 Tigers Breaking the Door Blade, as both were mad blade techniques that emphasized growth through slaughter. For someone like him who could directly allocate points to comprehension, it seemed a bit redundant to struggle to comprehend them himself. Thunder Blade Technique only had 3 moves and emphasized speed, but he also eliminated it. While this technique was fierce, it was purely offensive, and once the enemy grasped its patterns, he would fall into a passive position. 8 Directions Blade Technique emphasized being well-rounded, integrating offense and defense, but it had one major flaw. Its lethality was slightly lower compared to Thunder Blade Technique, making it almost uncomparable. Winding Wind Blade Technique was similar to 8 Directions Blade Technique, but it emphasized entangling the opponent, launching one set after another, and would not give up until achieving its goal. However, it also had a significant drawback. The moves were too complex, relying entirely on one's own comprehension of the entangling concept. Looking at the comments behind Winding Wind Blade Technique, Lin Chen smiled. Complex moves were not a problem for him, he had attribute points. Comprehending the entangling concept was too difficult, but that was fine, he still had attribute points. When he looked at the price of Winding Wind Blade Technique, the corners of his mouth lifted even more. Among the 5 blade techniques, Winding Wind Blade Technique had the most touching price, requiring only 150,000 Alliance coins. The other 4 sword techniques all cost over 2 million, while the Thunder Blade Technique requires a terrifying 3 million Alliance coins. It was precisely because the wind entangling blade technique was so difficult to master that no one bought it, leading to a continuous drop in price. Lin Chen saw that the original price of the wind entangling blade technique was 4 million, with an internal price of 1.5 million. Seeing this internal price, he rolled his eyes. He was already a mountain-moving realm master, yet he couldn't even get the internal price? That would truly be a waste. After adding the wind entangling blade technique to his shopping cart, Lin Chen began to look at footwork. After seeing Zhang Qianfeng's phantom step, he couldn't stop thinking about it. With just a few swish, swish, swish movements, one could move like a ghost. He was practically drooling at the thought. When he opened the footwork section for the mountain-moving realm, Lin Chen was stunned to find it was even less than the sword techniques. If the sword techniques were few, he could understand. After all, swords were just one category among many weapons. But footwork was something that could be used as long as one had feet. How could there be so few? Moreover, he had seen quite a few footwork techniques before filtering. Seeing Lin Chen's expression was off, Ma Dahai quickly asked, Lin, is there something you don't understand? Lin Chen looked up and handed over the tablet. Brother Ma, are there really so few footwork techniques for the mountain-moving realm? Is there a system error? Ma Dahai took a glance and laughed heartily. Lin, you don't know this, but footwork techniques are inherently rare. Some good footwork practitioners don't even upload their techniques. They don't care about that little bit of profit. The combat skills stored by the Practitioner Alliance are all common goods. The truly good combat skills are in the hands of major powers or those in the sea overturning realm, and ordinary people can't get them. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately understood that all the good stuff was being hoarded. What was sold in the Practitioner Alliance was either common goods or very difficult to cultivate. He felt a bit regretful now. If he had agreed to join the Dragon King's mansion back then, he wouldn't be worrying about combat skills now. He could have easily found a powerful master in the sea overturning realm to take him as a disciple, and he would have had access to those skills. Moreover, they wouldn't be ordinary goods but top-notch treasures. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed, took the tablet back, and looked at the 3 footwork techniques. Just a glance, and he eliminated 2, leaving only 1. Instantaneous 1,000 miles. It sounded impressive, but it was actually a technique for escaping, and using it would lead to the legs becoming crippled. Simply a case of harming oneself without defeating the enemy. Shadowless step. It sounded similar to the phantom step, but in reality, it was far inferior. It was just a bit faster, lacking the effect of shifting shapes like the phantom step. The last one, formless ghost step, left Lin Chen confused. The reviewer had only commented with one sentence, formless means no self. He even doubted whether this formless ghost step was uploaded by the reviewer themselves, coming up with such a vague comment. Moreover, compared to the other 2 footwork techniques, formless ghost step was the most expensive, costing a whopping 5 million alliance coins. Brother Ma, do you know anything about this formless ghost step? With no other choice, Lin Chen could only seek help from Ma Dahai. Unexpectedly, Ma Dahai shook his head and said, I'm only at the 10,000 cauldron realm, not very familiar with the combat skills of the mountain-moving realm. You can ask directly. Lin Chen had no choice but to pull out his phone and call Li Changqing. Lin, what trouble have you run into? Upon hearing this, he didn't even want to speak. It seemed like every time he called Li Changqing, it was for something. Li Changqing had developed a natural reaction to his calls, immediately asking if he was in trouble. But thinking about it carefully, it was indeed true that he always called for help. He was a man determined to stand at the peak of humanity, yet he kept bothering others. It was quite embarrassing. However, embarrassment aside, he still had to ask. After mentioning the formless ghost step, Li Changqing fell silent instead. After a while, Li Changqing finally spoke up. Lin Chen, if you're really lacking in footwork, I can help you. Find a book, but you mustn't learn this Wuxian ghost step. Hearing Li Changqing's words and combining them with his reaction, Lin Chen asked in confusion, why? Is this footwork toxic? No, but this footwork has driven many people insane. Even the reviewer who approved it went mad. Ah, no way. It's that sinister? Then why not take it off the shelves? The fact that it's on the shelves means someone has mastered it, and those who have mastered it have very high combat power, so it doesn't meet the criteria for removal. Which is stronger, this Wuxian ghost step or Zhang Qianfeng's phantom step? Wuxian ghost step. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's previously suppressed desire surged back up. Lin Chen, listen to me, this footwork is really sinister, don't try it lightly. Brother Li, I know. After saying that, Lin Chen abruptly hung up the phone, fearing that if Li Changqing spoke a little longer, he would abandon the idea of practicing Wuxian ghost step. Seeing Lin Chen hang up, Ma Dahai knew his advice was useless, as he saw Lin Chen had already added Wuxian ghost step to his purchase list. After selecting the knife techniques and footwork, Lin Chen began to choose mental attack combat skills, but he was soon disappointed. The Cultivator Alliance had no mental attack combat skills available. Brother Ma, doesn't the Grand Commander have that gravity domain? The Alliance doesn't sell it? Ma Dahai looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Are you talking about mental combat skills? Lin Chen nodded frantically, not expecting Ma Dahai to be so knowledgeable, which indicated that the Alliance did have such combat skills. Don't even think about it, all mental combat skills are exclusive. Even the closed-door disciples might not teach them, and even if they do, you might not be able to learn them. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt as if struck by lightning. Why? Haven't you read Cultivator's Secret Techniques? What does that have to do with Cultivator's Secret Techniques? I accidentally broke through to the mountain-moving realm. I haven't looked at the content beyond that. Lin Chen was taken aback and quickly explained he hadn't read Cultivator's secret techniques at all. He had just allocated points to reach it, and he had only skimmed through the first part. Oh, sorry, I forgot. But you should take the time to read Cultivator's secret techniques properly. The mountain moving section mentions that everyone's mental power characteristics are different, which relates to personal experiences. So no two people's mental combat skills will be exactly the same, and naturally, no one will learn someone else's mental combat skills unless it's a particularly abnormal mental combat skill. But even if you want to learn that kind of skill, others might not be willing to teach, and even if you learn, you might not be able to master it. Moreover, the mountain moving section teaches how to comprehend mental combat skills. Everyone who reaches the mountain moving realm will comprehend their own mental combat skills. After Madahai finished speaking, he took a sip of tea. Talking so much at once made his mouth a bit dry. After hearing Madahai's explanation, Lin Chen decided that once he returned to the dormitory, he would thoroughly read Cultivator's secret techniques. He hadn't expected that what he thought was useless contained such important information. If he had read it earlier, he might have comprehended mental combat skills by now. Brother Ma, then, please help me buy these 2 combat skills. Lin Chen returned the tablet to Madahai, who glanced at it and clicked to purchase. Wind binding knife technique is 1,500,000. Wuxian ghost step is 5 million, totaling 6,500,000 alliance coins. The exotic beast materials you brought today are worth 4,200,000 alliance coins. I'll cover the remaining 2,300,000 alliance coins for you. Lin Chen heard that the materials from the exotic beasts were only worth 4,200,000 alliance coins, and he sighed helplessly. He had killed over 1,000 exotic beasts today, but there were very few that were as valuable as the 3-headed dog. It truly confirmed the old saying, the more there is, the less it is worth. Brother Ma, no need. I still have a 3rd-tier spirit core here, it should be enough. He declined Madahai's kindness. 230,000 alliance coins was not a small amount, and taking out such a large sum would likely hurt Madahai's finances. After all, being a supervisor in a place like the number 8 Rift, where profits were slim, didn't earn much. Now that he was the director of the office, it might be a bit better. This 3rd-tier spirit core was something he had stolen while attracting exotic beasts. Since Li Changqing hadn't asked for it, he naturally wouldn't voluntarily hand it over. A 3rd-tier late-stage exotic beast spirit core is worth 1 million plus 130,000 alliance coins. I'll cover it for you. Madahai took the 3rd-tier spirit core from Lin Chen and said to him, Brother Ma, no need, you've already helped me a lot. Lin Chen quickly stopped him, but Madahai shook his head. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this position. 130,000 is nothing, so don't refuse. Brother Ma, I really am not refusing. I still have money, I can borrow the rest from the Cultivator Alliance. 130,000 is really too much. Besides, you got this position because Brother Li recommended you to the governor. It has nothing to do with me. Madahai said sternly, if you keep refusing, I might get unhappy. Consider this a gift from your brother to send you off, wishing you great success in the number 7 Rift. Once you make it big, don't forget to help your brother out. And do you really think Li Changqing has such influence to sway the governor? The governor agreed to let me take this position because of your face. Seeing Madahai so insistent, Lin Chen found it hard to refuse and could only silently remember this favor. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Money was truly a pain. The more he earned, the more he spent. He had already been out for 3 days, and there were only 26 days left for the mission, yet he still only had 44,000 in his pocket and owed many favors. The cultivation methods for the 2 combat techniques have been sent to your phone, and the key has also been sent to you. But let me give you a piece of advice. If you can't practice the formless ghost steps, don't push yourself. Li Changqing has been in the Cultivator Alliance for so many years, his knowledge is quite extensive. Madahai handed the items to Lin Chen and then advised him, knowing that Lin Chen would definitely try to practice the formless ghost steps. But he still felt the need to remind him. Lin Chen nodded. Don't worry, if I sense something is off, I will stop practicing. After bidding farewell to Madahai, the first thing he did upon returning to the dormitory was to open the Cultivator's secret method on his phone. Right now, mental combat techniques were the most important. He would set aside sword techniques and footwork for now. Finding the section on the mountain moving realm, he looked at the end for the introduction and cultivation methods for mental combat techniques. I can't understand it. For someone who had only practiced the 1000 June chapter, the entire mountain moving chapter was as incomprehensible as astronomy. He knew how to pronounce the words, but when combined, he had no idea what they meant. Add 100 comprehension. After glancing through it and having a rough impression in his mind, he directly added 100 points to his comprehension attribute. With a cheat, what was there to fear? As his comprehension broke 100, the originally obscure and difficult mental combat technique cultivation methods instantly became clear and understandable. He then began to mobilize his mental power to spread around his body, feeling the characteristics of his mental power. According to the description in the Cultivator's secret method, his mental power was relatively pure and positive, suitable for large-scale attack techniques. As his mental power continued to change, a field formed by mental energy gradually took shape, but it was hollow and empty, merely a pure field without any lethality. Not enough comprehension? Can't figure out a lethal combat technique? Increase it to 1000. Feeling the formation of the field but facing a field with no attributes, Lin Chen curled his lips and raised his comprehension attribute to 1000. Boom! The role of the field became instantly clear in his mind. Opening his eyes, he saw the field formed by mental power, with irregular mental energy flowing chaotically. He manipulated the mental power, slowly changing and modifying the rules of the field. The field would sometimes become filled with killing intent, sometimes become incredibly heavy, and at other times lightly lift his body. Lin Chen tried many times but did not achieve the combat technique effect he desired. He had just simulated Zhang Hongyuan's gravity field, but it didn't feel like what he wanted. The gravity field was merely an auxiliary field, effective against those with lower mental power, but its effect was minimal against those with similar mental power. The field changes with the fluctuation of mental power, but what is the principle behind it? After trying many types of fields, Lin Chen still couldn't find one he liked. Increase comprehension to 10,000. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and directly raised his comprehension attribute to 10,000. A comprehension of 1000 allowed him to see the role of mental power in the field, but he couldn't grasp the essence of the field, so he decided to increase his comprehension further, hoping to see the essence of the field. Buzz! A rumble echoed in his mind, and Lin Chen felt that time itself had slowed down. Looking at the field again, it transformed into a rotating light ring in his eyes, with mental power being pulled by a mysterious force within the ring. When he controlled the mental power to change, the ring naturally morphed into various shapes with the fluctuations of the mental power. What is this light ring? Why can't my mental power break through to the outside of the ring? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, the ring transformed into a circle, and the mental power from within the ring wound around the top of the ring, completely ceasing to flow inside. This is when the mental power wrapped around the top of the ring, Lin Chen felt that there was nothing left in the field except for him, even the air had vanished. I understand. The so-called field is about manipulating the matter within space, using mental power. My field has nothing but space. He then controlled the light ring to continuously change shape while keeping the mental power wrapped around the top of the ring. In the room, Lin Chen saw the space within the field begin to distort. The greater the change in the ring, the more significant the distortion of the space. When the ring became an oval shape, the space even felt slightly torn. Boom! Lin Chen's mental power was instantly depleted. Once there was no mental power within the ring, he found that if he did not control the shape of the ring, it was fine, but once he did, the greater the change, the faster the mental power was consumed. Am I manipulating space? But this light ring should not be the final form of the field. I wonder if a comprehension of 100,000 can reveal the ultimate essence. Lin Chen's face turned pale. As soon as he had this thought, an inexplicable sense of crisis emerged in his mind. What does this mean? Is my current strength still not enough? Sensing this feeling of crisis, Lin Chen gave up on further increasing his comprehension attribute. Although he no longer had 100,000 attribute points, he still had 50,000. He was very certain that the essence of the field was definitely not that light ring. The ring was merely a deeper form. Perhaps with 100,000 comprehension he could see a deeper essence, but that sense of crisis made him abandon the idea. Perhaps the deeper essence was beyond what he could control at his current level. However, he had already understood how to manipulate this domain. Although it was difficult to perform some abnormal operations, as long as he maintained the state of the domain, he was invincible within it. Once this domain was formed, the space within it was under his control. He didn't even need to move to pin his enemies in place, allowing those who entered the domain to slowly die from asphyxiation. Of course, if the opponent's mental strength was exceptionally strong, the domain could be directly broken. However, Lin Chen felt that once his mental strength was entwined with the halo, as long as the opponent's mental strength was not several times or a dozen times higher than his, it would be very difficult to break his domain. This was the qualitative change of the domain after seeing its deeper essence. Because the halo was invisible within the domain, even he couldn't see it, he could only feel its presence in his mind. Since he had already come into contact with the halo, once the domain took shape, the halo would automatically manifest in his mind through his mental strength. While studying the halo, he also learned some basic applications of mental strength, such as transforming mental strength into needles and knives. Although these simple attack forms were not very useful, they allowed him to master mental strength more intricately. What should I name it? In this domain space, I am the absolute ruler, so let's call it Absolute Domain. Once his mental strength had recovered somewhat, Lin Chen activated the domain and murmured. He discovered that, after adding his physical attributes, the recovery of his mental strength became faster. Through the simple breathing method of the cultivator's secret method, he could quickly restore his mental strength. With the support of the absolute domain, hunting exotic beasts would become very simple, as maintaining this domain did not require much mental strength. he could directly trap the exotic beasts in the absolute domain and enjoy the results. Having comprehended his own mental combat technique, Lin Chen began to study the entwined wind blade technique and formless ghost steps. However, without the enhancement of comprehension, he could only grasp the general idea of these two combat techniques. He could barely execute the moves, but he was completely clueless about deeper applications. Indeed, my 10 points of comprehension can only be considered mediocre. I still have to rely on the system. I'm getting further and further down the path of cheating. After 100 points of comprehension were directly applied to his understanding, he quickly developed his unique interpretation of the entangled meaning in the entwined wind blade technique. The Qinghai knife in his hand spun faster and more strangely with the twist of his wrist. What was clearly a downward chop eventually transformed into an upward thrust. Lin Chen used a clothes rack as his opponent, the knife in his hand spinning continuously on the rack, dancing gracefully like a butterfly around a flower. As his speed increased, the room was filled with flashing knife lights darting back and forth on the clothes rack. Clang! As the Qinghai knife was sheathed, the clothes rack seemed to have been polished, with all the stains on the wooden surface falling away. Entwined wind blade technique: fast, accurate, fierce, in the balance, entangled. Threads wrap around fingers, entwined winds manipulate clouds. With the enhancement of comprehension, Lin Chen quickly gained a profound understanding of the entangled character in the entwined wind blade technique. Now this combat technique had his own flavor. Adding another 100 points to comprehension, Lin Chen looked at the formless ghost steps. When he first glanced at this footwork, he couldn't understand it at all, as it was filled with convoluted explanations about the formless. He had seen the term formless in ancient texts. It seemed to be an ancient philosophical thought, and he couldn't fathom how this concept could be combined with footwork. After adding 100 points of comprehension, Lin Chen felt he understood some parts, yet he also felt that understanding made him even more confused. He grasped the meaning of formlessness, but the benefits hidden in the words left him bewildered. Formless meant that the outer shell and appearance were gone. But how could one exist in the world between heaven and earth and make oneself non-existent? Is 100 points of comprehension not enough? As Lin Chen looked deeper, his head grew heavier. He finally understood why so many people went mad while practicing this footwork. The deeper one studied, the more confused one became. Any normal person, after looking at this footwork for a long time, would probably go insane. 100 isn't enough, then let's make it 1,000. He opened his attribute panel and directly allocated 1,000 points to his comprehension. That feeling of clarity reappeared, and when he opened the formless ghost step again, his understanding of formlessness changed once more. Formlessness is a state, it has no shape and no properties. However, Lin Chen's current understanding of formlessness was freedom. This so-called freedom was not disturbed by phenomena or feelings, it was carefree and untroubled. As Lin Chen immersed himself in this mindset and looked at the formless ghost step, everything became free and easy. All the difficult semantics transformed into essence, merging into his mind. Formless is also selfless, selfless is also formless. He chanted softly, yet he was in a state of stillness. If it weren't for the visible presence, one might not even feel his existence. Then, he lightly shifted his feet, and he had already appeared in the washroom from the head of the bed. When he appeared again, he was already on the balcony. He moved like a ghost, disappearing from one spot to another as if teleporting. His state was even more eerily terrifying. When he executed the footwork, he seemed to have lost all life force, not even making a sound upon landing. I understand now, no wonder they say this footwork is hard to cultivate. Consuming 1,000 comprehension points is indeed extraordinary. When he opened his eyes again, the room was once more filled with his vibrant vitality. Knowing formlessness is useless, I need to apply formlessness to myself and enter a selfless state. The hardest part of this footwork isn't understanding formlessness, but entering the formless state and becoming a true ghost. This ghost character is the essence of this footwork. Lin Chen stared at the technique on his phone. After grasping this principle, all the obscure philosophies in this technique seemed meaningful to him. When he executed the footwork, he could clearly feel as if he had disappeared, without any aura, yet visible to the naked eye. Upon entering that state of freedom, the footwork also became free, thus becoming untraceable, like a true ghost. No wonder Li Changqing said the formless ghost step is more powerful than the phantom step. The two are indeed not on the same level. After Lin Chen learned the formless ghost step, he finally understood why Li Changqing said that the phantom step is merely fast, changing positions in an instant, making it hard to distinguish between true and false. However, as long as one's mental strength is strong enough, one can capture the figure of the practitioner. The formless ghost step is also very fast, but the difference is that after executing the formless ghost step, the practitioner's life aura disappears, making it impossible to capture even with mental strength. When this speed reaches a point where it is difficult for the naked eye to catch, the formless ghost step allows the practitioner to become a true ghost, killing invisibly. Moreover, Lin Chen also realized some other things. This state could not only be used to execute the formless ghost step, but once in the formless state, as long as one hides well, it could be used for lurking. With his absolute domain, He could completely fold space within it, hide his form, and enter the formless state, making it very suitable for assassination. And also for escape. Why do I feel like I've transformed from a warrior into an assassin? Lin Chen said self-deprecatingly. He had changed from a warrior who could only slash wildly with a knife into a reaper hidden in the darkness, all because of 3 combat techniques. With the enhancement of these combat techniques, he even felt he could provoke a 4th-tier exotic beast. After all, in this state, unless his absolute domain failed, no one would ever discover him. He was afraid that his mental strength wouldn't be enough and that a 4th-tier beast would discover him halfway. After all, maintaining a folded space was not as simple as keeping the field open. Mental strength would drain away rapidly. He had a deep understanding of this when he started creating cracks in the space. Forget it, it's better not to try. The mental power of a 4th-tier beast is not just double mine, it's more than 10 times. After a moment of contemplation in his mind, he dismissed the restless thoughts. It was better to play it safe and just deal with 3rd-tier beasts. By the time he finished everything, it was already 3 in the morning. The comprehension of formless ghost steps had consumed a lot of time, even longer than understanding mental combat techniques. Lying in bed, he added the remaining 40,000 attribute points to his strength and murmured with a smile, "It will get better and better." Host, Lin Chen. Physique, 60,685, strength, 265,854, mental, 399, comprehension, 10, attribute points, 0. At 6 the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the alarm clock. The special vehicle to the 7th crack would depart promptly at 6:30. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. After only sleeping for a little over 2 hours, he felt a bit unaccustomed to the significantly reduced sleep time. He splashed cold water on his face to force himself to wake up. After packing his things, he first went to the office, but Madahai was still not awake. He could only send a message to Madahai informing him that he had already left on the special vehicle to the 7th crack. Lin Chen looked out the window at the desolate scenery. He was the only one in the entire vehicle, and the silence was terrifying, broken only by the creaking of the wheels. The 8th crack was a novice village, while the 7th crack was a novice graveyard. The names of the 8 cracks in White City were taken from largest to smallest, with the 8th crack being the smallest, and the 7th crack next. However, aside from the 8th crack being very small and the 1st crack being very large, the sizes of the other 6 cracks were roughly the same. The reason he was going to the 7th crack this time was simply that it was the closest to the 8th crack, taking just over 30 minutes by special vehicle. There was actually a 5th crack even closer, but the map for the 5th crack had already been closed off, prohibiting entry. Lin Chen speculated that the 5th crack was likely controlled by the Cultivator Alliance, with the 3rd and 4th tier beasts cleared out, turning it into a backyard for the Alliance to gather materials. He dozed off for a while in the vehicle until the driver reminded him that they had arrived at the 7th town. The 7th town was significantly larger than the 8th town. The 8th town was just a single road from start to finish, while the 7th town had a large main road intersecting with a smaller auxiliary road, forming a crossroad. However, the houses and layout were still the same. The houses on the left side of the main road were for accommodation, while those on the right were for relevant departments and merchant associations, with the auxiliary road simply adding a few more houses. Lin Chen had never visited the merchant association in the 8th town because there were no large associations there, just some small shops run by minor associations. The 7th town was different. The shops run by the merchant association were lavishly decorated, rivaling the commercial streets of White City. Lin Chen walked along the main road and soon arrived at the crack's entrance. The demon-slaying guard at the entrance glanced at Lin Chen's information and asked, "Did you take the wrong vehicle? This isn't the 8th crack." Lin Chen nodded and replied, "That's right. I'm here for the 7th crack." The demon-slaying guard looked Lin Chen up and down, then stepped aside to let him pass, muttering, "Young people really have guts these days, only 3 days since their cultivator certification, and they dare to come to the 7th crack." As soon as he entered the 7th crack, Lin Chen felt that it was very different from the 8th crack. The overall environment of the 2 cracks was similar, both having a dim and oppressive atmosphere. However, the stationed point at the 7th crack was much larger, more than double that of the 8th crack. Moreover, he could hear the roars of the strange beasts even while standing at the crack, and he could see cultivators battling strange beasts on the nearby hillside. It should be noted that there wasn't a single strange beast within a 20-mile radius of the number 8 crack station point, which also proved the danger level of the number 7 crack. Opening the electronic map of the number 7 crack, it was filled with dense markers of strange beasts, mostly 2nd and 3rd tier beasts. After searching for a long time, he finally found a 1st tier beast gathering point. Moreover, this 1st tier beast was the least valuable, the snot beast, which likely remained because no one had gone to hunt it. In the deepest part of the crack, there were a few gathering spots for 1st tier beasts, but to get there, one would have to pass through the territory of several 4th tier beasts, making it even less likely for anyone to hunt there. Lin Chen now understood why the number 7 crack was called the novice grave. There were simply no 1st tier beasts left to hunt. All that could be killed had been killed. He opened the map and found a gathering point for third-tier beasts, setting off directly. Once the absolute domain was activated, he advanced in a strange manner, using the spatial control of the absolute domain to pull himself from one end of the field space to the other, as if teleporting. However, his mental strength was still not strong enough, and the area of the absolute domain was still small. He could only teleport about 300 meters, but it was still much faster than flying, and the mental energy consumed was almost negligible, similar to what he used when activating the absolute space. This was a method he had developed while studying the absolute domain yesterday. This method, combined with the formless state, could achieve true stealth. If he also used spatial folding to conceal his form, he would be a killing god hidden in the void, which was why he had the idea of hunting fourth-tier beasts yesterday. In just over half an hour, Lin Chen had crossed a distance of 500 kilometers and arrived at his target location. Looking at the pile of water spirits wandering aimlessly on the ground, he couldn't help but drool. Water spirits, early third-tier strange beasts, excel at using water columns to attack enemies and can turn into water to evade attacks when under threat. These beasts are not strong in attack or defense, but their survival ability is extremely high, and a spirit core is worth 300,000 alliance coins, which is more expensive than the spirit cores of typical early third-tier beasts. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, the survival ability of these water spirits was a joke. After he landed, the absolute domain instantly pinned down the more than 10 water spirits in place, and with a twist of space, the water spirits exploded, leaving behind a ground full of sparkling spirit cores. With a thought, all the pill-sized spirit cores on the ground were in his hands. Awesome! A total of 18 spirit cores, worth about 5,400,000 alliance coins. In just a moment, 5,400,000 alliance coins were in his hands. The speed of making money astonished even him. He was exhausted at the number 8 crack, making only 5 million alliance coins a day. No wonder they said money was just a number to the strong. La la la. Lin Chen hummed a tune, opened the map, and continued to look for hunting targets. Today he was going to complete the system task. It's you. He spotted his old acquaintance from the number 8 crack, the three-headed dog, just not far from him. For now, killing early third-tier strange beasts was the most cost-effective, as there were too many mid-third-tier beasts, which might be overwhelming. However, the early third-tier beasts were too far apart, making it difficult to deal with. He could only target the valuable second-tier beasts. With an increase in the number of second-tier beasts, the benefits would be the same as killing early third-tier beasts. Just a few minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at his destination, but before he could feel happy, his face fell. Damn it, how come? It's you guys again. Not only did Lin Chen see his old acquaintance from the number 8 crack, but he also saw a group of familiar faces. The bald man was surrounded by the other 4 people in the midst of the three-headed dog pack, and the situation did not seem optimistic. The girl named Xiao Ai was currently encircled by the bald man and the other 3, who were huddled together, fighting while retreating. Boss, it's that person again. Xiao Ai's sharp eyes spotted Lin Chen floating in the air. The bald man and the other 3 were thrown off their rhythm by Xiao Ai's exclamation. The woman in the trench coat had her arm bitten by a three-headed dog, but fortunately, the man with the prosthetic limb saved her just in time. Master of the mountain moving realm. The bald man glanced at Lin Chen out of the corner of his eye and exclaimed. He had said at the 8th crack that Lin Chen could not possibly be a master of the mountain moving realm, but unexpectedly, just 2 days later, he was slapped in the face. Yesterday he was chased by the beasts of Chaos Beastport, and he was still running. How could he suddenly fly? Xiao Ai looked at Lin Chen curiously and muttered. The flying speed of a beginner in the mountain moving realm is not faster than running. It's normal to run. But wait. How could a master of the mountain-moving realm not outrun a second-tier beast? Could it be that he intentionally attracted those beasts to the outpost? But I heard that the Grand General came later. Why wasn't he caught? Who knows what they're up to? The 4 of them chattered away, and Lin Chen extended his mental power, hearing everything clearly. Boss, should we ask him for help? We can't hold on like this. This three-headed dog is about to advance, and it's hard for us to get away. The woman in the trench coat had blood continuously flowing down her arm, and the formation of the 4 had begun to break down. The man with the prosthetic limb had to help the woman fend off the three-headed dog from time to time, causing the chubby guy on the other side to be flustered. Hearing this, the bald man pondered for a moment and shouted to Lin Chen in the sky, Master, please lend us your hand. We are willing to offer 1 million alliance coins. Lin Chen laughed upon hearing this. 1 million alliance coins is too much. We have some fate together. Just give me the corpses of these three-headed dogs. He loved money, but it depended on the situation. He had encountered these people 3 times. Even if they didn't ask for help, he would still step in to save them. After all, they were all human. The other side was not evil to the core, and they had actively avoided him when they encountered him, proving their conscience and morality were decent, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Although they had stolen many three-headed dogs from him, seeing that the 4 could no longer hold on, Lin Chen teleported above the 3 men, and after enveloping them in his absolute domain, he instantly pulled all 5 behind him. The 5 were still fiercely fighting when they were suddenly pulled into the sky by an unstoppable force, feeling a bit dazed. Lin Chen didn't care about them, he just gave them a little space to breathe, then teleported to the ground, expanding the absolute domain to cover the three-headed dog army. No, they're not moving. Xiao AI looked at the three-headed dogs standing quietly in place, exclaiming in a flustered manner. The other four were also seeing such a method for the first time, momentarily stunned and unable to speak. Die, Lin Chen said softly, and the space within the absolute domain instantly twisted. To ensure the integrity of the three-headed dog's corpses, he didn't twist the space too much and precisely controlled the distortion to the heads of the three-headed dogs. In fact, as long as he maintained a lack of air in the absolute domain, these three-headed dogs would suffocate and die, but second-tier beasts could probably last a few minutes without air, which he found too long and troublesome, so he simply consumed some mental power to finish off these three-headed dogs directly. Uncle, it's that biggest three-headed dog, it's about to advance to the third tier. We must kill it to avenge Sister Min. Seeing the surrounding three-headed dogs losing their life force, although she didn't know what was happening, Xiao Ai knew Lin Chen was very powerful and shouted loudly. Just as the other three-headed dogs charged into the absolute domain one after another, one particularly large three-headed dog turned around and ran away. Xiao Ai, how do you talk to master? The bald uncle quickly covered Xiao Ai's mouth and apologized to Lin Chen. I'm sorry, Xiao Ai has been spoiled by us and doesn't know better. I hope master won't be angry. Lin Chen was taken aback, this little girl actually called him uncle. However, her carefree personality reminded Lin Chen of Wang Miaomiao. He had been out for 4 days, and Wang Miaomiao had sent her many messages asking about his whereabouts. To avoid worrying her, he simply replied that she didn't need to worry. He guessed that girl was probably going crazy with anxiety and that he should call her back when he had time, lest that crazy girl go find Zhang Zikai in a frenzy. What? Am I that old? You call me uncle? You should call me big brother. Lin Chen snapped back to reality and asked, both amused and exasperated. The boss told me that if I meet someone stronger than him, I should call them uncle. Last night we met someone younger than you, and he said he was over 100 years old. Xiao Ai looked at Lin Chen fearlessly, as she did not sense any danger from him. The bald uncle could only smile awkwardly upon hearing this. He had indeed said that anyone stronger than him, no matter how talented, would be around 30. So Xiao Ai should indeed call him uncle. He hadn't expected that this strange young man before him had already become a master at the mountain-moving realm at such a young age. Xiao Ai's cultivation level shouldn't be high, right? Bringing her into the rift seems a bit reckless. The bald man scratched his head. Xiao Ai just turned 18 this year. She is currently a first-tier cultivator. Her mental state is somewhat underdeveloped. Her parents were my teammates during my time in the Demon Extermination Guard, and they died when she was very young. Xiao Ai awakened a sense of crisis ability, so I brought her along to train a bit. I see. I noticed Xiao Ai is young and her cultivation isn't high, so I was curious why you brought her along. Now that the bald man explained, Lin Chen understood. A very small number of people awaken abilities after cultivation. These individuals are generally referred to as awakeners and possess significantly higher combat power than ordinary cultivators. Did you encounter the void breaking master? We ran into him by chance in town number 7. He wanted to take Xiao Ai as a disciple but only left contact information. That void breaking master seemed to have something urgent. Urgent business in town number 7? Could there be a problem with town number 7 or the number 7 rift? Upon hearing that someone over 100 years old was younger than him, Lin Chen immediately knew it had to be the void-breaking master. Only when one advances to the void-breaking realm is there a chance for rejuvenation, which he had learned from reviewing the cultivator's secret techniques yesterday. That three-headed dog is running away. Seeing Lin Chen and the bald man chatting, Xiao Ai, who was staring at the large three-headed dog, quickly interrupted their conversation. Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry, it can't escape. Seeing the large three-headed dog already running 2 or 3 miles away, he used 4 consecutive teleportations to catch up to it. With a swift draw of the Qinghai knife at his waist, the large three-headed dog fell instantly. 3 blood holes appearing on its heads, bleeding profusely. This beast actually has some intelligence. It seems it's not far from the third tier. The biggest difference between a second tier and a third tier beast is that one has intelligence while the other does not. Although the intelligence of a third tier beast in its early stages is still low, at least it knows when to run if it can't win. Next came Lin Chen's time to reap the rewards. He opened his spatial bag and controlled the opening with his mental power. Then, as he walked, he stuffed the bodies of the 3-headed dogs into the spatial bag. The 5 people beside him were dumbfounded. They could only see one 3-headed dog after another lining up from the air and automatically entering the spatial bag. Lin Chen dispersed the absolute domain, allowing Xiao Ai and the other 4 to move freely. After cleaning up the corpses on the ground, he waved his hand at the 5 and said, I'm leaving now, see you again if fate allows. Big brother, goodbye. Hearing Xiao Ai's change in how she addressed him, he smiled and then teleported away, searching for his next target. Seeing Lin Chen leave, the man with the prosthetic limb stepped forward and asked, "Boss, have you ever seen such a powerful mountain-moving realm?" The bald man shook his head. "No, this unbelievable killing technique should be his mental combat skill, but I've never heard of such a mental combat skill. It's not just a killing technique. Didn't you notice he can teleport? Those in the void realm usually fly, but he can teleport. It's incredible." The woman in the trenchcoat looked in shock at the direction Lin Chen had gone, unable to calm her astonishment for a long time. "You've all overlooked the most important point. He had no life aura when he arrived. If it weren't for Xiao Ai's keen eyes spotting him, we wouldn't have known someone was approaching." "Fatty, are you sure?" "Absolutely. I'm very sensitive to life auras. If someone approaches me, I will definitely know." "You know this, boss." The woman in the trench coat also spoke up. "I believe Fatty on this. Although his life-sensing talent isn't as strong as Xiao Ai's crisis-sensing talent, he has never missed sensing a life aura." The bald man and the man with the prosthetic limb exchanged glances, both seeing the fear in each other's expressions. "The formless ghost step." "Formless!" they both exclaimed in unison, startling the other three. Xiao Ai looked at the two in confusion and asked, "What is formless?" The bald man looked up at the sky and murmured, "It's a realm we can never understand." "Boss, if I remember correctly, it seems only the formless Zen master has mastered the formless ghost step." "That's right, but now there's another person who has mastered it. Don't go spreading today's events, otherwise it could lead to disaster. Xiao Ai, especially you," the bald man warned, giving Xiao Ai a serious admonition. "Got it." Xiao Ai pouted, speaking defiantly. "Boss, who do you think is stronger, this big brother or the old man we met yesterday?" The bald man smiled. "Right now, the old man you met yesterday is definitely stronger, but in the future this big brother will probably be stronger." Just thinking about Lin Chen killing the three-headed dog still made him shudder. Lin Chen never imagined that within a team of the Mountain Peak realm there would actually be two awakened ones. Lin Chen continued to teleport deeper into the rift for over half an hour, finally finding new prey, a group of fire spirits. Using the same method he used against the water spirits, he captured the 12 fire spirits and looked contentedly at the space pouch panel. 30 spirit cores of early-stage third-tier beasts, over 500 corpses of three-headed dogs. I've already earned enough. This 10 million has to be saved for system tasks. After killing a few more waves, I'll return to White City and deal with Zhang Zikai. He had been thinking about Zhang Zikai, and he wouldn't forget the assassination attempt sent by Zhang Zikai's people. Boom boom boom. Just as he was about to head to the next gathering point for third-tier beasts, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? After shaking for a few seconds, everything returned to calm. Damn it, what's happening? Before he could gather his thoughts, a dense swarm of beasts was charging towards him. He immediately took to the air, expanded his absolute domain, and used spatial folding to conceal his form, entering the formless state. Over 10,000 beasts were running wildly, among them quite a few third-tier beasts and a small number of fourth-tier beasts. In the sky, a swarm of flying beasts crowded together, rushing towards this direction. Behind the army of beasts, countless black figures followed, all of them demon exterminators. The demon exterminators are chasing the beasts? That doesn't make sense. How could these 2,000 people dare to pursue 30,000 beasts? Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was a bit confused. When did the demon exterminators become so brave as to chase after beasts that outnumbered them tenfold? No, these beasts are not being chased by the demon exterminators, they are on their way, and the demon exterminators are heading there, too. After observing for a while from the air, Lin Chen noticed something was off. The group of beasts completely ignored the pursuing demon exterminators, simply running forward. The demon exterminators also did not engage with the beasts but closely followed behind them, not even glancing at the beasts that fell behind. That direction is the deepest part of the rift. Opening the map and glancing at the direction the beasts and demon exterminators were heading, Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Remembering what Xiao Ai and the others said about the Voidbreaker, he realized that something big might have happened at Rift number 7. Should I go or not? Although he didn't know what was happening, the sheer number of demon exterminators suggested that all the station demon exterminators at Rift number 7 had been mobilized. Attention everyone, we are the demon exterminators of Rift number 7. There is danger at Rift number 7, please evacuate immediately. When the demon exterminators passed beneath Lin Chen, he noticed that the ones in the front were tied with a large speaker, broadcasting a repeated announcement. However, the roars and howls of the beasts drowned out the speaker's voice, making it only audible within a range of 200 to 300 meters. I'll follow and take a look. If there's danger, I'll run. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chen released the spatial fold and slowly teleported to follow behind the demon exterminators. From a distance, the spatial fold consumed too much mental energy, so following from afar should keep him unnoticed, especially since all the beasts and demon exterminators were desperately rushing towards the depths of the rift, with no one paying attention to what was behind. Where are they going? As he followed, he soon realized something was wrong. His current position was already at the edge of the map, and moving further ahead would lead to the end of the rift space. It was rumored that the end of the rift. Space was a barrier beyond which lay an endless void, completely inaccessible. The rift map was drawn by the scouts of the demon exterminators, taking decades and countless lives to create it accurately, so it was impossible for there to be any incomplete drawings. If the map information was incomplete and cultivators entered the rift into unknown areas, encountering danger, it would be tantamount to murder. The Cultivator Alliance would not allow such things to happen. In all these years, they had never encountered such a situation. Once I exceed the edge of the map, I will return immediately. Lin Chen lingered for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and following along. After teleporting twice to catch up, he witnessed a shocking scene. A glowing barrier blocked the path of tens of thousands of beasts, with the demon exterminators standing ready less than a kilometer behind the beasts. Through the luminous barrier, he could see the terrifying black void outside, devoid of any light, only endless mystery. In front of the beast stood a young man and a fourth-tier beast, the flame demon tiger. At that moment, the man and the beast seemed to be in a standoff, and the encircling beasts dared not advance, quietly watching them. Flame demon tiger, what do you want by calling all these beasts here? The young man glanced at the surrounding beasts and slowly walked towards the anxious flame demon tiger not far away. As soon as the flame demon tiger saw the young man approaching, it immediately roared, and the surrounding beasts quickly closed in. Gu Minglan, let me go, and I can give you this rift. The demon flame tiger finished speaking and pulled out a fist-sized stone, emitting a dazzling light from its tiger skin at its chest. The stone radiated a brightness that made it hard to open one's eyes, illuminating half the sky. Lin Chen was stunned to hear the demon flame tiger speak. This was a fifth-tier beast, a king of beasts. The stone in its hand, glowing brilliantly, must be the energy core. Demon flame tiger, your king once signed an agreement with the Cultivator Alliance. In every city, except for Rift number 1, fifth-tier beasts are not allowed to appear. If you want to advance to the fifth tier now, you are violating the agreement between both parties. Gu Minglan stepped closer to the demon flame tiger. That was their agreement. What does it have to do with me? Besides, the agreement also states that human void realm experts cannot enter other rifts, yet you have come in now, haven't you? The demon flame tiger shouted in a frenzied voice, retreating madly. You violated the agreement first. I am just here to deal with the trouble. That doesn't count as a violation. Hand over the energy core, and I can let you go to rift number 1. Gu Minglan said calmly, completely disregarding the demon flame tiger's words. Lin Chen was astonished to hear this. The Cultivator Alliance and the Rift Beasts had signed such an agreement. No wonder those Void Realm experts on the combat power rankings didn't go to those small rifts to deal with the fourth-tier beasts and instead controlled the rifts. He had previously thought that the Void Realm experts simply didn't have the time, but he never imagined there was such an agreement between the two parties. The purpose of this agreement should be to prevent the top combat powers of both sides from slaughtering each other's lower-tier forces. However, from this agreement, it could also be seen that the Earth Star had already passed its most difficult period and could now find ways to restrain the beasts. Go to rift number 1 to die? Don't be too arrogant. We can die together. If it weren't for me letting you go back then, could you have walked out of rift number 7? Could you have advanced to the Void Realm? The demon flame tiger trembled, looking at the utterly indifferent Gu Minglan. Gu Minglan smiled. If you could kill me back then, would you not have done so? You, a fourth-tier beast that hasn't broken through to the fifth tier just recently, shedding your bones, dare to negotiate terms with me? Upon hearing this, the demon flame tiger let out a furious roar, and the surrounding beasts surged forward towards the young man. Gu Minglan glanced at the charging beasts, waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path of all the beasts. All the beasts halted in their tracks, staring at the eerie spatial rift. The beasts at the front, unable to stop in time, were pushed into the rift by those behind them, disappearing completely. Then the spatial rift began to heal, and the demon flame tiger roared loudly, but no beast dared to approach. Those it had summoned no longer obeyed its command. With these low-tier beasts, do you still want to stubbornly resist? Isn't that too wishful thinking? After saying this, it pulled out a long spear from somewhere and swept it across the surrounding beasts, a visible beam of light, shooting towards the beast horde. Any beast struck by the light, whether first tier, second tier, or third tier, was all cut in half. The white light extended from Gu Minglan's feet to the outermost edge of the beast horde, and wherever it passed, all beasts perished. In just one strike, the number of beasts surrounding Gu Minglan was reduced by more than half. The remaining beasts, seeing this scene, instantly fell into chaos, frantically fleeing, with many being trampled to death by their own kind. The demon extermination. Guards at the back saw this situation and immediately opened a gap to let the beasts escape. They dared not confront over 10,000 beasts head-on. Lin Chen saw these beasts charging towards him and quickly crawled up from the grass, hiding behind a nearby rock. His formless state made it impossible for all the beasts to notice his presence. He saw several demon-slaying guards running a bit slower, directly trampled into meat paste by the horde of strange beasts. He was just here to watch the excitement and didn't want to be treated as nourishment in the rift. Flame Tiger, I'll say it again, put the energy core back and I can let you go. to Rift number 1. After driving away the strange beasts that had gathered, Gu Minglan pressed forward again towards the flame tiger. Don't force me. If I go to Rift number 1 now, will your human void realm let me safely enter the depths of the rift? I can only guarantee that I won't make a move against you. I can't be sure about the others. Maybe you'll be lucky, and there won't be any void realm stationed in Rift number 1 for the time being? If that's the case, then let's die together. The flame tiger roared, and the energy core on its claws was swallowed whole. Then its body began to swell rapidly, like a balloon about to burst. An inexplicable pressure suddenly appeared above the flame tiger, and a huge dark cloud took shape, with tiny lightning flickering within. You think you can forcibly transform in front of me? Do you think I don't exist? Seeing this scene, Gu Minglan let out a low shout, and the gun in his hand sparked. Then the long spear pointed towards the flame tiger in midair. Spirit piercer. With an angry roar, the long spear shot towards the flame tiger in a strange manner, somewhat akin to teleportation. It was in his hand one moment and in front of the flame tiger the next. Where the spear passed, the space was scorched, creating countless tiny cracks, the spearhead glowing like a red-hot iron piece. Before Lin Chen could react, the long spear had already pierced through the flame tiger's body and returned to Gu Minglan's hand. However, the flame tiger looked as if it hadn't been hit at all, still lively as it stared at Gu Minglan, sneering, "Haha, under the suppression of the Great Path's laws, you still think you can kill me with your shallow power of the laws?" Then the flame tiger was engulfed in purple-black flames, and in no time, it had completely transformed into fire. Gu Minglan frowned, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, murmuring, "Transformation tribulation, there's actually a law suppression." This was also his first encounter with a 4th-tier beast transformation. He didn't expect such a powerful law force in the transformation tribulation to render his own law power ineffective. Demon-slaying guards, listen up, go to the entire rift and notify all cultivators to withdraw from Rift number 7. Yes, Gu Minglan shouted, and all the demon-slaying guards scattered, running in all directions towards the rift. Seeing this, Lin Chen knew he had to leave too. If he didn't, he might die here. The dark cloud above the flame tiger gave him an immense sense of oppression, making it hard for him to breathe. "Kid, don't leave, stay here and help me." Just as he was about to leave, a mental transmission suddenly echoed in his mind, and a faint mental force spread within a radius of several dozen meters. Lin Chen was stunned. Gu Minglan could actually sense his presence? He had been in an formless state. Without breaking it, how did Gu Minglan notice him? Was his formless state not perfect? A flurry of questions popped up in Lin Chen's mind, but feeling the lingering mental force around him, he responded to the mental force, "Senior, how do you want me to help you? My cultivation here is of no use, right? When the flame tiger transforms, it will definitely spit out the energy core. It can't withstand the energy impact of the core. It's been staring at me, so I can't make a move. If I do, it will swallow the energy core. I'll attract its attention. You enter the formless state and take the energy core while it's unprepared." Hearing this, Lin Chen was speechless. Last time Li Changqing asked him to steal something, and now it was again about stealing. Did he look like a thief? "Senior, are you sure this will work?" "Don't worry, the flame tiger hasn't comprehended the power of the laws yet. It can't sense the formless existence. Just be a little careful and don't appear in front of it, and it won't discover you." "Is it because of the power of the laws that the senior can sense me?" Lin Chen didn't understand what this power of the laws was. Was it really that formidable? No, the formless is actually a kind of law. The deeper your understanding of the formless, the lower your sense of existence in space. Your understanding of the formless law is actually quite profound, almost on par with the formless master. "I can't sense your existence." Hearing this, he was speechless. "How did you discover me then, and why did you let me stay to help?" "I can know of your existence because you moved your position. I saw the imprint on the grass, and your clothing is still sticking out." Lin Chen looked at the humanoid imprint on the grass and the half-exposed corner of his clothing, feeling quite speechless. He suddenly remembered a popular saying online, "If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them." Once he got out, he definitely needed to buy a book on disguise techniques. He had been using spatial folding to conceal his form, and he was used to it, so he didn't pay attention to such small details at all. Moreover, after reaching the mountain-moving realm, he had gotten used to using mental power to observe everything around him, allowing for more detailed observation. In this way, the most important eyes had lost their function and had become mere decorations. He didn't expect that in front of such an experienced and cunning person he could be discovered through a small flaw. Although this flaw was indeed a bit large, Lin Chen asked himself, when he was fighting with others, he wouldn't pay attention to such details, especially from such a distance. What the eyes see is always the truest. Mental power can only be used as an aid. Lin Chen muttered in his heart, not daring to voice it, fearing that he would reveal another flaw for the flame tiger to see. At this moment, Gu Minglan was no longer in a hurry to kill the flame tiger. He knew that without the power of the laws backing him, he couldn't kill the flame tiger in this state. "Flame tiger, so what if you've transformed? Do you think you can escape from my hands?" The purple-black flames transformed by the flame tiger flickered, and a painful voice came from Within, the energy core is in my hands, you dare not kill me. Although I can't defeat you before I die, I will definitely crush the energy core. With the energy core, it had the capital to negotiate with Gu Minglan, and it knew this deeply, otherwise it would have died long ago and couldn't have called so many exotic beasts for support. Don't worry, I won't take the energy core with me. If I take it, the number 7 rift will collapse and you won't let me go. When I break through to the 5th level and safely exit the number 7 rift, I will leave the energy core in the number 7 rift. But at that time, I need you to cooperate a bit, just wait here and can't chase me. The flame tiger seemed to know Gu Minglan's thoughts and even revealed its escape route. Gu Minglan narrowed his eyes. The intelligence of this flame tiger was indeed not low, having prepared all the plans. The dark clouds above the flame tiger grew thicker, and the flame tiger snorted coldly. Look how favored you humans are by the great Tao. You won't face a lightning tribulation when you ascend, while our beast clan still has to endure the transformation tribulation. As soon as it finished speaking, a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel suddenly fell from the dark clouds, striking straight at the flame tiger with lightning speed. The flames transformed by the flame tiger were shaken and seemed about to extinguish. After the strike, the dark clouds began to change color, slowly turning golden. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black clouds transformed into golden auspicious clouds, and a golden light shone down, causing the flames of the flame tiger to visibly grow larger. Under the illumination of the golden light, the flames grew bigger and began to gradually take on a human form. After a while, a completely naked man, with long black hair and a body covered in swirling black tattoos, slowly walked out of the flames. Once he emerged from the fire, he waved his hand, and the flames were drawn into his body. Is this the 5th stage? He clenched his fist, and a flame instantly enveloped it. He gazed obsessively at the fire in his hand, a look of enjoyment on his face. They say humans are favored by the Great Way, but aren't you beasts the same? As long as you successfully transform, you can immediately comprehend the power of your own unique laws. We humans have to painstakingly understand the laws before we can ascend to the void. Gu Minglan looked at the transformed flame demon tiger and mocked. Less talk, send me out of the rift. The flame demon tiger snorted coldly, and an energy core appeared in his hand. Kid, now's the time. Lin Chen, who had been watching from the side, suddenly received a mental transmission from Gu Minglan. Got it. As soon as Lin Chen received the message, he immediately activated spatial folding and teleported towards the flame demon tiger. The flame demon tiger arrogantly stared at Gu Minglan, the energy core floating in his hand. This thing is really fun. To keep it safe, you guys are really going to great lengths. But I also have to thank this thing, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to leave today. Gu Minglan looked at the flame demon tiger in shock, not because of what he said, but because he suddenly couldn't see the figure of that kid hiding in the shadows, nor could he sense where he had gone. He didn't understand what was happening. Clearly, just a second ago, he had received a mental response from that kid, and the next second, he had vanished. However, the next scene nearly made his eyes pop out. The flame demon tiger was still arrogantly playing with the energy core, and in the next second, the energy core disappeared. Who? The flame demon tiger roared, a wave of mental power violently pressing outwards from him. He had sensed that someone had taken something from his hand and even brushed against his arm, but he couldn't see that person, nor could his mental power detect their presence. Lin Chen's absolute domain was shattered by the flame demon tiger's raging mental power, and his figure appeared in the air. Kid, you're looking for death. The flame demon tiger roared, all his mental power crazily pressing towards Lin Chen, trying to capture him. Senior, help! He held the energy core and frantically fled, the pressure of the flame demon tiger's mental power nearly suffocating him. Gu Minglan finally came to his senses, gripping his spear, and with a swift motion he blocked the flame demon tiger's mental power. Only then did Lin Chen have a moment to breathe. The absolute domain covered his body again, and under the gaze of both, he vanished once more. The flame demon tiger, seeing this scene, frantically searched the air with his mental power but sensed no signs of life. Good kid, have you comprehended the laws of space? The laws of space combined with the formless laws, you will definitely be a king in the darkness. Gu Minglan was filled with surprise, not expecting to encounter such a monstrous young man here, who not only comprehended the rare formless laws but also the laws of space among the two supreme laws. If it weren't for this young man today, he really wouldn't have been able to keep a flame demon tiger. He then looked at the flame demon tiger, releasing his spear, a terrifying energy gathering on it. Flame demon tiger, now that you no longer have the energy core, what will you use to threaten me? After saying this, he struck the spear floating in the air, sending it flying straight towards the flame demon tiger, the spear tearing through space, a series of roars echoing through the heavens and earth. Force devours mountains and rivers. Gu Minglan shouted, the spear in his hand suddenly accelerating, a terrifying energy radiating from him, distorting the surrounding space with its overwhelming power. The magic flame tiger felt as if facing a great enemy, yet found it could not take flight, held firmly in place by a terrifying force. Starfire burns the plains. It knew there was no escaping now. Flames began to blaze fiercely on its body, a wave of horrific heat erupted from within, and a massive fireball formed instantly on its fist. A spear and a fist collided in an instant. The flames vanished in an instant. The spear pierced through the magic flame tiger's fist, directly penetrating its chest. You, a newly promoted 5th tier, don't even understand the power of the laws, and you think you can stop me? Gu Minglan's spear tip spun, and a huge hole appeared in the magic flame tiger's chest. Gu Minglan, since we're going to die, let's die together. The magic flame tiger gripped the spear tightly, revealing a strange smile. Upon seeing this smile, Gu Minglan was instantly alarmed and shouted into the air, "Kid, throw the energy core away quickly. Let's die together." Boom! The magic flame tiger let out a cold laugh. Its body suddenly exploded, a massive fireball instantly enveloping Gu Minglan. Lin Chen watched the two fight from the air, captivated, still pondering their application of the laws. Suddenly, Gu Minglan let out a loud roar, and he felt the energy core in his hand begin to heat up, hurriedly throwing it away and teleporting out. Just as the energy core left his hand, a fierce white light erupted, and he felt a powerful force ruthlessly tearing apart the absolute domain from behind. A violent impact sent him flying far away, a sharp pain spreading from his back throughout his body. Sensing that the host has suffered a fatal attack, the degree of bodily damage is close to death. The system automatically repairs the host's body. This was the last voice he heard in his mind before he lost consciousness. In White City, at the Central Hospital, the lights in the emergency room had been on all night, and all the experts inside dared not even breathe. Lying on the operating table was a person who was barely recognizable, and because of this person, they had not closed their eyes all night, barely managing to use nanobots to piece together countless shattered bones. All bones have been reassembled, intracranial hemorrhage and shattered bones cleared, no severe damage to brain tissue, skull repaired perfectly, scalp sutured perfectly. Start suturing the internal organs. Blood pressure too low, increase the pressure of the blood exchange device, increase the transfusion volume. 7 or 8 experts looked at the chaotic mess of internal organs, their scalps tingling. If it weren't for the still somewhat intact heart beating occasionally, they wouldn't believe anyone could survive such injuries. But thinking of the director's words, their movements became even more cautious, fearing that a careless mistake would take away that faint glimmer of life. Everyone believed the person on the operating table was beyond saving, but the director had given a death order. Even if they died, they could not die in their hospital, or everyone would be buried with them. Don't touch the heart yet, gather all the internal organs and piece them together, don't touch the aorta. The ordering doctor was also in shock. This person's internal organs were all damaged, only the aorta remained intact, and it was emitting a wave of energy, slowly repairing the heart, preserving its faint heartbeat. All internal organs sorted, ready for suturing. Fortunately, with the advancement of modern medicine and with the help of robots, all the internal organs were quickly extracted from the abdominal cavity, and under the precise operation of the nanobots, all the internal organs were sutured within half an hour. Heart repaired, shut down the blood exchange device, prepare for blood transfusion, check if the internal organ blood vessels are perfectly sutured. Internal organs repaired perfectly, no bleeding points found. Blood pressure is steadily rising, heartbeat stable, breathing resumed. With the help of professional machines, all checks on the internal organs were soon completed. Prepare for physical suturing. 2 hours later, the door to the emergency room opened, and a group of people outside eagerly watched the experts emerge. Gu Minglan stepped forward and asked, "How is it?" The leading vice president pulled down his mask, let out a sigh, and said, "Vital signs have returned, all the damaged bones, organs, and muscles have been perfectly sutured. Whether he can survive now depends on fate." The feedback from the nanobots in the brain indicates no damage, but the human brain is a very mysterious thing. Our current technology cannot predict unforeseen circumstances. Gu Minglan looked at the dean beside him and coldly said, "Didn't you say there was no problem?" At this moment, the dean was almost in tears, quickly glancing at the municipal health minister beside him, but the minister pretended not to see, staring intently at his own shoes. What a joke! This was a respected figure even the city lord would bow to. How could he dare to speak carelessly? As long as the vital signs stabilize, there generally won't be any problems. Seeing the municipal health minister ignoring him, the dean could only force himself to explain. "Vice President, it's bad. The patient's muscles are rapidly collapsing, and the skin is becoming dry." As soon as the dean finished speaking, a nurse rushed out of the emergency room to report this news, and he nearly fainted on the spot. The vice president put on his mask, and the lights in the emergency room turned back on. "What's going on?" The machine's feedback indicates that the patient's internal energy is rapidly depleting. "Inject high-grade nutrient solution in large quantities, quickly." 10 minutes later, the door to the emergency room opened again. The vice president walked out with a look of terror, and the dean hurriedly approached and asked, "How is it?" "I've never seen anything like this. In just 10 minutes, all the wounds have scabbed over, and even the bones have started to heal." Upon hearing this, everyone except Gu Minglan gasped in shock. Was this encountering a ghost? Ignorant. This is a strong constitution. The body autonomously repairs itself after absorbing energy. Although Gu Minglan said this, he was also slightly shaken inside. He had seen those who had comprehended the laws of physical enhancement, powerful beings who could quickly recover from injuries as long as the energy kept up. But none were as exaggerated as this kid. As long as the body starts to actively repair itself, there will be no problem. Ensure his energy absorption is good, and contact me immediately when he wakes up, Gu Minglan said to the dean, then turned and left the hospital. He had other matters to attend to. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and quickly pushed Lin Chen into a high-level ward, continuously infusing nutrient solution into his body for 24 hours. Lying on the hospital bed, Lin Chen felt as if he had been in a very long dream. In the dream, two blurry figures were conversing in a vast white space. He wanted to hear clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the words. He wanted to move closer, but he found that no matter how he walked, he could never close the distance to the two figures. Then, one of the figures waved a hand, and he felt himself return to a warm place. Opening his eyes, the morning sunlight shone into his eyes, a bit blinding. A nurse beside him, who was changing the nutrient solution, suddenly exclaimed, "Someone! The patient is awake!" In no time, a group of people rushed into the room, and an old man with glasses, tears streaming down his face, held Lin Chen's hand. "It's been 10 days, you finally woke up." Lin Chen was bewildered by this scene. He only remembered helping Gu Minglan retrieve the energy core from the 7th crack, and then the energy core exploded. How did he suddenly end up in the hospital? He remembered not staying long in that white space. How could 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye? Creak. He propped himself up with his hand on the bed's armrest, his whole body cracking with sounds, a wave of weakness washing over him. "You've just woken up, you need to rest for a while," the old man immediately explained upon seeing this, while the nurse beside him quickly supported his back to help him sit up. Lin Chen frowned. This feeling of powerlessness wasn't due to physical discomfort, but rather a sense that his body wasn't as obedient as it used to be. However, as he became more alert, that feeling of losing control gradually faded away. Wait, how long has it been? Lin Chen suddenly realized and hurriedly opened the system panel to check the task. Time. Task: obtain 10 million alliance coins within a month, remaining time 14 days. The nurse beside him was taken aback by his question and after a moment replied, "It's been 10 days since you were admitted. Is there a problem?" Lin Chen shook his head and said to the doctors surrounding the bed, "You all go out first, I want some quiet." The old man nodded. Now that he was awake, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Once all the medical staff had left, Lin Chen opened the attribute panel. Host: Lin Chen, Physique 1000285, Strength 265,854, Spirit 399, Comprehension 10, Attribute Points 1456. System: what's going on? How did my physique suddenly become a million? Detected that the host suffered fatal damage. The system automatically repaired the host's body, consuming a total of 939,600 attribute points. Hearing the system's response, Lin Chen was speechless. All the attribute points from these 10.5 days had been added to his physique. However, according to the system, if it hadn't repaired his body, he might already be dead. By the way, where's my spatial bag? Lin Chen looked around, scanning the entire hospital room with his mental power, but found no trace of the spatial bag. "Nurse, have you seen my spatial bag?" He pressed the call button and quickly asked a nurse who entered the room. "No, you didn't have anything on you when you arrived. You can ask the young man who brought you here." "I see. You can go now." After dismissing the nurse, he murmured, "Gu Minglan probably doesn't care about my little materials. It wouldn't have been blown up in the explosion, right?" Thinking of this, he felt like crying without tears. Those materials were what he needed to submit the task, and now they were gone before he could even exchange them for alliance coins. Lin Chen looked at the 4 drip inserted into his arm and yanked it out. Ever since it entered his body, a wave of energy had been surging through him, making him feel hot and uncomfortable. Where should I go now? Dressed in a hospital gown, Lin Chen propped his chin on his hand, contemplating what to do next. His phone was also missing, and he couldn't contact Wang Miao. He hadn't been in touch with that girl for 10 days and had no idea how she was doing. There was still 440,000 in his alliance account, so it seemed he would have to repurchase everything and make another trip to the rift. Entering the washroom, he was greeted by the sight of a shiny, bald head with a long scar on it, though new flesh had already grown over it. Staring at his bald reflection for 3 seconds, he chuckled. Indeed, being handsome has nothing to do with hairstyle. Looking at the scars crisscrossing his body, he knew that without the system repairing his flesh, he might have been a corpse by now. Lin Chen, just as he had taken off his clothes and hadn't yet showered, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Senior Gu?" He hadn't even put on his clothes when he stepped out to see Gu Minglan holding a pile of things. "Are you planning to take a shower? Or are you planning to admire all these scars?" Seeing Lin Chen with his bare shoulders, Gu Minglan asked, preparing to take a shower. "You go ahead, I'll wait for you." "Okay." Seeing that Gu Minglan was not in a hurry, he quickly took a shower. He felt sticky all over, and he could smell the stench of sweat with every breath. "Gu Senior, is there something you need?" He walked out of the washroom, towel in hand, and asked Gu Minglan, who was sitting on the sofa eating fruit. "I almost got you killed. As soon as you woke up, I rushed over to see you. Thank you for your concern, Gu Senior. There's nothing wrong now." Lin Chen patted his chest and looked himself over, indicating he was fine. That's good. Your physical condition is really impressive. All your bones were broken and your organs were shattered, yet you recovered in 10 days. It's unbelievable. Gu Minglan took a bite of fruit and marveled. Maybe it's because I usually like to exercise and I ate a spirit herb. The residual energy from the herb probably saved my life. Gu Minglan rolled his eyes. I'm not here to pry into your secrets. Whether you eat spirit herbs or not has nothing to do with me. He understood what Lin Chen meant. Bringing up the spirit herb to hide a secret was a clear giveaway. Besides, with the two major laws of space and formlessness in your body, who would care if you eat spirit herbs or not? However, the doctor who saved you did mention this. He said there was a force protecting your heart, otherwise you would have died long ago. Lin Chen knew what that force was. It must be the system using attribute points to enhance his physique. I'm here to return your things. After saying that, Gu Minglan picked up a spatial bag from the side and tossed it over. Lin Chen caught the spatial bag and was about to check it, but Gu Minglan said, "Don't look, there's nothing inside. Your spatial bag was destroyed. This is a new one I bought for you. The phone is in the backpack outside the bag, also new, and I've already authenticated it for you. As for your knife, I had the weapon master reforge it for you, it's inside the spatial bag. Regarding the materials in your bag, they were scattered everywhere at the time, and I didn't collect them. I've transferred 100 million to your account as compensation." Lin Chen was stunned. A void-breaking realm master truly treated money as nothing, handing out 100 million just like that. Gu Senior, those materials aren't worth 100 million, at most, they're worth about 15 million, which is already quite remarkable. He and Gu Minglan were not close, and he felt uneasy taking such a large sum. Take it, if it weren't for you, the number 7 rift would probably be gone by now. What happened to the number 7 rift in the end? The energy core seemed to have exploded. Gu Minglan sighed, there's still half left. That damned flame demon tiger injected the power of laws into the energy core. After it self-destructed, the power of laws in the energy core also self-destructed. But fortunately, there's still a large portion left. After the number 7 rift collapsed halfway, Zheng Hongyuan took people to clean it up and regained control of the number 7 rift. Then I'll take this money. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt justified in taking the money. If it weren't for him, the flame demon tiger would have likely escaped, and it definitely wouldn't have left the energy core behind. The cultivator alliance wouldn't have been able to control the number 7 rift. That flame demon tiger was very cunning. Everything it said was just to buy time. There's one more thing. Zhang Hongyuan told me you refused to join the Dragon King's mansion? Lin Chen played with his phone for a while, saw the 100 million in his account, and was about to take out the Qinghai knife to have a look when Gu Minglan's question interrupted him. I have no intention of joining any forces. He pondered for a moment, knowing Gu Minglan was there to act as a mediator. I mentioned your situation to the Dragon King. He said it's fine if you don't want to join, but he hopes you will meet him after you advance to the void-breaking realm. Dragon King? The second on the Earth Star Combat Power ranking, Dragon King? Actually, the Wuxiang Zen Master is quite eager to meet you. I must say, your current image does resemble the Wuxiang Zen Master a bit. The Wuxiang Zen Master, ranked 5th? They both want to see me? Gu Minglan nodded. The Dragon King wants to see you for other reasons, while the Wuxiang Zen Master wants to see you because you are the second person to comprehend the Wuxiang principle. Can I not meet them? Lin Chen said gloomily. It seemed that every time he got stronger, someone came knocking. Actually, I know why you don't want to join the Dragon King's mansion. You don't want to be bound by rules, right? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gu Minglan's eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if she could see through Lin Chen's thoughts. That's right, I'm used to being free. Suddenly joining an organization and being subjected to layers of constraints. I don't like it. Lin Chen didn't hide his thoughts and spoke directly. In fact, the constraints of the Dragon King's mansion aren't as severe as you think. As long as you don't do anything that violates public order and morals, generally, there won't be any issues. The Dragon King's mansion isn't a demon-slaying organization. If the Dragon King sees that you really don't want to join, he can give you the title of Honorary Elder. Honorary Elder? Elders can only be held by those in the void-breaking realm. Honorary elders enjoy the treatment and rights of elders but don't have to do any work. Is there such a good deal? Lin Chen was stunned. Did the Dragon King think so highly of him? Was he willing to invest so much to win him over? I'm an elder. Do you see me doing anything? Every month, I just check the number 1 rift in various places. I encounter things like the demon flame tiger only once every 10 years. Do I need to check the number 1 rift? What would you go for? You only have the cultivation of the mountain-moving realm. You can't even enter the core area. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred. Not having to do any work while enjoying benefits and rights, who wouldn't be tempted? Let's forget it. No merit. No reward. However, he still declined. Although he wouldn't have to work or take orders, he would inevitably be dragged into some disputes after joining the Dragon King's mansion. Gu Minglan smiled as the Dragon King said, you won't join. Someone like you, a prodigy, wouldn't give up freedom for some benefits. Oh, did the Dragon King really say that? Actually, the Dragon King was once like you, free and unrestrained. It was only after the alliance began to split that he had no choice but to step up and establish the Dragon King's mansion. Lin Chen looked thoughtfully at Gu Minglan. So the Dragon King was also a lone wolf like him? Alright, since you don't want to join, I won't force you. Your file has been sealed and only the Dragon King is qualified to view it, so you don't have to worry about any unnecessary matters. Upon hearing this, his face turned red. He knew Gu Minglan was referring to the Spirit Herb incident. If you encounter any trouble, you can contact me or reach out to Ing Cheng'en and Zhang Hongyuan. Their contact information is already in your phone. Come to Kyoto after you reach the void-breaking realm. After saying this, he turned to leave. Gu Sr., wait a moment. Gu Minglan turned to look at Lin Chen. Is there anything else? I want to ask about the principles. Gu Minglan smiled, and after stepping out of the room, a mental transmission came. The domain you comprehend is the space principle, and the Wuxiang state is the Wuxiang principle. However, your mental power is too low right now to exert their effects. The void-breaking realm only allows for a superficial use of the principles. I can't clearly explain what the principles are. Focus on your cultivation. Since you've already entered the door of the principles, reaching the void-breaking realm is just a matter of time for you. With your comprehension, when you reach the void-breaking realm, you might understand the principles even better than I do. Lin Chen sat on the hospital bed, contemplating Gu Minglan's words. If this is the law, then isn't the halo he sees with 10,000 comprehension the essence of the law? But why does he feel that with 100,000 comprehension, he can see even deeper things? Moreover, he feels that his absolute domain is not as strong as he imagined. He can only slightly manipulate space, and he cannot utilize it on a deeper level, such as entering other spaces. No matter how he manipulates space, he cannot break through the limitations of the halo always existing within this space. Perhaps it really has to do with mental strength, because the extent to which he can manipulate the halo completely depends on the strength of his mental power. If the void-breaking realm only slightly utilizes the law, then the halo he sees might be the most primitive state of the law. To understand it more deeply, he must see deeper things with 100,000 comprehension. But what about that inexplicable sense of crisis? Could it be that lacking mental strength and forcibly comprehending deeper laws would harm his brain? Lin Chen thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Ultimately, his strength was too low. La 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 la. Just as he was still pondering, his phone suddenly rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lin Chen, you little brat, where have you run off to? A loud roar came from the headset, and Lin Chen quickly held the phone away from his ear. I've called you hundreds of times, all turned off. I thought you were dead. Hearing Wang Miaomiao's voice tinged with a hint of crying, Lin Chen felt a pang of heartache. He had been lying in the hospital bed for 10 days, and he knew this girl must have gone crazy looking for him. I've had some issues these past few days. My phone was off, he explained helplessly, but unexpectedly, he was met with even fiercer scolding. Do you think I'm annoying? Did you blacklist my number? No. Lin Chen felt he was greatly misunderstood, but facing the furious Wang Miaomiao, he could only silently endure. No, I couldn't get through on my phone or anyone else's a few days ago. You say it was off, and I believed you. Now I can get through on someone else's, but not on mine. If that's not blacklisting, what is it? It's really a misunderstanding. I just turned my phone back on. If you don't believe me, try calling me from your phone now. Before Lin Chen could finish, the call was abruptly hung up, and then he immediately received another call. It was Wang Miaomiao. So, do you believe me now? What does it matter if I believe you? Where are you? Hurry back. Woo woo. Hearing Wang Miaomiao's crying voice, Lin Chen sensed something was wrong. Sister Miaomiao, what happened? As soon as he said this, the crying on the other end grew louder. Sister Miaomiao, what's going on? Where are you now? Hearing Wang Miaomiao's increasingly loud cries, he asked anxiously. Xiaomu, Mom can't hold on much longer. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, isn't Auntie taking her medicine every day? How could she suddenly be in such a state? Where are you now? Are you at the hospital or at home? I'm coming over right away. I'm at home. Woo woo. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately packed his things and headed outside with his spatial bag. Sir, you just woke up, you can't leave the hospital yet. A nurse guarding outside the ward immediately stepped forward to stop him as soon as she saw Lin Chen coming out. Tell your director to wait downstairs, I'll be back soon. Lin Chen instructed and returned to the room. Oh, by the way, if I come back and can't see your director, you know the consequences. Feeling he hadn't made himself clear, he opened the door again and said to the still-dazed nurse. Then, he closed the door and instantly appeared outside the room. The nurse heard this and didn't dare to delay, quickly running to the director's office to report. As soon as the director heard this, he immediately stood up from his chair and rushed downstairs in a hurry. The scene outside the emergency room that day was still vivid in his mind. Even the municipal health minister didn't dare to speak, which was enough to show that the young man's identity was extraordinary, and this young man in front of him must also be remarkable. Aiming for the direction of the rescue building, Lin Chen directly began to teleport. Just as he teleported, To the outskirts of the hospital, a voice came over. Master, I am a member of the Demon Extermination Guard's 8th Squad in Baicheng. Flying is prohibited within the city. Please, land immediately. Lin Chen looked back and saw a Demon Extermination Guard in a black uniform, holding something like a compass, shouting at him with a loudspeaker from the ground not far away. He glanced at the hospital gown he was wearing, which was exceptionally conspicuous in the sky. To save time, he didn't use spatial folding to hide his figure. And since he wasn't doing any assassination, he felt it was unnecessary. Unexpectedly, just after flying out of the hospital, he was targeted by the Demon Extermination Guard. His teleportation speed was not slow, but the guard's equipment was too good. They could detect him like this. Before he could respond, a mental transmission echoed in his mind. Master, I am the chief of the Demon Extermination Guard in Baicheng. Please abide by the order of Baicheng. During peacetime, do not fly within the city. Behind him, a middle-aged man in a black uniform was quickly approaching. So annoying. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. The Demon Extermination Guards in Baicheng really had too much time on their hands, always scanning the sky for what? My name is Lin Chen. I have urgent business right now. If you have any issues, you can find Li Changqing. If that's not possible, you can look for Zhang Hongyuan. He ignored the chief of the Demon Extermination Guard behind him, leaving that sentence before teleporting away, disappearing in an instant. The middle-aged man watched Lin Chen's disappearing figure and murmured, what kind of footwork is this? How is he so fast? However, upon hearing Zhang Hongyuan's name, he immediately stopped. The rules of Baicheng only applied to ordinary masters. Facing a master with connections like this, he really had no way to act. He then called Zhang Hongyuan, explained the situation, and received a forward reply. Don't worry about him. With the Grand Commander's response, the middle-aged man knew this was another super genius. He began to realize that the young man's footwork was not simple. Only geniuses could enjoy such privileges, or else only great powers could have such privileges. Continue to monitor the situation in the sky, remember this person's characteristics, and upload them to the system. He doesn't need to be bothered when flying in Baicheng in the future. The middle-aged man landed next to the Demon Extermination Guard holding the compass and instructed. More than a minute later, Lin Chen had crossed half of Baicheng, moving from the most bustling city center to the most remote rescue building on the outskirts. Afraid of scaring Wang Miao, he didn't go directly to her house but teleported to his own home first, then opened the door from inside and arrived at the 71st floor. Room 7106 was surrounded by people. Neighbors from nearby rooms had come over to see the commotion after hearing Wang Miao's cries. Lin Chen pushed everyone aside and shouted angrily, what are you looking at? Are you all so idle? Isn't this Lin Chen from the 72nd floor? Why so fierce? Looking won't cost you anything. Wearing this patient gown is impressive, huh? I heard that before his parents died, their families had a good relationship. He must be here for a funeral. Maybe they even arranged a marriage. Wang Miao is a year older than Lin Chen. Isn't this a young bull eating old grass? The people who were pushed aside began to chatter. Lin Chen pushed open the slightly ajar door and forcefully closed it. This group of busybodies was really annoying. In the bedroom, hearing the noise, Wang Miao came out, her face in tears, and upon seeing Lin Chen, she finally couldn't hold back. Xiao Mu! She cried out and rushed into Lin Chen's arms, holding him tightly. Lin Chen stroked Wang Miao's back, soothing her. It's okay, it's okay. How is auntie now? After crying for a while, Wang Miao looked up at Lin Chen, sobbing. There's still a little pulse, but she's already unconscious. Why are you wearing a hospital gown? Why did you shave your head? What happened to that scar on your head? Have you been hospitalized these days? Are you okay? I'm fine. Hurry and take auntie to the hospital. Faced with Wang Miao's barrage of questions, Lin Chen didn't know how to respond. Hearing this, Wang Miao's tears fell again, feeling ashamed as she said, I have no money left. Woo woo. I stayed in the community hospital for 5 days, and I've used up all my money. The doctor told me to go back and prepare for the worst. Lin Chen glanced at Aunt Zhang in the bedroom, and after covering her with his spiritual energy, he confirmed that her life force was indeed very weak. Let's go to the city center hospital. Wang Miao shook her head. I have no money. I have. Come with me. After saying that, Lin Chen walked into the bedroom and picked up Aunt Zhang. But Wang Miao blocked the bedroom door. You need to save that money for your graduate school entrance exam. You've prepared for 2 whole years. Are you really going to give up just like that? With a thought, Lin Chen used his spiritual energy to lift Wang Miao up, then wrapped Aunt Zhang in the blanket with his spiritual energy. Do you think I still like money now? In an instant, he transported both of them outside. Looking at Wang Miao, who was trembling in the air, Lin Chen directly teleported to the city center hospital. After a moment, Wang Miao finally reacted. Xiao Mu, when did you become a master? A lot has happened recently. It's hard to explain in just a few words, but listen to me. You don't have to worry about money anymore, understand? Wang Miao was captivated by the unique aura suddenly emanating from Lin Chen, nodding without thinking, her eyes filled with a strange light. At the city center hospital, the director, along with the deputy director and a bunch of experts, was waiting at the entrance and passing patients thought some leaders were coming for an inspection. The director paced back and forth in front of the crowd, looking anxious. After a while, the figure he had been waiting for suddenly appeared, and he hurriedly approached. Sir, I didn't know you were looking for me. What can I do for you? Lin Chen lifted An Zhang beside him with his spiritual energy. Help me save her. Looking at the middle-aged woman who was barely breathing, the director felt like crying. Why did he always encounter such situations? However, he didn't dare refuse Lin Chen's request, knowing that with just one word from this young man, his position as director could be taken away, and he might spend the rest of his life in a judgment prison. He waved his hand, and the experts immediately surrounded An Zhang, circling around her. It seems to be uremia. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The experts at the city center hospital still had some skills, able to identify uremia just by looking. What's the situation? She's taken too many medications, and her kidneys have reached their limit. She needs a kidney transplant. Is there a kidney source available at the hospital now? We have mechanical kidneys now, which function like normal kidneys, and there's no need to worry about rejection. Then hurry up. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, a nurse immediately pushed a mobile stretcher to take An Zhang into the emergency room, and a group of experts rushed in. Wang Miaomiao stood by, not daring to speak. She usually found it hard to even meet one of these experts, but now, because of Lin Chen's words, they were all busy diagnosing her mother. She looked at Lin Chen in front of the emergency room, the little boy who used to fight with her for lollipops, now grown to the point where he could protect her. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Chen's tall figure, and tears quietly flowed from the corners of her eyes. Sister Miao Miao, don't worry, with so many experts inside, Auntie will definitely be fine. Seeing Wang Miaomiao sitting on the bench in tears, Lin Chen sat down and put his arm around her shoulder, comforting her. Wang Miaomiao leaned against Lin Chen's shoulder, closing her eyes and saying nothing. Half an hour later, the light in the emergency room went out, and a group of experts came out. Lin Chen and Wang Miaomiao instantly stood up. How is it? They asked in unison. The surgery was very successful, but the patient has been on medication for a long time and her body is very weak. It is recommended to stay in the hospital for half a month for recovery before being discharged. Hearing this, Wang Miaomiao hugged Lin Chen tightly, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Xiaomu, thank you. Lin Chen patted her back gently and said softly, it's what I should do. At this moment, the director stepped forward and said, Sir, madam, the VIP room is ready. Would you like to accompany the old lady to her room? Upon hearing this, Wang Miaomiao's face instantly turned pink and she lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes without saying a word. Lin Chen looked at her feminine demeanor and couldn't help but smile slightly, not expecting the usually carefree Wang Miaomiao to have such a cute side. Director, thank you for your trouble. Not at all, sir, you are too polite. The director, hearing Lin Chen's thanks, smiled like a fool, knowing that his position as director was temporarily secure. In the VIP room, Zhang Suifang, who had already awakened, looked at the luxurious room resembling a hotel and said to Wang Miaomiao, who was peeling an apple, Miaomiao, staying in the hospital must cost a lot of money. Let's go back. Mom's health can't hold out for too long. Wang Miaomiao put down the knife in her hand and advised, Mom, just rest assured and stay here. Xiaomu is covering the expenses. Zhang Suifang looked at Wang Miaomiao angrily. Xiaomu has no money. The money he saved is for his graduate studies. How can you use his money? Don't you know how hard Xiaomu has it? After saying this, she tried to pull out the 4-line. Seeing this, Wang Miaomiao immediately stepped forward to grab her hand. Oh, Mom, it's not using Xiaomu's money for graduate studies. Xiaomu is now a master. He doesn't need to take the graduate entrance exam anymore. Master? Yes, otherwise how do you think you can stay in this VIP room? It's not just about having money. There are only a little over 10 such rooms in the entire city center hospital, and without connections, you can't get in. Then, Wang Miaomiao explained everything that had happened along the way. The director has to bow and scrape to Xiaomu? You're not lying to me? Really, why would I lie to you? Besides, the little money Xiaomu saved is not enough to stay in this kind of room. After hearing this, Zhang Suifang smiled with satisfaction. Xiaomu has succeeded. If his parents knew, they would be at ease. At this moment, Lin Chen happened to walk in from outside and quickly greeted, Aunt Zhang, you're awake. Zhang Suifang smiled and patted his head. Xiaomu, you've made something of yourself. Hearing Aunt Zhang's praise, tears welled up in his eyes as he said somewhat aggrieved, back then, you said that as long as I succeeded in the graduate entrance exam, you would tell me the truth about my parents' death. Can you tell me now? Zhang Suifang's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to the past, and she slowly said, back then, your parents and Miaomiao's dad were all low-level cultivators, making a living by killing armored turtles near the 8th rift. One time, they accidentally discovered a secret about the bottom of the lake. Originally, relying on this secret, they could have led us to a good life. However, at that time, a demon-slaying guard passed through the armored turtle area and saw the secret, and in the end they died at the hands of that demon-slaying guard. Miao Miao's dad had a stomachache at that time and went to the bathroom, so he narrowly escaped. Later, after he handed you over to me, he went down a few more times into the cracks, trying to fish out a fortune from the bottom of the lake, but in the end, there was no news. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lin Chen, startling both Zhang Suifang and Wang Miaomiao. Realizing he was somewhat out of control, he quickly reined in his aura. "Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry, I lost control for a moment." Zhang Suifan looked at Lin Chen with some horror. His demeanor just now was indeed a bit terrifying, as if a devil had emerged from the abyss. She shook her head, knowing that Lin Chen's identity was different now. In such a short time, he had become a master, undoubtedly having gone through many hardships. "Who is that demon-slaying guard?" "I don't know." Miao Miao's dad only vaguely described the person's appearance. Not very tall, a bit short, like someone with dwarfism, with a large red birthmark on his forehead. "Is that all?" "That's all." Lin Chen frowned. This information was not enough, but fortunately the features were quite distinct, so he should be able to find relevant information. "Aunt Zhang, what exactly is that secret?" Her dad said there's a large piece of extraterrestrial iron in the lake. He even brought back a few small pieces, but later I sold them to support the family. "Is that why?" Zhang Suifang nodded. In her view, this kind of extraterrestrial iron was worth a fortune. A small piece could sell for over 10,000 alliance coins on the black market. Lin Chen was shocked by the darkness of this society. To kill and silence someone just for a piece of extraterrestrial iron? He could only lament the hardships of low-level cultivators. A piece of extraterrestrial iron could be bought in just a few days of effort for him. However, for low-level cultivators, it was equivalent to a lifeline to escape poverty. "Aunt Zhang, you should rest well. I'll come to see you when I have time." Zhang Suifang nodded. She had just undergone surgery and was indeed very tired. "Miao Miao, come out for a moment." Seeing Aunt Zhang resting with her eyes closed, Lin Chen called out to Wang Miao Miao, who was intently listening to a story nearby. "The doctor told me that the medicine Auntie has been taking recently has problems, otherwise she wouldn't be in such critical condition so soon." Upon hearing this, Wang Miao Miao's teeth ground together. "Zhang Zikai." Lin Chen was puzzled. How did this involve Zhang Zikai? Wasn't the medicine picked up from the pharmacy? What's going on? Not long ago, after you left the municipal job, Zhang Zikai somehow heard the news that my mom has uremia. He told me there's a special medicine and asked me to buy it at the community hospital in the rescue building, saying I could get a discount if I used his name. I thought he was just trying to please me, so I didn't pay much attention and went to the community hospital to buy that medicine. I was puzzled why Zhang Zikai kept asking about my mom's condition these past few days. It turns out he already knew that medicine had problems. Wang Miao Miao gritted her teeth. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Zhang Zikai was truly asking for trouble. He was courting death. He did this to make you beg him, because among the people, only he could save Auntie. He really played a good hand, but unfortunately, I became an unexpected variable. Wang Miao sensed the coldness in Lin Chen's aura and immediately understood what he was thinking. "Xiaomu, don't be impulsive. Zhang Zikai's dad is not to be trifled with. I've heard he's a member of a certain powerful faction. And this matter may not necessarily be Zhang Zikai's doing. It could just be that the medicine is faulty." Lin Chen smiled. "Sister Miao Miao, don't worry. I won't be impulsive. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. You take good care of Auntie here. Xiaomu, don't be impulsive." Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Wang Miao Miao could only shout loudly. She believed that even if Lin Chen was a master, he had no backing, and provoking Zhang Zikai was unwise. Zhang Zikai's father had connections with many powerful masters. Lin Chen had already sentenced Zhang Zikai to death in his heart. This oblivious second-generation official had provoked him more than once or twice. Even if it weren't for Aunt Zhang's incident, he would have sent Zhang Zikai to meet the King of Hell recently. He walked out of the hospital and instantly moved towards the community hospital in the rescue building. This matter couldn't be resolved by just Zhang Zikai. If he hadn't woken up quickly, Aunt Zhang might have already died. He knew Wang Miaomiao's character. Even if she died, she wouldn't compromise with Zhang Zikai. "Hello, I want to buy medication for uremia. Where should I go to buy it?" Lin Chen arrived at the community hospital, and the first thing he did was find a guide. The guide glanced at Lin Chen, who was dressed in casual clothes and had a striking bald head, and said impatiently, "Go to the third floor to find Dr. Su in the nephrology department to get a prescription. After you have the prescription, go to the pharmacy to get the medicine." He wasn't angry. It was useless to get mad at such a snobbish person. He needed to get down to business. After quickly walking to the third floor, he soon found the nephrology department. He pushed the door open, and inside was only a young man wearing glasses who was seeing patients. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Su Mingsheng looked at Lin Chen, somewhat surprised. In his impression, people who shaved their heads were usually in the late stages of illness. There was no use coming here. "Doctor, I want to get some medication for uremia. Early stage, mid-stage, or late stage?" After saying this, he lowered his head and began to write on the paper. "I'm Wang Miaomiao's cousin. She doesn't have time today, so she sent me to get the medicine." Hearing this, Su Mingsheng suddenly realized and looked at Lin Chen. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Here, this is the special medicine. If you feel unwell recently, increase the dosage. This is a normal reaction, and it will be fine after this period." He then took out a bottle of unboxed medicine and handed it to Lin Chen, also pulling out a payment code for him. "Scan here, a total of 3,000 yuan. He kept his head down, completely unaware that Lin Chen's gaze had changed, becoming cold and filled with murderous intent. "Take it." Seeing Lin Chen hesitate to take the medicine, Su Mingxing impatiently said. When he finally looked up and saw Lin Chen's eyes, he leaned back in fear. What do you want? How much did Zhang Zikai give you? To abandon the ethics of a doctor and do such a heinous thing? Lin Chen's tone was very calm, but the anger in his eyes erupted, unable to be concealed. What Zhang Zikai? I don't know what you're talking about. This is a hospital, you better leave quickly. If you don't, I'll call security. Su Mingxing's eyes darted around, and he was stumbling over his words. Seeing his state, Lin Chen understood everything. He stepped forward and grabbed Su Mingxing by the neck. Then you'll have to come with me. Let me go. Su Mingxing struggled with all his might, but Lin Chen delivered a mental shock that knocked him out cold. He lifted Su Mingxing with his right hand and instantly moved outside the community hospital, glancing in the direction of the villa area before teleporting there. Half an hour later, inside the community hospital, due to Su Mingxing's sudden disappearance from the consultation room, the hospital was in chaos. When the guard team saw the surveillance footage from the consultation room, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They saw that the two people had directly vanished from the room. Should we issue a request for assistance from the Demon Extermination Guard for an investigation? A member of the guard team asked the team leader. A notice must be issued. This person's methods are very strange. He's probably at the Wanding level. With our capabilities, we can handle cases at the Qianjun level, but this kind of case definitely needs to be transferred. To put it bluntly, our guard team is just assisting the Demon Extermination Guard, which means writing up indictments to submit to the adjudication office. We don't have the ability to capture high-level cultivators. I feel like we can't handle this case. The captain finished speaking and turned to the waiting director of the community hospital, saying, Director Su, the situation is quite complicated. We've taken the surveillance footage. The bespectacled director anxiously replied, Captain Lu, you must think of a way to save my nephew. The case will likely be transferred to the Demon Exorcism Guard. If you have any acquaintances there, you can consult them. Captain Lu patted Director Su on the shoulder and led his team to the next location. There were dozens of cases waiting for him to handle at the rescue building, and he had no time to listen to Director Su's nonsense. Captain Lu, don't go. Seeing the guards about to leave, Director Su immediately chased after them, stuffing a thick envelope into Captain Lu's hand. Captain Lu, you must help me. As a deputy director of a community hospital, I have no connections with the leaders of the Demon Exorcism Guard. Captain Lu weighed the envelope in his hand and smiled smugly. Don't worry, Director Su, I will keep a close eye on your matter. I will definitely inform you if there is any news from the Demon Exorcism Guard. A guard nearby saw the scene and quickly ran over, whispering, Captain, do we still need to transfer this matter to the Demon Exorcism Guard? Captain Lu shook his head. We've already accepted the money. We must help them or it will damage our image. In that case, send a notice to the Cultivator Alliance and forward the surveillance video to them, asking for their help in finding the person. This person is so young, at most, he is at the initial stage of the 10,000 cauldrons, just with some rather strange methods. Let's keep the case on our side for now. This old man seems like he can still be squeezed for some information. After saying this, he took the money out of the envelope, divided it in half, and handed it to his team members. Distribute this money among the brothers. The group staggered out of the community hospital, completely indifferent to the strange looks from others. At the headquarters of the White City Cultivator Alliance in the case handling department, the staff who were about to get off work looked at the notice that had just been uploaded to the system and sat down helplessly, cursing. The guards are really a bunch of useless eaters. When he clicked on the video and saw it was a consultation room, he was momentarily stunned. Is there still a cultivator who dares to cause trouble in a hospital? However, when he saw the two people disappear into thin air, he realized the situation was not simple and immediately reported it up the chain. The supervisor above was also shocked. When he saw the video, he couldn't determine the level of cultivation and didn't dare to jump to conclusions. The video quickly made its way to Li Changqing. The moment he saw the video, his first reaction was that the person looked somewhat familiar. When he saw the person's face, he realized that the bald man was Lin Chen. After listening to the conversation between the two for a while, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Changqing's eyes. The rescue building needed to be reformed. The hospital had started to disregard human life. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, based on his understanding of Lin Chen, this doctor must have done something to anger Lin Chen. Otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have gone to the hospital to capture someone directly. When he saw the two mysteriously disappear afterward, he suddenly stood up from his chair with a bang. After a while, he calmed down and re-watched the video, even analyzing it frame by frame with software. No invisibility, just direct disappearance? What kind of method is this? Could it be the formless ghost step? No, the formless ghost step isn't in this state. Li Changqing stared at the video on the computer, lost in thought. How had Lin Chen become so powerful in just a few days? Li Changqing didn't dare to delay and quickly sent the video to Zhang Hongyuan. He wasn't trying to investigate Lin Chen but wanted Zhang Hongyuan to check if Lin Chen had been possessed by a strange beast. He didn't care about that doctor. Just by looking at the doctor's expression, he knew there was definitely something going on. Before long, Zhang Hongyuan's call came in. Changqing, destroy this video. Bring back everyone who has seen it for memory erasure surgery. Help me handle Lin Chen's matter, just make sure it doesn't cause a big mess. Also, notify Lin Chen to avoid surveillance as much as possible while working. Understood, Grand Commander. Li Changqing hung up the phone, picked up a landline on the table, and instructed the Demon Exorcist Guard commander to take a team to the hospital immediately, while also arranging for someone to trace how many people had viewed the surveillance footage. In an instant, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire Baicheng as the Demon Exorcist Guard used the pretext of investigating a case to take everyone in the community hospital's surveillance room away. The hospital director thought he had offended someone he shouldn't have and sat in his chair, crying with snot and tears. Captain Lu of the guard had not yet realized what was happening when he was subdued by the Demon Exorcist Guard. When he saw the community hospital's director at the case handling center, he gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, you're asking for death." However, what awaited him was a slap from the Demon Exorcist Guard. Half an hour later, everyone appeared at the entrance of the Cultivator Alliance headquarters, looking around in confusion. They did not understand why they had been brought here, only feeling that they had forgotten something important but could not recall what it was. It just felt like they had lost about 10 minutes of memory from the chaos at the hospital to the time the guard left. Captain Lu of the guard suspected they might have undergone memory erasure surgery and thought it was because of a report from Director Su. But when he thought about the memories that had been erased, he knew the community hospital's situation was definitely not simple. It must involve some powerful figures, otherwise the Demon Exorcist Guard wouldn't have made such a big fuss. He had only one thought now, to quickly return the money and not end up losing more than he gained. He hurriedly called over a team member beside him and pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. "Quickly return this money to that old man. We must not get involved in this matter." The team member looked panicked. Having been in the guard for many years, he had rarely seen the Demon Exorcist Guard make such a big move to capture so many people. After hearing the captain's words, he immediately realized that today's incident was not something they could interfere with. The most wronged were the staff and supervisor at the case handling center. They had been informed in advance that they needed to erase their memories because they had watched the video. Having undergone this surgery too many times could affect the brain, and although neither of them was willing, they could only comply obediently. The orders from above were absolute. Failure to comply meant waiting to enter the Judgment Bureau's prison. Moreover, even in prison, they would be required to undergo the surgery. This was the system of the Cultivator Alliance, only obedience, no resistance. Lin Chen was unaware that taking just one person from the hospital had caused such a stir with the Demon Exorcist Guard. He went straight to Zhang Zikai's home with Su Mingsheng. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the municipal office had closed half an hour ago. La 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 la. He sat on the sofa in Zhang Zikai's living room when suddenly his phone rang. "Brother Li, is there something wrong? The Grand Commander asked me to tell you to be careful of the surveillance while working." How did this news spread to you so quickly? What do you think? It's a hospital, even if it's just a community hospital, it's still a place for treating and saving lives in Baicheng. Ha! Treating and saving lives? Brother Li, I suggest you thoroughly investigate the community hospital in the rescue building. This has fallen into my hands. What about the things I haven't stumbled upon? How many dirty secrets are there that we don't know about? I've already sent someone to investigate. Just focus on your work. Don't go too far. Going too far can easily provoke public anger. Don't worry, I know. Alright, you get busy. Come find me at the Cultivator Alliance when you have time. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Lin Chen destroyed all the surveillance cameras in Zhang Zikai's house. Li Changqing called him, presumably because the hospital's surveillance had been exposed. In today's city, with advanced technology, anything that happens will quickly be known by the guard team and the demon extermination team. He didn't find this surprising. At that time, he was so enraged by Su Mingsheng that he didn't pay much attention. Recently, he had grown accustomed to freedom in the rift and was no longer as cautious as before. Su Mingsheng, whose hands and feet were bound by ropes, had his mouth covered with a rag Lin Chen picked up from a sewer. At this moment, he looked at Lin Chen in terror, wanting to speak but unable to. Lin Chen pulled the rag from his mouth. "What do you want to say?" "Big brother, I was wrong. It's not my fault. Zhang Zikai made me do it. Please let me go." Su Mingsheng, suffocated by the rag, was crying on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Are you done, big brother?" Lin Chen didn't listen to him anymore and casually stuffed the rag back into his mouth. Glancing at the slanting sunlight outside the window, he frowned and murmured, "Did Zhang Zikai hear something? Why hasn't he come back for so long?" He stood up and began to wander around Zhang Zikai's small villa. The villa wasn't large, only 2 stories, but it was extremely luxurious. There was a smell of alcohol in the air, mixed with an inexplicable odor that made Lin Chen feel somewhat nauseous. Rows of wine cabinets were filled with high-end liquor. After the rift appeared in the other world, the prices of these drinks were not cheap. Even the cheapest bottle was enough for a low-level cultivator's living expenses for half a year. Taking out a bottle of wine, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and started drinking. He thought to himself that his actions should not have been leaked. Zhang Zikai would definitely come back. He would wait here to give Zhang Zikai a surprise. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Zikai was just walking out of a bar, his left arm around a glamorous woman. The two were laughing and joking on the street, looking like a wealthy young master. They both got into a red sports car, and as Zhang Zikai stepped on the gas, the car roared loudly, attracting the attention of passers-by. Under the envious gazes of those around, Zhang Zikai felt a sense of inexplicable satisfaction, and then the sports car shot out like an arrow. Meow meow, I'm going to take a shower first. Let's go eat at the Dragon King Chamber of Commerce later. I heard a new batch of seafood just arrived. Young Master Zhang, let's shower together. Ha ha, alright then let's do it together. Hearing Zhang Zikai flirting with the woman outside, Lin Chen put down the wine bottle, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes as he murmured, finally back. On the ground, Su Mingxing began to struggle wildly upon hearing the voices, making increasingly loud sounds as if trying to attract the attention of the two outside. With a mental shock, Lin Chen knocked Su Mingxing out again. Looking at Su Mingxing collapsed in front of the sofa, Lin Chen frowned and said, annoying. As the smart door opened after facial recognition, the sound of clothes dropping echoed, mixed with the woman's soft gasps and the man's low growls reverberating through the villa's hall. Young Master Zhang really has good taste. A faint voice rang out, causing the two in the heat of the moment to panic. Who? Zhang. Zikai shouted, turning on the nearby bright light switch. He only saw a young man with a shaved head sitting on the sofa. Due to the villa's lights being modified into ambient lights and the shaved head being turned sideways, he couldn't see the man's face clearly. The glamorous woman hurriedly picked up her clothes and hid behind the entrance, dialing the guard team's number on her phone. Who are you, and how did you get in? Are you after money? Zhang Zikai picked up a baseball bat nearby and slowly walked towards the sofa. Young Master Zhang really is a person of high status who forgets things easily. It's only been a few days and you've already forgotten me? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Zikai shouted, Lin Chen, didn't you die? Lin Chen turned around, using his mental power to disable the woman's phone, then coldly looked at Zhang Zikai. Thanks to young Master Zhang, I've indeed had a rough few days. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, this useless waste. The people from the Black Dragon Society are truly useless. They couldn't even take care of trash like you and let you escape. You escaping is one thing, but that assassin actually dared to hide with my money. I swear I will find him. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhang Zikai relaxed instead. He noticed the scar on Lin Chen's head and assumed it was from the assassin, thinking Lin Chen had narrowly escaped a disaster. But you really are quite talented, a top student in computer science, able to breach my most advanced security system and enter my home. I heard you want to pursue graduate studies? He tossed aside the baseball bat, opened the wine cabinet, and took a big swig in front of Lin Chen. So, how's the wine in my house? Seeing the empty wine bottles on the sofa, Zhang Zikai laughed mockingly. Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing, quietly watching Zhang Zikai's performance. What do you want at my house? You don't think you're going to threaten me with the Black Dragon Society's assassins, do you? Ha ha ha. Zhang Zikai leaned against the wine cabinet, but suddenly his expression changed and he shouted sharply. Lin Chen, daring to trespass into a private residence, you must not know how to write the word deaf. Meow meow, have you gotten through to the guard team? The alluring woman, hiding behind the entrance, slowly stood up, holding a black screen phone and said, the phone suddenly broke. Zhang Zikai threw the wine bottle in anger, cursing, useless waste. After that, he took out his own phone and dialed, glaring at Lin Chen with malice. Since you have such good luck, I'll send you to prison to enjoy your old age. Lin Chen shook his head. Zhang Zikai was indeed used to being arrogant. Even while sitting in his house, he was still so brazen, showing no signs of fear at all. Then, with a thought, he sent Zhang Zikai, who was about to make a call, crashing onto the sofa, lying next to the unconscious Su Mingxing. Ah! Seeing Zhang Zikai suddenly fly up, the alluring woman screamed in shock. Shut up! Lin Chen coldly snorted, knocking the alluring woman unconscious on the ground. Who? Zhang Zikai, lying on the ground, struggled to get up but was stomped down by Lin Chen. No wonder you're so arrogant, it turns out you found a master to help you. Zhang Zikai pushed against the ground, trying hard to lift himself, but found he couldn't move at all, disdainfully saying, so what if you hired help? Do you think knowing a bit of invisibility technique makes you impressive? Do you dare to kill me? The surveillance here is connected to the villa security office. The security team should be on their way. Lin Chen was amused by Zhang Zikai's words, stepping on his back and grabbing his hair, mocking, do you often turn off the surveillance? Doing those shameful things, you need to turn off the cameras. Ha! I've already destroyed that surveillance, why hasn't the security team arrived yet? Hearing this, Zhang Zikai became a bit flustered. He often turned off the surveillance because he frequently brought women home, and he had also informed the security office that they didn't need to worry about the surveillance being off. So what if there's no surveillance? There are fingerprints everywhere. If you kill me, you won't escape. At this moment, Zhang Zikai used the little brainpower he had left to come up with this line. Fingerprints? Why not just burn the villa down? Lin Chen wasn't In a hurry to take his life, he wanted to see Zhang Zikai's struggles as he faced death, intending to slowly torment him. Lin Chen, don't be impulsive. I have money, I'll give you however much you want. I won't have any more designs on Wang Miao Miao. Just let me go. At this moment, Zhang Zikai was completely panicked. He knew that Lin Shengguan was not afraid of wearing shoes. He was truly capable of killing him. Lin Sheng snorted coldly. Zhang Xiao, is this all you can do? You really have a deep obsession with Miao Miao. Even when looking for wild women outside, you still call her Miao Miao? He glanced at the enchanting woman lying at the entrance and mocked. Lin Chang, spare me. I promise I won't have any more thoughts about Wang Miao Miao. I'll keep my distance from you guys in the future. Zhang Zikai said anxiously, wanting to stabilize Lin Chang first. He was afraid that if Lin Chang went crazy, he would really kill him. Zhang Xiao, do you believe what you're saying? Crack. Lin Chang stepped down hard, and a sound of bones cracking echoed. Ah! Lin Chang, may you die a horrible death. If you kill me, my dad won't let you go. Zhang Zikai let out a tragic scream, not forgetting to threaten Lin Chang. Your dad? He doesn't even know I killed you. My dad knows I want Wang Miao Miao. If you kill me, he will definitely trace it back to you. In your dad's eyes, haven't I already died? How could he suspect me? The Black Dragon Society. The assassins from the Black Dragon Society haven't returned. My dad will definitely suspect. I'm begging you, spare me, I won't come after you later. At this moment, Zhang Zikai felt the pressure behind him growing stronger. He was already speaking without thinking, throwing everything out in a desperate attempt to survive. Oh, by the way, I forgot one thing. Hearing this, Zhang Zikai's hope reignited. Let me go, and I'll give you a large sum of money. You and Wang Miao Miao can live a good life. Lin Cheng sneered, waking Su Mingsheng. As soon as Su Mingsheng opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Zikai lying on the ground like him and immediately began to cry out. Don't worry, I'll let you speak soon. He removed the cloth from Su Mingsheng's mouth, and Su Mingsheng immediately cried out, Zhang Xiao, save me. It was all you who made me do this, it has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Su Mingsheng was not clear-headed and had not realized that Zhang Zikai's situation was not much better than his. Shut your damn mouth. What did I make you do? Don't frame me. Zhang Zikai shouted angrily. At this moment, Su Mingsheng was still blaming him. Did he want him to die even faster? Zhang Xiao, you can't turn your back on me. Seeing Zhang Zikai's appearance, Su Mingsheng knew that Zhang Zikai was also a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. It was all Zhang Zikai who made me do it. He said that as long as I gave that slow-acting poison to Wang Miao Miao, he would get me a house in Baiqing. If you let me go, it has nothing to do with me. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. Getting himself out was the most important thing. He struggled desperately, wriggling like a maggot, constantly nudging Lin Chang's foot with his head. Lin Chang, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't do any of those things. I've never seen this person. I don't know why Wang Miao Miao went to him for medicine. Maybe he thought Wang Miao Miao was pretty and wanted to use this medicine to blackmail her. Zhang Zikai, you're talking nonsense. That medicine is poison, a deadly threat to patients with uremia. If it weren't for you, how could I sell that kind of medicine? Su Mingsheng, I advise you not to fabricate facts. I don't understand. Medicine, how could I let you sell that kind of medicine to Wang Miao Miao? Zhang Zikai, you've exposed yourself. Didn't you say you didn't know me? You said back then that you would use this medicine to make Wang Miao Miao's mother half dead, and then you would come out as a hero to save the beauty. Have you forgotten? Bullshit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zikai could no longer hide his anger. He looked at Su Mingsheng with fury, wishing he could swallow him alive. Lin Chang watched as Zhang Zikai and Su Mingsheng tore into each other, and he felt a strange mix of amusement and sadness. If he didn't have this cultivation today, if he wasn't a master of the mountain-moving realm, could he stop them? The two were colluding, not knowing how many people they would harm. Are you done talking? Lin Chen said, looking at the two on the ground, not wanting to delay any longer. It was all Zhang Zikai's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Chen, don't listen to his nonsense. He just wants me to take the blame. The two made their last struggles, still blaming each other. Lin Chen shook his head. Actually, it doesn't matter what the truth is, you both have to die today. When he said this calmly, Su Mingsheng felt dizzy, mumbling, in a daze, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Chen, may you die a horrible death. At this moment, Zhang Zikai finally understood that Lin Chen just wanted to see him and Su Mingsheng bite each other. With a thought from Lin Chen, Su Mingsheng's 7 orifices bled, collapsing directly in front of Zhang Zikai. Looking at Su Mingsheng's corpse so close, Zhang Zikai shivered, a yellow liquid seeping through his underwear, flowing onto the floor, an indescribable stench spreading. No, don't kill me. Zhang Zikai struggled madly, trying to break free from Lin Chen's grasp, but at the second level of the Thousand June, he couldn't even pry open Lin Chen's toes. Actually, from the day you sent assassins to kill me, your life no longer belonged to you. Lin Chen leaned down, whispering in Zhang Zikai's ear. Then Zhang Zikai floated up, his bones began to twist and deform, his whole body contorting like a twisted donut. Ah! The intense pain made Zhang Zikai faint, but every time he lost consciousness, Lin Chen would forcibly wake him up with his mental power. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. Blood gushed from his mouth in a state worse than death, no longer begging for mercy, just wanting a quick release. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Zhang Zikai's neck was instantly snapped, hanging down limply. After doing all this, Lin Chen poured all the alcohol from the cabinet onto the floor, picked up a lighter nearby, and set the entire villa ablaze. As for that seductive woman, he didn't care. If she could escape, it meant she was lucky. If not, it meant she was doomed. He didn't expect this woman to keep her mouth shut, nor was he afraid of Zhang Zikai's father seeking revenge, so he didn't even take away Su Mingxing's body. With Zhang Zikai's father's power, once he found out about Su Mingsheng, he would quickly trace back to Wang Miaomiao, so he didn't plan to hide anything. Wang Miaomiao was currently at the city center hospital with her mother, and Zhang Zikai didn't have the ability to trouble Wang Miaomiao, plus she had an alibi, he couldn't take her away. The only hidden danger was that the Black Dragon Society had records of Zhang Zikai hiring assassins, but Lin Chen didn't care. At worst, it would just add another corpse to Baicheng. With the help of alcohol, the villa quickly caught fire, and Lin Chen had sabotaged the villa's fire extinguishing system, so the fire spread rapidly, and soon the second floor began to burn as well. By the time the security team arrived with firefighters, the villa had already burned down to just a frame. The guards entered the villa, starting to check the bodies and deduce the circumstances of the incident. At the same time, Zhang Tianfen rushed over after receiving the news, pushing aside the guards, looking at his son's charred body, heartbroken. He had only given birth to this son at 35, usually treating him like a treasure, trying to fulfill any of his requests. Now he was dead, and there wasn't even a complete corpse, just a dried-up body. How could he not be sad? Is your villa's fire extinguishing system fake? Why didn't it react at all? Zhang Tianfen shouted angrily at the security team's captain. The captain of the security team also knew he was not to be trifled with and explained, Director Zhang, the fire extinguishing system was deliberately sabotaged. This fire was not caused by natural reasons but was set intentionally. The entire hall on the first floor was filled with alcohol fueling the flames, which is why we couldn't save young Master Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianfen took a closer look at his son's body, which was clearly twisted and had all its bones broken. He glanced at the other two bodies in the villa, his eyes flickering as he transformed his grief and anger into strength, roaring, "You better not let me find out who you are." At this moment, the guards were also preparing to leave. The captain of the guard clearly recognized Zhang Tianfen and walked over to him, saying, "Director Zhang, please accept my condolences." "Captain Wu, do you know who the other two are?" "They have already been identified through genetic testing equipment. The female body is a hostess from the Black Dragon Bar, and the male body is a doctor from the community hospital of the rescue building. This doctor is named Su Mingsheng. He suddenly went missing this afternoon from the community hospital. According to reliable sources, before he disappeared, a young bald man came to see him, and then both of them went missing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianfen quickly asked, "Who is that bald man?" Captain Wu shook his head. "The hospital surveillance footage was taken away by the demon extermination guard today, so we can't see it. The doctors, nurses, and patients at the hospital don't have a deep impression of this person. A few people have seen him, but it was just a fleeting glance. Only the guide paid a bit more attention. We are having a sketch artist draw a portrait based on the guide's description." Zhang Tianfen nodded. "Thank you, Captain Wu. As soon as the portrait is ready, please contact me immediately." "Okay," Captain Wu replied and hurriedly left with his team. Zhang Tianfen's gaze was icy. "Demon extermination guard? Even if you are from the demon extermination guard, if you killed my son, you will still pay with your life." After saying this, he carried Zhang Zikai's body and walked out of the villa area with a venomous look in his eyes. Lin Chen concealed himself in the sky, watching everything that happened after the fire. He didn't expect the efficiency of the guards in this wealthy area to be so high. They even investigated his visit to the community hospital this afternoon. Thinking about the guards at the rescue building, it was like two extremes. Over there, after someone died, the guards just took a statement and left, completely ignoring the case investigation. However, he didn't care about that. After Zhang Tianfen left, he also left the villa area. He knew that it was only a matter of days before he was exposed. The guards had no evidence against him, and only Zhang Tianfen would come looking for him. As for whether Zhang Tianfen could find him, he wasn't worried at all. With a portrait, he would still be easy to find. Both the university and the city government had his photos. But as for accessing his current information, that was probably impossible unless he went to find the Dragon King. Not to mention his information, even that of ordinary demon extermination guards, was encrypted. Only members of the Cultivator Alliance had the right to view it. People from other departments had no such authority. "Zhang Tianfen, whether you can live or not depends on the choices you make," he murmured, and he had already appeared at the Cultivator Alliance building. It was now 8 in the evening, and he didn't know if Li Changqing was still in the office, so he called Li Changqing. "Brother Li, I'm downstairs at the Cultivator Alliance. Are you in the building? I'm on the 32nd floor. I'll have someone bring you up." In a moment, a staff member came out of the building, glanced at Lin Chen, and immediately jogged over. "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Upon reaching the 32nd floor, Li Changqing had already prepared tea. In this era, drinking tea was the best way to relax. Brotherly, this office is great. It could be a home. Much more luxurious than the 8th town. Looking at the cozy environment of the office, which was like a small apartment, Lin Chen couldn't help but tease as soon as he entered. The affairs in Baicheng are quite numerous, and I work late into the night, so I just slept here. It's quite normal for someone a bit older. Are you still teasing me? You are now the focus of attention at the Dragon King's mansion. Isn't it easy for you to find a job in the Cultivators Alliance? I'm afraid your office is even bigger than mine. Li Changqing chuckled and teased back. Speak up, what do you want from me? He handed the teacup in his hand to Lin Chen and asked straightforwardly. What, can't I come to talk to you? Isn't it more suitable to find a hotel to eat and drink well if you want to talk? Why come to the Cultivators Alliance to talk? The two exchanged glances and laughed together. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want you to help me investigate a few people. Oh, who do you want to investigate? Li Changqing put down his teacup and looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion. Investigating people here was not for ordinary individuals. Lin Minsheng, Hu Kai. Who are these two? Hearing these two names, Li Changqing immediately realized that these two were not ordinary people to Lin Chen, as there was a faint sadness in Lin Chen's voice when he mentioned them. They are my parents. Wait a moment, let me check. Lin Chen nodded, sipping his tea, his gaze somewhat distant as he recalled the moments with his parents when they were alive. Lin Minsheng, Hu Kai, both died 7 years ago. Their bodies were brought back by their colleague Wang Ziyi. Wang Ziyi entered the number 8 rift 3 months after their deaths, and there has been no information about any entrances or exits since. Ah. Li Changqing looked at the information about the two, slowly reading it out loud. He felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. There were too many deaths in rifts like this. You were only 15 when your parents died, right? How did you survive in the rescue building? Hearing this question, Lin Chen's thoughts drifted back 7 years. That day, Uncle Wang brought back his parents' bodies and explained some things to Aunt Zhang, giving his parents a simple funeral. After that, he lived with Aunt Zhang, who treated him like her own son. Although the four of them lived a hard life, at least they didn't lack food. Later, when Uncle Wang didn't return, Aunt Zhang worked 4 jobs every day to support him and Wang Miaomio in school. It was during that time that Aunt Zhang fell ill with uremia. Fortunately, Wang Miaomio later entered the municipal logistics, which eased the family's financial situation. Lin Chen initially didn't plan to go to college, but he couldn't refuse Aunt Zhang, so he agreed to take the graduate entrance exam. Listening to Lin Chen slowly recount the story of these 7 years, Li Changqing sighed. This was the plight of low-level cultivators and the tragedy of this era. Since you know about your parents' situation, you should also know that we don't have more information here. I know. I want you to help me check if there was a very short person with a birthmark on their forehead in the demon exorcist stationed at the number 8 rift 7 years ago. Is this person's death related to your parents? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Although Aunt Zhang's description was not detailed, it should be possible to find them, as a birthmark on the forehead is quite noticeable. Li Changqing operated on his tablet for a while, and after some time, he frowned and said, I checked the demon exorcist database from 7 years ago, and there is no one matching your description in the demon exorcists at the number 8 rift. Hearing this, Lin Chen also frowned. Brotherly. Could it be that the demon exorcist came from another rift? Impossible. Demon exorcists in the rift are not allowed to leave their assigned rift for others. That's a strict rule. Unless this person is a city-based demon exorcist who went into the rift for a mission. But I checked, and your parents' deaths that year, the city-based demon exorcists did not receive any missions to the number 8 rift. Could it be that someone else wore the demon exorcist's uniform? That's even more impossible. The demon exorcist's jacket has a lock too. Take it off. You need to send a report to the squad leader for approval. If the uniform is lost, there will be severe penalties and it will be recorded. No one would dare to wear a lost uniform. Then that's strange. Since Uncle Wang said that person is a demon exorcist, he must be wearing the demon exorcist's uniform. How could there be no information on him? There is one possibility. Li Changqing thought for a moment and suddenly had a realization. What possibility? Disguise technique. Bone shrinking skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at this. Since this person is a demon exorcist, he definitely wouldn't want others to see his true appearance. If discovered as a demon exorcist who killed cultivators, it would be a death sentence. And since he couldn't remove his distinctive demon exorcist uniform, disguise would be the best method. Even if others saw him, they wouldn't be able to identify him. Actually, when you said that this person is very short, I felt something was off. Although it's hard to recruit for the demon exorcists, not just anyone can join. Being too short would lead to elimination. Unless this person has exceptional qualifications, then they might be accepted as an exception. But those with good qualifications are usually in the first rift and wouldn't go to the 8th rift. Moreover, the demon exorcist's uniform can change according to body shape. It's made of a very good nanomaterial. In other words, we can basically confirm it's a bone shrinking disguise. After hearing Li Changqing's explanation, Lin Chen bit his lip. If it was a bone-shrinking disguise, it would be hard to find him. He scratched his head, originally thinking that having two distinctive features would help find this person, but he hadn't considered the disguise aspect. Don't rush. Think about whether there are any other features and why this person wanted to kill your parents. We can eliminate some suspects. 7 years ago, there were only a little over 1,000 people in the 8th rift. After eliminating some, we can slowly filter through the remaining people. It's just that some people might have left the demon exorcists for other cities, which could be a bit troublesome. Seeing Lin Chen's anxious expression, Li Changqing began to offer advice. Upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration crossed Lin Chen's mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Is there something we've overlooked? Seeing his furrowed brow relax and then frown again, Li Changqing asked, Brother Li, you just said why they killed my parents. Right. Li Changqing was momentarily stunned, and after a while he reacted. Brother Li, what do you think the demon exorcists would do once they have money? Of course, they would leave the demon exorcists. The demon exorcists live on the edge of life and death every day, so once they have money. At this point, Li Changqing realized and immediately began searching for the demon exorcists who had resigned that year on his tablet. Lin Chen suddenly thought that the demon exorcist who killed his parents and Uncle Wang did it for that piece of extraterrestrial iron. Since he killed people, he must have obtained the extraterrestrial iron, which could only be sold for money in the hands of ordinary cultivators. What would the demon exorcists do with money? The first thing would definitely be to leave the demon exorcists living in the rift facing the attacks of alien beasts every day. If they had money and didn't leave, that would be insane, unless they had already risen to the position of squad leader within the demon exorcists, then it wouldn't matter. But how could a squad leader kill for a piece of extraterrestrial iron? If discovered, it would be not worth the loss. Moreover, even if he did kill, he wouldn't let 1,000 June realm Uncle Wang escape. After all, squad leaders are all mountain-moving realm masters and seasoned veterans who have been in the rift for many years. They wouldn't miss any clues. Lin Chen deeply understood this from his experiences with Su Hushan and Gu Minglan. Strangely enough, there haven't been any resignations from the demon exorcists in the 8th rift this year. Not even those who died in battle. But with Li Changqing's mumble, another blow brought Lin Chen back to reality. This isn't right. I need to call Su Hushan. Li Changqing put down the tablet. This was no longer just Lin Chen's problem. It might involve data falsification. What's not right? Lin Chen was stunned. Wasn't he looking into his parents' matters? How did it suddenly involve Su Hushan? The reason the demon exterminators can't recruit anyone is not only due to the strict regulations but also the extremely high mortality rate. But this year, there hasn't been a single death among the demon exterminators that the number 8 rift, not even anyone resigning. You have to know, many people can't stand the environment in the rift. Every year, about 5% of the demon exterminators resign. So I say this data is abnormal. Li Changqing explained briefly and immediately picked up the phone to call the number 8 town office. When Ma Dehai received the call, he was momentarily incredulous, thinking Li Changqing had some good news for him again. But when he heard Li Changqing mention that there were no casualties at the number 8 rift 7 years ago, he actually laughed. Director Li, you weren't here 7 years ago, so you might not know. That year, number 8 town encountered a massive sandstorm, and the signal tower receiving satellite signals collapsed, so all the data that year was compressed at the town office. The data from that year was uploaded to headquarters together with the data from the following year. Hearing Ma Dehai's explanation, Li Changqing let out a sigh of relief. He thought he had encountered a data anomaly right after arriving in Baicheng. In this era, everything is data-driven. If the data goes wrong and the person on duty doesn't notice, they will be in big trouble when the higher-ups find out. Just like today, if Lin Chen had come to him about the data and it was indeed wrong, the previous director of the Baicheng Cultivators Alliance would be in trouble because it was an anomaly during his term. And if someone in Kyoto happened to check this data today and found an anomaly, Li Changqing would be in trouble because he failed to notice the data anomaly in time. Let me check the data from the following year, Li Changqing said, holding the tablet, still feeling apprehensive. After a while, he smiled mysteriously. I think I should have found the person you're looking for. Saying this, he handed the tablet to Lin Chen. In those 2 years, over 80 demon exterminators resigned, of which more than 50 have been confirmed dead, and over 10 are missing, most likely also dead. Of the remaining 10 or so, half rejoined the demon exterminators, while the other half gave up hunting exotic beasts and found some low-level jobs in Baicheng. Only this Lu Qingming, after leaving the demon exterminators, actually started a business and now runs a small trading association. Moreover, this person didn't resign the year your parents died. He left the demon exterminators the following year. Most importantly, this person is a scout and is skilled in a technique called bone shrinking. Lin Chen looked at the information on the tablet, believing there was a 70% chance this person was the demon exterminator who killed his parents and Uncle Wang. Runny Trading Association. Lu Qingming left the demon exterminators a year later. Unfortunately, fate didn't play along, and that year's information from the demon exterminators just happened not to be uploaded. Otherwise, you would have really managed to deceive everyone. After returning the tablet to Li Changqing, he murmured, Lin, how about it? Should I help you investigate, or will you handle it yourself? Li Changqing also thought it was highly likely the treatment for demon exterminators was good, but not enough to support the establishment of a trading association. No need. I'll handle it myself. Lin Chen's eyes glinted like a venomous snake, radiating a dangerous light. Then you handle it. Don't get me into big trouble. That arson case you mentioned earlier, the bald guy, is it you? Is my characteristic so obvious? He touched his head, not expecting that this case would reach Li Changqing's ears so quickly. What do you think? You disappeared with that doctor and someone at the hospital saw you. The doctor's body is still at the fire scene. Isn't it easy to identify? You? Looks like I need to buy a hat. Alright, as long as it doesn't cause a big issue. A bureau chief's son killed someone, so what? I've also sent the demon exterminators to investigate that hospital. It's simply lawless. Thanks. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, it was easier to handle things with someone above. A bureau chief's son killed someone, no big deal. Who would dare to speak like that? By the way, there's one more thing. What is it? Brotherly, do you have 10 million alliance coins? Lin Chen originally wanted to leave but suddenly remembered that there were still 14 days left for the task to end, so it would be better to submit it now to avoid being tied up later. He mentioned that it couldn't be deducted directly from the account, it had to be cash. You want to borrow money? No, I have money, I want 10 million in cash. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing didn't ask much. Some things were clear to everyone, only black market transactions required so much cash. Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring it up from downstairs. Okay. In a little while, a staff member came up with a large suitcase. Director Li, as per your instructions, here are 1,000 alliance coins totaling 10 million. Give me the money, you little brat. Don't get scammed in the black market. Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shouted, I'm not going to the black market with this money. Li Changqing waved his hand. If you're not going, then don't shout. Hurry up and take the money and leave. It's already 8:30, and I have something at 9. Lin Chen knew he couldn't explain clearly. It seemed that so much cash could only be digested in the black market. However, when he heard Li Changqing mention having something to do, he looked at him with ill intent. Just half a month in Baicheng and you've already found someone? Li Changqing's face turned red and he kicked Lin Chen's butt. You brat, stop talking nonsense. I've been dating for several years. Oh, long-distance relationship, huh? When can I meet her? That's my girlfriend. Why do you want to know? Take the money and get lost. Li Changqing scolded angrily. What I mean is, I bring my own, you bring yours, and we get to know each other. Is your reading comprehension a bit too poor? Oh, you found someone too? Well, I've been at it longer than you. It's been 22 years, just haven't confirmed the relationship. If you haven't confirmed the relationship, then what are you talking about? Li Changqing pretended to kick again, but Lin Chen dodged with a sideways move. The two joked around for a while, and Lin Chen transferred 10 million to the Cultivator Alliance's account, swaggering out of Li Changqing's office with the suitcase. You little brat, getting more and more disrespectful. Li Changqing laughed and scolded, but he knew this was a signal that their relationship was rapidly warming up. He recognized Lin Chen's potential, a genius that the Dragon King's mansion was eager to recruit. Zhang Hongyuan even said that as long as Lin Chen didn't tear down Baicheng, he could do whatever he wanted. With such a future voidbreaker establishing a good relationship before he grew up, Li Changqing understood that his path would be much smoother because of Lin Chen. Not to mention, just because of Lin Chen, he was transferred to Baicheng, and that was before Lin Chen had even grown up. Once Lin Chen matured, Li Changqing couldn't even imagine what position he would reach. After leaving the Cultivator Alliance, Lin Chen didn't look for Lu Qingming but instead found a secluded place to submit the system task. He had just submitted the task when he watched helplessly as the money in the suitcase disappeared without a trace. He didn't even understand how the money vanished. Congratulations, host, task completed. Reward: 1 teleportation to a designated point. Teleportation: teleport to any designated location at any time. Due to the host completing the task ahead of schedule, reward 1,400,000 attribute points. Detected that the current environmental conditions on the host's planet are harsh, issuing a new task. Within 1 year, destroy any rift. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Chen's mind. System? Are you kidding me? I just finished a task and you immediately issue a new one? Even the donkey of a production team wouldn't be so demanding. Please, host, strive to complete the task. Failure will result in annihilation. Damn you. Lin Chen cursed angrily. He had grown accustomed to the system's shameless operations, but he still couldn't help but curse. But the task rewards are really tempting. Teleportation to a designated point. I can teleport to a specified location from anywhere. It's simply a lifesaver. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I can just teleport back. Looking at the system's rewards, he had already forgotten about the pressure the system had just put on him. After thinking for a moment, he set the teleportation point directly at the entrance of the White City Cultivator Alliance building. As long as White City wasn't breached by the alien beasts, this place wouldn't be demolished. There were many renovation projects in White City with demolitions happening everywhere. He didn't want to teleport back into a dangerous situation and end up in a wasteland. Looking at another reward because he completed the task ahead of time, Lin Chen was almost drooling. Completing the task 14 days early, I received a total of 1,400,000 attribute points, which is equivalent to 100,000 a day. If the system were a bit more humane, it would be quite nice. After cursing the system, Lin Chen turned around and started praising it. Add points. Now he had 1 million in physique and 145,000 attribute points, which was enough to advance to the sea overturning realm. According to the system's energy conservation, after a series of operations, every corner of Lin Chen's body began to be enveloped by a warm current. Boom! As his mental attribute broke through to 1000, a sudden roar echoed in his mind, and all his mental energy began to converge towards his mind. In his mind, a mysterious space was slowly being opened up by the mental energy, which then began to crazily absorb the mental energy. The mental energy transformed into drops of liquid, slowly dripping into the space in his mind, filling the bottom layer of the space. Upper Dantian, Sea of Consciousness. Lin Chen murmured, knowing he had successfully advanced to the sea overturning realm, becoming a sea overturning powerhouse. The biggest difference between the sea overturning realm and the mountain moving realm was that the mental energy underwent a qualitative change. The mental energy in the mountain moving realm was ethereal, while in the sea overturning realm, it became substantial. The sea overturning realm could even materialize a certain type of weapon through mental energy. This was something he learned from the cultivator's secret method. The sea overturning realm required opening the upper dantian and condensing the mental energy into the sea of consciousness. Humans have 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower, which store the essence, chi, and spirit of the body, respectively. The lower dantian stores energy, which is where chi is kept. The middle dantian stores one's own essence, which is where essence is kept. The last time he wasn't killed by the energy core explosion was because the essence in his middle dantian saved his life. The lower and middle dantians are opened at birth, while the upper dantian, which stores the spirit, requires a large amount of mental energy to break through and store the transformed mental energy. In fact, Lin Chen had his own understanding of these concepts. Based on the system panel and combined with the cultivator's secret method, he believed that the upper dantian corresponds to the mental attribute, the lower dantian corresponds to the strength attribute, and the middle dantian corresponds to the physique attribute. No wonder his strength during battles didn't burst forth from his physical body but extended from his meridians. When the physical body received feedback from the opponent's power, it was all concentrated into the meridians through the physical body, and finally digested by the vital energy at the heart. The physical body is merely a vessel carrying a person's essence, spirit, and energy. As for comprehension, it should be related to the mind and has nothing to do with the upper dantian. Only after Lin Chen had allocated all his attribute points did he let out a satisfied breath, at which point the attribute panel had undergone a tremendous change. Host, Lin Chen Physique, 740285 Strength, 1714854 Spirit, 2999 Comprehension, 10 attribute points, 0 with a strength of 1,700,000. Lin Chen felt as if he could even explode the void with a thought. The spirit attribute had also reached the peak of the second stage of the overturning sea realm, while the physique had decreased by 260,000. After reaching the mountain moving realm, the cultivator's secret method would focus on cultivating spiritual power rather than strength. He had seen Gu Minglan and Li Changqing. The physical strength of these two was comparable to that of a 9th stage cultivator in the 10,000 cauldron realm. However, Gu Minglan was an exception. Lin Chen sensed a tremendous power from him, likely related to the laws he comprehended. Yet, Lin Chen felt that in terms of internal power alone, he was not afraid of Gu Minglan and could even suppress him. Once again using spiritual power to activate the absolute domain, the range of the absolute domain expanded to 30 kilometers, more than 100 times larger than when he used it in the mountain moving realm. With 400 spirit attributes, the absolute domain only had a range of about 500 meters. Now with 2009 spirit attributes, it actually has a range of 30 kilometers. Is this the power of the qualitative change in spiritual power? Lin Chen calculated that in the mountain moving realm, 1 point of spirit attribute corresponded to 1 meter of range. After the transformation of spiritual power in the overturning sea realm, 1 point of spirit attribute corresponded to 10 meters of range, a tenfold increase. The most important thing is that I can now make more changes to the light circle. As the absolute domain opened, Lin Chen sensed that the light circle was no longer in his mind but had appeared in the upper dantian. In the upper dantian, the liquid formed by spiritual power wrapped around the light circle, easily controlling the deformation of the liquid to change the shape of the light circle. Within the range covered by the absolute domain, the space was constantly being torn apart, even creating a large opening, resembling a rift of otherworldly beasts. However, behind the rift of otherworldly beasts was a profound power, while the rift he tore open only contained a violent force, wildly swirling in the pitch-black opening. He knew this was because he had only torn apart the current space. The rift did not connect to other spaces, so behind the Rift was the void. After advancing to the overturning sea realm, he could also sense the imperfection of the space laws. The biggest flaw was that he could not sense the space outside the light circle like the void behind the rift, which, although within his absolute domain, he could not control. If he could control this violent force, he was confident he could destroy all the rifts on Earth within a day, bringing the planet back to a peaceful era. He speculated that if he could see the deeper essence of space, he could make his spiritual power detach from the light circle and completely master the space within it. Moreover, as his understanding of space deepened, he believed that what he saw as the light circle and comprehended as the absolute domain were not truly laws but merely a superficial application of space. He also discovered that his formlessness was not perfect. Under the coverage of the absolute domain, he could perceive his life force through spiritual power. However, outside the absolute domain, he could not sense his own existence with spiritual power. This was a significant gap from true formlessness, which should not be perceived by anyone under any circumstances. Perhaps my space laws and formlessness laws are merely brushing against the edges of the laws. The essence still lies in the functioning of spiritual power, unrelated to the laws. The cultivation system of the Earth star is ultimately too backward. When it comes to laws, it's all about exploration, feeling one's way across the river by touching stones. No one can explain what laws are, let alone comprehend them. Lin Chen believed that true laws must prioritize the laws themselves, with mental strength as a supplement, which was completely opposite to his current state. Especially after opening the upper dantian, this feeling grew stronger. It seems it's time to unleash a wave of 100,000 insights. Lin Chen murmured to himself, then took out the Qinghai knife from his spatial bag. As soon as he held the Qinghai knife, he felt something was off. It had become lighter overall, and the blood groove on the blade was no longer bright silver but had turned black, matching the blade itself. Gu Minglan helped me add some rare materials. Lin Chen had initially thought Gu Minglan had only repaired the Qinghai knife, but he didn't expect it to be completely reforged. Although he didn't know what materials Gu Minglan had added, they were definitely expensive, possibly worth more than the 100 million alliance coins he had given. He sensed a mysterious aura from the Qinghai knife, a faintly soul-stirring feeling that hadn't been there before it was reforged. Moreover, this soul-stirring sensation made his heart race, which definitely couldn't be achieved with simple materials. Most importantly, the hardness of the Qinghai knife had increased by an unknown number of times. With his strength of over 1,000,000, he had to exert effort to bend it. Under such high hardness, it also had excellent toughness, indicating that Gu Minglan had added quite a few good materials. Lin Chen lightly swung the Qinghai knife, and a large rock several dozen meters away was split in half. This was a strike made purely with physical strength, without any mental power added. If he were to use mental power, the effect would be different. After the qualitative change of his mental strength, he could harness the energy in the air to attack, resulting in a substantial effect. Such an attack would produce visible light waves, which were essentially the materialization of mental power, infused with some spiritual energy. Just like the strike made by Zhang Hanyuan in the rift, the attacking light waves were visible to the naked eye. With the Qinghai knife strapped to his waist, that familiar feeling returned. Touching the handle of the Qinghai knife, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Tonight, let's see some blood. In the night of White City, there were two extreme displays. One side was brightly lit, a commercial area filled with lights and revelry. The other side was silent, a slum that had gone to sleep early. Come, President Liu, I toast you. President Chen, may our cooperation be pleasant. Everyone, raise your glasses. In the VIP room of the Tianwan Commercial Club in White City, a huge crystal chandelier emitted a mesmerizing array of colors, and everyone at the table was drinking to the point of inebriation. The two leaders at the head of the table were leaning on each other, flattering one another, while the other subordinates were desperately drinking, as if the more they drank, the more they could showcase their extraordinary selves in front of their boss. After 3 rounds of drinks, only a few people could still sit steadily at the table. Just as everyone was helping each other prepare to leave, a man in a black suit walked towards the two leaders. Boss, there's a guy named Lin Chen looking for you. He held out a phone with his right hand to the dazed middle-aged man, who opened his slightly tipsy eyes, and the scar at the corner of his eye slowly twitched, revealing a somewhat fierce gaze. Lin Chen? I don't know this person. The man took the phone, confirmed it was an unfamiliar number, and hung up immediately. Xiaoqin, remember from now on, never answer unfamiliar numbers. After saying this, he handed the phone back to the suited man. Xiaoqin was just about to take the phone when it rang again. The middle-aged man glared at the phone with hostility, and after answering, he cursed, "Kid, I don't know where you got my number or what your intentions are, but from now on, if you call me again, I will make sure you have no place to be buried." The people who were originally lost in drunken stupor in the private room were startled awake by the angry scolding, and they all looked towards him. The big-bellied man beside him comforted, "Boss Liu, this kind of petty thief is really annoying, just ignore him. Daddy, save me." Just as Boss Liu was about to hang up the phone, a tender voice with a crying tone came through the phone's microphone. "Who are you?" Hearing the familiar voice, Boss Liu's pupils shrank, and he shouted angrily, Lu Qingming, Boss Lu, you really have a good taste. Leaving your daughter all alone at home. Actually, I didn't want to use my phone to call you, but it seems your subordinates are all very poor, not even having a phone, so I could only get your phone number through your daughter. A mocking voice came from the microphone. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Qingming was extremely anxious at this moment. His wife had died 2 years ago, leaving him with this precious daughter to rely on. For his daughter's safety, he had specially hired several powerful guardians to protect the villa. He never expected that someone would break into his villa today and take his daughter hostage. I give you 10 minutes. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you can collect your daughter's body. Beep beep. Without waiting for Lu Qingming to say anything else, the call was directly hung up. Xiao Qin, go back immediately. President Chen, I hope you can help. Lu Qingming instructed the man in a suit, then turned to the big-bellied man for help. Don't worry, I'm familiar with the Black Dragon Society, I'll contact them right away. But you know the price for the Black Dragon Society to take action. This Boss Chen made a gesture of counting money, looking somewhat troubled. You can rest assured, I've been in Baicheng for 4 or 5 years, my reputation is still very high. As long as you save my daughter, money is not a problem. But the other side may not be just one person, otherwise, my villa's defense system wouldn't have been breached so quickly. You need to tell the Black Dragon Society that it may require a master of the mountain-moving realm to take action. Hearing this, Boss Chen instead laughed. Don't worry, as long as the money is in place, it's not a problem for a master of the mountain-moving realm to take action. Then I'll head back first. Boss Chen, please hurry. Lu Qingming dropped a sentence and hurriedly ran out of the Tian Wine Club, quickly getting into his luxury car. Xiao Qin, contact the guard team and the demon extermination guard, just say someone has been kidnapped and is demanding ransom. Okay, boss. With a roar like a bull, the luxury car shot out instantly. Boss Chen watched the departing luxury car from the private room, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Qingming, this is what you asked me to help you with. Don't blame me. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number, simply saying, notify the Black Dragon Society, a big job for high-level masters in the mountain-moving realm, in the Fulin Villa area. After hanging up the phone, he immediately left the Tian Wine Club, heading straight for the Fulin Villa area. At this moment, outside Villa number 13 in the Fulin Villa area, the villa's security team was already surrounded, observing the situation inside the villa with drones. Villa number 13, covering about an acre, has a main building and 2 auxiliary buildings. Inside the main building, a young man wearing a baseball cap was sitting on the sofa. Beside him was a little girl, who was tied up, her tear-streaked face still wet, seemingly having fallen asleep. It was unclear whether it was due to fear or exhaustion from the high tension. On the grass outside the villa lay 2 corpses, and inside the hall of the villa there were also 2 corpses, with a maid dressed in a maid outfit hanging from the chandelier, struggling continuously. Lin Chan also saw the reconnaissance drone outside through the floor-to-ceiling window. He didn't pay attention to it as he was wearing a hat and the drone couldn't see his face clearly anyway. Listen up, criminals inside, you are surrounded. Come out of the villa and surrender immediately, and it can be considered a voluntary confession. Outside the door, the security team dared not enter the villa. They were afraid for their lives. The Fulin Villa area could be said to be one of the better villa areas in Baicheng, though it still fell short of the top-tier villa areas. However, among Baicheng's population of over 10 million, the residents here were already considered top-tier wealthy individuals. The owners of these villas generally hired cultivators for security work, and the private bodyguards hired by the Fulin Villa area owners were all at the level of Wanding. Their security team captain was only at the Wanding level, and now that the private bodyguards inside the villa were dead, this group of Qianjun cultivators naturally did not dare to rush in and die, so they could only continue to apply pressure on the criminals inside the villa to avoid being accused of inaction by the owners. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Qingming quickly arrived outside the villa. The security team captain stopped Lu Qingming and said, Mr. Lu, the criminals inside the villa are very vicious. I suggest you wait for the guard team and the demon extermination team to arrive before taking action. Lu Qingming pushed his hand away and shouted angrily, you are incompetent. Do you want me to be incompetent too? My daughter is the one being held inside. And what is wrong with your security system? The kidnappers called me, and only then did you realize something was wrong here? After I rescue my daughter, I will settle accounts with you. After venting his emotions, he strode into the villa courtyard. Looking at the bodies on the grass, he knew this matter would not be easily resolved. For his daughter's safety, he had specifically spent a large sum to hire a Wanding 6th-tier cultivator who had now turned into a corpse. Pushing open the slightly ajar villa door, Lu Qingming walked straight to the back of the sofa, looking at the man wearing a baseball cap and his daughter, who was breathing comfortably and had already fallen asleep beside the sofa. What are your demands? Lu Qingming said straightforwardly, knowing that with his strength it was absolutely impossible to rescue his daughter alone, and since this person had not harmed her, he must have some demands. Do you know Lin Minxing and Hu Kai? Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa and asked casually. Lu Qingming was taken aback upon hearing these two names, quickly searching his mind for any clues related to them. I don't know them. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not recall who these two were. Those names did not even exist in his mind. You don't even know their names, yet you killed them? Lin Chen roared like an angry beast. Lu Qingming was startled, then calmed down and said, "You must have mistaken me. I truly do not know these two people." Lu Qingming, member of Team 10 of the 8th Rift, suddenly left the demon extermination team 6 years ago, came to Baicheng and opened a supermarket. In 6 years, he turned a supermarket into a small business association, becoming one of the richest people in Baicheng. I want to ask you a question. Where did you, a demon extermination team member, get so much money to open a supermarket, and how did you manage to turn it into a business association in just 6 years? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming realized that the young man sitting on the sofa was not simple. He knew his affairs in detail. However, years of experience in business negotiations allowed him to quickly sort out his thoughts. My wife is the daughter of the Sanjin Business Association. All my money comes from her, and this can be verified by the people in the Baicheng Business Association. As for why it developed so quickly, it is because my father-in-law helped behind the scenes. Lin Chen snorted coldly upon hearing this. Humph. Lu Qingming, at this point, you still want to pretend? The Sanjin Business Association was on the verge of bankruptcy 6 years ago but suddenly received an investment worth 200 million, which brought it back to life. The second year, Miss Jin Shangxi of the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce married you, a nobody. What a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming's heart raced. It was easy to find his information, but finding out about the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce was difficult, because the Sanjin Chamber of Commerce had long been incorporated into his own Rini Chamber of Commerce, and its records had already been cancelled by the municipal government. Who exactly are you? Did you investigate me so thoroughly for those two people? But I really don't know them. Lu Qingming knew that the other party must have stripped him of all his secrets, but he insisted he didn't know those two people, guessing that this young man had mistaken him for someone else. Lin Chen turned his head, looking at the innocent-faced Lu Qingming, and said coldly, 7 years ago, at the number 8 rift, the gathering place of the ironclad tortoise, the extraterrestrial iron beneath the lake. Do I need to make it clearer? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming's pupils instantly constricted, memories from 7 years ago surfacing in his mind. But he quickly replied, looking confused, 7 years ago, I was at the number 8 rift as a demon-slaying guard, but I really don't know what extraterrestrial iron you're talking about. His heart raced, already knowing the young man's purpose in kidnapping his daughter, but he still maintained a calm facade, not daring to show any signs of weakness. What he didn't know was that Lin Chen, as a powerful figure in the Dao Si realm, had already covered him with his spiritual power the moment he entered. All his vital signs and everything about him were under Lin Chen's surveillance. The slight constriction of his pupils and the acceleration of his heartbeat told Lin Chen he hadn't mistaken the person. Oh, did I get the wrong person? Lin Chen stood up from the sofa, shook his head, and questioned with some doubt. Seeing this, Lu Qingming immediately said, you must have the wrong person. If you leave now, we can let bygones be bygones. Do you know Wang Ziyi? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen fixed his gaze on him and suddenly asked. Upon hearing this name, Lu Qingming took a step back, his expression somewhat flustered. Lu Qingming, how long are you going to keep pretending? Lin Chen stepped closer to Lu Qingming, continuously releasing his spiritual power, trying to crush Lu Qingming's psychological defenses with mental pressure. Lu Qingming let out a bitter laugh, leaning weakly against the wall. Are you Wang Ziyi's son? Not killing him back then has indeed left a future trouble. But do you know? That piece of iron was originally discovered by me first. Why did that woman go wash apples in the lake? That damned apple just happened to fall into the lake. Lu Qingming suddenly shouted in anger, then crazily charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen grabbed his neck. So you killed them both? Lu Qingming looked at Lin Chen in terror, realizing that his 6th level cultivation was utterly powerless against this young man. I only killed that couple. I didn't kill your father when I wanted to kill him. Back then, the cultivators making a living in the city came, and I was afraid of being discovered, so I let him go. His face turned red as he struggled to say this, believing that Wang Ziyi was Lin Chen's father, and since he hadn't killed Wang Ziyi and had let him go, Lin Chen wouldn't kill him. Lin Chen suddenly sneered, shouting, my name is Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming's eyes widened, then his gaze became vacant as he murmured, how is that possible? Wang Ziyi told me that couple had no offspring and said he had a son and a daughter to raise, which is why I let him go. Where did Wang Ziyi go later? Lin Chen knew that Uncle Wang had said this to protect her, to prevent Lu Qingming from eliminating all traces. Let my daughter go, and I'll tell you, you don't have the right to bargain with me. If you don't speak, I'll kill your daughter right now. No, don't. I'll tell you. Seeing Lin Chen carrying him by the neck towards his daughter, Lu Qingming pleaded, tears streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground from Lin Chen's hand. It wasn't that I wanted to let Wang Ziyi go back then, it was because the 9-headed python passed through there and took Wang Ziyi away. Didn't you just say it was because the cultivators came and you were afraid of being discovered? I was trying to lessen your hatred. I said that on purpose. I just didn't expect that you are not Wang Ziyi's son. Then how do I know if what you're saying now is true or false? Did the nine-headed python eat too much and have nothing to do? It went to abduct a person at the Qiankuan realm? Lin Chen threw Lu Qingming to the ground, using absolute space to immobilize him, and coldly snorted, "You're lying." "I'm not lying. This scar at the corner of my eye is from when I was hiding from the nine-headed python and got scratched by a meteorite. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Then tell me, why would the nine-headed python want to abduct someone at the Qiankuan realm?" He drew the Qinghai knife and pressed it against the little girl's neck. "I advise you to think carefully before you speak." Seeing his sleeping daughter and the sharp knife, Lu Qingming screamed in madness, "Don't hurt my daughter. It was me who did it. It has nothing to do with her." Hearing this, Lin Chen pressed the knife down slightly, and a wound instantly appeared on the girl's neck. The intense pain woke the sleeping little girl, and looking at her father lying on the ground, she cried out, "Daddy! Woo woo! Wang Ziyi is not dead." Hearing his daughter's cries and the blood flowing from her neck, Lu Qingming shouted angrily, "Where is he?" "In the basement." Lu Qingming looked at Lin Chen with red eyes and said weakly. Lin Chen snorted coldly, "Where in the basement?" He scanned with his spiritual power but found no basement beneath the villa. From the moment he asked about Wang Ziyi, Lu Qingming's heartbeat became irregular, especially when it came to Wang Ziyi's whereabouts. His heartbeat was strangely fast and slow. He knew Lu Qingming was definitely lying. The story about the nine-headed python abducting him and the cultivators coming and not having a chance to act was all fake. Moreover, this Lu Qingming was very cunning, knowing how to use his blood energy to suppress his heartbeat. If he weren't at the ocean top realm, he might have really gotten away with it. The spiritual power of the mountain-moving realm could only observe roughly, and such subtle changes were undetectable. Watching Lu Qingming alternate between loud roars and emotional expressions, Lin Chen mocked, "Your acting is quite good." Lu Qingming's body went limp, like a dead fish, murmuring, "I'll tell you everything, just let my daughter go." Back then, your parents and Wang Ziyi discovered the meteorite, but unfortunately, they were too careless, thinking that the hunters of the armored turtle had all left, so they could safely go dig for the meteorite. Hunting armored turtles back then was different from now. They used to go in groups to hunt and then leave together, because at that time, there was also a second-tier exotic beast, the three-eyed wolf, and a few people wouldn't dare to stay there overnight. Just that day, when I went to patrol, I saw your parents secretly transporting the meteorite from the lake to the shore, and I became greedy. Originally, I hid their bodies behind a rock, but when I went to check the next day, the bodies were gone, and I knew that couple had accomplices. Wang Ziyi was very clever. He didn't go dig for the meteorite every day, he only dug once every few days. I had patrol duties and couldn't stay by the lake all the time, which led me to wait for Wang Ziyi for several months. I originally wanted to kill him, but I found that he had dug up a small portion of the meteorite, so to get that meteorite from him, I took the opportunity during a transport mission to pack him into a supply box and smuggled him out through the 8th crack. To get that small portion of meteorite from him, I kept him for 7 years. And he just wouldn't budge. I even pried information from him, learning that he has a son, a daughter, and a wife. I threatened him with his children, yet he still wouldn't budge. Lin Chen looked at Lu Qingming, who was calmly recounting the events. This time, there was no fluctuation in his heartbeat. He must have completely given up resisting. "Where did you lock him up?" Lu Qingming glanced at Lin Chen and said in a pleading tone, "After I tell you, please spare my daughter." "Speak." "As a demon-slaying guard, I don't need to check supplies when transporting them through the rifts, but anyone entering Baicheng must go through security checks, so I didn't bring him to Baicheng. I hid him in the basement of the Rini Chamber of Commerce in town number 8. After hearing this, Lin Chen sneered. "For money, you'll do anything, won't you? Did you never think this day would come?" Lu Qingming let out a bitter laugh. For a low-level cultivator wanting to break free, when an opportunity arises, one must resort to any means. I originally wanted to eliminate the root of the problem, even thought about finding you to use you to threaten Wang Ziyi. But over the years, I couldn't find any information on Wang Ziyi. The rescue building has nearly 1 million residents. If I went around asking with a photo, it would definitely alert the snake. I even used my connections in the municipal government, but couldn't find any information on this person. I even had someone keep an eye on the black market for any meteorite iron for sale, but there was no large quantity available. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen burst into laughter, then glared fiercely at Lu Qingming, growling, "Do you know about something called 3 generations returning to ancestry?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming suddenly realized Wang Ziyi doesn't have the surname Wang. Wang is his ancestral surname. The information he registered doesn't have the surname Wang. Impossible. I scanned his face with security equipment and it showed. His name is Wang Ziyi. Don't you know about something called a former name? The rescue building's information hasn't been updated in 800 years. How could they have his new name? That's right, Uncle Wang took his mother's surname Lu, and his real name is Lu Chengkai. After his mother died, he changed his name to Wang Ziyi. Uncle Wang went to the Cultivator Alliance to change his name to Wang Zi. If you could access the Cultivator Alliance's system, you would see his former name is Lu Chengkai, but he thought name in the municipal records was irrelevant, so he never changed it. This was also when they were playing at home and found the property deed. Lin Chen happened to be at her house, and when he saw the name Lu Chengkai on the deed, he asked Wang Miaomiao, who explained it to him. Hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Lu Qingming laughed maniacally. Everything is fate. No wonder the security equipment showed his name as Wang Zi, but the rescue building has no information on this person. So he had changed his name, he just used the name Wang Zi when registering as a cultivator, and the municipal government never updated that name. Lin Chen also laughed. Yes, that's fate. If you weren't a scout, you wouldn't have discovered their mining of meteorite iron. Luckily, Uncle Wang didn't hand over the meteorite iron to us, otherwise you would have found it. Aunt Zhang only obtained 2 small pieces of meteorite iron, which she sold on the black market, and it didn't attract Lu Qingming's attention, otherwise they might have been caught by him long ago. All your rambling was just to wait for the people outside to come, right? He glanced at the dense guard and demon-slaying troops outside, looking at Lu Qingming, who lay on the ground waiting to die, and understood. I didn't expect a child from the rescue building to become a mountain-moving master. I know I can't escape this calamity. I only ask you to spare my daughter. Lu Qingming lay on the ground like a dead fish, devoid of any desire to survive. The moment he was controlled by Lin Chen's spiritual power, he already knew his fate was sealed. Don't worry, I haven't gone mad enough to kill a little girl. I'm not like you, I'm not that insane. As for what you said about not being able to escape this calamity, I don't think so. The master of the mountain-moving realm is here. You still have some skills, Lin Chen murmured, reaching out to the rooftop, pulling in a person dressed in night gear from outside the villa. Lu Qingming had just stepped into the villa for less than 2 minutes when he sensed this night wanderer with his mental power, but the night wanderer had been lying on the roof, and he didn't bother with it. How did you do that? The night wanderer, caught by Lin Chen, looked at him in terror, stunned by this method. He had been lying on the roof, and this person actually pulled him into the villa from 2 floors away. This kind of ability was completely beyond his understanding, unheard of. You've been listening upstairs for more than 10 minutes, have you had enough? Lin Chen didn't explain. For such insignificant people who like to eavesdrop on others' secrets, he always killed one whenever he encountered them. Kid, I don't care who you are, let me go. I'm a senior elder of the Black Dragon Society. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave White City. The night wanderer was pinned to the ground by Lin Chen's absolute domain, unable to move. He knew this young man was not someone he could deal with, so he quickly brought up the Black Dragon Society to intimidate Lin Chen. Black Dragon Society? Lin Chen frowned and murmured. Seeing Lin Chen frown, the night wanderer thought Lin Chen was afraid of the Black Dragon Society and quickly said, hurry and let me and Boss Lu go. We can let bygones be bygones. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. I haven't settled the score with the Black Dragon Society yet. Just right, I'll kill you first today, and I'll slowly settle the score with the Black Dragon Society later. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that the assassin sent by Zhang Zikai was from the Black Dragon Society. Kid, don't be so ignorant of the world. Our president is a 6th-tier master of the mountain-moving realm. And you, a mere brat, dare to speak so arrogantly? Although the night wanderer was suppressed by Lin Chen, he kept spouting threats. Noisy. With a thought, the night wanderer turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't understand how a 1st-tier master of the mountain-moving realm could be so clueless, unable to see that he was much stronger than him. Outside the villa, Boss Chen, watching this scene through binoculars, was stunned. This was a senior elder of the Black Dragon Society, second only to the president, and he was killed so easily? In his eyes, masters of the mountain-moving realm were like deities. Realizing that things were going south, he hurriedly took out his phone to call the president of the Black Dragon Society, describing what had happened. Who told you to send the elder out on a mission without permission? With the elder dead, our territory in the Black Dragon Society will be compressed. Do you understand? Hearing the furious roar from the phone, Boss Chen knew his partner was angry. President, I'm just an intermediary. The mission was personally accepted by the elder, and it has nothing to do with me. Don't blame the elder's death on me. Chen Wangdao, it was you who falsely reported the target's strength. The opponent is clearly a master above the 3rd tier of the mountain-moving realm, and you said it was a mere wanding. This is what the client said. I just relate it truthfully. Once I kill that ignorant master, I'll settle the score with you and Lu Qingming. Chen Wangdao looked at the call page that had been hung up and murmured, I need to hide quickly. This madman Li Huaxiang really dares to kill me when he goes crazy. He then immediately left the scene, preparing to hide in his secret base. However, as soon as he got into the car, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then he saw his own body appear above his head. The driver, seeing his head suddenly fall off, was so scared that he fainted on the spot. Lin Chen was in the villa, observing every move of the people outside clearly. He had been watching a man named Chen Wangdao for a long time, who had been using binoculars to look this way from outside the villa area. After Chen Wangdao finished a call with the president of the Black Dragon Society, Li Huaxiang, Lin Chen directly dealt with Chen Wangdao, murmuring, Li Huaxiang, Black Dragon Society. Once I finish my business, I will take care of you pests in Baicheng. After saying this, Lin Chen, along with Lu Qingming, instantly teleported towards town number 8. Outside the villa, the guards and the demon extermination squad, who were preparing to force their way in, were stunned by this scene. How did the two people who had just been talking confidently inside the villa suddenly disappear? Captain Wu of the guard team immediately recalled the Zhang Zikai case from the evening. Su Mingsheng from the community hospital had vanished for no reason. Moreover, this person was wearing a duckbill cap, which reminded him of the description given by the community hospital's guides. He was 80% sure that this young man in the duckbill cap was the bald man who killed Zhang Zikai. Thinking of this, Captain Wu quickly pulled up the sketch on his tablet and handed it to the on-duty captain of the demon extermination squad. Captain Li, I feel that this case is related to the Zhang Zikai case from the evening. Captain Li took the tablet, frowning. We've investigated the evening's case and we've compared this sketch. If the sketch is correct, this person should be named Lin Chen. Oh, you found out? Captain Li pulled Captain Wu aside and whispered. This Lin Chen's information is classified. We can only see the name and photo. Everything else is off limits. Even his cultivation level is confidential. Even our supervisor doesn't have the authority to view it. Got it? Upon hearing this, Captain Wu immediately understood Captain Li's meaning. This person was not something they could investigate. What about these two cases? All of it will be handed over to our demon extermination squad. We will report it upwards. If there is feedback from above, we can investigate. If there is no feedback, we will treat it as if it never happened. The two exchanged glances, knowing that the situation was too complicated. A mysterious person whose information was inaccessible even to the head of the Baicheng Demon Extermination Squad was not something two squad leaders could investigate. In fact, Captain Wu had anticipated this situation in the evening. They had no evidence, and even if they found something, they couldn't do anything to Lin Chen. Moreover, after several hours, the Demon Extermination Squad had not provided any feedback on what to do, proving that Lin Chen's identity was definitely extraordinary. In this era, personal grudges were too numerous. It wasn't deep hatred, and no one would kill in Baicheng. For cultivators with such high levels of skill, as long as they weren't too excessive, the higher-ups generally wouldn't intervene. Rules were made for the weak, the strong only made the rules. Just as the two were about to return home, the alarm in Baicheng suddenly went off and their previously relaxed nerves instantly tensed. What happened? It seems to be the alarm at the city gate. Quick, let's go. The two led their respective teams, rushing madly towards the city gate. Meanwhile, at the city gate of Baicheng, the head of the Demon Extermination Squad looked at the radar alarm with a puzzled expression, questioning, what's going on? Just now, two people flashed past above the city gate, triggering the alarm. Where are they? Looking at the blank space on the radar, the head asked in confusion. They were too fast, they've already exceeded the radar detection range. Does the system have any physical characteristics of these two people? One does. It was uploaded this morning. Reported by you, signed by the Grand Commander. Hearing the staff's words, he immediately recalled the young man named Lin Chen he had encountered outside the city center hospital during the day. Remembering the Grand Commander's words, he sighed, deactivate the alarm, and announced that it was a false trigger. Yes. The steward rubbed his temples, looking towards the direction outside the city, murmuring, what could be happening outside the city at this hour? Captain Wu and Captain Li, who were on their way, exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. The broadcast had claimed it was a false alarm. After so many years in the guard and demon-slaying teams, they had rarely encountered a false alarm, let alone one so coincidental. It must be that Lin Chen who left the city. It should be. Both of them understood that this was definitely triggered by someone forcefully breaking through the city gates, but it seemed the steward had no way to handle it and could only find an excuse to brush it off. In town number 8, the scattered lights flickered. It was already midnight, and most of the cultivators making a living had returned to the city, leaving only a few lights on in the accommodation area. In the commercial district, the third shop from the entrance, the Rennie Chamber of Commerce was brightly lit. These chambers operated 24 hours, and even though town number 8 was sparsely populated at night, they remained open as usual. The Rennie Chamber mainly sold supplies, as the purchasing power here could only support low-cost products. President, what brings you here so late? A store clerk, who was playing on his phone, immediately stood up upon seeing two figures, only to realize it was his own boss. Lu Qingming smiled wryly. I need to check the inventory here. You can clock out now. The clerk, puzzled by his somewhat strange boss and the young man behind him, wearing a baseball cap, nodded in agreement despite his confusion about why inventory needed checking at this hour. After the clerk left, Lin Chen released the restriction he had placed on Lu Qingming. Lead the way. Lu Qingming nodded and led Lin Chen through the front hall to the back warehouse. The warehouse was filled with various drinks and food items, and in the innermost corner against the wall was a safe containing the chamber's operating cash. Inside the safe was a small password box, and upon opening it, there was a small Buddha statue. Lu Qingming pressed down on the Buddha statue, turning it 90 degrees to the left and then 180 degrees to the right. A sound of electricity crackled, and suddenly a crack appeared in the middle of the warehouse floor. As the crack widened, an automatic ascending staircase extended from below to the opening. This square hole was just big enough for a person to pass through. Lu Qingming was the first to descend, entering the underground space. Lin Chen followed closely behind. The staircase was not high, and in just over 10 seconds they reached the bottom. He looked at the rough excavation marks in the underground space, feeling that it had been dug for quite some time, as the surface of the excavated soil had begun to dry and crack. At the bottom of the stairs was a very small space, and opposite them was a heavy stainless steel door. Lin Chen could already sense a faint life force from within. Hurry and open the door. Lin Chen didn't dare to directly damage the door, fearing metal shards would fly everywhere. After Lu Qingming successfully authenticated on the facial recognition device on the door, a sound of gears turning echoed, and after a while, a thick iron door, at least half a meter thick, slowly opened. The lights turned on, revealing a dirty and chaotic room with only a bed, a table, and a large wooden barrel from which a nauseating stench emanated. Packaging from instant food products littered the floor, leaving no space to step. On the bed lay a gaunt figure, with disheveled hair reaching down to his waist. His bare upper body clearly showed protruding ribs, and his belly had sunken in, even faintly revealing the slow beating of his heart. I told you, I will give you the meteorite in 10 years, the time isn't up, and the goods aren't finished. What are you doing here? A low, hoarse voice came through, the weak tone suggesting that this person's life was about to wither away. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man sat up. In bed, he brushed the hair that had fallen over his face aside, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Qingming. Noticing that he was accompanied by someone, the man felt a bit puzzled, as he thought the young man wearing a baseball cap behind Lu Qingming looked familiar. Uncle Wang. Lin Chen's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that the emaciated man before him was Wang Ziyi. In his memory, Wang Ziyi was tall and muscular, capable of bursting out of his clothes. He couldn't believe that Wang Ziyi had survived in such an environment for 7 years. Is that you, Xiaomu? Upon hearing the familiar name, Wang Ziyi hesitated, taking a long time before daring to call out Lin Chen's name. Uncle Wang, it's me. Lin Chen hurriedly replied, taking off his baseball cap and quickly walking towards Wang Ziyi. Seeing that familiar face, Wang Ziyi braced himself against the edge of the bed and shakily stood up. Xiaomu, you've grown up, and you've gotten taller. As Lin Chen approached, Wang Ziyi reached out to pat Lin Chen's shoulder, but upon seeing the dirt on his hands, he stopped the gesture. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Lu Qingming beside them, then circled around Lin Chen to stand between Lin Chen and Lu Qingming. Xiaomu, you were found by him? Wang Ziyi stepped between the two, watching Lu Qingming warily, as if ready to fight. Ha! Do you think I dared to say a word after I came in? Lu Qingming said self-deprecatingly, his face filled with helplessness. Since your task is complete, I won't torment you anymore. I will arrange for your assets to be passed on to your daughter. Safe travels. Lin Chen stepped forward and said lightly, after which Lu Qingming collapsed straight down, a tear at the corner of his eye, leaving one to wonder if it was from sadness, regret, or Lin Chen's last words. Wang Ziyi was momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend what had transpired between the two. He had initially thought Lu Qingming had taken Lin Chen hostage, but now it seemed the opposite was true. Uncle Wang, a lot has happened recently. I'll explain everything to you later. Let's head back first. Lin Chen reassured the bewildered and somewhat panicked Wang Ziyi. What about Lu Qingming's body? Let him stay in town number 8. He came from here, and now it's time for him to return to his roots. Without waiting for Wang Ziyi to respond, Lin Chen led him out of the small shop of the Extraordinary Chamber of Commerce. As for Lu Qingming's body, he left it there, wanting Lu Qingming to repent to his parents. 10 minutes later, the alarm in Baicheng rang out again, and the demon exorcism chief helplessly instructed the staff, just say it's a test to prevent false alarms. Along the way, Lin Chen and Wang Ziyi talked about their own matters. Of course, he couldn't mention the system, only vaguely describing it as spiritual herbs. Wang Ziyi, tears streaming down his face, looked up at the sky and murmured, "You can rest in peace now." Seeing Lin Chen about to take him to the hospital, Wang Ziyi quickly called out to him, "Xiaomu, hold on a second. Uncle Wang, is there something wrong? I should go home and clean up a bit before meeting them." Mother and daughter. Wang Ziyi pointed to his hair, his tattered, dirty clothes, and the grime all over him. I was a bit anxious and didn't notice." Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had been imprisoned by Lu Qingming for 7 years and hadn't bathed in all that time. The smell on him was quite strong. Bringing Uncle Wang in this state to meet Aunt Zhang and Wang Miao, they wouldn't know how to react. Thinking of this, Lin Chen turned around and flew towards the business district. When he took Uncle Wang into a high-end bathing center, the staff at the entrance were shocked, astonished that there were still homeless people in this era. However, no Matter how much he disliked it, he had to brace himself and greet them. "Gentlemen, is there anything you need?" The waiter stepped a little closer, and the strong stench, like that of a rural dry toilet under the blazing sun, made it hard for him to keep his eyes open. "Help me arrange a full body wash." "Sure, please come in," Lin Chen said, and the waiter nodded. If it weren't for the imposing presence of this young bald man standing here, he wouldn't have approached to serve the nearby homeless man at all. Under the waiter's guidance, the two entered a private room where 3 technicians came in. Although the waiter had already greeted them, the 3 technicians still found it a bit hard to accept. This was a high-end bathing center, and the people they usually served were either rich or noble. They had never encountered such a situation. However, having worked in such a place for a long time, they knew the rules inside and couldn't refuse customers, or the consequences would be severe. After a moment of hesitation, the 3 still smiled and approached. First came the hair, nail, and beard trimming. The 3 of them were so flustered that it took a while to cut down a pile of hair. To soften the hair, Lin Chen watched in pain from the side, using more than 10 bottles of softener to finally soften the hardened, scabbed hair. He couldn't help but wonder how Uncle Wang had managed all these years. He also didn't know what kind of willpower was keeping Uncle Wang alive. Next came the steam bath. Due to not having bathed for a long time, Wang Ziyi had a thick layer of dirt on his skin that couldn't be scrubbed off with bathing products. It could only be softened and removed through high humidity steam. They steamed for over an hour, and Lin Chen almost fell asleep on the bed beside them. As a thick layer of dirt was scraped off, many areas bled due to being stuck for too long. After this step, they moved on to essential oil care, which took nearly another hour with a bunch of random treatments. Lin Chen went out to buy a few sets of clothes for Uncle Wang, and the final care just barely finished. The originally weak Wang Ziyi lay on the bed, fast asleep. Seeing that it was already 3 in the morning, Lin Chen simply let Uncle Wang sleep a little longer before going to the hospital. At this time, Aunt Zhang and Wang Miaomia were probably asleep. The next morning, Lin Chen led Uncle Wang to settle the bill and walked out of the bathing center. The service at this bathing center was good, but the prices were indeed high. Last night's treatment cost a staggering 30,000 alliance coins. In the past, Lin Chen would never have dared to step into such a place. But now it was different. After having money, he felt much more confident. In the high-end ward of the city center hospital, Wang Miaomia was feeding her mother breakfast. Every meal here was carefully prepared by the hospital and delivered directly by the nurses. Knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed, and Wang Miaomia vaguely saw the familiar bald head through the frosted glass of the door. "Is it Xiaomu? Wait a moment. Sister Miao Miao, it's me. Miao Miao, hurry and open the door," Zhang Suifang urged Wang Miaomia to open the door without even putting down the bowl in her hand. Knowing that Lin Chen had gone to find Zhang Zikai, Wang Miaomia had locked the door last night. After the nurse brought breakfast this morning, she locked the door again, fearing that Zhang Zikai would come to retaliate against them. As the door lock was opened, seeing Lin Chen's familiar figure, Wang Miaomia breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you really go to find Zhang Zikai last night? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Chen took a step forward, and behind him, Wang Ziyi's figure was revealed to Wang Miaomia. Clatter. Wang Miaomia froze. A man she had been longing for day and night appeared before her. A man who had only existed in her dreams 7 years ago was now standing in front of her. "Miao Miao, what's wrong?" Hearing the sound of the bowl falling, Zhang Suifang quickly looked towards the door, anxiously asking, "Long time no see." Wang Ziyi looked at his daughter, who stood gracefully before him, his eyes red and tears streaming down his cheeks. For the past 7 years, he had constantly worried about his wife and daughter. To prevent Lu Qingming from finding them after his death, he had agreed to a 10-year time frame with Lu Qingming. 7 years of hellish life, endless suffering, and torment were endured for the sake of Zhang Suifang, Wang Miaomia, and Lin Chen. He had to protect them and hold Lu Qingming back. Dad. Although Wang Ziyi had become thin and haggard, the familiar love of a father was something she would never forget. Wang Miaomia leaped into Wang Ziyi's arms, her cries echoing through the corridor. Wang Ziyi gently patted her back, sobbing, "You and your mother have suffered these years." On the hospital bed, Zhang Suifang saw the familiar figure and quickly got up. She never expected to see the man she had longed for day and night in this lifetime. Lin Chen noticed Aunt Zhang wanted to get up and quickly used his mental strength to support her, flying to the father and daughter. "Suifang, Shanghai." They called each other's names, and the 3 embraced tightly. Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart at the sight of their reunion and quietly left the doorway, walking to the end of the corridor. He looked at the sun rising in the east. The 2 clouds beside it dyed golden, like a warm blanket covering the sky. "Dad, Mom, are you doing well over there?" A soft whisper expressed his endless longing. "Xiaomu, do you miss your parents?" At some point, Wang Miaomia had come to Lin Chen's side. Seeing him lost in thought, she said with concern, "A bit." Lin Chen wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and then smiled at Wang Miaomia. "Today is the day your family reunites. I won't spoil the mood. Why don't you go inside and keep Uncle Wang company? Hurry up. If you need anything, call me. I'll head out first." Seeing Lin Chen's playful smile, Wang Miaomio understood the pain in his heart. She was fine, although her father had disappeared, at least her mother was with her. But Lin Chen was different, his parents were confirmed dead. Their bodies buried in the desolate mountains behind the rescue building for 7 years. Seeing Lin Chen about to leave, Wang Miaomio stepped forward and grabbed his hand. My dad wants to see you. Is there something wrong? I don't know, it seems he wants to talk to you about your parents. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. Did Lu Qingming have something else to say? Let's go. Wang Miaomio pulled Lin Chen's hand toward the hospital room. When they reached the door, she shyly let go of his hand, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple. Uncle Wang, are you looking for me? Seeing Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang waiting for him, he walked to the bedside and asked. Wang Zi pointed to the chair beside him. Shamu, sit. Okay. Actually, I called you here to talk about the meteorite. Your parents discovered the meteorite back then, and we were planning to split it evenly. Wang Zi said straightforwardly as Lin Chen sat down. Uncle Wang, you can keep those meteorites, they aren't of much use to me. Lin Chen shook his head. With his current strength, getting a piece of meteorite would be a piece of cake. Wang Zi shook his head as well. Those meteorites must go to you. If it weren't for you, your Aunt Zhang and your sister Miaomia wouldn't know what they would be like now. Without you, our family of 3 wouldn't be able to reunite. Uncle Wang, you're being too polite. Without Aunt Zhang and you, I would have starved to death 7 years ago. Wang Zi knew he couldn't win against Lin Chen. He had watched Lin Chen grow up. He knew his character well, just like his deceased father. Both were stubborn mules. Then he changed the subject. You don't want to, that's fine, but when Miao Miao gets married, the dowry will be sent over. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned. Why is chatting so full of sudden twists nowadays? Wang Miaomio blushed at this remark and shyly said, Dad, what are you talking about? Wang Zi glared. Your marriage with Xiaomu was decided before Xiaomu was even born, and you can't back out of it. This matter is up to me. Lin Chen stared at Uncle Wang in disbelief. No, Uncle Wang, when was this decided? I had no idea. Back then, before you were born, I discussed it with your dad. If it was a daughter, she would be sisters with Miao Miao, and if it was a son, Miao Miao would marry you. Uncle Wang, are you kidding me? Wang Zi scoffed. Why would I joke with you? Ask Aunt Zhang. When you were born, we even took footprints. That marriage certificate is still in my house. What? Marriage certificate? I've never seen it. Wang Miao Miao also had some doubts. After all these years, she knew everything in the house. How could she not know there was a marriage certificate? She also felt her dad was just teasing Lin Chen. Zhang Cuifang nodded. That marriage certificate is behind our family photo. Xiaomu, do you not think highly of our Miao Miao? Wang Zi asked, noticing Lin Chen's awkwardness. No. I just think it's too sudden. Lin Chen quickly shook his head. He and Wang Miaomio had grown up together, but suddenly mentioning marriage caught him off guard. Since there's no problem, let's hurry up and set a date. Wait, Dad, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? What opinion should I ask for? Parents' words, matchmaker's agreement, it's only natural. What's there to ask? Do you disagree? Wang Miaomio's face turned red and she stomped her foot, running out. Lin Chen listened to Uncle Wang's domineering words and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. No wonder they were father and daughter, their tone was exactly the same. This silly child. She's so happy inside but still pretends. Wang Zi looked at Wang Miaomio running out and smirked. He knew his daughter's personality well, he understood exactly what she was thinking. Wang Zi glanced at Lin Chen and found him blushing as well. Xiaomu, in a while I'll hold an engagement ceremony for you too. If you have friends, you can invite them all. Lin Chen was still in shock and hadn't recovered when he immediately replied, Uncle Wang, isn't this a bit too fast? At least give us some time to adjust. Stop calling me Uncle Wang, call me father-in-law. My body can't hold out much longer. Before I die, I just want to see Miao Miao get married. Can't you fulfill this small wish of mine? Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He knew Uncle Wang's health was not great, but he could still recover with proper care. He wouldn't say much, he could at least live another 20 or 30 years. However, with Uncle Wang saying this, Lin Chen really had no way to refute it. He could only nod helplessly. I'll do my best. Wang Zi saw Lin Chen concede and nodded in satisfaction, secretly pleased. After all these years, he still couldn't handle you? By the way, there's one more thing. About your parents. There's more? Lin Chen thought Uncle Wang called him over just to discuss the marriage, but it turned out there was more. He straightened up and sat up straight. Uncle Wang, please go ahead. What did you call me? Wang Zi raised an eyebrow. Father-in-law, please go ahead. Lin Chen scratched his nose, awkwardly saying those two words. Suddenly having a father-in-law felt a bit strange. Wang Zi nodded in satisfaction, then frowned. Actually, I suspect your parents are not dead. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stood up in disbelief, looking at Uncle Wang in shock. He personally buried his parents' bodies and he goes to pay his respects every year. How could he not be dead? Could there be some hidden truth in this? Don't be so agitated. Wang Zi waved his hand signaling Lin Chen to sit down. I'm just suspicious. Not entirely sure, because that incident is a bit beyond my imagination. After Lin Chen sat down, he listened as Wang Ziyi began to speak slowly. That day I had a stomachache and narrowly escaped a disaster. But there was something very strange. After your parents died, the nine-headed python passed by there, but it seemed very flustered. The nine-headed python really went there? I thought Lu Qingming was lying to me. Wang Ziyi shook his head. He didn't lie to you. The nine-headed python did go there, but it didn't abduct anyone that time. It even glanced at me before hurriedly leaving. Does the nine-headed python often abduct cultivators at the 8th rift? Not often, but 10 years ago it would come out once every month or two. We even calculated its appearance times to avoid it. So what does this have to do with my parents' deaths? Maybe it just didn't want to abduct you that day? Wang Ziyi shook his head. The strange thing isn't the nine-headed snake, but what happened after the nine-headed python left. That day, after the nine-headed python flew away, I originally planned to help collect your parents' bodies, but unexpectedly, a gigantic hand, almost transparent, reached down from above your parents' bodies. In that instant, I felt as if my soul was about to be pulled out of my body, and all the iron-armored turtles around me lay on the ground, too scared to move. I suspect that huge hand took your parents' souls. The nine-headed python must have sensed something and fled quickly. At this point, Wang Ziyi didn't continue because he didn't know how to explain such things. Soul? Huge hand? Nine-headed python? Lin Chen murmured. The things Uncle Wang spoke of were beyond his understanding. Uncle Wang, do you believe in souls? Wang Ziyi nodded, looking firmly at Lin Chen. I believe, because I've seen a person's soul leave their body with my own eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't say that Big Hand came to take your parents' souls. This revelation shocked Lin Chen. He didn't expect Uncle Wang to have such an experience. Can you tell me about it? Wang Ziyi took a deep breath and slowly said, when I was young, I was in poor health, so my dad took me to recognize a foster father, saying it could ward off disasters. At that time, I didn't understand why I had to recognize a fool as a foster father, but being young, I could only follow my dad's arrangements. Every year during the new year, we would bring something to the foster father's house. I remember when I was 10, my dad was busy, so he let me go to the foster father's house alone. It was that day that I saw a half-transparent little person fly out of the foster father's body, which scared me so much that I ran away. The next day, I learned that the foster father had died. Later, I heard my mom say it was because the foster father recognized a foster child he shouldn't have. That foster child had too deep a calamity, and the foster father couldn't withstand it, so he died. Lin Chen listened to Wang Ziyi as if it were a ghost story. He knew about such foster father matters, but there was no evidence to prove their usefulness. Before the changes in the Earth star, there were indeed some unbelievable things circulating among the people, but since entering the cultivation era, these things gradually lost belief. Nowadays, people believe in martial arts that can connect to the divine. Moreover, he had now opened his upper dantian. If souls truly existed, then after killing Lu Qingming, he should be able to see his soul. But looking at Uncle Wang's earnest expression, Lin Chen felt a bit shaken. Perhaps some things really do exist, just that they cannot see them. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly remembered someone. Perhaps he would know something. Uncle Wang, I'm going to make a phone call, please. Wait a moment. After saying this, Lin Chen took his phone and walked out of the hospital room. Hello, Senior Gu, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Do you know about souls? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Where did you hear about this? An elder mentioned it to me. Are you asking this because something happened? It concerns the death of my parents. There was silence again on the other end. Lin Chen, I can only tell you that souls do exist. I have seen them. Really? Lin Chen was stirred by Gu Minglan's words and asked excitedly. However, I want to tell you that among the people I know, none can prove the existence of souls. If everything in the world has its laws, it seems that souls have no laws. In the hundreds of void-breaking realms on Earth, I have never heard of anyone being able to control souls. Gu Minglan said this after careful consideration. Senior Gu, what do you think a soul is? From the perspective of a cultivator, I can't explain it. But from a scientific perspective, soul should belong to a higher dimension. Our bodies are in a lower dimension, and souls control our lower dimensional bodies from a higher dimension. Lin Chen was confused by this statement. He had read a lot of materials and had indeed heard scientific explanations about souls, but how could something that is not in two dimensions produce a control reaction? If he had a soul, where exactly was it? It seemed not to be within his body, yet it existed in a unique way, controlling his consciousness. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Gu Minglan asked anxiously when he heard no sound from the phone for a long time. Senior Gu, I'm fine. Just thinking about some questions. Lin Chen recalled the records about souls in his mind and only came back to his senses when he heard Gu Minglan's voice. Lin Chen, souls definitely exist. I saw one when I was a child, before the Earth underwent any changes. But I advise you not to study this. There was once a void-breaking realm master who specialized in researching souls, and then he disappeared without a trace. Has anyone studied it? Lin Chen became interested. Upon hearing this, if someone had studied it, it proved that souls could indeed be researched. Of course, there have been studies. In the thousands of years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, there are numerous cases of souls leaving the body. What was once said about ascension to immortality might be the soul's ascension, but no one has ever been able to clearly explain what a soul actually is. Did that void-breaking realm master leave any materials behind? No. Thank you, Senior Gu, for clarifying. It's a small matter. After hanging up the phone, the word soul kept echoing in Lin Chen's mind. Returning to the hospital room, he said goodbye to Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang before heading back home to the rescue building. He had to figure this out. If he didn't, there would always be a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't overcome. Since he now knew of the existence of souls, the big hand that Uncle Wang mentioned must be real. Once home, he began frantically searching for information online. There were many records about souls in ancient texts from the Dragon Kingdom. Scientists had also never stopped researching souls, and there were even laboratories dedicated to studying them. After a whole day and night of reading, Lin Chen felt like his head was filled with mush, with various knowledge about souls flooding his mind. In fact, modern science had not made much progress in understanding souls. It was merely conducting research with skepticism, and some laboratories kept many near-death individuals in hopes of making some progress from them. The ancient techniques of the Dragon Kingdom also had little description of souls, with only a few phrases repeated. Humans are born from the heavenly soul, formed from the primordial spirit. The heavenly soul is the root of life, the primordial spirit is the womb of existence. The beginning of life is called Pa, which is the essence of life. Hun refers to the soul. When the essence is abundant, the soul is strong. The soul and Pa are names of spirits, originating from the form and energy. Since forms and energies are different, souls and Pa are also distinct. Essence refers to things, the soul refers to people, and spirits are separate from humans. Therefore, ancient techniques explain the soul as an intangible existence, a manifestation of a type of energy in the human body. Damn it, let's take a gamble. After a day of reviewing literature, he found little useful information. He steeled himself, suppressing the sense of crisis in his heart, and allocated all 30,000 accumulated attributes to his comprehension, then began to perceive the existence of the soul in his mind. Buzz! A tremendous roar echoed in his mind, and Lin Chen's spiritual power automatically spread from his upper dantian. He felt as if his spiritual power had reached above the earth. As his spiritual power drifted further away, Lin Chen sensed he had broken through countless layers of space, arriving in a realm where time did not flow. In this space, he could see countless rivers of stars rotating in a special pattern. A long river, faintly visible, ran through the entire space, shimmering with warm light. Upon closer inspection, those lights were composed of countless small points. Just as he intended to approach the long river, an inexplicable great force suddenly struck him. Ah! Lin Chen screamed, his spiritual power instantly retracting into his upper dantian, which was nearly shattered by that great force, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly towards his upper dantian. He found he could not mobilize his spiritual power. The upper dantian was in a closed state, and a buzzing sound filled his mind. His face turned pale, and sweat streamed down his cheeks. After a long while, the upper dantian finally opened a small gap, and his spiritual power slowly began to circulate within it. A little ghost that hasn't transcended life and death actually came here. Interesting. Above the long river, a middle-aged man taking a stroll murmured as he watched the direction. Lin Chen had left. If it weren't for my robust physique, my upper dantian would have been shattered just now. Lin Chen looked at the situation inside his upper dantian with some lingering fear. Although it had repaired quite a bit, he could still see the terrifying cracks on the inner wall of the upper dantian. What kind of place is that space? What is that long river? Are those light point souls? Why do souls exist in this manner? He had originally thought souls existed in human form, which was a huge contrast to his understanding. However, Lin Chen was certain that the long river contained souls. The system had never been wrong, otherwise he wouldn't have comprehended the laws of space and the formless laws. But he didn't dare to continue probing that long river. Just that moment nearly cost him his life, and his spiritual power wouldn't recover in a few days. In the following 4 days, aside from visiting Aunt Zhang daily, Lin Chen spent the rest of his time in the rescue building, slowly repairing his upper dantian. The Black Dragon Society in Zhang Tianfen did not come looking for trouble, which he found strange. However, since the Black Dragon Society hadn't come, he would seek them out. With the Grand Elder this time, the Black Dragon Society had attempted to assassinate him twice, and it wasn't in his nature to leave a grudge unaddressed. As for Zhang Tianfen, he only had a grudge against Zhang Zikai, and he didn't have any deep-seated hatred for Zhang Tianfen. If Zhang Tianfen didn't come looking for him, he had no intention of causing trouble for him. With that thought, Lin Chen stood up, picked up the Qinghai knife, and instantly vanished from the room. The Black Dragon nightclub, the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society, was empty at this time in the afternoon, with the slanting sun casting its rays inside. Those who frequented the nightclub were mostly rich second-generation individuals, or the children of officials, or some small-time thugs. At this hour, these people were all at home sleeping, leaving the nightclub naturally quiet. "Sir, may I ask What business you have? A burly man in a suit blocked Lin Chen at the entrance of the nightclub. What's wrong? Is the nightclub not open today? Lin Chen asked, leaving the big man confused. The nightclub operates 24 hours. But during the day, people usually come to find someone, and no one comes to spend money during the day. That's common sense. This is the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society, and some shady dealings are arranged during the day. Because it's easier to talk when there are fewer people. It's open, but the girls have all finished their shifts, so there's not much to do inside. You can come back at night. The big man looked at Lin Chen's youthful face, thinking. He was a first-time visitor to the nightclub and explained. It's fine, I'm just here for a drink. Upon hearing this, the big man frowned but still stepped aside. As a nightclub, they can't just refuse customers at the door. Walking into the nightclub, on the wall behind the front desk, there was a large painting of a black dragon. Lin Chen went straight to the front desk, and the young girl behind it looked at him curiously and asked, Sir, are you here to place an order for a kill or an injury? The young girl took Lin Chen for a big spender, placing an order, and asked directly, I'm just here for a drink. The girl was taken aback. It was her first time seeing someone come to a nightclub for a drink in broad daylight. The minimum consumption for a private room is 18,000. Are you paying in cash or with facial recognition? However, as the front desk receptionist of the Black Dragon Society, she had good composure and quickly reacted. Give me 2 bottles of top-shelf liquor. Facial recognition. Okay. As Lin Chen successfully verified on the payment machine, his alliance account instantly decreased by 80,000. Sir, please, follow me. As soon as the payment went through, a waiter immediately ran out from the side to take Lin Chen upstairs. Wow, this liquor is really expensive. No wonder the Black Dragon Society can hold the top position in the underground forces of Baicheng. He complained as he walked, recalling how his grandfather had told him that good liquor used to cost only a few thousand a bottle. Now, although prices have risen, it shouldn't have skyrocketed tenfold. The stock of liquor is still plentiful, and there are still many distilleries, so the prices haven't increased that much. At such a high price, the Black Dragon Society must be making several times the profit on each bottle. Sir, what did you say? The waiter in front heard Lin Chen mumbling and turned to ask. Nothing, just lead the way. Lin Chen replied calmly, and soon they arrived at the private room. Shortly after, 2 bottles of liquor were brought in, along with 2 plates of snacks. He leisurely ate, like a drinker drowning his sorrows, taking sips of liquor and bites of food. However, his mental focus was already locked onto the general manager's office at the end of the second floor. He watched with interest as 2 people chatted in the office, one of whom was actually Zhang Tianfen. President Li, just like in negotiations, you help me solve this trouble, and I'll help you secure a piece of land at the rescue building. Director Zhang, don't worry. If what you say is true, this Lin Chen is at most a third-tier mover. Killing him is easier than squashing an ant. You can rest assured about that. I spent a great deal to get his information from the demon extermination system. This information is said to have come through Li Changqing's channel, so it must be accurate. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Listening to their conversation, Lin Chen didn't know what they were discussing, but he was certain that Zhang Tianfen was looking for Li Huaqing to buy his life. Especially upon hearing Li Changqing's name, Lin Chen almost spat his drink out through his nose. Brother Li, you really make money easily. Looking at Zhang Tianfen's expression, it was clear he had paid a hefty price to obtain his information. When he said that, Lin Chen could distinctly feel his blood flow accelerating. Li Changqing only provided a bit of false information and was able to obtain a huge reward. The money came too easily. However, upon hearing him mention that the rescue building would be given a piece of land, Lin Chen realized that Zhang Tianfen's power was indeed extraordinary. A director casually promises a piece of land. No wonder Zhang Zikai dared to be so arrogant in the municipal office. Waiter, what's wrong with this wine? Since he was here to collect Li Huaqiang's life, Lin Chen began his performance. Sir, is there a problem with the wine? The waiter rushed in as soon as he saw the service light on, looking at Lin Chen, whose face was flushed. What's the problem? This wine is like plain water. How am I supposed to drink it? Lin Chen shook the wine bottle a couple of times, pretending to be drunk. Sir, you must be drunk. How could wine be like water? The waiter quickly realized that Lin Chen was acting drunk. Shut your damn mouth. I've been drinking since I was 3. How could I not know if there's a problem with the wine? After saying that, he smashed the wine bottle in his hand. Fortunately, the waiter dodged quickly, otherwise getting hit by that ceramic bottle on the foot wouldn't be easy. The waiter felt a surge of unnamed anger and shouted, Sir, you are drunk. If you continue like this, I will call security. Lin Chen's mouth curled into a strange smile. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, how could a small waiter dodge the bottle he threw? I'm drunk, your grandpa. I've been drinking since I was 3, and I haven't been drunk since I was 5. After saying that, he threw another empty bottle, this time making sure it hit the waiter's foot. Ah! The waiter let out a miserable scream, covering his foot and glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. You bastard, are you asking for it? Do you know where this place is? How dare you cause trouble here? Then he took out the walkie-talkie at his waist and shouted angrily, Chenggu, someone is causing trouble in room 203. Hurry and bring people over. Received. A hoarse voice came from the walkie-talkie, and soon the area outside the private room was filled with people. Shengge, it's this little brat. He got drunk and is making a scene here, the waiter said to a bald man with a fierce look at the door. As soon as the bald man entered the room, he headed straight for Lin Chen. He grabbed Lin Chen by the collar and said viciously, "Kid, dare to cause trouble in our Black Dragon Society? You must be tired of living." After saying that, he raised his fist to hit Lin Chen. Lin Chen executed a shoulder throw, slamming the bald man to the ground. What the hell is this Black Dragon Society? Selling fake wine and still being so arrogant? He swayed as if trying to walk out, but the bald man held onto his pants tightly. "Everyone, go together and take this little brat down." As soon as the burly men gathered outside heard this, they rushed towards Lin Chen. In no time, everyone was lying on the ground, leaving Lin Chen leisurely walking out of the room. The waiter was dumbfounded by this scene and quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie, shouting, "Get all the brothers outside to the second floor of the nightclub. There's a Wanding Realm cultivator causing trouble here." Lin Chen smiled knowingly upon hearing this. The reason he was acting crazy was to take down the Black Dragon Society in one fell swoop. He swayed as he walked towards the first floor. Just as he reached the staircase, a large group of people came rushing in from outside the nightclub, at least 100 of them, all wielding machetes. Seeing this, he immediately turned around and walked upstairs. "Kill him." The leading man in a suit raised his knife and charged at Lin Chen. More and more people were getting out of cars and rushing into the nightclub, including several cultivators at the Wanding Realm. In the general manager's office, Li Huaqiang frowned as he listened to the commotion outside and picked up his phone to make a call. "What's going on outside?" "President, there's a Wanding Realm cultivator causing trouble in the nightclub. Quickly deal with it." "Yes." Li Huaqiang hung up the phone and smiled at Zhang Tianfen. "Director Zhang, just a little punk, no need to worry, let's keep drinking." After saying that, he raised his glass and clinked it with Zhang Tianfen's. Lin Chen walked into the private room and used his mental power to block the door, making it impossible for anyone outside to break in no matter how hard they tried. "What's going on? Can't even break down a door?" The middle-aged man leading the group frowned and glanced at the younger man who was trying to break the door, scolding him. "Brother Hu, this kid is quite strong. He's blocking the door from the inside. We can't break in. Step aside." Brother Hu pushed the younger man aside and kicked the door, but was met with a similar force that pushed him back. "Notify all the hall masters to gather their brothers quickly. This kid is probably at the late stage of the Wanding Realm. We can't let him escape. Surround the nightclub." He instructed a nearby younger man, then shouted towards Lin Chen. "Inside, kid, come out and admit your mistake quickly. We can let it go. Otherwise, even if you're at the Wanding Realm, you won't be able to escape. You're young, yet you have the cultivation of the Wanding Realm. You must have suffered a lot. Don't waste your good cultivation by refusing a toast and forcing a penalty drink." Seeing that the person inside remained silent, Brother Hu's expression darkened. However, from the force he had just encountered, he could tell that the kid inside had the cultivation of the late Wanding Realm, and he couldn't break down the door. Lin Chen, on the other hand, paid no mind to them. He used his mental power to observe the cars arriving one after another at the nightclub below. In just 20 minutes, nearly 1,000 people had gathered inside the nightclub. The execution power of the Black Dragon Society is indeed impressive. Seeing the last few late-stage Wanding cultivators walk in, he knew that everyone who could come had arrived. Bang! As several hall masters entered the first floor hall of the nightclub, the main door suddenly closed for no reason, startling them. "Go open the door." They thought it was some younger brother who didn't understand the situation, but when 5 or 6 younger brothers couldn't pull the door open, they realized things were not that simple. "Hurry and notify the president. There's a master at the mountain moving realm causing trouble." The only possibility of being able to close the door from a distance and prevent it from opening was that a master at the mountain moving realm had come to stir up trouble. In the office, Li Huaqiang was enjoying his drink when he frowned at the call from his subordinate. "What's going on?" "President, a master at the mountain moving realm is causing trouble. The nightclub's main door has been closed." "What? Do you know who it is? Is it the Brotherhood or the Four Seas Alliance?" Upon hearing his subordinate's anxious voice, Li Huaqiang stood up. Ever since the Grand Elder died, the other 2 underground organizations in Baicheng had started to encroach on their territory. He had been running around trying to cope, spending these days resting in the nightclub, fearing that his home would be raided. Fortunately, his cultivation was higher than the leaders of the other 2 organizations, otherwise, the Black Dragon Society would have fallen long ago. Today, after finally enjoying a moment of peace, he didn't expect someone to come knocking. Unknown. Li Huaqiang hung up the phone and cupped his hands towards Zhang Tianfen. "Director Zhang, I need to handle this first. If you're not in a hurry, please wait here for a moment. Once I deal with that person, I'll see you off." Zhang Tianfen waved his hand. "President Li, you go ahead." After that, Li Huaqiang turned and walked out of the office, heading towards the crowd gathered at the end of the corridor. "President!" Seeing Li Huaqiang approach, everyone shouted in unison. "What's going on inside?" "President, we thought it was just a Wanding realm, but it turned out to be a master at the mountain moving realm." Brother Hu stepped forward to answer. "Is he a familiar face?" No, I've never seen him before. He's a young guy, doesn't seem like someone from the Brotherhood or the Four Seas Alliance. Upon hearing this, Li Huaxiang cautiously extended his mental power towards the door, only to be blocked by a force similar to his own. Li Huaxiang cautiously probed with his mental power after asking a question, fearing that there were experts from the Brotherhood and the Four Seas Alliance inside. If it were the leaders of the Four Seas Alliance and the Brotherhood, he would not be afraid of just one person. Brothers inside, I am Li Huaxiang, the president of the Black Dragon Society. I wonder if there is any place where we have not received you properly? Lin Chen was lounging inside, crossing his legs, and his absolute domain had sealed off the entire building. He was not in a hurry. I came today to punish evil and promote good. You all confess your crimes, and I will punish you accordingly. Li Huaxiang originally thought the other party's cultivation was not bad and might have come to have some fun, angered by his men. He did not expect the other party to be looking for trouble. Sir, we have no enmity with the Black Dragon Society, right? Li Huaxiang squinted his eyes and said coldly. The other party could block his mental power, so he did not dare to act rashly. We do have enmity. Your Black Dragon Society has accepted several assassination missions against me, Lin Chen said leisurely in the private room. It might be that the brothers below are not sensible. I will immediately cancel the assassination order against you and give you some compensation. How does that sound? Li Huaxiang frowned tightly. Could it be that the intermediary had misreported the target's cultivation? I said, I am here to punish evil and promote good today. Kid, don't push your luck. Hearing this response again, Li Huaxiang roared in anger, and his mental power surged violently, crashing against the door. But the door did not open, and Li Huaxiang spat out a mouthful of blood. A powerful figure in the sea-overturning realm. He felt as if his mental power had crashed into a steel plate, instantly understanding the cultivation of the person inside the door. Director Zhang, please help me through this crisis. Li Huaxiang knew that this matter was beyond his ability to resolve. He could only hope for Zhang Tianfen. He knew the capabilities of the people behind Zhang Tianfen, and perhaps the powerful figure in the private room would give him some face. Upon hearing Li Huaxiang's call, Zhang Tianfen immediately got up from his office. He was still hoping that Li Huaxiang would help him deal with the murderer of his son. Grade 1 inside, I am Zhang Tianfen, the director of the Municipal Urban Renovation Bureau. The Black Dragon Society must have been set up by someone. I hope you can give me some face and let the Black Dragon Society go this time. After he arrived, Li Huaxiang told him the details of the situation. Zhang Tianfen felt that the problem should not be too big. After all, the people behind him were not ordinary, and a typical sea-overturning realm would give some face. Zhang Tianfen? What a useless shrimp. You, a mere 10,000 cauldron realm, are worthy of me giving you face? Lin Chen reacted instantly upon hearing this. There must be someone behind Zhang Tianfen, otherwise he would not dare to speak to a sea-overturning realm like this. My cousin is Zhang Tianwang, the founder of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. You should have heard of him. Seeing that the person inside completely ignored him, Zhang Tianfen could only bring up the person behind him. Lin Chen then picked up his phone to check Zhang Tianwang's information. He was shocked when he saw it. No wonder Zhang Tianfen dared to speak to him like this. It turned out that Zhang Tianwang was indeed not simple. Zhang Tianwang, an 8th-tier cultivator in the sea-overturning realm, founder of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, and honorary vice city lord of the Sea City Cultivator Alliance. Because of his identity as a businessman, he could not join the Cultivator Alliance, so he only held a nominal title. You say your brother is Zhang Tianwang. How do I know you are not lying to me? I have a black gold card from the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce. This type of card has only been given out a few times by the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, all to the respected ones in the Breaking Void realm. This should prove it, right? After saying that, Zhang Tianfen took out a black card from his pocket, which was surrounded by a golden border. Lin Chen did not expect that Zhang Tianfen was hiding this so deeply. Li Changqing had not seen this connection in the Cultivator Alliance's database. Moreover, the information online showed that there was no mention of Zhang Tianfen in Zhang Tianwang's network of relationships. He checked the black gold card, and it was indeed only issued to the void-breaking realm masters, which Zhang Tianfen could never obtain. Does your brother, as an honorary elder of the Cultivators Alliance, know that you are associating with the Black Dragon Society? This esteemed one, my relationship with the Black Dragon Society is merely a normal business collaboration. Nothing more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianfen felt a weight lift off his heart. He was worried that the powerful figure inside would not give his brother face, but from this statement, it seemed the person inside still recognized his brother, Zhang Tianwang. Oh, just a normal business collaboration? Your business dealings seem quite extensive. It even includes assassinating me. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianfen sensed something was off and immediately retorted. Just as his words fell, the door to the private room suddenly swung open, and a young man with just a bit of stubble on his head sat on the sofa, looking at him with a half-smile. It's you! Zhang Tianfen and Li Huaxiang exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared wide-eyed at the relaxed young man in the room. Is it surprising? Director Zhang, President Li. Lin Chen stood up, and as he moved, the people outside began to retreat, but they were blocked by those behind them. After a commotion, only Zhang Tianfen and Li Huaqing remained at the door. They both knew that if Lin Chen was truly a master of the void-breaking realm, they wouldn't be able to escape. What is Li Changqing to you? Zhang Tianfen immediately realized that the information he had received was inaccurate. A friend, Lin Chen replied with a grin. To be so young and yet a master of the void-breaking realm, the forces behind you must be formidable. So why are you mingling at the very bottom of the municipal hierarchy? Is it just to kill my son? Zhang Tianfen roared, believing that even if Lin Chen was a master of the void-breaking realm, he wouldn't dare to kill him. Am I destined to be bullied by you just because I'm at the bottom? Your son is arrogant and overbearing. He will eventually bring about great disaster. I'm helping you deal with the hidden dangers in advance. You should thank me. What's wrong with my son being arrogant and overbearing? His uncle is Zhang Tianwang. Doesn't he have the capital to be arrogant? Lin Chen was shocked. Indeed, like father, like son. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and a mouse's son digs a hole. This old saying was indeed not wrong. As a master of the void-breaking realm, a backbone of humanity, what's wrong with killing your son? Don't I have the capital to kill your son? He echoed Zhang Tianfen's words back to him without missing a beat. Zhang Tianfen's face turned red, and he roared, so what if you're a master of the void-breaking realm? If you kill my son, you will still pay with your life. He. Let Zhang Tianwang come and try. He's at the headquarters of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce in Haicheng. I want to see if you can get him to come and kill me. We'll see about that. Zhang Tianfen knew that it was impossible to kill Lin Chen today. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be a master of the void-breaking realm. Even his brother Zhang Tianwan wouldn't easily provoke a young master of the void-breaking realm. Such a prodigious talent must have a powerful force backing him. His brother wouldn't easily act for a nephew, but he had the means to make Zhang Tianwang help him take revenge. He had checked Lin Chen's information in the municipal records. Just a month ago, Lin Chen was still a bottom-tier cultivator, and in just a month, he had risen to become a master of the void-breaking realm. Even if he had hidden his cultivation level before, a master of the void-breaking realm at such a young age must have secrets, even with a powerful force supporting him. He intended to use this secret to provoke Zhang Tianwang, making him take action to kill Lin Chen. He could only leave with a harsh remark before turning to leave. Did I let you go? Just as Zhang Tianfen turned around, a faint voice sounded from behind him, and he suddenly found himself unable to move. You still want to kill me? If you kill me, no matter how strong the force behind you is, it won't be able to protect you. You, a master of the 10,000 Cauldrons realm, even if you are Zhang Tianwang's cousin, you are still just a cousin. Where do you get the confidence to speak to me like this? Lin Chen snorted coldly. He found that Zhang Tianfen was even more arrogant than his son, Zhang Zikai. His son still knew to beg for mercy, but this one was still so cocky even when death was imminent. Ha ha, I just sent your name to my brother. I had him check your background. If you kill me, my brother will definitely find out about you, and he will avenge me. If I kill you, your brother won't avenge you. Do you believe it? You can try. Do you think I'm just his cousin? You can check online. There's no mention of me in Zhang Tianwang's connections. Lin Chen frowned. It was indeed the case. Normally, a cousin of such a big shot would be listed online, and a cousin was considered quite close, yet he wasn't in Zhang Tianwang's network. My brother spent a lot of effort to remove my name from his network, even deleting our relationship from the Cultivator Alliance's database. Do you think I just came to Baicheng to waste time? Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something and murmured, you were sent by your brother to help him acquire land in Baicheng. Zhang Tianfen laughed heartily. You are a bit clever. You can guess all this from my few words. Now, do you still dare to kill me? Lin Chen smiled slightly. No wonder you, as Zhang Tianwang's cousin, are the director of the Urban Renewal Bureau in Baicheng. It turns out it's to facilitate Zhang Tianwang's land acquisitions here. But why do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Zhang Tianfen was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. Knowing his importance, Lin Chen still wanted to kill him? Trying to scare me? Lin Chen snorted coldly. Do you know about the Dragon King's mansion? Zhang Tianfen's eyes widened, his pupils gradually dilating as he looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. You are from the Dragon King's mansion? You should have checked my information in the Cultivator Alliance, right? You couldn't find it, could you? Why do you think that is? Ha, a young prodigy like you, with information so well protected, it seems only the Dragon King's mansion could manage that. Hearing Lin Chen's indifferent words, Zhang Tianfen laughed heartily, then immediately said coldly, but people from the Dragon King's mansion all have inspection duties. You don't. The identity of an inspector cannot be easily hidden. Have you heard of the honorary elder? Zhang Tianfen was shocked and pale, and after a long time, he roared angrily, impossible. Honorary elders are all Void Realm masters. Absolutely impossible. You know quite a bit. An honorary elder from the Dragon King's mansion killing an inconsequential cousin. Zhang Tianwan wouldn't dare to do anything about it. Lin Chen was actually just bluffing. He wanted to see if Zhang Tianfen knew about the Dragon King's mansion. If Zhang Tianfen knew, then Zhang Tianwan would definitely know as well. His information could only be seen by the Dragon King. No one else could access it, which was the highest level of confidentiality. When Zhang Tianwang discovered he couldn't see his information, he would definitely speculate about his identity, which would help stabilize Zhang Tianwang. Even if it didn't stabilize him, it would still consume some of Zhang Tianwang's time on this matter. Since you know so much, then let me send you on your way. No, you can't kill me. At this moment, Zhang Tianfen truly felt fear. If someone from the Dragon King's mansion killed him, Zhang Tianwang might not necessarily avenge him. The arrogance he relied on from his cousin instantly faded, and he began to feel afraid. La 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 la. Just as Lin Chen was about to make his move, his phone suddenly rang. He pursed his lips. Who would be calling at this time? Taking out his phone, he saw it was someone he knew, but not too well. Hello, old Zhang, is there something you need? Lin Chen, is Zhang Tianfen in your hands? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before replying. He hadn't expected Zhang Tianwang to act so quickly. In such a short time, he had already found Zhang Hongyuan to act as a mediator. Zhang Tianwang must have seen that his confidentiality level was too high and suspected that he had connections with the Dragon King's mansion, so he called Zhang Hongyuan to confirm. Just now, he had used his mental power to damage Zhang Tianfen's phone, fearing that he would call Zhang Tianwang. But plans often fall short of reality. He never expected Zhang Tianwang would check his information at this time, and that Zhang Tianfen would also be unreachable. Zhang Tianwang asked me to plead for you to let Zhang Tianfen go. As expected, Zhang Hongyuan was indeed here to mediate. Old Zhang, do you know about the matter between Zhang Tianfen and me? Zhang Hongyuan on the other end of the line fell silent. After a long while, he said, Li Chongqing told me some things. Zhang Zikai's matter, Zhang Tianwang has agreed to apologize to you. An apology is enough? Those two, father and son, wanted to kill me. If I hadn't suddenly risen to power, I would probably be a corpse by now. I know, but listen to my advice. Killing Zhang Tianfen is a small matter, but if you kill him after Zhang Tianwang personally pleads for him, he will feel that you've slapped his face. Zhang Tianwang has a dark temperament. Although he doesn't dare to act openly against you, you can't guard against his covert moves. You may not be afraid, but what about your childhood friend and her parents? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly. Zhang Hongyuan had voiced his greatest concern. He had the Dragon King's mansion as a protective charm, and Zhang Tianwang might not dare to touch him, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of Wang Niamyo and her parents. Ha ha, Lin Chen, do you still dare to kill me now? Zhang Tianfen, who was nearby, heard Lin Chen and Zhang Hongyuan's conversation. He recognized the voice of Zhang Hongyuan and became arrogant, believing that Lin Chen no longer dared to do anything to him. You're disrupting my focus. You're seeking death. Lin Chen roared, and with a single thought, Zhang Tianfen's head fell to the ground. Zhang Tianfen's head dropped, his eyes wide open, mouth agape but unable to speak. He never expected Lin Chen would dare to kill him. Old Zhang, tell Zhang Tianwang that I've killed Zhang Tianfen. If he has the guts, he can come find me directly. If he dares to use Niamyo and the others against me, I remember he still has an elderly mother alive. Sigh. You handle it as you see fit. Zhang Hongyuan sighed. He hadn't expected that Zhang Tianfen, that fool, would dare to be so arrogant. He couldn't distinguish the reality of the situation. He asked himself, if he were in Lin Chen's position and Zhang Tianfen spoke to him like that, he would also kill him directly. On the path of the strong, there is no room for the weak to provoke. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen frowned, contemplating what to do next. Although he had made his statement, according to Zhang Hongyuan, Zhang Tianwang would definitely not let it go easily. And he needed to find a good place to hide Niamyo and the others. After listening to Zhang Hongyuan, he had originally planned to let Zhang Tianfen go. But since Zhang Tianfen had completely disregarded him, he knew that if he let Zhang Tianfen go now, his path as a cultivator would become difficult. Zhang Tianfen would become a thorn in his heart. Even if he killed Zhang Tianfen later, that thorn would still exist. After Zhang Tianfen died, Li Huaqing found that he could finally speak and immediately begged for mercy. My lord, the assassination mission was all commissioned by Zhang Zikai and his son. It has nothing to do with me. When you called Chen Wangdao, didn't you say I didn't know the heights of heaven and earth? Didn't you also tell Zhang Tianfen that you could crush me at any time? I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. I hope my lord can show mercy and let me go. If Li Huaqing weren't immobilized, he would definitely kneel before Lin Chen. With Zhang Tianfen's strong background killed, he, a mere mountain-moving realm cultivator, was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at any time in the eyes of a powerful figure in the ocean-turning realm. Actually, I didn't come here today specifically to take your life. I said I'm here to punish evil and promote good. My lord, whatever punishment you want, I will cooperate fully. Lin Chen smiled slightly, thinking of a very amusing method. Have your people line up one by one to confess their crimes, and I'll play the judge. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. After a flurry of chaotic sounds subsided, a very interesting scene appeared inside the Black Dragon nightclub. A group of big men formed a long line, stretching from the second floor all the way to the staircase, with thousands of people crowded together in the first floor hall of the nightclub, slowly queuing towards the stairs. Everyone knew that they couldn't escape today's calamity and wanted to be judged quickly to end this nerve-wracking process. Name: Wu Dabin. Crime: burglary, illegal debt collection. Lin Chen. sensed the heartbeat and blood flow of the incoming person with his mental power. Although this person's heartbeat was rapid, it showed no significant change when confessing his crimes, indicating he was likely not lying. He wasn't a lie detector, so he couldn't measure that precisely. Just getting a general idea was enough. Ha! Wu Dabin, I see you have quite the courage. I'll disable one of your hands, and it can be undone in a year. After saying this, he left a mark on Wu Dabin's right arm with his mental power, which would block the meridians in the arm and only disappear after a year. The pace quickened after that, as Lin Chen judged over 20 people in a row, mostly for robbery, debt collection, and vandalizing competitors' territories. There were also a few who had killed all assassins from the Black Dragon Society, whom Lin Chen temporarily set aside and didn't deal with. After half an hour of questioning, he felt a bit bored, so he called Li Changqing. Before long, the Demon Extermination Squad arrived, taking everyone from the nightclub back to the hall, leaving only Lin Chen and Li Huaqing in the private room. When it came to interrogation, the Demon Extermination Squad was far more professional than he was. He was just looking for some fun since he didn't need to cultivate, he was just waiting for his attribute points to be credited. Li Huaqing knew that from today onward, the Black Dragon Society would officially become history. My lord, can I leave now? Li Huaqing asked, bowing deeply. Yes. Lin Chen nodded lightly. Li Huaqing turned to leave but found that his hands and feet were unresponsive. His limbs and body seemed to have separated. He stabilized his limbs with mental power and turned back, looking at Lin Chen with a face full of resentment. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Lin Chen stood up. I did say that. I didn't come here specifically to kill you. So it was just a matter of convenience. Safe travels. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Huaqing's head fell off, his eyes wide open, giving a sense of dying with eyes unclosed. After teleporting out of the nightclub building and watching all the members of the Black Dragon Society being taken away by the Demon Extermination Squad, Lin Chen confirmed that there was no one left inside the nightclub building. He controlled the absolute domain to compress the space, and the entire nightclub building collapsed with a loud rumble. The huge roar mixed with clouds of dust floated in the air. People from the surrounding entertainment venues rushed out to see, while some passers-by were frightened and hid. Isn't this the Black Dragon Society's nightclub? Yeah. How did it collapse all of a sudden? The quality is too poor? What do you know? The Demon Extermination Squad just went in and caught a lot of people. They probably offended someone they shouldn't have. Are you saying the Black Dragon Society has fallen? That seems to be the case. What a pity for this building. What pity? This is to rid the people of harm. Everyone looked at the building that had already become a pile of ruins, discussing among themselves. Some were clapping and cheering on the side, clearly people who had been persecuted by the Black Dragon Society. Lin Chen, on the other hand, returned home, and just as he stepped through the door, the phone rang. Lin Chen, have you gone mad? A building as good as this, you say it can just collapse? Brotherly, don't you think destroying this building is beneficial for Baicheng? Look, everyone outside is praising your demon-slaying efforts. It's good, but it's such a waste. Even if you don't want this building, you could take it over and sell it. Ah, there's such a way? He was stunned. Li Changqing's bold moves just kept coming, first selling fake information, then flipping buildings. Lin Chen guessed he must have done a lot of such things in secret. But hearing this, he slapped his thigh. How did he not think of that? The Black Dragon Society's building must be very tempting to the Brotherhood and the Four Seas Alliance. They could sell it to them. At that moment, just for the thrill, he hadn't thought of anything and had destroyed several 100 million. Truly a case of wanting to cry but having no tears. What's the use of saying this now? You've already done it. But you really are impressive. Li Huqiang, a 6th-tier mountain-moving realm, and you just killed him so easily? Li Changqing sighed as well. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so strong, able to kill Li Huqiang. If he said the Black Dragon Society's assets could be completely taken over, it would make sense. No one had touched the Black Dragon Society before because those with strength looked down on those things, and those without strength couldn't handle the Black Dragon Society. Now that Lin Chen was causing trouble for the Black Dragon Society, they couldn't stir up any waves at all. By the way, I'm getting engaged the day after tomorrow at the Baicheng Business Hotel. Remember to come for drinks. You're getting engaged too? What do you mean, you're getting engaged too? The two asked each other, both incredulous. I haven't yet, my father-in-law said to set a date. You're quick. Just a few days ago, you said you hadn't confirmed your relationship and now you're getting engaged? Hey, the old folks are just anxious. I've been with my wife for many years and we've dragged it out until now. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore, I have a lot to do. Remember to come over the day after tomorrow morning. Oh, right, the Grand Commander asked me to remind you to be careful of Zhang Tianwang. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen sat on the sofa looking at the family photo of the three of them on the wall and fell into memories again. After a long while, he sighed, the deceased are gone, and now he must live well for the remaining days. In his life, 3 of the most important people were already dead, and he needed to protect the remaining 3 well. His parents, who gave him life and raised him, were gone, and his beloved grandfather was also dead. Now, the 3 people who had nurtured him, Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang, along with his beloved Wang Miaomiao, were his last relatives. Li Changqing and Ma Dahai could only be considered friends, only deeper friendships could become brotherhoods. Sigh. Where should I send Miao Miao and the others? From Zhang Hongyuan's tone, it was clear he didn't want to provoke Zhang Tianhuan, which showed that Zhang Tianhuan was indeed difficult to deal with. Now that he had offended Zhang Tianhuan, it was highly likely he would face retaliation, so the safety of Wang Miaomiao's family became a top priority. However, he still hadn't figured out where to send the three of them. In Baicheng, whether in a community or a villa area, regardless of whether it was low-end or high-end, their security forces were merely decorations against cultivators above the mountain-moving realm. Let Elder Gu help me watch them for a while? No way. Elder Gu was patrolling the cracks in various places every day. How could he have time to look after Miao Miao and them? The first person Lin Chen thought of was Gu Minglan, only he wouldn't fear Zhang Tianhuang's schemes and Zhang Tianhuan wouldn't dare to trouble Gu Minglan. But soon, he dismissed that idea. As an elder of the Dragon King's mansion, how could Gu Minglan have so much time every day to help him look after 3 people? Then he thought of Li Changqing, but quickly deemed it impractical. Li Changqing's cultivation wasn't higher than his, so how could he defend against Zhang Tianhuan? King Zhang may not take action himself, but the people he sends will definitely not be weak. He might even send over a powerful figure from the Sea-top realm. Putting someone in Li Changqing's hands is like giving them away for free, and it will also implicate Li Changqing. Damn it, I'm buying a villa. I don't believe an ordinary Sea-top realm can gain any advantage over me. With no other options, Lin Chen could only think of this method, moving Miao Miao's family into the villa to live with him, so that ordinary Sea-top realm figures shouldn't be able to pull any tricks on him. Although he is currently only at the 2nd level of the Sea-top realm, once he unleashes his absolute domain, no one below the 6th or 7th level of the Sea-top realm can break through it. As long as his absolute domain is not breached, he is invincible. He does not believe that King Zhang will take action personally, nor does he believe that King Zhang has any 7th level cultivators under him. A 7th level Sea-top realm cultivator could develop their own great enterprise. Why would they work under King Zhang? Moreover, King Zhang should still be unaware that he is a powerful figure in the Sea-top realm. The information from Zhang Fen should have been sent earlier. His mental energy has been locked onto Zhang Fen and Li Huaxian, and Zhang Fen has not sent any messages at the Black Dragon nightclub. Therefore, he speculates that King Zhang will not send anyone too strong over. Ultimately, my foundation is still too shallow. Thinking of this, Lin Chen murmured to himself. He has only risen from the bottom in just a month and does not yet have a solid network. In his current network, Li Changqing can be considered the most powerful. He has only had superficial dealings with Zhang Hongyuan and Gu Minglan, and he has not interacted with Ng Cheng'en at all. He only received a phone number from Gu Minglan. He has indeed thought about Ng Cheng'en as the Lord of Baicheng. As long as he speaks up, even King Zhang would not dare to act recklessly. But thinking about the fact that they have never met, and that their first meeting would be a request for help, he also feels it is inappropriate. Once he thinks of it, he acts. Lin Chen immediately takes out his phone and starts looking for villas online. Wow! These prices are really outrageous. He looked at the highest-end villas and the lowest-end villas. Not a single price was below 50 million, and the cheapest villa was over 53 million. The highest-end villa actually costs 1 billion, but the advertisement is quite interesting, claiming that the Lord's villa is also included. Seeing this slogan, Lin Chen laughed. Who are they trying to fool? The Lord probably has a villa, but it should be a gift from the developer. The Lord usually lives in the Lord's mansion. Why would they buy a villa? Both the Lord and the Grand Commander have their own official residences. They wouldn't need to buy a villa. Their residences also serve as offices and would not be casually relocated. Moreover, the Lord's mansion seems to be fixed. Baicheng has had 3 lords, and the Lord's mansion has never changed location. If someone doesn't understand, they could easily be deceived by this slogan. After all, it clearly states that the Lord's villa is there, without saying that the Lord lives inside. However, wealthy people are definitely clear about these things, and those without money cannot afford them, so this slogan feels like it is just meant to elevate the status. Nevertheless, this villa area is indeed the highest end in Baicheng. With a vast area, each villa occupies nearly 10 acres. Additionally, it is right next to the Demon Extermination Guard's camp, making it the safest in Baicheng. After looking around, Lin Chen still favored a villa priced at 60 million. The villa he was interested in is located in the northern part of Baicheng, far from the western city gate and also a certain distance from the city center. However, there is a very attractive condition. It is backed by a mountain, and there is a small stream running down from the mountain within the villa area. The environment is quite good for villas in the 60 million price range. The only drawback is that it is relatively remote. It is even more secluded than the location of the rescue building and is already close to the city wall. In this era, wealthy people buy villas without considering the location or occupancy rate. They only look at weather. There are high-level cultivators in the villa area. Because the location is not very good and high-level cultivators do not look down on this place, there are not many people buying villas here, and the price has dropped from 90 million to 60 million. However, after a long consideration, Lin Chen still decided to choose this place because there is a high mountain behind the villa area, which is a good refuge in case of danger. After teleporting out of the rescue building, he arrived at the villa area sales office in just 2 minutes. Although the place is remote, the environment is beautiful and the occupancy rate of the nearby community is still quite good. This is considered one of the more prosperous areas in the northern part of White City, with all kinds of supporting facilities available. In the sales hall of the Qingshan Villa area, several sales staff were bored, playing on their phones, completely unaware that Lin Chen had walked into the hall. It wasn't until Lin Chen walked around the model of the villa area that someone noticed an extra person in the sales hall. "Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a villa?" The sales staff who first saw Lin Chen immediately jogged over and asked warmly, "Are all the villas here 60 million? Lin Chen pointed at the model and asked directly, "Sir, the 3 villas at the top of the mountain are 86 million and the others are all 60 million. The environment at the top of the mountain is excellent, overlooking the entire northern part of White City." Seeing that Lin Chen was interested in buying a villa, the sales staff immediately began to introduce enthusiastically. They basically earn a fixed salary selling houses here, and this villa area has been built for over a year, with very few villas sold countable on one hand. Although they could earn tens of thousands in bonuses for selling a villa, it was useless if no one bought. So, seeing Lin Chen's intention to purchase, the sales staff kept talking, following Lin Chen and promoting the merits of their villa area. Lin Chen took a closer look. The entire villa area has more than 40 villas, with 3 villas at the top of the mountain in a T-shape, none of which have been sold yet. There are about 20 villas halfway up the mountain, with 2 sold. At the foot of the mountain, there are more than 20 villas, with 1 sold, and that one is in the best location, right at the creek. Is there any discount for the villas at the top of the mountain? Upon hearing that Lin Chen wanted a villa at the top, the sales staff's faces lit up. The bonus for selling 1 villa at the top is as high as 80,000. Sir, the villa at the top is indeed at the lowest price. If it weren't for the poor market, the price would be over 100 million. The sales staff were honest, saying whatever came to mind, as people who come here to buy villas are all wealthy, and they surely know the situation of the Qingshan Villa area. Seeing that the sales staff had been chatting with Lin Chen for so long, the other sales staff began to whisper among themselves, all looking dejectedly at their phones. If it weren't for playing on their phones, this deal would have been theirs. A few tens of thousands in bonuses is equivalent to 2 or 3 years' salary for them. They are all at the bottom of White City, unable to find good jobs, and can only work as salespeople in this villa area where no one buys. In a more popular villa area, there is no need for sales staff at all. The villas are already reserved before they are even built. Lin Chen hesitated between the top of the mountain and halfway up. There is still a good villa halfway up, with the creek flowing right in front of the door. The villas at the foot of the mountain are no longer good. The only villa by the creek has already been sold. The villas at the top of the mountain are all designed by the creek, but he currently only has more than 89 million, and buying a villa at the top would mean going back to square one. During this time, he also does not plan to go to the rift to hunt beasts, at least for a few months. He will wait until there is no movement from Zhang Tianwang's side before leaving the city. 3 million seems like a lot, but Lin Chen knows it is definitely not enough. The villas in the Qing Mountain Villa area only had simple renovations, and the home appliances and smart systems needed to be installed by oneself. All these things added up to 4 or 5 million, and now a decent smart system costs over 2 million. Moreover, he had a significant expense. His physical attributes consumed money without blinking. Now, adding points casually would cost over 1 million, and his physical attributes could only support up to the 3rd stage of the sea-toppling realm. Beyond that, adding points to his mental attributes would consume his physical attributes, leaving him insufficient. He knew that once he reached the 6th stage of the sea-toppling realm, he would be invincible beneath the void, and even Zhang Tianwang would not dare to cause trouble. He could even confront Zhang Tianwang in Haicheng. But now, the money issue was a major headache. Sighing, Lin Chen decided to buy the villa on the mountainside. This way, he could save over 20 million and avoid that feeling of financial embarrassment. "I'll take this one on the mountainside." He pointed to a villa by the creek and said to the salesperson. The salesperson looked at the villa Lin Chen pointed to and awkwardly replied, "Sir, I'm sorry. This villa has already been sold." Lin Chen frowned. "Isn't this showing as for sale?" He pointed to the small display board on the villa where the 3 glaring words "for sale" were displayed. He felt that this salesperson might just want him to buy the villa on the mountaintop, as the commission would be much higher. "Sir, this villa has just been sold. The customer is upstairs signing the contract with the manager." The salesperson quickly explained as he noticed Lin Chen was getting a bit angry. Lin Chen focused his mental energy on the 2nd floor and saw a familiar figure. Li Changqing, who was sitting upstairs drinking tea, suddenly sensed a faint mental energy and immediately stood up. The general manager signing the contract was startled and quickly asked, "Director Li, is something wrong?" Li Changqing shook his head. "You continue. I'll go take a look." That mental energy flashed by and was hard to detect. If he hadn't survived in the cracks for many years and developed a habit of occasionally releasing his mental energy to check his surroundings, he might not have sensed it at all. He walked out of the office and immediately saw Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you're here to buy a villa too?" "Brotherly, I had my eye on a villa, but I didn't expect you to sign for it first. This proves that we brothers are in sync." "Ha ha, this sync means I have to spend a lot more money." Lin Chen shook his head. There were no other villas to choose from, so he could only opt for the mountaintop one. What's wrong? Don't tell me you didn't find any other villas you liked? I liked the one on the mountaintop, but it cost several tens of millions more. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, he finally understood why Lin Chen said he had to spend a lot more money. You come up first. I'll explain it to you in detail. Li Changqing smiled slightly. Lin Chen guessed he was buying the villa at the original price, but it was different. For him, he didn't need to spend any money on this villa as the boss had directly gifted him one. However, to owe fewer favors, he only asked the boss for a discount, getting it at cost plus a little extra. After all, when a villa is sold, the boss still has to pay taxes, and he couldn't take everything for free. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen knew Li Changqing must have something to say, so he quickly flew up to the second floor. There were many salespeople and a lot of surveillance here. Li Changqing had just told him a few days ago to avoid the cameras, so he didn't dare to teleport in front of Li Changqing, fearing he would be nagged again. Come in and talk. Li Changqing led Lin Chen directly into the office. The salespeople below saw this scene and instantly wilted. The duck they had in hand had flown away. Director Li, who is this? The general manager, who had just signed the contract and was operating the invoice on his phone, immediately stood up and asked upon seeing Li Changqing bring someone in. This is my brother, you can just call him Master Lin. When the general manager heard this, he immediately ran over with a smile, extending his hand and saying, Master Lin, hello. I am the general manager of the Qingshan Villa District. My name is Yu Datsai. Hello? Lin Chen extended his hand and shook it briefly with Yu Datsai. Is Master Lin also looking to buy a villa? Yes. Which one have you set your sights on? The one I liked was taken by Brother Li, so I can only choose the one on the mountaintop. Upon hearing this, Yu Datsai glanced at Li Changqing beside him, recalling what his boss had instructed, and quickly smiled. No problem, since you are Director Li's brother, I'll just give you a villa. Lin Chen, hearing this, quickly waved his hand to refuse. No need, I can just buy it. He knew that the person behind Yu Datsai must want to curry favor with Li Changqing. A mere manager didn't have such authority to just give away a villa worth tens of millions. If he accepted this villa, it would mean that Li Changqing owed the other party a favor, and he would also owe Li Changqing a favor. It's fine. With your strength, moving into our Qingshan Villa district is the greatest affirmation for us. Yu Datsai, being clever, tried to elevate Lin Chen's status in a roundabout way, hoping to get him to accept the villa. Manager, you don't say it's a gift, just give my brother a discount and let it be at my standard. Li Changqing, understanding Yu Datsai's intentions, noticed Lin Chen didn't want to put him in a difficult position, so he spoke up. Hearing Li Changqing say this, Yu Datsai didn't dare to refute, fearing that Li Changqing might get angry and not want the villa at all. The news that Li Changqing wanted to buy a villa was something their boss had specially arranged for the boss's wife and Li Changqing's fiancé to encounter a few times to gather information. Thus, Li Changqing was willing to come to the Qingshan Villa district to choose a villa, and he refused any gifts, only wanting a discount. It should be known that with Li Changqing's status, once the news was out, he could choose any villa in Baicheng. There was no need to come to the remote Qingshan Villa district. Alright, the selling price of the mountaintop villa is 86 million plus taxes and some miscellaneous fees. The cost price is 46 million. Upon hearing this quote, Lin Chen was stunned, glancing at Li Changqing, who nodded to confirm that the price was correct. He never expected that a villa could earn more than half just by being built and resold. Real estate was indeed a money-making venture. Although he had no connections in this industry, this was just too profitable. Excluding the money spent on connections, there was still quite a bit of profit. 46,080,000, right? I'll cover the salesperson's commission. They worked hard for so long, they can't do it for nothing. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Yu Datsai's eyes sparkled with a different light. This young man was different from others with power and influence. Great. We'll do it your way. The following matters were simple. Lin Chen directly transferred the money to the company account of the Qingshan Villa district, and then Yu Datsai began to process the contract. Lin Chen and Li Changqing went to the adjacent client room to drink tea, as there were still quite a few procedures to go through to buy a house. Brother Li, what made you think of buying a house? Was the urgent matter you mentioned on the phone about this? Hey, don't mention it. Isn't it time to get engaged? I don't have any property in Baicheng. Your sister-in-law heard from her friend that the villas here are cheap and insisted I come buy one, saying it would save money. Actually, I know it was arranged by the owner of Qingshan Villa. I didn't expose it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Where I live and the environment here is quite nice. Brother Li, you shouldn't be short on money. At this, Li Changqing shook his head instead. Don't be fooled by how long I've been in this business. I actually don't have much money. There's basically no profit outside the city. It's all relying on myself. This year, thanks to you, I was transferred to Baicheng. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford a decent house. Lin Chen looked at Li Changqing in disbelief. No way. With your mountain-moving realm cultivation, you shouldn't be short on money even if you're hunting exotic beasts in the fissures. Sigh. Being a master in the mountain-moving realm sounds impressive, but it really doesn't pay well. The valuable exotic beasts in Bai City are all in the first fissure. There are other fissures with valuable beasts, but they're too scattered. My sister-in-law won't let me go down into the fissures, saying it's too dangerous. I can only stay at the office and occasionally go to the fishers to kill some worthless exotic beasts. But you know, cultivating as a practitioner is really expensive. I started from the bottom and only climbed up after gaining the favor of the Grand General. Otherwise, relying on myself to kill exotic beasts to make a living, I'd probably still be at the 10,000 cauldron realm." Li Changqing sighed helplessly, venting all the frustration he had bottled up. "So when you refused to join the Dragon King's mansion back then, I felt quite sorry for you. A practitioner without resources really struggles to move forward, especially when they reach the mountain-moving realm. This is also why many in the mountain-moving realm would rather work under others than go into the fishers to hunt exotic beasts." Lin Chen nodded. He agreed with this point. Even with the system's support, he needed to spend a lot of resources to maintain the growth of his physical attributes. For practitioners without resources, no matter how high their talent, their cultivation would progress very slowly. Relying on killing exotic beasts to earn money, they wouldn't even make enough to support their training. Moreover, not everyone is like him, able to comprehend techniques easily. Some people, just to learn a combat skill, have no time to hunt exotic beasts. Once they reach the mountain-moving realm, they need money everywhere and have to bear the risk of being killed by exotic beasts, which is the fundamental reason why mountain-moving realm practitioners are rarely seen in the fishers. The biggest reason is still that the income does not match the risk. But fortunately, now that I've come to Bai City, my status isn't low, so I have a bit of spare money. My sister-in-law knows that I've had a tough time these years, and I understand her intentions. So I just went along with it and bought a place here." Li Changqing took a sip of tea, reclining comfortably in his chair, feeling genuinely good now. He couldn't keep up with the endless banquets every day. "Then why didn't you choose those few buildings on the mountaintop? They aren't that expensive." "You brat, are you really getting carried away? Over $1 million is nothing to you now?" Lin Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ever since Gu Minglan gave him $1 billion, he really had gotten a bit carried away. "But you also have the capital to be carried away. The Dragon King's mansion has tried to get you to join several times, and you've turned them down. That's really something." Li Changqing sighed. The gap between people is still quite large. Lin Chen had only taken a month to reach a level where he could stand on equal footing with him. He had been in Bai City for over 10 years, and it couldn't compare to Lin Chen's 1 month. "To be honest with you, what level of cultivation are you at now?" Li Changqing leaned in curiously. He was really curious about what realm Lin Chen had reached, why he couldn't even sense Lin Chen's mental state. If he hadn't been cautious just now, he might not have even noticed Lin Chen's mental power. After all, he had just advanced a level after returning to Bai City and was now at the 7th stage of the mountain-moving realm. Lin Chen didn't speak, just raised a finger. "First stage of the mountain-moving realm? Impossible. Just now, your mental power swept past and I almost didn't notice it. Moreover, I can't even feel your mental power now. You are definitely not at the first stage of the mountain-moving realm. I'm talking serious business. Don't fool me." Li Changqing thought Lin Chen was joking and said sternly. Lin Chen shook his head, keeping his finger raised, signaling Li Changqing to keep looking. Li Changqing furrowed his brows, not quite understanding Lin Chen's meaning, and then he saw the mysterious smile at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth and suddenly thought of something. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Chen, whispering, "You've advanced to the Tide-Over realm?" Lin Chen nodded, leisurely leaning back against the sofa. Li Changqing sat on the sofa, unable to regain his composure for a long time. "Are you perhaps a reincarnated immortal here to save the Earth?" After a long while, Li Changqing looked at Lin Chen in shock, and a nonsensical remark slipped from his lips. "What reincarnated immortal? You must be feverish." Lin Chen touched Li Changqing's forehead but was pushed away by him. "You're the one who's feverish. No, last month when you first met me, you were still in the mountain-moving realm, and after a trip to the number 7 rift, you jumped to the ocean-turning realm? Your cultivation speed is faster than a rocket. No wonder you could kill Li Huaqing. I thought you used the formless step combined with your mysterious mental combat skills to take him down." Li Changqing looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. Even the 10th on the combat power ranking didn't have such a playstyle. "I ate a spirit herb at the number 7 rift." Lin Chen had nothing else to do, so he pushed for spirit herbs, just like he learned from the 10th on the combat power ranking. He didn't even mention that he was at the 2nd stage of the ocean-turning realm, otherwise Li Changqing would be even more surprised. After the mountain-moving realm on Earth, it only looked at mental strength. His mental strength was already at the 2nd stage of the ocean-turning realm, but his physical power was still at the 1st stage. Li Changqing shot him a sideways glance. "You really can talk nonsense. No, you're already at the 1st stage of the ocean-turning realm, and you're still here buying a villa? Why don't you apply for one?" Lin Chen looked at Li Changqing in confusion. "What do you mean?" Li Changqing slapped his forehead. "Don't you read the announcements from the Cultivators Alliance?" "I don't read that. What's there to see? Every day it just says which exotic beasts were repelled. What's interesting about that?" "That's true, but sometimes you still need to take a look." Li Changqing took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while before handing it to Lin Chen. The headline on the screen was striking. "Welcome Ocean-Turning Realm Experts to settle in Baicheng. Starting today, Ocean-Turning Realm Experts can apply for a villa at the Baicheng headquarters." Wait, when was this announcement made? Lin Chen was stunned. Such big news, how come no one mentioned it on the forum? Although he didn't read the announcements from the Cultivators Alliance, such a significant event would definitely be discussed on the forum. This announcement has been out for 3 years, you didn't know? At that time, it caused quite a stir in Baicheng, and this topic was discussed by the local cultivators for a whole month. Li Changcheng was also a bit confused. This matter had been the headline on the Cultivators Alliance official website for a week, so the locals in Baicheng should have known. 3 years ago? Lin Chen tried hard to remember what he was doing. 3 years ago, he should have known about such a big event. Could it be that he had amnesia? I remember it was around July. There was a group of students graduating, coming to the Cultivators Alliance office for internships. I ran into them while doing business in Baicheng. Damn it! Hearing Li Changqing's words, Lin Chen suddenly blurted out a curse. What happened? Li Changqing was startled. Why did he suddenly go off like that? At that time, I had just received a major demerit, feeling down, and stayed in the dormitory for 2 months. Wait, you stayed in the dormitory alone during summer vacation? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, his face full of regret. That year, he received a major demerit due to a paper issue, and the school leaders told him to wait for specific notifications. Because of this, he didn't go home for those 2 months, just waiting for the school's notice. Wang Miaomiao had come to comfort him several times during that period. Coincidentally, Wang Miaomiao's special logistics department was assessing new recruits coming and going in a hurry, and she hadn't mentioned this matter to him at all. In the end, it was the school leaders who announced the matter to the entire school at the beginning of the semester. It was just a major demerit, no retention, and he finally moved on from that incident. At that time, Wang Miaomia had dropped out early to lessen the burden on her family to support Lin Chen's education. If he had been retained, he would have let down Wang Miaomia's good intentions, and he might never have gotten over it. You're quite the talent. Li Changqing gave him a thumbs up. Can I still apply now? It should be too late. This policy was established because the city lord had just taken office, and Bai City was weak. To attract powerful figures from the Daohai realm to Bai City, this policy was set up. 2. Prevent powerful figures from the Daohai realm from reselling villas. It seems that those who already have villas in Bai City cannot apply. But you can still apply. Who knows, the city lord might approve it. Lin Chen shook his head and frowned, saying, forget it. Anyway, I've already bought the villa. It doesn't matter where I live, there's no need. He didn't want to reveal his cultivation level. He wasn't familiar with Ing Chang'an and had never dealt with him. It wasn't worth the risk for a few million. Although Ing Chang'an wouldn't say anything, the Cultivator Alliance rewarded him with a house, and this matter would definitely be discovered by those with ulterior motives. It could become more troublesome, especially since his promotion to the Daohai realm was a bit too fast. This world isn't as beautiful as it seems. Lu Qingming could kill for a piece of meteorite, and with such a big secret on him, even those in the void-breaking realm might have ideas. Li Changqing understood from Lin Chen's expression that he didn't want everyone to know he had quickly advanced to the Daohai realm. It's fine, it's just a few million. You can take a trip to the #1 rift, take a look around, and you'll earn it back. There's no need to trouble the city lord. By saying this, he was also telling Lin Chen that he wouldn't go around spreading rumors. Lin Chen understood Li Changqing's meaning. He dared to speak to Li Changqing because he trusted him not to spread it around. The two chatted for a while longer in the client room when Yu Datsai came in with 2 documents and handed them to the two. With Yu Datsai's respectful send-off, the two left the sales hall of the Qingshan Villa area. The sales representative who had served Lin Chen was teary-eyed as she thanked him. 80,000 was enough for her salary for 4 years. Lin, I'm leaving now. I need to go home and organize my things. By the way, do you need a smart system? I can have the Demon Exterminator install one for you. The Demon Exterminator has this service? Of course, the smart system of the Demon Exterminator is the most advanced. Even the city lord's office uses this. Then I want one. How much should I transfer to you later? Hey, we're family, why would you need to pay? It's free. After that, the two agreed to move together tomorrow, so they could get to know each other and install the smart system together. After parting with Li Changqing, Lin Chen took the property certificate of the Qingshan Villa to the city center hospital. In the high-end ward, only Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were there. Wang Miaomia was at work and still at the municipal building at this hour. Xiaomu, have you eaten? Aunt Zhang hurriedly asked when she saw Lin Chen walk in. Aunt Zhang, I have. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. Lin Chen took out the property certificate and sat down next to Uncle Wang. Why call her Aunt Zhang? Call her mother-in-law. Got it, father-in-law. Just say what you need to say. Wang Ziyi was wiping his head with a towel, clearly just having taken a shower. Because he had been living underground for a long time, the doctor advised him to take more medicinal baths. I bought a villa, and I plan to have you move in with me. A villa? That must cost a lot. Why not just buy a small apartment? You and Miao Miao can live just fine. We can stay in the rescue building. Aunt Zhang took the property certificate with a pained expression. Having lived in poverty for half her life, she had never even seen what a villa looked like. You and Miao Miao just need to live well. You don't need to worry about your mother-in-law and me. Wang Ziyi also took a look at the property certificate, and as soon as he saw the villa's area and location, he knew it must be very expensive. Lin Shen knew they would definitely not move easily. They had lived in the rescue building for half their lives, and suddenly moving to a high-end villa area would surely be an adjustment. The rescue building should be demolished in a few years. I'm just preparing in advance. By the time the relocation housing for the rescue building is ready, it probably won't be much better. Besides, I don't really need this little bit of money right now. No, I still think it's not appropriate. You two should go live there. We don't need a big place. When the time comes for demolition, it would be better for us to live in the relocation housing. Yeah, there are many neighbors in the rescue building. By then, when your mother-in-law and I are old, we can still have a place to visit. The two were very clear. Wang Miao could go, and they wouldn't follow, fearing to disturb the young couple's life. In fact, the older generation always thinks of their children. They don't care how they live themselves. Lin Shen, feeling helpless, could only whisper in Wang Ziyi's ear, I've recently provoked a powerful figure, so I bought a villa to bring you and your mother-in-law over. If we live together, that person won't dare to play tricks. Hearing this, Wang Ziyi frowned tightly. Having been in the cracks for many years and having experienced Lu Qingming's incident, he knew that some cultivators would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. When are we moving over? Tomorrow. So soon? Alright, I'll tidy up my things in the next few days. Wang Ziyi suddenly changed his mind, leaving Zhang Cuifang confused. You old man, why are you disturbing Xiaomu and Miao Miao's life? Men talk, what are women butting in for? Seeing Uncle Wang's domineering side, Lin Chen quickly walked outside. He knew a battle was about to ensue, a battle where An Zhang would beat Uncle Wang. Xiaomu, I'll see you off. Wang Ziyi saw Lin Chen about to leave and hurriedly got up. No need, father-in-law, you and mother-in-law take care of yourselves. I'll pick you up from the hospital tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Chen ignored his resentful gaze and quickly ran outside, not giving him time to react. You Lu Chengkai, you haven't been back for years, and now you want to turn the world upside down? Hey, let me explain. I won't listen. You dare to be fierce with me now. Ha! I've waited for you all these years, raising Miao Miao and Xiaomu with great difficulty. Do you even deserve me? Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slaps hitting flesh came through, and Lin Chen felt pain just listening from outside. His father-in-law remained silent. What a real man, he admired, quickly leaving this place of trouble. After leaving the hospital, he went straight to the municipal building, taking advantage of the early time to arrange a meeting with Wang Miao Miao. After all, she was now his fiancée. In the next few days, he also needed to buy all the appliances for the villa so they could install the smart system later. At 5:05 p.m., Wang Miao Miao came out of the municipal building on time, bouncing towards Lin Chen. Her father, who had been missing for 7 years, had returned, and she was in a great mood these days. Xiaomu, what do you plan to treat your sister to today? Wang Miao Miao hugged Lin Chen's neck, just like when they were kids, acting like a big sister. What Xiaomu? You should call me husband. Lin Chen couldn't help but hug Wang Miao Miao's waist. Feeling the warmth at her waist, Wang Miao Miao blushed. What husband? We haven't even gotten started yet. What, do you want to back out of the marriage? Do you dare not listen to your father-in-law? Wang Miao Miao slapped Lin Chen's hand away. No decorum, this is the municipal building, mind your image. Let's go, time to eat. Lin Chen didn't care about Wang Miao Miao, wrapping his left arm around her waist again. What to eat? Wang Miao Miao struggled a bit but slowly gave up resisting, resting her head on Lin Chen's shoulder. What do you want to eat? Lin Chen smiled contentedly. They both understood each other's feelings, but there was a layer of paper that hadn't been broken, so they continued to interact as siblings. I want to eat small wontons. The one at the rescue building's commercial street? Yeah. Then let's go. Lin Chen held Wang Miao Miao and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the commercial street of the rescue building. His instantaneous movement covered nearly 30 kilometers faster than flying. Xiaomu, what kind of trick is this? The municipal building to the rescue building is almost 20 kilometers away. How did you get here so quickly? Spatial transfer? Wang Miao Miao was somewhat confused. After all, she was now a fourth-tier cultivator, and this kind of method was completely unheard of to her. If it weren't for dodging these buildings, I would have arrived in 2 seconds. Lin Chen didn't explain. Even if he did, Wang Miao Miao wouldn't understand. The gap in their cultivation levels was too great. Even someone at the ocean overturning realm might not grasp his methods, let alone Wang Miao Miao. I didn't expect that in just a month you have become a master. It's truly unbelievable. Wang Miao Miao didn't continue to ask. She knew that Lin Chen would naturally say what needed to be said. Although they didn't have a substantial relationship yet, they had long since surpassed the boundaries of kinship and could be said to be inseparable. Lin Chen remained silent. If Wang Miao Miao knew he was now a powerful being at the ocean overturning realm, he estimated she would faint on the spot. The commercial street of the rescue building is located in the middle of the 4 districts of the rescue building, forming a crossroad. Although the consumption here is not high, the crowd is overwhelming. Where there are people, there is money to be made, and the black market is right next to the commercial street, making the place quite chaotic. In the past, to compete for better storefronts, merchants often had fights among themselves. Coupled with the various shady characters inside the rescue building, the guard team had to set up a post here specifically. In fact, the so-called post was just a way to collect protection fees. However, with this arrangement, the commercial street has become relatively peaceful. At least the scenes of street killings have disappeared. Xiaomu, do you remember when we used to come here with the pocket money our mom gave us? Wang Miaomiao looked at the familiar old commercial street, her thoughts drifting back to the past. Of course I remember. Your mother gave you the money and you wanted to eat wontons, completely disregarding my feelings. What feelings should I consider? Can spicy strips fill your stomach? Wang Miaomiao blared, reaching for the soft flesh at Lin Chen's waist, giving it a death spin. Hiss. Lin Chen pretended to gasp in pain. This was no less damaging than his mother-in-law's. Aunt Wang, 2 bowls of wontons, please. The two entered a small shop of only a dozen square meters, and Wang Miaomiao called out to the hunched old woman inside. Oh, Miaomiao and Xiaomu. You too. Haven't been here for a long time. Aunt Wang turned around, and upon seeing them, a joyful smile spread across her face. It hasn't been long. I was here last month. You're getting old. Your memory is failing. Sit down quickly. Aunt Wang chuckled, lifting the pot lid and dropping wontons into the steaming broth. Lin Chen glanced at the old shop, feeling a wave of inexplicable sadness. His mother used to love bringing him here for wontons, but after his parents passed away, he became somewhat resistant to coming here. Every time Wang Miaomiao brought him, it would always stir up his memories. Hey, what are you thinking about? Wang Miaomiao waved her right hand in front of Lin Chen's face, snapping him out of his daze. Nothing. Lin Chen smiled. The deceased are gone, and he must protect the person in front of him. The wontons were quickly cooked, and the clear broth topped with green onions released a rich aroma. Lin Chen scooped a large spoonful of chili into Wang Miaomiao's bowl, as this was her habit when eating wontons. Hee. Wang Miaomiao looked at Lin Chen with satisfaction. This man truly understood her. Auntie, let's settle this month's sanitation fee. Just as they were engrossed in their wontons, an annoying voice suddenly came from behind. A man in a black suit, wearing black sunglasses, stood at the door with another man in a black tank top, looking disdainfully at the shop inside. Old Lady Wan wiped the oil off her hands and trembled as she walked over. I've already paid the sanitation fee for this month. One of the men in a suit took off his sunglasses and glared at Old Lady Wang fiercely. What do you mean you paid? That's the Black Dragon Society. This street is now under the control of our Four Seas Alliance, and you have to pay us again. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. He had just dismantled the Black Dragon Society. At noon, and in just one afternoon, the territory had been divided up. The Four Seas Alliance and the Brotherhood were really quick. Old hag, hurry up. Don't dawdle, we have to get to the next place. Old Lady Wang sighed. Just wait a moment. Wang Miaomiao also frowned and glanced at the man in the suit. She had heard of such things many times but had never seen it in person. Wasn't this just bullying the common people? What are you looking at? As the man in the suit put his sunglasses back on, he caught Wang Miaomiao's gaze. He lowered his eyes, first glaring at her, and then his expression turned to one of lewd desire. Oh, still a beauty. He patted his companion beside him, and the two of them, with shifty eyes, ran over. Beauty, all alone, huh? The man in the suit leaned on the table and teased. Are you blind? Slap. Wang Miaomiao was no pushover. She stood up and slapped the man in the suit across the face. You filthy woman, you're asking for it. The man in the suit was only at the 2nd level of strength, while Wang Miaomiao was at the 4th level. Before the man could react, Wang Miaomiao delivered a straight kick, sending him flying out the door. Get lost. Wang Miaomiao shouted angrily. You wait for me. The man in the suit spat out a harsh word and left in a huff with his companion. Impressive. Lin Chen put down the whistle in his hand and gave a thumbs up. In praise. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Miaomiao shot Lin Chen a glare. Old Lady Wang came out of the room holding a stack of alliance coins and immediately ran over. Miaomiao, Xiaomu, you two hurry and leave. From her tone, Wang Miaomiao sensed a hint of worry and helplessness. Old Lady Wang, what exactly is going on? Isn't the commercial street of the rescue building managed by the guard team? Why are there gang organizations coming to collect protection fees? Sigh. These people are in cahoots with the guard team. Before, we only had to pay the gang's share. Ever since the guard team came, not only do we have to pay their share, but we can't skimp on the gangs either. You two hurry and leave. These people are not to be trifled with. They will definitely come back with reinforcements. I'll pay them a bit more to send them away. Old Lady Wang earnestly advised, but the more Wang Miaomiao listened, the angrier she became. Isn't this collusion between black and white? Is there no law in White City? Old Lady Wang, didn't you report this to the municipal government? In this day and age, where is the law? We've been to the municipal government several times, and the replies we got were either to contact the guard team headquarters or the Demon Extermination Guard. The municipal government can't handle it. The guard team was established by the municipal government. How could they not manage it? This is just a den of snakes and rats. The more Wang Miaomiao spoke, the more furious she became. She had worked in the municipal government for 3 years, but only in a special logistics department, so she had never encountered such matters. She had never imagined that the municipal government could be so corrupt. Sigh. Ordinary people have it too hard in this era. As old lady Wang spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. In the end, it's still an internal problem of the municipal government. The corruption within the guard team is too severe. In prosperous areas, they still hold back a bit, but in places like the rescue building, they truly have their hands in everything. Lin Chen sighed. He had personally witnessed the guard team's presence twice, once in the Zhang Zikai Villa area and once in the Fulin Villa area. The guard teams in the rich and poor areas were like two different teams. Xiaomu, can we help them? There's nothing we can do. That's the tragedy of this era. The order is merely a facade. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Lin Chen shook his head, not wanting to get involved in such matters, nor could he. This was beyond his ability to resolve. Unless he could enter the upper echelons of the Earthstar Alliance, perhaps then he could have a say. The Dragon Country still had over 60 cities, and this phenomenon existed in every city, not just in White City. Just like how he had just dealt with the Black Dragon Society at noon today, the Brotherhood and the Four Seas Alliance had already divided the territory of the Black Dragon Society. Even if he eliminated the Brotherhood and the Four Seas Alliance, soon enough, the Zhang San Society and the Li Si Alliance would emerge. Unless the root of the problem was addressed, it would remain unsolvable. However, the fundamental issue did not lie with the guards. The main problem was that the cities were not interconnected, and everyone was imprisoned in the city they were born in. From birth to death, some people might never have even stepped out of the gates of White City. Not everyone could become a cultivator. Lin Chen had not obtained a system, so he estimated he wouldn't become one either. Even if he became a cultivator, without the strength, he would be unable to cross the storm zone to another city. It was precisely because the cities were not interconnected that each city was self-sufficient, which naturally led to the emergence of these bloodsucking gangs. And naturally, there were also the municipal officials and guards colluding with these gangs. Is there really no way? Wang Miaomiao still refused to give up. After all, she was also at the bottom of society. Although she had a decent job in the municipal office, she still couldn't cross the chasm of class. Miao. Even the 3 city lords of White City couldn't solve this problem. Is it that they don't want to solve it? There are too many entanglements involved. Even if they can manage it for a time, they can't manage it for a lifetime. If these gangs are eliminated, it won't be long before new ones emerge. Lin Chen didn't explain much. Wang Miaomiao, working in the logistics department, was completely unaware of how society operated in this era. You all should leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Want to leave? Did you ask me? Crazy brother, it's this damn woman who's obstructing us from collecting the sanitation fees. As soon as Wang Apo finished speaking, more than 10 burly men surrounded the entrance, and the surrounding merchants and customers rushed out to watch the commotion. Wang Apo has gotten bold, daring to provoke the Four Seas Alliance. She probably doesn't know that the rescue building has been taken over by the Four Seas Alliance. True, the sanitation fees for the Black Dragon Society were only paid half a month ago, and now the Four Seas Alliance is here to collect again. It's simply unbearable. Lower your voice, or you'll get targeted. They'll smash your shop. Wang Apo is in trouble. At her age, she probably won't be able to keep this little shop open. There are 2 young people sitting inside. They might get implicated too. The surrounding merchants chattered away, and the onlookers gathered more and more. Brothers, the young girl doesn't understand. I'll pay double the sanitation fee. Please let them go. Get lost, old hag. Crazy pushed Wang Apo aside, and just as she was about to fall, a force gently lifted her up, preventing her from hitting the ground. Wang Apo quickly steadied herself on the table and hurried over to plead, brothers, please have mercy. Crazy raised an eyebrow, impatiently saying, old woman, hurry up and get lost. This has nothing to do with you. It seems it's not Wang Apo who provoked the Four Seas Alliance. It should be that young girl who caused the trouble. That young girl looks quite good. She must have caught the eye of the Four Seas Alliance. These 2 young people are done for. Seeing the situation take a turn, the merchants nearby began to chatter again. Big brother, please have mercy. Wang Apo still stood in front of Crazy, continuously pleading. Get the hell out of here. Crazy lifted his right foot and kicked towards Wang Apo. Ah! In the crowd outside the door, another little girl screamed. An old woman of such age would surely not survive a kick like that, so she couldn't help but shout out. However, Grandma Wang was not kicked. Instead, the madman who kicked stumbled back 2 or 3 steps before steadying himself. Who? The madman knew someone was causing trouble and quickly looked outside, but he didn't see anyone acting suspiciously. No matter who you are, if you dare to obstruct the affairs of the Four Seas Alliance, you'll regret it. Don't think that just because you've learned a bit of stealth combat technique, I won't be able to find you. The madman looked around. He had just intended to kick someone, but was instead kicked back without seeing who did it. He suspected that someone had learned the invisibility technique, which could be learned at the initial stage of the 1,000 pounds realm. It was a simple form of disguise, but some people could master it well and make it very effective. Wang Miaomio was stifling a laugh, watching the madman perform. He knew it must be Lin Chen playing tricks. After a while, the madman circled around the small shop but found no one invisible. He spat on the ground. Damn it, what bad luck. You filthy woman, you hit someone from the Four Seas Alliance. Come with us. The madman approached Wang Miaomiao, reaching out to touch her face. If you want me to go with you, you need to ask my husband. Wang Miaomiao blocked the madman's hand and looked over at Lin Chen, who was watching the show. Your husband? The madman glanced at Lin Chen and scoffed. Kid, you don't mind if your wife plays with us for a couple of days, do you? Lin Chen shot a glare at Wang Miaomiao, who just made a funny face. Back. Sure. You're a smart kid. The madman smiled slightly and reached for Wang Miaomiao again, but when his hand was halfway up, he found it was caught and couldn't move forward. Who? He shouted, swinging his right hand forward, only to hit nothing. He kicked forward with his left foot but still didn't hit anything. At that moment, the madman realized something was off, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Who are you? Have the person in the invisibility suit come out. He looked at Lin Chen, who showed no fear, and Wang Miaomiao, who was grinning, and suddenly felt something was wrong. This wasn't an invisibility technique, it was an invisibility suit. The invisibility technique reveals itself when in motion, but only an invisibility suit can move without revealing its form. Invisibility suits are not cheap. Could these two be rich kids out for fun? Had he kicked a steel plate? The madman thought calmly, observing that the two looked young and had decent temperaments. They could indeed be rich kids. However, he felt that the power wasn't great. The person in the invisibility suit was at most at the initial stage of the 10,000 cauldrons realm, and his Black Dragon Society wasn't afraid of such small-time wealthy families. The madman's thoughts changed rapidly, feeling he had seen through the two. A thought slowly formed in his mind. He would kidnap the two and extort a ransom. Go outside and kneel, let your boss come to collect you. Lin Chen said flatly he had had enough fun. Who do you think you are? Just because you have some money at home, you think you can act tough? Make me kneel? Seeing the young Lin Chen speak arrogantly, the madman raised his right hand to smash down on Lin Chen's head, only to find that same force blocking him. Brothers, let's all go together and take them down. After both of his hands were caught, he began to call for the little brothers gathered at the door to join him. But after waiting for a long time, none of the little brothers at the door stepped forward. They all looked terrified at the two sitting in the chairs. I told you to kneel, so kneel. Why so much talk? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, and the madman and the others from the Four Seas Alliance were all sent flying. They were just about to get up when they found a tremendous force pressing down on them, forcing them to kneel. You are a mountain-moving master. At this moment, the madman realized that all his guesses were completely wrong. He never expected that such a young person could be a master of the mountain-moving realm. All his thoughts about invisibility techniques, cloaks, and wealthy individuals were mistaken, and his idea of kidnapping two people for a quick profit was shattered. Wow! The merchants and customers outside, who were watching the commotion, erupted in an uproar. A master of the mountain-moving realm at such a young age. The Four Seas Alliance has hit a hard wall this time. Not necessarily. The leader of the Four Seas Alliance is a fifth-tier master of the mountain-moving realm. This young man might not be able to defeat him. Are you saying that this young master of the mountain-moving realm has no backing? I'm telling you, these two young people are calm in the face of danger. They must have strength and connections. Cut it out, you're just a backseat driver. Just now, you said they were doomed. Everyone looked at the members of the Four Seas Alliance kneeling in front of the small wonton shop, and the noise became deafening. Kid, our leader is a sixth-tier master of the mountain-moving realm. If you let us go now, we can resolve this peacefully. When our leader arrives, you won't be able to leave. At this point, the madman could only continue to threaten. As a small leader, he had no authority to summon the leader. He could only use the Four Seas Alliance to pressure Lin Chen. Granny, can I have another bowl of wontons? Meow meow, are you still eating? Not anymore. Eating too much will make me fat. Wang Miao Miao shook her head. She was just craving it, not really hungry. Ah, alright, I'll cook it for you right away. Granny Wang finally reacted in panic. She looked at this young man who had eaten wontons here since he was little, feeling an overwhelming shock in her heart. Did you hear that? Masters are not invincible. If you anger our leader, you will definitely die. The madman saw that Lin Chen was ignoring him, and his teeth itched with anger. Call your leader and have him come over, or shut up. Lin Chen glanced at him, and then he saw his right cheek swelling at a visible speed. The madman felt a tremendous force slap his right cheek, and he immediately shut his mouth, not daring to continue shouting. He hurriedly took out his phone and dialed the hall master's number. Hello, madman, what's the matter? Boss, we're encountering tough resistance at the rescue building. What tough resistance? I sent you more than 10 people, and you can't handle a commercial street? A master of the mountain-moving realm. What? Are you looking for death? Why provoke a master? Boss, you should hurry and notify the leader to come. This person is completely unafraid of our Four Seas Alliance. If the leader doesn't come to save us, the reputation of the Four Seas Alliance will be ruined. Wait. Lin Chen listened to the conversation on the phone. Clearly, the reason he did this was that he believed the leader of the Four Seas Alliance would definitely come. The Four Seas Alliance had just taken over the territory of the Black Dragon Society, and if they couldn't establish authority, now there would be many dissenters in the future. After Lin Chen finished a bowl of wontons, four middle-aged men in suits rushed over. Master, I am Wu Xingya, the hall master of the Four Seas Alliance's East Sea Hall. I apologize for any offenses. I hope for your forgiveness. As soon as the leading middle-aged man arrived at the shop entrance, he immediately cupped his hands in greeting to Lin Chen. When he saw Lin Chen's appearance, he was also greatly shocked. How could there be such a young master of the mountain-moving realm? Where is your leader? Lin Chen ignored him, casually playing with his phone. The leader has other matters to attend to. He instructed us to come and apologize. To you, we can compensate you however much you want. Wu Xinye thought Lin Chen only wanted money and immediately stated their willingness to compensate. Since he has matters to attend to, you can kneel here and wait for him. Master. Before Wu Xinye could react, he felt a tremendous force pressing down on his body. He didn't even have a chance to resist before he heavily knelt on the ground. This master, our Four Seas Alliance, is not easy to bully. Can you really defeat our leader? That's another matter. Why make it so tense? Lin Chen ignored him and continued to browse furniture on his phone with Wang Miaomiao, discussing where to buy what next. Wang Miaomiao wasn't worried at all. He knew Lin Chen only engaged in things he was confident about. Wow! The 4 Hall Masters of the Four Seas Alliance are all 8th-tier experts in the Wanding realm, and they just knelt down like that? What good is the Wanding realm? Haven't you heard the saying? Beneath the mountain, everyone is an ant. The Four Seas Alliance has really kicked a steel plate this time. I wonder who is stronger, this young man or the leader of the Four Seas Alliance? The leader of the Four Seas Alliance, Wu Sihai, is a seasoned master of the mountain-moving realm. This young man should be no match. Not necessarily. Looking at this young man's calm demeanor, it's hard to say. More and more onlookers gathered. The commercial street hadn't been this lively in a long time. Even the guard team rushed over. Master inside, I am Lu Bingran, the captain of the rescue buildings guard team. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to cause trouble here? Lu Bingran looked at the figure, feeling somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Faced with a master of the mountain-moving realm, he didn't dare to be reckless. Guard team? Lin Chen turned to glance at Lu Bingran, his eyes filled with disdain. It was one thing to allow the gang to collect protection fees, but they dared to come over to rescue someone. But as soon as Lu Bingran saw Lin Chen, his pupils widened in an instant. It's you. You know me? You're the bald guy from that case at the hospital. Lu Bingran finally understood why this person looked familiar. He also realized why his memory had been erased. The person in the portrait was actually a master, and such a young one at that. When Captain Wu approached him for cooperation in the investigation, he learned that the one who took Dr. Su was a bald man, otherwise he wouldn't have had any impression at all. Lin Chen instantly understood that this person was the captain of the guard team who had gone to the community hospital for investigation. Weren't you supposed to have your memory erased? He remembered that Li Changqing had told him that all related personnel had their memories erased. Even the staff of the Cultivators Alliance had their memories wiped. How come this guard team captain was fine? I did have my memory erased, but later Captain Wu from the city center asked me to cooperate in the investigation, and I saw your portrait. Lu Bingran knew that this young man was not to be trifled with. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a force binding him, and he could only answer truthfully. Oh, then you can kneel too. As soon as the words fell, all the members of the guard team knelt down, looking at Lin Chen in terror. You are openly provoking the laws of Baicheng. Don't think that just because you have some connections in the demon extermination guard, you can act recklessly. Lu Bingran was furious at this moment. He never expected Lin Chen would dare to make them kneel. They were the guard team, representing the municipal authority. Doing this was tantamount to slapping the municipal authority in the face, slapping the guard team in the face. You too, call your captain over to take people away. Lin Chen said casually, then went back to looking at his phone with Wang Miaomiao. Lu Bingran stared at Lin Chen in shock. What did this young man want? Did he think he could single-handedly rectify the public security of Baicheng? Or did he want to take a share of the pie from within? Seeing this scene, Wu Xinye quietly asked, Captain Lu, who is this person? Lu Bingran shook his head. I don't know his exact background, just that there are people in the Demon Extermination Guard, and his position isn't low. So what do we do now? What else can we do? Call someone. Lu Bingran glared at Wu Xinye. This was truly a pure and unprovoked disaster. He had just come to show off, not to rescue the Four Seas Alliance, yet unexpectedly ended up kneeling here. This scene left the nearby merchants and curious customers dumbfounded. They had never heard of anyone making the guard team kneel. Who is this young man? He dares to make the guard team kneel. This isn't a slap in the face to the municipal government? What does the municipal government have to do with this? This is a slap in the face to the guard team. I bet you the municipal government absolutely won't care about the guard team. The captain of the guard team is no pushover. I've heard he has powerful people backing him. Who knows? Just keep watching. I feel like something big is going to happen today. The crowd grew larger, blocking the road outside completely. Some people even thought a murder had occurred and desperately tried to squeeze in to see, but after hearing rumors, they were even less willing to leave. This was more interesting than a murder. Xiaomu, aren't you not going to intervene? Wang Miaomiao quietly asked Lin Chen. I don't care if they collect protection fees, but if he dares to harass you, I have to step in. After all, I'm your husband. Lin Chen whispered back, causing Wang Miaomiao's heart to race and her face to flush. Meanwhile, Lu Bingran and Wu Zhenya, who were kneeling on the ground, were not idle either. They immediately called their boss. I say, you two, is your leader and captain coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Don't say I didn't warn you too. If I leave, you might kneel here until you die. Lin Chen sat for more than 10 minutes, noticing it was getting late, and prepared to go buy furniture with Wang Miaomiao. His absolute domain extended 30 kilometers, and he could suppress both groups even in the city center. Right away. Right away. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Wu Zhenya thought Lin Chen was going to kill them and quickly responded. A few minutes later, Lin Chen's patience was completely exhausted. It seems you guys aren't very important in your boss's eyes. Master Lin, you really have a good taste. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over with a smile, accompanied by an old man in a Zhongshan suit. You are the captain of the guard team? He sensed a long-standing aura of authority from the man with the glasses and immediately guessed. These two were interesting. Two people at the mountain-moving realm had actually walked over, indicating they had already thought of a strategy along the way. And since the man with the glasses could accurately call out his name, he must have done a simple investigation on him. I am Zhang Shihong, captain of the Baiqing guard team, and this is Wu Sihai, the leader of the Sihai alliance. Zhang Shihong introduced himself and also introduced Wu Sihai. Lin Chen knew that Zhang Shihong wanted to resolve the issue, otherwise, as a captain of the guard team, he wouldn't be so polite while his team members were kneeling on the ground. Moreover, the person behind Zhang Shihong might indeed be as formidable as the onlookers said. Come in and talk. Lin Chen glanced at the two and sat back down beside Wang Miaomiao. Xiaomu, I'm going to take a look at the electronics market first, you guys chat. Wang Miaomiao stood up, knowing she wasn't quite suitable for this occasion. Outside, she had to give Lin Chen face. After all, the head of the family was discussing matters with a group of men, and it wasn't appropriate for her to stay. Lin Chen understood Wang Miaomiao's thoughts and patted her back. Then you go take a look. To prevent any surprises, Lin Chen specially marked her with his spiritual power. Within a 30-kilometer range, he would know immediately if anything happened. Wang Miaomiao nodded to the two, passing through the crowded people, who automatically parted to let her through. Wang Abo, bring 2 bowls of wontons for these two. Lin Chen smiled at the confused Wang Abo as he saw the two sit down. Wang Abo had sold wontons for a lifetime and had never seen such a scene, quickly responding, okay. In no time, 2 bowls of steaming wontons were served, and since Lin Chen didn't speak, neither did Zhang Shihong and Wu Sihai. On the way here, Zhang Shihong had already learned some information about Lin Chen, knowing that Lin Chen had a Void Realm Master backing him and was a key focus of the Dragon King's mansion, so he had long instructed Wu Sihai not to speak carelessly. You two have never eaten in such a small shop, right? Try it, the taste is quite good. After the wontons were served, Lin Chen made a gesture inviting the two to taste them. Zhang Shihong smiled, then I won't be polite. After saying that, he picked up a spoon and started eating, while Wu Sihai quickly followed suit. How is it? Does it taste good? Not bad, the ingredients are fresh and the flavor is sweet. Zhang Shihong wiped his mouth with a napkin. Do you know how much this bowl of wontons costs? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihong knew Lin Chen was getting to the point. For a shop this size on the commercial street, the rent shouldn't be expensive. This bowl of wontons probably uses about a tael of meat, so it should cost around 30 alliance coins, which would give a profit of about 10 coins. Lin Chen smiled. Zhang Shihong was indeed cunning, directly calculating the profit of a bowl of wontons. Captain Zhang, you stay in the office every day, you really don't know the hardships of the common people. What do you mean? This bowl of wontons costs 15 alliance coins. After deducting the cost of materials, rent, and utilities, there's barely enough for labor. Impossible, a bowl of wontons this size would cost at least 40 alliance coins at the municipal side. You know that's the municipal side. What kind of place is this? This is the largest slum in Baiqing, where the lowest class of society lives. Who would eat it if it's so expensive? Hearing this, Zhang Shihong fell silent. He never paid for meals when he went out, only occasionally having a late-night snack, and had deduced that a bowl of wontons would cost around 40 coins. But he didn't expect that in the relief building, a bowl of wontons would actually be so cheap at 15. Wu Sihai, right? Lin Chen turned to look at Wu Sihai when he saw Zhang Shihong was silent. Yes, Master Lin, you say? Wu Sihai quickly replied when he saw Lin Chen targeting him. Do you know whose territory this was before? I know. Then do you know where the Black Dragon Society, which used to collect protection fees here, went? I know. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly slammed the table. You know, and you're still so reckless? I just sent Li Huaqing away, and you want to follow in his footsteps? Sweat broke out on Wu Sihai's forehead, not knowing if it was from the heat of the wontons or from being scared by Lin Chen. Zhang Shihong had already told him some things about Lin Chen on the way here, and he knew that the Black Dragon Society had been eliminated by this young man. Do you know why I let you and the Brotherhood continue to stay in Baiqing? I don't know. Because neither of your families have engaged in any murderous or smuggling activities. I also know that in today's era, you have your reasons for existing. We are not like the Black Dragon Society. We are just trying to make a living. Wu Sihai quickly echoed. What a way to make a living. Your living expenses are quite high. Lin Chen sneered. Wu Sihai really knew how to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Shihong lit a cigarette. Lin Chen, do you want to manage this matter? My uncle told me you're not the kind of person who meddles in others' affairs. Your uncle? Zhang Hongyuan. I see. Lin Chen had a look of sudden realization. No wonder Zhang Shihong didn't act with official airs when he came over. It turned out he was Zhang Hongyuan's nephew, which made sense. Actually, I don't want to manage these matters either. I know with my current ability, I can't handle such things. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Zhang Shihong nodded. It seemed his uncle was right. Lin Chen was not a reckless person, but he didn't know why he had him come over today. Just say what you want to say. Zhang Shihong exhaled a puff of smoke and said, straightforwardly, I called you here for two reasons. First, because a little brother from the Four Seas Alliance harassed my wife, and second, I want to give you a piece of advice. You really need to know when to stop squeezing the poor for profit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shihong glared at Wu Sihai. It seems your subordinates don't understand the rules. How did I tell you when you took over the Black Dragon Society's territory? Hearing Zhang Shihong's anger, Wu Sihai quickly explained, recently the territory has expanded, and I've taken in quite a few new members. I will definitely discipline them strictly when I return. Captain Zhang, you know our Four Seas Alliance, we never engage in such coercive acts. Lin Chen, hearing this, laughed and said, Alliance leader Wu, you might be a bit too hasty in your judgment. That person called Madman should be one of your old members from the Four Seas Alliance, right? Wu Sihai glanced at the madman kneeling outside and frowned. I don't know this person. Alliance leader Wu, isn't it a bit pointless to quibble at this time? I'm speaking the truth, I really haven't seen this person before. He then looked at Wu Zhinya, who was kneeling outside, and shouted, Wu Zhinya, who is this person under? Wu Zhinya, looking troubled, said, Uncle Wu, we've been short on manpower lately, so I took in a few members from the Black Dragon Society. This madman was a small leader from the Black Dragon Society before. Upon hearing this, Wu Sihai's blood pressure skyrocketed, and his mental energy struck Wu Zhinya's face. How many times have I told you? We can't have people from the Black Dragon Society. We are not the same. Lin Chen observed this scene, pursing his lips. It seemed Wu Sihai really didn't know about this. He knew there were still some remnants of the Black Dragon Society, with nearly 2,000 members. He had only eliminated a little over 1,000, and some had become scattered soldiers. These people had nowhere else to go and could only continue to wander outside. Those with decent strength would surely be absorbed by the Brotherhood and the Four Seas Alliance. Let's not discuss your family matters here. I don't have time to listen. Lin Chen interrupted Wu Sihai, who was about to continue reprimanding Wu Zhinya. He had heard about the atmosphere in the Four Seas Alliance. Compared to the Black Dragon Society, it was like heaven and earth. Wu Sihai, this old man, still had some conscience. He wouldn't condone his subordinates pillaging and plundering. The reason I called you here is simple. I hope you can consider the lower-class citizens. Wu Sihai glanced at Zhang Shihong. While he spoke nicely as a gang leader, he was actually just a worker. Since you've said that, I won't take the share from the relief building anymore. Zhang Shihong knew that Lin Chen must have wanted a statement, and he didn't want to embarrass him. After all, there wasn't much profit to be made from the relief building anyway. Upon hearing Zhang Shihong say this, Wu Sihai immediately took over the conversation. Since Captain Zhang has spoken, I won't take anything from the relief building. I'll find the share for the others from other places. Lin Chen nodded. He knew that making such a concession was already Zhang Shihong's greatest sincerity, as this profit wasn't just going into his own pocket. In fact, he didn't want to get involved. He just grew up in the relief building and knew how hard it was for the lower-class cultivators and citizens. If he could help a little, he would. As for whether the wealthy areas would raise their protection fees because the relief building didn't pay their protection fees, that was not his concern. Then I'll take my leave. Lin Chen stood up, but Zhang Shihong called out to him, Wait a moment. Is there anything else? You haven't paid yet. Seeing Zhang Shihong grinning and asking him to pay, Lin Chen smiled slightly and walked over to the payment machine to pay with his face. You two have finished eating, so take the person back. Lin Chen slowly walked out of the small shop, and all the kneeling people stood up. When he walked up to the madman, he paused for a moment. A stray fish from the Black Dragon Society? You really like women? No, no. The madman immediately shook his head in denial. Seeing Lin Chen leave after just saying a few words, he breathed a sigh of relief. His anger hadn't subsided when a wave of intense pain hit him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Along with him fell the suited lackey who collected sanitation fees. Witnessing this scene, the man in the tank top was so scared that his legs trembled. While realizing he was fine, a stream of yellow liquid flowed from his pants to the ground. From today on, in the rescue building area, sanitation fees and management fees for the guard team are all waived. After Lin Chen left, Zhang Shihong stood at the shop entrance, looking at the onlookers, and hurriedly left after leaving a remark. Lu Bingran, kneeling on the ground, quickly followed. He knew he was about to face a storm, having lost such a significant person from the guard team. Zhang Shihong would definitely not let him off easily. Wu Sihai, accompanied by Wu Zhinya, had the madman carried away and coldly said, You handle this person yourself. Notify the other hall masters to hold a meeting at headquarters. I want to see how many people from the Black Dragon Society you've collected. As the two groups left, the surrounding merchants erupted in joyous cheers. From today on, for the next month, we at the Fashion City will have all products at 30% off. How long Food City, half price for a week, everyone is welcome. 30% off for half a month. As more and more merchants began to offer discounts, everyone started to spread the word, and within 10 minutes, the entire commercial street knew about the news. That young master is a good person. Yeah, this has really lowered the consumption at the rescue building. Exactly. It's because of all these ridiculous protection fees that the prices in the commercial street are so high. To make the guard team admit defeat, this young man's backing must be impressive. Who cares if it's impressive or not? Doing good deeds makes him a good person. The merchants and residents of the rescue building were celebrating enthusiastically, while Lin Chen had his eyes fixed on Wang Miao, noticing that she seemed to be in some trouble. About 5 kilometers from the rescue building, commercial street was the largest electrical appliance and furniture city in Bai City. At this moment, Wang Miao was surrounded by a group of people who were constantly shoving flyers into her arms. Beautiful lady, take a look at our appliances. This is the place with the best cost-performance ratio in the entire appliance city. Beautiful lady, do you need furniture? All solid wood furniture. Solid wood is rare these days. Beautiful lady, all our appliances are brand new, unlike some people selling second-hand goods. Beautiful lady. A crowd surrounded her, and Wang Miao felt her head buzzing. She never expected that an appliance city would have so many salespeople. Let me take a look first. Okay. She held 7 or 8 flyers in her hands and kept receiving more. If she didn't take them, these salespeople would continue to swarm around her. While taking the flyers, she also had to nod along, or else the salespeople would think she hadn't heard and would keep chattering away. Lin Chen, watching this scene from above, couldn't help but smile, revealing his teeth. He had never seen Wang Miao in such a predicament. Seeing her struggling to cope, Lin Chen couldn't bear it any longer and directly pulled her to his side. Hey, where did she go? Gone to hell? Wearing an invisibility cloak to buy appliances? Must be an invisibility technique. The salespeople surrounding Wang Miao were baffled when she suddenly disappeared. However, they quickly found a new target, surrounding a family of 3 who had just entered the appliance city and began to enthusiastically promote their products. Originally surrounded by salespeople, Wang Miao felt a tremendous pull and instantly understood that Lin Chen had arrived, letting out a sigh of relief. Standing next to Lin Chen, Wang Miao sighed. What is this? Selling things? This is completely robbing people. It's so late. These salespeople are really dedicated. Those who come to sell are mostly housewives, out to earn some living expenses. Of course they have to compete for customers. But why don't you go to the west side of the appliance city? Over there, it's all high-end appliances, and the salespeople aren't this crazy. Upon hearing this, Wang Miao was furious. I followed the navigation and rode a shared bike here. This broken navigation must have accessed my big data? I navigated to the appliance city, and it brought me here directly. So it means I'm poor and only fit to come to the east. When I want to go to the west, it tells me the route is blocked. Seeing Wang Miao fuming, Lin Chen wrapped his arm around her waist. Let's go, I'll take you to the west. The two instantly teleported to the west side of the appliance city, where the shops were much more luxurious than in the east, and the staff stood at the entrance with good manners, not rushing over like in the east. By the way, how did you handle that situation over there? Wang Miao leaned on Lin Chen's shoulder, feeling incredibly content. The sanitation fee for the rescue building has been cancelled. Really? Wang Miao asked in surprise. Would I lie to you? Thank you. She knew that Lin Chen took care of this matter entirely because she had tried to handle it twice and he didn't want to disappoint her. Is that all? I offended quite a few people. So what do you want? Upon hearing this, Wang Miao knew Lin Chen was teasing her. After living together for so many years, she could tell the truth from his tone. How about I pledge myself to you? Lin Chen said with righteous indignation. You're being ridiculous. Hurry up and go buy something. Wang Miao gave Lin Chen a light slap on the back, her face turning red. Ha ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily, bringing Wang Miao down to the ground. Seeing the two descend from the sky, the surrounding staff's eyes lit up, but due to the store's rules, they didn't dare to approach customers casually. High-end brands required customers to come to them. These salespeople were not allowed to swarm customers like market vendors. However, they all had a voice in their hearts shouting, "Come to me! Come to me!" Those who could work as salespeople here were not foolish. They knew that one of the two was definitely a master of the mountain-moving realm, a walking alliance currency, and as long as they provided good service, the commission would be substantial. Which brand should we buy? The appliance city was called a city because it resembled a small town filled with appliance stores. The east was mostly low-end brands competing, while the west was a gathering place for high-end brands. With Lin Chen's current financial capacity, he couldn't buy low-end items that would break down in no time. He didn't have the time to repair them. There were good low-end brands, but they focused on making only one type of appliance, and he didn't want to be bothered running around. Let's buy Long brand. This is a brand from Long country, and the quality is guaranteed. Alright. Lin Chen had a good impression of the Long brand. It had existed even before the Earth Star mutation and was already a first-tier brand back then. After the Earth Star mutation, there weren't many brands left because, in this era, to establish a good brand, not only did the quality have to be good, but the owner's cultivation level also had to be high. If the owner's cultivation level was low, their influence would diminish, and hiring a high-level cultivator for endorsement might not even cover a year's profit. The long brand sign was very eye-catching, featuring a dragon soaring through the clouds, with no words, just this one image. Welcome to Long Brand Appliances, may I ask what you two need? Seeing the two dragon brand salespeople descend from the sky, she watched as they walked towards her, her eyes sparkling. I recently bought a villa and need to purchase all the furniture. Please have your designer come over and design according to my villa's blueprint. Upon hearing this, the salesperson's eyes lit up and even their teeth began to chatter. This way, please. The salesperson, excited, spoke with a slight tremor. Under the salesperson's guidance, a dedicated designer quickly provided an electrical layout based on Lin Chen's villa design. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this design? Lin Chen shook his head. Let the person in charge at my home take a look. He then pointed to Wang Miaomiao, who blushed and hurriedly took the tablet from the designer's hands. It looks nice, but isn't this too expensive? These appliances cost over 3 million, and if we add the smart system, won't it be over 6 million? Wang Miaomiao frowned, feeling a bit pained about the money. Although she knew Lin Chen saved quite a bit buying the villa, money shouldn't be spent so freely. The higher end the appliances, the more expensive the compatible smart systems. Don't worry, Brother Li will help us with the smart system. The internal system of the demon exorcism guard is better than the systems on the market. Lin Chen gave Wang Miaomiao a reassuring look. The designer beside them immediately chimed in. If we have the demon exorcism guard smart system, there's really no need to buy a separate one. Their internal smart system is several generations ahead of those on the market. That's it. Arrange for someone to deliver it to me tomorrow. Seeing Wang Miaomiao's hesitant expression, Lin Chen made a decisive call. After leaving the address and paying, the two hurried off to the furniture city. After careful selection, they decided to choose Dragon brand furniture, as only Dragon brand continued to uphold the style of Dragon country furniture. After purchasing the appliances and furniture, Lin Chen took Wang Miaomiao back to the hospital. I'll head back first, you should get to bed early. At the hospital room door, Lin Chen and Wang Miaomiao said their goodbyes. The high-end ward had a dedicated patient companion room, and there were two of them, so Wang Miaomiao and Wang Ziyi had been staying in the hospital. Hey, wait, is there anything else? Lin Chen, who had already turned around, looked at Wang Miaomiao curiously. Smooch. Wang Miaomiao quickly pecked Lin Chen's cheek and immediately fled back into the ward. This girl. Lin Chen smiled, touching his right cheek, as if he could still feel the warmth of Wang Miaomiao's lips. Back in the rescue building, it was already 11 at night. Lin Chen lay in bed, looking at the system panel. It had been 4 days since he broke through to the overturning sea realm, and he had gained 320,000 attribute points. Lin Chen activated his absolute domain, intending to add 100,000 attribute points to his comprehension to gain a deeper understanding of the laws of space. However, just as the thought arose, a sense of crisis surged within him. Still not possible? Feeling this sense of crisis, Lin Chen knew it was a warning. This sense of crisis had appeared once before when he was probing into the soul, and with that experience, he was now cautious about taking rash actions. It seems I still can't probe deeper into the essence of space in the overturning sea realm. Lin Chen murmured to himself, allocating the remaining 300,000 attribute points entirely to strength. Host, Lin Chen, Physique, 740,285, Strength, 202,9414, Spirit, 2,999, Comprehension, 10, Attribute points, 0. As his cultivation level increased, the attribute points required for each level also grew. Now it took 24 days to advance a level, and that was under the condition that his physique attributes were sufficient. Once he reached the third stage of overturning sea, the attribute points would be limited because strength could not exceed 5 times the physique. By the time it's necessary to raise the physique to 3 million to be sufficient, Lin Chen felt that the speed of upgrading was still a bit slow. It takes a full 7 months to advance from the sea overturning stage to the void-breaking realm. Lin Chen murmured as he opened the task panel. There were still 360 days left for the task, and if he advanced to the void-breaking realm after 7 months, he would only have about 150 days left for the task. Perhaps by the time he reached the 8th stage of the sea overturning realm, he could try to sneak into some small rifts to steal an energy core, but right now, going for the energy core was unrealistic. Not to mention whether he could defeat the beasts guarding the core, he was afraid that during the fight, the beasts would destroy the core. Even if the task was completed, he would still end up dead along with the collapsing rift. Last time, the 7th rift was fortunate enough to have a bit of energy core left, and the rift mouth hadn't closed, otherwise, both he and Gu Minglan would have died in the 7th rift. Lost in thought, Lin Chen fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Chen went to the city center hospital to pick up his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Wang Miaomiao. They were moving today and needed to install the smart system, which was quite busy. Tomorrow was also Li Changqing's engagement, so he would be busy for another day. Lin Chen organized everything in the rescue building, throwing away everything that needed to be discarded. He only kept a few photos, discarding the rest since they had already bought a new villa. However, it was different with his mother-in-law. She wanted this and that, even insisting on moving a frying pan. Lin Chen had to persuade her repeatedly to give up on that idea, as it was pointless to bring such things over. After tidying up for half a day, he was busy from morning until 11 o'clock noon before everything was finally organized. Lin Chen teleported the three of them along with a pile of boxes directly to the villa, and it was the first time his mother-in-law experienced teleportation, which startled her greatly. His villa was located at the very top of the mountain, and the first stop of the melted snow from another high mountain was here. The entire villa covered 3 acres with one main building for auxiliary buildings, 2 storage rooms, and 2 gardens. The front yard garden even had a small fountain, with water brought in from a stream. Xiaomu, this villa must have cost a lot, right? Looking at the palace-like villa before her, Zhang Suifang couldn't help but ask. She had seen pictures of villas before, but she had rarely seen one of this scale in the albums. She used to have a dream of living in a villa, but gradually, life had worn down her edges, and she never expected that after being poor for half her life, her dream would now become a reality. Not at all. My friend helped me get a discount on this villa. It wasn't expensive at all. The group chatted as they walked, while the installation workers inside were busy with furniture and appliances, dozens of workers bustling around the entire villa. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, money can make the devil push. The mill. By the end of the morning, most of the appliances in the main building had been installed, with only a few monitors still being debugged, and the auxiliary building was also nearing completion. The progress on the furniture was slower. The cabinets in the main building had just been nailed down, and the beds hadn't even started installation, while the auxiliary building hadn't begun at all. More than 30 workers, over 20 of whom were furniture installers, were busy in the villa. Fortunately, all the furniture was custom-made, so there was no need for on-site sewing, and there were no formaldehyde or other messy substances. It could be used immediately after installation. The group strolled around the villa, and after discussion, it was decided that Lin Chen and Wang Miaomiao would stay in the main building, while Wang Ziyi and Zhang Suifang would stay in the auxiliary building on the left side of the main building. Since they weren't engaged yet, Wang Miaomiao had already said they couldn't sleep together for now, so they each occupied a separate room. After confirming the rooms, Lin Chen placed everyone's belongings in their respective rooms. Just as they were about to start organizing things, Li Changqing arrived with his wife. Lin Chen, let me introduce you, this is my wife, Fan Meiting. Li Changqing said, shaking Fan Meiting's hand as he introduced her. Hello, sister-in-law. Lin Chen greeted, introducing Wang Miaomiao and his father-in-law and mother-in-law to Li Changqing. After chatting for a while, Wang Ziyi and Zhang Suifang went to the annex to tidy up their things, unable to join in on the young people's conversation. Wang Miaomiao then took Fan Meiting to her room. Women always had the most to talk about, and soon he heard the sound of silver bells-like laughter coming from the second-floor room. Before long, 2 demon-slaying guards in uniforms walked in. Directorly, the smart system on your side has been installed. Get the smart system here installed as well, and then you can go back. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. It's what we should do. The 2 demon-slaying guards nodded at Lin Chen while carrying a large pile of items and then walked into the villa. Lin Chen and Li Changqing went to a nearby pavilion, unpacked a new set of tea utensils, and started drinking tea. Lin Chen, did you treat Zhang Shihong yesterday? Not really, just leaving the rescue building, helping the neighbors one last time. As they chatted idly, Lin Chen felt that Li Changqing had something to say but was hesitant, constantly changing the subject. Brotherly, do you have something to say? Li Changqing sighed, indeed, I have a request. Just say what you need. Since we met, you've helped me a lot. Why are you being so shy about asking for my help? Then I'll be straightforward. Aren't I getting engaged tomorrow? The hotel and everything are booked, but Meiting's dad suddenly backed out. Li Changqing sighed again. This was the reason he was reluctant to speak. Family matters should not be aired, but now it seemed Lin Chen was the only one who could help him. What's going on? Getting engaged tomorrow and suddenly backing out today? Lin Chen was stunned. Was this even possible? Last night, he suddenly called and told Meiting to return to Kyoto. Sister-in-law is from Kyoto? Yes, she works at the Kyoto Research Institute and came to Baiqing for research. After we met, she has been here ever since. Then why did he suddenly back out yesterday? I don't think I can help with this. Lin Chen didn't know what to say. According to Li Changqing, Fan Meiting's family should have agreed, and if her father disagreed, it seemed there was nothing he could do. Actually, it's not that her dad disagrees, it's her brother who disagrees. You mean her brother doesn't know that sister-in-law is marrying you? He knows. Where has her brother been? He knew about the engagement long ago, and suddenly says he disagrees? Lin Chen frowned. This was truly like a melodramatic TV show. Just as they were about to get engaged, an older brother suddenly appeared to object. Her brother has been guarding the Yuqing No. 4 rift. He hasn't been home for 6 years and just returned last week. Her brother is a demon-slaying guard? Yes. The deputy city lord of Yuqing. Her family is basically ruled by her brother. TSK. Lin Chen frowned deeply. The deputy city lord of Yuqing was not someone easy to deal with. Originally, we planned to delay things, get engaged, and then let things naturally progress. but yesterday her dad said her brother has already set off to Baicheng to catch her. Li Changqing looked troubled. He had tried many connections for this matter, but none worked. Actually, sister-in-law's dad doesn't oppose it. He even leaked the news to you just to see if you had a way to deal with it. If not, then he would have to break you two apart. Lin Chen instantly understood the implication in Li Changqing's words. That should be the case, but I've searched through all connections, even asking the Grand Commander, but her brother just won't budge. So how do you want me to help you? He had already guessed Li Changqing's thoughts but wasn't sure if he was right. I want you to help me stop her brother. I want to hold the wedding with your sister-in-law directly. Tomorrow. Li Changqing looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes, knowing that only Lin Chen could help him now. The Grand Commander would not possibly intervene with the Deputy City Lord of Baicheng for such a matter. It simply didn't make sense. However, Lin Chen held no official position, so there were no bureaucratic entanglements to navigate. Directly getting married? Brotherly, you're burning your boats here. You need to think this through. Even if I manage to stop her brother, the subsequent matters won't be easy for you. Are you really going to spend your life without bringing your wife home? Besides, her brother, as the Deputy City Lord of Baicheng, could ruin you with just a snap of his fingers. Lin Chen looked at Li Changqing in surprise. This was not the Li Changqing he knew. Had he lost his mind? I know, I've talked to your sister-in-law. At worst, we can live an ordinary life. With my fourth stage in the mountain moving realm, I can at least support her. Seeing Li Changqing's earnest tone, Lin Chen understood that their feelings ran deep, perhaps not less than his own for Wang Miaomiao. If he were to be separated from Wang Miaomiao now, it would be impossible. If they faced such a situation, they would likely act even more recklessly. Given Wang Miaomiao's personality, if it came down to it, she might even choose to die with him. I want to ask, why doesn't your sister-in-law's brother agree? Is it simply because he looks down on you? Li Changqing nodded. Over the years, I haven't been able to provide Mei Ting with a good life, so her brother has always disapproved. We originally planned to secretly get married without telling her brother, but unexpectedly, he came home and didn't see Mei Ting, which is why he went to Baicheng to find her. Hearing this, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. That's a bit bullying, isn't it? You're now the director of the Baicheng office. Can he still treat you like before? What good is being a director? In his eyes, I still can't provide Mei Ting with a happy life. Is happiness measured by these things? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. It seemed that those who had long held power often had some bad habits. What realm is her brother in? Third stage of the ocean overturning realm. Li Changqing said awkwardly, which was also one of the reasons he found it hard to speak. Asking Lin Chen, who was at the first stage of the ocean overturning realm, to confront someone at the third stage was indeed a bit much. However, he couldn't think of anyone else. The Grand Commander wouldn't go, as it could easily worsen the relationship between the two cities. The only person he could think of was Lin Chen, whose spiritual combat skills were exceptionally strange. Perhaps it was worth a try. If you think you can't stop him, then don't go. Maybe this is just matings and my fate. Seeing that Lin Chen had not responded for a long time, Li Changqing could only sigh and say that making such a request was indeed putting Lin Chen in a difficult position. It's not that I can't stop him, I'm just wondering how a third stage of the ocean overturning realm can become a deputy city lord. Li Changqing looked puzzled. He thought Lin Chen lacked confidence, but he didn't expect him to be pondering such a question. Being a deputy city lord at the third stage of the ocean overturning realm is already quite good. Some city lords are only at the second stage of the ocean overturning realm, and our Grand Commander of Baicheng is only at the fourth stage, while the city lord is barely at the fifth stage. Lin Chen was stunned. This was not what he had imagined. That's not right. Zhang Tianwang, an honorary deputy city lord of Haicheng, is at the eighth stage of the ocean overturning realm. Li Changqing slapped his forehead. Sometimes Lin Chen was quite clever, but how could he be so slow to understand at other times? Kyoto, Haicheng, and Biancheng are the three largest cities in Longwa. Kyoto and Haicheng were cities even before the anomalies, and all three cities have populations exceeding 50 million. Therefore, the defensive power of these three cities is much higher than that of other cities. In contrast, in more remote places like Shacheng, the city lord is only at the first stage of the ocean overturning realm, which is also related to the number of fishers in the city. Moreover, Zhang Tianwang is an honorary deputy city lord. To obtain this title, one must have a high cultivation level. Zhang Tianwang's cultivation is the same as that of the city lord of Haicheng. Lin Chen heard Li Changqing's explanation and finally understood that the defensive capabilities of each city were different. He had thought that every city was governed by a lord and a grand commander designated by the Cultivators Alliance, so there shouldn't be much difference. The key was that those who didn't care about these things wouldn't bother to check, who would take the time to look up the information of the heads of over 60 cities. No, do you think the sea overturning realm is as common as cabbage? Seeing Lin Chen's suddenly enlightened expression, Li Changqing said with frustration. If he had the cultivation of the sea overturning realm, he should be able to be a deputy lord in White City, and he could have a very assertive conversation with Fan Junshi instead of being so passive like now. No, I just didn't understand, I was just asking. Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose. By the way, what's your brother-in-law's name? Fan Junshi. When is he coming? He should have set off this morning. At his speed, if he doesn't get delayed on the road, considering rest time, he should arrive tonight or early tomorrow morning. Li Changqing wasn't sure about the exact time, he could only estimate based on the flying speed of the sea overturning realm. The straight line distance from the capital city to White City is over 1600 kilometers, and the flying speed of a third-tier sea overturning realm cultivator is about 300 kilometers per hour, but mental energy needs to be restored. He also had to account for the time spent avoiding storms on the road. If there were many storms, it could delay him, so Li Changqing could only give a rough estimate. Alright, I got it. I'll wait for him outside White City at 8 tonight. With me here, he won't get in. Are you sure? When have I ever done something without confidence? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Changqing recalled his reckless behavior at the 8th rift and quickly said, "You can block him, but don't go too far." He was worried that if the two really got into a fight, it would be hard to settle. Don't worry. By the way, you're holding the wedding tomorrow. Are the preparations ready? Not yet. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. You haven't prepared, so why are you telling me this? Li Changqing rolled his eyes back. I wasn't sure if you would agree, so why should I prepare so early? If you said you couldn't stop him, I was planning to take your sister-in-law and run tonight. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. When it came to bold moves, it had to be Li Changqing. Don't worry. As long as you can stop her brother, I can arrange the wedding. In a few hours. I have that much confidence. Alright, make the wedding a bit better. After I stop your brother-in-law tomorrow, I still want to come and drink to the wedding. Plenty. As long as we finish the ceremony tomorrow, I want to see how he can take Mei Ting away. Li Changqing was very clear in his heart. As long as the ceremony was held tomorrow, Fan Junshi would definitely not be able to take Mei Ting away. Once they had completed the ceremony, according to the current customs of Long Country, it would be settled. At that time, if Fan Junshi took Mei Ting away, it would be a violation of public decency, and as a deputy lord, he wouldn't dare to commit such a grave mistake. Moreover, taking her back would be useless. Others wouldn't marry Mei Ting again, and for the sake of his sister, he wouldn't do that. The Fan family's family rules also didn't allow him to do so. Don't worry, if I can't stop him tomorrow, I'll come to see you with my head. Lin Chen clinked glasses with Li Changqing, full of confidence. He was a second-tier sea-overturning realm cultivator and had comprehended the power of spatial laws. As long as his absolute domain wasn't broken, he was invincible. How strong could the mental energy of a third-tier sea-overturning realm cultivator be? It was only slightly stronger than his mental energy, so he wasn't worried at all. Thank you, Li Changqing said, quietly. Since last night, his heart had been hanging in suspense, and it had only just begun to settle a little. Let's go eat. Lin Chen smacked his lips. They had only eaten a few buns since morning. The 6 of them arrived at a restaurant outside the villa area, and along the way, Fan Mei Ting and Wang Miao Miao's chatter hadn't stopped. The two were as close as longtime best friends, hugging each other tightly. After finishing their meal, of course, they all went back to their own homes. Li Changqing and the others were preparing for the wedding, and they needed to pack things up. Miao Miao, I'll transfer you 5 million later, go buy some gifts. Is it about Mei Ting's engagement tomorrow? It's not an engagement, it's a wedding. Ha! Mei Ting told me it was an engagement. Their situation is a bit complicated. I'm going to help him solve this problem tonight, so he decided to get married directly tomorrow. Your sister-in-law should know, but she wasn't sure before, so she didn't dare to tell you too definitively. Wang Miao and Fan Mei Ting chatted for over an hour and got a rough idea of the situation. Xiaomu, luckily no one is stopping us. Wang Miao leaned against Lin Chen, feeling a bit sympathetic towards Fan Mei Ting. They clearly loved each other but had to face such a dramatic situation. Don't worry, no one can stop your husband. Lin Chen patted Wang Miao's back, knowing she was a bit anxious. At 6 in the evening, all the furniture and appliances were installed, and the smart system was set up. Zheng Suifang made the first meal in their new home, and for the first time, she felt cooking was so easy, having been used to the old equipment in the rescue building. Just pour everything into the cooking machine, set the flavor preferences, and it was done without lifting a finger. After dinner, she tossed the dishes into the dishwasher, and that was it. At 7 o'clock, Lin Chen instructed Wang Miao not to wander around and activated the villa's defense system. He then quickly teleported to the city gate, but this time he didn't fly over the gate. He had triggered alarms twice before, and the demon exorcist's chief had even sent him a message. However, the city gate was already closed, and with the pass given by Li Changqing, he was smoothly let through. Outside the city, yellow sand danced wildly in the air, and the weeds swayed in the wind, the breeze stirring the fine sand and gravel, creating a rustling sound. White City was built against the mountains, so there was only this one city gate. To enter White City through proper means, one could only pass through here. Fan Junshi, as the deputy city lord of Yuqing, certainly wouldn't climb over the mountains at the back to enter White City. In the night sky, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight poured down like water, but it was blocked by dust, leaving the ground still shrouded in darkness. Lin Chen found a dead tree 30 kilometers from the city gate, lay down at the fork in the trunk, and looked up at the sky. At 11 o'clock at night, the demon exorcists at the city gate began to change shifts. At 1 in the morning, White City also quieted down, and the group living the nightlife left the noisy nightclubs and bars. What's going on? Why haven't they come yet? Looking at his phone with only 7% battery left, Lin Chen frowned. He had been waiting for 6 hours, and if he hadn't been observing the movements at the city gate, he would have doubted whether Fan Junshi had already left. Bored, he added 1,000 to his mental attribute. His mental power was now at the 3rd level of the sea overturning realm, and the range of his absolute domain had reached 40 kilometers. With the remaining 80,000 attributes, he consumed energy recovery pills while increasing his physical attributes. After eating over 80 energy recovery pills, he had exhausted his remaining attribute points. However, the 10,000 physical points consumed for mental enhancement had been mostly replenished. Host, Lin Chen Physique, 70924885 Strength, 2029414 Mental, 3999 Comprehension, 10 Attribute Points, 0 Lin Chen looked at the panel. With this strength, he wasn't afraid of the 3rd level of the sea overturning realm. Even the 7th level wouldn't intimidate him. Even if Zhang Tianwen came now, he would dare to confront him. Yawn. Lin Chen yawned, suspecting that Fan Junshi might have been swept away by the storm. Just as he rubbed his eyes, he felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching White City. Although the speed wasn't very fast, it was much quicker than the mountain-moving realm. He knew that the person he had been waiting for nearly 7 hours had finally arrived. Fan City Lord, why are you running so fast? Fan Junshi was filled with anger. His obedient sister had actually decided to not return to the capital for a stinky boy and was even getting engaged. This was completely disregarding him, so she had rushed over from the capital just to bring Fan Mei Ting back. As he approached the city gate of Baichang, a voice interrupted his steps. Who? Fan Junshi squinted, his mental energy quickly covering the surroundings, and he saw a leisurely young man lying on the trunk of a withered tree ahead. Fan City Lord, you really made me wait. Lin Chen did not get up from the trunk. His absolute domain had already enveloped Fan Junshi, and as soon as Fan Junshi made a move, Lin Chen could instantly restrain him. Who are you? What is your purpose in waiting for me here? Fan Junshi was somewhat cautious in his impression. Chang did not have such a young expert in the sea-toppling realm. Me? I just want to facilitate a beautiful affair. Are you sent by Li Changqing? His brows furrowed. How could Li Changqing, a mountain-moving realm expert, command a sea-toppling realm expert to stop him? Not exactly sent. We are brothers. Brothers? I have never heard of Li Changqing having a brother like you. Then you are quite ignorant. I don't care who you are. Get out of the way. Fan Junshi snorted coldly and turned to run, only to find he couldn't move at all. You can leave, but wait until they finish their wedding ceremony, and I will naturally let you go. Lin Chen still lay on the trunk, chewing on a piece of grass, completely disregarding Fan Junshi. Mental combat technique? Fan Junshi struggled but found that his strength was completely immobilized. Break free! He shouted angrily, and his mental energy suddenly erupted, a terrifying aura, rising sharply. However, it was all thunder with little rain. As soon as his mental energy left his body, it vanished without a trace. Power of the laws? Void-breaking realm expert? Fan Junshi realized this was definitely not a mental combat technique. If it were, his mental energy would at least cause some fluctuation in the opponent's technique. However, the mental energy he had just unleashed had not stirred a single ripple. Sir, I have no enmity with you, I just want to take my sister back. Fan Junshi unleashed 2 more waves of mental energy and even used a mental combat technique but found it useless. I know, and I don't intend to do anything to you, I just want to fulfill my promise. As a void-breaking realm expert, aren't you afraid of the Dragon King's residents causing you trouble by openly blocking a deputy city lord like me? I am not a void-breaking realm expert, nor am I a member of the Cultivators Alliance. Why should I be afraid? Lin Chen stood up and instantly appeared in front of Fan Junshi. I don't understand one thing. Your sister likes Li Degu so much. Why do you want to break them apart? Humph. Li Changqing has been in Baicheng for so many years and is still just a section chief. How can I trust my sister to him? Is he worthy? I have long told him that without the cultivation of the sea-toppling realm or becoming a deputy city lord, I will never agree to their marriage. Fan Junshi snorted coldly, spouting a bunch of nonsense. My brother Lin Chen, how is he unworthy? Hearing this, Lin Chen compressed space to let Fan Junshi taste some pain. Ah! Fan Junshi cried out in agony. Since becoming a sea-toppling realm expert, he had never suffered such harm. You, a deputy city lord, what capital do you have to show off in front of me? Seeing that Fan Junshi could not bear it, he released the space compression, disdainfully saying. This Fan Junshi was very arrogant, thinking that just because he was a deputy city lord, he was invincible. Cold sweat continuously dripped down Fan Jun's forehead as he nervously watched Lin Chen, feeling that he could die at any moment if the other party wished it. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you're also brother Li's brother-in-law. Lin Chen shook his head and, with a flash, returned to the tree trunk to continue lying down. What do you want? Fan Jun shouted angrily. It had been a long time since he had faced such humiliation. As the deputy city lord of U City, who would not curry favor with him, I said, once their business is done, I will naturally let you go. Let me go. Fan Jun screamed in madness, but he was powerless. You two, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Just as Fan Jun was about to despair, a voice came from above, and he immediately looked up, joyfully shouting, Elder Gu, save me. Lin Chen also saw the person above and instantly teleported over, cupping his hands and saying, "Elder Gu, it's good to see you." Gu Minglan looked at Lin Chen in disbelief and said, "You brat. You're really a freak. It's only been a few days and you've reached the sea overturning realm? I have to thank that energy core for my rapid improvement." Lin Chen knew that talking about spirit herbs in front of Gu Minglan was pointless, so he directly shifted the blame to the energy core. After all, he wasn't lying, his current cultivation level was indeed closely related to the explosion of the energy core. "It seems that you've passively absorbed some of the energy from that energy core." Gu Minglan nodded, attributing everything to the energy core. "Why did you imprison Fan Jun in the middle of the night?" Gu Minglan glanced at Fan Jun, asking with some confusion. "It's nothing, just helping Li Chongqing with a little task." "Why did you suddenly come to Baicheng?" "I have some business in the border city, just passing by." "Elder Gu, save me. This kid completely disregards the Dragon King manner, imprisoning me here and openly provoking the Cultivator Alliance." Seeing that Gu Minglan and Lin Chen knew each other, Fan Jun immediately sought help, hoping to use the Dragon King manner to pressure Lin Chen. "Fan kid, it's not that I don't want to help you. But why did you provoke him? I can't manage him, you might as well call the Dragon King." Lin Chen had already transmitted the background to Gu Minglan and he didn't want to get involved in this mess. After saying that, Gu Minglan flew away without looking back. Watching Gu Minglan leave, Fan Jun was dumbfounded. Was this the Elder Gu he remembered, who was so clear about public and private matters? Recalling Gu Minglan's words as he left, Fan Jun knew he could no longer take his sister away. Seeing that Fan Jun no longer struggled, Lin Chen returned to the tree trunk to continue lying down. Time passed quickly, and the two remained in a stalemate until noon the next day. Lin Chen stood up from the tree and stretched. He decided to take on fewer of these jobs in the future. Staying up all night was truly too painful. Looking at the glaring sun in the sky, he took out his phone to check the time, only to find that it had long since shut down due to a dead battery. He turned his gaze to Fan Jun beside him, teleported in front of him, and soon used his mental power to retrieve a phone from Fan Jun's pocket. "What do you want? Don't be so nervous, I'm just checking the time." Lin Chen rolled his eyes at him. Fan Jun seemed to have some serious issue, as if he were rare in the sea overturning realm and needed a broken phone. "It's almost 12, the wedding is about to start. I need to get back." After glancing at the time on the phone, Lin Chen stuffed it back into Fan Jun's pocket. "What about me? Do whatever you want." Lin Chen teleported directly back to the city gate, not wanting to deal with Fan Jun. "Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the high hall." Husband and wife bow to each other. Ceremony complete. Lin Chen arrived at the hotel Li Chongqing had booked, and the ceremony was already halfway through. "Ah, I came a step late." He actually wanted to observe and learn a bit. After all, he and Wang Miaomio would definitely hold a wedding in the future, but unfortunately he missed the time. When he saw Lin Chen walk into the hall, Li Chongqing smiled, knowing that the situation was already settled. But when he noticed someone walking not far behind Lin Chen, he felt a bit flustered. "No way, he's coming too?" Lin Chen also sensed Fan Junshi behind him and directly fixed him in place. "I mean, are you sick? The ceremony is over, what are you still doing here?" "I'm Mating's brother, can't I attend my own sister's wedding?" Hearing this, Lin Chen let him go. This reason left him speechless. "I warn you, don't try any tricks on me, or I'll beat you up so badly that your dad won't recognize you." Lin Chen transmitted the message with a grin. There were too many people here. As the director of the Bi-City Cultivators Alliance office, Li Chongqing was overwhelmed by the number of attendees. This hotel was the largest in Bi-City, and even with the entire floor booked, it felt a bit crowded, enough to show how many people were present. In such a grand occasion, Lin Chen couldn't keep a straight face and could only walk in with a smile. Li Chongqing and Fan Meiting were also nervously sweating. However, after Fan Junshi walked in, nothing much happened. He was directed to the first table, which was for the bride's family. Fan Junshi sat at the table, silently drinking. Others looked at him curiously. Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Cheng'an also saw him, but sensing the wrong atmosphere, they didn't go over to greet him. Li Chongqing glanced at Lin Chen and seeing him nod, he took Fan Meiting's hand and went down to toast. Li Chongqing's parents had passed away, and he had no close relatives, so there were no elders on his side, only a few distant relatives, and they could only start toasting from Fan Junshi. "Brother, please drink." His voice trembled a bit, and his hand holding the wineglass started to shake slightly, fearing that Fan Junshi would suddenly explode. "Li Chongqing, you have a good brother. This time I'll let you off the hook." "Li Chongqing, you better treat my sister well. If I find out you bully her, I won't spare you." "Meiting, congratulations." Fan Junshi took the wineglass from Li Chongqing's hand and downed it in one go. After this drink, Fan Meiting's eyes turned red, almost crying. "Don't cry. It's a pity that mom and dad didn't see you get married." Seeing Fan Meiting about to cry, Fan Junshi smiled at her and said regretfully, he was here to take Fan Meiting away, so he naturally didn't bring their father, not expecting to be stopped by Lin Chen outside Bi-City for a whole night without being able to move. At this moment, Lin Chen walked over and quietly said in Li Chongqing's ear, "Call your father-in-law and have him wait at the gate of Kyoto, I'll go pick him up." Li Chongqing frowned. It's too far, and it would be too late to bring him over. Plus, there are many storm zones on the way. Lin Chen pouted, "You still don't believe me? I said I'll pick him up and I guarantee he'll be at your wedding. I'm leaving now, remember to call. I won't go into Kyoto. Seeing Li Changqing still hesitating, Lin Chen instantly teleported away, leaving behind a mental transmission. Li Changqing's hand hadn't even reached out when Lin Chen was already far gone, so he could only take out his phone to call his father-in-law. When the father-in-law received the call, he was stunned. Originally thinking his son was organizing the wedding, but unexpectedly it turned into a congratulatory visit. As an old father, he was anxious about not attending his daughter's wedding. However, hearing that someone was coming to pick him up, he felt it was inappropriate, too far, and unsafe. Who knew his son would say to just wait outside Kyoto, so he reluctantly left Kyoto. Lin Chen went all out. With a distance of 1600 kilometers, he teleported at a speed of 40 kilometers per second, and in just 2 minutes, he had already arrived at the gate of Kyoto. If it weren't for avoiding 2 storm zones, he could have reached Kyoto in a minute by taking a shortcut. While waiting for Li Changqing's father-in-law to arrive, Lin Chen wandered outside Kyoto. Kyoto truly lived up to its reputation as a grand city. The city gates were much larger than those of Bai City, and there were many more guards, all of whom were quite skilled, with the lowest being at the 10,000 cauldron realm. Unlike Bai City, where the demon-slaying guards were only at the 4th stage of Thousand June. Before long, an elderly man with graying hair rushed over with a group of people. Lin Chen immediately recognized that this old man was Fan Mating's father. The elderly woman beside him looked just like Fan Mating. "Excuse me, are you Fan Mating's father, Fan Zhenyu?" "I am. Are you Mr. Lin?" Fan Zhenyu nodded quickly, glancing behind Lin Chen and noticing there was no plane. He asked, somewhat puzzled, "How are we departing?" Lin Chen smiled. "Are all these people going to the wedding?" Yes. They are all my relatives." Hearing Fan Zhenyu's response, Lin Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the Fan family to be such a large clan, with over 100 people. "Please wait a moment, we will return to Bai City immediately." Lin Chen's absolute domain enveloped everyone, and before they could react, they had already teleported 40 kilometers away. What is this? Spatial transfer? Who is this person? What kind of ability is this? I don't know, I heard he is a friend of your uncle. Lee, Mom, can I also become a powerful person like this uncle in the future? Of course. The relatives of the Fan family were buzzing with discussion, and 2 minutes later, they appeared outside the banquet hall. Is this it? Fan Zhenyu couldn't quite grasp it. They had covered over 1,000 kilometers in just 2 minutes? In his impression, even a void-breaking realm master couldn't achieve such speed. No wonder his son agreed to this marriage. It turned out that Li Changqing had such a formidable friend by his side. A large group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention. Fan Meiting, holding Li Changqing's hand, ran up to them, quietly crying, "Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, second uncle." Fan Zhenyu looked at his daughter, dressed in a phoenix crown and bridal gown, nodded, tears streaming down his face, and quickly responded. Li Changqing was both shocked and delighted. He was happy that Fan Meiting's family had all come, fulfilling her long-held wish. He was shocked at how Lin Chen was so extraordinary, bringing people back from the capital in less than 10 minutes. Fan Junshi looked at his parents and wife, equally astonished. He had thought Lin Chen was boasting, wanting to diminish Lin Chen's prestige, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. He knew his parents couldn't travel that quickly and would have to wait for others, meaning Lin Chen had made a round trip from Kyoto to Bai City in about 5 minutes. He finally understood Lin Chen's words. His brother Lin Chen was indeed more than enough for his sister Fan Junshi. He glanced at Li Changqing, realizing that his brother-in-law had hitched himself to a powerful ally. Beside them, Zheng Hongyuan and Ying Chang'an were also dumbfounded. They had only come to attend Li Changqing's wedding and serve as witnesses, but they hadn't expected to witness such an astonishing scene. Has this kid's spatial laws improved? I don't think so. He must have advanced to the ocean-toppling realm, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to be this fast. Do you think the mental strength of the mountain-moving realm is enough? If that's the case, isn't this kid now invincible below the void-breaking realm? With this speed, even void-breaking would find it hard to catch up. This is incredible. No wonder the Dragon King values him so much. He's simply a monster. Zheng Hongyuan and Ying Chang'an communicated telepathically, both seeing the incredulity on each other's faces. His cultivation speed is too fast. I've been at the 5th stage of ocean-toppling realm for 3 years with no progress, and this kid went from Thousand June to ocean-toppling realm in just a month. He's simply not human. As Ying Chang'an listened to Zhang Hongyuan's transmission, he pursed his lips and remained silent. Wasn't he the same? Lin Chen sat down next to Wang Niumyo and began to eat. He had consumed over 80 energy-replenishing pills the night before and hadn't had breakfast, so his mouth felt as dry as a bird. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Everyone at the table stared at Lin Chen, who had just sat down, all looking at him in shock. Those who could attend Li Changqing's wedding were either relatives or wealthy dignitaries. They had never seen anyone eat like this at a wedding. Wang Miaomiao felt a bit embarrassed by the stares and quickly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen, holding a chicken leg, glanced at the others at the table and noticed that no one else had moved. He was the only one devouring his food. Ahem. I'm hungry. He placed the chicken leg back in his bowl and said awkwardly. Before long, Li Changqing came over to toast. After toasting the people from his father-in-law's side, he raised a glass with Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chang'an, then hurriedly brought Fan Meiting over. This table was filled with the top tycoons of Baicheng. Originally, Li Changqing intended to seat Wang Miaomiao at Zhang Hongyuan's table, but Lin Chen said he didn't like those formalities, so they were arranged here instead. The other wealthy guests were astonished to see Li Changqing approach. There were many high-ranking municipal officials and members of the Cultivators Alliance at the other table. Instead of toasting them first, Li Changqing came to their table, leaving them feeling flattered. Director Li, congratulations. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks. Li Changqing finished his drink and the other tycoons sat down. When they saw Li Changqing lift another glass, they were pleasantly surprised. Toasting 3 cups was the highest form of etiquette. Just as they were about to stand up again with their glasses, they realized that Li Changqing wasn't drinking with them but was handing the glass to the young man who was eating so voraciously. Brother Lin, thank you today. My wife and I toast you both 3 cups. Li Changqing handed the drink to Lin Chen, who casually accepted it and smiled. I won't say any polite words. Come over to my house to play often and have a baby soon. We'll arrange a marriage for the kids. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing grinned widely and quickly replied, definitely, definitely. Looking forward to your wedding with Miao Miao. Wang Miaomiao, blushing, remained silent, merely drinking quietly. Inside, she was thinking, this little Mu is getting more and more outrageous with his words. The other tycoons at the table were wide-eyed. This unknown young man was being toasted by both Li Changqing and his wife. This was only done for extremely respected individuals, such as parents, elders, or superiors, and toasting 3 cups meant that everyone understood this young man was not simple. After finishing the 3 cups, Lin Chen patted Li Changqing on the shoulder. Brotherly, you go ahead and get busy. Alright, then I'll go to another table first. Let's have dinner together tonight. Fan Meiting also said to Wang Miaomiao, Miaomiao, we're having a family dinner tonight. Bring your uncle and aunt along. Definitely. Wang Miaomiao nodded. Her parents were at the hospital for treatment today, so they couldn't come, but she would definitely go tonight, as the 2 families would surely have close ties in the future. The other tycoons were feeling anxious. A family dinner? That was not something just anyone could attend. After Li Changqing and his wife left, Lin Chen took Wang Miaomiao straight to Zhang Hongyuan's table. Miao, I'm going to get you a new job. The other tycoons were even more astonished to see the 2 walking towards Zhang Hongyuan's table. How had they not built a good relationship? Especially when they saw Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chang'an stand up voluntarily, they realized they had missed a chance to advance their connections. Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chang'an stood up immediately when they saw Lin Chen approaching with people. Now Lin Chen was at the same level as them, and they could no longer treat him as a junior. The table was filled with powerful executives from Baicheng, and when others saw Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chang'an standing, they also rose to their feet. They didn't know the background of this young man who could make the city lord and the Grand Commander stand to greet him, but since both the city lord and the Grand Commander stood up, they had no choice but to do the same. Only Zhang Shihong stood up with his uncle right away. He knew Lin Chen's background. Old Zhang. This must be City Lord Ing. Lin Chen respectfully asked, looking at the imposing Ing Chang'an beside Zhang Hongyuan. After all, these 2 were his seniors. Although they were now at the same cultivation level, the respect was still necessary. Hello, Lin Chen. It's better to meet in person than to hear about you. Zhang Hongyuan didn't speak. Instead, Ing Chang'an took the initiative to speak. He knew this young man would one day stand in a place they could only look up to, so he didn't put on any airs. Hello, Elder Ing. Lin Chen raised his glass and took a drink, and Ing Chang'an smiled and drank as well. Come, let me introduce you. Zhang Hongyuan began to introduce the people at a table to Lin Chen, while also warning everyone not to provoke this young man. This is the Deputy City Lord, Zheng Tianque. This is the head of Municipal Affairs, Fang Dawei. This is the head of the Demon Extermination Guard in Baicheng, Yu Manqing. This is Zhang Shihong from the guard team, whom you have met. This is... As Zhang Hongyuan introduced each person, Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. These were all the power holders of Baicheng. Although he didn't mingle in this circle, it wouldn't hurt to get to know them. Everyone, this is Lin Chen, the future star of Baicheng. Hiss. At this statement, everyone at the table gasped. Hearing Zhang Hongyuan praise Lin Chen like this, they all knew this young man was extraordinary. Old Zhang, you flatter me. Zhang Hongyuan's face turned serious. You brat, don't make me expose your secrets in public. Lin Chen chuckled. He knew Zhang Hongyuan must have already realized he had advanced to the sea overturning realm. By the way, when did you advance to the sea overturning realm? I haven't heard a thing. Zhang Hongyuan pulled Lin Chen aside, and Ing Chang'an joined them, forming a small circle to speak quietly. No one dared to eavesdrop. That would be courting death. I advanced right after returning from the 7th fissure. Senior Gu said I must have absorbed some energy from the core. Zhang Hongyuan and Ing Chang'an exchanged glances and sighed. Indeed, surviving a great disaster must bring future blessings. Everyone, let's raise our glasses and drink together. The 3 of them quickly gathered and dispersed just as fast. Ing Chang'an saw that others were still standing and quickly raised his glass to speak. Lin Chen took his glass, turned it around, and then drank it all in one go. After everyone sat down, Lin Chen took Wang Miaomiao's hand and walked to the middle of Zhang Hongyuan and Ying Cheng'an, old Zhang, elder Ying, this is my wife, Wang Miaomiao. Hello, old Zhang. Hello, elder Ying. A talented man and a beautiful woman. You both know about the matter with Zhang Tianwang. I want to help her change jobs. Lin Chen spoke directly. Where is she working now? Special logistics in the municipal office. Hearing this, Ying Cheng'an replied, that's indeed not very safe. Zhang Hongyuan nodded in agreement. Municipal personnel were too mixed. And if Zhang Tianwang really sent someone over, it could easily lead to trouble. You brat, you're really reckless. Zhang Tianfen can't stir up much trouble. Why kill him? He disturbed my Dao heart. He had to die. Sigh. So where do you want her to work? If it were up to me, staying at home would be best. Zhang Hongyuan frowned. He knew how troublesome Zhang Tianwang could be. He had dealt with him before. This person was insidious and cunning, a typical smiling tiger. I also said to let her stay at home, but the key is that she can't sit still. She just wants to come and see if you two have any good places to arrange. Zhang Lao pondered for a moment. This demon slayer guard was not a good place. For hiding, they had to run around everywhere, and the office was not safe either. How about this? You let Miao work at my city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion can still have people working? Of course, such a large city lord's mansion can't just have us few city lords. Ying Cheng'an suggested that Wang Miao go work at the city lord's mansion. This way, at least Zhang Tianwang's people wouldn't dare to play any tricks. The security level of the city lord's mansion was exceptionally high. Moreover, the city lord and deputy city lord, who were in the realm of Dao Si, worked inside, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Ying Lao, what does the city lord's mansion do? Let Miao go to the foreign affairs department. It's similar to the municipal logistics work? Miao, what do you think? Lin Chen turned to ask. As long as I don't have to sit at home idly, it's fine. Then, thank you, Ying Lao. Alright, I'll have someone transfer Miao's information to the city lord's mansion. Thank you, city lord. Wang Miao thanked Ying Cheng'an. She really didn't want to stay at home. She had been active since childhood, and staying at home was worse than death for her. But Lin Chen said the municipal office was not safe, so she could only follow Lin Chen's arrangement and change jobs. Lin Chen and the two of them drank a few more cups before returning to their original table. When the others saw the two return, there was a stir as they wanted to establish connections. But before they could get up, a piercing alarm sounded. Woo, woo, woo. Attention all residents of Baiqing, a special situation has occurred at Rift number 1. Please do not go outside and protect your personal safety. All Demon Slayer guards, assemble immediately at Rift number 1. All guard teams and reserves, assemble immediately. At the city gate. The originally noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Zhang Hongyuan and Ying Cheng'an immediately stood up and instructed those around them, go to the city gate to assemble right now. Everyone at the table quickly got up and rushed towards the door. Li Changqing, you're getting married today, stay here. Zhang Hongyuan ordered when he saw Li Changqing taking off his long robe. But, no buts, this is an order. After saying that, Zhang Hongyuan shot Li Changqing a glare and immediately flew towards the city gate. Fan Junshi also patted Li Changqing's shoulder. You stay here, there are so many people, we can't be without someone in charge. After saying that, he also got up and flew towards the city gate. Although he wasn't an official of Baiqing, resisting the alien beasts was the mission of the Earth humans, regardless of who was who. Brother, be careful. Fan Meiting knew she couldn't stop him and could only shout loudly. Don't worry, wait for me to come back for the family banquet tonight. Only Fan Junshi's faint voice came from afar. All the guests lost their appetite and got up to the window, looking towards the city gate. Li Dage, what happened at Rift number 1? There have been 9 alarms in the past 6 months. It basically triggers once every half month. I don't know the specifics either. I just know that the alien beasts at Rift number 1 are attacking the garrison point, and the attacks are very frequent. Li Changqing shook his head. In the past 6 months, the alien beasts inside Rift number 1 had gone crazy, attacking once every half month. At first, it was only first and second tier alien beasts attacking the garrison point, but later even 4th tier alien beasts started to attack. Moreover, these alien beasts seemed to be under some curse, completely disregarding their own lives, only knowing to charge outward. For hours later, the long-anticipated sound of the alarm being lifted still hadn't sounded, and some people in the banquet hall were beginning to feel anxious. Fortunately, Li Changqing was there, and his presence had a calming effect. Everyone quickly regained their composure. This isn't normal. Li Changqing was also feeling uneasy. The alarm had lasted too long, and the delay in lifting it was very unusual. In the past, alarms would typically be lifted within 3 hours, but this time it had been 4 hours with no end in sight. He kept refreshing the internal messaging group of the Demon Extermination Guard on his phone, but no useful information was coming through, only that the station point was still intact and that town number 1 had not been breached. Time continued to pass, and Lin Chen was constantly observing the direction of the city gate, where all the others, including Cheng En, Zhang Hongyuan, and Zhang Tianqua, were standing on the city wall. All the demon extermination guards were on standby outside the city, while the guard team stood ready inside the city gate with their guns, yet no sign of the beasts could be seen. At 5 in the afternoon, some guests could no longer bear their hunger and had already started a second round of dining. Li Changqing instructed the hotel to serve another round of dishes. Even those usually refined wealthy guests sat down to eat, unable to withstand their hunger any longer. After Lin Chen had eaten his fill, he packed 2 meals to go and went with Wang Miaomiao to the city center hospital. The city center hospital had no food reserves, everything was delivered by fixed hotels, and now that Baicheng was under alert, the hospital's food supply had also stopped. After watching his in-laws finish their meal, Lin Chen pulled Wang Miaomiao aside. Miaomiao, you stay here and don't open the door unless it's necessary. Where are you going? I want to go see Brother Li and check the situation, he should have the latest news. If anything seems off, I'll come back to find you immediately. Okay, be careful. After bidding farewell to the three, Lin Chen returned to the hotel banquet hall. Brother Li, how's it going? Seeing Li Changqing staring out the window, constantly refreshing messages, Lin Chen rushed over to ask. I don't know, it's already 6 o'clock. And there's still no news from the rift station point. Logically speaking, if they can't hold it, the beasts inside the rift should have already charged out. The laser cannons at the number 1 rift station point can only hold for a maximum of 2 hours. Should I go take a look? Absolutely not. Going out of the city at this time will get you killed by the defense system, which will mistake you for a beast. Li Changqing quickly stopped Lin Chen's idea. The defense system of Baicheng was no joke. Once activated, even a Void Realm Master would be in serious trouble. Lin Chen also felt that something might go wrong at the number 1 rift, but after 6 hours had passed, what did it mean that there was still no movement? Could it be that the Void Realm Masters and the 5th-tier beasts were engaged in battle inside the rift? By 7 in the evening, the sun had dipped behind the mountains and the sky turned gray, filling Baicheng with a solemn atmosphere. Everyone now knew that the disturbance at the number 1 rift was abnormal and prayed that the beasts would not emerge. Beep beep, beep beep. Suddenly, Li Changqing's phone received a flood of messages and he quickly began to check. What's going on? Lin Chen rushed over to ask. The rift station point has been breached. It was broken 2 hours ago. For 5th-tier beasts have entangled 3 Void Realm Masters, and all the scouts that went in have died, preventing any news from getting out. All the beasts have been gathering inside for 2 hours, and it took less than 10 minutes for town number 1 to fall. The latest news is that at least 300,000 beasts are heading towards Baicheng and are expected to arrive in half an hour. Li Changqing's hands fell weakly to his sides. Baicheng was in danger this time. What? Lin Chen couldn't believe it. These beasts had actually devised a strategy and knew to gather after breaching the station point. Over 300,000 beasts shouldn't be able to breach Baicheng, right? He once read about the defense system of White City in a book. The defense system of White City can at least withstand 500,000 beasts, and if utilized well, it can even deal with 800,000 beasts. 300,000 is not to be feared, but there are still beasts pouring into Earthstar from the first rift, and now it's not just the first rift. What do you mean? Lin Chen had a very bad premonition. White City might not hold out. The moment the first small town fell, the 9-headed python from the 8th rift also emerged, and the 8th small town has just announced its fall. Su Hushan and Zhu Yu died in battle. Aside from the 7th and 5th rifts, the other 4 rifts are also on the verge of collapse. No wonder Li Changqing felt so despondent. The situation was already this dire. Is Brother Ma dead too? Lin Chen thought of Ma Dahai, who always smiled and had a big belly, friendly to everyone. Ma Dahai is not dead. He brought back the people from the office and also brought back supplies. The news of the town being breached was spread by him. It's just a pity about Su Hushan and Zhu Yu. These two were the most loyal demon exterminators. Their wish was to guard the rifts and protect Earthstar. Li Changqing's voice became hoarse. Lin Chen also remembered the pedantic Su Hushan and the wise Zhu Yu. Although they had set a trap for him, they were indeed fighting for Earthstar, fighting to the death for their homeland. Good. People don't live long, while calamities last for 1,000 years. He sighed. 2 diligent demon exterminators had died, while the corrupt politicians in the city were well protected. How unfair is the way of heaven. Lin Chen, if White City is breached, please take Mei Ting and her family and escape. Li Changqing said solemnly. He had little hope for this beast siege. He knew that once White City fell, the only one who could escape would be Lin Chen, even if Sang Hongyuan and Ing Chang'an couldn't escape. Moreover, Lin Chen was not a member of the Cultivator Alliance. If he left, no one would dare to say anything. What about you? Lin Chen frowned, feeling that Li Changqing had a sense of sacrificing himself for righteousness. I am the director of the Cultivator Alliance. I cannot leave. Why not? According to the Alliance's laws, if the ruler flees in battle, the 9 clans are executed. Li Changqing shook his head helplessly. They seemed to be the rulers of a city, but once the city fell, they would have to accompany it to the grave. Just when both of them had lost hope for White City, a broadcast further fueled their despair, as if to shatter their confidence. Attention all residents of White City, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 8th rifts have fallen. From now on, all electricity in White City will be supplied to the defense system. We call on all cultivators to unite against the beasts and get through this difficult time. With united will, we will defend our homeland. Hold on to your beliefs and never back down. After the broadcast repeated 3 times, White City fell into darkness. All civilian and commercial electricity was cut off. In the streets, everyone trapped indoors rushed out, cries and shouts merging into one. In the banquet hall, everyone was in chaos, and Li Changqing could not stop them at all. In the end, only Li Changqing, Lin Chen, and Fan Meiting's family remained in the banquet hall. They were from the capital and had nowhere to go, with 2 young children already crying loudly. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble? Fan Meiting knelt before Fan Zhenyu and his wife, feeling guilty. Child, this is not your fault. In this era, no one knows when they will die. Fan Zhenyu helped her up. He had long seen through such matters. Being born in this era was their tragedy. Brotherly, how about I send them to the capital now? No, right now there are all kinds of beasts outside White City. Unless you guarantee not to linger in the air, otherwise you'll be trapped and killed by flying beasts. When White City falls, the beasts will go crazy and eat people. Only then can you escape safely. In fact, Lin Chen wanted to say that he wouldn't linger in the air at all, but to reassure Li Changqing, he had no intention of taking further action. With his speed, he could take everyone away the moment White City fell. Although over 100 people was a large target, Lin Chen was confident he could escape. Then let's go to the villa. I'll bring Meow Meow and the others over too. Okay. Li Changqing nodded. The villa area was far from the city gate, and after White City fell, the beasts wouldn't reach the villa area immediately. Before the sobbing Fan Meiting could react, Lin Chen enveloped them and brought them to Li Changqing's villa. After teleporting twice more, Wang Miao Miao and her husband Wan Ziyi were also brought over. Miao Mao, father-in-law, mother-in-law, stay here. The defense system here generally prevents anyone below the 10,000 ding realm from entering. If anything happens, send me a message immediately. Xiaomu, where are you going? As a resident of White City, I need to contribute to its defense. Be careful. Don't worry, as long as fit-tier beasts don't come, no one can trap me. Even if fit-tier beasts come, I can still escape. Wang Miao Miao looked at Lin Chen reluctantly. She knew his abilities but couldn't help but worry. Wang Ziyi and Zhang Cuifang also urged him to be careful. However, Wang Ziyi added, kill those beasts fiercely, but also pay attention to your own safety. As soon as he said this, he earned a slap from Zhang Cuifang. Lin Chen looked at his mother-in-law enforcing family discipline and kissed Wang Miao Miao on the cheek. Wait for me to come back. Then he took Li Changqing, who had already arranged his affairs and was reluctantly parting with Fan Meiting, and teleported directly to the city gate. As long as Li Changqing was alive, once White City fell, Lin Chen would definitely bring him back and wouldn't let him foolishly wait to die in White City. Inside the city, chaos continued. Everyone was embracing their loved ones in the streets, watching the situation at the city gate. In every crowded area of White City, there was a huge screen that usually displayed advertisements from the Merchant Guild, but at times like this, it would show real-time updates on the war. This screen would broadcast the latest battle conditions so that if White City fell, the residents would know to end their own lives. Being devoured alive by beasts was extremely painful, and sometimes they would be torn apart by several beasts at once. Besides those huddled together for warmth, there were also some brave individuals gathering at the city gate with various weapons. These people were mostly retired demon exterminators and retired guards, and Lin Chen even saw quite a few gang members. They knew that once White City fell, they wouldn't survive either, so they might as well fight for a chance at a brighter future. Lin Chen brought Li Changqing to the top of the city wall, where they could already see a mass of flying beasts gathering in the distance, followed by countless ground beasts. Zhang Hongyuan frowned, and Ing Cheng'an looked grim. A chilling atmosphere spread across the city wall, and everyone wore a gloomy expression. City Lord, Grand Commander, how's the situation? Lin Chen asked as he approached them. Not optimistic. All 6 rifts have been breached, and less than 1/10 of those who escaped have returned. It's estimated that at least 2 million beasts are heading towards White City. So many? That's not even a lot. The beasts from the 6 rifts add up to over 10 million, and there are still endless beasts coming out of the rifts. Ing Cheng'an's face was filled with worry. He had encountered such a situation in his 3 years in office and could only lament his bad luck. Is there no support from the Cultivator Alliance? Looking at Chang'an's expression, it seems that Bai City is going to have a hard time getting through this crisis, and the ancient city that has stood for 1,000 years might be destroyed in an instant. It has already been reported to the Dragon King's mansion, and they have sent several void-breaking masters to suppress the first crack. As for Bai City, we have to rely on ourselves. Can't the demon extermination guards from other places come to support us? Most cities are too busy taking care of themselves. Where would they find extra combat power to support us? Those who could help are too far away and can't make it in time. Zhang Hongyuan sighed as well. In fact, they had anticipated this situation long ago, but they didn't expect it to come so soon. What has happened to Earthstar recently? Lin Chen couldn't understand. From what he could see, the situation on Earthstar seemed relatively good. Why did they say that most cities were too busy to care for themselves? Cheng'an glanced at Lin Chen and shook his head, saying, the situation has improved a lot in the past decade, but the last 6 months have been quite unstable. especially with the first cracks in various places, fifth-tier beasts commanding their armies to crazily attack the cracks. It's reminiscent of 100 years ago. Lin Chen shook his lips. We survived 100 years ago, now our strength is so much greater than it was back then, and we have so many cultivators. Can't we hold on? Hearing this, Zhang Hongyuan smiled bitterly. 100 years ago, there weren't as many beasts, there were only 6 fifth-tier beasts at that time. Now, not to mention the entire Earthstar, just in Long Country, there are hundreds of fifth-tier beasts. We are growing, and the beasts are advancing too. Moreover, as the number of fifth-tier beasts increases, their attacks have become more organized. Lin Chen fell silent. If this was indeed the situation, it was only a matter of time before Earthstar was occupied by the beasts. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is their remaining capacity and combat power. A nest of beasts might have dozens or even hundreds left, while humans can only give birth to 2 at most at a time. Beasts can reproduce several times a year. For example, the iron-armored tortoise can lay hundreds of eggs in a single day. Humans must slowly improve through cultivation, while beasts can easily kill dozens of ordinary humans once they reach maturity. If it weren't for the demon extermination guards and armed forces stationed at the cracks to hunt the beasts, over the years, Earthstar might have already been lost. Today, Bai City is a perfect example. After those beasts broke through the station points, they even knew how to gather, which is the effect of having fifth-tier beasts in control. What exactly happened at the first crack? Lin Chen asked the most critical question. This time, the beasts attacking Bai City seemed to be due to a special situation at the first crack. In the past 6 months, there had been 10 riots at the first crack, and in his 22 years of life, it was Lin Chen's first encounter with such a situation. According to reliable sources, the energy cores of the first cracks in all cities are undergoing mutations. All fifth-tier beasts are guarding the energy cores, while other beasts have begun to attack Earthstar. The energy core of the first crack seems to be different from those of other cracks. Chang'an seemed to know little as well. He only knew that the beast riots were related to the energy cores, but he didn't know the specifics of that relationship. The mutation of the energy core was something Lin Chen had never heard of before. Moreover, no one could clearly explain what the energy core actually was. They only knew that the energy within the energy core was exceptionally rich. The last time he snatched an energy core from the hands of a demon flame tiger, he felt that this thing was not a normal substance and was extremely heavy. A fist-sized energy core weighed over 1,000 pounds. The 3 of them stood on the city wall, watching the beast horde like a black tide, analyzing the situation of the beast siege. Li Changqing had already returned to the office, mobilizing all resources to support the city gate. They're coming. As the sound of the ground shaking grew louder, the leading horde of beasts had already charged to within 2 kilometers of the city gate. Chang'an held a walkie-talkie in his hand and shouted, "Everyone listen up. Once the beasts enter a kilometer range, immediately initiate the attack." The guard team coordinated with the laser cannons to attack the flying beasts, ensuring that the beasts' offensive was slowed down. As long as we can hold them off, we still have a chance. On the city wall, thousands of laser cannons had already risen from within the walls. This was the strongest defense of White City. The 2-kilometer-long city wall was entirely made of steel, filled with laser cannons. Beneath the entire White City were countless energy storage batteries, allowing these thousands of laser cannons to bombard for nearly 2 hours, far more powerful than the firepower at the outpost. Outside the city wall, the demon exorcists had pushed forward, with nearly 30,000 demon exorcists from White City and those who had escaped from the rift, forming a human wall outside the city wall. Over 50,000 members of the guard team held laser guns, standing behind the demon exorcists, ready to attack at any moment. As soon as the laser cannons fired, their laser guns would spring into action. Inside the city wall, various reinforcements had arrived and were waiting at the city gate. It was not yet their time to take the stage. Dozens of mountain-moving realm masters formed a small team, poised on the city wall to intercept any flying beasts that slipped through, to prevent damage to the city's power system. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and all the residents of White City were holding their breath in front of the projection screens. Attack! As the swarm of beasts entered the attack range, Yi Chang'an made a decisive decision and immediately issued the attack order. Thousands of laser cannons activated simultaneously, turning the night into day. The targets hit by the lasers immediately ignited, and the ground was scorched black. 50,000 members of the guard team swept their laser guns towards the sky. A large number of aerial beasts fell from the sky, but there were still some that slipped through. The mountain-moving realm masters soared up, instantly eliminating hundreds of the stragglers. These were mostly first and second-tier flying beasts. A mountain-moving realm master could deal with hundreds with a single mental strike. Some of the beasts hit by the laser cannons were not dead yet, merely grazed, still charging forward fearlessly. The demon exorcists wielded standard long knives, taking down all the scattered beasts that had slipped through. These beasts don't seem that terrifying. Just this round of attacks has wiped out over 100,000 beasts. Lin Chen observed the first wave of attacks from White City, which had basically cleared the front line of beasts, and said somewhat dismissively, "These are just cannon fodder, the real offensive hasn't come yet." Zhang Hongyuan, however, appeared less optimistic. Although this wave had killed nearly 1/10 of the beasts, his heart felt particularly heavy. Most of those killed are first-tier beasts, there are few second-tier beasts, and none of the third-tier ones. The beasts are getting smarter, they let these low-combat beasts attract fire. The laser cannons have limited lethality against fourth-tier beasts, but look, these beasts die with just a touch, they are clearly not the main force. Yi Chang'an also wore a worried expression. While the results were good, the main force of the beasts had yet to appear. Charge the laser cannons and prepare. After explaining, he ordered the laser cannons to charge. Lin Chen felt that the two were being overly pessimistic. Out of 200,000 beasts, first and second tier beasts accounted for at least 90%. How could there be so many third and fourth tier beasts? After the front line of beasts was cleared, there was a 5 or 6 minute gap before the next wave of beasts advanced. Still, mostly first tier beasts. This is really strange. Lin Chen also noticed the incoming beasts, which were still the same. This posed a significant problem. First tier beasts had poor attack and defense capabilities and could not retaliate against the laser cannons at all. If the first and second tier beasts were nearly wiped out, the remaining third and fourth tier beasts would also be in trouble. Without cannon fodder, they would become the primary targets. Another round of laser cannons fired, and over 100,000 beasts fell dead on the spot. Outside the 2-kilometer defense line, various beast corpses were piled up, most of which had already turned to charcoal. However, after this wave of attacks ended, there was no lull. The beasts quickly replenished their ranks. Charge the laser cannons quickly, and don't stop the guard team's attacks. Yi Chang'an calmly directed with a walkie-talkie, knowing that the real siege had begun. A large number of first-tier beasts, in conjunction with second-tier beasts, were under the cover of flying beasts, making it impossible for the guard team's laser guns to keep up. Fortunately, the laser cannons charged quickly, and the incoming beasts were cleared again. But when Lin Chen saw that a large number of flying beasts had already approached within 500 meters of the city wall, he knew that the real war had come. At this moment, he also understood the beasts' purpose. First-tier beasts were merely cannon fodder, while the attacking beasts would use the corpses of the first-tier beasts as cover to evade laser attacks. Now, the guard team's laser guns had basically lost their effectiveness. The flying beasts scattered, and their hit rate was alarmingly low. Soon, some flying beasts charged up to the city wall, and dozens of mountain-moving realm masters spread out, extending the front line. Before the laser cannons could fully charge, the third wave of beasts had already reached the demon extermination guards, and both sides began close-quarters combat. Continue firing the laser cannons at the beasts behind, and the guard team coordinate with the demon extermination guards to eliminate the frontline beasts. All masters, block the flying beasts. We must not let them enter the city. Yi Chang'an remained calm. He was born in a time of turmoil and had experienced many wars. Surviving to become the lord of a city indeed required skill. However, when the beast army began to disperse and attack the 2-kilometer city wall, the defense formation of the demon extermination guards was quickly breached. The mountain-moving realm masters on the wall had to descend to assist, but once they left the wall, the pressure on it increased significantly. With the launch of a new round of laser cannon fire, a lot of precious time was bought for the demon extermination guards. But when a large number of third-tier beasts appeared, the pressure on the demon extermination guards truly escalated. Faced with thousands of third-tier beasts, the Chenkuan realm and Wanding realm demon extermination guards had no capacity to resist. Zheng Hongyuan and several deputy city lords also began to personally intervene to block the third-tier beasts, leaving Yi Chang'an alone on the city wall, staring intently ahead. There, he sensed dozens of powerful auras rushing toward Baicheng. Leave 100 laser cannons unmoved, charge the rest quickly for strikes. Yi Chang'an furrowed his brow on the wall. The current situation could barely hold. After several powerful figures from the Dalhai realm descended, the pressure on the demon extermination guards decreased significantly. Faced with a large-scale mental attack, even the third-tier beasts could hardly escape death. Lin Chen stood still on the city wall. He also sensed those powerful auras, and a few of them gave him a prickling sense of crisis. City Lord, haven't the fifth-tier beasts in the first crack been dealt with yet? Yi Chang'an shook his head. No news has come out. They are probably still entangled. Hearing this, Lin Chen knew that Baicheng was likely in real danger this time. He did not take action, wanting to reserve his mental energy for the arrival of the fourth-tier beasts, but with the emergence of those powerful auras, he realized that the absolute domain might not be able to contain them. City Lord, let the laser cannons stop. Let the demon extermination guards and mountain-moving realm masters return. Lin Chen bit his lip, knowing that he could only take a gamble now. What do you mean? Conserve strength to face the upcoming dozens of fourth-tier beasts. I can handle these low-tier beasts. What he needed to do now was to clear out all the low-tier beasts and gather all the strength of Baicheng to deal with the fourth-tier beasts. Because he knew that with those powerful fourth-tier beasts around, his absolute domain would likely be broken. It was better to help kill the lower-tier beasts now, maximizing the preservation of strength. There are still over 1 million beasts here. Can you kill them all by yourself? Yi Chang'an looked at Lin Chen with some disbelief. He knew Lin Chen's spatial laws were quite abnormal, but could one person really kill over 1 million beasts spread over hundreds of kilometers? Don't worry. I have confidence. Lin Chen gave Yi Chang'an a reassuring look. And even if I can't do it, it's not too late for you to join in. Upon hearing this, Ing Cheng'en thought for a moment and immediately ordered through the intercom, "All laser cannons ceasefire, everyone retreat, all mountain-moving realm masters to the city walls." The demon-slaying guards and mountain-moving realm masters who were fighting were momentarily stunned. Why were they being ordered to retreat at such a critical moment? Wasn't it still not that extremely dangerous? Retreating now would let the beasts into the city. Everyone thought Ing Cheng'en was giving up the resistance, but as the command came through the intercom again, everyone could only stop their actions and shake off the beasts entangled with them. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Disobeying orders on the battlefield could lead to execution. The residents inside the city, seeing Ing Cheng'en commanding like this, all widened their eyes. To them, it seemed that both sides were evenly matched. Why suddenly order a retreat? Did something unpredictable happen ahead that forced Ing Cheng'en to order a withdrawal? How can we retreat? Is the city lord giving up on Baicheng? What are we supposed to do? Woo, I don't want to die. Inside the city, under the screen showing the battle situation, everyone was complaining. Outside the city, after everyone shook off the beasts, they found that the beasts did not chase after them but stood foolishly in place. What's going on? Why did the beasts suddenly stop moving? What kind of trick is this from the city lord? When everyone pushed to the edge of the city wall, they were shocked to find that all the beasts were completely still. Inside the city, all the residents of Baicheng watching the battle situation also quieted down, stunned by this scene. The camera shifted, revealing a young man standing in mid-air outside the city wall. Who is this person? I don't know. A mountain-moving realm master so young? Is the stillness of these beasts his doing? Impossible. With so many beasts, not even a sea-turning realm master could control them. Inside the city, discussions erupted, and everyone was confused about what was happening. Outside the city, everyone looked at Lin Chen, who was standing in mid-air, all eyes on him. The city lord's order to retreat must have a reason. Baicheng couldn't just give up for no reason. The only explanation now might be this young man outside the city wall. However, most people did not recognize Lin Chen, only a few knew him. Fan Jun whispered, "The youngest sea-turning master, who has comprehended the laws, let me see what tricks you have." Zhang Hongyuan squinted, "Lin Chen, can you do it?" Zhang Shihong stared at Lin Chen, one person challenging over 1,000,000 beasts? Are you crazy? Li Changqing saw Lin Chen step forward and silently encouraged, "Lin Chen, go for it. The lives of over 10 million people in Baicheng are in your hands." Yu Manqing looked at Lin Chen. "What means do you have to make the city lord and the grand commander compromise and let us retreat?" Ma Dahai, guarding supplies inside the city, looked at Lin Chen's figure and boasted to those around him, "See that? That's my brother." The person next to him rolled their eyes, having never seen someone so boastful. Ing Cheng'en just watched in silence. He had not witnessed Lin Chen's abilities, but from Gu Minglan he learned that Lin Chen's spatial laws were a war machine. Why isn't he moving? Seeing Lin Chen standing motionless on the city wall, some people began to murmur. Inside the city, everyone was focused on Lin Chen's every move, unsure of what he was up to. "What do you mean he's not moving? Can't you see? All the beasts near the city wall have stopped moving, and the ones behind them have also halted once they reached the designated spot." Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. What kind of trick is this? I don't know, just watch. Lin Chen was controlling all the beasts within a 40-kilometer radius with his absolute domain. He didn't kill them directly but waited for the beasts behind to enter the range before planning to strike them all at once. Feeling that the beasts outside the boundary of his absolute domain could no longer squeeze in, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and a powerful aura erupted from him. Die! With a low shout, the space within the absolute domain began to slowly twist and gradually tear apart, countless tiny cracks spreading across the 40-kilometer range in front of him. All the beasts were torn into chunks by the distorted space, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of beasts perished. Among them were not a few third-tier beasts, all dying tragically without even a cry of despair. The beasts behind, witnessing this scene, stopped in their tracks, afraid to advance further, and some third-tier beasts showed immense fear in their human-like eyes. This. Watching the beasts fall in droves, everyone's mouths fell agape, especially the masters of the mountain-moving realm and the ocean-overturning realm, whose mental energy revealed nothing but the corpses of beasts. Drones, equipped with high-definition cameras, extended outward until they saw the line formed by the beast corpses and the living beasts behind, before flying back. This scene was fully transmitted back to the screens inside the city, leaving everyone speechless. Then, a deafening cheer erupted within the city, and everyone joyfully embraced one another. "He is the god of war of Baicheng. He has come to save us. God of war. God of war. God of war." Everyone began to chant the title of God of War. They didn't know Lin Chen's name and could only refer to him this way. The cheers reached the city gate, and even the demon exorcism guards and the sentinels began to shout God of War. Fan Junqi's mouth fell open. His range of mental energy was similar to Lin Chen's, and he had witnessed the process of the beast's deaths with his own eyes. This unbelievable method was something he had never heard of. Ing Cheng'an also looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this something an ocean-overturning realm can achieve?" After saying this, he glanced at Zhang Hongyuan beside him, who shook his head, equally shocked as he looked at Lin Chen. "This child is beyond human. The title of God of War is well deserved. His gravity domain was also a range-based combat skill, but he believed he could not achieve such an effect. The size of the mental range did not equate to the size of the combat skill range. His mental energy could extend over 40 kilometers, but his gravity domain could not force all the beasts within the range to lie down. Zhang Shihong didn't dare to blink, staring blankly at Lin Chen. No wonder the Dragon King's mansion values him. This kind of combat power is simply beyond what a human can achieve. Li Chongqing murmured, "Are you really a reincarnated deity here to save the Earth Star?" Ma Dehai shouted within the city, "That's my brother, the god of war." Lin Chen returned to the city wall, his face pale, having suddenly collapsed the space within the 40-kilometer range. The consumption of mental energy was too great. "Are you okay?" Ying Cheng'an saw Lin Chen's pale complexion and immediately supported him, with Zhang Hongyuan also coming over. Lin Chen's combat power was the key to this defensive Baicheng. He could not afford to fall. "I'm fine, just overused my mental energy. I just need to rest for a bit." Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was not a big problem. With his physique and ability to absorb spiritual energy, he could recover in half an hour. Hearing this, Ying Cheng'an let out a sigh of relief and immediately spoke into the intercom, "Get into formation, stay alert." The demon-slaying guards and sentinels at the city gate quickly formed their ranks, but they were quite relaxed now. All they could see were the corpses of the strange beasts. Not a single one moving. Everyone was cheering, except for the dozens of fourth-tier strange beasts on the other side, whose faces were filled with shock. No matter how they tried to drive away the lower-tier strange beasts, these creatures dared not advance any further. Without cannon fodder to lead the way, they also did not dare to move forward. Although the laser cannons couldn't take their lives, they could still strip their skin. The fourth-tier strange beasts had witnessed the power of the laser cannons in White City. Under such firepower, even fourth-tier beasts would fall. They couldn't understand what had just happened. How could all the strange beasts die in an instant? And that torn space only added to their fear. At that moment, 3 fourth-tier strange beasts at the back of the line let out a roar, causing the other beasts to tremble, clearly terrified of them. The power of the laws. Does White City have a void-breaking realm master stationed here? It doesn't seem like it. It should be a sea-overturning realm who has comprehended the laws in advance. I don't think so either. The range is too small. The mental power range of a void-breaking realm is at least 100 kilometers. What do we do now? The smaller ones seemed too scared to move forward. The 3 fourth-tier strange beasts, speaking human language, had already refined their horizontal bones and were on the verge of advancing to the 5th tier. "Zhou Tu, use your charm. These cannon fodder are dead, but if we fail our mission, we'll be executed by the monarchs. I'll deploy my purple crystal barrier. The laser cannons won't break through for a while." A purple crystal magic bear, 2 stories high, said to the 9-headed python, "I agree, this is a task issued by the monarchs. It concerns whether we can advance to the 5th tier." A nearby even larger 4-armed magic ape also spoke up. The 9-headed python pondered for a moment, and a deep voice emerged from its 9 heads as a strange black ripple began to cover the lower-tier strange beasts. All the strange beasts that dared not advance, upon hearing this voice, became vacant-eyed and slowly began to move forward. The other 4th-tier strange beasts saw this scene and immediately followed closely behind. They knew that the 3 leading brothers were going all in. In White City, the residents also fell silent. There were no signs of strange beasts on the screen, but everyone knew that the beasts were not completely dead yet. Will the strange beasts come back? The alarm hasn't been lifted, so they should come back. There shouldn't be many strange beasts left. They probably won't come back. So what if they do? With the war god here, what is there to fear? The residents of White City felt particularly relaxed at this moment. They believed that this wave of attacks had severely weakened the strange beast army. "Don't talk, look." Just as people were letting their guard down, the strange beast army reappeared, but their numbers had significantly decreased, lacking that dense formation. Are those 4th-tier strange beasts following behind? So big? Someone with sharp eyes had already spotted the 4th-tier strange beasts following the army. Their massive size gave an overwhelming sense of pressure at first glance. Everyone pay attention. When the time comes, all laser cannons aim at those 4th-tier strange beasts. Let the other strange beasts in to kill. Ying Cheng'an raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected the strange beasts to reorganize their attack so quickly. When he was still a small soldier, he had never seen such crazy strange beasts. "How is Lin Chen doing?" After giving the order, he turned to ask Zhang Hongyuan beside him. "Still recovering. It's only been 10 minutes. At his recovery speed, it will take at least another half an hour." Zhang Hongyuan frowned deeply. He didn't know what was happening with the first crack, where 6 void-breaking realm masters were inside, and there had been no news coming out yet. Now all hope rests on Lin Chen, but Lin Chen has just used a large-scale mental combat technique and is definitely unable to recover in time. Let's see how the laser cannon performs against the 4th-tier beasts. If it doesn't work, we'll have to use the big weapon. Ying Cheng'an knows that with their strength, they cannot possibly stop so many 4th-tier beasts. Originally, he wanted the Void Realm Master to come and deal with these 4th-tier beasts. But now, with no movement from the first crack, they can only resort to the big weapon. Humanity has been fighting the ferocious beasts for nearly 100 years. If it weren't for atomic weapons, they would have been finished long ago. It is precisely because of these weapons that humanity can push the beasts back into the cracks. If we use the big weapon, the city gates will have to be rerouted. Zhang Hongyuan actually does not agree with this approach. After using the big weapon, it would take hundreds of years to recover, and the residual radiation would continuously corrode the surrounding environment. The current poor state of the Earth is closely related to the use of big weapons. Don't worry, we won't use the big one, just a small one. A small-scale big weapon won't have much impact on the environment. It shouldn't affect Baicheng. Otherwise, how can we stop so many fourth-tier beasts? Especially those last three. Do you dare to go up and fight them head-on? This is the only way we can do it. At least it can protect Baicheng. Ying Cheng'an also knows the side effects of using big weapons, but there is no other way now. It's better than letting the beasts break the city. Before long, the beast army has already arrived at the city gates. Although there are less than 400,000 remaining beasts, they are all second-tier and third-tier beasts, with first-tier beasts hardly in sight. Fire! Aim at the fourth-tier beasts and shoot. Demon exterminators charge forward, and the guard team will cover from behind. Ying Cheng'an decisively orders the attack. All laser cannons aim at the dozens of fourth-tier beasts and fire collectively. The white lasers converge together, gradually turning orange and finally becoming crimson, distorting the space as they pass. Oomph! Purple crystal barrier. However, what Ying Cheng'an never expected was that a purple barrier blocked all the lasers, and not a single one of the dozens of beasts was injured. Not even a hair was lost. Silver-winged rock, ghost-eyed demon eagle, destroy those turrets. Caw! The purple crystal demon bear roars, and two fourth-tier flying beasts spread their massive wings and rush towards the city wall. Deputy City Lords, engage! Ying Cheng'an shouts, and Zhang Tianqua and another Deputy City Lord directly confront the two flying beasts. Laser cannons, charge! I don't believe his purple crystal barrier can hold forever. Ying Cheng'an's eyes are filled with worry. This purple crystal demon bear is on the verge of advancing to the 5th tier. A beast known for its defense at this level might not even be killed by big weapons, especially the 9-headed python nearby, which is even more troublesome. 3 years ago, he and the Grand Commander couldn't kill it together, and now it seems to have grown by leaps and bounds, also nearing the 5th tier, cultivating with the energy core at an incredibly fast pace. The other 4-armed demon ape is from the 4th crack and is equally difficult to deal with, possessing incredible brute strength. The 4th-tier beasts from the 6 cracks are almost all out, and Ying Cheng'an can only pray for the Void Realm Master to arrive quickly. Grand Commander, it seems we might die here this time. Ying Cheng'an sighs. With so many 4th-tier beasts and 3 about to break into the 5th tier, even big weapons would be useless. Zhang Hongyuan instead laughs heartily. I've lived for 80 years, witnessing everything after the Earth's transformation. What does it matter if I die in battle today? Even if I die, I will take a 4th-tier beast with me. The demon exterminators have already engaged in battle with the beasts, but facing such a large number of beasts, they have no way to fight back. Although the masters of the mountain-moving realm were desperately killing the alien beasts when they were besieged by 2 or even 3 third-tier alien beasts, they could only fend for themselves. The laser guns of the guard team had lost their effectiveness due to continuous rapid firing. Fellow citizens of White City, whether we can successfully defend the city today depends on this one. Battle, kill, charge, slaughter these beasts. Inside the city, seeing the demon-slaying guards retreating step by step, all the cultivators who came to support rushed out of the city gate with their weapons in hand. With this new force's support, the demon-slaying guards managed to stabilize their position. After all laser cannons are fully charged, focus on killing the low-tier alien beasts on the ground, ignore the 4th-tier ones. Great General, let's join in too. After issuing the order, Ying Cheng'an glanced at Zhang Hongyuan and nodded at him. Alright, Zhang Hongyuan shouted, and the two quickly flew into the sky, charging towards the group of alien beasts below the city wall. Fan Junshi shook his head as he watched from the city wall. The two killing those low-tier alien beasts was utterly useless, as the 4th-tier alien beast still couldn't be dealt with, and White City was bound to fall. However, he also understood their intention to kill as many low-tier alien beasts as possible so that more citizens of White City could survive. No matter how strong the 4th-tier alien beasts were, without a numerical advantage, they couldn't kill too many people. Fan Junshi sighed and followed them down from the city wall. Kill those few human beings in the ocean-toppling realm. The 9 heads of the 9-headed python looked at each other, understanding what these 4th-tier powerhouses wanted to do, and immediately instructed the nearby 4th-tier alien beasts. The battlefield then turned into a chase, with several ocean-toppling realm experts weaving through the alien beast horde, while the 4th-tier alien beasts pursued them relentlessly but couldn't catch up. Eventually, it evolved into a situation where several 4th-tier alien beasts chased one, and both Ying Cheng'an and Zhang Hongyuan suffered varying degrees of injuries, while Fan Junshi nearly got stung by a 10,000 poison scorpion. The other 2 deputy city lords also gave up on blocking the 2 4th-tier flying alien beasts and joined the slaughter of low-tier alien beasts. However, while they were killing low-tier alien beasts, the 4th-tier alien beasts were also slaughtering humans. The entire battlefield resembled a Shura hell, with severed limbs and broken bodies everywhere. White City was clearly at a disadvantage, but Even in death, no one took a step back. Inside White City, the residents who had been in high spirits began to shed tears upon witnessing this scene. They had only seen such brutal warfare in textbooks and had never experienced it firsthand. When they finally did, they realized how cruel the war between humans and alien beasts truly was. Keep it up! Keep it up! Why aren't there any void-breaking realm masters to save us? Boo-hoo! Where is the war god? Where did the war god go? The war god seems to be injured. He has killed so many alien beasts and must have suffered a backlash. It's over. White City is doomed. In an instant, a wave of sorrow spread throughout White City. Especially after the two fourth-tier flying alien beasts destroyed all the laser cannons with a swipe of their claws, everyone believed White City was finished. Some couples embraced each other, expressing their final love. Family members gathered together, praying to see each other in the next life. Some cultivators who had not left the city upon seeing this scene were also stirred with bloodlust. After bidding farewell to their families with weapons in hand, they charged towards the city gate. The three nearly transformed fourth-tier alien beasts watched this scene from behind, their faces showing disdain. This time, all 8 sovereigns are taking action to capture White City. We have stayed in the rift long enough. Foolish humans, do you think trapping us in the rift can stop us from occupying the Earth Star? Just stubborn resistance. Once we occupy White City, the call for counterattack from the other rifts will surely sound. This world will definitely be ours. The expressions on the faces of the 3 strange beasts were quite spectacular. Watching as the humans retreated step by step, they were full of confidence. City Lord Yu Manqing mingled among the strange beasts, occasionally taking away a low-level beast, but he was always paying attention to Ying Cheng'en's condition. He had followed Ying Cheng'en all the way to White City and could be said to be Ying Cheng'en's most capable assistant. At this moment, Ying Cheng'en was surrounded by 5 fourth-tier strange beasts covered in blood and in a dire state. The spear in his hand continued to stab at the beasts below. Yu Manqing, carry out your own task. Seeing Yu Manqing coming towards him, Ying Cheng'en turned to block the attack of the colorful Tiger King but was kicked away by the powerful magic bull, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Yu Manqing looked at the perilous situation of Ying Cheng'en, filled with anxiety, wanting to rush over but was engulfed by a flame from a 4th-tier fire earth dragon. Yu Manqing. Watching his capable assistant being killed, Ying Cheng'en roared in anger. Like a shadow following the form, he shouted loudly, transforming into a gust of wind, quickly escaping the encirclement of the 5 fourth-tier strange beasts. Die for me! Before he could react, the 4-armed magic ape appeared behind him, its 4 hands striking together forcefully, breaking Ying Cheng'en's leg. Zheng Hongyuan saw this scene and, disregarding the blockade of the 4 fourth-tier strange beasts, quickly used the gravity field to pin down the 4-armed magic ape. Overestimating yourself. The 4-armed magic ape completely ignored the constraints of the gravity field, using its 2 upper hands to grab Ying Cheng'en's arms and pulling hard, tearing Ying Cheng'en apart. City Lord. Seeing Ying Cheng'en fall, Zheng Hongyuan roared, but was knocked away by a fireball from a fire magic wolf. City Lord. The others, witnessing Ying Cheng'en's death, also shouted, but it was already too late to turn the tide. The residents in the city saw the scene and began to wail, realizing that even the strongest city lord was dead. They were not far from death themselves. With Ying Cheng'en's death, the demon extermination guard was immediately thrown into chaos. A gap was torn open by the swarm of strange beasts, exposing the city gate to their sight. Everyone, hold steady, don't let the formation break. Zhang Hongyuan shouted loudly, quickly using the gravity field to block the gap, and the demon extermination guard swiftly filled in the gap. Is there anyone left who can call out? The 4-armed magic ape glanced at Zhang Hongyuan and lunged at him. Be careful, Grand Commander. Zhang Tianque quickly warned, but it was too late. Zhang Hongyuan was sent flying by a palm strike from the 4-armed magic ape. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Zhang Hongyuan concentrated the gravity field covering the 4-armed magic ape. He was only slightly injured and not fatally wounded. At this time, Fan Junshi was also struggling alone. He saw 2 4th-tier strange beasts destroy the laser cannon and immediately rushed to protect Lin Chen. The 2 deputy city lords had to complete their tasks, and only he was left to guard Lin Chen. However, facing 2 4th-tier strange beasts, he felt powerless, with wounds continuously increasing on his body. His mental energy was nearly exhausted, relying solely on physical strength to hold on. But how could human stamina compare to that of strange beasts? Lin Chen was also frowning, but he did not wake up because he had comprehended another use of the spatial law and was currently experimenting. He knew that with his spatial law, facing 3 4th-tier strange beasts about to advance was simply impossible to win. His mental energy was insufficient to bind these 3 beasts. Once the absolute domain was unleashed, it would definitely be broken. So he thought of another method, controlling the light circle within his body, not allowing it to spread out, making his body the carrier of the spatial law. This way, his body would become a barrier against the opponent's mental energy, and the strength of the absolute domain would be several times stronger. Only those in the void-breaking realm could not break his absolute domain. Moreover, he could also use the state of spatial superposition to keep his body in a superimposed space, allowing for small-scale spatial jumps. He is now trying to achieve this state where a person exists in space but cannot touch or feel it because the space is superimposed and around him are other spaces. However, controlling this state is very difficult as it requires transforming the aura into the shape of a person, which demands a high level of mental power and precise control. Lin Chen has never used his mental power for such precise deformation, so he is trying again and again, even adding 1,000 points of insight. But mastering this control is extremely challenging. Even with enough insight, it takes time to become proficient. Under the city wall, the number of demon extermination guards has dwindled to less than half, and the garrison has suffered heavy casualties while the other scattered soldiers have almost all been lost. The strange beasts are just a step away from the city gate. Once they break through this line of defense, White City will be within their grasp. The three leading strange beasts are smiling, especially the nine-headed python, whose 9 heads look particularly eerie when they smile. Inside the city, the residents of White City, witnessing this scene, have already begun to flee in panic. The city is about to fall. Hiding now might allow them to escape a disaster. However, there are also wise individuals who know that once White City falls, no one will escape death. They remain quietly praying under the screen, hoping for a Void Realm Master to come to their aid. Retreat, enter the city, and rely on the city gate to fight a defensive battle. Zhang Hongyuan, seeing this scene, is still struggling. He is hoping that Lin Chen will wake up soon. Fan Junshi is sweating profusely. If Lin Chen doesn't wake up soon, he won't be able to hold on any longer. The two flying strange beasts are making it extremely difficult for him, and once the other 4th-tier strange beasts reach the city wall, he won't be able to defend it at all. As soon as everyone hears the order, they all retreat into the city. The city wall is made of steel, and the strange beasts cannot break through it. To get in, they must go through the city gate, and they just need to hold this entrance inside the gate. Charge, you little ones! The 4-armed demon ape, outside the city wall, looks at the retreating humans and laughs maniacally. The beasts, having been stirred into a frenzy, have lost all sense of fear and are desperately pushing into the city. The demon extermination guards can no longer hold their ground. Although the opening is small, the strange beasts can only enter a limited number at a time. However, they can only have so many people to defend at the city gate, which merely reduces casualties and buys time. Retreat again, enter the city and rely on the buildings to fight guerrilla warfare. Zhang Hongyuan sees the situation at the city gate as grim and decisively gives orders. Not good. 4th-tier strange beasts have entered the city. Fan Junshi, trembling on the city wall, has already seen 2 4th-tier strange beasts enter the city. At this moment, these 2 4th-tier strange beasts have noticed him and are flying towards the wall. Lin Chen, wake up! I can't hold on any longer. Fan Junshi looks at Lin Chen, who still has his eyes tightly closed, and anxiously says, if this continues, he truly won't be able to endure it. The formation of the demon extermination guards has been continuously pushed back, and the camp at the city gate has already been occupied by the strange beasts, with large areas of buildings destroyed. However, once inside the city, the progress of the strange beasts' attack has slowed significantly due to the obstruction of buildings. Great Commander, use the killing weapon. We can't let this group of beasts get away with it. If worse comes to worst, we'll perish together. Zhang Tianque watches the strange beasts enter the city, knowing that their breaking in is unstoppable. Now that the city lord is dead, only the Great Commander can activate the killing weapon. If Zhang Hongyuan dies too, the weapon cannot be activated. By then, White City will be breached and the strange beasts will still be alive. It would be better to activate the killing weapon now and perish together. Zhang Hongyuan does not speak. It is already too late to activate the killing weapon. Even if they kill all these strange beasts, White City will no longer be habitable. Sigh. When the decisive moment is not taken, it leads to chaos. If Ying Chang'an had not died, activating the killing weapon might have offered a glimmer of hope, but now it is too late. Let's fight one more time. Even if it costs us our lives, it will at least give the elders of White City an explanation. He shook his head, a tragic aura emanating from him. Everyone, I'll hold them off for a while, go all out to attack. The rest is up to you. Zhang Tianque, I will transfer the authority of the killing weapon to you after I die. Do as you see fit. Gravity field. Rampage. He shouted, and the ground at the city gate seemed to be struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, suddenly sinking down significantly. All the strange beasts within the field were crushed to pieces under the immense gravity. Great Commander. Zhang Hongyuan faced countless strange beasts alone, holding the city gate, the gravity field continuously increasing pressure. Everyone knew that Zhang Hongyuan had already made up his mind to die. Such extensive use of battle techniques consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. For the benefit of the country, life and death are irrelevant. How can one avoid danger for the sake of fortune? Old man, it's worth it. Ha ha. Zhang Hongyuan laughed heartily, his pale face revealing wildness and arrogance, his body covered in blood, a testament to his achievements. Seeking death. The 4-armed demon ape, seeing its subordinates crushed to pieces, said disdainfully, then leaped over the 10-meter-high city wall, crashing down towards Zhang Hongyuan like a meteor. Great Commander, be careful. Zhang Tianque shouted loudly, but Zhang Hongyuan had no strength left, simply falling straight down, unable to evade the fiery descent. Zhang Hongyuan closed his eyes, recalling his life, born in an era of turmoil. Joining the Demon Extermination Guard at 16, living and dying for over 60 years, experiencing both success and failure, both glory and decline, he had no regrets for the land that raised him. However, Zhang Hongyuan did not feel the arrival of death for a long time. Instead, he was caught by a gentle force. Opening his eyes, a young man holding a black tang knife stood on the city wall, looking down at him. Old Zhang, in such a hurry to go to heaven, is there a beauty waiting for you? Lin Chen teased with a grin. At the moment the four-armed demon ape leaped into the air, he finally mastered the self-transformation of the absolute field. Brat, finally awake. Bai Chang, it's up to you. Zhang Hongyuan was lifted by the force, whispering softly. He was then slowly carried to the center of the Demon Extermination Guard's formation, where a large number of guards surrounded him. He smiled knowingly. Lin Chen was alive, there was still hope. Everyone, fall back. Lin Chen teleported in front of the four-armed demon ape, creating a spatial shockwave that turned all surrounding strange beasts into minced meat. Seeing this familiar scene, all the low-tier strange beasts retreated, that feeling of fear returning. The four-armed demon ape looked at the tiny Lin Chen before him, frowning tightly. Nine-headed python, control the strange beasts to enter the city. The nine-headed python had just entered through the city gate, and the middle head said, I just controlled them once, I can't control them now. If I force control, the little ones will die instantly. They are very afraid of the aura from this young man, we must deal with him first. The purple crystal magic bear also walked through the city gate, looking at Lin Chen with disdain, sensing that this young man had merely grasped the principles, his own strength was not strong. Other fourth-tier strange beasts also gathered around. Now that Bai Chang had fallen, as long as they dealt with this last little obstacle, they would succeed. Lin Chen, I'm retreating, can you handle it? Fan Junshi was also exhausted. Having hidden behind the Demon Extermination Guard, Lin Chen twirled the Qinghai knife in his hand, smiling, thank you for your hard work, leave the rest to me. He looked at the powerful group of fourth-tier strange beasts before him, holding the knife at an angle, showing no fear whatsoever. Despite appearing small before the strange beasts, he exuded an even stronger aura. You arrogant brat, die. Seeing Lin Chen so arrogant, the four-armed demon ape suddenly smashed down with all four hands. However, the next scene was beyond its comprehension. Its arm clearly struck Lin Chen, but Lin Chen merely took a step forward, and the arm passed right through his body. Illusion? The nine-headed python observed the scene, and the nine heads looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. What the hell? Fan Jun thought was also stunned by this sight. He saw the four-armed demon ape hit Lin Chen, but how was Lin Chen like? Air? Zhang Hongyuan watched as the four-armed demon ape's arms passed through Lin Chen's body, and a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. The laws of space can be used like this? Everyone else was dumbfounded, unsure whether Lin Chen was human or ghost. First, there was that large-scale killing technique, and now this bizarre method. Could it be that a deity had descended? Ma Dahai in the demon-slaying squad was disheveled and covered in wounds. Ignoring the pain, he stood up. That's my brother, the war god. Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, someone bumped into his wound, nearly costing him his life. War god, war god, war god. The demon-slaying squad began to chant, their voices growing louder, echoing throughout the entire White City. Because the people inside the city watching the live battle also began to shout, using all their strength, their faces flushed and necks thick. The others who were fleeing also rushed out, and upon seeing that familiar figure, they first cried out in anguish, then joined the chanting. Lin Chen, who originally found this title quite absurd, suddenly felt an inexplicable energy surge into his body, swirling in his mind. In the upper dantian, the mental energy that had not yet returned to its optimal state was quickly filled by this energy. What's going on with the system? In his understanding, only the system could inexplicably bring energy. His first reaction was to wonder what the system was up to. Was it rewarding him for fighting dozens of beasts of the same realm alone? Host gains the support of the people, drawing the energy of heaven and earth into the body. Physique. Plus 100,000. Host gains the support of the people, drawing the energy of heaven and earth into the body. Physique plus 100,000. Host gains the support of the people, drawing the energy of heaven and earth into the body. Physique plus 100,000. Before Lin Chen could react, a powerful energy began to surge at his heart, and his physique suddenly increased by 300,000. Host, Lin Chen, Physique 100-9485, Strength 202-9414, Spirit 3999, Comprehension 10, Attribute Points 78456. Looking at the physique attribute that had returned to 1 million without any feeling of hunger, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Is this the power of the people's hearts? The energy of heaven and earth flooding into the body. Damn it, if this happens a few more times, won't I be able to fly? However, as the words war god still lingered in the air, his physique did not increase any further. It seems that only the initial surge can trigger the energy of heaven and earth flooding into the body. Lin Chen said, not satisfied. He thought he could keep triggering the energy of heaven and earth flooding into his body. He even had a plan for it. At critical moments, he would get hit, then charge back. Wouldn't that activate the people's hearts? Since you all call me war god, then I shall guard White City in the name of the war god and return to you a bright and clear world. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he began to move. The still shocked four-armed demon ape reacted, its four hands reaching for Lin Chen at various strange angles. The nine-headed snake used its mental power to strike Lin Chen, trying to break his mental combat skills, but the mental force only sensed an inexplicably hard humanoid figure, utterly indestructible. Lin Chen completely ignored the nine-headed snake's mental power, passing through the four-armed demon ape's body, and sneered, "Wait until I deal with these dozens of small fry, then I'll take care of you." Seeing Lin Chen arrogantly pass through its body, the four-armed demon ape let out a furious roar and turned to smash towards Lin Chen, but it was still in vain. Then, the Hydra and the four-armed demon ape witnessed the most unforgettable scene of their lives. Lin Chen held the Qinghai knife, which was enveloped in a layer of black cracks. He utilized spatial folding to continuously leap among the fourth-tier beasts. Each time he reached above a fourth-tier beast's head, with a gentle swing of the Qinghai knife, a fourth-tier beast would fall to the ground. The fallen fourth-tier beasts had no wounds on their bodies and could not defend against Lin Chen at all. Lin Chen, using the formless state to perform spatial leaps, was simply uncatchable. He appeared and disappeared in every corner until more than 10 fourth-tier beasts were killed. Only then did all the beasts react, gathering together to form a circle. In just over 10 seconds, more than 10 fourth-tier beasts had died, causing the 3 leading fourth-tier beasts to twitch their eyelids. What the hell is this? Even the cunning Hydra was baffled, its 9 heads looking at each other, with none speaking. This person seems to be using the laws of space. At that moment, the amethyst magic bear seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock. Laws of space? Are you sure? The four-armed demon ape's eyes bulged like 2 big lanterns. Upon hearing this, not very sure, but it looks like it. That kind of large-scale tearing of space and this kind of movement that ignores space all resemble the laws of space. And haven't you noticed? All the more than 10 fourth-tier beasts that just died had their internal flesh severed. What kind of law can ignore the physical body and cut through the insides? The amethyst magic bear, despite its large size and being a muscle-bound brute, had the sharpest senses. Little bear, good analysis. I'll give you a little reward. Lin Chen, listening to the amethyst bear's analysis, found this silly bear surprisingly meticulous. He smiled mysteriously and vanished from sight. The amethyst magic bear felt a great threat and enveloped itself in the amethyst barrier. It believed its amethyst barrier was invincible, but it was truly afraid of the laws of space. In its racial heritage, space and time were supreme laws. Anyone who comprehended these 2 laws was a godlike existence. Void slash. The amethyst magic bear heard that faint voice, as if it had heard the call of a demon. However, it found nothing happen to it and then laughed heartily. Ah, the laws of space are nothing. Facing my amethyst barrier, aren't you powerless? What are you laughing at? Lin Chen had already appeared behind it, looking at it with some exasperation, wondering if it had gone mad. The amethyst magic bear turned around confidently, looking at Lin Chen. Aren't you here to kill me? You can't break my amethyst barrier, right? Ha ha, idiot. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Boom. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously, and all the dozens of beasts around them died. Seeing this scene, the 3 leading fourth-tier beasts immediately stood back to back. In an instant, over 40 fourth-tier beasts were killed. This was not human. The four-armed demon ape was sweating profusely. Is this the laws of space? This is a devil. Lin Chen gently stroked the blade of the Qinghai knife in his hand, having killed a large number of fourth-tier beasts, as if the Qinghai knife itself was excited. This was the latest application of the laws of space he had researched, where the laws of space envelop the body and the knife, allowing for free movement in space like a ghost. Moreover, the knife could penetrate the enemy's surface space, directly destroying the enemy's insides. This move he named Void Slash, meaning an attack that ignores space and devours space, launching an attack on the enemy's internal body. This Zheng Hongyuan was being supported by someone, his mind blank. He had fought in the rifts for decades and had seen many geniuses, but someone like Lin Chen was a first for him. He didn't know how to evaluate Lin Chen. Even the Dragon King, who rose during a time of chaos, wasn't this monstrous. Even Zhang Honyuan was at a loss for words, and the others looked equally bewildered. In their understanding, killing alien beasts required swords and guns. When did it become so easy? Ma Dahai had originally wanted to boast, but he noticed the surrounding atmosphere was tense. Although he wanted to stand out, he couldn't be too conspicuous or he might attract trouble. Just like earlier when he was injured by someone pushing him, he believed it was intentional. Inside the city, all the residents of White City didn't understand any of this and began to cheer excitedly. They only knew that these dozens of fourth-tier alien beasts were powerful, having even killed the city lord and severely injured the Grand Commander. But now the war god had arrived, and he resolved the battle in just a minute. I'll give you 3 a chance to explain why you attacked White City. The first to speak may be considered for mercy. Lin Chen held his knife. He wasn't even as tall as the knee of the four-armed demon ape, yet the ape trembled in fear. Stupid monkey, why are you shaking? Why don't you speak first? Seeing the four-armed demon ape's reaction, Lin Chen laughed. The giant gorilla, with 2 legs and 4 arms, shook like a seaweed in the wind. It had been the loudest just moments ago, but now it was the quickest to cower. The Emperor sent us here. We captured White City, and the rifts in other cities will counterattack. Wait, gorilla, shut up. Do you want to die? The purple crystal magic bear immediately scolded when it saw the four-armed demon ape blurt everything out. Lin Chen squinted at the purple crystal magic bear. Big bear, do you want to die? The purple crystal magic bear quickly shook its head. You don't know, this gorilla doesn't know much, but I know more. Let me tell you. Hearing this, the demon-slaying guards and sentinels around were stunned. Was this still the same 3/4 tier alien beasts that had been so formidable? Now, to save their lives, they were already turning on each other? Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a mental force drilling into his mind, and a demonic voice echoed, "Submit to me. Attack now." The nine-headed python roared in anger. It briefly invaded Lin Chen's mind with its mental power, which should have had some effect. Upon hearing this, the four-armed demon ape and the purple crystal magic bear immediately directed their mental power at Lin Chen, trying to trap him. Although Lin Chen had a barrier within him that firmly blocked their mental power, as long as they could suppress him, they would still have a chance. "I submit to your mother." Lin Chen roared angrily, teleporting next to the nine-headed python. After disappearing and reappearing 8 times, all 8 heads of the nine-headed python fell, leaving only the central head. How are you unaffected?" The central head of the nine-headed python showed a look of fear, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. Its charm technique had actually failed. "Do you know why I spared your life?" "I don't know. I want to ask you something. If your answer satisfies me, I will let you go." The moment the nine-headed python's mental power invaded its own mind, it expelled that mental force. The mental charm that could penetrate the barrier of spatial laws was indeed powerful, but that was all. As long as its absolute domain wasn't broken, it could traverse freely, making it impossible for the nine-headed python's mental power to lock onto it. As for the mental suppression from the purple crystal magic bear and the four-armed demon ape, he didn't feel it at all. It was all blocked by the folded space. The reason he spared the nine-headed python was to clarify what the hand his father-in-law had seen back then was all about. "Speak." The 9 heads of the nine-headed python each have independent thoughts, but usually the middle head takes charge. This is also why the nine-headed python is so difficult to kill. Cutting off 1 or 2 of its heads is completely useless. After a while, it can recover and grow new heads. At this moment, it only wants to preserve its life. As long as the middle head is still there, the other heads can grow back later. 7 years ago, at the iron-armored turtle gathering place, what were you afraid of? The nine-headed python must have seen something when it passed above the iron-armored turtle gathering place, which is why it fled in panic. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the nine-headed python showed a horrified expression. "What is your relationship with that big hand? I'm asking you a question. It's not you asking me." "I don't know, I only know that big hand is terrifying. My soul was uncontrollably drawn to it and I almost died." "What is that big hand?" "I don't know. I felt that big hand, but it felt like that big hand wasn't in our space." The nine-headed python recalled the death threat that big hand brought it back then, retreating repeatedly, afraid to think back. "In that case, go die. You said you would." With a swing of his knife, Lin Chen severed the nine-headed python's head, and it couldn't even finish its last words. "I said I would let you go if your answer satisfied me, but your answer has left me very unsatisfied." He squinted his eyes, recalling the brilliant river he saw that day. That river and the Earth Star were clearly not in the same space. It seems that the souls are in that river, but whose hand is that big hand? To be able to fish out a person's soul, how strong must that power be? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more he felt that things were not simple. "Since you don't want to say, then let's all die together. I'll personally go see the first crack." He looked at the four-armed demon ape and the purple crystal demon bear. The 3 of them still wanted to resist, putting on an act here. Having comprehended a new use of the spatial laws, Lin Chen was confident the Earth Star was vast and he could go anywhere. As long as he didn't encounter particularly strong 5th tier, ordinary 5th tier couldn't break through his absolute domain at all. Since the absolute domain covered his body, his mental strength and upper dantian had a special connection, increasing in intensity several times. Lin Chen didn't want to waste words with them anymore. He raised his knife and instantly appeared in front of the four-armed demon ape. "This knife is a reward from the city lord. This knife is a reward from the grand commander. This knife is a reward from the demon extermination guards and the garrison. This knife is a reward from the thousands of residents and cultivators of White City." With 4 strikes, Lin Chen severed the internal flesh and bones of the four-armed demon ape's forearms. Roar! The four-armed demon ape let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the outside the city gate fled in panic upon hearing this cry. The remaining ones were all 3rd tier and 2nd tier. Their intelligence was not low. If they weren't controlled by the nine-headed python, they probably wouldn't have come at all. Seeing the fleeing in all directions, Lin Chen didn't pursue them. Even if the remaining tens of thousands of fled to other places, they were not a threat. Moreover, he knew that these remaining were very clever and would definitely return to their original crack, where they would feel safe because that was their territory. After a while, the four-armed demon ape was still growling lowly, looking at Lin Chen with resentment, but it had no way out. "What are you looking at? If you don't accept it, come and fight me." Lin Chen struck again. This time, the knife slashed from the four-armed demon ape's head to its feet. Boom! As the corpse of the four-armed demon ape fell, the purple crystal demon bear immediately spread its barrier and flew away. "Want to run? Did you ask me first?" The flying speed of the purple crystal demon bear seemed no different from that of an ant in his eyes. After teleporting to catch up, he struck with his knife. It wanted to unfold the amethyst barrier, but to others, the seemingly solid amethyst barrier was no different from air in front of Lin Chen's blade. Boom! The corpse of the amethyst magic bear fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. 3 corpses, taller than a 2-story building, lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by the bodies of strange beasts and humans, the air thick with the smell of blood. For a moment, the entire city gate was silent, only the howling of the raging wind could be heard. What are you all staring at? Clean up the battlefield. Seeing everyone around him standing still, Lin Chen rolled his eyes. The strange beasts had all fled, and those who needed to be killed had been killed. Were they still waiting for him to tidy up the battlefield? What are you all dawdling for? Clean up the battlefield. Zhang Tianque also came to his senses and immediately shouted loudly. It was no wonder the others were frozen, even he was stunned. Originally, the situation in White City was dire, but unexpectedly, in an instant, they had turned defeat into victory. Indeed, only high-level combat power could determine the outcome of a war. The Demon Extermination Guard will handle the strange beast corpses, the guard team will take care of our compatriots' bodies, and the city lord, the chief steward, and deputy city Lord Lu, their bodies must be preserved. We will hold a city funeral later. Municipal staff, assess the losses and apply to the Cultivator Alliance for new laser artillery. Repair what needs to be repaired in other areas. With so many strange beast corpses, don't worry about the money. At this moment, Zhang Hongyuan, supported by Zhang Shihong, came to Zhang Tianque's side to give orders. Tianque, you take charge for these days. You are the only city lord left now. Deputy City Lord Qian hasn't returned, and he's probably dead in the number 2 rift. After cleaning up White City, start recruiting the Demon Extermination Guard. Once the laser artillery arrives, you will lead people to reclaim the town and the rift. There shouldn't be any 4th-tier strange beasts in the rift now. You should be fine on your own. Yes. Zhang Tianque felt immense pressure. When he was the deputy city lord, he only had to manage the number 3 rift, but now he had to oversee the entire White City, and he had no experience. But now the Grand Commander was clearly exhausted and had no time to manage. If he didn't take charge, no one would. The 3 deputy city lords were down to just him. The city lord had died in battle, and the chief of the Demon Extermination Guard had also perished. The vacancies in the Demon Extermination Guard and the guard team were too severe, and they still had to find a way to reclaim the rift. It was truly overwhelming. Lin Chen approached Zhang Hongyuan to check on his condition and found that he was only mentally exhausted. His injuries were not too severe, and he should recover in about half a month. Old Zhang, is there any news from the number 1 rift? He was actually most concerned about the number 1 rift. As long as it was fine, everything else would stabilize. If something happened at the number 1 rift, it would be a serious problem. Zhang Hongyuan understood Lin Chen's concern. If the void breaking realm experts from the Dragon King's mansion encountered trouble at the number 1 rift, White City would definitely not hold. Lin Chen, I want to ask you for a favor. You say it. I want you to go check the number 1 rift to see if the void breaking realm experts are trapped. If they die inside, come back and tell me immediately, and I will organize the evacuation of White City. Zhang Hongyuan expressed his worries. If the void-breaking realm experts died in the number 1 rift, it would be better for White City to give up as soon as possible. He had the spatial laws with him, making him the most suitable to go to the number 1 rift. Alright, he agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see what was going on at the number 1 rift. 6 void-breaking realm experts couldn't all have died in there, right? Lin Chen did not set off immediately but found Li Changqing and brought him back to the villa. When Wang Miaomiao saw Lin Chen return, she rushed into his arms. There were no live screens in the villa, and her heart had been in suspense. It was only when Lin Chen returned that she finally felt relieved. It's fine. The strange beasts have been repelled. Lin Chen comforted Wang Miaomiao and immediately took him to find his in-laws. The situation is still not very optimistic. Although the beasts have been repelled, we don't know if there will be new attacks. I plan to send you to Kyoto for a while. To Kyoto? Wang Ziyi frowned. They were unfamiliar with Kyoto. What would they do there? Kyoto has the Dragon King stationed there, and its defensive power is the strongest. Recently, the Earth Star has been unstable, so I feel more at ease if you go to Kyoto. What about you? Wang Miaomiao sensed something was off. It seemed Lin Chen was about to part ways with them again. There's a problem at the number 1 rift. I need to check it out. As soon as he said this, Wang Miaomiao's eyes began to redden. Xiaomu, can you not go? Although Wang Miaomiao didn't know what had happened at the number 1 rift, she could tell from the recent beast siege that things were definitely not simple. If I don't go, no one can. Lin Chen shook his head. He had to go to the number 1 rift. He had already promised Zhang Hongyuan. Moreover, going to the number 1 rift was not just for Baiqing. He needed to see what was going on with the energy core to have a plan. If the situation was too dire, he would have to take Wang Miaomiao and the others into hiding until they were strong enough to come out. Wang Ziyi saw Lin Chen's serious expression and pulled Wang Miaomiao. Miaomiao, let Xiaomu go. Dad, don't you know how dangerous the number 1 rift is? There are 5th-tier beasts in there. I know. Wang Ziyi looked at Lin Chen, but do you know what Xiaomu is thinking? To support the heavens and bear the sun and moon, to uproot 1,000 bamboos and write the spring and autumn. This is the responsibility and duty of the strong. If Xiaomu were an ordinary person, I would absolutely not let him go. But when the country is in trouble, everyone is timid and afraid to take responsibility. Is there still a home, still a country? Lin Chen nodded. Right now, he was the only one in Baicheng who could move in the Dao Sea realm. If he didn't go, who would? Woo woo. Wang Miaomiao fell silent. Her man was a hero, but she didn't want her man to be a hero. Li Changqing had also made arrangements with Fan Meiting over there. He had to stay in Baicheng and couldn't leave. Fan Meiting was also crying, but it was Fan Zhenyu who calmed her down. After everyone discussed, Wang Miaomiao and her in-laws would stay at the Fan family for the time being. Once the situation at the number 1 rift was clear, he would go to Kyoto to pick them up. Although the Fan family was not a big family, with Fan Junshi as the deputy city lord, no one dared to cause trouble there. Kyoto, the ancient capital of the Dragon Kingdom, has a history and culture of thousands of years. At the same time, it is also the city with the most rifts on Earthstar, without exception. There are more than 30 rifts around Kyoto. To guard against the beasts, Kyoto has expanded 2 to 3 times, with a population exceeding 100 million. The original ancient city walls have now become a tourist attraction. The current city walls are also made of steel, but they are several meters higher and much thicker than the walls of Baicheng. If we talk about prosperity, Kyoto is definitely more prosperous, but compared to Baicheng, it is not much more prosperous. After all, Baicheng is also a 1,000-year-old ancient city. However, Kyoto has a stronger sense of technology. All the latest technologies of the Dragon Kingdom are first verified in Kyoto before being implemented in various cities. The Fan family, located within the ancient city walls, has a new traditional Chinese courtyard villa with more than 10 rooms, accommodating the entire Fan family. This is also where the relatives of the Fan family came to after Fan Junshi became successful. Wang Miaomiao and her in-laws lived in the same building as Fan Meiting, so Wang Miaomiao had a companion here. This building was specifically reserved by Fan Junshi for Fan Meiting, so it was unoccupied, making it comfortable for just a few of them. As for Fan Junshi, after the Baicheng defense battle ended, he hurried back to Yucheng. Lin Chen didn't even have time to say thank you before he had already left. It seemed that the situation in Yucheng was also quite grim. After having a meal at the Fan family, Lin Chen took Li Changqing back to Baicheng. As soon as they arrived in Baicheng, with a buzzing sound, the city's power supply was restored. Immediately after, a crisp voice came through the broadcast. Hello, residents of Baicheng. In this Baicheng defense battle, we paid a painful price. The city lord dedicated himself, and both deputy city lords and the demon extermination commander sacrificed. 3 days from now, Baicheng will hold a city funeral, and all entertainment venues in Baicheng must remain closed. Now let us observe a moment of silence for the deceased. Let us remember every hero who shed blood for Baicheng. A mournful tune began to play, and Lin Chen and Li Changqing stopped, standing still to mourn for their fallen compatriots. This is war. With the beasts relentless, humanity will never know peace. We must also thank one person who in our time of crisis saved Baicheng from fire and water. It was he, with the strength of one, who blocked 1,000,000 beasts. It was he who single-handedly fought against 47 fourth-tier beasts. Because of him, we can continue to live and work in peace. He is the war god, Lin Chen. Let us remember his name. With the announcer's passionate words, a wave of excitement surged through Baicheng. War god Lin Chen. Everyone in Baicheng was shouting, all knowing that without Lin Chen, they would have become fodder for the beasts. So the war god is called Lin Chen. This person seems to be a municipal employee. Nonsense, he left the municipal office long ago. Stop trying to glorify the municipal office. The war god is mighty. Brothers, donate money to build a statue for the war god. Everyone was discussing fervently, and as soon as the topic of donations for a statue came up, the crowd quickly dispersed, but some people really did donate. It was unclear if the money was for Lin Chen's statue. Baicheng was in chaos, and some opportunistic individuals had already begun to take action. Lin Chen and Li Changqing had not taken 2 steps when they saw a chubby man wrapped in bandages walking towards them. Director Li, brother Lin, he stammered as he called out. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Chen immediately recognized who it was. Brother Ma, why are you in this state and still working here? How can you say that? You ran off with Li Changqing, and as a result, the Grand Commander made me do hard labor. How could I not hold my post? Ouch. It hurts so much. Ma Dehai was on the verge of tears. He felt like his body was no longer his own, with every part of him aching. He was a materials manager, yet he was dragged to the battlefield and nearly died at the hands of a third-tier beast. Ha ha. Seeing Ma Dehai's comical appearance, Lin Chen and Li Changqing exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Alright, Fatty Ma. Now, you're taking my place. Li Changqing slapped Ma Dehai on the shoulder. Hey, take it easy. That slap made Ma Dehai grimace. You two chat, I need to make a trip to the first rift. Lin Chen looked at the two of them joking and fooling around. If it weren't for the beast's troubles, every day would be like this. What a wonderful thing that would be. Brother Lin, what are you going to the first rift for? Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and organize the materials. Li Changqing slapped Ma Dehai again. This fat guy really didn't know what to ask and what not to ask. At his age, he still had no sense. With so many people here, how could he ask such a question? Lin Chen smiled and said nothing, just reminding them to be safe. Then, with a flash, he headed towards the first rift. The first rift, the largest rift in Baichun, was twice the size of other rifts. At this moment, the small town at the first rift had been completely destroyed, and some beasts were resting among the ruins. Lin Chen casually used a spatial force to send them back home. Looking at the entrance of the first rift, he frowned, entering in formless state to conceal his figure, and stepped inside. What's going on? Where is everyone? Observing the remnants of the outpost, he found no trace of a single beast around, which felt off to Lin Chen. There should have been at least 2 to 3 million beasts from the first rift, yet now there was no sign of them. According to the information from Zhang Hongyuan and the others, only about 500,000 beasts had emerged from the first rift. Where were the others? Glancing deeper into the rift, Lin Chen hurriedly teleported in that direction. Along the way, he saw no signs of beasts at all in the areas marked on the map as gathering points. Could they all be dealing with the void-breaking realm masters? After teleporting over 1,000 kilometers without seeing a single beast, the strange feeling grew stronger. However, the first rift was indeed vast. After walking over 1,000 kilometers into its depths, he had only covered half the distance. The entire first rift was oval-shaped, with the entrance at this apex and the deepest point at the opposite apex, making the straight-line distance nearly 2,000 kilometers. When Lin Chen arrived at the depths of the rift with a nervous heart, the scene before him left him stunned. Before his eyes was another rift, but this one was quite small, only large enough to accommodate a big truck. What's going on? Lin Chen had never encountered such a situation. He had been to the depths of the 8th and 7th rifts, where there were barriers, but he had never seen a rift opening on a barrier. Could this rift lead to other rifts? Had all the beasts in the void-breaking realm masters gone to another rift? Lin Chen's mind was filled with speculations, yet he hesitated to make a decision. At the same time, he understood that this rift was undoubtedly the reason for the eerie quietness of the first rift. The first rift was so quiet it was almost unnatural, not even a mosquito could be found, and now there was such a large rift here, Lin Chen would never believe it was unrelated. Moreover, he noticed many footprints on the ground, chaotic and of various shapes, clearly indicating that a large number of beasts had entered the rift. Not only footprints, but he also saw a red stone at the bottom of the rift. This stone was buried beneath the ground at the rift's entrance, and one would not notice it without a careful look. Energy core? Lin Chen sensed the aura of the energy core from the 7th rift emanating from this stone, but this energy core had lost its brilliance, and its energy had become barely perceptible. Logically, the energy core of the first rift should be more powerful than that of the 7th rift, yet this energy core not only had a different color but also felt off in terms of energy. Could the appearance of this rift be caused by a mutation of the energy core? Lin Chen recalled what Ying Chang'an had said. He mentioned that the energy core of the first rift was undergoing a mutation. To enter or not to enter? He lingered at the rift's entrance, unsure of what lay beyond and hesitant to step in carelessly. However, before he could react, a sudden, immense suction force pulled him inside, along with the surrounding ground. His absolute domain failed at that moment, and he couldn't use the power of the laws. Damn it! Lin Chen's voice echoed at the rift's entrance before it fell silent again. After a dizzying spin, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him gaping. The sky was filled with shattered space, tiny rifts scattered throughout. Stones, trees, soil, and various other objects mixed together, floating in the air in spherical forms. In the distance, 6 humans were trapped inside a massive barrier, surrounded by countless beasts guarding this enormous spherical barrier. On the barrier, countless strange symbols rotated, seemingly chaotic yet following a certain pattern. Fortunately, the moment he was sucked in, he entered in formless state, and as the dizziness subsided, he immediately used spatial folding to conceal his form. Otherwise, what was surrounded by these strange beasts would not be the barrier, but him. He held his breath and quietly flew towards the barrier, not even daring to teleport. Because he saw several 5th-tier beasts transformed into human forms, although they looked human, they still had some beastly features, such as large tails, long ears, and big horns. It was unclear whether these were intentional or a result of incomplete transformation. He knew that as long as there was the slightest spatial fluctuation or leakage of life force here, he might meet his end today. The mental power and senses of 5th-tier beasts were extremely sharp, and he was unsure if his imperfect formless state could truly hide him. Mingu, have you figured it out? What exactly is this barrier? I've seen a bit. It seems to be an application of the energy of heaven and earth. Is there a way to break it? I can't make sense of it. It resembles ancient symbols of strange door escape, but not entirely. Are we going to be trapped here to death today? Inside the barrier, 6 people looked at it, their faces filled with helplessness. The man known as Mingu, with a square face, frowned at the barrier, his eyes filled with countless golden lines moving. Everyone looked at him eagerly because he had a pair of eyes that could see through all weaknesses. However, it had been over 3 hours since they were trapped by this barrier, and Mingu still hadn't found its weakness. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have insisted on coming in. The only middle-aged woman among the 6 expressed her self-reproach. Hai Yen, you can't blame yourself, it wasn't just you who wanted to come in, it was a decision we made together. The middle-aged man who had just asked Mingu with a slicked-back hairstyle comforted Hai Yen while also smoothing his own hair. These strange beasts are also problematic, what's the use of trapping us here? After comforting Hai Yen, he cursed again, then looked at the fifth-tier beast outside. Bayou Wolf King, if you have the ability, let us out. The Bayou Wolf King, with a large tail, sneered, let you out? Sima Ling, what kind of daydream are you having? When the master arrives, you will all die. You made us waste an energy core for nothing, just wait to die. A young man with a pair of large deer antlers chimed in. Hi dear master, you worthless one, dare to speak so boldly now? If you have the ability, let me out and see if I won't pull off your antlers. Sima Ling cursed, but no one paid him any more attention. Lin Chen hid nearby, listening to the conversation between this group of Void Realm Masters and the fifth-tier beasts, feeling somewhat confused. However, he understood one thing, this group of fifth-tier beasts was forced into the rift, fleeing from the 6 Void Realm Masters. That red stone should be the energy core of the first rift, as the Bayou Wolf King mentioned the energy core was wasted, and that red stone met the conditions he described. What exactly is this place, and who is the master that the fifth-tier beasts speak of? Looking at the shattered space, the dim sky, and the apocalyptic scenery all around, Lin Chen felt an immense sense of oppression. After a while, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, one a blonde, blue-eyed Westerner, and Lin Chen was certain he was human, as he bore no beastly traits. The other person had black hair and purple eyes, with obvious gill slits on both sides of his face, resembling a shark's gills. As the two appeared, all the fifth-tier beasts knelt down and shouted loudly, "We welcome you, master. Long live the master." The man with black hair and purple eyes looked at the kneeling fifth-tier beasts and said coldly, "What's going on? Why have you suddenly returned to the beast star?" Before the fifth-tier beasts on the ground could speak, the imprisoned Sima Ling suddenly exclaimed, "It's you, the war god Tokei." The western man with blonde hair and blue eyes smiled slightly and said, "Sima Ling, long time no see." A glint flashed in Sima Ling's eyes. "So the war god temple has been colluding with the beasts all along." Tokei laughed heartily. "What collusion? We were originally cultivated by master." The master glanced impatiently at Sima Ling, waved his right hand, and the barrier instantly turned black, blocking all images and sounds inside. "White Jade Wolf King, why have you suddenly returned to the beast star?" he asked in a deep voice. The kneeling White Jade Wolf King trembled and said, "Master, the energy core suddenly mutated. We wanted to drive the young ones away, but unexpectedly, those 6 void-breaking realm beings suddenly came in, and we were caught off guard. We didn't have time to take the energy core out of the first crack, and it began to virtualize, then opened a passage to the beast star. We couldn't fight back and had to bring the young ones back to the beast star." The master looked at him with cold eyes and scolded, "Useless trash, 8 fifth-tier beasts can't handle 6 void-breaking realm beings. How did I instruct you back then? Once the energy core virtualizes, it must be taken out of the crack, allowing the energy core to virtualize on the Earth star. This way, the people on Earth star won't discover the passage to the beast star." Hearing the master's reprimand, the White Jade Wolf King knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Master, please give us another chance." The master waved his right hand and coldly snorted, "I never give trash a chance." As soon as the words fell, all 8 fifth-tier beasts turned into blood mist. Countless low-tier beasts trembled on the ground, kneeling and not daring to raise their heads, the aura of death bringing a sense of oppression that made them feel numb all over. "Master, it can't really be blamed on the White Jade Wolf King and the others. Sima Ling's combat power is not low, it's normal that they couldn't handle 6 void-breaking realm beings." The master snorted coldly, "What's normal? They were just afraid of dying and didn't dare to take the energy core that was just starting to virtualize out of the Earth star, fearing they would be blown up. Enough about them, what's the situation on your side?" Tokei lowered his head and respectfully said, "The large core has fused 35 pieces, and the small core has fused 457 pieces. Why is the progress so slow? Why is the large core only this much?" "Master, the large core is scattered in the Dragon Kingdom and the West, with basically no small countries involved. These 32 pieces of large core were still taken from the Western powers." The master snorted coldly, "You said you wanted to create chaos, so I only detonated a little of the laws within all the large cores to make the core virtualize, yet there's still no progress? The main issue is that the Dragon Kingdom is hard to deal with. The Dragon King's combat power is not weaker than mine, and there's also a killing god watching closely, which hinders our activities within the Dragon Kingdom." Tokei explained helplessly. He also wanted to speed things up. Now, the energy core of the first crack in all cities of the Dragon Kingdom had begun to virtualize and collapse. If they couldn't take it out of the crack in time, it would mean wasting the opportunity for the beast's assistance. He knew what consequences he would face if the master's plan was delayed. "Useless. I made the energy core virtualize to urge the beasts in the crack to cooperate with you. With so many beasts cooperating, you can't even handle this?" The master waved his hand, and Tokei was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Tokei spat out a mouthful of old blood but did not flee. Instead, he flew back and stood respectfully beside the master again. "Give you 3 more years. If by then the energy core of the 10,000 beast star cannot be fused with the world core of the Earth star, you know the consequences. Yes, master, Tokei replied in a deep voice. The large core requires 100 pieces and the small core requires 1000 pieces. It's not that easy to complete. The remaining large cores are all in the West and the Dragon Kingdom, so we can only start with the West for now. Wait until you take the large core from the White Jade Wolf King to the Earth Star. The energy core after virtualization fuses well. Don't tell me you can't do it. A bunch of useless trash. If it weren't for the fear of being detected by the world consciousness of the Earth Star, why would I need you? The master coldly glanced at Tokei again and said in a chilling voice, I advise you to be sensible. Don't think I can't go to the Earth Star. I destroyed the world core of my own territory entirely for the world core of the Earth Star. If I fail, there's nowhere you can hide. After saying this, he tore open space and a crack large enough for a person appeared. He stepped into it and as the crack closed, he vanished. Ah! Seeing the master had gone far away, Tokei roared in rage and then a blood-red energy suddenly shot towards the ground. Within 100 kilometers, all the strange beasts died and those that didn't die immediately fell into a frenzied state, attacking the surrounding beasts wildly. Damn Dragon Kingdom people. After venting, he turned his gaze to the black barrier and slapped it down, staining the black barrier with several splashes of red blood. After doing all this, he snorted coldly and flew into the entrance of the first crack. The master and the war god had been communicating in the universal language the whole time, and Lin Chen heard it clearly. Looking back now, it seems that the universal language was also announced by the war god temple decades ago, said to have deciphered the language of extraterrestrial civilizations. The war god temple had vigorously promoted the universal language, and the strange beasts also spoke it. Now it seems that this universal language was passed down by the master. Now the universal language has become the official language of the Earth Star. While only the Dragon Kingdom still uses the dragon language, other countries have already adopted the universal language as their mother tongue. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a chill. This is cultural invasion. Lin Chen saw the war god leave and wanted to follow, but he didn't dare to. This war god Tokei truly deserved to be the number one on the power rankings. With one slap, he killed 6 from the void-breaking realm, and he didn't dare to move, fearing being discovered. That master was even more terrifying, sending Tokei flying with a single slap. Lin Chen could tell that the master had definitely held back, otherwise Tokei would have been killed. Recalling the aura of the master, he was certain that the master was definitely not from the void-breaking realm. Although the void-breaking realm could also tear open space, they would never dare to step into a space crack. Such cracks without energy support are filled with violent power. Anyone from the void-breaking realm who enters would either die or be severely injured. Lin Chen didn't dare to return to the crack either. The war god must have gone to retrieve that energy core, and once the energy core is taken, the first crack will collapse instantly. I can only use the system's reward for pinpoint teleportation. He had long since made plans. He absolutely could not be discovered, as being found out would mean death. In front of the master and the war god, he could not unleash his absolute domain, and to teleport, he would need to expand a large area of absolute domain, which would be pure suicide. Less than 2 minutes after the war god left, the entrance to the first crack disappeared. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen saw the strange beasts starting to scatter, and only then did he dare to move. Arriving at the edge of the barrier had now changed from black to a white translucent state, with a huge palm print inside, and 6 corpses lying in the center of the palm print. The 6 void-breaking realm masters inside were all lying on the ground without any life signs, their bodies completely shattered. In the very center of the palm print, the one called Manga, a void-breaking realm master, had already turned into a pile of minced meat. Damn it, is the gap between the void-breaking realms really this big? Just with a single palm strike, 6 void-breaking realm masters lost their lives. The power of this war god is terrifying. Lin Chen approached the barrier, touching it with his hand, and felt a rich force of laws emanating from it, several times stronger than his own. After using his spatial laws, there would be no remnants of the laws, but the force of laws on this barrier could circulate continuously. It was unclear whether it was due to these characters or because the master was too strong. On this barrier, Lin Chen sensed an aura identical to that of the master. What a fine planet, yet it has turned into this state. Lin Chen stood up, looking at this broken world, unable to suppress a sigh. This master, for some unknown purpose, had dismantled the core of a planet's world, breaking it into countless pieces. And these energy cores had become the source of energy within the rifts. Lin Chen was puzzled as to why the rifts resembled the environment of Earth yet lacked any sunlight. It turned out that everything inside the rifts had been transferred from the Beast Star. The land, rivers, lakes, and trees of the Beast Star, once transferred into the rifts, were solidified by the energy cores firmly adhering to the space of Earth. But what exactly was this so-called world core, and what was the world that the master spoke of? The master seemed to care deeply about these two things, but for what purpose he did not know. With limited information, Lin Chen could only deduce so much. Since I'm here, I might as well take a stroll around the Beast Star. He expanded his absolute domain but dared not extend it to a range of 40 kilometers, fearing detection by the master. Half an hour later, Lin Chen returned to his original spot, having circled the world and confirmed his thoughts. The land within the rifts was indeed grafted from the beast star, or rather, someone had stuffed the beast star into one rift after another, then stabilized the rifts with energy cores. After exploring the beast star, he discovered many missing pieces of land, revealing the mantle of the beast star below. Due to these missing lands, the shattered stones and soil chunks floated in the air. Because the planet was missing pieces here and there, special force fields formed in certain areas, drawing everything in. The entire beast star was already in tatters, the energy from the core continuously dissipating. Some places were freezing cold, while others were scorching hot, with heat distribution extremely uneven. In the better parts of the beast star, many exotic beasts lingered, but they all appeared to be on the brink of death, likely related to the disappearance of the beast star's energy. Moreover, due to the disappearance of the surface, the water sources were cut off, and plants became scarce. The herbivorous exotic beasts had all died out, leaving only the carnivorous ones to kill each other. In some areas, underground water had spread, forming huge lakes floating with countless corpses of exotic beasts, emitting a terrible stench. Witnessing this tragic scene, Lin Chen suspected that the master intended to turn Earth into a similar state. System, use pinpoint teleportation. Lin Chen sighed. The reward he originally intended to use for survival was now spent, and he felt heartbroken. But there was no other choice. Following the war god Tokei into the rift would surely lead to death, and he dared not run ahead of Tokei. Once Tokei emerged from the rift, the entire rift would collapse, and he would still die. A white light enveloped Lin Chen, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Not long after he left, the master suddenly appeared at the spot he had vacated, frowning as he looked down, murmuring, "Complete law fluctuations? Has a master of the heavens arrived?" After sensing for a while, he murmured again, "What is going on? Is there no life? No form, no self? A master of the heavens comes to this broken planet and still needs to use the state of formlessness and no self? Could it be the inspector from the Silver Empire? But that doesn't make sense. If the inspector found the world's core missing, why didn't he come to me, the planet's master?" The master stayed here for more than a minute, unable to understand the reason, and could only shake his head and leave in frustration. After a while, he returned, looking at the empty valley. His mental energy swept through suddenly, but he found nothing unusual. How strange. There's no one here. How could the laws of space suddenly appear? The world consciousness of the beast star hasn't disappeared? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and in the end, he could only shake his head and leave. Lin Chen returned to the entrance of the White City Cultivator Alliance. He was unaware that after he left, the master had actually sensed the spatial fluctuations caused by his departure. Moreover, this master even had the audacity to come back for revenge. When he returned to White City, the sky of the Earth Star had already begun to brighten slightly. The corpses of the strange beasts at the city gate had not yet been cleared, but the usual lively atmosphere had already returned to White City. The first thing Lin Chen did upon returning to White City was to find Zhang Hongyuan. At that moment, Zhang Hongyuan was resting in the Grand Governor's mansion. Upon hearing the news of Lin Chen's arrival, he immediately got out of bed, threw on a coat, and rushed out. In the reception room, Lin Chen appeared somewhat anxious and restless. "Lin Chen, what happened to the first rift? Why did it suddenly disappear? What about the 6 masters?" As soon as Zhang Hongyuan entered the door, he saw Lin Chen pacing back and forth. He had received the news half an hour ago that the first rift had vanished. "It's a long story. The first rift collapsed, and all 6 masters are dead." Lin Chen did not mention what happened in the rift. He knew it would be of no use to tell Zhang Hongyuan. "I want to see the Dragon King. Is the situation that serious?" Zhang Hongyuan asked, wondering if it had really escalated to such a degree. Lin Chen's silence was naturally for a reason. Zhang Hongyuan understood that this matter was likely beyond what he, as a Grand Governor, could resolve. "What about White City?" "Don't worry about White City for now. I need to see the Dragon King first to decide how to resolve this matter. But for now, White City is temporarily safe." Lin Chen knew what Zhang Hongyuan was worried about. Now that the first rift had collapsed, there were still 5 out of the other 7 rifts that were not under control. Would there be any trouble? "Alright, I'll contact him immediately." Zhang Hongyuan picked up his phone and called the person in charge of the Dragon King's mansion. After briefly explaining the situation, he immediately said to Lin Chen, "The Dragon King is waiting for you in the capital." "Okay." Lin Chen replied and quickly teleported towards the capital. Zhang Hongyuan watched Lin Chen's departing figure and picked up the phone to call Zhang Tianque. "Don't worry about the rift for now. Focus on strengthening the defenses of White City." "Grand Governor, is there another problem?" Zhang Tianque, who was already overwhelmed, felt uneasy upon hearing this. "It's still unclear, but all 6 masters of the first rift are dead." "What?" Lin Chen said it himself. "It can't be wrong." Zhang Hongyuan's brow furrowed tightly. The death of 6 masters of the void-breaking realm was a significant blow to the Dragon King's mansion. Moreover, from Lin Chen's state and his words, it was evident that there were even more serious issues ahead. All they could do now was to quickly re-establish the defensive forces of White City. No one knew if the strange beasts from the other rifts would suddenly appear again. Understood. Zhang Tianque hung up the phone and immediately stopped all his current tasks, focusing on the laser turrets and defensive forces surrounding White City. In the inner city of the capital, Lin Chen glanced at the direction of the Fan family, hesitated for a moment, but still proceeded towards the Dragon King's mansion. Now, the matters of the war god hall are of utmost importance. Although I don't know what the Master and the War God are up to, it is definitely not simple. The Master destroyed the world core of the Beast Star, and what he covets is certainly not trivial. Stop. Who goes there? As Lin Chen arrived above the Dragon King's mansion, preparing to descend, a mountain-moving realm guard shouted at him from below. Let him in. Before Lin Chen could respond, an elderly voice came from within the Dragon King's mansion. Upon hearing this voice, the guard immediately returned to his position and no longer paid attention to Lin Chen. After Lin Chen landed, he walked into the Dragon King's mansion. The entire mansion resembled an ancient royal residence with pavilions and courtyards designed very cleverly. Following the source of the voice, Lin Chen found a small attic with lights on. Come up, the elderly voice called out again. Lin Chen was not polite and directly stepped up the stairs, pushing open the attic door. An old man with white hair was boiling water on a tea table. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. For some reason, Lin Chen's previously anxious heart became calm upon entering the room. You must be the Dragon King, Senior. After sitting down, Lin Chen cupped his hands in greeting to the old man. The title Dragon King is just what outsiders call me. My real name is Long Yuekong. You can call me Old Long. I've heard Gu Minglan mention you. At such a young age, you've comprehended the laws of space. Indeed, it's impressive. I originally thought you would take a while to return, but I didn't expect you to travel so quickly through the laws of space. The tea might still take a while to drink. Long Yuekong leisurely said while touching the purple clay pot that was boiling water. Old Dragon, I'm here to discuss something very important with you. Watching Long Yuekong's slow movements, Lin Chen felt extremely anxious. There's no rush. How can a guest come and not have a cup of tea? Long Yuekong shook his head, smiling at Lin Chen. A chaotic heart cannot focus and an impatient mind cannot achieve. Come, drink this cup of tea and then speak slowly. Long Yuekong didn't use any fancy tea-making techniques. He simply took a cup, added a bit of tea leaves, poured in some water, and that was it. Lin Chen smiled. He understood Long Yuekong's intention. He picked up the teacup and began to drink. If the Dragon King wasn't anxious, why should he be? If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Good tea. After taking a sip, Lin Chen felt a change in his state of mind. A sense of calmness arose within him. Even if the sky were to fall now, he wouldn't be anxious. It's just tea leaves I picked out of boredom. It's nothing special. However, when the mindset for drinking tea changes, the taste of the tea naturally changes too. Long Yuekong raised his teacup and took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Chen understood. The Dragon King was helping him elevate his state of mind. Ever since he acquired the system, he had been advancing rapidly, but his heart had become somewhat restless, losing the calm demeanor he once had. Speak, what exactly happened with the number 1 rift in Baicheng? Long Yuekong set down his teacup, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. The number 1 rift is gone. Oh. Long Yuekong remained with his eyes closed. For him, the disappearance of a rift was not a rare occurrence. He had destroyed several rifts himself. I saw the war god. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King straightened up. The War God Hall had been seizing energy cores recently, and he had been paying close attention to this matter for a long time. Lin Chen recounted everything that happened after entering the number 1 rift in detail. Master, Beast Star, World Core. The more Long Yuekong listened, the stronger his aura became. He squinted his eyes, and only after Lin Chen finished speaking did he stand up. How did you return from the Beast Star? Everything Lin Chen said was very real, but he just didn't mention how he returned to Earth Star. This involves some of my personal secrets. I hope you can understand, Elder Long. Lin Chen said apologetically. He could never reveal the system's matters. Long Yuekong remained silent, knowing that Lin Chen was hiding something, but everyone has their own secrets. The fact that Lin Chen could grow so quickly surely meant he had his own secrets. According to you, the energy core in the rift is actually a fragment of the world core of the Beast Star? That's right. That's what I heard. Then where is the world core of the Earth Star? How did the War God Temple integrate the energy core into the Earth Star's world core? Upon hearing this question, Lin Chen also looked puzzled. The War God Temple was in the west, with no connection to Long Country. How could they stop their actions? No wonder the War God Temple has destroyed so many rifts in the west recently. Their target is the energy core. Long Yuekong propped himself up on the chair, his brow furrowed. He initially thought there was just a problem with the number 1 rift in White City, so he wasn't worried, as there had been special circumstances occurring at all number 1 rifts in Long Country recently. Now, after hearing Lin Chen's response, something suddenly became clear to him. What do you think about this matter? The Dragon King sat down again and asked Lin Chen. I think, rather than sitting and waiting for death, we should take the initiative. Lin Chen had actually had this idea for a while. Instead of being at the mercy of the War God Temple, it would be better to make their actions impossible to continue. What do you mean by taking the initiative? Go fight the War God Temple? Our overall strength is quite inferior to the West, not to mention there's a watchful lord. The Dragon King took a sip of tea. There was a reason the War God Temple could keep the Dragon King's residence under pressure. If it weren't for being on Long Country's territory with a large number of cultivators providing support, the War God Temple could easily dominate on the Earth star. What I mean is, rather than letting the War God Temple take the energy core, we should take it ourselves. Lin Chen believed that as long as they seized the energy core, the War God Temple's mission would be unachievable. Moreover, now they only needed to grab the large core, which was beginning to become ethereal. The War God Temple would definitely be very active recently. If they claimed it for themselves, they could take the energy core and make all of Long Country's #1 rifts disappear. His idea was good, but Long Yuekong shook his head. Do you know how many cultivators a rift can support? Just a simple question, and Lin Chen fell silent. He understood the Dragon King's meaning. Many cultivators were relying on the rifts for their livelihood. If the rifts were eliminated, many people in Long Country would find themselves without food, and by then, it would be Long Country that fell into chaos before the War God Temple did. Do you know where the energy cores taken by the War God Temple come from? They don't take from their own country, they only rob some small Western nations. Long Yuekong pointed out the problem with a single sentence. The War God Temple wouldn't dare to dig their own grave. If Long Country took the initiative, chaos would likely follow. But now the energy core has already become ethereal. Once the energy of the energy core decreases, it won't last long, right? Lin Chen understood the Dragon King's meaning. But could a rift without energy still support so many cultivators? Lin Chen, remember one thing, never do something that goes against the world's great taboos. If you do well, you might be remembered through the ages. If you do poorly, you'll be infamous for eternity. Long Yuekong shook his head. The #1 rift produced materials worth trillions of alliance coins each year. Acting rashly could lead to disastrous consequences. So should we just let it be? Lin Chen didn't understand what the Dragon King was thinking. Did people become more cautious as they aged? Of course we need to manage it. Long Yuekong laughed upon hearing this. But not in Long Country. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Do you mean? It's just as you think. The Dragon King poured a cup of tea for Lin Chen and leisurely took a sip. Isn't this a bit too risky? Lin Chen frowned, understanding the Dragon King's thoughts. Since the War God Temple's target was the energy core, as long as they controlled a certain number of energy cores, the War God Temple's mission would be indefinitely stalled. Risky? The War God Temple can come to the Dragon Kingdom, so why can't we go to the West? Is there anything you need me to do? Lin Chen asked, as he actually wanted to join in the excitement. He still had a system task to complete. You don't need to do anything. The War God Temple wants the energy cores of the Dragon Kingdom, and the defensive forces in the West will inevitably be weakened. We've been laying out plans in the West for so many years, it's time to put them into action. A confident aura suddenly rose from Long Yuekong. Lin Chen squinted. No wonder he was so cunning and calculating. From the Dragon King's words, he could tell that the Dragon King's residents had also arranged many people in the War God Temple. The two largest forces on Earth not only had open conflicts but also covert struggles. Old Dragon, I'm leaving now. Lin Chen cupped his hands in farewell. He had said what he needed to say. Since the Dragon King had his own plans, he didn't need to worry anymore. After all, this was a matter for the Dragon King's residents and the War God Temple, and he couldn't get involved. Even if he wanted to intervene, the threat of the void-breaking realm was still too great for him. If you have time, you can steal a few energy cores. I've heard that you not only comprehend the laws of space but also the laws of formlessness. I meant the Dragon Kingdom. After Long Yuekong finished speaking, he closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Chen glanced at the Dragon King and smiled slightly. Others would indeed be discovered if they tried to take the energy cores, but who would know if he stole them? The Dragon King was truly cunning. This was a plan to grasp both sides. After Lin Chen left, Long Yuekong opened his eyes and murmured, War God Temple, what exactly do you want? In fact, he had said so much to Lin Chen just to reassure him. He saw the potential in Lin Chen and didn't want him to get involved in the disputes with the War God Temple too early. Ever since the changes on Earth 100 years ago, the War God of the War God Temple had been leading Earth forward, and the concept of cultivators was also proposed by them. They were controlling the direction of Earth step by step. He knew that the War God and the mysterious master behind him did not aim to destroy Earth, but there was too little information, and he had no way to act, only able to respond to challenges as they came. Many of the people he had arranged in the War God Temple had climbed to high positions, but he had never received any relevant information. If Lin Chen hadn't accidentally seen these things this time, he wouldn't have believed that there was actually a mysterious master behind the War God Temple. So Long Yuekong felt a bit uneasy. Over the years, his open and covert struggles with the War God Temple had actually consumed more of his energy than he had spent in the Dragon Kingdom. After Lin Chen left the Dragon King's residence, he went directly to the Fan family, but as soon as he arrived, he sensed something was off. The entire Fan family was in an uproar. Everyone was in chaos. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Wang Miao were not in Fan Mating's small courtyard. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were anxiously pacing in the reception hall. The entire Fan family was missing the figures of Wang Miao and Fan Meiting. He quickly teleported to the reception hall, where his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Fan Zhenyu hurriedly approached him. What happened? Where are Miao and Mei Ting? Lin Chen asked first. After you left, we were planning to rest. After all, we were all on edge for a night and quite tired. But Miao said she was a bit hungry. They didn't eat much at the wedding, so she went to the kitchen with Mei Ting to find something to eat. They've been gone for half an hour. And we felt something was wrong, so we went to the kitchen to check, but we couldn't find any trace of them. Neither the phone can get through, nor did the bodyguards at the door see anyone enter the mansion and the smart system inside. The mansion has not issued any alerts. We have already reported to the Demon Exorcism Guard, and Mei Ting's brother has also contacted the head of the Kyoto Demon Exorcism Guard, and we are now waiting for news. Wang Ziyi saw Lin Chen arrive as if he had found his backbone and immediately recounted the whole story. Lin Chen frowned tightly. To be able to silently abduct two people from the Fan family in Kyoto, at least one must possess the strength of the Tide-over realm. Fan Junshi, as the deputy city lord, had offended quite a few people, and in order to protect his family's safety, he specifically hired two 6th-stage masters of the mountain-moving realm as bodyguards. Moreover, there were more than 10 practitioners of the 10,000 Cauldrons realm in the courtyard. Fan Junshi had indeed invested heavily in this regard. For someone of the Tide-over realm to disregard danger and abduct people in Kyoto, Lin Chen could only think of Zhang Tianwang. However, one thing was very strange. Zhang Tianwang should have known about his rampage in Baicheng, so why did he still dare to abduct Wang Miao? Furthermore, the person who abducted Wang Miao should be from Kyoto. A typical Tide-over realm practitioner would not be able to travel from Baicheng to Kyoto in less than 7 or 8 hours. Someone must have leaked the information for someone to know that Wang Miao had arrived at the Fan family in Kyoto. Moreover, this person should be from Baicheng, as the villa had been empty since they arrived from Baicheng. The only place they could go was the Fan family. Since yesterday was the day of the grand wedding of the Fan family, and Fan Junshi was on the city wall protecting against beast attacks, a keen observer would definitely notice this. There are black market merchants in Baicheng who specialize in selling information. They probably have already dug up everything related to him. The people of the Fan family cannot be ruled out either. The relatives of the Fan family would not leak information, as they still rely on Fan Junshi for their livelihood, and no one would do such a thing. Of course, it cannot be absolutely ruled out that someone might sell out the Fan family for profit. However, the people of the Fan family should have no ties to Zhang Tianwang. The most suspicious ones are still the bodyguards of the Fan family. They are just hired hands with no loyalty. Moreover, these bodyguards were contacted by Fan Junshi through the black market, and no one knows if they would sell information. Zhang Tianwang might have even put a bounty on information related to him in the black market, and these bodyguards would do anything for money. The current target is Zhang Tianwang, as he has no greater sins than others. There are too many people who could sell information, and he has no good targets to lock onto. But right now, it is still just suspicion. He has no evidence to prove that it was Zhang Tianwang who captured them, and recklessly going to Haicheng might cause unnecessary trouble. Miao and Mei Ting should still be in Kyoto, Lin Chen said after pondering for a moment. He was very clear about the security checks in Kyoto. It was impossible to fly over the city walls. Kyoto is not Baicheng. Unless one is a respected practitioner of the void-breaking realm, it is impossible to cross the city walls. This is the territory of the Dragon King, who would dare to mess around here. Even he had to obediently walk into the city walls and only use teleportation once inside. Therefore, Lin Chen was certain that Wang Miao and Fan Mei Ting were still in Kyoto. Has anything like clues been found at home? The kidnappers must have a purpose in abducting two people. Lin Chen looked at his father-in-law and Fan Zhenyu, now in the living room. Only the two of them remained calm, while his mother-in-law and Fan Mei Ting's mother were already somewhat at a loss. No, I had everyone search the entire Fan family mansion, and no clues left by the kidnappers were found. Fan Zhenyu shook his head. Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly. Given Zhang Tianwang's character, he would definitely leave clues after abducting someone. He was targeting Lin Chen himself, taking Wang Miao and Fan Mei Ting as hostages to threaten him. Why wouldn't he leave any information? Could it be that Zhang Tianwang is so sure that he has no other enemies? The more it was like this, the more Lin Chen felt uncertain about who had kidnapped Wang Miao and Fan Mei Ting. Aside from offending King Zhang, it seemed he hadn't offended anyone else. I'm going to Haicheng. You all wait for my news here. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to make a trip to Haicheng. Even if Wang Miao wasn't kidnapped by King Zhang, he still needed to settle matters with him, otherwise he would be on edge all the time. Wang Ziyi and Fan Zhenyu nodded in agreement. They were like headless flies, having no clues at all, and could only wait for Fan Jun's news. Xiaomu, be careful, Haicheng is not Baicheng, Wang Ziyi reminded him. Although he had been trapped for so many years, he still understood the strength of Haicheng. Lin Chen nodded. As one of the three major cities in Longwa, Haicheng's economy and overall strength were on a different level compared to Baicheng. Li Changqing had once told him that Haicheng's strength was not inferior to that of Kyoto. It was just that Kyoto had the Dragon King stationed there, which allowed it to maintain its position as the #1 city in Longwa. Wait for my news. Leaving those words behind, Lin Chen directly teleported to the city gate. After passing through security, he headed straight for Haicheng. Kyoto and Haicheng were not far apart. The distance of about 1,000 kilometers took him less than a minute to cover at his speed. Haichang was similar in size to Kyoto, but it lacked the ancient, weathered feel of Kyoto, replaced instead by a sense of technology. This technological feel could be seen from the city walls. The walls of other cities were either black, silver, or coated in earthy yellow. Haichang's city walls were a sky-like blue, shimmering with a strange light under the sun. After passing through security, Lin Chen turned and arrived at the Tianwang building. There wasn't much to investigate, all his information was classified, and the security machines could only see his name. The Tianwang building was the headquarters of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, standing 108 stories tall in the best location of Haichang. It was adjacent to the sea, with beaches, sunshine, and beautiful women, presenting a scene of prosperity. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" As soon as he walked into the Tianwang building, the front desk staff noticed him. Lin Chen walked over and smiled. "I'm looking for King Zhang." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "No. I'm sorry, but you must have an appointment to see the president." "Oh." Lin Chen nodded slightly. He had already seen where King Zhang was. Under the gaze of the front desk staff, Lin Chen vanished in an instant. The receptionist rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating, but it felt incredibly real. She immediately called the building's security department, and after they checked the surveillance, they quickly pulled the alarm. In an instant, the entire Tianwang building was filled with alarms. However, after a while, the alarms stopped because King Zhang picked up the phone in his office and had them cancel it. "Lin Chen, you have some guts to come here alone." He looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared on the office sofa and hung up the phone. "Why wouldn't I dare to come? Do you think anyone in this Tianwang building can kill me?" Lin Chen sat on the sofa, his absolute domain already spreading within his body, showing no fear of King Zhang. "No wonder you're the god of war from Baicheng. Since I became the honorary deputy city lord of Haicheng, you're the first to speak to me like this." King Zhang touched the scar on his arm and then took out a cigar to smoke. "There are precedents for everything. If no one dares to speak to you like this, then let me be the one." Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Cut the crap and hand over Miao Miao and Fan Meiting." Lin Chen stated his intention directly without beating around the bush. King Zhang glanced at Lin Chen, a bit annoyed, and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? You killed the fourth-tier beasts in Baicheng like slaughtering dogs, and I should go kidnap your woman? I have such a large business association in my hands. Would I give up such a vast industry for a cousin just to take revenge on you?" Lin Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. Looking at King Zhang, he didn't seem to be lying, but he couldn't be sure. King Zhang's words made sense. With such a large industry, it was impossible for him to seek revenge on Lin Chen just for a Zhang Tianfen, especially since he knew his own combat power was not something he could handle. However, Zhang Hongyuan had also told him that King Zhang was treacherous and cunning, and his words were not to be trusted. "Honestly, besides you, I have no other sins against anyone. There's a saying, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Do you understand the crime of having a precious gem?" King Zhang crushed his cigar into the ashtray and leaned back in his recliner leisurely. "Are you saying someone is targeting me?" Lin Chen looked at King Zhang's expression, feeling uneasy. Could it be that he really wasn't the one who kidnapped her? "You killed so many alien beasts in Baicheng. Those videos have long spread across the earth. You, a small municipal employee, have grown to this extent in just over a month. What do you think?" King Zhang leaned back in his office chair, swaying back and forth. Lin Chen just stared at him, trying to see if there were any flaws, but he saw nothing. "In that case, I'll take my leave." He stood up and cupped his fist, preparing to leave. "Wait." Just as he reached the door, King Zhang called him back. "What else is there? You think you can just kill Zhang Tianfen and let it go like that?" King Zhang looked at him with a mocking expression. Lin Chen had killed Zhang Tianfen in Baicheng, causing his decade-long real estate plans to turn to dust, all his efforts gone. Although he knew Lin Chen was not easy to deal with, as an 8th-tier powerhouse in the sea-overturning realm, with so many people under him, it was impossible for him to be bullied by Lin Chen without saying a word. "What do you want?" Lin Chen looked at King Zhang with interest. This person really wouldn't give up until he reached his goal. Knowing he could easily kill him, he still dared to negotiate with him. He indeed had some skills. Was he betting that Lin Chen wouldn't dare to kill him in Haicheng? "I don't have any other demands. I will publicly declare that you gave me 10 billion for a private settlement. What do you think?" King Zhang sat up straight. As a distinguished honorary deputy city lord with such a large business association, if he let someone ride on his back and do nothing, it would damage his image. Lin Chen understood King Zhang's intention. This guy wanted to use his current reputation to elevate his own status. The videos of him killing 4th-tier alien beasts in Baicheng had already spread. His current status was not lower than that of some void-opening realm elders. Once King Zhang announced it, his fame and the reputation of his business association would soar. As long as Lin Chen didn't refute it, others wouldn't think there was a problem. Outsiders would only believe that Lin Chen's combat power was something King Zhang couldn't withstand. King Zhang dared to spread such information, which meant something must have happened. They would think that King Zhang wouldn't dare to offend such a powerful figure. As long as Lin Chen didn't refute it, others would believe it to be true. The compensation from a void-opening realm elder, although only a public declaration, would be enough to elevate King Zhang's business association to a higher level. "Alright, from now on, we won't interfere with each other." Lin Chen nodded. Although this would damage his reputation, he had indeed killed someone else's cousin. Reputation wasn't worth much anyway, so let King Zhang use it. Moreover, he had come to find Wang Miao, and since she wasn't here, he would resolve the conflict with King Zhang, trading a reputation for future peace, which wasn't a loss. Then thank you. From now on, you walk your sunny path and I'll walk my narrow bridge. Neither of us owes anything to the other. Seeing Lin Chen nod in agreement, Zhang Tianwang felt extremely relieved. Although Zhang Tianfen was dead, with this move he could recover the money Zhang Tianfen had lost. A mere cousin, in his eyes, wasn't that important. If he died, so be it. What he cared about was money. If Lin Chen weren't so abnormal, he might have helped Zhang Tianfen take revenge. But now, he wouldn't be foolish enough to offend a powerhouse comparable to a revered one for the sake of a cousin. If Lin Chen didn't agree, he had no way out. So when Lin Chen nodded, Zhang Tianwang's smile nearly split his face. Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Tianwang and realized he was no different from those businessmen merely pursuing profit. Closing the door, he vanished into the corridor. Half an hour later, Zhang Tianwang finally stopped his work and his smiling face instantly turned gloomy. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, Holy Lord, he just came. You didn't show any flaws, did you? A harsh voice in dragon language came from the other end. No, just a young kid. I easily fooled him. He's probably gone to the capital to find his little girlfriend now. Zhang Tianwang laughed proudly, his eyes filled with venom and cunning like a cobra. Keep that woman hidden and find a time to deal with the other one. We must extract Lin Chen's secrets. Rest assured, no one dares to break into the base in Kyoto. That's a joint project between me and the Dragon King's mansion. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Tianwang snorted coldly. Foolish foreigner. If it weren't for your remaining value, would I bother with you? Lin Chen's secrets are mine alone. You think you can share in the spoils? Dream on. Zhang Tianwang's face was filled with the taste of a successful scheme, grinning sinisterly. What secret do you want to know? A black knife appeared out of nowhere, pressed against Zhang Tianwang's neck as Lin Chen stood behind the chair, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Zhang Tianwang's smile froze on his face, his expression one of horror as he looked at the shadow behind the computer screen. Terrified, you didn't leave. Zhang Lao told me that you are treacherous and cunning, always wanting to bite anyone you meet, and that your words can't be trusted, so I kept my guard up. Actually, if you had waited a bit longer, I might have left. But unfortunately, you couldn't. Hold your nerves. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Tianwang with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. He had indeed thought of leaving, but recalling Zhang Hongyuan's words, he returned. In the formless state, he had been standing behind Zhang Tianwang all along. Speak. Where is Miao Miao? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianwang relaxed instead, provocatively saying, want to know where your woman is? Tell me your secret, and I'll tell you. Lin Chen snorted coldly, the Qinghai knife digging into his neck flesh. It doesn't matter if you don't say. I'll use my mental power to scour Kyoto. I don't believe I can't find her. Zhang Tianwang laughed heartily. You can certainly try. Let me see. Your Tianwang Chamber of Commerce and the Dragon King's mansion have only two joint projects, and only one is in Kyoto, Tianlong Pharmaceutical. Lin Chen picked up his phone and searched for relevant information. However, Zhang Tianwang showed no change in expression upon hearing this, and Lin Chen's heart sank. Could this old fox be lying like that, holy lord? Self-righteous. Zhang Tianwang also saw Lin Chen's face fall through the reflection on the computer screen, mocking him. Lin Chen frowned tightly. This Zhang Tianwang was like a venomous snake in winter, hiding in the dark, only striking at critical moments, and when he did, it was a fatal blow. I have a question for you. How did you know Miao Miao was at the Fan family? I can tell you. Your information is worth a fortune in the black market, and I also spent a lot of money to buy this exclusive information. Just as I thought. Lin Chen had previously guessed that the information had leaked from the black market. Indeed, once a person becomes famous, everything they do will be watched by countless eyes. So, have you thought it through? Will you trade your secret for your woman, or will you keep the secret and have me killed? Zhang Tianwan laughed recklessly. The life of Lin Chen was in his hands, a key factor in whether he could advance to the void-breaking realm. At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was also undergoing a storm of thoughts. Since Zhang Tianwan was so confident, this place must be very secretive. Moreover, the security level of this place must be very high, otherwise he could have swept through Kyoto with his mental power and found Wang Miaomiao. Only a place with a very high security level was inaccessible to Lin Chen, which was why he couldn't find it. A place that was both secretive and secure. Lin Chen thought and could only come up with one place, the Forbidden City of Kyoto. Since the mutation of the Earth Star, entry into the Forbidden City had been prohibited, and it had become a place for storing special materials. Because the Forbidden City was located in the very center of Kyoto, no one could lay their hands on these materials. Moreover, the Dragon King's mansion was right next to the Forbidden City. If anything happened, the Dragon King could come out from the mansion to provide support immediately. However, with Zhang Tianwan's identity, he absolutely could not enter the Forbidden City. Lin Chen racked his brain but could not think of a second place that would fit his guess. Or perhaps this place was simply of high security, and it didn't need to be secretive. As long as he couldn't get in, that would suffice. But Zhang Tian Wang should know that he had countless connections with the Dragon King's mansion. If he wanted to go to these high-security places, he could just have the Dragon King's mansion issue a pass. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? You don't mind, do you? Lin Chen suddenly saw the phone on Zhang Tianwang's desk and quickly took it. TSK. The boss's phone is indeed different, it doesn't even have a password set. He opened the phone screen and saw no lock screen password. Lin Chen smiled. Zhang Tianwang was really confident. The phone wasn't locked, and he probably didn't expect anyone would snatch it from him. Zhang Tianwang initially wanted to grab it back, but he was firmly held down by the Qinghai knife pressed against his neck, unable to move. Lin Chen's strength was no joke, even a void-breaking realm master wouldn't have such power. See? It doesn't matter. Zhang Tianwang tried to resist, but finding it useless, spoke in a nonchalant tone. The more indifferent he acted, the more Lin Chen felt something was off. He opened Zhang Tianwang's phone contacts and found that there was only one call record, which was the call he had just made to that holy monarch. Lin Chen, do you know why my phone isn't locked? Because I have a habit of not storing important information on my phone. I delete the call records right after I finish talking. Zhang Tianwang looked at Lin Chen's frowning expression and began to mock him. Again. This holy monarch should be the Dark Holy Monarch ranked 8th on the combat power list, right? Your business scope is quite broad. You even contacted people from Bear Country. But what do you think would happen if I made a call? You dare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianwang appeared somewhat flustered. He had just finished the call and hadn't had time to delete the phone number before Lin Chen had pressed the knife against his neck. Beep, beep. As the sound came from the phone, Zhang Tianwang struggled to get up, but Lin Chen held him down firmly, the Qinghai knife piercing directly into his neck, blood starting to gush out. Hello, is there something wrong? Dark Holy Monarch, hello, I am Lin Chen. There was silence on the other end of the line, and after a while, a voice came back. Zhang Tianwang, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you say you would contact Lin Chen only after getting that woman out of Dragon Country? You might not know yet. Zhang Tianwang doesn't want to share my secret. Saint Lord, don't listen to his nonsense, he has set me up. Zhang Tianwang knew that Lin Chen was trying to provoke a conflict between him and the Saint Lord and quickly spoke up. The phone on the other end fell silent again. You fool, you're in his grasp now. How can you get out of Dragon Country? Saint Lord, rest assured, the person is in my hands, he won't be able to stir up any waves. Zhang Tianwang immediately explained, fearing that the Dark Saint Lord would say something he shouldn't, which Lin Chen could use against him. Do as you see fit. If I don't get Lin Chen's secret, I will personally go to Dragon Country to take your life. Beep beep beep. A busy tone came from the phone. The call was disconnected, and when Lin Chen tried to call back, it indicated that the user had turned off their phone. Ha ha. Do you have any other way now? If you have the ability, turn Kyoto upside down. Zhang Tianwang used his mental power to stop the bleeding from his wound and laughed heartily. Do you know that the carrier can trace call records? Humph. Do you think I'm stupid? I couldn't think of something so simple. This is a Western card. If you have the ability, go check it. Looking at Zhang Tianwang's smug expression, Lin Chen's teeth ground together. No need to make that face, just tell me the secret of rapid promotion. I guarantee your woman will be unharmed. Zhang Tianwang squinted his eyes. He only wanted Lin Chen's secret of rapid promotion. Actually, I have a rough idea of where you hid Meow Meow. Don't think you can pry words from me. If you really guessed it, then go find her. Zhang Tianwang said disdainfully. These were the last tricks he had. He hadn't used such methods to deceive anyone for 10 years. It was too low end. In fact, Meow Meow should no longer be in Kyoto. Humph. Keep talking. I want to see your performance. Zhang Tianwang snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Chen. Actually, when a person speaks, even if they are lying, they will subconsciously mix in a bit of truth. Because it's too difficult to fabricate a complete story. It's easy to find loopholes. But if it's a mix of truth and lies, it's different. As long as you confuse the other party, that's enough. Am I right? Zhang Tianwang. Zhang Tianwang sneered. You read a lot of detective novels. With Kyoto's strict security checks, how could I get 2 living people out? Ask yourself, if I were you, I would definitely keep the person in my own hands. I would never trust them to someone else. Just like you and the Dark Saint Lord, you would never hand someone over to the Dark Saint Lord. What you hold in your own hands is the most real. Lin Chen said slowly, observing Zhang Tianwang's expression as he spoke, but saw no change. I really didn't plan to share with the Dark Saint Lord. I just had a few collaborations before. This time I also borrowed his power. But so what? The Dark Saint Lord doesn't even know the specific location. Do you think you can find Wang Miao Miao? Zhang Tianwang said disdainfully, believing he had not leaked any information, and Lin Chen could not find her. Actually, at first, I also fell into a misunderstanding. I thought Meow Meow was in Kyoto. After all, you couldn't openly walk out of the capital with 2 living people. But when you said, if you have the ability, turn Kyoto upside down, I knew they were no longer in Kyoto. If you can't find them even by turning Kyoto upside down, that's a subconscious slip of yours, but it's also the truest thing you've said from beginning to end. Originally, you just wanted to provoke me with that sentence, but didn't expect it to reveal a flaw. Lin Chen said slowly, recalling every word Zhang Tianwang had said in his mind, and only that sentence seemed to be the most genuine. Moreover, when I was on the phone with the Dark Saint Lord, you kept emphasizing that Meow Meow was in your hands. This proves that the person who helped you kidnap her has already handed Meow Meow over to you. And the Dark Holy Lord is quite interesting. He said to let you transport people out of the Dragon Kingdom. Since you have the ability to get people out of the Dragon Kingdom, a capital city shouldn't be too difficult for you. Right. After listening to Lin Chen's analysis, King Zhang suddenly clapped his hands. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's a pity you don't write detective novels. Since the person isn't in the capital, then where are they? Detective, please deduce. Again. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Actually, the person is at Tianlong Pharmaceutical. Your denial is just to divert my attention. King Zhang curled his lips. Not bad at deduction. You go find someone at Tianlong Pharmaceutical. Didn't you say the person isn't in the capital? How can they be at Tianlong Pharmaceutical then? Going back and forth in deduction, have you confused yourself? No, Meow Meow and Fan Mei Ting are at Tianlong Pharmaceutical. Ha, are you out of your mind? I advise you to confess your secret early so your little girlfriend and her friend can suffer less. What's wrong? Are you anxious? Lin Chen looked at King Zhang, smiled mysteriously, and then reached for the folder on the table. King Zhang saw this and immediately tried to snatch it, but Lin Chen used spatial folding to hide the folder in space, leaving King Zhang empty-handed. You don't care about your phone, why do you care about this little list? Lin Chen said teasingly. From King Zhang's reaction, he already knew his guess was correct. That's confidential material from the Dragon King's mansion. If you dare to look, the Dragon King's mansion won't spare you, King Zhang said fiercely. Ha! Is this what you call confidential material? Since when did a transport list become confidential? Lin Chen pulled out a pile of lists which contained some material numbers and quantities. Actually, Meow Meow and the others are indeed at Tianlong Pharmaceutical, but not at the Tianlong Pharmaceutical base in the capital, rather on the transport plane of Tianlong Pharmaceutical. This flight, right. As the saying goes, even the wisest can make mistakes. He pulled out the most recent date from the list, which showed the goods sent from Kyoto Tianlong Pharmaceutical to Haishur. No wonder you kept guiding me to go to the capital. It turns out this flight is landing in Haicheng in half an hour. Lin Chen glanced at the estimated landing time of the flight and instantly understood. King Zhang chuckled. Your deduction is quite good, so go save the people on the plane. At this point, why are you still being stubborn? Actually, I didn't understand at first how you were going to transport Meow Meow and the others out. But your Western phone card gave me the answer, so I dare to confirm that there are Meow Meow and the others among the goods on this transport plane. Lin Chen picked up King Zhang's phone and said with a sigh. In today's Earthstar, there are only two ways to transport goods, by water or by air. Due to sandstorms, land transport is no longer feasible. Your phone card was transported by water. From the west, right? Now the communication operators on Earthstar are all one, which is the Earthstar Alliance, but Western data just needs to be checked in the west. And the most effective way to transport things out of the capital is to take a transport plane. Coincidentally, your Tianlong Pharmaceutical has a cooperative relationship with the Dragon King's mansion, which allows for inspection exemption, making it easy to stuff two people among the goods. Am I right, King Zhang? Lin Chen slammed the phone heavily on the table and said in a low voice. Then you just go find them on the plane. King Zhang shrugged indifferently. Lin Chen smiled. I know what you're thinking. As long as I take you to the airport, it will definitely provoke a counterattack from Haicheng's defense forces. I'm somewhat aware of Haicheng's defense system. Do you think I'm stupid? The defense system attacks me and you take the opportunity to escape? No problem. Anyway, the goods will eventually be delivered here. I'll just wait here. As soon as he heard this, Zhang Tianwang lost his composure. A surge of mental power erupted, heading straight for Lin Chen's head. I advise you not to move recklessly. Killing you is just a matter of a single strike. Lin Chen snorted coldly, pushing the knife further into Zhang Tianwang's neck. If the mental power of the Hydra couldn't affect him, how could an 8th tier Zhang Tianwang do anything? In the case of folded space, Zhang Tianwang's mental power couldn't lock onto him at all. As long as he adjusted the angle of the spatial fold slightly, the mental power would miss. Now, he was very sure that his guess was absolutely correct, otherwise Zhang Tianwang wouldn't have such a strong reaction. Let me go. These things were all done by the Dark Holy Lord. The kidnappers are his subordinates and have nothing to do with me. I've only collaborated with him a few times. This time he came to ask for my help. At this moment, Zhang Tianwang no longer had that feeling of certainty and hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. Oh, you seem more like the mastermind. Lin Chen sneered. This Zhang Tianwang had some guts, thinking he could just distance himself at this point without begging for mercy. Lin Chen wasn't a fool. Who the mastermind was, wasn't it obvious? You dare not kill me. I am the honorary deputy city lord of Haicheng. If you kill me, Haicheng won't let you go. The last person who spoke to me like this was Zhang Tianfen, but he's already dead. You must be out of your mind. I dare to offend the people of the Dragon King's mansion, let alone you. A nominal deputy city lord? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. This group of fools always brought up their backgrounds at critical moments. Last time, Fan Junshire did the same. Had they all lost their minds? Or was the Dragon King right? That only Being strong oneself is the greatest capital. I don't believe Haichang will avenge you. Ah! 7 stars reversal. Zhang Tianwang roared, a powerful mental force erupted, and 7 shining points of light in the room formed a spoon-like pattern. Then the 7 points of light spun rapidly, like a vortex, continuously rotating and charging towards Lin Chen. He knew that if he didn't fight back now, he would die at Lin Chen's hands. After all, he was also an 8th tier in the Sea Overturning realm. Although Lin Chen was quite abnormal, it wasn't completely hopeless. What the hell? Just messing around with flashy stuff. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Tianwan, who had retreated to the sofa, and in an instant he appeared before him, slicing off his head with a single strike. That 7 stars reversal looked impressive, but in reality, it didn't even touch him. It was just a pure mental force changing its attack form. Similar to a spinning top, it looked good but was utterly useless. The reason he dared to kill Zhang Tianwan was that when the plane flew overhead, Lin Chen had already sensed the presence of Wang Miaomio and Fan Meiting. Zhang Tianwan's sudden outburst was probably because he sensed the plane was about to land. His mental power was slightly stronger than Lin Chen's, so he could sense the plane's arrival in advance. If it weren't for the transport plane flying overhead, Lin Chen really wouldn't have dared to kill Zhang Tianwang. He was afraid that Zhang Tianwang had some backup plan. This bastard had been in the game for so many years, and although his strength wasn't impressive, his schemes were endless. When the plane landed, a transport vehicle slowly approached the Tianwang building. Lin Chen directly wrapped 2 boxes in an absolute domain and teleported them into the room. Inside the boxes, the 2 people had their mouths covered and could only make sounds through their noses. Lin Chen opened the boxes and tore off the tape from their mouths. The moment Wang Miaomio saw him, she couldn't hold back any longer. Wow! Wang Miaomio threw herself at Lin Chen, crying uncontrollably. Fan Meiting was also in tears. The 2 women were greatly frightened by this situation. Alright, stop crying. Lin Chen patted her back, comforting her. After that, he directly teleported the 2 out of the Sea City. In an instant, the alarm bells of Sea City rang loudly, and the head of the Demon Extermination Guard looked bewildered at the defense system. The radar clearly showed nothing, yet the alarm suddenly blared. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in Sea City. It had never happened before. He was tense for quite a while before finally guessing that the alarm might be broken. Subsequently, the engineers from the Cultivator Alliance operated for a while but couldn't figure out what went wrong, so they had to leave it unresolved. Moreover, the culprit that triggered the alarm in Sea City had already arrived at the city gate of the capital, where they were stopped by the Demon Extermination Guard. The reason was simple. Wang Miaomio and Fan Meiting had no record of leaving the city. They had records of entering the capital but none of exiting, so when they appeared outside the city, the Demon Extermination Guard deemed them to be illegally leaving the city. However, due to Lin Chen's high confidentiality status, the Demon Extermination Guard didn't take any action against them. They just asked them to wait at the city gate for further notice. 5 minutes later, a Demon Extermination Guard hurried over and waved to the guards beside him, saying, "Let them through." He approached Lin Chen and awkwardly smiled. "Mr. Lin, I apologize." Lin Chen shook his head. "It's all part of the duty, there's no need to apologize." After saying that, he led Wang Miaomio and Fan Meiting into the city. He called Zhang Hongyuan, contacted the head of the Demon Extermination Guard in the capital, and was smoothly let through. The main reason was that the capital was the territory of the Dragon King, and he didn't want to cause a big commotion, otherwise he would have teleported in long ago. In the Fan family's courtyard, seeing Wang Miaomio and Fan Meiting return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a simple lunch, the 2 went back to their rooms to rest. Having been trapped in a box all night and drugged, their mental state was quite poor. Lin Chen also hadn't slept all night. Just as he was about to take a rest, he received a call from Fan Junshi. "Lin Chen, Yuching is in chaos too, can you come help?" As soon as the call connected, Lin Chen heard this. With the conversation reaching this point, he couldn't refuse, especially since Fan Junshi had helped him fend off 2 4th-tier beasts in Baicheng. Moreover, from the sound on the other end of the line, it seemed the beasts had already begun to gather. "Okay." Lin Chen hung up the phone, greeted his father-in-law, and immediately teleported towards Yucheng. On his way, Lin Chen passed through Lucheng, and good heavens, the overwhelming number of beasts was almost comparable to Baicheng. However, Lucheng had 4 more cracks than Baicheng, and its defensive power was significantly stronger, so there was no risk of being breached. At that moment, Fan Junshi was standing on the city wall, and beside him stood the city lord of Yucheng, Tan Hongyi. "Junshi, you contacted Lin Chen, what did he say?" Fan Junshi nodded. Lin Chen agreed to come. "Something just happened at home in Kyoto, and he just resolved it." He had received the news as soon as Wang Miaomio and Fan Meiting were rescued, which was why he called Lin Chen. "It's a good thing you went to Baicheng this time and happened to help him, otherwise, Yucheng would really be in danger." Tan Hongyi stood beside him, feeling inexplicably emotional. Now, who didn't know the name of the war god Lin Chen from Baicheng? Who didn't know Lin Chen's spatial laws, unmatched in the world? But no one could contact him. All information was under confidentiality, and even the respected ones in the void-breaking realm couldn't check. Tan Hongyi also personally called Zhang Hongyuan, who simply said, "It's impossible for him to give out his phone number." If over 30 city lords ask him for it, and if Lin Chen finds out that you leaked it, how will they get along in the future? However, Zhang Hongyuan also pointed him in a direction. Fan Junshi knew Lin Chen's number, so at the first sign of the beasts breaching the cracks, Tan Hongyi had Fan Junshi find Lin Chen. It's just luck. My sister married his brother. I was originally going to catch someone, but I was trapped for over 10 hours. In the end, no fight, no acquaintance. Then your brother-in-law is going to be bombarded with calls. Tan Hongyi sighed. Now everyone wants to find Lin Chen for help. Apart from the 3 major cities and a few small ones, the rest of Lone country is basically in chaos. All the fissures in the cities are being impacted, and there are only so many Void Realm experts available, all of whom have to deal with the 5th-tier beasts from the first fissure. So, the defense of the city can only rely on their original strength, with no support at all. With Lin Chen, it would be different. Lin Chen's ability to kill 4th-tier beasts is even stronger than that of the Void Realm experts, and that terrifying spatial law can directly pierce through beasts within a radius of 40 kilometers. And what Tan Hongyi said is indeed true. Li Changqing's phone is almost blown up, and not just his, even Ma Dehai's phone is being bombarded. These city lords are smart. They know they can't directly call Lin Chen's relatives, as it would provoke his displeasure. So, Li Changqing and Ma Dehai, both of whom are within the system, have become their best targets. Li Changqing has never seen such a scene. Over 30 city lords, grand generals, and vice city lords are calling him, just wanting him to help convey a message to Lin Chen to visit their cities when he has time. As a department head, he usually doesn't even brush shoulders with these big shots, but now, because of Lin Chen, he has become a guest of honor among them. However, Li Changqing didn't agree. He only responded that he would try to help contact him, joking that he can't treat his brother like a machine, right? With over 30 cities, even if Lin Chen had a clone technique, he couldn't possibly help them all. Ma Dehai was even more flabbergasted, but he is also a smart person, knowing that Lin Chen's current combat power is like a walking weapon. So he and Li Changqing aligned their statements, both saying they would help inquire but not daring to say for sure. With Lin Chen around, it's certain that they would rise to prominence. Ma Dehai has now become the head of the White City office. Li Changqing has already been transferred to the Grand General's side, serving as his secretary, and after some training, he is expected to be assigned to the White City Cultivator Alliance, becoming the true overseer of the White City Cultivator Alliance. So neither of them would do anything to ruin their future, but they also couldn't offend these big shots, so they could only respond ambiguously. Yuqing is not far from the capital, but the environment is harsh. Situated in the desert, and now with the severe sandstorm, it wasted a lot of Lin Chen's time. By the time he arrived in Yuqing, the first wave of beast attacks had already been repelled. Since the incident in White City, other cities have begun to deploy a large number of demon exterminating guards in the fissures, and laser artillery and underground energy storage batteries have also been installed, so Yuqing is relatively better off, with not too many beasts emerging. However, the 4 small towns he passed along the way seem to have been destroyed. Seeing Lin Chen suddenly appear, Tan Hongyi was startled. Everyone knows Lin Chen is elusive, but he didn't expect him to appear so suddenly, thinking it was some 5th-tier beast that had come. Lin Chen, let me introduce you. This is Tan Hongyi, the city lord of Yuqing. As soon as Lin Chen landed, Fan Junshi began to introduce him. Hello, City Lord Tan. Lin Chen extended his hand. He respects city lords and grand generals like these, as they have fought for the Earth Star their whole lives and deserve respect. Hello, thank you for coming to support Yuqing. Tan Hongyi smiled and shook hands with Lin Chen, knowing that as long as there are no major accidents, Yuqing is stable this time. Right now, it's just him and Fan Junshi in Yuqing. The other 2 vice city lords and the Grand General have entered the fissure. What's the situation now? I see the first wave of beast attacks seems to have been repelled. Lin Chen glanced at the beast corpses outside the city and asked. The number of exotic beasts that burst out this time is not many. In Yuqing, out of 9 rifts, only 5 have fallen, and the others are still relatively stable. What we are anxious about this time is not these low-level exotic beasts, but those more than 24th-level exotic beasts. Since the incident in Baicheng, Yuqing's overall defense has been strengthened, and the number of laser cannons has nearly doubled, so we are not very afraid of these low-level exotic beasts. Tan Hongyi introduced the situation to Lin Chen. The situation in Yuqing is much better than in Baicheng, with only about 1 million low-level exotic beasts, which can be defended against by Yuqing's laser cannons. However, the trouble lies with those 4th-level exotic beasts. More than 20 of them, although all at the initial stage, still represent a considerable force. During the defense battle in Baicheng, they witnessed the lethality of the 4th-level exotic beasts firsthand. Fortunately, no 4th-level exotic beasts burst out from Rift 1, otherwise, Yuqing would probably be in big trouble. You all wait for me here, I'll be right back. Upon hearing Tan Hongyi's words, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Chen's mind, and he decided to give it a try. Seeing Lin Chen suddenly disappear, both Tan Hongyi and Fan Junshi looked at each other in confusion. What is he going to do? I don't know. Is he going to kill those 4th-level exotic beasts? But won't those 3rd-level and 2nd-level exotic beasts affect him? While the 2 were still discussing, Lin Chen had already returned. I've killed all the 4th-level exotic beasts, the rest is up to you. As soon as these words came out, both of them felt their scalps tingle. In just over 30 seconds, he killed more than 24th level exotic beasts. Are you kidding me? However, when Tan Honi extended his mental power, he was stunned. The bodies of more than 24th level exotic beasts lay intact on the ground, without a single scratch, yet they had already lost their life force. He had long heard that Lin Chen could kill 4th level beasts like slaughtering dogs, but this was too exaggerated. Were those 4th level exotic beasts stupid? Did they just stand there and let him kill them? Gee good. Tan Honi stammered, nodding in a daze. By the way, Fan Junshi, give Mei Ting a call to comfort her. She was quite frightened this time, and this incident was also caused by us, so consider it a favor I owe you. Okay, I got it. Fan Junshi nodded. If it weren't for the sudden attack on Yuqing, he would have already been in Kyoto investigating the kidnapping case of the two. Lin Chen nodded at him and disappeared from the city wall. He had more important things to do. Now, he suddenly remembered what the Dragon King had said when he left the Dragon King's residence, that he could steal some energy cores when he had the chance. Looking back now, the Dragon King was indeed cunning, knowing that the Dragon Kingdom would erupt in a large-scale exotic beast riot. This statement was telling him to take the opportunity during this time to sneak away and get some energy cores to choke the War God Temple. At least that's how he understood it. As for whether the Dragon King thought that way, he didn't know. Just at this moment, he had such an opportunity. He arrived at Yuqing's Town 4, which had already been breached by exotic beasts, and the outpost in the rift had also been destroyed. Now, there was no one inside the rift, making it a perfect time to take the energy cores. The energy core in Rift 1 had already become ethereal, so taking it would be of no use. The Dragon King would probably focus on the large energy core in Rift 1. What he needed to do now was to steal the energy cores from those rifts that had already fallen in the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't need to go to the rifts that had not yet fallen. The Dragon Kingdom still needed the materials from the rifts for cultivation, and it wasn't time to close all the rifts yet. The Yuqing Rift 4 is about the same size as Baiqing Rift 7. Lin Chen glanced at the map and directly teleported to the deepest part. The energy cores are deep within the rift, and this precaution is to prevent human powerhouses from seizing the energy cores. If such a situation arises, the energy cores can be detonated at the first moment, resulting in mutual destruction. However, now that the 4th tier guarding the energy cores in the rift has left, there are no to block Lin Chen's steps, let alone trigger the energy cores. Lin Chen searched for a while in the depths and finally found the energy core in a cave. This cave was clearly the den of a bear type, with bear furs scattered everywhere. The moment Lin Chen took out the energy core, the rift at the Earth Star began to shrink and then slowly disappeared. Without the energy support, the rift would soon be flattened by the space of the Earth Star, and the space inside the rift would collapse. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 1 Universe Traversal. Universe Traversal: randomly traverse to any location in the universe, then traverse back to the original location. In view of the host completing the task ahead of time, reward 35 million attribute points. Detected that the host's current planet is facing a major crisis, issuing a new task: within 10 years, destroy all rifts. 35 million attribute points. Seeing the system's reward, Lin Chen was so shocked he couldn't speak. If he were to accumulate this himself, it would take a whole year to gather so many attribute points. Completing a task ahead of time rewards 100,000 attribute points, which is exactly the same as the reward for the previous task. And this universe traversal reward, does it mean he can take a trip to another planet and then come back? Of course, this was just his thought. The word random carries a lot of uncertainty. What if he ends up in the mouth of some giant monster, with no chance to escape? Host: Lin Chen. Physique: 1,009,485. Strength: 2,029,414. Mentality: 3,999. Comprehension: 10. Attribute points: 35,132,560. It's a pity my physique isn't enough, otherwise I could directly advance to the void-breaking realm. He thought about adding all 35 million attribute points before going to collect the energy cores, but after calculating, he found his physique was insufficient. Advancing to the void-breaking realm requires 10,000 mental attributes and 10 million strength attributes, which means after adding to his mentality, he would still need 2 million physique attributes. Plus, he would need to deduct 700,000 physique attributes to meet the mental attribute increase, totaling 170,000 physique attributes needed. However, he only had a little over 400 left, which could only increase his physique by 400,000, still a long way off. So he called Li Changqing, asking him to collect 1,500 for him, and he would go to Baiqing to pick them up. Li Changqing directly told him to just go and get them. There were plenty of in the Baiqing warehouse, and he also had a sum of alliance currency to hand over to him. After thinking it over, Lin Chen felt that it wouldn't hurt to take a little time, so he turned and flew towards Baiqing. The distance from Yuqing to Baiqing was quite far. Yuqing is in the western part of Longwa, while Baiqing is in the southern part. Traveling directly from Yuqing to Baiqing would require passing through the desert area, where the sandstorms were currently terrifying. To prevent any accidents, Lin Chen decided to take a detour. If he encountered a tornado causing spatial instability, he could be swept away. By the time he returned to Baiqing, half an hour had passed. On the way, he passed through Luqing and casually helped out by killing all the 4th tier there. Upon entering Baicheng, Lin Chen directly found Li Chongqing. Inside the Grand Governor's mansion, Li Chongqing was counting the remaining supplies in Baicheng. As soon as he saw Lin Chen coming, he handed him 2 boxes, one large and one small. This is the of the 4th tier. I don't know if you'll use it, but I've collected them for you. Lin Chen took the box and looked inside. The large box contained the spirit cores of 4th tier exotic beasts, radiating a rich glow and filled with immense energy. The smaller box held energy replenishing pills, a total of 1,500, not a single one less. Lin Chen returned the large box to Li Chongqing, saying, "This is for you. I have no use for it. You need it now." Li Chongqing was about to take over the White City Cultivator Alliance, and the Grand Commander was stepping back into the shadows. With his current cultivation level, even with Lin Chen's support, there would likely be whispers behind his back. Moreover, he didn't care for such things. He didn't need to rely on them for energy. I can't use this much. Li Chongqing understood Lin Chen's intention, but a box full of dozens of 4th tier spirit cores, especially the 3 that were the size of heads, was worth a fortune, and he felt embarrassed to take it all. You can share it with Brother Ma. You both hold important positions now, and Brother Ma is still at the 10,000 Cauldron realm. It would be a bit too much for him. Lin Chen waved his hand and spoke straightforwardly, as they were all on the same side. Alright. Thinking of Ma Dehai, Li Chongqing nodded. That fat guy probably needed these spirit cores even more than he did. By the way, the White City side has calculated that the exotic beasts you killed are worth about 5 trillion Alliance coins, but the White City Cultivator Alliance doesn't have that much cash on hand. The Grand Commander asked me to check with you if we could sell the materials first and then give you the money later. After taking the box, Li Chongqing immediately inquired of Lin Chen. This time, Lin Chen had killed nearly 1 million exotic beasts, and the corpses he left behind were mostly intact. The White City side calculated that each beast was worth 500,000 Alliance coins, which was a huge advantage for them, because Lin Chen had mostly killed 2nd and 3rd tier exotic beasts, which were relatively valuable. There were also dozens of 4th tier exotic beast corpses, and some merchants were offering high prices to buy them. As for the money, just give me 1 billion, 5 trillion in my account is just a number. Money doesn't mean much to me anymore. You can have the Grand Commander help me collect some special materials. I need them to forge the Qinghai, especially those that can increase weight. Find me more of those. Lin Chen thought for a moment. With his current strength, the Alliance coins from Earth had little use. It was better to gather rare materials to forge the Qinghai knife. Although the Qinghai knife had been reforged by Gu Minglan once, it still felt inadequate against 4th tier exotic beasts. If it weren't for the spatial laws, Lin Chen wouldn't have been able to break through the barrier of the Amethyst Demon Bear with the Qinghai knife. Although the Qinghai knife felt great in hand, it was a bit light, and such weight-increasing materials were hard to find. Lin Chen had to use his mental power to apply pressure to keep the Qinghai knife at a suitable weight for a good feel. When Gu Minglan reforged it, she hadn't added any weight-increasing materials, so the Qinghai knife still weighed 12 kilograms. Now, with 1 million in strength, he needed a knife that weighed at least 10,000 kilograms to meet his requirements. Now that he had money, it was time to have the Qinghai knife reforged. The spatial laws were powerful, but if he encountered a flame tiger during a tribulation, a good weapon would be crucial. Alright, I understand. Li Chongqing nodded. He had already told Lin Chen to change his knife when Lin Chen was injured by the energy core, but Lin Chen had said he had grown attached to the Qinghai knife and didn't want to change it. Then you get back to your work, I'll take my leave. Lin Chen placed the energy replenishing pills into his spatial bag and bid farewell to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing nodded. Ever since he became the Grand Commander's secretary, he hadn't left the ground for a moment, nor had he sat down. Lin Chen held a handful of energy replenishing pills, eating and replenishing energy while opening the map of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, 90% of the cities are experiencing beast riots. Lin Chen plans to travel from the south to the east, then to the north, and finally make a loop through the western desert area, returning to White City. The southernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom is a border city, so Lin Chen doesn't need to worry about it. Therefore, he intends to start directly from Fucheng, located northeast of White City. When he arrives at Fucheng, the beasts are attacking the city. Without a second thought, Lin Chen slaughters several fourth-tier beasts and leaves gracefully under the gaze of the city lord of Fucheng. If he is going to destroy someone else's rift, he should at least give them some benefits, right? Fucheng has a total of 6 rifts, which is relatively small for a city, and only 2 rifts have been breached. Thus, Lin Chen collects the energy cores of the 2 rifts in less than 10 minutes. As soon as the city lord of Fucheng sees Lin Chen's combat skills, he realizes that the visitor is the war god of White City. He even thinks that the call he made to Li Chongqing has worked. He quickly calls Li Chongqing to express his gratitude. Li Chongqing is bewildered. He never discussed this matter with Lin Chen. However, he welcomes this unexpected favor. After that, every half hour to an hour, Li Chongqing receives a thank you call from a city lord, which makes him extremely happy. He now understands that Lin Chen is clearing out those 4th-tier beasts to lighten the burden on each city. Killing large numbers of beasts requires immense mental energy, as can be seen from Lin Chen's performance in White City. After killing 1 million beasts, Lin Chen felt deflated, like a deflated balloon, instantly losing his spirit. Therefore, Li Changqing speculates that Lin Chen's killing of 4th-tier beasts is to reduce the burden on various cities, as 4th-tier beasts have the strongest destructive power. 5 hours later, Lin Chen is revitalized, his physique has increased to 2 million, and he can hardly eat anymore. The energy-replenishing pills have no other taste, just a faint sweetness, and after consuming over 1,000 of them, he now feels nauseous at the smell. Stopping his consumption of the energy-replenishing pills, Lin Chen glances at the energy cores in his backpack. In these 5 hours, he has visited 8 cities, collected 33 energy cores from 33 rifts. On average, he has harvested 6 energy cores per hour while killing around 20 4th-tier beasts. It seems that news of his hunting of 4th-tier beasts has spread. For instance, when he passed through Weicheng, the city didn't even bother to defend against the 4th-tier beast attacks, as if they knew he was coming. However, this has indeed minimized casualties in these cities. Among the 65 cities of White City, apart from the 3 major cities in White City and Yuqing, all the other cities are now waiting for him to arrive. The Void Realm experts are also extremely busy, as the number 1 rifts in various places are in turmoil, and the Dragon King has given them tasks. Over 100 Void Realm experts are simply overwhelmed. In the capital, within the Dragon King's mansion, Long Yuekon looks at the latest news from the Cultivator Alliance and murmurs with a smile, "Good kid, solved the 4th-tier beasts in 10 cities in 5 hours. Since you're so capable, I can't just sit idle." As soon as he finishes speaking, old Wang rises from his small loft, locks onto a direction, and flies away like a beam of light. In the west, a Void Realm expert from the War God Hall who has just seized an energy core from a small country suddenly feels an astonishing pressure coming from behind. "Dragon King? What are you doing in the west? What? Is it only allowed for your people to go to the Dragon Kingdom, and I can't come to the west?" Upon hearing this, the Void Realm expert from the War God Hall immediately flies away. He knows the Dragon King is looking for trouble. Many countries are already aware of the War God Hall's recent rampant plundering of energy cores. The War God Hall doesn't care what others think, but they must guard against the Dragon King's mansion, as several peak powers from the Dragon King's mansion are not to be underestimated. "Want to leave? Did you ask me first?" Long Yukong reached out his right hand towards the void, and a giant claw covered in scales suddenly appeared, bringing with it a terrifying suction that pulled the Void Realm Master of the War God Temple, who had already flown into the air, violently to his side. "Dragon King, are you trying to start a war by openly killing members of the War God Temple in the west?" The Void Realm Master of the War God Temple struggled frantically but could not break free. "Start a war? Do I really need to tell you what your War God Temple is doing? Do you really think I'm afraid of the War God? I actually want to see whose bloodthirsty law is stronger, his or my devouring law." After saying this, he shook his right hand, and the Void Realm Master of the War God Temple was instantly drained of all his blood, like a dried corpse. After Long Yukong finished drinking his blood, a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, and dragon scales began to emerge on his right arm. "Damn dragon blood, its effect on me is too great. Just a little blood and you get all excited." Long Yukong slapped his left hand against his right, and a trace of black blood seeped out from the scales, which then slowly faded away. He grabbed the spatial pouch of the War God Temple member, opened it, and found 6 energy cores neatly arranged inside. "Humph, not a bad haul." He packed the energy cores into his own spatial pouch and began to fly forward again. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was in the Dragon Kingdom, had already arrived near Su City, very close to Hai City. However, it seemed that Su City had not erupted in a beast tide, perhaps because of its proximity to Hai City. Crossing these 2 cities, Lin Chen continued north. The next city was Yang City, an ancient city with a history of 1,000 years. Yang City's geographical position was quite special, surrounded by walls on all sides, with cracks almost encircling the city. This made the defense of Yang City very difficult, as all 4 city gates needed to be guarded, putting them in a particularly passive position. When Lin Chen arrived at Yang City, the city lord's eyes filled with tears upon seeing him. Yang City was in dire straits, with so many cracks and being surrounded, it was like a hellish mode. Fortunately, this city was a deserted one. Considering Yang City's special circumstances, the residents had long since migrated to nearby cities. This city was purely a cultivator city, with residents who went to the cracks to hunt beasts, so although Yang City was surrounded on all sides, it had not yet fallen. Without saying a word, Lin Chen circled around Yang City, and all the 4th-tier beasts fell to the ground. After doing all this, he left without taking credit, turning to aim at the 10 cracks in Yang City. Except for the first crack, which still showed no signs of collapse, the other 9 cracks had already been completely destroyed. After entering the crack, Lin Chen rummaged around and quickly arrived at the last crack. Boom! Before he could enter the crack, a familiar red energy came rushing towards him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have collided with it. War God? When he saw the figure of the newcomer, a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. What was this tot doing here in the Dragon Kingdom instead of snatching energy cores in the west? Was he not afraid of the Dragon King causing him trouble? Moreover, it seemed he was deliberately waiting for him here. "You must be the White City War God who's been causing quite a stir these past few days. I heard you've killed quite a few 4th-tier beasts recently." The War God smiled at Lin Chen, then his expression turned cold. "The energy cores from those cracks in the southeast were all taken by you? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately understood the reason the war god was looking for him. He had killed too many 4th-tier beasts today, which had already attracted the attention of the war god temple. The purpose of the war god temple was to let the beasts attack the city so they could have a chance to take energy cores from the cracks. Now that he had killed all the main forces attacking the city, their plan was bound to fail. No wonder the war god was waiting for him here. This was the only way for him to reach the northern cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he already knew that he was collecting energy cores. If he didn't run now, when would he? Lin Chen did not respond and directly teleported towards Kyoto. The combat power of this talk was too terrifying. He definitely couldn't defeat him and could only rely on his speed advantage to run away quickly. Just after Lin Chen teleported 40 kilometers away, he found a layer of blood-colored mist wrapping around him, and his absolute domain was instantly shattered. Moreover, he couldn't even continue to use his absolute domain within his body. It was just taking shape when it was also instantly broken. Damn it, the gap in mental power is too great. I can't even operate the laws within my body. Not only could he not use the laws, but even extending his mental power was very difficult, leaving him to wait for death in place. I heard you comprehended the laws of space, but without the unity of spirit, energy, and essence, can you exert the power of the laws of space? The war god appeared beside him in an instant, looking at him with a mocking expression. Tell me, why are you collecting energy cores? Tak looked at Lin Chen, feeling that their affairs should have been leaked. Otherwise, this kid named Lin Chen couldn't possibly step on their plans at every turn. Killing the 4th-tier alien. Beast aside, it was possible he wanted to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, and he just happened to have that strength and could quickly reach any city in the Dragon Kingdom. However, collecting energy cores was definitely problematic. Apart from the War God Temple, no one else on Earth was collecting energy cores. Moreover, others didn't even know the purpose of the energy cores. They wouldn't destroy a good rift just to extract the energy cores. One must know that a rift could cultivate many cultivators, and no country would do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Only the Lord knew his mission. No one else could know, not even the second-in-command of the War God Temple, the Order Lord. However, the Dragon King's mansion and the War God Temple had always been at odds, and the Dragon King must know about the War God Temple collecting energy cores. Tak believed that, based on his understanding of the Dragon King, even if the Dragon King didn't know the use of the energy cores, he would still intervene to disrupt his plans. Tak speculated that Lin Chen was arranged by the Dragon King to deliberately snatch the energy cores and sabotage the War God Temple's plans. But what Tak didn't know was that Lin Chen had already heard everything about him and the Lord clearly. At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was racing, thinking of what reason he could use to deflect the situation. However, he found that no matter what reason he gave, the War God would kill him. If he said the Dragon King sent him, Tak would kill him to prevent him from continuing to disrupt the War God Temple's actions. If he said he heard a secret, he would only die faster. Dragon King, why are you here? Lin Chen suddenly looked behind Tak, surprised. Humph, kid, do you take me for a fool? Tak didn't even turn his head, coldly staring at Lin Chen, sneering. Apart from the Wuxiang Zen master, no one can appear in front of me silently, not even the Dragon King. Actually, I know without you saying, the Dragon King, for whatever reason, wants to disrupt the War God Temple's plans. Your laws of space are very suitable for competing with us for energy cores. Does the Dragon King think everyone is a fool? So blatant? Lin Chen nodded and said, the energy cores are what the Dragon King asked me to take. I can give you the energy cores. Tak's expression suddenly changed. A genius who comprehended the laws of space. I started paying attention to you as soon as the video from Baicheng was released. By the time you reached the void-breaking realm, I might not be able to catch you. I'm sorry to tell you that. Today, no matter what, you have to die here. However, I will gladly accept your laws of space. Then, he burst into laughter, not expecting to have such an opportunity to comprehend the laws of space. Bloodthirsty. Blood analysis. After he finished laughing, with a low shout, the blood mist around Lin Chen began to drill into his body. Lin Chen struggled to escape, desperately using his mental power to block the invasion of the blood mist. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Once I analyze your blood, I will gain a part of your memories. Although it won't be much, it will definitely be enough. At that time, the Earth Star will be my domain. After saying this, Tokay clasped his hands, and the blood mist became even more frenzied. Lin Chen felt the moment the blood mist entered his body, it immediately drilled into his mind, where a special substance was wrapped by the blood mist, slowly trying to burrow out of his body. He was somewhat shocked, not expecting that the war god had such a means, able to extract others' memories from their blood. Unable to break free, Lin Chen shouted, "Damn it! Shifting! Random!" With no other choice, Lin Chen, unable to fight back or escape, could only use the system reward for cosmic shifting. He actually didn't want to use it. The position for cosmic shifting was not fixed, and if he ended up in a dangerous place, he might not even survive to shift back to Earth Star. He believed that cosmic shifting should only be used when one reached a certain level of cultivation, otherwise the danger was too high. As he silently recited, a white light shone from Lin Chen, and he felt a tremendous gravitational force pulling him into the void. Tokei was instantly thrown into a panic at this scene. His blood analysis was about to be completed, but Lin Chen had disappeared. The moment the white light appeared, he tried to stop it but was directly knocked away by a powerful force. What is this? Complete laws? Tokei spat blood, his body beginning to disintegrate inch by inch, the blood mist enveloping him, maintaining the integrity of his physical form. If he hadn't stopped in time just now, he might have already died. That white light contained a particularly terrifying power. The moment his bloodthirsty laws touched the white light, they disintegrated. In just an instant, he was injured at the root, and his mental power began to weaken. Damn it! Now I'm seriously injured. How can I complete the 3-year deadline set by the Lord? If I had obtained his spatial laws, I wouldn't have to fear the Lord. Damn it! Tokei clutched his head, the intense pain making him feel worse than death. Cursing in anger, he could only leave the Dragon Kingdom for now. If he were to be encountered by the Dragon King in this state, he would surely die. Damn Dragon Kingdom people. Just then, the subordinates of the war gods, Hall had already sent him a message that the Dragon King was in the west seizing energy cores. Now, severely injured, he wouldn't be able to recover in less than a year, and relying solely on the Order Lord, it was impossible to contend with the Dragon King's mansion. He could only return to the west first and plan for what came next. Meanwhile, Long Wukong seemed to know he was back and immediately left the west, bringing back 3 large energy cores and 32 small energy cores to the Dragon Kingdom. The first thing he did upon returning was to call the intelligence department to inquire about Lin Chen's progress. When he heard that Lin Chen had gone to Sioux City and then lost contact, he immediately sensed something was wrong. When he tried to call Lin Chen again, the phone was already unreachable. Where did Lin Chen go? Did he encounter the war god? Long Wukong frowned. Aside from a few people, he really couldn't think of anyone who could defeat Lin Chen, who had spatial laws. A typical void-breaking realm expert couldn't do anything to him. Go, investigate what happened in Sioux City. Send people to protect Lin Chen's family. He immediately instructed his subordinates. Lin Chen was the person he had the highest hopes for, and he might help the Dragon King's mansion defeat the War God's Hall, so nothing could go wrong. He also didn't believe that such a legendary figure would just disappear for no reason. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Long Wukong finally received news that Sioux City was in chaos, with corpses of strange beasts and blood everywhere. They discovered a patch of unusual blood at the entrance of the 10th fissure. The blood had burned the ground black. However, after testing, they found that this blood was not Lin Chen's. Upon hearing this news, after sending his subordinates away, Long Wukong murmured, "The blood of the war god. This kind of blood is possessed by only one person on the entire planet, the war god, whose law is the bloodthirsty law, merging the blood of various exotic beasts. Therefore, his blood has a strong corrosive property." Long Wukong had seen such a scene when he fought against him. "Lin Chen, did you injure the war god? Where exactly have you gone?" Thinking of Lin Chen's rapid rise, he knew Lin Chen must have secrets, but he didn't know what kind of opportunities he had obtained. His dragon blood was acquired by chance and had greatly helped him. Long Wukong suspected that Lin Chen had used some special means to injure the war god. But now Lin Chen had disappeared. Where could he have gone? In the Fan family mansion, Wang Miaomiao suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and woke up from her dream. When she began to search for Lin Chen, her father told her that Lin Chen had gone to Yucheng. Through Fan Meiting, she learned that Lin Chen had long since left Yucheng. Calling Lin Chen's phone again, it was always unreachable. "Xiaomu, where have you gone? What happened to you?" Wang Miaomiao murmured as she looked out the window. She had never felt this way before, as if something very important had suddenly disappeared, leaving her in constant anxiety. In Wandao City, the Colosseum was bustling with noise. Inside the massive Colosseum, the stands were already packed with people, all waiting for the information on the first duel. The Colosseum only opened on the last day of each year, which was the busiest day in Wandao City. Everyone, whether commoners or nobles, wanted to take a gamble in the Colosseum. Commoners could only watch on the screens outside, while only nobles could enter the arena. But regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, everyone came here for one purpose: to win spirit coins. With good luck, commoners could become nobles, while nobles could advance further, even obtaining titles. In the cellar beneath the Colosseum stands, various slaves were locked in iron cages. Humans, beasts, spirits, and all kinds of races could be seen here. Slave traders were vigorously promoting the slaves locked in their cages. A middle-aged man in a black robe, followed by a team of guards, was selecting slaves in the cellar. "Second Prince, you're here. Come see, I have new stock today." A bearded man immediately shouted upon seeing the visitor. "Butcher, it seems your stock isn't very good. Last year I bought 2 beastmen from you, and they were taken out in less than 3 rounds. The second prince held a fan to his nose and glanced around the cages in front of the butcher. "Second Prince, come look at mine. I have only high-quality goods." Opposite the butcher's slave stall, a seductive woman swayed her water snake waist and slowly walked to the second prince, smiling charmingly. "Fox girl, isn't it a bit too aggressive to steal business like this?" The butcher looked displeased at the alluring woman. His goods were of similar quality, but the fox girl had recently acquired a golden ape from somewhere, which made her quite arrogant. "Butcher, you can't say that. Whoever has better quality goods gets the sale. This Colosseum slave stalls aren't just yours. The fox girl swayed her 3 snow-white tails behind her, smiling as she spoke. The butcher snorted coldly, ignoring her, and turned to recommend to the second prince. Second prince, on my way back yesterday, I picked up a human in the Lost Plains. Oh, the second prince became interested upon hearing this. The Lost Plain is an uninhabited area of the 10,000 Paths star where strange laws exist, causing anyone who enters to become lost within. The butcher, daring to venture into the Lost Plain, also hoped to test his luck. He knew that the creatures within were not simple. Yesterday, the butcher had also gone to try his luck and unexpectedly encountered a dead fish. Where is it? The second prince glanced at the cage outside but did not see any humans. Please, come inside. The butcher stepped aside, inviting the second prince into the room. Inside, there were only a few cages, all containing fierce beasts, the butcher's prized possessions. However, among these cages, one held a young man covered in blood. Is this what you said you found in the Lost Plain? A person from the sea-toppling realm? The second prince shot an angry glance at the butcher. Was he playing with him? A person from the sea-toppling realm dared to enter the Lost Plain? Your Highness, it's absolutely true. Look, this is the photo I took yesterday. The butcher waved his hand, and a virtual image appeared in the air, showing the young man lying on the grass. It really is the Lost Plain. The second prince recognized the photo as genuine. Only the land of the Lost Plain is black, and photos taken there are distorted by the laws. Just for the name Lost Plain, I'll buy it. The second prince waved his hand, and a huge virtual screen appeared, directly transferring 1 million spirit coins to the butcher. Thank you, Your Highness, the butcher exclaimed, joyfully, grinning as he opened the cage and pulled the young man out. The young man was Lin Chen, and at that moment, he was shackled with chains on his hands and feet. The material of the shackles was unknown, continuously suppressing his power and spirit, rendering him as defenseless as an ordinary person. After using cosmic traversal yesterday, he opened his eyes to see a stretch of black land, a strange force constantly assaulting his mind. Coupled with the blood mist left by the war god within him, he could only expel the blood mist while using his mental strength to resist that bizarre force. However, he had underestimated the situation. As soon as the blood mist was forced out, the strange force seized his upper dantian, and he was knocked unconscious by its impact. When he awoke again, he found himself on a spaceship, not a flying saucer, but a real wooden ship flying in the sky. At the same time, his hands and feet were shackled, and he could not exert any of his power. Your Highness, would you like to see my diamond ape? The fox woman, seeing the second prince bring out a young man from the butcher, looked at him with suspicion. This young man was at the early stage of the sea-toppling realm. Was he worth buying? Such goods were plentiful in her possession. No need, maybe next time. Although the diamond ape has a strong physique, its mental strength is lacking and can easily be targeted. Besides, I have no more slots left. I've already reserved 2 from old Mo. The second prince shook his head. He indeed wanted the diamond ape, but he had lost too much recently and could not afford it for now, so he made an excuse to brush it off. Then, remember to come next time. Hearing the second prince's words, the fox woman continued to smile and bid him farewell. Humph, does he really think this prince is a fool? Don't I know whose person you are? The second prince snorted coldly after leaving. Oh, second brother, are you planning to play with the sea-toppling realm now? Not far from where the second prince had just walked, a middle-aged man in a purple robe approached, looking somewhat similar to him. Elder brother, I've had a rough few years, losing badly. The void-breaking realm costs 5 million at a time, and I really can't afford to play anymore. The second prince replied with a forced smile upon seeing the newcomer. Second brother, isn't it what big brother said? To buy the Oceantop realm, you need 1 million plus a registration fee of another 1 million. You have to win 2 matches to earn 2 million. Buying the void-breaking realm only costs 5 million, and the registration fee is also 5 million. The key is that winning 2 matches can earn you 10 million. Can't you do the math? The crown prince spoke in a tone of reprimand, completely disregarding the second prince. And the Oceantop realm you bought is too poor. Early stage Oceantop realm? Bought for 500,000 spirit coins? Ha! Are you really that short of 50,000? You can't even afford a peak Oceantop realm? Do you want me to lend you some? The crown prince looked at the second prince with a mocking expression, a hint of playfulness in his gaze. The second prince, with a grim expression, replied, You don't need to worry about that, big brother. It's just over 1 million, I can still afford to lose. The crown prince patted the second prince on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, That 150,000 of yours seems like it's going to go down the drain. After saying this, he glanced at Lin Chen, sneered, and brushed past the second prince's team. Once he was far away, he said to a man with a goatee behind him, Go buy a peak Oceantop realm and take out the second prince's Oceantop realm. Yes. The goateed man replied respectfully, then went off alone to search for suitable slaves in the cellar. The second prince watched the crown prince walk away, his face dark, and instructed the steward behind him, The 2 void-breaking realm slaves from Old Mo's side are fine, right? The thin-faced steward bowed his head and said, Rest assured, this time I had Old Mo specially catch 2 beastmen for you, both top-notch, at least guaranteed to win 3 matches. The second prince narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Good. This time I want to win back everything I lost in the past few months. What about the void-breaking realm slaves from Big Brother's side? He has been targeting me for 5 months in a row. Don't let him take advantage again this time. The steward lowered his head, hesitating as he said, on the Crown Prince's side, there are 2 spirit race members. It's really hard to say if we encounter them. 2 void-breaking realm spirit race members? Where did he get them? The second prince frowned. Among the same rank, the spirit race had the strongest combat power. But this race usually stayed within their own domain empire, making them impossible to capture, and no one dared to try. There were no spirit race slaves in the entire gladiatorial arena's cellar. They should have been borrowed from the spirit domain empire. But you don't need to worry, as long as we don't encounter those 2 spirit race members, there won't be a problem, the steward said. Somewhat humbly, although the gladiatorial arena couldn't manipulate the insider information that was for ordinary nobles. The Crown Prince could make his slaves fight whoever he wanted with just a word. You said the same thing last time, and I ended up facing Big Brother's slave in the first match. The second prince was somewhat exasperated. Big Brother had targeted him more than once, and in recent months he had lost tens of millions of spirit coins, which had already made his mother somewhat angry. Then how about we don't register for this round of void-breaking realm? Not participate? What will others think of me and my mother? That we can't afford to lose? The second prince snapped. As the gladiatorial arena was a matter of face, although spirit coins were important, face was even more crucial. Everyone in the entire Wandao Star was watching the gladiatorial arena on the 1st of every month. As a prince, if he didn't send someone to participate, it wouldn't just be losing face for him, but for the royal family. How would the emperor look at him? How could he compete for the throne with Big Brother in the future? If he didn't even have the courage to participate in the gladiatorial arena, how would the emperor pay attention to him when choosing an heir? 4th brother and 5th brother have been losing for years, yet they still grit their teeth and carry on. How can I withdraw? Isn't it just 20 million spirit coins? I can afford to lose. The second prince gritted his teeth fiercely but felt helpless. In terms of strength, the Crown Prince was not considered top tier among all the princes. He could easily suppress him. But in terms of financial power, the Crown Prince's mother is the queen of the Wandao Empire and the legitimate daughter of the Tianqiong Financial Group's head. As one of the 3 major financial groups in the empire, Tianqiong possesses an immeasurable wealth. These illegitimate princes, although they have financial groups backing them, are still far behind compared to Tianqiong. Unless they gain the recognition of the 2 major forces in the Wandao Empire, they cannot obtain the support of the other 2 financial groups. Listen carefully, I don't want to know who you are, nor do I want to know why you are in the Lost Plains. But I give you a promise, as long as you can win 3 matches in a row, I will free you from your status as a slave and grant you the identity of a citizen of the Wandao Empire. If you can't win, you know what will happen next. No one has ever walked out of the arena alive after losing. The second prince glanced at Lin Chen again. What he valued was that Lin Chen had come out of the Lost Plains alive. A person at the sea-overturning realm appearing in the Lost Plains was already unreasonable, let alone a citizen without any status. A person at the void-breaking realm couldn't last a day in the Lost Plains, so this slave must have some extraordinary qualities to survive there. The prince is talking to you. Why aren't you thanking him quickly? For a slave like you to escape from your lowly status is a tremendous honor. The steward, seeing Lin Chen indifferent, hurriedly scolded him. The second prince waved his hand. It's fine, he might think he has some impressive capital. That's even better. At least I can recoup some of my losses. First, go to Old Mo and get those 2 beast tribes, then go to the registration office to sign up. Yes. The steward quickly responded, then no longer paid attention to Lin Chen, who was like a mute. Lin Chen frowned. This place felt somewhat like an ancient society, but the technology they used was not like that of ancient times. With the shackles on his hands and feet still locked, he couldn't escape at all and could only take 1 step at a time. A large group of people moved forward, and at a shabby old man's place, they bought 2 beast tribes. These 2 beast tribes were also shackled and revealed their true forms. One was a purple lightning taper covered in purple patterns. According to the old man, it was a top-tier race among the beast tribes, feeding on lightning and using lightning power as its attack method. The other was a Xianyun lion, an ordinary beast at the void-breaking realm, but much cheaper than the purple lightning taper. The second prince accepted these 2 beast tribes and looked at the purple lightning taper, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. He had spent a lot of money to have Old Mo procure this purple lightning taper, just to have a moment of pride. Today, he had communicated with the people at the arena, ensuring that the Crown Prince's slave would not encounter his own slave. The Crown Prince had people in the arena, and so did he, although the person he contacted held a lower position. It should still be possible to avoid 1 or 2 matches. At the registration office, a long line had already formed, with all the nobles bringing their slaves to register. As soon as the second prince arrived, all the nobles made way. Although they were also nobles, they were still far behind the royal family. They merely had some spirit coins and had donated for a title, all being the lowest-ranking barons. To obtain a higher title, there was only one way: to guard a region for the empire or to expand the empire's territory. They looked at his 3 slaves with some pity. The second prince was targeted by the Crown Prince, and now everyone in the Wandao Star knew about it. These 3 slaves were also bound to meet a tragic fate. The registration staff saw the second prince coming and immediately switched pages, directly bumping off the noble who had just registered. 2 at the void-breaking realm, 1 at the sea-overturning realm. After the second prince walked over, he straightforwardly reported the information of the 3 slaves. Shoo, the second prince is actually playing in the sea-overturning realm match. He might have been targeted a bit too harshly recently. The surrounding nobles began to murmur, but when they saw the murderous gaze of the second prince, they all lowered their heads, no longer daring to discuss. The Void Realm Beast Clan's Purple Lightning Taper. The Void Realm Beast Clan's Xian Yun Lion. What is this human called? Those of a certain rank had the discernment. At a glance, they recognized the identities of the 2 Void Realm beasts, but they found it difficult to register Lin Chen. Lin Chen said coldly. At this point, he could only hope that the second prince would keep his word. He realized that on this planet, slaves had no human rights at all. The sea-overturning realm human, Lin Chen. As the registrar completed the registration, he respectfully said, "Second prince, the information has been registered." The second prince nodded, extending his right hand. On his wrist was a silver ring, which projected a virtual screen that then unlocked. The staff scanned a machine over the virtual device on his wrist, instantly deducting 21 million spirit coins. After the payment was completed, the second prince went up to the viewing platform. He had a private box to watch the duel and would not squeeze in with those barons. The steward led Lin Chen and the 2 beast clans to the battle entrance below the platform. The battle entrance was blocked by iron bars and would only open after the name was called. This entrance was exclusive to the second prince, so there were also some fruits and vegetables provided for the slaves to restore their strength. Other lower nobles were assigned a battle entrance by the arena, and they had to take their slaves to that entrance. These lower nobles were merely there to join the excitement, mostly bringing sea-overturning realm fighters to take a gamble. Of course, some marquises and dukes had their own exclusive battle entrances. Time passed second by second, and with the sound of a bell, the host stood in the center of the arena, delivering an impassioned speech that instantly ignited the desires of the nobles in the stands. In the center of the arena, a huge virtual screen appeared out of thin air, displaying the information of both combatants. It showed the slaves' information, their master's information, and the odds for both sides. The betting time was very short, only 1 minute, and this minute had to be placed through the channels of the 3 major financial groups. The arena was operated by the 3 major financial groups, so bets could only be placed through them. Those wanting to open private betting houses did not dare offend the 3 major financial groups, so their channels were the final ones. Moreover, the 3 major financial groups had the funds to pay out, while some private houses would run off after making a profit, and the reputation of private houses in the 10,000 Pathstar was quite poor. In the first match, Count Mayu's Void Realm Beast Clan vs Baron Feng Hao's Void Realm Human Li Ping. The match officially begins. With the host's command, the first duel officially started. A circular light shield rose in the central area of the arena, and from the thousands of battle entrances below, 2 iron bars opened. A man dressed in simple clothes walked out, and a tiger-headed leopard followed a beat late, transforming into its beast form, its long leopard tail swaying. "Oh, tiger-headed leopard, kill him!" As the 2 appeared, the nobles in the stands began to roar with excitement. Not only them, but even the commoners watching through the big screen outside were shouting. However, it seemed they all favored the tiger-headed leopard, with hardly anyone cheering for the human. The 2 walked to the center of the arena under everyone's gaze, knowing that one of them had to die here today. Because the rule of the arena was that one side could only be considered victorious when the other side was dead. Roar! The tiger-headed leopard let out a furious roar, transforming into its beast form, which was its strongest state. Li Ping was not to be outdone, pointing his spear. He transformed into a streak of light and charged at the tiger-headed leopard. For seconds later, Li Ping lay on the ground unwillingly. The tiger-headed leopard had already reached the late stage of the Void Realm, while he was only at the mid-stage of the Void Realm, with no chance of victory at all. The tiger-headed leopard charged over and bit off his neck. "Oh ho! We won!" Everyone was celebrating, although the odds for the tiger-headed leopard weren't high. At least, it brought them some joy. Those who wanted to bet on the underdog side, there was no luck to be had in the arena. "Please, Count Mayu, choose whether to continue." The host stood atop a massive spherical light shield, and the virtual screen appeared again. Then, a red label appeared under the tiger-headed leopard's avatar, reading "Continue." "Count Mayu has chosen to continue. Let's select his next opponent." The host's excited shout plunged the entire arena back into a frenzy. On the virtual screen, Li Ping's avatar had been marked with a red cross, and the page he was on began to scroll. The new opponent for the tiger-headed leopard is the slave of Count Shang Minghai, the Void Realm Beast Clan, the Blue Bear Beast. As the host's voice fell, the countdown for betting began to display on the screen. A minute later, a person entirely covered in blue emerged from the battle entrance, with 2 very prominent barriers on his head. The Blue Bear Beast wasted no time after appearing, directly transforming into a 3-story tall blue giant bear. The tiger-headed leopard was less than half its size. The fighting methods of the 2 beasts were brutal, purely a contest of physical strength, as their mental powers were similar, making the use of mental strength ineffective. In the end, the tiger-headed leopard was killed by the blue bear beast with a single paw strike in just 10 rounds. Following that, the Blue Bear Beast won 2 more matches and the prize money accumulated to 40 million, at which point Xiang Minghai finally let him step down. If he didn't step down and was killed by an opponent, half of the prize money would be taken away. The prize money in the arena is cumulative. The initial prize for the Void Realm is 5 million, doubling for each win. The Blue Bear Beast won 3 matches with a total prize of 40 million, enough to donate 4 Baron titles. Next, we will draw for a new duel. After the Blue Bear Beast exited, the host immediately began the next match. Half an hour later, a Duke's slave, the Octopus Beast, had already won 4 matches, holding a massive sum of 80 million, yet still did not step down. In the 5th match, it drew the second prince's Xian Yun Lion. As a result, the Xian Yun Lion was entangled and killed by the Octopus Beast in less than 5 seconds after entering the arena. Hush! The arena was filled with murmurs. The second prince had actually lost to a duke, a huge embarrassment. The duke, however, smiled as he looked at the second prince in the private box. He was a supporter of the first prince, and making the second prince lose face would surely lead to rewards later. The second prince dropped the teacup in his hand. There was nothing he could do. This octopus beast was a sea beast, and sea beasts were inherently large. Ordinary creatures of the same rank were no match. For sea beasts, even the spirit clan struggled. The first prince in the box was eating grapes fed to him by a maid, shaking his head. The second one is really getting worse. What kind of trash is he picking? The goat-bearded steward immediately chimed in. Your Highness is right, the second prince has completely lost hope. As the duels continued, there were not many Void Realm slaves left in the arena. The remaining ones were mostly slaves of dukes and princes. The next duel is between the first prince's Void Realm Spirit clan, Zhou Ling, and the second prince's Void Realm Beast clan, the Purple Lightning Taper. 1 minute, the countdown begins. A minute later, betting stopped, and the Purple Lightning Taper was released by the steward. It did not transform but walked out in its original form. Wow! The Purple Lightning Taper, the second prince, is really going all out. This Purple Lightning Taper is no worse than the Spirit clan, being a top-tier beast clan. The first prince's Spirit clan is also impressive. It was bought back from the Spirit Domain Empire. Although the Spirit clan is small in number, their combat power is unmatched. I wonder if the second prince can outdo the first prince this time. It's hard to say. On the other side, a translucent figure emerged from the battlefield entrance, resembling a human but lacking a physical form. The Spirit clan exists in the form of energy, a naturally born energy body, with both attacks and defenses being intangible. Moreover, the Spirit clan is favored by heaven and earth, able to use their unique laws, the Spirit Domain, from birth. Within the Spirit Domain, the combat power of the Spirit clan can surge 5 to 6 times, which is why they are so highly regarded. The Purple Lightning Beast bared its teeth at Zhou Ling, purple-black lightning beginning to emanate from its body. Zhou Ling cast a cold glance at the Purple Lightning Beast, and a green domain instantly enveloped it. The battle was about to erupt, with the lightning from the Purple Lightning Beast attacking Zhou Ling from various angles. Zhou Ling furrowed his brow. Facing a top-tier beast clan, he dared not be careless. He was only here to assist the crown prince, not to be his slave, and dying here would be too unwise. In the Eastern Alliance, no one dared to sell the Spirit clan. Although their numbers were few, they had many powerful members, and not everyone would dare provoke them. He and his brother came only because the crown prince provided them with resources, so they were here to help the crown prince in a gladiatorial arena, boosting his prestige. Spirit Domain, 5-fold enhancement. Zhou Ling wasted no time, directly using the Spirit Domain to strengthen his own power, opting for the maximum enhancement. Spirit Domain, 10,000 degrees. Zhou Ling roared, redirecting all the purple-brown lightning that was attacking him back towards the Purple Lightning Beast. The Purple Lightning Beast was taken aback. Its own attack was turned against it? Was the Spirit clan really this formidable? However, it fed on lightning and felt no fear. After absorbing the returning attack, it realized Zhou Ling had vanished. Not good. The Purple Lightning Beast thought to itself, and then its head twisted in a bizarre manner before being forcibly pulled down. Wow! The nobles in the stands erupted in commotion upon witnessing this scene. The Spirit clan truly deserved its status as a top-tier race. Such intangible attacks were nearly impossible to defend against. Although the Purple Lightning Beast was a top-tier race among the beast clans, it still fell short compared to the Spirit clan. Zhou Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. To quickly resolve the battle without any mishaps, he had just used nearly 80% of his spiritual power in that last strike. He immediately signaled to the room where the crown prince was. Upon seeing the gesture, the crown prince understood his intent and chose not to continue. These two Spirit clan members were borrowed. If anything went wrong, he would have a hard time explaining, and it could even provoke a war between the 10,000 Dao Empire and the Domain Empire, which would be counterproductive. Since his goal had been achieved, there was no need to continue. He wasn't lacking in spirit coins. As the grandson of the Tianqiong financial magnate, he was far wealthier than the other princes. The subsequent battles were essentially a showcase by another Spirit clan member, Zhou Ming, while the crown prince watched everything with a smile from his room. From today onward, the crown prince's name in the 10,000 Dao Empire would reach new heights. After Zhou Ming won 6 consecutive matches, the crown prince finally let him step down. At this point, His name was completely shouted by the crowd in the arena. Crown Prince! Crown Prince! The gladiatorial arena had been open for tens of millions of years. Some had achieved 100-match winning streaks, but that was decades ago, and it was because that person had hidden their cultivation and exploited loopholes. Later, the highest historical record in the arena was 8 consecutive wins. Although the Crown Prince did not break the record, it was still quite impressive. Generally, a person or other races who could last 3 matches in battles of the same rank would be considered a genius. Such slaves would typically be granted citizenship in the 10,000 Dao Empire, freeing them from the shackles of low status, allowing them to live normally within the empire's domain. Only the Spirit Clan, favored by heaven, could endure 6 matches, and 6 was already the limit. Finally, with the fall of a triangular land dragon, the match in the void breaking realm came to a complete end. Some were joyful while others were sorrowful. The void-breaking realm could be said to be the best place to win money, as one could generally infer the strength of the competitors. Although the odds were not high, at least they were stable. There could be dark horses in the void-breaking realm, but such opportunities were rare, and most people lost because of the match with the purple lightning beast. The upcoming matches in the tide-breaking realm would be the real gamble. Some early-stage tide-breaking realm fighters, although appearing weak, were not necessarily inferior to those in the later stages. There had been multiple instances in the arena where early-stage fighters had turned the tables on their later-stage opponents. However, this information was not written on the slaves' profiles. They only displayed their realms, requiring keen insight to discern the true strength of these slaves. Of course, the tide-breaking realm also presented the best opportunities for wealth. If a dark horse emerged, an early-stage fighter defeating a later-stage one could turn a commoner into a noble. Next, let us welcome the first duel. The Crown Prince's slave, a tide-breaking realm beastman tyrant crab, versus the second prince's slave, a tide-breaking realm human, Lin Chen. Wow! At this announcement, everyone was stunned. The first match was a duel between the Crown Prince and the second prince? Is it supposed to be this thrilling? The first match is a king against a king? The Crown Prince is going to rub the second prince's face in the dirt. What is this early-stage tide-breaking realm fighter of the second prince? Is he just giving up? Not only were the nobles inside the arena in an uproar, but even the commoners outside and those watching the live broadcast were bewildered. How could the second prince choose an early-stage human cultivator? Did this human cultivator comprehend the laws? But the Crown Prince's tyrant crab had also comprehended the laws. This was a tyrant crab on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. Looking at the odds, the tyrant crab had odds of 0.001, while Lin Chen's odds were 10,000. Was this even a legitimate set of odds? The second prince was already in a bad mood, and upon hearing that the first match in the tide-breaking realm was against the Crown Prince, he immediately deduced that his fighters in the arena had not performed well. Alas! Once again, I've been brutally defeated by him. He smashed the teacup in his hand to pieces, feeling more furious than when the purple lightning beast had died. He had not held out much hope of the match against the Spirit Clan. He had hoped Lin Chen could win a couple of matches to regain some face, because he knew that the Crown Prince would never allow him to gain an advantage in the void-breaking realm matches. He never expected the Crown Prince to be so ruthless. It was one thing to suppress him in the void-breaking realm, but now he was being suppressed in the first match of the tide-breaking realm as well. This was clearly meant to show everyone that the Crown Prince was stronger than the second prince and more suitable to inherit the throne. This was not only a display of financial power but also a demonstration of influence. In the arena, the Crown Prince had the final say. The steward beside him trembled in fear, worried about displeasing the second prince. Your Highness, this person came from the Lost Plains. Perhaps there will be a miracle. The second prince shot him a glare. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? This tyrant crab is about to transform. Do you really think Lin Chen can defeat him? He managed to come out of the Lost Plains, which might mean he has comprehended some law power. I specifically focused on this point and spent $1 million to buy him from the butcher. Otherwise, could an early-stage tide-breaking realm fighter be worth $1 million? But even if Lin Chen has comprehended the law power, so what? The gap in cultivation is right there. The tyrant crab is about to transform. Do you think he hasn't comprehended the laws? Hearing the second prince's anger, the steward immediately knelt down. It is this old servant who is too foolish to see the situation clearly. Humph. The second prince snorted coldly, leaving the steward kneeling on the ground. The Crown Prince in his room spat out a grape seed, murmuring, You think that just because you bought someone from the Lost Plains, I won't be able to deal with you? Do you think you can make a fortune relying on a sea-overturning realm beast that has only grasped a bit of the rules? Dream on. The goat-bearded steward flattered from the side. Your Highness is wise to have chosen such a quickly transforming beast. The second prince's teeth will probably be shattered. Ha ha, he doesn't even have the qualifications to compete for the throne against me. The first prince stood up, laughing heartily. I want the second to know who the true ruler is. A minute quickly passed, and most people knew that in this duel, even the arena didn't have high hopes for Lin Chen. Otherwise, the odds wouldn't be so exaggerated. Everyone was betting all their spirit coins on the tyrant crab. Even a fool knew where to place their bets. A quickly transforming sea-overturning realm beast against a beginner human in the sea-overturning realm? That was like having them in a chokehold. Even if this human had grasped some rules, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Against the tyrant crab. The tyrant crab had already begun to transform, it was already considered to be at the void-breaking realm. However, because its essence, energy, and spirit had not yet unified, its transformation was not complete, allowing it to appear in the sea-overturning realm match. Some people, however, placed a few hundred or thousand on Lin Chen, thinking, why not? If he turned the tables, it would be a 10,000-fold return. This was faster than robbing money. Although the hope was slim, the arena was all about gambling, which was why it had remained popular for tens of thousands of years. Some people had turned their fortunes around in the arena, although many had ultimately failed. But it must be said that the arena had the power to change destinies. After everyone placed their bets, the iron bars in front of Lin Chen opened, and the shackles on his hands and feet were removed by the staff. He clenched his fists. The feeling of regaining strength was wonderful. His upper dantian was already open, and his mental power could be used normally again. Stepping out of the battle entrance, Lin Chen looked at the spherical light shield above and abandoned the idea of teleportation. This thing blocked all his mental power. I wonder if I can use cosmic traversal. I hope the second prince keeps his promise. In this situation, he didn't even dare to use cosmic traversal. If he got blocked by this light shield, it would be over. When he was first captured, he also thought about using cosmic traversal to return, but with the handcuffs and shackles on, he was useless. Returning to Earthstar would be pointless. Across from him, a crab with a long tail crawled out. If it weren't for its 8 legs and a pair of large pincers, along with its wide, flat shell, he would have thought the tyrant crab was a scorpion. Lin Chen took out the Qinghai knife from his spatial bag and stood quietly in place. The spatial bag had been violently cracked open, but it seemed the password hadn't been broken. When the second prince bought him, the butcher had also given the spatial bag to the second prince. The second prince was not interested in the spatial bag at all. He just glanced at it and tossed it to Lin Chen, looking at him with a disdainful expression. From the second prince's gaze, he saw a look of disdain that city folks often have for country bumpkins. Move. Why aren't you moving? Is this kid a bit stupid? He isn't moving in front of the tyrant crab? I bet 2,000 spirit coins on you. Don't just stand there waiting to die. At least put on a show for us. What kind of useless person did the second prince buy? The audience in the stands, seeing Lin Chen standing still, began to curse loudly. A bunch of fools. This is clearly a crushing match, and they bet on this human? Are they crazy trying to get rich? Others, seeing this group of people yelling in anger, cast disdainful glances at them. How dare they bet with such odds? The 3 major financial groups were not charity givers. The tyrant crab looked at Lin Chen with a mocking gaze. This little human seemed to be scared stiff, not daring to move. The first prince had promised him that as long as he killed this human kid, he would be granted freedom. Thinking of this, the Tyrannosaurus crab let out a furious roar, its long tail suddenly extending and sweeping towards Lin Chen. Tyrannosaurus bind. The long tail, covered in scales like fish scales, quickly attacked Lin Chen. Giantization law. This kid is done for. Those who sensed the trick already knew what law the Tyrannosaurus crab had comprehended. Although the giantization law was the most basic of laws, it was still very practical for the beast race. Kid, dodge. Dodge what? Where can he dodge to? After giantization, the Tyrannosaurus crab's tail could even fill the entire arena. Alas, it's over. Wasted my 500 spirit coins. Those who had bet on Lin Chen began to complain. Lin Chen looked at the Tyrannosaurus crab's enlarged tail and couldn't help but think of another thing. If that could be giantized, wouldn't it be incredible? When he came back to his senses, the Tyrannosaurus crab's tail was already in front of him. Void slash. Lin Chen shouted softly, his knife instantly cutting horizontally, and the absolute domain immediately formed within his body while he controlled the absolute domain to expand to the Tyrannosaurus crab's side. The spatial cracks around the Qinghai knife moved as Lin Chen moved. The knife sliced through the Tyrannosaurus crab's head, and Lin Chen stood in the air, quietly watching the Tyrannosaurus crab's corpse slowly fall to the ground like a discarded massive machine devoid of value. Silence. The entire arena was terrifyingly quiet. Wow. Spatial law. Damn it, my money. Ha ha, I'm rich. A slave who comprehended the spatial law in the sea-toppling realm. If the academy finds out, they might go crazy. Some were happy while others were worried. In the moment of Lin Chen's teleportation, everyone held their breath, unable to believe that this seemingly doomed kid was actually a peerless genius who had comprehended the spatial law. Moreover, it seemed that his understanding of the spatial law was quite profound, as he could destroy the internal structure of the Tyrannosaurus crab without leaving any wounds on its body. Spatial law. In the entire empire, besides the president of the 10,000 Dao Academy and the emperor, no one can comprehend it. Shut your mouth. The president and the emperor have comprehended the complete law. Many people have comprehended incomplete spatial laws. You're the one talking nonsense. Which of those people isn't in the true self realm? Have you ever seen someone in the sea-toppling realm comprehend the spatial law? Seen? I've never even heard of it. In the empire with trillions of beings, I've never heard of such a peerless monster. In the stands, some had already started arguing over Lin Chen's spatial law. The second prince, seeing this scene in his room, suddenly stood up, gripping the armrest in front of him tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. Contact the president immediately, this is our best chance to connect with the academy. He immediately spoke to the butler kneeling on the ground. The butler was also stunned. A sea-toppling realm who comprehended the spatial law had actually been reprimanded by him. If the president found out, he feared for his life. But he also realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly took out his wristband to contact the 10,000 Dao Academy. The second prince looked at Lin Chen in the arena, his face filled with excitement. You really surprised me. A sea-toppling realm can actually use the spatial law to this extent. Who exactly are you? The first prince was currently in his room, completely dumbfounded. This inconspicuous kid had actually comprehended the spatial law. Contact the alliance leader immediately. We must not let the second prince recommend him to the 10,000 Dao Academy. Once the second prince establishes a connection with the 10,000 Dao Academy, we will be at a disadvantage. The first prince announced to the goat-bearded butler, but the goat-bearded butler awkwardly said, but this person is a slave bought by the second prince, we have no right to recommend him. As soon as he heard this, the crown prince slumped in his chair. Slaves belong to their masters, and no matter how much he is the crown prince of the empire, this fact cannot be changed. Unless, does the crown prince want to become the enemy of all the nobles of the Wandao Empire? Go to hell. The crown prince smashed everything in the room. He had thought victory was assured, but unexpectedly, the second prince had disrupted his plans. He could have ignored the previous second prince, but he could not afford to overlook the second prince who was connected to the Wandao Academy. The three major forces of the Wandao Empire. The first is the royal family, but the royal family is the emperor's power, and they are already fighting for the throne. Their father cannot favor any one of the princes. The second force is the Wandao Academy, which has trained 90% of the Wandao Empire's masters. It can be said that the teachers and students are everywhere, but they have never involved themselves in royal matters. The third force is the Wandao Alliance, which is a loose organization in the Wandao Empire and also does not concern itself with royal affairs. However, every prince knows that as long as they gain the support of one of the other two major forces, they can secure the throne. The crown prince had already established a connection with the Wandao Alliance, but now with the emergence of Lin Chen, it meant that the second prince had also connected with the Wandao Academy. Do you think there's still a chance if we kill him now? The crown prince asked, looking at Lin Chen standing in the arena. The bearded butler kneeling on the ground shuddered and quickly advised, Your Highness, please don't. If we kill him, we will face retaliation from the Wandao Academy. Even the Tianqiong Financial Group cannot withstand the wrath of the Wandao Academy. Upon hearing this, and recalling the words of the Wandao Academy's president, the crown prince instantly wilted. Offending the Wandao Academy, even his mother could not protect him, because even his father was a disciple of the Wandao Academy. Your Highness, as long as we gain the support of the Wandao Alliance, there is still a chance. For now, that's the only way. Let's continue to send gifts to the deputy leader. Given the current situation, the previous gifts might not be enough. The crown prince knew he had to raise the stakes. In the gladiatorial arena's cellar, the butcher was slapping his thigh. What a loss. What a loss. That kid was like a mute when I caught him. If he had said he comprehended the laws of space, I would have sent him to the Wandao Academy, and I wouldn't need to sell slaves. At this moment, the host of the gladiatorial arena also dared not appear. With such a genius in the arena, the three major financial groups behind the arena might have to bear the wrath of the Wandao Academy. Now they did not dare to let the duel continue. Lin Chen stood in the air for a while, but when he noticed the host had not come out to continue, he frowned. He could not hear the sounds outside in this spherical light shield and did not know what was happening outside. After a while, an old man in a long robe appeared directly above the gladiatorial arena. Lin Chen focused his gaze. The way this old man appeared was exactly the same as his own teleportation, indicating that this old man was also someone who had comprehended the laws of space. Before he could react, he felt a force of space pressing down on him. He quickly mobilized his mental power to form a spatial barrier using his absolute domain. However, that spatial force penetrated his absolute domain and acted upon him. He had no choice but to retract his absolute domain, allowing himself to form a relative space, continuously devouring the manipulated space through spatial folding. Not bad, not bad. The cultivation of the Tao of the Sea has actually comprehended the deep laws of space. The old man stood above, smiling as he looked at Lin Chen. This young man was indeed a bit unexpected. He had thought Lin Chen had only grasped the surface of the laws of space, but unexpectedly he had already begun to touch the deeper laws of space. Your name is Lin Chen, right? The old man looked at Lin Chen as if he had seen a rare treasure, his eyes filled with affection. Yes. The moment the old man spoke, the power that manipulated space vanished. Do you want to come to my Wandao Academy as a Daozi? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Wandao star erupted. Daozi? It's been 1,000,000 years since Wandao Academy had a Daozi. The last Daozi is the current emperor. This kid is about to take off. Still calling him a kid? From now on, he should be called Daozi. At the same time, everyone on Wandao Star was discussing this matter. However, Lin Chen's next words left them in shock. Sorry, I don't want to join any forces. Lin Chen said calmly. His loved one was waiting for him on Earth and he couldn't get caught up in the struggles between powers here. Ha! Is this kid crazy? The Daozi of Wandao Academy has a status more noble than a prince and he actually refuses? Everyone looked at Lin Chen as if he were a fool. This was the kid from a remote corner, completely unaware of his good fortune. Can you tell me why? The old man was also somewhat surprised. Usually, when Wandao Academy recruited disciples, others would fight to get in, but this kid was truly special for refusing. The spherical light shield had already been lifted and the voices of the outside world could be heard. He should know the uniqueness of Wandao Academy. The old man was very curious about his reasons. I don't want to be bound. Besides, I have very important things to do and can't waste time here on the schemes of powers. Lin Chen knew the old man was definitely a top figure in the Wandao Empire, but he couldn't waste time here. Who told you Wandao Academy is a power? We are just an academy. Our duty is to teach and educate, but we teach cultivators. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the old man instantly laughed. This kid's way of thinking was quite unique. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. He thought the old man was the leader of some major power, but it turned out that Wandao Academy was indeed just an academy. This was a bit awkward. What do I need to do to join Wandao Academy? Why do you want me to join? After realizing this, Lin Chen asked two questions. Looking at the reactions of those around him, Wandao Academy was definitely not simple, so the old man must have a purpose for finding him. Not getting carried away. Good temperament. The old man smiled. This young man already knew the extraordinary nature of Wandao Academy but remained calm. Truly a genius. Lin Chen touched his nose. It was all thanks to the Dragon King's cup of tea that he had regained the composure he once had. Your only task in joining Wandao Academy is to quickly comprehend the two supreme laws of space and time. As for why I want you to join, it's also because you have comprehended the law of space. Hearing the old man's answer, Lin Chen frowned. The law of time? He had never encountered such a thing. How was he supposed to comprehend it? He still needed to return to Earth. Lin Chen, there are some things I can't explain here. I will slowly explain them to you after we return to the academy. Seeing Lin Chen hesitate, the old man communicated with him through spiritual transmission. Spiritual transmission is easily intercepted, and discussing such matters outside could leak the academy's secrets. Okay. Lin Chen replied loudly, informing everyone that he agreed to enter Wandao Academy. As long as it wasn't joining a power, Lin Chen didn't mind this kind of academy, and it seemed there was no other choice for him now. Did he have to be a slave here for the rest of his life? Then let's go. The old man waved his hand, and Lin Chen was pulled to his side by an irresistible force. But I'm still the second prince's slave. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he was still a lowly status, and going to the academy like this seemed a bit inappropriate. He had read many ancient texts before, and those of lowly status were not allowed to enter the academy. From the moment you joined the Wandao Academy, you are no longer a slave. The old man smiled, completely ignoring the discussions and gazes of everyone in the arena, and directly teleported away with Lin Chen. The second prince, seeing Lin Chen being taken away by the old man, excitedly waved his fists. Good. As long as Lin Chen enters the Wandao Academy, Director Wang will definitely owe me a favor. Just now, when Lin Chen rejected the old man's request, his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid the old man would leave directly and no longer take Lin Chen as his disciple. The first prince, watching this scene, gritted his teeth as he looked at the second prince's room. We'll see about that. At the same time, all the media in the Wandao Empire began to report frantically. The Daozi, who hasn't appeared for 1,000 years, re-emerges in the world. A young man from the sea-toppling realm comprehends the laws of space and is accepted as a disciple by the director of Wandao Academy. Who exactly is Daozi Lin Chen? For a time, news about Lin Chen began to spread wildly across Wandao Star. And even the star systems under the Wandao Empire started to circulate this headline news. In the palace, the emperor sitting on the dragon throne smiled and murmured, the teacher has finally taken on a disciple again. I hope this little junior doesn't end up like me, so close yet without even a moment to say hello. Little junior, you must take good care of the teacher. He hasn't been this happy in a long time. He then called over the chief officer beside him. Draft an edict. The chief officer quickly took out a virtual device to start recording. Lin Chen from the sea-toppling realm comprehends the laws of space and becomes the Daozi of Wandao Academy, truly a pillar of our Wandao Empire, worthy of celebration. Special reward, a mansion, 10 billion spirit coins, and the title of Pillar King. The chief officer, hearing this, asked with some confusion, Your Majesty, isn't this inappropriate? He's just a sea-toppling realm, isn't it? Unsuitable to grant him the title of prince? The emperor frowned. Do I need to report to you for bestowing rewards? The chief officer immediately knelt on the ground. This old servant dares not. Get out. Yes. In no time, the entire Wandao Empire knew about this matter. Lin Chen, who had just been accepted as the Daozi by Wandao Academy, was granted the title of Pillar King by His Majesty the Emperor. For a time, discussions about Lin Chen in the Wandao Empire reached new heights. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was teleporting with the old man, was unaware of all this. He looked at the tall buildings beneath his feet as well as the flying ships, flying saucers, and flying vessels in the air and couldn't connect any of it to the ancient society he knew. After a while, the old man brought Lin Chen to a grand floating island. The floating island was filled with dense buildings, all of which were ancient structures of the Dragon Kingdom, somewhat resembling courtyard houses, but the form was a bit different. If it weren't for the hundreds of stories of tall buildings standing outside, he would have doubted whether he had traveled back to ancient Dragon Kingdom. What attracted his attention even more was the floating island, which was as big as a small mountain, with no propulsion devices underneath. What kind of energy could support such a large floating island in the air? Passing through layers of buildings, Lin Chen and the director arrived at the very center of the floating island. The buildings here were clearly more aged than those on the outskirts. The outer ones were all brick houses, while here they were all wooden houses. Moreover, the wood used for these houses emitted faint golden light. The director led Lin Chen into a loft. The second floor seemed to be an office, fully equipped with writing materials and several landscape paintings. By the tea table, the director sat down and invited Lin Chen to sit as well. If you have any questions, ask now. With a wave of his hand, a faint white barrier rose outside the loft. I haven't asked how to address you. I am the director of Wandao Academy. My name is Wang Nianen. Wang Nianen poured a cup of tea, and a peculiar fragrance filled the entire room. Come, try the spiritual tea sent by your master brother. Master brother? That's the current emperor. He is my eldest disciple, and now you are my second disciple. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even agreed yet. Disciple, please tea. However, his mouth was still very honest. If the emperor's master, wouldn't that mean he was soaring? Wang Nianen took the tea from Lin Chen's hand and nodded in satisfaction. It had been 20,000 years since he last took a disciple. If Lin Chen hadn't appeared, he might never have taken another disciple in this lifetime. Your master brother just conferred upon you the title of King of Beans and rewarded you with a mansion and 1 billion spirit coins. After finishing the tea, Wang Nianen casually said, hiss. Lin Chen gasped, was it that extravagant? Directly conferred a title? No need to be surprised. I understand his intention. He just wants to compensate me through you. Compensate you? Back then, he concealed his identity and studied under me, revealing astonishing talent, and I took him as a disciple. Unfortunately, he had to go inherit his throne, otherwise, he might have already reached the reincarnation realm. Wang Nianen took a sip of tea. He did not involve himself in royal disputes, but back then, his eldest disciple had taken advantage of him. Teacher, can you tell me about the 10,000 Dao Academy? Why do I feel you care so much about the laws of space? Lin Chen asked humbly. Being accepted as his disciple was closely related to these laws of space. The first president of our 10,000 Dao Academy came to the 10,000 Dao Star, founded the academy, and later established the 10,000 Dao Empire. The purpose of the 10,000 Dao Academy is to cultivate talented students to comprehend the two supreme laws of time and space. After saying these 3 sentences, questions flooded Lin Chen's mind one after another. What is special about the 2 laws of time and space? Wang Nianen shook his head. Time and space are the keys to becoming a reincarnation realm. Originally, Xian Wanbin had the most hope, but unfortunately, he went back to take over the empire. Now he is only half a step into the reincarnation realm. What do you mean? The 10,000 Dao Academy has not produced a single reincarnation realm so far? Lin Chen was stunned. Hadn't this academy been established for many years? Not a single reincarnation realm powerhouse? Except for the first president, the 10,000 Dao Academy has been established for 13 billion years and has not produced a single reincarnation realm powerhouse. Wang Nianen rolled his eyes. Do you think the reincarnation realm is as common as cabbage? There are only 2 reincarnation realms in the entire Eastern Alliance. The first president was not a reincarnation realm. He existed above the reincarnation. Do you see that small wooden house? That is the residence of the first president. Only by becoming a reincarnation realm can one enter there. Lin Chen became more and more confused. What happens when you become a reincarnation realm? Did the first president leave anything in the wooden house? Wang Nianen shook his head. We only follow the will of the first president, striving to cultivate a reincarnation realm. We don't know what is in the wooden house, but the 2 reincarnation realms from the east have both entered the wooden house. Their claim is that there is a path above the reincarnation inside the wooden house, as well as one to the universe. So, is this the secret that the 10,000 Dao Academy has been absorbing various talents for 13 billion years? Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. For this so-called cosmic secret, they had persisted for a full 13 billion years. Wang Nianen, however, laughed. What this secret is, we no longer care. But people, they don't steam buns for the sake of pride. It's embarrassing that the 10,000 Dao Academy hasn't produced a single reincarnation realm in 13 billion years. The subsequent 3 presidents, including myself, have all taken cultivating a reincarnation realm as our lifelong goal. Wang Nianen became more and more agitated as he spoke. This was no longer just a matter for the first president. It was a thorn in the heart of every president of Wandao Academy. Teacher, can you tell me what the reincarnation realm actually is? Hearing this, Wang Nianen glanced at Lin Chen and curiously asked, you don't know about the reincarnation realm? I don't know. I don't know any of the realms after the void-breaking realm. Wang Nianen looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Having comprehended The laws of space, he should, in theory, be someone from an elementary empire, otherwise, he wouldn't even know what the void-breaking realm was. Then how do you know about the void-breaking realm? There is someone called the Sovereign, who created a rift and wanted to conquer our planet. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen recounted the matter of the rift and also mentioned the Sovereign. From what you say, that Sovereign should be in the wandering void realm. He shattered the core of a planet's world, infused it with his own laws, and then wanted to use the power of the Great Tao generated when two world cores fused to break through to the mastering heaven realm. Power of the Great Tao? Lin Chen heard a new term, and felt that his brain was not keeping up. The laws are actually an extension of the Great Tao. The amount of laws you can use is related to how much of the Great Tao you have comprehended. You'll understand this once you break through to the mastering heaven realm. The mastering heaven realm is about comprehending a complete Great Tao, being able to utilize the power of the Great Tao to form perfect laws. In fact, the two are the same thing. It's just a different name. Just like your clothes, you have to wear them to realize their warmth and beauty. What we usually use is called laws, and what you comprehend is called the Great Tao. And the Great Tao is actually the operating rules of the universe. When we comprehend the Great Tao, we can reasonably utilize the rules of the universe. Upon hearing Wang Yan'an say this, Lin Chen instantly understood. The Great Tao is right there, waiting for you to comprehend it. Once you comprehend the Great Tao, you can utilize it. And the way to utilize the Great Tao is through the application of laws. The strength of the laws is related to how much of the Great Tao has been comprehended. Seeing Lin Chen in deep thought, Wang Yan'an nodded. No wonder he was a genius who could comprehend the space Great Tao at the ocean-toppling realm. Teacher, how exactly are these realms divided? After going back and forth, the topic seemed to have drifted elsewhere, so Lin Chen quickly brought it back. Xianjun, Wanding, Ishan, Daohai, and Void Breaking. You already know these. After Void Breaking, there are the Wandering Void, Mastering Heaven, True Self, Endless, and Reincarnation. As for what lies above Reincarnation, I don't know. Only by entering the first president's wooden house can one know. Wandering Void, Mastering Heaven, True Self, Endless, Reincarnation? Lin Chen repeated these realm names, realizing that there were so many realms. After the Void-Breaking realm, let me explain these realms to you. Seeing Lin Chen's confused expression, Wang Yan'an began to explain slowly. Xianjun and Wanding are achieved by transforming essence into energy, possessing strength that ordinary people cannot compare to. Ishan is the first step to awakening the spirit, while Daohai opens the upper dantian, providing a place for the spirit to reside. The void-breaking realm is the unity of essence, energy, and spirit forming the flower of primordial energy through which one can comprehend the Great Tao and initially use a thin application of the laws to break through space. The wandering void realm involves mastering a portion of the laws and comprehending deeper laws, allowing the power of the laws to circulate freely within the body. With the protection of the flower of primordial energy, one can traverse the void by breaking through space. The mastering heaven realm involves comprehending a perfect Great Tao, with the power of the laws being freely controlled, allowing one to mobilize the power of heaven and earth using the laws. The true self realm requires comprehending part of the laws of space, using the laws of space to find the true self among countless spaces, hiding the true self and enjoying freedom. The eternal realm involves comprehending part of the laws of time, achieving near immortality, unless killed by someone. In the endless realm, the two great laws of time and space enter a deep understanding and merge into one, comprehending the great path of time and space, where the true self exists in countless times and countless spaces. In the reincarnation realm, one fully comprehends the great path of time and space, and it is rumored that one has transcended the cycle of life and death, able to traverse through all stages of life, past life, present life, and future life, achieving unity of the three bodies, truly mastering one's own cycle of life and death. As for the final reincarnation realm, Wang Yan'an only heard about it, as he had not reached that level himself. Upon hearing Wang Yan'an's explanation, Lin Chen realized how important it is to have a great master on the path of cultivation. If he were to comprehend it on his own, he would never have imagined that the subsequent realms could be so complex. Now, with these guidelines, as long as he wildly increases his attributes and comprehension and grasps the great path of time and space, he can firmly secure his place in the cycle of reincarnation. Cultivators face two hurdles. The first is to cultivate the chi flower, and the second is to comprehend the great path of time and space. That's why there are far fewer people in the void-breaking realm than in the ocean-turning realm, and similarly, there are also far fewer in the true self realm than in the heaven master realm. The further you go, the more people get stuck at their current realm, making no progress. Wang Yan'an shook his head. Lin Chen had no idea how difficult it was beyond the heaven master realm, with many people trapped there even resorting to suicide. Therefore, having comprehended the laws of space in advance, Lin Chen had effectively entered the true self realm. By the way, what is the name of your planet? That so-called lord is violating the laws of the empire. Even a junior empire cannot ignore him. After finishing his explanation, Wang Yan'an shifted the topic back to Earth Star. Violating the law? Can the laws of the 10,000 Paths Empire even reach us? Lin Chen was somewhat confused about the relationship between the empires. Laws in Earth Star. What if the lord was not from the empire? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan'an instantly understood that the planet Lin Chen was on was one that had not been incorporated into the civilization system. Let me put it this way. That lord is definitely a person of the empire. Otherwise, he could not possibly become the lord of a planet. A cultivator, without the support of the empire's resources, cannot reach the void realm, let alone speak the language of the universe. Hearing this, Lin Chen thought to himself, I have no reliance on the empire, I rely on the system. Teacher, isn't the 10,000 Paths Empire the empire of 10,000 Paths Star? How can it manage other planets? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan'an laughed heartily. The 10,000 Paths Empire is a high-level empire. There are only 5 high-level empires in the entire Eastern Alliance, and each high-level empire has around 500 junior empires beneath it. For a junior empire to be established, it must control at least 100 million star systems. Do you think the 10,000 Paths Empire is just an empire on a single planet? The 10,000 Paths Empire is a super empire that governs hundreds of billions of star systems, holding trillions of lives in its hands. Lin Chen was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He thought the 10,000 Paths Empire was just the empire of 10,000 Paths Star, but he never expected it to be so powerful, governing star systems as its domain. What law did that lord violate? Can he be sentenced to death? Upon hearing Wang Yan'an say this, Lin Chen immediately realized this was a chance to cling to a powerful ally. Death penalty? He would be imprisoned by the empire, sent to a mining planet to mine. Killing him directly would be too easy for him. According to the laws of the empire, it is not allowed to destroy the core of a world privately. Every life star is precious, and only life planets have world will and world core. My planet is called Earth Star. Lin Chen immediately stated the name of Earth Star, and now he didn't even need to deal with the Lord, with the empire stepping in. That Lord could die 1,000 times and it wouldn't be enough. Your planet should still be a primitive planet, not yet absorbed by the empire. Wang Yan'an shook his head directly. As soon as he saw Lin Chen's situation, he knew that Lin Chen's home planet was definitely not included in the empire's management system. Even the cultivator system and the cosmic language were spread by the Lord. Do you know what that Lord's planet is called? It seems to be called Beast Star. At first, Lin Chen didn't mention the name of the planet. He didn't know that the Wandao Empire was so powerful, managing so many star systems. Found it, Beast Star, a Beast Clan planet in the New River star system, managed by the New Residence Empire. Soon, Wang Yan'an found relevant information about Beast Star. Is this New Residence Empire managed by us? Yes. The New Residence Empire unified 130 million star systems around it 50 million years ago, and it was at that time that it joined the Wandao Empire, becoming a vassal empire of the Wandao Empire. Wang Yan'an continued to scroll down, and after a while he looked as if he understood. No wonder this lord dares to be so arrogant. This Beast Star is at the very edge of the New River star system, almost reaching the range of the Red Star system. The Red Star system is the territory of the ancient Forest Empire, and Beast Star is at the junction of 2 primary empires. So this Beast Star is basically not patrolled by anyone. The Star Master of Beast Star is called Sha Liqui, also a beast clan, with a body of a tiger-striped magic shark. He should be the lord you mentioned. Lin Chen nodded instantly. There was something on that lord's face that looked like shark gills. So can we send someone from the New Residence Empire to deal with Sha Liqui now? We can, but now the world core of your Earth Star has already been polluted by his laws. If he detonates the laws, your Earth Star might explode too. And didn't you say there is someone called the God of War who is colluding with him? To solve this problem, we first need to find your planet and drive Sha Liqui's laws out of the world core of the Earth Star. Wang Yan'an shook his head. Killing him was definitely possible. A mere void realm cultivator could be killed with just a flick of his finger across countless star systems, but Lin Chen's home planet would also become fragmented because of Sha Liqui's death. Lin Chen wanted to solve the problem of the Earth Star, not to deal with Sha Liqui. He was very clear about this. Can I go back now? You can go back? Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen curiously. He thought Lin Chen had been swept to Beast Star by the spacetime passage and didn't expect he could still return. Yes. I obtained something that allows me to traverse the universe once. I escaped from the Earth Star using this thing, so I can still traverse back. Lin Chen didn't mention the system. He was afraid Wang Yan'an would covet it. Although they had a brief master-disciple relationship, something like a system was too against the heavens. He feared that Wang Yan'an would disregard their bond and kill him. An item tainted by the path of time and space? Wang Yan'an immediately knew what it was. Such items are scattered in various corners of the universe, often obtained by people, and are similar to space-time passages. These items are remnants of powerful beings from the endless realm who, while comprehending the path of time and space, inadvertently became tainted by it and then scattered throughout the universe. He had seen many of these things in his tens of millions of years of life. Hearing Wang Yan'an say this, Lin Chen did not refute. It seemed that traversing the universe was not such a rare thing. Let's wait a moment. Why? I can just go back and contact the New Residence Empire. Lin Chen was a bit confused. Wouldn't it be enough to traverse back and notify the New Residence Empire? What are you going back for now? Do you have a communicator? Can you contact the New Residence Empire? What identity will you use to contact the New Residence Empire? Wang Yan'an raised his right hand and shook the silver ring on it. Is this thing a communicator? Didn't the emperor reward me with 1,000,000,000 spirit coins? Can't I buy one? Lin Chen looked at the silver ring on his hand, feeling that it was quite high-tech, much more advanced than the mobile phones on Earth, and it could even project virtual images. No need to buy it, this is bound to your identity, and someone will deliver it to you shortly. And don't use that broken backpack of yours anymore. This wristband is both a communicator and a storage space, as well as an identity verification device. This wristband is called the Wandao Ring, a specialized item of the Wandao Empire. Wang Yan'an glanced at the backpack on Lin Chen's back and immediately noticed the faint spatial power emanating from it, but it was quite immature. After you return, just contact the Silver Residence Empire. Their emperor isn't as high-ranking as you, just a duke, and you can completely command everyone in the new Residence Empire. Once you deal with Sha Liqui, have the new Residence Empire build you a teleportation station and you can teleport back to Wandao Star from there. I won't plant a spatial seed on you. Being influenced by my spatial laws would be detrimental to your future understanding of the spatial path. Wang Yan'an said slowly, having arranged all the paths. He could plant a spatial seed on Lin Chen and follow it directly to Earth. However, doing so would affect Lin Chen's comprehension of the spatial path, so to avoid influencing him, he decided against such a short-sighted action. In fact, he had already secretly planted a spatial seed on Lin Chen's Qinghai knife. If Lin Chen encountered danger, he could pull him back across billions of star systems. But he didn't mention it. Protection for his disciple should be discreet and not disclosed, as it was also a form of training for the disciple's growth. This had been the rule since the establishment of the Wandao Academy. Unless it was a life-or-death moment, a master must not intervene to help their disciple. Hearing Wang Yan'an say this, Lin Chen could only nod in agreement. After all, it didn't matter if it took a little longer. There's one more thing I need to tell you. You can't flaunt your status as a prince of the Wandao Empire outside. This identity was given to you by your senior brother, not for you to mess around with. A cultivator must rely on their own strength to be considered a true ruler. After you return from Earth, go into seclusion at the Wandao Academy. You are not allowed to leave the academy until you reach the true self realm. Having discussed everything, Wang Yan'an began to set rules. Until one reaches the true self realm, it is easy for others to find their true self in the river of time and space. Although only those in the reincarnation realm could do this, the situation was unstable, and it was inevitable that the reincarnation realm from the other three cosmic alliances would make small moves. Lin Chen's situation was already known to everyone. It was better for him to stay at the Wandao Academy. Even nearby, it would be difficult for those in the reincarnation realm to find Lin Chen's true self. He had that much confidence. Lin Chen nodded, understanding Wang Yan'an's intention. This time, the situation on Earth was a chance for him, and he was not allowed to misuse his status as a prince in the future. If it weren't for the imminent danger on Earth, he wouldn't have borrowed the power of the new Residence Empire. The key was that the gap between him and Sha Liqui was still quite large. He wanted to be the strongest lone wolf, but his cultivation time was too short to compare with an old monster like Sha Liqui, who had lived for thousands of years. A lone wolf is a lone wolf, but one shouldn't let a young wolf take on an adult dog. This was not a lone wolf, this was a big gray wolf, a big cannon fodder wolf. Afterwards, the two of them drank tea in the attic, waiting for the guards beside the senior brother to deliver the items. During this time, Lin Chen learned a lot about cultivation from Wang Yan'an, who was open and forthcoming with information. As they chatted, Lin Chen suddenly remembered his parents and quickly asked, "Master, do you know about souls?" Wang Yan'an frowned instead. "Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Lin Chen was still at the void-breaking realm, and it wasn't good for him to learn about souls prematurely. "My parents died. Does this relate to the question?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Yan'an looked bewildered. Their souls seemed to have been scooped away by an unknown pair of hands. "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yan'an suddenly stood up. "Teacher, why are you so agitated?" Lin Chen was startled by Wang Yan'an. Was it really necessary to be this excited? Did you see it with your own eyes? Wang Yan'an sat back down, truly shocked by Lin Chen's words. Millions of years of cultivation seemed to vanish in an instant. My father-in-law saw it with his own eyes. He saw that pair of big hands scoop something above my parents' corpses. Hearing Lin Chen's affirmative tone and that determined gaze, Wang Yan'an's eyes became hazy as he murmured, "Above the cycle of reincarnation." Above the cycle of reincarnation? Teacher, does that mean the owner of those big hands is in existence above the cycle of reincarnation? Lin Chen was also shocked by this. Their family was just an ordinary one, and there had never been any notable figures in their ancestry. Moreover, the remote corners of Earthstar had not yet been incorporated into the empire. How could such a powerful figure possibly scoop up his parents' souls? If it were just a normal soul rescue, as long as the time of death does not exceed 3 hours, I could do it too. The realm of reincarnation can even retrieve souls that have been dead for a day. But the premise is that we can access the corpse to sense the soul's location. However, that pair of big hands clearly found your parents' souls through the river of time and space, scooping them away in an unknown time and space. Wang Yan'an said, his heart trembling with fear. Such a method of retrieving souls from the river of time and space was something even the realm of reincarnation could not achieve. With his half-step reincarnation realm cultivation, he didn't even have the qualification to connect with the river of time and space. He had never heard of any reincarnation realm expert being able to retrieve souls from the river of time and space. Over the billions of years in the Eastern Alliance, dozens of reincarnation realm experts had emerged, but there had never been any mention of such events. If there truly were a reincarnation realm expert who retrieved the souls of deceased loved ones, there would definitely be some record of it. However, throughout the entire history of the Eastern Alliance, there were no relevant records. The river of time and space? Is it a very long river with many overlapping spaces below, filled with countless points of light? Lin Chen recalled the mysterious space he had seen when he wanted to see through the essence of the soul, and that mysterious river made up of countless points of light. Wang Yan'an pointed at Lin Chen, unable to speak. How could a mere sea-toppling realm practitioner have been to the river of time and space? Ha! He patted his chest, exhaling a long breath to calm his excited heart. You've been to the river of time and space? I have, but I was pushed back by an inexplicable force. My dantian almost shattered. Lin Chen still felt a chill at the thought of that scene. It was a force that no human could contend with. It's a miracle you didn't die. Wang Yan'an glanced at Lin Chen, realizing he was finding it increasingly difficult to see through him. The river of time and space was the foundation of the universe. Even the realm of reincarnation dared not touch it, yet a sea-toppling realm practitioner had gone there and returned unscathed. What exactly is the river of time and space, and why are there so many overlapping spaces? You can only understand this once you comprehend the great way of time. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. Wang Yan'an shook his head. The concepts involved were too complex, and even if he explained it to Lin Chen, he wouldn't grasp it. Teacher, actually, I have a hypothesis. Please see if I'm right. Oh, go ahead. Hearing this, Wang Yan'an became interested. To have his own ideas without comprehending the great way of time was indeed not simple. This is our space. Lin Chen created a small space and placed a teacup inside. Then he poured out the water from the teacup. The things within the space changed, and thus time was created. Time is actually a description of the changes in space. Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen's movements, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Continue. Lin Chen created another space which still contained a teacup filled with water. When I pour out the water from the teacup, the space changes, thus creating what we call time. And this teacup filled with water is actually still within the space of the previous time. It's just that in the current time segment, the water in the teacup has been poured out. In other words, this cup has always been in this space, but the transition from having water to not having water is actually because I moved the teacup, causing the space to change. And time transformed the space. Teacher, am I right? After finishing, Lin Chen looked at Wang Yan'an across from him. At this moment, Wang Yan'an was completely stunned. This was the path of time and space, but Lin Chen clearly had not comprehended the path of time. How could he understand these concepts so well? Is this the difference between genius and mediocrity? Moreover, Lin Chen was able to explain the theory of time and space through two teacups, which was a bit unbelievable to him. Although this theory was not perfect, it had already surpassed 99% of the eternal realm. Continue. If this theory is correct, then the so-called river of time and space should be the result of spatial changes producing countless times, with each time segment's space being different. And the river of time and space folds all the time segment spaces together, merging into a large space, within which one can explore any time segment space, which is what we call traversing the future and the past. And the space we are currently in is simply because we exist in this time segment, so we live in the space of this time segment. Clang! The teacup in Wang Yan'an's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and he looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Then he closed his eyes, and an astonishing aura erupted from him, causing all the students and teachers of the Wandao Academy to look towards the central area, stunned by this aura. They had no idea why the dean suddenly unleashed such a powerful presence. But after a while, Wang Yan'an spat out a mouthful of blood, fortunately diverting it to the side. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have had a mouthful of old blood on his face. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly stood up and asked, "Teacher, are you okay?" Wang Yan'an shook his head and waved his hand to signal him to sit down. "I'm fine. I gained some insights from your theory. However, what you mentioned involves a deeper essence of the universe, which I cannot explore with my current strength. Just now, following your line of thought, I attempted to breach the barrier of time, but ended up being backfired." Lin Chen was also speechless. He had merely spoken casually, and these ideas were just speculations from his research during his graduate studies. He never expected Wang Yan'an would actually dare to try it. "I was just speaking casually, teacher, please don't take it seriously," Lin Chen advised, as he had only studied the theory of time and space for a while. It wasn't until he later saw the river of time and space, combined with the insights Wang Yan'an had shared about those realms, that he merged his previous theories and came up with a guess. "No, your theory is very correct. I am confident that within 10,000 years I will make further progress." Wang Yan'an shook his head. Upon hearing Lin Chen's theory, his understanding of the path of time had clearly deepened. He had even touched the threshold of the reincarnation realm, just a step away. However, because the path of time was still not perfect, he was blocked within the barrier of time. Lin Chen's theory might still have some imperfections, but in essence it was not much different from the true path of time and space. Lin Chen, do you know what your theory means for us? I don't know. Lin Chen shook his head. He was just a little. Nobody who hadn't even comprehended the path of space, so what he said was merely speculation. I used to think that time existed independently, but your theory today has made me understand a principle. The path of time and space exists together. Without space, there is no time. Time is merely a variable of space. I have pondered this theory for tens of millions of years without grasping it. Wang Yan'an shook his head. No wonder the two reincarnation realms from the Eastern Alliance had said that time and space were originally one, but no one could understand what that meant. Now, after Lin Chen's demonstration with 2 cups of water, he understood. Everyone separated their understanding of time and space, never considering where time would come from without space. However, this theory could not be comprehended without reaching the eternal realm, because the path of time truly exists. Without understanding the path of time, one cannot grasp the path of time and space. The theory Lin Chen expounded was about the path of time and space. Without a profound understanding of the path of time, it was impossible to merge the two supreme laws. Lin Chen, remember this: time and space are both fused and separate. Your theory explains time and space well, but it doesn't explain space and time. So, you need to forget this theory. Once you comprehend the path of time, you can merge this theory, and you will surely soar. Wang Yan'an looked at this prodigy before him. He had originally just taken on a disciple, but unexpectedly found a way to break through the reincarnation realm through him. I understand. Lin Chen nodded at Wang Yan'an's serious expression. He had been to the river of time and space, but perhaps due to insufficient cultivation or a lack of understanding of the path of time and space, he couldn't enter the river. To reach a deeper level of realm, mere theory was useless. One must also have the corresponding strength. Just like he wanted to see through the deeper essence of space but had been dissuaded countless times, it was entirely due to insufficient strength. Wang Yan'an closed his eyes to digest Lin Chen's theory, while Lin Chen leisurely sipped his tea. Without reaching the realm, he couldn't comprehend anything. It was like a child holding a missile, he wouldn't know how to ignite it. Dean, the royal sword-bearing guards request an audience. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Wang Yan'an opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Chen. Your senior brother's gift has arrived. Let's go take a look. Wang Yan'an led Lin Chen to the window on the second floor. Outside the loft, a team of guards in mechanical armor held a wooden tray, on which lay a myriad of rings and a wooden plaque. Greetings, Prince Pingjian. Greetings, King Dongliang. The guard holding the tray saw the two appear at the window and immediately knelt on one knee, raising the wooden tray high. By the Emperor's decree, a residence is bestowed upon the King of Dongliang, a myriad of rings, and 10 billion spirit coins. You may leave. Wang Yan'an waved his hand, and the items on the wooden tray were drawn to him. Yes. The kneeling guard immediately stood up and walked out of the Myriad Path Academy. Here, this is a gift from your senior brother. Wang Yan'an handed the ring to Lin Chen and picked up the plaque to examine it. Wow. A residence next to the palace, that's quite valuable. After reading it, he handed the plaque to Lin Chen as well. Teacher, this isn't appropriate. Lin Chen felt a bit at a loss holding the ring and plaque. What's inappropriate about it? He doesn't lack this little bit of money. If you really feel uncomfortable, I can share your theory with him. The law cannot be passed on personally, especially since this was Lin Chen's law. If he wanted to pass it on to others, it must be with Lin Chen's consent. Can my theory be worth this much? Take away that can and multiply it by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and it still wouldn't buy your theory. Wang Yan'an tapped Lin Chen's head. What was this foolish disciple thinking day by day? Can a mere reincarnation realm be measured by such trivial things? To put it bluntly, if the reincarnation realm wanted the Myriad Dao Empire, even his senior disciple would have to hold his nose and comply. Although Lin Chen's theory still had some imperfections, as long as one comprehended the great Tao of time deeply enough, there was a chance to advance to the reincarnation realm by combining it with this theory. Whether one could advance or not depended on one's luck. The tribulation of the great Tao in the reincarnation realm was not something one could easily evade. Some people had already stepped into the reincarnation realm but were sent back to their original forms by the tribulation of the great Tao, even losing the chance to reincarnate. Then you can give it to senior brother. It's just an immature theory. Seeing Wang Yan'an's pained expression, Lin Chen said dismissively. He had many theories about time and space in his mind. This was just the one he considered relatively mature. He had thought before that time and space were actually a rotation, with time being fixed while space revolved within it in an infinite loop. However, he decided not to mention this theory, lest Wang Yan'an spit blood again. Lin Chen played with the Myriad Dao ring, and just as he put it on his left wrist, he felt a needle prick his hand. Myriad Dao ring binding. In progress, identity binding successful. Lin Chen, Ocean Top Realm, Pillar King of the Myriad Dao Empire, Level 2 Authority. Storage space opened successfully. A series of mechanical sounds came from the Myriad Dao ring. Level 2. Authority? The moment the Myriad Dao ring was bound, he grasped its operation mode completely. Inside was an intelligent system that could query all information about the Myriad Dao Empire, but it required fixed authority. Level 2 Authority. was second only to level 1 authority. It could even dissolve a junior cosmic empire. The lowest was level 8 authority, which was the citizens' authority of the Myriad Dao Nation. As long as it was within the jurisdiction of the Myriad Dao Nation, this was the minimum authority. With this authority, one could enter the territory of the Myriad Dao Empire, otherwise, one would be captured and made a slave. Even an emperor of a junior cosmic empire only had level 3 authority, corresponding to that of a duke. When he opened the internal space of the Myriad Dao Ring, Lin Chen was stunned. The space inside was as large as a planet. Moreover, this planet was not a small one like Earth, but at least 5 times larger. Inside the internal space of the Myriad Dao Ring lay a billion spirit coins. Lin Chen thought the billion spirit coins existed in data form, but to his surprise, they were actually present in the space of the Myriad Dao Ring. During transactions, the Myriad Dao Ring would autonomously conduct the spatial transfer of spirit coins. Isn't this an energy core? Lin Chen took out a small spirit coin, which was only as big as a thumbnail and not very thick, yet it contained a very rich energy. He then took out an energy core from his spatial bag and discovered that the spirit coin was indeed an energy core, only that it had been polished and had the words Myriad Dao imprinted on it. Spirit coins are made from world cores. There are only this many, and not much can be made in a year. Wang Yan'an explained, seeing Lin Chen's puzzled expression. Isn't it said that world cores are not allowed to be destroyed? Is senior brother breaking the law? Lin Chen looked at Wang Yan'an in confusion. Ha ha, what are you thinking? These are all life planets whose life cycles are nearing their end. The world consciousness has already begun to dissipate. After we transfer the citizens on them, we take out the world cores to avoid waste. One world core can roughly produce 10 million spirit coins. 10 million spirit coins can buy an unowned life star. Of course, depending on the size, a larger one would definitely cost more than 10 million. Spirit coins also have another function. They can be used for cultivation, and the effect is quite good. So spirit coins are very valuable and suitable for use as currency. Lin Chen heard this explanation and glanced at the 1 billion spirit coins in the Wan Dao Ring. Aren't there 100 life planets in here? My goodness. If I exchange these spirit coins for life planets, wouldn't I become the master of 100 stars? Can you have a little ambition? Your current identity is that of a prince of the Wan Dao Empire. Are you satisfied with just 100 life planets? Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen with disdain, wondering what this kid was thinking all day. I didn't react right away. Lin Chen chuckled foolishly. The shift in identity was too sudden for him to process. One moment he was a slave, the next he was a prince. I warn you, finish your business and come back quickly. Don't flaunt your identity in the new Shinjuku Empire. If I find out, I won't spare you. The forbidden area of Wan Dao Academy hasn't imprisoned anyone for a long time. I don't want my second disciple to be the first person in 100,000 years to be locked up. Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen's silly smile, thinking he was lost in some nonsensical thoughts. After all, going from hell to heaven so suddenly could lead many to fall. Don't worry, teacher. By the way, teacher, what exactly is the world will? Speaking of the core of the world, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the matter of the world will. First, you need to understand what the world core is. Before there was life, the world core was a form of energy of the planet, which was not fixed and could dissipate into the universe at any time. Once the planet's energy is completely depleted, it becomes a dead star. When a planet inadvertently absorbs the path of life, it begins to nurture life, and the souls of life will influence the planet. At this point, the planet will give birth to a consciousness due to the power of numerous souls, and this is the world consciousness. This consciousness gathers the planet's energy together, forming the energy core. Wang Yan'an explained slowly. You can think of the planet as a life form, it's just that this consciousness has no soul or thought, so it only operates according to the laws of the universe. Therefore, every planet has a life cycle, because they are an evolution of the path of life, transforming the planet into a thoughtless life. Once the path of life begins to dissipate, the world consciousness will also dissipate, and the planet will begin to die. Fearing that Lin Chen wouldn't understand, Wang Yan'an gave him an example. So that's how it is. I thought the world consciousness was the so-called heavenly path. Lin Chen suddenly realized, thinking the world consciousness was the so-called heavenly path, a conscious life form. Heavenly path? Wang Yan'an was confused by this name. He had only heard of the Great Path, which is the embodiment of the rules of the universe. It's a kind of thinking entity that controls everything in the universe. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan'an fell silent. He wasn't sure if the universe had consciousness, as this involved the fundamentals of the universe, something he, as an endless realm being, couldn't comprehend. Perhaps only beyond reincarnation could one know whether the universe has consciousness. I don't know if the universe has thought, but it has always been operating according to certain rules. Whether this heavenly path you speak of is controlling these rules, I don't understand. Perhaps only beyond reincarnation can one grasp these things. However, the world consciousness definitely has no thought. We have extracted the world consciousness, which is essentially a thoughtless entity evolved from the path of life. Moreover, if the world consciousness had thought, do you think Shalikui would still have a chance to seize the energy core of your Earth star? Wang Yan'an could only share his understanding with Lin Chen. I see. Then what is the will of the people? Lin Chen suddenly thought of that mysterious power that had increased his physique by 300,000. The world consciousness can also control the power of heaven and earth of the planet, but it regulates the power of heaven and earth based on the soul power of living beings. Many souls of living beings pray for a person, and when this consciousness is felt, it will control the power of heaven and earth to bless him. If many beings curse a person, this consciousness will control the power of heaven and earth to destroy him. Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen with great interest. It seemed that his disciple had once been blessed by the world's consciousness. Lin Chen finally understood where that mysterious power came from. It turned out that the world's consciousness had sensed the soul power of the people of Baiqing and mobilized the power of heaven and earth to bless him. Teacher, I will head back now. Knowing all he wanted to know, Lin Chen said to Wang Yan'an. He had been missing for 2 days, and he hoped nothing had happened to Wang Miao. Go ahead. Wang Yan'an nodded, waving his hand to send Lin Chen out of the loft. Lin Chen was moved by a powerful spatial force to a mansion, which was filled with grand ancient architecture, similar to the buildings outside the academy. The red bricks and yellow tiles exuded a noble aura. As soon as he landed, a voice echoed through the mansion, "Welcome back, Prince." The mechanical voice resonated throughout the entire mansion. Tap tap tap. A flurry of chaotic footsteps sounded, and from all directions around Lin Chen, a dense crowd of guards and servants rushed in. We pay our respects to Prince Dongliang. Seeing the scene, Lin Chen was stunned. Wasn't he just given a mansion? Why were there so many servants and guards? Moreover, these guards looked much stronger than him, seemingly all at the void-breaking realm, and 2 of the guards wielding swords even had an aura similar to Sha Liqui. What is going on? Can someone explain this to me? Lin Chen looked around at the thousands of people standing before him and asked aloud, "Your Highness, these are all gifts from the Emperor. I am your steward, Lu Fu." A lean middle-aged man stepped forward, his clothing distinct from the ordinary servants and guards. The male servants wore blue long robes, the female servants wore pink long coats and vests, the guards wore mechanical police-type battlesuits, and the 2 sword-wielding guards were dressed in black long robes. Lu Fu, however, wore a white long robe, making him stand out in the entire group. All of these? Lin Chen found it hard to believe. Did he really need so many people to serve him? Yes. Dismiss them. Just keep a few. Lin Chen frowned. Having so many people serving him seemed excessive. His senior brother must be out of his mind. Please, Your Highness, have mercy. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately knelt on the ground, except for Lu Fu and the 2 sword-wielding guards. What is going on? Lin Chen looked at Lu Fu in confusion. Your Highness, these people are all gifts from the Emperor. If you do not want them, they will be taken back and made into slaves. But with so many people, how can I support them? Lin Chen looked around. He understood that the Wandao Empire had such a system, but supporting so many people daily would be a significant expense. He suddenly thought of the 1 billion spirit coins his senior brother had given him. Could it be that this was meant to support these servants? Your Highness, all expenses of the royal mansion are covered by the royal family, so you do not need to spend any money. Lu Fu leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, "Oh, then let them each attend to their own duties." Lin Chen nodded. This was quite humane, as he wouldn't have to spend any money. He also couldn't bear to let these people become slaves, as the only fate for slaves was to end up in the gladiatorial arena, where death was certain and their lives were entirely controlled by their masters. However, he didn't have enough money to support so many people. The 1 billion spirit coins seemed like a lot, but he might need money for other things in the future. He had just arrived in the Wandao Empire, and it was better to have some money on hand. This is not the Earth Star. On Earth Star, he could disregard money, but not here. Spirit coins are not the worthless data of Earth Star. These are genuine cultivation resources. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, all the servants knelt on the ground in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. What are these 2 doing? Lin Chen looked at the 2 guards holding knives, while the other guards were armed with guns, making it seem like they were a bit special, and they even looked somewhat alike. Your Highness, these 2 are palace guards with blades. Both are strong practitioners of the Void Realm, sent by the Emperor to protect the safety of the Wangfu. Lin Long, Lin Hu. Pay your respects to His Highness. Upon hearing Lu Fu's introduction, the 2 knelt down in respect. Get up. You don't need to kneel here in the future. Yes. Lin Long and Lin Hu stood up, and Lu Fu also agreed from the side. They are from my own family. They seem to be twins. Alright, you 2 go about your business. Lu Fu, show me around. Yes. The 2 responded and turned to walk outside the Wangfu. Lu Fu then took Lin Chen on a tour around the residence. At the entrance of the residence, the servants were hanging a plaque. Dongliang Wangfu 4 golden characters shone with a special brilliance, and the plaque was entirely made of wood, seemingly of the same kind as the wood used in the central buildings of the Wandao Academy. Golden light flowed through the wood. The entire Wangfu was large, symmetrically constructed along the central axis with 3 paths, central, east, and west, featuring sloping roofs, flying eaves, painted coffered ceilings, and red doors with windows, all orderly and dignified. The main hall had 7 rooms, the rear hall had 5 rooms, and the sleeping quarters were 2 levels, each with 5 rooms. Outside the Wangfu, there were small bungalows, where the servants and guards rested, with a small door leading directly to the side hall of the Wangfu. Your Highness, you have just been conferred the title of Dongliang Wang. Should we hold a banquet to invite the nobles to get to know you? Lu Fu quietly asked as they reached the sleeping quarters. Is it necessary to hold one? Lin Chen frowned. He wasn't very fond of such things. If Li Changqing and Ma Dehai were here, they would probably handle these social gatherings much more adeptly. According to custom, it is necessary to hold one. If you choose not to, that's fine too. Lu Fu cautiously replied, sensing that the new master seemed uninterested in such matters. There were only a little over 10 princes in the entire empire. Even if he didn't hold a banquet, no one would dare to say anything. Moreover, he knew the identity of this prince, the emperor's junior disciple, the Daozi of Wandao Academy, and the second disciple of the Pingjian Wang. With such status, even the empress wouldn't dare to provoke him and would have to curry favor with him. Having spent many years in the palace, he understood the emperor's heartache. After becoming emperor, he had not taken good care of his teacher and had not fulfilled his teacher's wishes, which left him with a sense of guilt. This time, when the president of Wandao Academy recruited new disciples, the emperor was extremely pleased. Everyone in the palace knew that this new prince was not to be trifled with. Several princes had already planned to visit him, but they had yet to find a suitable opportunity. Lu Fu alone knew of at least 5. Now the entire empire was aware of this new prince. And Lu Fu had received tens of thousands of letters requesting visits, which he ignored entirely. Lu Fu knew that to stay in the Wangfu for long, he had to be tactful. Serving his master well was the priority. He had sought many people to come to Dongliang Wangfu as a steward, and it was only because the head of the palace saw him as honest that he recommended him to the emperor. If he failed to accomplish anything and angered Lin Chen, he would be sent back home in disgrace. After just one day as a steward. Moreover, if the emperor found out, it could cost him his head. Thus, he ignored all those letters, as now, besides the emperor and the prince, no one could control him. Even those princes would have to think twice before trying to move against him. One must consider the master before beating the dog. Do you think we should hold it? Lin Chen glanced at Lu Fu, knowing that in a new environment, one still needed to make some new friends. I believe we should hold one. I've already received tens of thousands of letters today, all from nobles wanting to pay a visit. Lu Fu replied honestly, as a steward, one must be perceptive and understand the meaning behind the master's words. Lin Chen's words clearly showed his hesitation. At this moment, he could just throw out a hint to bring up the matter of the nobles sending him letters. Tens of thousands? Does the royal residence have enough space to host a banquet? Lin Chen was speechless. With tens of thousands of letters a day, wouldn't all the nobles of Wandao Star come over in a few days? Your Highness, we don't need to pay attention to those minor nobles, they are just trying to climb the social ladder. With your status, it would be enough to invite some dukes, princes, and princesses. Lu Fu said respectfully. How many letters of this kind have we received so far? About 300 or so, most of them from the emperors of some junior empires, as well as the first, second princes, and the third princess. Lu Fu extracted the letters from the Wandao ring and showed them to Lin Chen. Let's wait a few days. You arrange who you think can be invited, and just invite them. I have some matters to attend to and won't be here for the next few days. You are fully responsible for the affairs of the royal residence. Lin Chen was eager to return to Earthstar. Any banquet could wait until he got back. Yes. Lu Fu responded but then asked, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Won't you attend the New Year banquet at Wandao Star, Your Highness? New Year banquet? Lin Chen glanced at Lu Fu, knowing that today was the last day of the Wandaoli year and also the day of the arena's opening. But what was this New Year banquet? The New Year banquet is held on the first day of each year, with tables set up around the palace. It's a feast the emperor holds for the nobles. Can I skip it? With just over 10 hours until tomorrow, and with Wandao Star having 32 hours in a day, it was still light out, and there would be at least 15 hours until tomorrow morning. Actually, it's fine not to go. The New Year banquet is just a custom. In the past, the emperor would come out for a few drinks, but in the last 200 million years, he hasn't appeared. It's just a bunch of nobles using the banquet to socialize. Lu Fu said subtly, meaning it was just a gathering of barons and viscounts enjoying themselves. He guessed Lin Chen wouldn't go. Given his status, he would likely have to dine with the emperor. He just asked out of habit, considering Lin Chen was still unfamiliar with Wandao Star. What if he wanted to join in the fun? If he didn't mention it, Lin Chen might blame him later. Then I won't go. It doesn't seem interesting. Lin Chen shook his head, thinking it was a banquet with the emperor. If it were with the emperor, he could wait. After all, he wasn't short on those few hours. He also wanted to meet this elder brother he had never met before. After Lu Fu left, Lin Chen used the system's reward to travel back to Earthstar. Outside Su City, the sun was high in the sky, scorching the earth. Lin Chen had traveled to Wandao Star from here, so he naturally returned the same way. What's going on? I've cleared the rift in Su City. How could it still be breached? As soon as he landed, he saw citizens fleeing from Su City. Did the war god do this? The only possibility he could think of was that the war god temple was up to something. Had the Dragon King's residents gone to war with the war god temple? No way. He shook his head. He had only been gone for a day and a half, and the war god temple and the Dragon King's residents were already at war? Fellow townsmen, what happened? How did Su City get breached? Lin Chen stopped a middle-aged man running out. You are the war god of Baicheng? The man looked up, his face filled with terror. Don't come to harm us. The Dragon Kingdom has already been ruined because of you. After saying that, the man angrily cursed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. What was going on? Seeing the man run far away, Lin Chen looked at his figure, not daring to think too much, and immediately rushed towards Sioux City. In Sioux City, everywhere was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky. There were hardly any people left in Sioux City. Everywhere was the corpses of humans, with no sight of the corpses of alien beasts. Those fleeing the city were all hiding in some place, only daring to emerge after. Sioux City was destroyed. Lin Chen saw a few people crawling out from underground shelters, while others were hiding in rooms wearing cloaking suits, too afraid to come out. He took out his phone, and the screen was filled with news alerts. The War God Hall is invading the Dragon Kingdom on a large scale. The War God of White City? A disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom, destroying dozens of rifts for personal gain. More than 10 cities have been destroyed, and Lin Chen is implicated. The War God Hall is distorting the truth, seizing the energy cores of the rifts, framing and slandering. Almost all the news was saying one thing: the War God Hall discovered Lin Chen stealing energy cores, and there was a video released right where Talk blocked Lin Chen. However, the video was edited, leaving only Lin Chen's words. The energy core was given to me by the Dragon King's mansion. I can give it all to you. Everyone was blaming Lin Chen, blaming the Dragon King's mansion. Especially the Western media, which was widely publicizing that the Dragon King's mansion was destroying the rifts, destroying the means for humanity to grow stronger. They said the Dragon King's mansion was doing this to monopolize power. Therefore, the War God Hall wanted to eliminate the Dragon King's mansion and restore the earth to a pure land. Damn it, I've been set up. Tak really is cunning. I should have seen this coming. Lin Chen only then realized why Tak had so much nonsense to say to him back then, why he didn't just act directly. It was all for this video. Looking again at the destroyed cities: White City, Sioux City, Young City, Mo City. Every city he had saved was destroyed by the War God Hall, and the Dragon King's mansion's void-breaking realm was entangled by alien beasts, completely unable to stop it. Now the rifts in the Dragon Kingdom were also in turmoil, and the War God Hall's timing was perfect. This is really ruthless. They want me to become the eternal sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. The War God Hall's goal was to make Lin Chen the scapegoat. They claimed that every city Lin Chen had saved was his accomplice. Since you want to play dirty, I'll play fair with you. System, add points. Lin Chen roared, wanting to vent all his emotions. He teleported to a cave in the desolate mountains and stuffed energy recovery pills into his mouth by the handful. His dantian, having endured too much energy, turned warm currents into hot flows, and Lin Chen's whole body began to flush red. A minute later, he swallowed all the remaining 1,000 energy recovery pills. Host, Lin Chen, Physique 321-9485, Strength 202-9414. Spirit 3999, Comprehension 10, Attribute Points 33112560. A million increase in physique made his vitality rise rapidly, feeling as if he was being roasted by fire. A minute later, all attributes were maxed out, and a surge of energy erupted from him. Host, Lin Chen, Physique 261-9485, Strength 999-9999, Spirit 99999, Comprehension 10, Attribute Points 251419975. System, why can't I advance to the void-breaking realm? Please explore on your own. Host, damn it, can't you give me a hint at a critical moment? Hearing the system's response, Lin Chen cursed loudly. He was anxious, while the system was just messing with him. But no matter how much he cursed, the system ignored him. Strength and Spirit are all maxed out. The only thing left is physique. But where can I find so much energy to replenish? Increasing one's physique consumes energy, and where can he get energy replenishing pills now? He must break through to the void breaking realm, otherwise he can't defeat Tokei, and right now he has no life-saving items. At that moment he suddenly noticed the myriad rings on his left wrist. He took out a spirit coin and held it in his mouth. I can only give it a try. Spirit coins are made from energy cores, and the teacher said they can be used for cultivation, which means this energy can be directly absorbed. There's no other way, he can only try this method. After adding to his spirit, he still has 2,600,000 physique points left to fill up, and he doesn't know how many he will need. Where can he find so many energy replenishing pills? Damn, it works. Lin Chen discovered that after he started adding points, the warm current in his stomach began to surge throughout his body. When it reached his mouth, it circled around the spirit coin and immediately returned to his stomach. However, as he opened his mouth, all the spirit coins fell to the ground. Am I stupid? Why did I hold it in my mouth? I could just use the spatial law to transport the spirit coin to my stomach and take it out. Lin Chen slapped himself. When he got anxious, his brain just became a decoration. 8 minutes later, after consuming over 600 spirit coins, Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in them, leaving 2 small holes in the cave wall. Host, Lin Chen Physique, 9999999 Strength, 9999999 Spirit, 99999 Comprehension, 10 attribute points 1776141. The moment all attributes were maxed out, a small space opened up in his heart, and a rich blue liquid flowed out from within, containing a tremendous life force. The spiritual power from the upper dantian and the energy from the lower dantian transformed into two streams of energy intertwining with the blue liquid. The three dantians shattered with a loud bang, but Lin Chen felt no discomfort. The three streams of energy intertwined and finally converged in his mind. Slowly, above Lin Chen's head, a flower bud began to take shape. A three-colored 9-grade lotus slowly bloomed, continuously spinning above Lin Chen's head. All three types of energy within him were absorbed by the lotus, and the spinning lotus created a tornado-like wind. Eventually, the speed increased, and all the energy was completely absorbed by the lotus. Boom! With a loud sound, the lotus scattered into particles of three-colored energy sand, which fell upon Lin Chen, making him feel an unprecedented enhancement in his flesh, organs, and mind. The three-colored lotus gradually stopped spinning and finally settled in Lin Chen's mind, replacing the previous upper dantian. All of his essence, energy, and spirit transformed into the lotus, establishing a faint connection between the lotus and every part of his body. Is this the void-breaking realm? Lin Chen felt the energy of the lotus in his mind and couldn't help but feel a shock. The vitality flower formed by the combination of three types of energy was far stronger than the previous singular essence, energy, and spirit. Moreover, now all his spirit, energy, and essence were merged into one, and Lin Chen felt that all energy could be manipulated at will, with his spiritual power surging directly. He felt that with a mere thought, his spiritual power could cover most of the Earth star. Why do my essence, energy, and spirit have to reach their limits to advance? It seems like the Dragon Kings only cultivate spiritual power, and they don't seem to need to cultivate essence and energy at all. System, what's going on? Forget it, asking you is pointless. Only when essence, energy, and spirit are perfected can the perfect vitality flower be fused. This is the ultimate path. A vitality flower formed from a single attribute is flawed and cannot step into the realm of cosmic supremacy. Lin Chen had originally lost hope. The system had been indifferent to him anyway. Unexpectedly, this time it actually replied to him, almost moving Lin Chen to tears. System, what exactly is the supreme realm of the universe? Detecting hosts. Spirit, energy, and mind are unified. System upgrading. Lin Chen almost cursed. It was obvious that it didn't want to answer his question. Otherwise, why didn't it upgrade when the vitality flower formed? System upgrade complete. Before Lin Chen could react, the system had already finished upgrading. Opening the attribute panel again, the familiar physique, spirit, and strength were all gone. Host, Lin Chen, vitality, 10 million, comprehension, 10, great Tao, space. Deep, formless, deep, attribute points, 17,761,461. System, it really has to be you. This interface, if I hadn't heard my teacher mention the later realms, I wouldn't even know how to break through. Spirit, energy, and mind had already transformed into vitality. If Lin Chen hadn't gone to the myriad Tao star, he might still be adding points to vitality. 10 million vitality points, if added in the old way, would need to reach 100 million. Pure nonsense. With 80,000 attribute points a day, it would take him 3 years to break through to the void realm. But the realm after breaking through the void had basically nothing to do with vitality. It might be related, but it was no longer that important. More vitality means a larger mental range and more vigorous life force, but it has little to do with how much power of the laws can be mobilized. The Thousand Jun and Wan Ding focus on physical strength, while moving mountains and overturning seas emphasize mental power. After breaking through the void, it was more about comprehending the laws. No matter how much vitality one has, if they cannot grasp the essence of the deep laws or the essence of the great Tao, it is useless. Ordinary cultivators need to comprehend the laws through the vitality flower, grasp the essence of the laws to break through to the void realm. But he was different. He only needed to directly increase his comprehension. Now he only needed to grasp the essence of the great Tao to successfully advance to the void realm. Thinking of this, Lin Chen activated the absolute domain and began to allocate points. 100,000 attribute points were directly added to comprehension, and the appearance of the absolute domain changed. Previously, the absolute domain was a light circle. He needed to use mental power to control the light circle to manipulate space. But now it was different. The light circle disappeared, and within the absolute domain flowed strands of golden light. Countless tiny golden lights filled the entire absolute domain. When he touched the golden light with vitality, the golden light was directly attracted by the vitality, losing the sense of constraint that the light circle had. Controlling the golden light could freely change its shape, alter the structure of space, and even reconstruct a space through the golden light, separating it from the original space. Is this the essence of the space law? These strands of golden light are the great Tao of space. Lin Chen now felt he could do as he pleased in space. Before he could enjoy it enough, the vitality flower suddenly trembled, as if his head was about to explode. The vitality flower also began to shake wildly, as if it were about to disintegrate. Detecting that the host's vitality is below the initial critical value, the vitality flower is disintegrating and the system is replenishing energy. Lin Chen quickly withdrew from the comprehension of the essence of the great Tao, and as soon as he withdrew, he heard the system's prompt. Opening the attribute panel, he saw that the originally 10 million vitality had dropped to 9 million. The system was automatically allocating points, adding 100,000 every second, and after 10 seconds, the vitality flower stabilized again. What's going on? Could it be because my comprehension of the Tao wasn't through the vitality flower? Lin Chen suddenly thought of the biggest difference between him and other cultivators. He was cheating. Other cultivators comprehend the great Tao by slowly exploring and feeling through the vitality flower. Like his teacher, it often took millions of years of comprehension. But his comprehension of the great Tao came from the system directly enhancing his comprehension, allowing him to see the essence of the Tao. This kind of comprehension, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, is simply abnormal. It is not something he can control, but rather the system has forcibly controlled it for him. Therefore, the great path he comprehends will backfire on him. Previously, he had not grasped the essence of the great path, so this manifestation was not obvious. However, now that he has come into contact with the essence of the path, he directly comprehends the great path, and it has backfired. With the one bearing this backlash being the flower of vitality. Others comprehend it little by little, while he has yanked the great path back all at once. System, is it because of the backlash of the great path? Lin Chen had a rough guess, but he was not sure and could only ask the system. Although the system mostly ignored him ever since he advanced to the void-breaking stage, he felt that the system seemed to be more intelligent. Please explore on your own, host. He. Lin Chen scoffed in silence, thinking the system was smarter, but it turned out to be the same old thing. However, he felt that his guess was not wrong. If there was no cost to his method of comprehending the great path, it would not align with the system's conservation of energy. Speaking of which, I should now skip the void-breaking stage and be considered in the void-wandering stage, right? Opening the system panel, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Host, Lin Chen. Vitality, 10 million. Comprehension, 10. Great Path, Space Essence 1%. Formless, Deep Layer. Attribute Points, 16,661,461. He had comprehended the deep laws when he was in the sea-toppling stage, which should have been comprehended in the void-breaking stage. After comprehending the essence of the Great Path in the void-breaking stage, one would advance to the void-wandering stage. He finally understood what the void-wandering stage was. After comprehending the essence of the Great Path, the power of the laws could be manipulated at will, just varying in how much one could control. Thus, applying the laws to himself would allow him to traverse freely in the void. The void-breaking stage is actually still a process of using the flower of vitality, and the available power of the laws is quite weak, with many limitations. Because the surface and deep laws are merely the most superficial application, without comprehending the essence of the Great Path, one would never understand the operation of the path. And now, having only comprehended 1% of the space great path, he could already control space freely. However, precisely because he had only 1%, when he used the Great Path laws, he would suddenly lose control. This was because he had not comprehended 100% of the Great Path, and he was still unfamiliar with the cosmic laws represented by this Great Path. When faced with complex situations, he could not use it. It was like a book with 100 chapters of different content. Although he had only read one chapter, he could still say he had read it and knew some of the content in the book. But this 1% will cost me 1 million vitality. Doesn't that mean comprehending a complete Great Path would require 100 million attribute points? And that doesn't even include the additional comprehension attribute points. Lin Chen did not know if the comprehension of 100,000 attribute points could remain in the essence of the Great Path space. If it could, he could save several million attribute points. However, the attribute points consumed by the flower of vitality could not be saved. It would indeed require 100 million. Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly added 10 million attribute points to vitality and then added 100,000 attribute points to comprehension. When he saw the essence of the Great Path again, he finally understood where the problem lay. When he controlled his mental power to touch the golden light, this golden light transformed into a stream of information transmitted to his mind. Ultimately, this golden light was still absorbed by the flower of vitality, which, after absorbing this golden light, would decompose a portion of tricolor energy and merge with the golden light. After merging, this energy would gather in Lin Chen's mind and disappear. However, Lin Chen could clearly perceive that the information contained in that golden light was about the rules of space. Just now, there was only a second of time, and Lin Chen couldn't feel this process at all. This time, the vitality flower had no risk of collapsing. The golden light would continuously drill into the vitality flower. So that's how it is. After 10 seconds, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light burst forth from them. His guess was not wrong. Quickly comprehending the Tao would consume vitality. Others comprehend slowly, understanding while cultivating, allowing their vitality recovery to keep pace with consumption. He comprehended a lot all at once, so the vitality couldn't recover in time, leading to the collapse of the vitality flower. Those like his teacher had cultivated for tens of millions of years. Even if they weren't practicing the ultimate Tao methods, their vitality was many times stronger than his. This was the accumulation of time, so their vitality flowers wouldn't have any issues. And that golden light represented the Tao, the laws of the universe, the rules of the Tao. This golden light was countless in space. And when he comprehended the rules within the golden light, he could use the same rules of golden light to control space. The golden light disappearing in his mind didn't mean it vanished, it was absorbed by his soul. Opening the attribute panel again, Lin Chen looked into the distance and murmured, "Wait, I'm coming to settle the score with you." Host, Lin Chen Vitality 100000000 Comprehension 10 Dao Space Essence 11% Formless Deep Attribute Points 6561861. To be safe, he allocated all the remaining 6 million attribute points to Vitality. He calculated that now 1 point of Vitality equated to about 1 kilometer of mental strength. After adding the remaining 6 million attributes to Vitality, his mental strength could instantly cover the entire Earth star. Through the laws of space, he could teleport to any corner of the Earth star. This was the ultimate Tao, far stronger than the mental strength, life force, and energy of ordinary cultivators. Host, Lin Chen Vitality 165611861 Comprehension 10 Dao Space Essence 11% Formless Deep Attribute Points 0. Looking at the latest attributes, even if Shaliqui personally came to Earthstar, Lin Chen was confident he could fight back. Although Shaliqui was close to breaking through to the celestial realm and had a deeper understanding of the laws, he comprehended the laws of space, one of the two supreme laws of the universe. As long as Shaliqui's understanding of the laws was incomplete, he was confident he could contend. Even if he couldn't win, he could still evade. Moreover, Lin Chen was now certain that Shaliqui's law power couldn't break through the alternate space he created using the laws of space. His vitality flower was the ultimate Tao, and Shaliqui's vitality flower was far inferior. It was impossible for him to use vitality to pressure Lin Chen's space laws. He covered the capital with his vitality, but didn't find Wang Miaomiao in the Fan family courtyard. However, he found Wang Miaomiao and his in-laws in the Dragon King's mansion. He originally thought that after disappearing for more than a day, the Dragon King would think he was dead. Unexpectedly, the Dragon King had actually protected Wang Miaomiao. He also saw two familiar faces, Zheng Hongyuan and Li Changqing, in the Dragon King's mansion. Long Yuekong seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel a surge of vitality scanning the Dragon King's mansion? After sensing Long Yuekong's vitality, Lin Chen immediately withdrew his own vitality. The gap between Long Yuekong's vitality and his was still too great. It was not even 1/10 of his. This was the reason for the lack of essence and energy. In fact, essence was the foundation of the vitality flower, but the current cultivation method seemed to disregard essence entirely. Lin Chen didn't go to the Dragon King's mansion. He wanted the War God Hall to taste this feeling first before meeting them. His identity was too sensitive now, almost branded with the label of criminal of the Dragon Kingdom, and washing the clean was not something that could be done in an instant. Now going to see them would only involve them in this incident. With this thought, Lin Chen sent a signal to the new Shinjuku Empire using the Wandao ring, urging them to come quickly in the identity of the Pillar King of the Wandao Empire. He then used his energy to lock onto the headquarters of the God of War Temple, God of War Mountain, and instantly teleported there. On God of War Mountain, a magnificent hall stood at the peak, a structure built by the God of War Temple using 3,000 tons of gold. He hid in a different space, and the people of the God of War Temple had no idea, as someone emerged above him. They've plundered so many good things from Earth. Lin Chen swept his energy, revealing everything inside the God of War Temple. The top treasures from various countries on Earth, national treasures, ancient paintings, jade, and cultural artifacts, all were of the highest quality. These had all been scavenged by the God of War Temple and left in a corner gathering dust. Lin Chen directly collected these items into the Wandao ring. Although these items had no cultivation value, they represented the pinnacle of a civilization's art. At the same time, he activated the camera function of the Wandao ring to record everything, intending to return the favor in kind. The Wandao ring's camera was not an ordinary camera, it was a holographic recorder that captured everything around it. Although the Wandao Empire was a cultivation empire, it had many technological planets beneath it, otherwise they wouldn't have developed something like the Wandao ring. However, technological planets eventually turned towards cultivation. They would discover that no matter how they studied the universe, they could not break through its limitations. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it could only destroy a star system. Even an unstoppable weapon like the two-dimensional foil was nothing but a pile of dung in the eyes of a true self-realm expert. Having grasped a bit of the space principle, a single force of law could destroy such a weapon that simply utilized the principle of spatial collapse. Who dares to come to the God of War Temple to steal? Just as Lin Chen collected these items, the patrol personnel noticed that the treasures in the warehouse had disappeared. Even the paintings hanging on the wall were gone. Seeing this scene, the patrol personnel immediately sounded the alarm for the God of War Temple. Stealing? Are these things yours? Lin Chen snorted coldly, directly applying the space principle to the golden hall, which he compressed into a massive sphere. The people inside were all trapped by the space principle, crushed into a pulp. At this moment, members of the God of War Temple who witnessed this scene began to scatter in all directions. It's that White City God of War. How is he still alive? Didn't the God of War say he had already killed him? Quickly notify the God of War and the Lord. Some had already recognized Lin Chen and were calling to inform God of War Tokei and the Order Lord. These two were the main leaders of the God of War temple, and it was rumored there was also a deputy leader who rarely showed up. The God of War and the Order Lord ranked first and third on the combat power list, with the Dragon King in second. Although the fourth-ranked God of Death and the fifth-ranked Formless Zen Master were both members of the Dragon King's residence, the God of Death was severely restrained by the Order Lord. The Formless Zen Master was strong in self-preservation but lacked combat power. The Formless Principle was not meant for battle, only for ambushes. Fortunately, the sixth-ranked Sword Saint could still lend a hand. However, the seventh-ranked Two-Element Scatterer was purely a recluse. Although he was also from the Dragon Kingdom, he did not involve himself in the conflicts of the two factions, somewhat like Lin Chen in the past. If he hadn't seen through the God of War and the Lord's conspiracy, he might have also become a recluse. The eighth-ranked Dark Lord was from the Bear Kingdom and was not affiliated with the God of War Temple, but he couldn't escape either. Once the God of War Temple was dealt with, Lin Chen would be the first to find him. The ninth-ranked Pharaoh was the founder of the Pharaoh Society and had close ties with the God of War Temple. The 10th-ranked King of Light was also from the Dragon King's residence, but his strength was too weak, not on the same level as the top 8, only able to contend with the Pharaoh. It might really be as the rumors say, he has been consuming spirit herbs. Lin Chen had a basic understanding of the top 10 on the battle power rankings, mainly the War God and the Order Lord. These two had unparalleled strength. The Dragon King was about on par with them, but the God of Death and the other three were quite far behind. It was precisely because of these comprehensive reasons that the Dragon King's mansion had always been suppressed by the War God Temple. High-level battle power could determine too much. Lin Chen watched them report back without stopping them. He was just waiting for the War God to arrive. After a while, a figure flew in from the distance. It was the War God Talk. "Kid, you're not dead?" He glanced at Lin Chen, who had been widely rumored to be dead these days, and was surprised to see him appear again. "What, are you surprised?" Lin Chen smirked, and when he saw the red blood mist coming from the War God, he directly blocked it. "I was wondering how you dared to come over. It turns out you've comprehended the Vitality Flower and advanced to the Void-Breaking Realm." Tak snorted coldly when he saw his red blood mist being obstructed. "But do you think just because you've just broken through you can defeat me? Do you still have that escape item? If not, I'll gladly accept your spatial laws." Tak laughed heartily, and a surge of blood-colored energy suddenly erupted from him. The red energy quickly surrounded the entire War God Mountain, and colorless blood mist began to drift over the mountain. "If it weren't for you, the Lord wouldn't have rewarded me with the divine herb, and I wouldn't have broken through to the wandering void realm. To be honest, I should thank you." Tak looked at Lin Chen, who was tightly trapped in the red mist, and laughed heartily. After he was severely injured, he immediately found the Lord and learned that Lin Chen had been teleported away by some treasure. He had been injured by that law power to the Vitality Flower and couldn't recover in a short time. The Lord, in order not to delay the fusion progress, gave him a divine herb, specifically to repair the Vitality Flower. It was also because of this divine herb that he unintentionally comprehended the essence of the bloodthirsty law and successfully advanced to the wandering void realm. "Stop resisting, you're deep level. Law power can't block my law power that sees through the great Tao." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Tak understood quite a bit. It seemed that Shalikui had told him a lot, truly treating him as a subordinate. "Why bother telling you so much? You wouldn't understand." The War God Tak erupted with a strong sense of self-importance. "Why are you trying to frame me?" Lin Chen began to set a trap. He needed to capture a video to clear his name. The War God squinted at him. "No cameras or recording pens." After confirming that Lin Chen had no cameras on him, he relaxed. He was afraid Lin Chen would pull a trick on him. A phone could be used for live streaming, and he feared it would provoke public outrage from all the countries on Earth, so it was better to be cautious. He sneered and said, "Back then in Sioux City, I was just going to catch you and conveniently smear some dirt on you. And wasn't what I said the truth? You were indeed stealing the energy cores." Lin Chen deliberately struggled a bit, allowing the red blood mist to enter his body. "What exactly is your purpose? Why is your War God Temple stealing so many energy cores?" he roared, trying to break free. "Don't waste your effort. Just let me analyze your blood." The War God was somewhat excited at this scene. The legendary spatial law was beckoning to him. "Since you've come to me, let me quietly tell you a secret. Do you think the cosmic language and these cultivation systems were thought up by our War God Temple? If we were that powerful, we would have already dominated Earth. Why would we still be here dawdling with the Dragon King's mansion?" Tak began his arrogant tirade again, mocking Lin Chen, feeling exceptionally satisfied. "You are the undercover agents of aliens, the traitors of Earth." Lin Chen feigned surprise and said he had long known about the matters concerning Tokei and Shalikui. It was all just an act. "What? Undercover? What traitor? This is the Lord's great gift to us. As long as we let the Earth Star merge with the energy core, the Lord can descend upon the Earth Star, and then the Earth Star will become a true cultivation star. We will achieve immortality." Tokei shouted madly. Ever since he consumed the divine herb, he had completely devoted himself to the Lord, with no other thoughts. The higher his realm, the more he understood one truth: the Lord was not someone he could provoke. His previous thoughts were all wrong. Even if he obtained Lin Chen's spatial laws, he could not escape the Lord's grasp. You are seeking your own death. That Lord you speak of must have other intentions. He himself cannot achieve immortality. What makes you think you can? Lin Chen struggled, wanting Tokei to reveal more. You're talking nonsense. As long as I integrate the energy core into the world core, once the Lord controls the Earth Star, I will be the first under the true Lord, and you will all be my slaves. The war god glared at Lin Chen, wanting to kill this alarmist and seize his spatial laws. Die for me. The power of laws on him erupted again, but he found he still could not break through Lin Chen's spatial laws. Lin Chen continued to resist. The spatial laws are indeed a good thing. The deep laws can actually resist my essential laws. It's truly something even the Lord is tempted by. The war god became increasingly excited. Upon seeing this, because his blood mist had already seeped into Lin Chen's body, obtaining Lin Chen's memories was just a matter of time. Oh, is that so? You want the spatial laws so badly? Lin Chen moved his neck, looking coldly at Tokei. The previous conversation was enough. He didn't want to play anymore. Since you want it so much, I'll give it to you. He shouted softly, and the red blood mist around him dispersed, applying an airless alternate space on Tokei. You! Tokei looked at Lin Chen in shock. He had clearly controlled Lin Chen. How could he break free so easily? You are in the void realm. Why? How can you rise 2 realms from the breaking void realm in just a day and a half? Tokei was locked tightly inside the spatial wall. Without air for a while, he wouldn't die yet. He looked at Lin Chen in shock. This kind of power was definitely the law power that comprehended the essence of the great Tao. He couldn't understand why Lin Chen was still a falling sea realm cultivator the day before yesterday, and today he had become a void realm cultivator. This did not conform to the common sense of cultivation. He had cultivated for 90 years, and with the support of the elder, he had only just advanced to the void realm. In the Lord's eyes, he was already a rare genius. Why was there still a freak like Lin Chen? That speech just now was good, so I'll let you live a little longer. Lin Chen began editing a video. Through the 10,000 Dao ring, and with the help of the intelligence system of the 10,000 Dao ring, a video he wanted was quickly edited out. Looking at the virtual projection of the video, Tokei exclaimed in shock. What kind of technology is this? You disappeared for a day and went to another planet. He immediately recognized that this was definitely not technology from the Earth Star. The Earth Star did not have such advanced things. It's fine, once you're dead, you'll know where I went. Lin Chen did not kill Tokei but quietly played the video in front of him, recording all his words. Killing with a heart, he wanted Tokei to suffer the scorn of all the people of the Earth Star before he died. After converting the video into a format, the 10,000 Dao ring directly connected to the Earth Star's network system. Tokei's brilliant speech quickly began to spread on the social media of the Earth Star Alliance. Lin Chen, do you think showing this video now has any meaning? As long as the Lord comes over, even if you have the laws of space, you will still die. He appeared quite calm after watching the video. Let me go now, and I can persuade the Lord to spare your life. Long periods of holding his breath had turned his face red, yet he continued to shout. Can your so-called Lord even make it here? The world core of the Beast Star hasn't merged with the world core of Earth Star. He will be discovered by the world consciousness, right? If he's discovered, won't your efforts be in vain? Lin Chen smiled at Tokei. Now he didn't care about these things anymore. He could say anything. Because the video had already begun to ferment, the war god Hall had become a rat everyone wanted to hit. You are the one who eavesdropped on us the day at the Beast Star. Tokei suddenly reacted. He had never mentioned the Beast Star and the World Core, not even to the Order Lord. Because the Lord had told him that although the World Core had no consciousness, once the information was leaked and too many people knew, the world consciousness could still retaliate. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he strictly followed this order. But now Lin Chen suddenly mentioned the Beast Star and the World Core. He suddenly recalled what the Lord had said to him yesterday. The Lord had asked him to pay attention to whether anyone on Earthstar was discussing the World Core. He had also informed him about the spatial fluctuations at the Beast Star. You really are a good dog raised by Shalaqui. He even told you this. Look, your War God Hall is already infamous. Lin Chen opened the virtual projection of the 10,000 Paths ring, displaying all the comments from the Earthstar Alliance in front of Tokei. War God Hall's dog, selling out the master for glory is inhuman. I knew Lin Chen, such a righteous person, wouldn't do such things. It turns out the War God Hall was behind it all. The War God Hall is going to sell Earth. What kind of background does that lord have? Aliens? No wonder the War God Hall has been promoting the cosmic language. This is cultural invasion. Defeat the War God, restore the clarity of Earthstar. Death to the War God and his entire family. Lin Chen, you will die a terrible death. You definitely will. Tokei's mentality exploded upon seeing countless comments cursing him. So, how does it feel to be cursed by others? Lin Chen asked with a smile, looking at the furious Tokei. Lin Chen, don't be too happy too soon. The energy core has already merged halfway. It's too late for you to stop it now. Tokei was still making his last desperate struggle, believing that as long as the Lord came, Lin Chen would definitely not escape. Whether it's too late or not is none of your business. I've wasted so much breath on you. Now it's time to send you on your way. Lin Chen no longer wanted to babble with him. Seeing Tokei's frantic appearance made him feel comfortable. He had achieved his goal of returning the favor in kind. La 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 la. Just as he was about to take action, his phone suddenly rang. He initially thought it was Wang Miao Miao calling after seeing the video, but it turned out to be an unknown number, and it was a video call. As soon as the call connected, Wang Miao Miao's figure appeared on the screen. However, she was tied up, with a piece of black cloth stuffed in her mouth. Behind her were Wang Ziyi and Zhang Cuifeng. In the back were Li Chongqing and Ma Dehai. They had captured everyone related to him. Lin Chen's energy instantly covered the Dragon King mansion. The Dragon King was currently in the attic drinking tea, watching the video he had posted, while Wang Miao Miao and the others had indeed disappeared. Who are you? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice as he withdrew his energy. Release the war god, throw the energy core into the world core, and I will let them go. The people who kidnapped Wang Miao Miao and the others never showed their faces, and their voices were processed. There was no other nonsense, just a demand for Lin Chen to release them. Moreover, they wanted Lin Chen to help them merge the energy core. Lin Chen's vitality covered the entire Earth star, but in the vast sea of people, he couldn't find them at all. He had not yet comprehended the spatial coordinates in the path of space, and there was no trace of his spiritual power or vitality left on Wang Miao Miao and the others, leaving him with no way to start. This person was clearly from the War God Hall, and he had no target. Furthermore, this person was able to kidnap Wang Miao Miao and the others from the Dragon King's mansion, which meant he was definitely a high-level undercover agent arranged by the War God Hall and the Dragon King's mansion. Otherwise, the Dragon King would have noticed their disappearance. This person must have been able to come and go freely in the Dragon King's mansion, and no one stopped him, which is why he could easily kidnap so many people and take them out of the Dragon King's mansion. How can I trust you? How can I be sure you won't go back on your word? Lin Chen frowned. He could let talk off, but even if he did, he could still kill him later. He could also merge the energy core into the world core of Earth Star. Although doing so would allow Shalikui to come over, he had already contacted people from the new Shinjuku Empire, and with their speed, he believed they would arrive soon. The Wan Dao ring seemed to be made using quantum technology combined with spatial laws, allowing for zero-delay communication throughout the universe. His Wan Dao ring had already received the message, and at most, the vanguard troops would arrive within half a day. This was mainly because Earthstar was located at the junction of three primary empires in a zone of no control. All three empires were vassals of the Wan Dao Empire, and there was no need to guard this star system so tightly. Therefore, there were no powerful figures stationed in this star system, only a Master of Heaven Realm in the center of the star system, but it would still be a bit slow for the Master of Heaven Realm to cross the star system. It would be faster for them to set off directly from the center of the empire. Thus, the new Shinjuku Empire had to dispatch people from the center of the empire, and the distance from the center of the new Shinjuku Empire to Earthstar was separated by millions of star systems. The Grand General of the new Shinjuku Empire personally led the team and had already taken the teleportation array to the nearest teleportation point to Earthstar, expecting to arrive in just 2 hours. This was the reply from the Grand General of the new Shinjuku Empire to Lin Chen. Their emperor was in seclusion and could not welcome Lin Chen, and he specifically expressed his apologies. You have no other choice now. A voice on the other end was extremely arrogant, and he was sure that Lin Chen would not take the risk. It seemed he had investigated Lin Chen thoroughly. Lin Chen was very concerned about his family. Fine. But I don't have the energy core. Lin Chen could only nod in agreement. He needed to buy some time. Once the people from the new Shinjuku Empire arrived, it wouldn't matter if Shalikui came to Earthstar. He needed to find this person and delay for time. Otherwise, with the hostages in the hands of the kidnappers, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly when the new Shinjuku Empire's people arrived. You release the war god, and he will naturally take care of this matter. The voice on the other end came through, and Lin Chen knew things were not simple. It seemed the War God Hall had already collected most of the energy cores they needed. Fine. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the spatial binding on Talk was lifted. Talk glanced at Lin Chen. Are you still going to send a video? After saying that, he left without looking back, knowing that to deal with Lin Chen, the master must personally intervene. What needed to be done now was to merge the energy core with the world core of Earthstar. Lin Chen's face darkened as he remained silent. He truly did not expect that the Dragon King was in the Dragon King's mansion, and yet someone could kidnap Wang Miao Miao and the others right under his nose. He had originally just wanted to play a trick on Talk, but unexpectedly, he ended up falling into his own trap. Seeing Talk leave, the voice on the phone said again, if you want them to live, you'd better not have any small moves. I won't hang up the video, I'll be watching you right here. Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly. This person was more troublesome than he had imagined. He still wanted to make a trip to the Dragon King's mansion, but now it seemed unrealistic. However, the person opposite clearly underestimated Lin Chen. Lin Chen directly covered the Dragon King's mansion with his vital energy and transmitted a message. Old dragon, I have something to discuss with you. Long Yuekong was worried when he suddenly heard Lin Chen's transmission. With Lin Chen safe, he felt much more at ease. Although the situation on Earth was not good, Lin Chen could appear and even record such a video, which proved that there was still room for maneuver. Based on his guess, Lin Chen was definitely not afraid of the war god. Otherwise, this video wouldn't have been sent out. But he was worried that the war god temple had already completed more than half of the world core fusion, and once that master arrived on Earth, it would probably be doomed. Lin Chen? You've advanced to the void-breaking realm? What's the matter? Hearing Lin Chen's anxious voice, Long Yuekong was somewhat puzzled. Lin Chen should be fine. Why was he so anxious? Miao Mao and the others have been kidnapped. Impossible. I'm here. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Long Yuekong's vital energy immediately covered the residence of Wang Miao Miao and the others, and the latter half of his sentence abruptly stopped. The war god was already subdued by me, but someone suddenly video called me and he kidnapped Miao Miao and the others, demanding that I release the war god. Lin Chen cut to the chase. Time was of the essence. Long Yuekong stood up from his chair. He was sitting in the Dragon King's mansion, yet someone had managed to kidnap people right under his nose without him noticing a thing. This person's strength was not low, and his identity was not simple. He immediately reached a conclusion. Don't panic, let me sense it. Old dragon, don't sense it, you won't be able to. Lin Chen saw Long Yuekong close his eyes and immediately reminded him anxiously. If he couldn't sense it, then Long Yuekong's vital energy, being much weaker than his, would definitely not be able to sense it either. I sensed it. The Dragon King suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Chen was shocked. How was this possible? Could vital energy have different uses? I sense Li Changqing's location. Li Changqing and Miao Miao were kidnapped together. Where are they? Inside the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City in the capital? How did you sense that? Lin Chen's vital energy extended into the Forbidden City, searching little by little. Yesterday, Li Changqing was severely injured in Baiqing and was rescued by Zhang Hongyuan. I used a drop of my blood to save his life. What I sensed was the aura of the blood. No matter how far the blood is from me, I can sense it. You must not use vital energy to sense. I suspect this person is also in the void-breaking realm, and using vital energy to sense will definitely alert him. I'll sneak over first and see exactly where they are. Long Yuekong reminded him. He was certain that Lin Chen had already advanced to the void-breaking realm, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to subdue the war god. But he didn't know that Lin Chen's vital energy was far greater than his. The faint vital energy he sensed was actually Lin Chen's. Don't worry. I won't act recklessly. Lin Chen replied, and his vital energy had already begun a carpet search within the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City was too complex, with many personnel managing supplies inside, so he could only search inch by inch. After searching for a few minutes, he still didn't sense anything. Old dragon, did you sense it wrong? Lin Chen's vital energy found Long Wang again. Long Yuekong suddenly opened his eyes. Under the Hall of Light in the Forbidden City. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's vital energy surged toward the Hall of Light, but after scanning the Hall of Light up and down 2 or 3 times, he still didn't find any trace of Wang Miao Miao and the others. Old dragon, did you see it wrong? Lin Chen's vital energy found the already standing Dragon King. I didn't see it wrong. I sensed the location of the blood right there. But my vital energy didn't sense any trace of Miao Miao and the others in the Hall of Light. Take a look at the bright hall and see if there's anything unusual. I suspect this person has used something to obstruct mental power. The Dragon King had already flown above the bright hall, and he indeed sensed the aura of dragon blood underground. However, at such a close distance, he did not feel the presence of Wang Miao Miao and the others, which indicated that the other party was well prepared. Something that obstructs mental power? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Ever since the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, he had never doubted the role of vital energy. But hearing the Dragon King's words, he realized that vital energy was actually still mental power, just mixed with 2 other forces, making mental power even stronger. Vital energy merely possessed the 3 characteristics of essence, energy, and spirit, but mental power remained mental power. Its characteristics had not changed. Some materials could indeed block the detection of mental power, but such materials were rare and generally used to forge weapons. No one had ever used these materials to create a space. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stopped searching for Wang Miao Miao and the others and began to look for distinctive features inch by inch. Although some materials could block mental power, they could not block the laws. As long as there was a space, the laws could always be used to find it. Now Lin Chen changed his approach. He no longer scanned the hall but wrapped the laws with vital energy and slowly infiltrated. Finally, beneath a dry well, Lin Chen sensed something abnormal. The vital energy probed below the dry well, revealing a blank space. However, when the absolute domain expanded beneath the dry well, it encountered a mysterious space resembling a cubic box, which was not large, only about the size of half a shipping container. This box-like mysterious space could not be detected by mental power, and the absolute domain also circled around it. Because the expansion of the absolute domain relied on vital energy, and since vital energy could not detect this box, the laws could not penetrate into it either. But when the absolute domain covered that area, this space that could not form an absolute domain appeared very conspicuous. Other areas were covered by the absolute domain, but this place could not be covered, and the answer was already apparent. After carefully sensing with the absolute domain, Lin Chen looked at the phone screen in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. So that's how it is. Lin Chen saw something resembling a metal can behind Li Chongqing with only a small corner exposed. At first, he thought it was some clutter, but now he realized it should be an oxygen tank. No wonder he kept hearing a hissing sound from the other end of the phone. He initially thought it was the ventilation system in the room, but it turned out to be the sound of the oxygen tank releasing gas. This box was a completely sealed space. Once someone entered, the material on the outside would seal tightly, preventing air from entering, relying solely on the oxygen tank to supply oxygen, and of course, vital energy could not detect the situation inside the box. The entire box was located beneath the dry well, and going down the dry well should lead to the entrance. Once the entrance was opened, the material would become tightly sealed. Unless one used spatial laws to slowly investigate, vital energy would not be able to sense this area at all. When vital energy swept past, it was as if there was nothing there, making the scanner think that this was just a piece of missing land. Lin Chen controlled the absolute domain, compressing it towards the mysterious space, and under the strong pressure of the space, the shell of the box began to deform. After the material deformed, an arched gap appeared, revealing the internal space of the box. A person wearing a black hood and dressed in night gear was looking at the screen on their phone when they suddenly felt the walls of the room tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. Then, a ray of sunlight suddenly appeared in the dim room. Following that, the phone screen changed, and they felt that the image in the phone was somewhat familiar. Taking another look, he was shocked to see his own figure on the phone screen, staring back at him, albeit from behind. He struggled to turn his head, looking at Lin Chen with a panicked expression, and said in terror, how did you find me?" He thought he had executed his plan flawlessly, kidnapping someone at the Dragon King's mansion and then bringing them into the Forbidden City. He believed no one would suspect that the kidnapped person was so close at hand. The Dragon King's mansion and the Forbidden City were only separated by a wall. The most dangerous place was the safest place, and he was sure no one would search here. Moreover, he was hiding inside a box made of special materials, undetectable by spiritual senses. But when he saw Lin Chen's face, he knew it was over. After Lin Chen compressed and deformed the box, his vitality smoothly entered the interior, and his absolute domain instantly covered the internal space of the box. He then immediately teleported inside the box, appearing behind the kidnapper. "You really went to great lengths to deal with me." Lin Chen glanced at the man in black, yanked off his hood, and the restrained man had no way to resist. "Speak, who's behind you?" He looked at the man in black and asked in a deep voice. This man in black only had the strength of the early stage of the overturning sea realm, and it was impossible for him to kidnap someone from under the Dragon King's nose. Moreover, the Forbidden City was not a place that just any man in black could enter casually. This large box made of special materials should have just been brought in, as the surrounding soil was freshly broken. Lin Chen estimated that this man in black and Miao Miao and the others had been packed into the box in advance and then placed under the dry well. Ha ha, long live the War God Hall. Boom. The man in black did not answer Lin Chen's question. He only laughed maniacally a few times before his body suddenly exploded, losing all signs of life. A death warrior of the overturning sea realm. Lin Chen looked at the self-destructed man in black, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Cultivating an overturning sea realm warrior on Earth was not a simple task, and this warrior had committed suicide without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, Wang Miao Miao and the others, who had been stunned by the man in black, were awakened by the explosion. Looking at the pile of flesh on the ground, Zhang Suifeng, who had never seen such a scene, began to vomit. Wang Miao Miao saw Lin Chen and wanted to speak excitedly but couldn't make a sound. Lin Chen immediately released all their bindings. "Xiao Mu," Wang Miao Miao called out, and due to standing for a long time, she stumbled and almost fainted. Lin Chen quickly supported her. "It's okay now." Lin Chen patted Wang Miao Miao's head. She looked much more haggard after just one day apart. "They all say you destroyed the Dragon Kingdom, is it true?" Wang Miao Miao looked at Lin Chen. In the past 2 days, she had received a lot of torment, with some people openly attacking her and her parents in the comments. Wang Ziyi advised her to believe in Lin Chen, but she couldn't bear the feeling of being cyberbullied. During this day and more, she had lost her appetite and sleep, staring at the comments every day, only to find that no one was speaking up for them. Even if someone said a word or two for them, they were quickly drowned out by others, which was utterly futile. Who said that? At this moment, Long Yuekong also found them. After hearing this, he exploded in anger. "Those people are just the lackeys of the War God Hall," he said indignantly. In the past 2 days, Lin Chen's videos had continued to ferment, and they had also published the details of the Lin Chen incident. However, now the entire Earth was under a single network, and the War God Hall's water army was frantically attacking the Dragon Kingdom's forum, and they couldn't even ban accounts. Plus, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, under the War God Hall's incitement, had also begun to blame Lin Chen, making their power seem very weak. The Dragon King took out his phone to show Wang Miao Miao the latest video, and she suddenly burst into tears. All the grievances she had suffered in the past few days erupted at that moment. "Dragon Lao, hurry and investigate the high-ranking officials of the Dragon King's residence. I suspect the person behind this black-clad figure is not simple. This person is just a sea-overturning realm, definitely not the mastermind. The mastermind must be at least in the void-breaking realm." Lin Chen saw the Dragon King approaching and glanced at the flesh on the ground. A sea-overturning realm could not possibly carry out this series of operations. It would be very difficult for him to even enter the Forbidden City. Not to mention, he was carrying such a large box, so there must be someone else helping him. I know. The Dragon King looked at the corpse on the ground. Could a sea-overturning realm really kidnap someone right under his nose? He couldn't believe it. This time, since Wang Miaomia was kidnapped, he had already sent the intelligence department to investigate. He wanted to see who this big fish behind the scenes really was. Whose great hall is this? Is it possible that the owner of this hall did it? Lin Chen glanced at the bright hall, feeling that this hall was someone's residence, with signs of life inside. Impossible, this is Su Menglan's place. He is responsible for the security of the entire Forbidden City, so he lives here. But I watched him grow up. He absolutely cannot be an undercover agent for the War God Hall. Long Wukong shook his head. Su Menglan was someone he had watched grow up, and he could never betray the Dragon King's residence. Moreover, Su Menglan had killed quite a few void-breaking realm members of the War God Hall. Even if he were an undercover agent, he couldn't kill the high-end combat power of the War God Hall like that. Hearing the Dragon King say this, Lin Chen could only nod. The Dragon King was not lacking in cunning, and with Su Menglan by his side, he would have noticed any abnormalities long ago. Dragon Lao, you take them back first. Lin Chen held Wang Miaomia for a while. After more than a day without sleep and in a poor mental state, the girl cried for a bit and then fell asleep in his arms. Xiaomu, where are you going? Wang Ziyi sensed the meaning behind Lin Chen's words, and combined with the video the Dragon King had just shown them, he already had a guess in his heart. Some things started because of me, and I must go resolve them. Lin Chen gave his father-in-law a reassuring look. His main task now was to bring down the War God Hall. He had only destroyed the Golden Hall on War God Mountain, and many people from the War God Hall were not on War God Mountain. Moreover, he needed to stop Tokei's actions, otherwise, when Shalikui arrived, the Earthstar might be doomed. Wang Ziyi nodded. He had always supported Lin Chen. By the way, Dragon Lao, do you know where there is an entrance to the Earth's core? According to what the teacher said, the world's core should be at the very center of the planet, which is where the Earth's core is located. The War God and the others could not reach the Earth's core. They had no spatial laws and simply did not have the ability to withstand the thousands of degrees of high temperature at the core, so they must have used some passage to inject the energy core, allowing the Earth's core to absorb it. However, the Earth star is so vast, and the range is too broad. If it's a direct route to the Earth star, I don't know of such a place. It might have been dug by the War God Hall. This will take time to find. If it's a place connected to the mantle, I do know of two. One is the Eye of Hell. It is bottomless, and before the Earth star's mutation, it was rumored to be an entrance to the region. The other is the Laco Cave. This cave was dug by the West before the Earth star's mutation, rumored to be for exploring the underground world, dug very deep, but ultimately came to nothing. The Dragon King thought for a moment. It seemed to him that only these two places were closest to the Earth's core. Lin Chen frowned. He knew about these two places, and his vital energy had already scanned them without finding Tokei's trace. His vital energy had gone down along these two places and found that neither of them reached the core. The temperature at the Earth's core was too high. He could feel a burning sensation in his vital energy. Although it didn't have much effect, it was uncomfortable to stay for too long. Moreover, his vital energy had circled around the Earth's core, but he had not found any trace of Tak. How strange. Could it be that Tak didn't go to merge with the world's core? Lin Chen murmured to himself. He sensed the world's core at the Earth's center, but due to the high temperature, the space was distorted. He could only feel the world's core slowly rotating, but he couldn't discern its specific state. Seeing Lin Chen's confused expression, Long Wukong suddenly thought of something. Speaking of this place, there is actually another one, but it's just a rumor. Long Wukong suddenly recalled a rumor from decades ago about the War God Temple. What rumor? Lin Chen looked at the Dragon King, unable to find Tak. Once he completed the fusion with the world's core, it would be troublesome for Shaliki to control the Earth star. Do you know who researched the technology of spatial bags? The War God Temple? Lin Chen glanced at the Dragon King, understanding what he was trying to say. Exactly, when the spatial bag was developed back then, the entire Earth star was in an uproar. It was rumored that the War God Temple obtained alien technology and developed spatial technology. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen realized that with the technology of Earthstar, something like a spatial bag could not have been developed in a short time. The War God Temple must have obtained some alien technology or acquired Shaliki's spatial technology. Although this spatial technology was not a difficult problem, it was merely a simple application of spatial laws. It was definitely not something an ordinary planet could possess. You mean, the War God Temple built a spatial teleportation point from the surface to the Earth's core? That's right. Decades ago, the West suddenly produced a fiery red stone, claiming it was a substance extracted from the Earth's core. The Dragon King nodded, and Lin Chen, possessing the spatial laws, could instantly understand when it came to these matters. However, just half an hour later, that Western leader died mysteriously. Then a new leader came out to explain that the so-called Earth's core material was actually a misunderstanding, just a bit of ore from the mantle. In the end, this matter just faded away, as if an invisible hand was manipulating it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly understood the Dragon King's meaning. The leader who was killed back then might have been telling the truth. Because at that time, the power of cultivators was not strong, and whoever had stronger technological power could gain more say in the cultivator alliance. This Western leader might have simply wanted to show off, but unexpectedly was stopped by the War God Temple. To prevent the news from leaking, the War God Temple directly replaced the Western leader. This shows that the War God Temple had already grasped everything in the West at that time. The so-called leader was merely a puppet. Old dragon, do you know where this place is? Lin Chen's eyes burst with a glimmer of light. It might really be like this. Since the War God Temple could master the technology of spatial bags, it was very likely that they had also mastered spatial teleportation. Although the spatial technology of spatial bags was worlds apart from the spatial technology of the 10,000 Dao Ring, it did not rule out the possibility that the principles of teleportation and spatial transfer were the same, both being basic applications of spatial laws. Moreover, spatial technology was different from comprehending the path of space. Spatial technology only required following the model. During that time, various countries wanted to steal the technology of spatial bags, but in the end, they paid a heavy price and still didn't succeed. The West was also under pressure from various countries, which is why they were willing to share the spatial bags. But we found the place that researched the spatial bags under the statue of the Torch God. Long Yuekon looked at Lin Chen, speaking very confidently. Back then, the Dragon Kingdom was also very envious of this technology, but after some research, the Dragon Kingdom was able to manufacture spatial bags on its own, so they didn't pursue the matter further. During that time, many undercover agents from the Dragon Kingdom lurking in the West lost their lives in pursuit of this technology, suffering heavy losses. In the end, they only managed to gather this information, which greatly angered the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom at the time. It seems that there is a large base under the torch statue. Is there space below? Lin Chen recalled the image of the torch statue. There were a few rooms underneath, but they couldn't conduct research there, could they? Under the base, there is a long corridor that extends all the way to the mainland. The real entrance is not beneath the base, but on the mainland. Moreover, the West places great importance on this base. The entire exterior is wrapped in special materials, and mental energy cannot penetrate inside. The Dragon King revealed everything he knew, which were some confidential documents he had inadvertently seen after establishing the Dragon King's mansion. The entire base is wrapped in special materials? How much would that take? Is this special material really that cheap? Lin Chen was astonished. Wrapping an entire research base in special materials was one thing, but using it to make a box was another. This material is valuable in some ways and not in others. Before the mutation of the Earth star, a meteorite fell across the countries of Earth star, and each country got a bit. At first, no one paid attention to it, treating it as an ordinary meteorite. It wasn't until later that the West discovered this material could block mental energy that it became valuable. However, there was a lot of this material back then, and the West obtained quite a bit, especially after they realized its usefulness and even preemptively acquired some. The Dragon King explained that the Dragon Kingdom also had a lot of this material now, but it was mostly used to forge high-level weapons. No one would be as extravagant as the West, using it to build bases directly. Lin Chen nodded. No wonder ever since Gu Minglan reforged the Qinghai knife for him, he found that the Qinghai knife could block mental energy, allowing his mental energy to directly attach to the surface of the blade, adding a certain weight in maintaining the feel. He was curious. He didn't expect it was because of this material. However, although this material can block mental energy, it is too brittle. It deforms under the pressure of the power of laws. Moreover, as long as one carefully senses the power of laws, it will reveal significant flaws, so no one uses this material to build houses. The Dragon King explained that they had considered using this material to wrap the Forbidden City, but after thinking it over, they decided against it. This material could only block the inspection of mental energy. It was better to forge more weapons, which could have unexpected effects. Well, I'm off. Lin Chen handed Wang Miaomio over to Wang Ziyi, greeted everyone, and then teleported away. Above the torch statue, Lin Chen sensed the space beneath the base using the laws of space. There was indeed a large area of space below. The vitality could not sense it, but the power of laws could. This material was both good and useless. Before comprehending the laws, one could hardly discover the things wrapped in this material. But once the laws touched this material, an unusual space would manifest. For those in the void-breaking realm, this material would be rendered useless with just a slight pressure from the power of laws, essentially making it ineffective. This was why the West was strong. No one dared to target this place. Otherwise, they could simply destroy the special materials outside, and what was inside would be clear as day. It was like an opaque glass cover. People outside could not see what was inside with their naked eyes or mental energy. But to see inside, all one had to do was break the glass cover. What Lin Chen needed to do now was to break this glass cover and see what was really going on beneath the torch statue. Boom! The absolute domain unfolded, enveloping the entire torch statue and the underground space. After a spatial compression, the torch statue collapsed with a loud crash, and the base below was also destroyed due to the special materials exposed under Lin Chen's vital energy perception. The moment the torch statue fell, a violent roar erupted. Alarms sounded simultaneously in the research base below, and the white-coated staff inside frantically fled outside. Lin Chen not only destroyed the torch statue but also demolished more than half of the base's outer shell. The seawater rushed into the base, and all the staff were desperately crowding towards the elevator. However, there were too many people, and the elevator simply couldn't accommodate them, with many staff on the third underground level gradually being submerged by the seawater. The entire base also fell into chaos as seawater flooded in, causing the power system to malfunction and wires to short-circuit. In an instant, the whole base was plunged into darkness, trapping the staff inside the elevator. Lin Chen also found Tak, who was at the very bottom of the base, anxiously placing an energy core into a white capsule. The room he was in was separate from the base, so it hadn't flooded, and there was a backup power supply. Damn! How did it come so fast? Did the kidnapping plan fail over there? Upon seeing the situation outside, he had already formed some guesses in his mind. At this moment, the only one daring to come here to cause trouble was Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't give him any time to react. The moment he found him, he imprisoned him. The energy core in the white capsule was also snatched away by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it seems you came a bit too late. Although his body was restrained, Tak laughed. He saw the progress bar on the screen beside him, already filled with green up to 70%. What good is that? The world core of the beast star still hasn't been absorbed and fused by the world core of the Earth star. Lin Chen also saw the screen. Now the small energy cores had all been thrown in, leaving only 40 large energy cores. In the past 2 days, the War God Hall had been stirring up trouble on Earthstar, acquiring many small Fisher energy cores. However, they hadn't obtained much of the large Fisher energy cores from the Dragon Kingdom, only some from smaller countries. 70% is enough. Lin Chen, let me go now. The Lord will come, and I can still persuade him to spare you. Tak's eyes were wild, and a blood-colored energy mixed with blue energy erupted from him. Lord, descend. As the blood-colored energy fused with the blue energy, the entire base was shattered. A fissure appeared above Tak's head, and the two energies quickly rushed into the fissure after merging. Not good. Lin Chen tried to reach out to stop it, but it was too late. The energy explosion occurred in an instant, and the fissure had already been opened, seeking death. He shouted lowly, and the space where Tak was located was torn into countless fragments, with Tak being shredded by the space. Before Tak died, he could never have imagined that Lin Chen would dare to directly kill him. Lin Chen looked towards the fissure, and a foot stepped out. Seeing that foot, his eyelids twitched. He should have killed Tak directly from the start, and now Shalikui had arrived, making things troublesome. His absolute domain instantly enveloped the fissure. He wanted to seal it up. Seeing through the essence of the spatial laws? A deep voice from the fissure belonged to Shalikui, sounding somewhat puzzled. Shatter! With a light shout, a blue energy gathered around the fissure, and countless streams of water formed instantly, firmly blocking Lin Chen's absolute domain. Not only did it block, but those rootless waters kept gathering, causing Lin Chen's absolute domain to become somewhat unstable. In the end, those water streams spun wildly in the fissure, and Lin Chen felt the space of the absolute domain starting to go out of control. Is this the peak of the wandering void realm? The way of water? He quickly retracted his absolute domain, as he felt that in less than 10 seconds, the space of the absolute domain would be crushed by Shalikui's way of water. Once the space was crushed, his spatial laws would lose their effect. You are the one Tak mentioned. The one who has comprehended the spatial laws, right? Lin Chen, is it? Did you not use a time-space treasure to teleport away? How could you come back? Interesting. Submit to me, be my slave, and I can spare your life. As Shalikui's voice echoed, he had already stepped out from the crack. The surrounding water elements quickly gathered towards him and then slowly disappeared. You've actually begun to comprehend the way of space. If I gave you a few more years, I might not be able to suppress you. In just 2 days, you've gone from the sea-toppling realm to the void-walking realm, directly skipping the breaking void realm. Your talent is truly the strongest I've ever seen. However, it's a pity that your comprehension of the way of space is probably still under 50%, and you can't even use spatial transfer. Shalikui looked at Lin Chen and smiled slightly. If it weren't for the need to perfectly merge the Earth Star and the Beast Star, he wouldn't have shared the cultivation system with the Earth Star humans, nor would he have cultivated the War God Hall. The cultivation of the War God Hall and the announcement of the cultivation system were mainly because he would be rejected by the world consciousness of the Earth Star and couldn't come over. The beasts in the crack couldn't touch the core of the Earth Star's world, so he could only cultivate the War God Hall on the Earth Star first, allowing the War God Hall to drive the Earth Star humans to cultivate, enabling them to suppress the crack. Then, he would let the War God Hall slowly extract the energy core from the crack and merge it with the core of the Earth Star. He would just come over at the end to reap the benefits. However, he also didn't expect that a planet without a cultivation system could actually reach the breaking void realm relying on the incomplete cultivation system he provided. This kid's talent was indeed impressive. By controlling this kid, he could sell Lin Chen for a good price in the 10,000 Ways Empire. Then you shall be my slave. Water prison. His expression changed, and he pointed his right index finger at Lin Chen. Suddenly, A large water sphere appeared around Lin Chen, appearing without warning, wrapping him inside and beginning to slowly shrink. "Humph, you think you can trap me?" Lin Chen snorted coldly, feeling the effect of the large water sphere, which isolated his vital energy, preventing his spatial laws from extending outward. However, he directly opened an alternate space within the water sphere. After establishing the alternate space, the water sphere's law became ineffective and he opened another alternate space outside the water sphere through spatial extension. By overlapping the two alternate spaces, he successfully escaped the water sphere. Alternate space shuttling. Upon seeing this scene, Shaliqui's smiling face instantly fell. Lin Chen, who had comprehended alternate space shuttling, was simply not someone he could capture. Although his water laws could expand the space, it was impossible to catch Lin Chen inside the alternate space. Alternate space shuttling involved first opening an alternate space and attaching it to the original space. Then, one could shuttle within the alternate space to achieve the goal of traversing the cosmic space. Although it was slower than direct teleportation, it was the safest method and would not be interrupted by sudden spatial fluctuations. While he could lock onto Lin Chen's vital energy in the Earth-star's space, he had no idea where Lin Chen's alternate space was, making it impossible to catch him. Unless he could instantly break through Lin Chen's alternate space and capture Lin Chen's true body. But Lin Chen's alternate space could be opened infinitely, unless he could reach the Celestial Master Realm and grasp a complete path. He would be able to control the energy of heaven and earth. He could then lock the space with the energy of heaven and earth, preventing Lin Chen's alternate space from being opened. In that case, unless Lin Chen comprehended spatial transfer and forcibly transferred between two different spaces, he would be able to escape. Unfortunately, he is not in the Heavenly Mastery Realm right now and cannot utilize the energy of heaven and earth. The space law, as one of the two supreme laws, truly lives up to its reputation. Shaliqui also had some research on space, as his goal was not the Heavenly Mastery Realm, but the Eternal Realm, true immortality. He knew that his talent in the Void Realm might be his limit, but he still wanted to give it a try. This fusion of the two world cores was an attempt. Therefore, he studied the space law extensively, but had always been unable to make a breakthrough. As long as Lin Chen could master a complete great path and grasp the energy of heaven and earth, he could find his true self and instantly become a true self realm. Because Lin Chen had already comprehended the space law, this made him both envious and jealous. If I can't catch you, then forget it, I won't bother with you anymore. Shaliqui glanced at Lin Chen, who was hiding in the alternate space, and turned to the destroyed research base. He knew he couldn't catch Lin Chen. The escapability of the space law was the best in the universe. He couldn't catch him. With a wave of his right hand, a space crack appeared, and he stepped into the crack. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt a sense of foreboding and immediately enveloped the core of the earth with his vitality. As he had guessed, Shaliqui was traversing the void and had opened a crack in the core of the earth. Moreover, Shaliqui was well prepared, directly using the water great path to stabilize the crack, fearing that Lin Chen would cause trouble. Lin Chen also knew that he couldn't break Shaliqui's water great path. Although the great paths they comprehended were not on the same level, Shaliqui's great path was already nearing perfection, just one step away from becoming the Heavenly Mastery Realm. Meanwhile, his space great path had just begun. Even though its quality was higher than Shaliqui's water great path, the difference in magnitude was too great. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately opened the 10,000 Paths ring and began to contact the new Shinjuku Empire. However, the reply he received was that they needed to wait a little longer. They had already entered the new river system, but the teleportation point was on the eastern side of the new river system, while the Earth star was on the western side. They needed to cross the entire new river system, so it would take another 20 minutes to half an hour. Seeing this reply, Lin Chen sighed, lamenting how slow time was passing. Boom! Just as Lin Chen closed the 10,000 Paths ring, the ground below began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the surface. Distant cities began to collapse, and buildings fell with a thunderous crash. Space began to distort, and magma from beneath the earth started to erupt through the cracks on the surface. The entire Earth star was shaking, on the verge of collapse. White beams of light burst forth from the cracks. Looking down from space, the entire Earth star had turned into a white light sphere. Then, a blue light began to intertwine with the white light. Slowly, the two began to merge, and all the light turned a pale blue. Whoosh! A piercing long cry echoed throughout the Earth star, and in an instant, the Earth star began to shatter. The seawater lost its gravity and floated in the air, while all the land split into dozens of large and small pieces floating in space. These continental fragments, having lost the binding of the core, drifted towards the nearest planet. Everything on the Earth star lost the constraint of gravity. Everyone clung to the surface, afraid to move, knowing that if they let go, they would float into space. At the moment the Earth star shattered, the atmosphere began to collapse, but fortunately, the air close to the surface dissipated slowly. Ordinary people only felt a difficulty in breathing, but it had not yet reached the point of oxygen deprivation. The world core of the Earth star was exposed in space, resembling a miniature sun. Shaliqui sat cross-legged in mid-air above the core of the Earth, the blue light on his body growing stronger. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen immediately used the absolute domain to lock onto the Earth star, trying to gather the fragments of the Earth star back together to restore its gravity. However, the gravitational pull from other planets on the fragments of the Earth star was too great. His absolute domain lasted less than 3 seconds before being shattered by the powerful gravitational force. Lin Chen glanced at the continent where the Dragon Kingdom was located and instantly teleported to the Dragon King's mansion. The entire Dragon Kingdom was split in two, with the southern part on another broken continent. Due to the fragmentation of the Earth star, the soil layers beneath scattered into space, slowly being attracted by the broken continent. A rain of stones began to fall above all the broken continents. Some small fragments of the Earth star were pulled back and forth by larger fragments, torn into countless pieces. Other fragments were pulled by two planets, starting to spin wildly and then slowly disintegrating, leaving only the hard parts behind. The fragment of the Earth star where the capital was located was still relatively normal, just slowly approaching a gigantic planet. The moment Lin Chen appeared in the Dragon King's residence, he immediately covered the entire capital with an absolute domain, causing all the floating people in the capital to fall. He could only barely control one city, he truly couldn't manage the others. That terrifying gravity was simply beyond his capability. Although he could destroy a planet, trying to reunite a planet was a battle against the laws of gravity. He was merely in the void realm, and his energy wasn't strong enough to contend with the gravity of one or even two planets. Xiao Mu, what happened? Wang Miao, who had been sound asleep, was awakened by the tremendous roar floating in midair until Lin Chen's absolute domain covered the entire capital, allowing her to land again. Seeing Lin Chen appear in her room, Wang Miao hurriedly asked, "The Earth star has shattered. What do you mean?" Seeing Lin Chen's furrowed brow, Wang Miao momentarily couldn't react. "The Earth star has broken into many small pieces, and our piece is moving closer to another large planet." What? Although Wang Miao hadn't studied as much as Lin Chen, she understood the consequences of a planet shattering. What about the other humans on the Earth star? A bad thought arose in Wang Miao's mind. Some died in the fissures, and others are drifting with the broken continents. Ah! Wang Miao gasped, covering her mouth. After the mutation of the Earth star, the population had sharply decreased by 60%. For 100 years, the Earth Star Alliance had been encouraging childbirth, which had allowed the population to recover to its pre-mutation state. Wouldn't this mean they were back to the beginning of the mutation? Then, didn't all the people on the other broken continents die? Not yet, these broken continents are moving slowly and won't collide with other planets for now. Lin Chen shook his head and explained. But then he changed his tone, however, as time goes on, ordinary people will die from lack of oxygen. He estimated that the air on the small fragments could last for about half an hour, while the air on the larger fragments could last for an hour. However, the air concentration would definitely decrease, and those with poor health on the small fragments wouldn't be able to hold on. By the time the new Shinjuku Empire's warships arrived, all the continents should still have some oxygen left. There was still hope. Wang Miao sighed. Is it that elder's doing? Lin Chen pursed his lips and nodded. When I went to stop the war god, he had already invested all the energy cores into the Earth's core. In the end, the elder arrived, and I couldn't stop him. Now the world's core of the Earth star has begun to merge. He is about to master the world's core. He didn't mention that Sha Liqui would become a powerful figure in the realm of Heaven's master, knowing that although Wang Miao wouldn't understand, it would only make her more anxious. However, he estimated that Sha Liqui wouldn't be so quick. The world's cores of two planets weren't so easily merged. At the very least, he hadn't seen the power of the Great Tao manifest yet. He remembered his teacher saying that the merging of two world cores would produce a large amount of Great Tao laws, and Sha Liqui was trying to take this opportunity to ascend to the realm of Heaven's master. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly erupted above Sha Liqui, hitting him directly, causing blood to seep from his skin and cracks to form. Damn it! 70% of the world core of the beast star can't be suppressed? Sha Liqui shouted softly, rising to fly towards the shattered fragments of the continent. What is he going to do? Lin Chen had been locking onto Sha Liqui with his vitality, and seeing him fly towards the fragment of the continent in the southern half of the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't understand what he was doing. The rift, the energy core of the beast star, isn't enough to merge. Lin Chen instantly understood Sha Liqui's intention as he saw him flying into the rift. In no time, Sha Liqui flew out from the rift and headed for the next one. Moreover, he was going to the large rifts, collecting the large energy cores. Miao Miao, go find the Dragon King. Tell him to hold on, Lin Chen said to Wang Miao as he needed to stop Sha Liqui from collecting the energy cores. After saying that, he hurriedly flew towards the rift in the fragment of the continent he was on. Hey! Wang Miao didn't have time to stop him before he disappeared. Once Lin Chen left, the gravity in the Dragon King's mansion became chaotic again, and she could only carefully feel her way down the wall. As a fifth-level force user, trying to move in the chaotic gravity of the Dragon King's mansion was like walking on thin ice. One misstep could send her floating into the air. Fortunately, Zhang Honyuan saw her and quickly pulled her over. Has Lin Chen started coming? The Earth star was shattered, and the gravity was chaotic, but for those in the overturning sea realm, the impact was relatively small. They could apply pressure to themselves through mental strength and wouldn't be affected by gravity. However, they had to constantly adjust the direction of their mental pressure as the gravity was unstable and moved up and down, left and right. But just now, the gravity in the Dragon King's mansion suddenly stabilized, and he guessed it might be because Lin Chen had returned. Yes, he asked me to tell the Dragon King to hold on. Zeng. Hong Yuan frowned. Hold on to what? The entire capital was in chaos, and the Dragon King had already gone out to save people. They couldn't contact him now. I'll take you to find the Dragon King. Zheng Hongyuan took Wang Miao Miao into the sky, flying towards the Forbidden City. The Dragon King was inside the Forbidden City directing operations, so they had to go there to find him. Along the way, 70% of the houses they passed had collapsed, if not more. Many residents of the capital were crushed under the rubble, and many others were crying and wailing outside the ruins, a scene of sorrow. But now the Earth Star had reached its end, and the demon suppression system had also collapsed. The Dragon King could only control the remaining forces in the center of the capital for rescue. Lin Chen, on the other hand, began to compete with Sha Liqui for the energy cores. He had teleportation, and his speed was much faster than Sha Liqui's. However, every time he reached a rift, he would also teleport the people inside out using his absolute domain. But Sha Liqui didn't care about the lives of those people in the rift. He just took the energy core and ran. Even so, Sha Liqui had only obtained 1, while Lin Chen had already gotten 3, crushing all the 5th level blocking the rift. In no time, Lin Chen already had 13 large rift energy cores in his hands, while Sha Liqui was still darting through the rifts. After a while of collecting, the two met at the number 1 rift in Haicheng. Kid, you're looking for death. As soon as Sha Liqui saw Lin Chen appear, he knew what Lin Chen was doing. Humph. If you have the ability, come at me. Lin Chen completely ignored him, rushing into the number 1 rift to grab the energy core and then running away. Ah! Sha Liqui looked at the more than 10 energy cores in his hands and roared in anger. With over 50 large rifts in the Dragon Kingdom, he had only obtained a few, while he himself had gotten 14, and all the rest had been taken by Lin Chen. But he didn't have time to tangle with Lin Chen now. The fusion of the 2 world cores had reached a critical point. He opened the 10,000 path ring, wanting to take out spirit coins from inside to replace the energy cores. But he found that the intelligence system of the 10,000 path ring had been shut down, the space couldn't be opened, and the communication system was also unusable. What's going on? I've been blacklisted. Has the situation been exposed? It was fine just the day before yesterday. Sha Liqui looked at the broken Wan Dao ring, filled with questions. This situation must mean he had been blacklisted by the Wan Dao Empire. Could it be that person from that day? He suddenly recalled the spatial fluctuations that had appeared on Wan Dao Star that day. But how could a person at the Master of Heaven level come to such a lawless area? And he didn't even look for me. Sha Liqui couldn't understand what had happened. Let's give it a shot. He gazed at the suppressed blue light, frowning. It was now a critical moment. If he didn't take charge, the core of the Wan Dao Star world would be devoured. At that point, everything would be over. Once I advance to the Master of Heaven level, I'll deal with you. He glared in the direction Lin Chen had left, speaking fiercely. With the energy core insufficient, he could only take the risk of injecting his own law power. Whether he lived or died depended on this attempt. Above the core of the Earth Star world, all of Sha Liqui's laws poured into the Earth's core, and the blue light instantly suppressed the white light. Gradually, the blue light became more dazzling. Suddenly, 2 energies collided, creating a violent wave, and a golden beam shot straight towards the world core. Ha ha, it worked! Sha Liqui laughed maniacally. The power of the Dao had manifested, and he just needed to find the aura of the water Dao within the golden beam to successfully advance to the Master of Heaven level. Lin Chen furrowed his brow upon seeing the golden light. He sensed many Dao auras within it. It seemed Sha Liqui was about to succeed. Only 10 minutes had passed, and the new Shinjuku Empire still needed 10 more minutes to arrive. Lin Chen rushed towards the Forbidden City. He could only take a risk now. Lin Chen, you came just in time. Do you have a way to transfer people from other continents? The Dragon King approached Lin Chen immediately upon his arrival. He had been trying to contact Lin Chen but had been unable to reach him. He couldn't catch up to Lin Chen either. In a race between Lin Chen and Sha Liqui, he couldn't even keep up with a hair. The Earth Star was already in pieces, but the humans of Earth Star were innocent. Although the Dragon Kingdom and the West had always been at odds, the Dragon King had never slaughtered Westerners. They all lived on the same planet. The affairs of the Dragon King's mansion and the War God Hall shouldn't involve ordinary people. The only person he could think of was Lin Chen. Only Lin Chen had the ability to save so many people. Old Dragon, the crux of the problem isn't whether to save people. There won't be large-scale deaths on other continents for now. But Sha Liqui is about to break through to the Master of Heaven level. If we wait any longer, we won't even be able to save our own lives. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Long Yuekong fell silent. He wanted to save people, but if even the Dragon Kingdom couldn't be protected, how could he think of others? Moreover, even if we transfer these people over, there won't be enough air on this continent for so many to consume. Lin Chen raised the most critical issue. Maintaining the status quo was the best option. Forcibly moving people would only lead to more deaths. In fact, it doesn't matter whether we save them or not. We don't have much time left. The Earth Star has shattered. Where can we go? Where can we find a life star? Zheng Hongyuan said from the side. Now that the Earth Star was broken, Lin Chen could take them away, but where could they go? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, all eyes turned to Lin Chen, the only one who could take a portion of the people away from the entire earth. Star was probably Lin Chen, who had comprehended the power of the laws. Many people were now blocked at the entrance of the Forbidden City because they knew the Dragon King was inside, and being with the Dragon King meant at least they wouldn't die so quickly. Some who knew about Lin Chen's spatial laws were rushing towards the capital with their families. There are still some who have flown from another continent to the continent where Kyoto is located just to escape with Lin Chen. They know that following Lin Chen gives them a glimmer of hope. Without him, they have no chance at all. Therefore, a large number of people gathered outside the Forbidden City, shouting Lin Chen's name. If it weren't for the suppression from the Dragon King's mansion, these people would have probably rushed in already. You don't need to worry about this, someone will come to pick us up soon. By then, not only us, but I can take everyone from Earth with me. Lin Chen signaled them not to worry. He had already asked the Grand General of the Shinjuku Empire, and their cosmic battleship has ecological space that can accommodate hundreds of billions of lives without issue. The cosmic battleship is used to conquer star systems, and sometimes when they encounter broken life planets, they also bring back the struggling creatures from those planets. However, the cosmic battleship is behind. The Grand General and his vanguard troops arrive first. But the Grand General assured him that he could ensure the survival of the living, that they wouldn't die from lack of oxygen. Everyone looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Earth now has nearly 10 billion people. Even if half of them die due to the fragmentation of Earth, there would still be 5 billion people. How could Lin Chen have the confidence to say such a thing? Not to mention, 5 billion people would consume an astronomical amount of oxygen. Moreover, where would he find a planet to accommodate so many people? The small star system they are in has already been confirmed to have no place to survive. Boom! Just as they were pondering, a loud noise interrupted everyone's thoughts. A small fragment was attracted to the guardian star of Earth and struck it heavily. This guardian star has blocked countless meteors for Earth, and its surface is covered with craters. Old Dragon, do you have any way to move the entire continent? What do you mean? I want to open a different space and pull this continent into it. You mean to pull this continent into a different space? Long Yuekong understood Lin Chen's intention. That's right, Sha Liqui is about to advance to the realm of heaven. I must ensure our safety first. He shouldn't go so far as to slaughter ordinary people on other continental fragments. What Lin Chen needs to do now is to pull the continent where Kyoto is located into a different space, so at least some of Earth's humanity can be preserved. Whether Sha Liqui will kill others, he is not sure at this moment. However, the surface of the continental fragments is connected to many geological layers below. These geological layers are attracted by the laws of gravity, and he cannot move such a large continent at all. If he can destroy all the geological layers below, he thinks he can give it a try. With his spatial power, as long as there is a large spatial shock, the mantle layer below will fracture and separate from the surface. But even if it's just the surface layer, the gravitational force it experiences is enormous. He must have someone help him. The first person he thought of was the Dragon King. Now, apart from himself, the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom is him. If the Dragon King can help push the continent while he is struggling, as long as the continental fragments successfully enter the different space, he will succeed. In fact, he could pull just one piece of continent, but he needs to pull the air from the surface into it as well. Although the mass doesn't become heavier, the space wrapped in vitality becomes larger. This will disperse his spatial laws, which means it will weaken the power of the spatial laws and increase the range. However, he must bring the air along, otherwise 99% of the people on this broken continent will die instantly due to lack of air. Now that Sha Liqui is about to advance, once he masters the power of heaven and earth, it will be impossible to open a different space again. So, he must hurry. I can give it a try. The Dragon King's eyes narrowed. He knew that Lin Chen could easily take a few people into the different space. Good. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt it was worth a try. Old Dragon, are all the void breakers on this continent here now? Is the foundation clean? Lin Chen scanned the shattered continent with his energy, and found that there were no other void breakers outside. All of them were in the square of the Forbidden City. There are none left. Some void breakers were killed by Sha Liqui, and some should have hidden away. They can survive for a while without air. The people here have fought alongside me for many years, and their foundations are all very clean. The Dragon King glanced at the surrounding void breakers, all of whom had been his comrades in battle for decades. The two communicated through energy, afraid of being overheard and causing bad thoughts. After their exchange, he enveloped the entire shattered continent with an absolute domain, and a spatial shock caused the mantle beneath the surface to crack. Slowly, the mantle and the surface layer completely separated. The shattered continent where the capital was located was left with only a thin layer of surface. This thinness was relative to the entire geological layer. In fact, the surface was still several thousand meters thick. With the mantle's constraints removed, the gravity of the surface suddenly lightened by more than 10 times, and the air began to disperse to higher altitudes. Lin Chen directly used the laws of space to form a spatial barrier above the surface, then pressed the air downwards. Just this step made him feel slightly strained. Creating such a large area of spatial barrier was not easy, and pressing the barrier down against the surface was a brutal test of his energy strength. The moment the barrier was fixed, he withdrew his energy and created a massive alternate space. Get in! Then Lin Chen shouted loudly, and the energy on his body erupted violently, sending people standing more than 10 meters away from him flying into the sky. He firmly held the surface layer with the laws of space, resisting the gravitational laws from other planets. Boom! A piercing sound rang out, and the entire surface layer of the continent began to tremble, causing many mountains that had not collapsed to start falling. No! My energy can't pull it. Old dragon, help me! The entrance to the alternate space had already been opened, and he had also moved the continent a little bit inside, but it was still far from getting the entire continent in. Now he needed a boost to push the continent a little further. At this moment, Lin Chen wished he had learned spatial transfer so he could directly move this space to another world. But he had not reached that level yet. The alternate space could only attach to the cosmic space and could not actively exchange space with it. In other words, the alternate space could not descend into the cosmic space and could not devour the cosmic space. Alright, Long Yuekong shouted loudly. Then, a ball of golden liquid flew from his right arm into the air. A drop of golden liquid also flew out from Li Changqing's body, rushing towards the ball of liquid in front of Long Yuekong. Losing that drop of liquid, Li Changqing instantly became weak, his face pale. However, there was no life-threatening danger. Long Yuekong inhaled, and the floating ball of golden liquid was sucked into his mouth. Dragon transformation. As the golden liquid entered his mouth, Long Yuekong's expression began to twist, and he let out a loud roar. Then, his entire body began to undergo a transformation, first growing layers of scales on the surface. Then his body began to elongate, getting longer and longer. Finally, even his face began to change shape. His entire face elongated, and antlers grew from his forehead. Dragon. When Long Yuekong's transformation ended, a five-clawed divine dragon, as imagined by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, appeared. The shimmering golden scales, the body like a giant python, and the iconic 5 claws. Everyone was stunned at this scene. They never expected that the Dragon King was truly a dragon. Long Yuekong glanced at everyone and flew towards the edge of the continent. He couldn't maintain this state for long. The dragon blood would continuously corrode his vitality flower. Once the vitality flower was completely eroded, he would never be able to return to human form. He had only accidentally entered this state once before when he obtained dragon blood, and this was his second time. Usually, even when he transformed using dragon blood, he could only turn his hands into dragon claws, and it was only for a brief moment. Roar! He pressed his 4 claws against the edge of the continent, and a dragon roar echoed throughout the space. In that instant, Lin Chen was also stunned. The Dragon King had truly transformed into a dragon? But at the moment the Dragon King held the fragments of the continent, Lin Chen felt a tremendous force pushing the continent to move. Is this what a dragon is? Lin Chen murmured. This terrifying force was something his power attribute, even if raised to 100 million, could not match. As the Dragon King exerted force, the continent began to break free from its original gravity. Lin Chen seized the moment when the gravitational laws failed, using the laws of space to pull the continent quickly into another dimension. In just 3 seconds, half of the continent was pulled in, but a gravitational force reattached itself to the continent. Damn it! The moment Lin Chen felt the resistance, he knew another planet's gravity was tugging at the continent. At this moment, he was already drenched in sweat, his vitality rapidly depleting. From 16 million, it had dropped to 15 million. Originally, the vitality flower could automatically absorb cosmic energy, being self-sufficient. However, Lin Chen's actions were too reckless. The vitality was being consumed at a frantic pace, and the replenishment speed couldn't keep up with the consumption. The vitality recovered about 1 point per second, but he consumed 100,000 vitality every second, which was completely disproportionate. Roar! Another dragon roar came, and the continent was pushed again. The 5-clawed divine dragon, transformed from the dragon leaping into the air, began to seep blood from its scales, clearly indicating that this immense force had exceeded its limits. Just a little more forward. Lin Chen was also straining to pull the continent. If it could move just a bit more, it would escape the gravitational range. He suddenly exerted force, and the continent broke free from the gravitational pull, successfully being pulled into the other dimension. Buzz! However, this moment nearly caused his vitality flower to collapse. In an instant, his 1.5 million vitality dropped to 1,300,000 vitality was consumed in a heartbeat, and Lin Chen lay weakly on the ground. At the recovery speed of the vitality flower, without adding any attribute points, it would take over a month to recover. Did we succeed? At this moment, the bloodied Dragon King had returned to human form, coming from the edge of the continent into the Forbidden City. We succeeded. Lin Chen stood up. The feeling of weakness had vanished, and although his vitality had decreased significantly, it hadn't yet reached the critical value of 10 million. We survived. Woo! Boom! Just as everyone was rejoicing, the sky suddenly became very bright. A tremendous rumbling sound echoed from the cosmic space into the other dimension. Lin Chen's vitality spread out, and Sha Liqui had already completed his comprehension of the water path, crushing the core of the Earth star world. The energy within the world core was completely absorbed by him, and he looked in Lin Chen's direction. Ha ha, Lin Chen, come die. Sha Liqui leaped into the connection point between the other dimension and the cosmic space. Here, he could see the shattered continent, but taking a step forward, he found he couldn't reach the continent that was so close. Other dimension? Pulling the entire continent in? Sha Liqui squinted. This was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. Lin Chen could actually pull such a large landmass into the other dimension, which he had not anticipated. Lin Chen, come out. I only want you. Sha Liqui bravely attempted to force open the other dimension with his energy, but found it utterly useless. The space behind the opening he created was still pitch black. This was the alternate space created by Lin Chen, and he couldn't enter. Although the alternate space was attached to the cosmic space, it was not within the same spatial dimension, and he couldn't find Lin Chen's alternate space. What nonsense are you talking about? Come in and say that. Lin Chen snorted coldly. It seemed that Sha Liqui had a problem with his brain, thinking he could make him go out. The spatial coordinates of the alternate space were known only to him, unless Sha Liqui also comprehended the laws of space and could deduce them through those laws. He would absolutely not be able to enter. You said it. Sha Liqui smiled strangely, and then he disappeared. Lin Chen's heart began to race at this scene. He sensed something was off. Not good. Before he could react, he saw a black crack open above the road. Didn't you want me to come? Now I'm here. A mocking voice came from the crack. Try to run. If you dare to run, I'll kill everyone on this continent. You went through all that trouble to pull this broken continent into the alternate space. The people on this continent must be very important to you. Seeing Lin Chen trying to pull Wang Miumyo and the others to escape, Sha Liqui stepped out from the crack. Instantly, a water circle trapped Wang Miumyo and the others, and Lin Chen couldn't pull them at all. The laws of space couldn't be applied to these people. His spatial laws were blocked by Sha Liqui's water laws. Not just them, it seemed like everyone in the entire capital was also trapped, except for Lin Chen. The moment Sha Liqui appeared, Lin Chen entered another alternate space. He had just wanted to pull Wang Miumyo and the others in, but they were already trapped by the water laws. How did you find the coordinates of my alternate space without comprehending the laws of space? He asked in a deep voice. With his 11% comprehension of the laws of space, someone who hadn't grasped the laws of space could absolutely not enter his alternate space. This was a restriction of the laws of the Great Path. Sha Liqui couldn't possibly ignore the rules of the Great Path. Do you know there's something called law sensing? Sha Liqui raised an eyebrow. There are your people here. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen quickly scanned the crowd. He knew about law sensing. It involved attaching one's own laws to others, allowing for positioning based on one's own law power. However, this kind of law attachment required the consent of the person being attached. It was like a puppet in the mind. Moreover, whatever law was planted in this puppet would be comprehended later. This was an influence of the law. Law sensing was similar to spatial coordinates in the laws of space, but it was much inferior to spatial coordinates. The maximum distance for law positioning was only a few thousand kilometers. Beyond that distance, it would fail due to the chaotic laws in the universe. Spatial coordinates, no matter how far, could still be sensed. This was an application of space. Law positioning was merely an application of the law and could be interfered with by other laws. Although his alternate space was another space, it was still attached to the cosmic space. In fact, it was still within this cosmic space, just out of reach. It was like opening an invisible secret room behind a wall. It was still in this place. Just like the alternate space of the 10,000 rings, although it was within an iron ring, it could move along with the iron ring. The reason the alternate space of the 10,000 rings could move was that the iron ring moved, and the alternate space was opened inside the iron ring. However, it was impossible for others to touch the space of the 10,000 rings because the 10,000 rings were the carriers of the alternate space. One could only enter this alternate space through the 10,000 rings. And Lin Chen had not yet comprehended the laws of opening alternate spaces within objects, so he could only open an alternate space in the cosmic space. But the cosmic space is something everyone can touch, as long as they find the coordinates of this alternate space. Others can enter without needing to physically contact it, like with the 10,000 rings. Just like that wall, others do not know there is a secret room behind it. Even if they break down the wall, they cannot see the secret room and thus cannot enter. Once they know, it becomes very easy to come in. There is no one here who has your water principle. How can you sense it? Lin Chen looked around. There was no one who comprehended the water principle here, and there were only so many in the void-breaking realm. Wang Miumyo being kidnapped made him realize that there must be a traitor among the high ranks of the Dragon King's mansion, and this person's cultivation level was not low, very likely in the void-breaking realm. He had long thought of the principle sensing, so he had already swept through all the people on the continent in advance. There were only over 30 people in the void-breaking realm on the entire continent, and now all were in the Forbidden City, with not a single one comprehending the water principle. He had already asked the Dragon King about this. The Dragon King confirmed many times that there was no one in the Dragon King's mansion who comprehended the water principle. The Dragon King also assured him that everyone in the Forbidden City was well known and there were no undercover agents. The person who kidnapped Wang Miaomiao from the Dragon King's mansion might have already escaped, and Long Yuekong had a suspect. It was a person from the Dragon King's mansion in the void-breaking realm who appeared nervously at the Dragon King's mansion when Wang Miaomiao's incident occurred. Shortly after, he left the Dragon King's mansion, carrying several burlap sacks. But this person had already fled, and it was unknown where he had gone. The Dragon King's mansion was currently searching for him. Who told you that I only comprehended the water principle? Sha Liqui suddenly produced a beam of light in his hand. The light principle, Lin Chen exclaimed, then looked towards a middle-aged man at the back of the crowd. Soon everyone turned to him, and he said with a playful expression, "Did you never suspect me? When you found someone under the Hall of Light? Su Menglin, why is it you?" Long Yuekong looked at him in disbelief. He had indeed suspected him when investigating the kidnapping of Wang Miaomiao. But thinking of the contributions he had made to the Dragon King's mansion over the years, Long Yuekong dismissed the thought. Su Menglin was a native of the Dragon Kingdom, an orphan he had rescued, and someone he had watched grow up. He could never have imagined that Su Menglin was actually the biggest undercover agent hidden in the Dragon King's mansion by the War God Hall. Lord of Light, Su Menglin. Lin Chen looked at this middle-aged man, the 10th on the combat power ranking, once hailed as a miracle of the Dragon Kingdom, who turned out to be an undercover agent. He had initially asked the Dragon King to investigate him, but when the Dragon King told him about Su Menglin, he let down his guard. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I have harmed everyone. Long Yuekong aged decades in an instant. When Lin Chen suspected Su Menglin, he had done everything to protect him. Although the person was found under Su Menglin's Hall of Light, it was very likely that someone had framed Su Menglin. He would never believe that this orphan he had treated as a son would be the biggest traitor of the Dragon King's mansion. Why? I have treated you well, why did you choose to side with the War God Hall? The Dragon King swayed as he stood up, his voice filled with confusion. At this moment, his heart felt like it was being cut. Treated me well? What can you give me? The void-breaking realm is the limit. But the Lord can give me immortality. I can become above the void-breaking. Long before I reached the 10,000 Cauldron realm, I met the Lord. It was the Lord who gave me strength. Su Menglin laughed maniacally. Back when he had just advanced to the 10,000 Cauldron realm, he was unaware of the world's vastness, and went to the first rift in the capital. As a result, he was inadvertently swept to the Beast Star and met Sha Liqui. It was because of Sha Liqui's light principle that he could advance with unstoppable momentum, becoming a void-breaking realm in just 10 years. From that moment on, he regarded Sha Liqui as the only true god. He had been at the Dragon King's mansion for these years, and the reason he had always been stuck at the 10th place on the combat power ranking, neither here nor there, was that he couldn't be too conspicuous and still needed to help the War God Hall to the greatest extent. No wonder you experienced a surge in cultivation after your trip to the first rift back then. I really thought you had eaten some spiritual herb. Long Yuekong let out a bitter laugh, blaming himself for trusting Su Menglin too much. When he found Su Menglin, he was only 1 year old. Over the years, he had treated Su Menglin like his own son, never marrying or having children, seeing Su Menglin as his successor. Unexpectedly, decades of familial affection couldn't compare to Sha Liqui's words about longevity. Back then, when I met the master, he only asked me to hide in the Dragon Kingdom and cooperate with the War God Hall. I never expected you would actually establish the Dragon King's mansion. This has kept me excited for several sleepless nights, because I know that as long as I cooperate well, the master will soon descend. I will soon become a powerful being above the void-breaking realm, a ruler of the planet, second to none. Su Menglin said slowly, completely not regarding the Dragon King as his father. He had always believed in the supremacy of the strong. All familial ties were nonsense. Hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head, thinking that Su Menglin was truly worse than a pig or a dog. But it was also his soft-heartedness that led him to think that Sha Liqui might kill to force him to reveal himself, which was why he had the idea of moving the entire continent into another space. Otherwise, with Wang Miaomiao and Li Changqing, such a thing would never have happened. Su Menglin, you really are foolish to become someone else's law puppet. Don't you know what that means? Lin Chen looked at Su Menglin, already foreseeing his fate. What does it mean? It means I am about to grasp a galaxy with the master. Su Menglin clearly remembered what Sha Liqui had told him. As long as he obtained the world core of the Earth Star, he would take himself to another galaxy. By then, when Sha Liqui became the master of the galaxy, he would have a life planet and become its lord. How foolish. How much of the light law has Sha Liqui comprehended? How much of the light law have you comprehended? Lin Chen shook his head, truly blinded by desire. What do you mean? Su Menglin scolded sharply. Fool, the reason he planted the law in you is that he thinks your talent is decent and has taken you as a law puppet. Lin Chen shook his head. If it weren't for what his teacher had told him, he wouldn't have known that laws could actually be cultivated through puppets. However, such methods were unspeakable and had been banned in the 10,000 Path Empire for many years. When he and his teacher discussed Sha Liqui's purpose of merging the two world cores, his teacher had mentioned it. Comprehending laws could not only be achieved through the explosive power of the Great Tao during the fusion of world cores but also through cultivating law puppets. The so-called law puppet is to plant laws in individuals with great talent, forcing this puppet to comprehend the corresponding laws. When the time is right, the laws on the puppet can be reclaimed. Because the laws are planted in the mind, as long as the puppet advances to the void-breaking realm, they will automatically transfer to the vitality flower. At that time, as long as the vitality flower of the puppet is absorbed, it can not only increase vitality but also absorb the laws comprehended by the puppet. Am I right? Lin Chen looked at Sha Liqui. I didn't expect you, a native of a primitive planet, to know so much. It seems that the owner of that time-space treasure of yours must be a highly skilled person. This kind of obscure thing I obtained from a relic. I didn't expect you to know about it too. Sha Liqui squinted at Lin Chen, realizing that this kid had advanced 2 realms in just 2 days, which must mean he had obtained a time-space treasure from a powerful being. That time-space treasure must have transported Lin Chen into some kind of ruins, and he must have obtained some kind of inheritance, otherwise it would be impossible for him to advance 2 realms in just 2 days. This is also the reason he wants to capture Lin Chen, not only because Lin Chen comprehended the laws of space, which could fetch a good price if sold as a slave to the 10,000 Dao Empire, but also because he wants to extract this inheritance from Lin Chen and, more importantly, acquire Lin Chen's laws of space. What do you mean? Su Menglan, hearing their conversation, felt increasingly uneasy and quickly asked. Nothing. Your task is complete. I originally just wanted to cultivate your law power, but I didn't expect you to bring me such a surprise. Without you, I really couldn't enter this alternate space. Sha Liqui snapped his fingers, and Su Menglan, with a splitting headache, cried out as a small lotus flower flew out from the top of his head. Su Menglan didn't even have a chance to resist before his vitality flower was absorbed by Sha Liqui. Not bad, not bad. You've actually comprehended 30% of the laws of light, although some of it overlaps with mine. But it's still acceptable. Sha Liqui closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, speaking with some surprise. Master, why? Su Menglan lay on the ground like a dead dog, his vitality flower taken away, his spirit completely drained, and he had little time left to live. Why? There's no reason. You were just a law puppet I cultivated. Now that your task is complete, I naturally have to reclaim what I invested in you. You are different from the war god. The war god helps me do things, while you help me increase my cultivation. It's that simple. I didn't expect you to be so easy to deceive. When I told you to be the planet lord, you almost knelt down and licked my feet. Sha Liqui looked at Su Menglan mockingly. Tak was not so easily fooled. Without benefits, Tak would never work hard for him. The light in Su Menglan's eyes faded. He looked towards the distant Dragon King, shedding a tear, murmuring, I'm sorry. In his last moments, he finally understood a phrase the Dragon King had once told him. Only having strong personal strength is fundamental. Relying on others will eventually lead to disappointment. Su Menglan closed his eyes, and Sha Liqui turned to Lin Chen. Kid, come with me. Maybe you can earn the appreciation of the nobles of the 10,000 Dao Empire and get a citizenship. If you don't come with me, I'll kill one every 10 seconds, starting with this beautiful young lady. Sha Liqui threatened and tempted, trying to force Lin Chen out of the alternate space. 10, 9, 8. Seeing Lin Chen still hiding in the alternate space, Sha Liqui began the countdown. The water circle around Wang Miaomiao tightened more and more. She looked at Lin Chen in pain. Xiao Mu, you go. Don't worry about us. She knew that even if Lin Chen went out today, they would still face death. Lin Chen shook his head. He couldn't just watch Wang Miaomiao get killed. Even if he were captured by Sha Liqui wouldn't kill him. If he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't go through so much trouble. His value lay in the laws of space. Sha Liqui must want to obtain his laws of space. As for selling him to the 10,000 Dao Empire, that was just Sha Liqui's deception. He should understand very well what the laws of space represent and would never sell him to the 10,000 Dao Empire. Dragon blood explosion. Just as Lin Chen was about to exit the alternate space, the Dragon King suddenly roared in anger, and the golden blood from his arms suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, then exploded violently. Lin Chen, take them and go. Long Yuekong roared, his body beginning to shatter. Run. It's my fault for putting you in danger. I atone for Liner. In the instant the golden blood exploded, the water circles around everyone instantly vanished. Dragon blood? Damn it. As soon as Sha Liqui saw the golden blood, he rushed down to catch someone, but was blocked by the shockwave generated by the dragon's blood explosion. Lin Chen seized this moment to move everyone in the square to another alternate space. Ah! Sha Liqui roared in anger, feeling sick at the thought that Lin Chen had escaped. He never expected that there would be dragon blood here. Lin Chen looked at the fallen Dragon King and sighed helplessly. Until his death, he was still atoning for Su Menglan. He truly regarded Su Menglan as his own son. Lin Chen, get out here, or I will kill everyone on this continent. Sha Liqui threatened, looking at Lin Chen hiding in the alternate space. Go ahead. They have nothing to do with me. Lin Chen said indifferently. He saved this continent only because the Dragon King and the others had that thought. He wanted to give it a try. After all, he carried the bloodline of the Dragon Kingdom. But to make him give up his chance of survival, to abandon Wang Miaomiao and the others, to save those who had no connection to him, was impossible. Sha Liqui was so furious he couldn't even speak. Lin Chen didn't care about those people, and he was helpless. Fine. I'll wait right here. Let's see how much oxygen your alternate space has. If you have the guts, never come out for the rest of your life. Just because you're fine doesn't mean the woman next to you can survive. Seeing Lin Chen's nonchalant attitude, Shalikui also began to lose his temper. Are you stupid? I can traverse alternate spaces, can you block me? Lin Chen looked at Shalikui as if he were an idiot. Upon hearing this, Shalikui's blue energy surged wildly towards the alternate space where Lin Chen was, but after a strange fluctuation, there was no response. Not being in the same space meant the laws couldn't touch him. However, Lin Chen was also startled inside the alternate space. Although it hadn't collapsed, the power of heaven and earth was still seeping in. The alternate space even showed signs of instability. The Master of Heaven, who controlled the power of heaven and earth, was indeed ridiculously strong, able to influence the alternate space across the cosmic void. Shalikui completely went mad. The power of heaven and earth, continuously bombarding the continent below, causing it to disintegrate inch by inch. The entire Forbidden City, under such bombardment, collapsed into ruins in less than 5 seconds. The people gathered at the entrance of the Forbidden City saw this scene and frantically fled. This master has gone mad. Why doesn't Lin Chen save us? If he dies, he can save so many people. Why should he save you? He caused this, why should he save us? Fools, don't you understand? From the day the crack appeared, the Earth Star has been in this master's hands. Without Lin Chen, you would die even faster. Now you get to live a few more minutes and you're still not satisfied? As the crowd scattered, they began to complain, shift blame, and curse their fate. Some understood this was destiny, the fate of the Earth Star, and that complaining was useless. During the escape, those who ran slowly were caught by the power of heaven and earth, turning directly into blood mist. Shalikui grabbed a group of people who were about to flee and made them face Lin Chen. Look, this is the culprit behind your deaths. Lin Chen, save us. I don't want to die. You go find Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you scoundrel. They want to catch you, so just let them. Why drag us down with you? Everyone was blaming Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at these people, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, human hearts are wicked. He saved them and brought them to the alternate space, yet they turned against him. Shalikui could come in entirely because of Su Menglin. What did that have to do with him? He wasted 400 million yuan of energy only to be met with accusations? Lin Chen promised that if he ever did something like this again, he would be a beast. Ha ha. Shalikui looked at the people cursing and then at Lin Chen's expression, laughing madly. He couldn't catch Lin Chen, but he would make Lin Chen feel disgusted. Shalikui, you can still laugh when death is at your door. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at the frenzied Shalikui. Kid, are you out of your mind? Shalikui initially glanced at Lin Chen with disdain, but then looked at him in terror. How do you know my name? He had never told anyone his name. Even when facing Tokei, he was referred to by his title. What do you think? Lin Chen smiled at Shalikui, raising his sleeve to reveal the Wandao ring inside. You went to the Wandao Empire. Upon seeing the Wandao ring, Shalikui immediately sensed danger and turned to flee. However, outside the alternate space, a group of people appeared at some point, led by a man in golden armor who looked at him with rage. General. Shalikui stuttered as he saw the newcomer. Shalikui, Lord of the Beast Star, you have violated the laws of the Empire and shall be executed. The leader shouted angrily, reaching out to grab Shalikui, who was instantly pulled out of the alternate space. Water burst. Feeling the unmatched power, Shalikui's body erupted with the laws of water, forming a water membrane around him. The water membrane exploded, blocking the pulling force from the general. Shalikui transformed into a stream of water and shot towards the spatial rift. You think you can run in front of me? The general said disdainfully as he watched Shalikui, now a stream of water, break through the space. Then, an astonishing power erupted from him, directly scattering the water form that Shalikui had taken. Shalikui was forced to reveal his true form, but the rift was blocked by a powerful barrier. True self-power. General, let me explain, it's not what you think. Shalikui immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. He originally thought that the difference between the Master of Heaven realm and the True Self realm was not significant, as both mastered the power of heaven and earth in a complete law. But he didn't expect that the True Self realm only had one more spatial law and one True Self power, making the gap so vast. He tried to escape by merging the laws of water with the power of heaven and earth, but after being shaken by the general's True Self power, the power of heaven and earth along with the law power directly collapsed. I'll deal with you later. The general clenched his hands and an invisible force firmly restrained Shalikui. He turned to Lin Chen and knelt on one knee, saying, General Bai Ning of the New Residence Empire pays respects to the Pillar King. Pays respects to the Pillar King. Hundreds of soldiers behind him knelt down in unison. Bai Ning looked down at Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen was only at the Void Realm, he was the Daozi of the Wandao Academy, the little junior brother of the Emperor of the Wandao Empire, and a prince of the Wandao Empire. He was just a general of a subordinate junior empire, holding only a count title in the Wandao Empire, and dared not show any disrespect to Lin Chen. Before he set out, the Emperor had repeatedly instructed him to hurry and ensure that nothing happened to Lin Chen. If anything happened to Lin Chen, the New Residence Empire would be reduced to ashes. So he had abandoned his fleet and brought hundreds of soldiers to teleport continuously. Unfortunately, his understanding of the spatial Dao was insufficient. Otherwise, based on the positioning of the Wandao ring, he could have directly traversed here. No need for formalities, get up. Lin Chen waved his hand at Bai Ning. Shalikui looked at Bai Ning kneeling towards Lin Chen, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. Impossible. You just went to the Wandao Empire, how could you become a prince? He was still thinking of selling Lin Chen to the Wandao Empire. How could Lin Chen be a prince of the Wandao Empire? Shut up. How dare you, a mere nobody, speak of the Pillar King? The Pillar King has comprehended the laws of space and the Sea of Destruction and has already been accepted as a disciple by the president of the 10,000 Paths Academy, making him a junior brother to the Emperor of 10,000 Paths. You, a black household stripped of your identity, dare to call the prince by his name? Slap him. As soon as Bai Ning's words fell, 2 soldiers flew out from behind him and began to slap Shalikui's face wildly. Smack! 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 Shalikui was slapped to the point of losing his sense of direction, the crisp sounds echoing throughout the entire alternate space. He seemed to have lost all ability to resist, his eyes dazed from the slaps of the 2 void realm fighters, his cheeks swollen like a pig's head. Are you curious why you became a black household? Lin Chen looked at Shalikui with a mocking expression. It was you. Shalikui glared fiercely at Lin Chen. You deleted my Baron status. Lin Chen smiled. That's right, it was me. Yesterday, he had used his secondary authority in the 10,000 Paths Empire to strip Shalikui of his Baron status. Shalikui's face turned ashen. He was imprisoned by Bai Ning's true self-power, rendering the powers of the laws and the forces of heaven and earth completely ineffective. The true self-power directly severed his connection to heaven and earth. Pillar King, how should we deal with this person? Bai Ning asked. As Lin Chen was present, the decision on how to handle the matter was up to him. Just execute him directly. Lin Chen said indifferently. Although Wang Yan'an had suggested sending him to a mining star, Lin Chen did not want such a scum to live. Understood. Bai Ning responded with cupped fists. No, don't kill me. I know of a relic, I can give it to you. Shalikui began to make his last struggle. Do you think I need a relic? Lin Chen snorted coldly. A relic is a place of inheritance left by fallen true self realms. Generally, only true self realms leave behind inheritances. Eternal realms basically do not die, so they do not leave inheritances. If an eternal realm is killed, it cannot leave an inheritance either. However, some reincarnation realms may leave behind relics to select disciples. But looking at Shalikui's state, if it were a relic from a reincarnation realm, he wouldn't be in such a miserable situation. He needed to take such a big risk to merge the cores of 2 worlds and advance to the Master of Heaven realm in this way. Bai Ning glanced at Shalikui, and with a clasp of his hands, Shalikui transformed into a cloud of blood mist. General, now that the Earth star is shattered, is there any way to bring him back together? Lin Chen looked at Bai Ning. The moment Bai Ning arrived, Shalikui had already been sentenced to death. Now the issue to resolve was the Earth star problem. There were still many people there. Although they were mostly greedy individuals, there were also some who knew gratitude. Moreover, there was no need for him to take any risks now. If the Earth star could be saved, then save it. If not, then so be it. Pillar King, you can just call me Bai Ning. The world core of this planet has already been devoured by Shalikui. It is impossible to restore it to its original state. Bai Ning looked at the surrounding land shattered into dozens of pieces, and shook his head. With the planet in such a state, unless a reincarnation realm personally intervened to use the path of time and space to pull the planet's world core from the past to the present, while also dealing with Shalikui, it would be impossible. But how could a reincarnation realm act for the sake of a planet? Even if a star system were to be destroyed, they wouldn't bat an eye. How long until your worship arrives? It will arrive in at most 2 hours. What about these people? Lin Chen looked at the people on the other land fragments, many of whom were already starting to suffocate. Don't worry about this, I can save their lives. After saying that, Bai Ning flew out from the alternate space. His hands claw-like, and 2 pieces of land were instantly pulled over by him. 2 minutes later, the floating land fragments in the universe were reassembled by him. Pillar King, I will borrow this piece of land from you. Alright. Lin Chen saw this and already knew what Bai Ning wanted to do. He intended to reassemble all the fragments and restore the gravity of the Earth star. Although the core of the Earth was gone, after the planet was restructured, gravity would still be partially restored, preventing the air from escaping. The oxygen produced by the plants on the Earth star was enough for the remaining people to last 3 hours. With a grab of his hand, the continent in the alternate space rapidly filled the only gap. Several small gaps had already been completely destroyed, and Bai Ning could not restore the Earth star to 100%. Lin Chen squinted. The true power of the true self in the true self realm was simply terrifying. He and the Dragon King had worked tirelessly to allow the continent fragments to enter the alternate space. Bai Ning, with just a simple grab, manipulated the continent as if it were air. Moreover, his own alternate space was practically non-existent to him. Dragon blood? When Bai Ning was grabbing the continent fragments from the alternate space, he distinctly sensed something unusual. It seemed that something on this continent was obstructing his true self-power. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the scent of dragon blood in the air. After the continent fragments completely fit together, he waved his hand, and a drop of golden dragon blood appeared in his palm. Donlian Wang, what is this drop of dragon blood? He looked at Lin Chen while holding the golden dragon blood. I don't know, this drop of dragon blood belongs to a senior from the Earth Star. What's wrong? Lin Chen did not understand why Bai Ning valued this drop of dragon blood so much. If it was obtained by chance, then it's fine. If this is forcibly obtained dragon blood, it could be troublesome. Bai Ning's brows furrowed. He had originally come to help Donlian Wang but unexpectedly encountered dragon blood here. What do you mean? Lin Chen did not understand what trouble this dragon blood could bring. The Dragon King had obtained this dragon blood decades ago and there had been no trouble. Bai Ning shook his head. Let me restore this planet first and then I'll tell you. After saying that, he waved his hand and a green light began to circle around the Earth Star. All the plants, after being washed by this green energy, revived with new vitality and began to exhale oxygen. The atmosphere that had disappeared from the Earth Star reappeared in an instant as a thin layer. The law of wood. Lin Chen murmured. This green energy from Bai Ning contained a large amount of the law of wood. Those plants that were already half dead were instantly revitalized when stimulated by the law of wood. Some tree roots that had already broken ground could even re-embed themselves into the soil. This scene left Lin Chen astonished. Xiaomu, what's going on? Why did you suddenly become some prince? Wang Niumiu was a bit confused when she saw Bai Ning kneeling to Lin Chen. She had grown up with Lin Chen, he was not a prince, and the title of prince had already disappeared from the Earth Star. Didn't I disappear a couple of days ago? I traveled to the capital of the Wandao Empire. Then I was noticed by a powerful figure and accepted as a disciple. Coincidentally, the emperor of the Wandao Empire became my senior brother, so he granted me this title of prince. Lin Chen briefly explained. It was too complicated for Wang Miaomiao to understand. Not to mention Wang Miaomiao, he only had a general understanding of the Wandao Empire himself. He only knew that the Wandao Empire controlled over 1 trillion-level star systems and nothing else. He had only heard his teacher mention the Eastern Alliance in passing. The universe was too vast, his current understanding might not even cover half of it. Wang Miaomiao felt a bit dizzy, confused about what it meant to have gone to the Wandao Empire and what the emperor was. This general named Bai Ning looked very impressive. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be that the more advanced technology became, the more backward the social system? Don't think too much, just know that your husband's identity is very impressive now. Lin Chen hugged Wang Miaomiao's shoulders to reassure her. How powerful are you? Can you pluck the sun down for me? Wang Miaomiao pouted. Lin Chen was getting stronger and more arrogant. The sun? Don't even mention the sun. With just one word, I could make this galaxy explode. Lin Chen said jokingly. But he wasn't joking, he really could make the new galaxy explode with just a word. The Earth has reunited. The atmosphere has reappeared. We are saved. It was Lin Chen who saved us. It seems he has called upon someone very powerful. At the moment the atmosphere reformed, those who were on the verge of fainting from lack of oxygen revived once more. These people began to cheer Lin Chen's name again. Lin Chen shook his head. Humans were truly strange creatures, capable of switching from gratitude to resentment in an instant. Just a moment ago, these people were complaining about him, and now they were expressing their gratitude. It was truly capricious. Perhaps for ordinary people, just being alive was their greatest luxury. Bai Ning, what do you mean by the trouble with the dragon blood you mentioned? Bai Ning had finished all operations and was now just waiting for the battleship to come and take them away. Seeing Bai Ning approach, Lin Chen asked Wang Miaomiao to accompany his in-laws, especially his mother-in-law, who had fainted from shock and was just waking up. Donlian Wang, do you know about the Beast Clan? I do. Lin Chen nodded. The Beast Star was a typical Beast Clan planet. In the universe, there are many Beast Clans that are naturally powerful, requiring no training. Upon reaching adulthood, they possess the strength of their true selves. We call these beasts heavenly beasts. It means beasts born with power. And the Dragon Clan is the king among the heavenly beasts. Bai Ning explained slowly. He didn't know much about the heavenly beasts, so he could only give a rough overview. Is the Dragon Clan very powerful? Lin Chen looked at Bai Ning in confusion. He remembered that the second prince's purple lightning beast also seemed to be a heavenly beast, and it didn't seem that impressive. Powerful. Extremely powerful. After reaching adulthood, members of the Dragon Clan generally possess the strength of the heavenly realm, and they are naturally sensitive to the laws. Therefore, the dragon blood can effectively suppress the power of the laws after self-detonation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood why the Dragon King detonated the dragon blood, causing Shaliqui's water laws to instantly fail. It was for this reason. So what do you mean by trouble? Lin Chen frowned. The Dragon Clan itself is very rare. There may be no more than 200 in the entire universe. But this number is based on other statistics. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but the small number is true. I've lived for over 2 million years and have only seen the Dragon Clan once. The trouble lies in the fact that this race is too few, so every dragon is a treasure of the Dragon Clan, and the ancestors of the Dragon Clan are said to be powerful beings of the reincarnation realm. At this point, Bai Ning did not continue. He believed Lin Chen should understand his meaning. You mean, if the dragon blood was left behind by the dragon clan itself, that would be one thing. But if this dragon blood was extracted from a dragon, it could very likely attract the ancestors of the dragon clan. Lin Chen smacked his lips. His master brother, the ruler of the Wandao Empire, did not even possess the reincarnation realm cultivation. If the dragon clan really wanted to cause trouble, it would be hard to stop them. Exactly. The last time I saw the dragon clan was because of a piece of dragon blood. However, that was blood spat out by a dragon during its own ascension, inadvertently absorbed by a time-space passage and obtained by someone. So the dragon clan didn't say anything, they just took the dragon blood away. Bai Ning said slowly. The last time he saw the dragon clan was also because of dragon blood. Would this time also involve dragon blood, leading to another encounter with the dragon clan? Moreover, it seemed he was caught up in it this time. Lin Chen was also puzzled. If the dragon clan was so powerful, how could dragon blood be left behind? Hearing this, he instantly understood. No wonder the Dragon King said he could sense dragon blood no matter where he was. It turns out that this dragon blood has an automatic positioning system, allowing the dragon clan to find it. I really don't know the origin of this dragon blood. Lin Chen shook his head. The dragon blood belonged to the Dragon King, and now that the Dragon King was dead, he couldn't figure it out. Moreover, the dragon blood had exploded. How could the dragon clan still find it? While the two were discussing the matter of the dragon blood, a golden light suddenly burst forth in the sky, illuminating the entire Earth star. No way. It just shows up like that? Bai Ning murmured as he looked at the familiar golden light. The golden dragon blood in his hand was drawn towards the golden light the moment it appeared. Above the Earth star, a golden claw suddenly emerged, followed by the entire dragon body and tail, appearing one by one. Who detonated my son's dragon blood? The moment the golden dragon appeared, a white dragon, half its size, followed behind it. A powerful dragon from the endless realm. Upon seeing this golden dragon, Bai Ning instantly sensed something was wrong. Young dragons are white, and they turn golden when they reach adulthood. The pressure this golden dragon exerted on him was much stronger than that of the Emperor of Shinjuku. The Emperor of the Shinjuku Empire was now in the Eternal Realm, so this golden dragon must be from the Endless Realm. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge gap. The two dragons transformed into human forms and landed in front of Bai Ning and Lin Chen. The middle-aged man glanced at the two and frowned. There are no traces of dragon blood in your bodies. He then looked at the white-clothed boy beside him, who was about 15 or 16, and asked, Chenger, where is the person you mentioned? The boy shook his head. I didn't sense his presence. Hearing their conversation, Lin Chen pursed his lips. Could it be that the Dragon King encountered this white-clothed boy back then and drew his blood? Are you two from this planet? Did you destroy the core of this world's core? The middle-aged man glanced at the Earth star, which was filled with cracks, and immediately realized that the world's core was gone. No, I am the Grand General of the Shinjuku Empire, here to assist King Dongliang in dealing with the one who destroyed the world's core. Bai Ning succinctly summarized his purpose for being there. King Dongliang? Are you the King Dongliang who has been making waves in the Eastern Alliance these past few days? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt as if this person could see right through him. Indeed, the laws of space and the formless laws. Both are very challenging laws to comprehend. No wonder that old man Wang Nianen wanted to take you as his disciple. The middle-aged man nodded, praising him. Lin Chen was taken aback. This person could see through the laws he had comprehended at a glance. It should be noted that even his teacher couldn't see through his understanding of the formless laws. Don't be so surprised. Our dragon clan is naturally sensitive to laws. You, a mere traveler in the void realm, are no different from being transparent in front of me. Seeing Lin Chen's astonished expression, the middle-aged man smiled. Can you tell me what exactly happened? The middle-aged man looked at the two and said slowly. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This dragon clan member didn't seem as domineering as Bai Ning had described. So he briefly recounted the events from the beginning of the anomaly on Earthstar to the present. So you're saying that the one called Long Yuekong self-destructed the dragon blood to save you and stopped Sha Liqui? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. The middle-aged man looked at the white-clothed boy beside him. Chenger, it seems I can't help you. Unless the ancestor personally intervenes. The white-clothed boy sighed and murmured, maybe this is fate. Alright, let's go back. The middle-aged man patted the head of the white-clothed boy. The boy took the blood that the middle-aged man handed him, seemingly lost in thought. Father, is there really no way? The middle-aged man shook his head. My strength is limited. Even if I pull his soul back, I can't solve the problem of his shattered body. The young man in white lowered his head, looking at the dragon blood in his hand, biting his lip. Let's go. Alright. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, waving his hand as a different space instantly formed. Wait. The young man in white suddenly said excitedly. Just as he was about to step into the different space, the drop of blood in his hand began to tremble wildly. What's going on? Ancestral return? The middle-aged man frowned. This situation seemed a bit like the legendary ancestral return. But there were no other dragon clans here. How could the dragon blood react so strongly? Lin Chen also looked at the dragon blood in the young man's hand in surprise. He felt an inexplicable, great power from it, somewhat like the power he encountered that day in the river of time and space. However, the power above the dragon blood was even gentler. Just as the four were looking around, the corpse of the Dragon King on the ground began to tremble. The pieces of flesh that had shattered into many parts wriggled in a strange manner, slowly coming together, gradually taking on a human form. Those who were collecting the Dragon King's body were all startled and hurriedly hid to the side, not daring to approach. The drop of dragon blood in the young man's hand seemed to respond to the call of the corpse. Whoosh! It shot straight towards the corpse. Dragon blood returns to ancestry. The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock as he saw the drop of dragon blood merge into the corpse. Then he frowned and said, "But how could this happen to a human?" As soon as he finished speaking, an inexplicable great power surged upward from the corpse. A strange vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and a phantom figure fell from the vortex towards the corpse. "Dragon King!" Lin Chen exclaimed upon seeing this figure. The phantom figure looked exactly like the Dragon King. "This is his soul." Bai Ning's eyes lit up. It was the first time he had seen a soul return to its body. The power of the ancestral dragon has pulled his soul back from the river of time and space. The middle-aged man also looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as everyone was in shock, a gray figure suddenly appeared. Who awakened the power of the ancestral dragon? Upon seeing this figure, the middle-aged man and the young man in white immediately knelt and shouted, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." "Ao Ju, is this your son Ao Chang?" The ancestor recognized the middle-aged man at a glance. "Yes, ancestor." Ao Ju nodded, then began to communicate with the ancestor using vital energy. A human awakening the power of the ancestral dragon? How strange. The ancestor looked at the dragon Yuekong, whose life force was slowly reviving, stroking his goat beard. Upon seeing the elder, Bai Ning shivered. This was a powerful being of the reincarnation realm, who had lived for over 2 million years, and it was his first time seeing someone from the reincarnation realm. Usually, even powerful beings from the endless realm were rare to see, yet today he unexpectedly encountered the legendary ancestor of the Dragon Clan. Lin Chen, however, did not pay much attention to the Dragon Clan ancestor. He couldn't understand this old man. After a glance, he felt lost in confusion. He decided not to look anymore. He focused intently on the Dragon King. If that phantom figure was the Dragon King's soul, then who had taken his parents away back then? The power of the ancestral dragon sounded extraordinary, even attracting a powerful being from the reincarnation realm. How strong was the one who took his parents' souls back then? Roar! Just as Lin Chen was pondering, a dragon roar that pierced the heavens and the earth erupted from Dragon Yuekong. His body began to gradually transform. Lin Chen had seen this scene before. Dragon Yuekong was about to transform from human form back into dragon form. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Yuekong had turned into a black dragon. Upon closer inspection, although he also had 5 claws, there was a fleshy ball on his foot that resembled a 6th claw. 6-clawed black dragon, complete ancestral dragon bloodline. Ao Ju exclaimed in surprise. This is not just the awakening of the ancestral dragon's power, this is the awakening of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, and it is the complete form of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Even the Dragon Clan's elder beside him looked incredulous. How is this possible? A human awakening the ancestral dragon's bloodline, and so completely? The Dragon Clan elder murmured. Having lived for 300 million years, he had never seen such a situation. He originally thought it was some young dragon awakening the ancestral dragon's power and came to take a look. In fact, awakening the ancestral dragon's power is not particularly rare. He had seen it a few times in his 300 million years of life. However, he never expected to encounter the legendary awakening of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. In his 300 million years, he had only seen one record of it in the Dragon Clan's heritage. But that was a genuine dragon awakening the ancestral dragon's bloodline. This, a human awakening the ancestral dragon's bloodline. What the hell? Roar! As if stimulated by something, the originally 10,000-meter-long black dragon suddenly shrank to just a few dozen meters. What's going on? Lin Chen didn't react. It was big one moment and small the next, and the Dragon King looked like he was in great pain. Not good. Bloodline backlash. As soon as the Dragon Clan elder saw this situation, his right hand transformed into a dragon claw, and he sharply scratched his left wrist. A cluster of golden blood shot towards Long Yukong. After receiving this cluster of golden dragon blood, Long Yukong calmed down, but his body continued to shrink, eventually down to less than a meter. Looking at this miniature black dragon, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. It had shrunk nearly 10,000 times in an instant. Was this for real? He glanced at Ao Chang, who was also an underage white dragon, seemingly a few thousand meters long. How did it become so tiny when it got to the Dragon King? The black dragon slowly flew over, speaking human words. Lin Chen, are Meow Meow and the others okay? With this one sentence, Lin Chen confirmed that the Dragon King had not been possessed. They're fine. I rescued them. Dragon King, this matter is not your fault. You don't need to do this. Lin Chen looked at the Dragon King, not expecting that the first thing the Dragon King did after being revived was to confirm the safety of Wang Meow Meow and the others. Sure enough, this elder who had fought for the Dragon Kingdom all his life, even in death, was still exerting his last strength for the Dragon Kingdom. It's my fault, I raised Su Manglin, and it's my poor guidance. The tone of Long Yukon carried both anger at the situation and a sense of the world's coldness. Lin Chen heard many emotions in his tone. Elder Dragon, what's your situation now? You can't transform anymore? Looking at the Dragon King floating in the air, Lin Chen changed the subject. The Dragon King wouldn't completely turn into a dragon, would he? I don't know, I feel a force binding me, and I can't transform into human form. Let me explain. At this moment, the Dragon Clan elders suddenly stood up. Although I don't know why you awakened the ancestral dragon's bloodline, your body is not of the Dragon Clan, so the ancestral dragon's bloodline wants to turn you into a Dragon Clan member. But because your physical condition is too poor, the power of the ancestral dragon's bloodline was exhausted without completing the transformation, so it can only compress your dragon body. If I hadn't used a drop of original essence blood to stabilize your dragon body, you would have already been turned to dust by the bloodline backlash. Now, you must restore to a normal dragon body to transform. The Dragon Clan elder said slowly, looking curiously at Long Yukong. He had never seen such a small dragon, even newly born dragons were at least 100 meters long. But he understood the principle, having lived for 300 million years, although still in the reincarnation realm, he was well aware of the clan's heritage. Long Yukong looked at the speaking elder and asked in confusion, who are you? He felt a very familiar aura from the Dragon Clan elder, but it seemed he had never seen the elder before. I am the current ancestor of the Dragon Clan, AOU. AOU knew that Long Yukong did not recognize him, so he explained directly. Long Yukong looked at the other three. He did not recognize the middle-aged man nor the man in golden armor. However, when he saw the young man in white, he exclaimed, "You are that white dragon." A.O. Cheng heard this and immediately knelt on one knee, saying, A.O. Cheng pays respects to my benefactor. If it weren't for my benefactor back then, I might have died. Long Yukong quickly used his energy to hold A.O. Cheng back. Back then, I saved you by accident, and you gave me a drop of dragon blood. That drop of dragon blood has helped me a lot in recent years. We are even now. You don't need to do this. A.O.U. interjected. The dragon blood on you was given by A.O. Cheng? That shouldn't be. Why did A.O. Cheng not awaken the ancestral dragon bloodline? But you did. Long Yukong shook his dragon head. I don't know what ancestral dragon bloodline is. I feel like my soul has flown to a very far place. But suddenly, a force stopped me. Then I felt a force pulling my soul from behind. In the end, I came back. As soon as I returned, I became like this. A.O.U. furrowed his brows. This was truly out of the ordinary. It's impossible. The ancestral dragon bloodline has disappeared for many years. How could you suddenly awaken? He had lived for 300 million years, and the last time the ancestral dragon bloodline appeared was over 100 billion years ago. At that time, the ancestral dragon had just disappeared, so awakening the ancestral dragon bloodline was not strange. But now, it had been over 100 billion years since the ancestral dragon disappeared, and he and the ancestral dragon were separated by tens of thousands of generations. But now that you mention bloodline, I remember. When I saved the little white dragon back then, it was in a cave on Earth. At that time, he was on the verge of death, and I fed him a spirit herb. After the little white dragon woke up, he gave me a drop of dragon blood and then left. Aoju glared at Ao Cheng and said to Aou, back then, Chenger was playing and fell into a time-space black hole, landing on this planet. Fortunately, Long Yukong saved him with a solidifying herb, otherwise, he would have truly died. To repay Long Yukong, Chenger gave him a drop of dragon blood, so when he needed to save his life, he could detonate the dragon blood, and he would come to save Long Yukong. Aou nodded and said to Long Yukong, continue. When I was refining the dragon blood, a small pebble in the cave suddenly shot towards me. I crushed the pebble, and an ancient aura drilled into the dragon blood, which I then refined. After refining that aura, I felt I could manipulate the dragon blood as if it were a part of my body. I wonder if this is what you call the ancestral dragon bloodline. Long Yukong thought that the only thing that could connect to the ancestral dragon bloodline was that black stone in the cave. Besides that, he had not seen anything strange. The stone that was tainted with ancestral dragon blood was unintentionally attracted by the dragon blood. You are truly lucky. I have lived for over 300 million years, and this is the first time I have seen someone so lucky. The ancestral dragon has been gone for over 100 billion years, even its blood should have dissipated. But that cave should be a time-space node, which is why Ao Cheng fell there. So, the ancestral dragon blood on that stone was not erased by the world. Ao, you looked at Long Yukong. Was this a past life-saving? The universe? How could he encounter such a thing? Things that were tainted with ancestral dragon blood were already rare, especially after hundreds of billions of years. Those items that were tainted with ancestral dragon blood had their blood erased by time. But coincidentally, this stone was in a time-space node and accidentally fell into the cave. The time within the time node is chaotic, so the blood of the ancestral dragon on this stone has not been eroded by time. Coincidentally, Ao Cheng gave him a drop of dragon blood, which attracted the ancestral dragon blood infused with it. Even more coincidentally, he successfully absorbed the ancestral dragon bloodline, so after his physical body shattered, the awakening of the ancestral dragon bloodline saved his life. So many coincidences had to come together for Long Yuekong to awaken the ancestral dragon bloodline. This was not something that could be easily accepted by Ao Yuezhu, who had saved the universe in his past life. Alright, I think I understand the situation well enough, come back with me, Ao Yuezhu said to Long Yuekong. Back? Where to? Long Yuekong replied warily. Of course, back to our dragon clan's sacred land. You are now part of the dragon clan. If you don't return to the sacred land, where do you want to go? Moreover, in your current state, you won't be able to recover without spending decades in the sacred land's nurturing dragon pool. Ao Yuezhu smiled. It was clear that Long Yuekong had not yet recognized his situation. I'm leaving. What about the humans of the Dragon Kingdom? Long Yuekong realized at this moment that he was now a dragon, not a human. But he glanced at the Earth Star. Although it had gathered, it no longer had the heart of the world and couldn't hold out for long. We can't take these people back. Only the Dragon Clan can enter the sacred land. Besides, this planet's core is gone. These people won't survive for long. Ao Yuezhu shook his head as he looked at the shattered planet. Dragon Elder, you should go with this senior. I will arrange for the humans on Earth Star. Lin Chen spoke up. This was Long Yuekong's opportunity. It couldn't be delayed. As a prince of the 10,000 Dao Empire, a life planet was nothing to him. Moreover, he now had 1 billion spirit coins. Was he afraid he couldn't buy a life planet? Is Earth Star beyond saving? Long Yuekong looked at the planet that had given him life, and although it was shattered, he felt too much reluctance. Just go with peace of mind. I will take care of the people on Earth Star, Lin Chen advised. With Earth Star in such a state, what was there to save? Although there was a reincarnation realm here, who would get involved with the causal ties of such a small planet? Long Yuekong nodded. Then I'm leaving. Take care. He knew that this farewell might last a long time before they could meet again. He looked at his old subordinates from these years, and a drop of murky tear fell. Kid, work hard to become a reincarnation realm. Bring some glory to the 10,000 Dao Academy. Your dean has been waiting for you for many years. Ao Yuezhu received a transmission from Ao Ju, learned Lin Chen's identity, nodded, and said to him. Then he waved his hand, and the 3 people and 1 dragon instantly disappeared. Senior, what do you mean? Lin Chen shouted, feeling that the words of the Dragon Clan ancestor were loaded with meaning. But the person had already left, and no one responded to him. The dean has been waiting for them for many years? The first dean is waiting for them? What? Glory? What glory? Was this implying that the 10,000 Dao Academy hadn't produced a reincarnation realm in so many years? Ao Yuezhu claimed to have lived for 300 million years, but the dean of the 10,000 Dao Academy was a figure from 13 billion years ago. They shouldn't have any intersection. How did Ao Yuezhu know about the first dean of the 10,000 Dao Academy? But thinking about the Dragon Clan's inheritance, which had existed for 100 billion years, he felt relieved. Perhaps the Dragon Clan's inheritance contained records of the first dean of the 10,000 Dao Academy. After all, the first dean was a powerful figure above reincarnation. The only possibility he could think of was this. I'm feeling all confused, Lin Chen complained. Bai Ming let out a sigh of relief beside him. The Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, nothing bad happened today. Instead, it was a good thing. Otherwise, the new Shinjuku Empire would have been doomed today. Bai Ning, when will the warship arrive? After all that had happened, Lin Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. He had truly worried about something going wrong. It will take about another hour and a half. We have already reached the central area of the new river system. Bai Ning glanced at the Wandao ring and said to Lin Chen, good. Lin Chen nodded. It was time for him to arrange the next steps. Residents of Earth Star, hello. I am Lin Chen. Lin Chen enveloped the entire Earth Star with his vital energy, allowing everyone on Earth Star to hear his words. Lin Chen? That White City war god? I heard he called upon some remarkable figures to save Earth Star. That war god from the War God Hall seems to be dead. That lord must be dead too. Otherwise, how could Lin Chen still be alive? Every corner of Earth Star was buzzing with discussions about Lin Chen. He took a quick glance and got the gist of it. Some cursed him for destroying Earthstar, while others called him a savior, and some said Earthstar was doomed. There were all kinds of voices, but having experienced this once, Lin Chen didn't want to be influenced by them a second time. He simply ignored the unpleasant comments. Now, as everyone can see, the situation on Earthstar is no longer suitable for human survival. Next, I will arrange for the warships to evacuate everyone from Earthstar to a new life planet, Muxing. Starting from Long Country, we will head west. Those who want to leave Earthstar can wait in the city center. Those who do not want to leave can find a place to stay. I won't force anyone. Lin Chen actually didn't want to deal with those from the west, but as fellow Earthstar inhabitants, he would help them as long as they didn't do anything heinous. As for what would happen on the new planet, that was beyond his concern. He had already asked Bai Ning to help him set up a life planet in the center of the new Shuku Empire, where all the people from Earthstar would be relocated. Leaving Earthstar? To a new planet? Why start from Long Country? It should start from our Western countries. Stop talking nonsense. The initiative is in Lin Chen's hands now. What will happen to us on the new planet? Are we going to start from a primitive society and develop step by step? Everyone began to murmur again upon hearing Lin Chen's words, and the concerns were the same. How would they survive on the new planet? The new planet is my private territory. The city has already been built, and the environment is similar to that of Earthstar before the mutation. The system will follow the Long Countries system, and the language will still be the universal language. I will grant you the status of citizens of the Wandao nation. You can choose to stay on the new planet or go to other planets. There are no nations on the new planet. I am in charge of the entire planet. Lin Chen had already planned everything, directly applying the Long Countries system to Muxing. He had no intention of managing these matters. Once he finished dealing with Earthstar, he would return to Wandao Star immediately. Lin Chen's private planet? Does that mean we become his slaves? Are you deaf? If you want to stay, stay. If you don't want to, you can leave once you get there. Leave? Where can we go? Being on another planet also means being a slave. Then just wait to die on Earthstar. I'm giving you a place with a very good environment to live. Aren't you satisfied? The people from Long Country were discussing Lin Chen's planet, while those from the West, who were used to freedom, began to stir up trouble. I want to stay on Earthstar. I don't want to go to some Muxing to be a slave. Lin Chen is depriving us of our freedom. Under the leadership of certain individuals, all the Western countries began to resist. Those Western leaders certainly did not want to go to the new planet and become ordinary people. So, they started inciting their citizens to protest. Now the Earth has lost its network, so they spread messages through radio. These leaders are also very clever. They know that Lin Chen must be watching them. They hope that Lin Chen will be pressured into letting them establish a regime on a new planet. Lin Chen sneered. Such tricks might have worked on his former self. But ever since those people from the Dragon Kingdom spoke ill of him in the other space, he no longer cared. If you want to go, then line up and wait. If you don't want to go, no one is asking you to. Except for the people from the Dragon Kingdom, everyone else will be scattered to various countries. After Lin Chen finished transmitting, he stopped speaking. No matter how much those Westerners made a fuss, he ignored them. If they wanted to go, fine. If not, so be it. That planet was bought from Bai Ning. Originally, Bai Ning said it was free, but he still paid 10 million spirit coins. From now on, he would be the owner of that planet, and everything would be decided by him. Even the emperor of the new Shuku Empire would need his consent to do anything on Muxing. Although this planet was within the territory of the new Shuku Empire, Lin Chen had already included it in his management scope through his own authority, making it unrelated to the new Shuku Empire. However, this planet could still have exchanges with the new Shuku Empire because, even if it wasn't under the new Shuku Empire, it belonged to the Wandao Empire. It's just that the new Shuku Empire no longer had jurisdiction over this planet. Later, Lin Chen found Li Changqing and Zhang Hongyuan, and he also called over Master Wuxiang from the south. It was Master Wuxiang's first time meeting Lin Chen, and he curiously sized him up. He originally wanted to have a good conversation with Lin Chen, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to have surpassed him. The thing is, although Muxing is mine, I won't stay on Muxing. So the management of Muxing will be handed over to you, Lin Chen said straightforwardly. After arranging the people, he was about to go to Wandao Xing and had no time to manage a planet. Ah! Upon hearing this, several people looked at Lin Chen, and Ma Dahai even exclaimed in surprise, "Don't make a fuss. By then, I will take my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Miao Miao to Wandao Xing." Although they didn't know what Lin Chen had experienced, they knew that his identity was now vastly different. From now on, Muxing will be co-managed by Elder Zhang and Master Wuxiang. The Demon Extermination Guard will be renamed Mu Wei, and Li Changqing, you and Senior Gu will manage Mu Wei. Fan Junshi and Ma Dahai will handle the planet's affairs. The god of killing and the sword saint are both dead, and the two instruments Taoist said he doesn't want to manage these matters. So, the future affairs of Muxing will be up to you. Lin Chen glanced at everyone. The highest combat power on Earth was Master Wuxiang. There were also some void-breaking experts who usually guarded the rifts and knew nothing about management. Master Wuxiang and Zhang Hongyuan would need to cooperate to manage so that these people could be brought out and Muxing could be managed clearly. Wait, you're being a bit too much of a hands-off manager. I've only managed a city, now you're asking me to manage a planet? Yeah, I was in charge of logistics in the Demon Extermination Guard, now you want me to handle administrative affairs? Everyone began to complain, they couldn't even manage a country, and now they were being handed a planet? Don't worry, Bai Ning will send some people to help you. Planet management is definitely different from city management, but right now, it's the only way. If you encounter any Western groups with ulterior motives trying to incite riots, just kill them. For everything else, just follow the model of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Chen also knew that asking them to manage a planet was unrealistic, so he borrowed some management talents from Bai Ning, who would help them later. Muxing was a newly transformed life planet, and everything on it was empty. Besides the city, there were no systems or anything. And when the time comes, I will elevate your identities to barons, giving you the right to revoke anyone's identity on Muxing. In the Wandao Empire, without an identity, one cannot move an inch. You don't need to worry about managing it. If anything happens, you can contact Bai Ning. Lin Chen also handed over his final trump card to them. As a prince of the Wandao Empire, he had the authority to directly grant baron status. As for identities above baron, he would need his senior brother's approval to bestow them. Lin Chen was not worried about anything else, just concerned that those people from the west might cause trouble. Although he had scattered them, some followers of Western forces would still gather together. However, as long as their citizenship was revoked, they would have no other options. Without citizenship, they couldn't even enter the city, let alone incite a riot. Moreover, since Muxing was not far from Xinshu Star, he had already spoken to Bai Ning, asking him to provide support, ensuring that no major disturbances would occur. A new planet is equivalent to a new country, and it would certainly be chaotic at the beginning. But once everything was on the right track, there would be no problems. These people were all from the older generation of Longhua, and he trusted them. Therefore, Lin Chen felt at ease handing Muxing over to them. Seeing Lin Chen's firm tone, Li Changqing and the others understood that Lin Chen would definitely not interfere with Muxing anymore. Everyone began to ponder. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but they were afraid of letting Lin Chen's trust down. They all knew that Lin Chen was indirectly promoting them. How rich are the resources of a planet? They had suddenly become the managers of a planet, and it would be hard not to improve their cultivation in the future. Moreover, by becoming the management personnel of Muxing, they would also have contact with the top forces of the Xinshu Empire. After all, this was Lin Chen's planet, and as a prince of the Wandao Empire, the emperor of the Xinshu Empire would surely take care of Muxing if he wasn't foolish. With Lin Chen as a brand, Muxing's future development would be even better. If Muxing developed well, these managers would also be able to develop better. Seeing that Li Changqing and the others were silent, Lin Chen knew they had already tacitly agreed. After all, being the manager of a planet truly meant being one person below, above countless others. Next, Lin Chen explained the general matters to them. How to manage Muxing, who was responsible for which area, and how to establish a complete system. With Bai Ning here, a management model for a planet was quickly established. Zheng Hongyuan served as the acting planet master of Muxing, and Master Wuxiang as the vice planet master, both primarily guiding the overall direction of Muxing's development. Li Changqing served as the Grand General of Muxing's Guard, responsible for the overall management of the Guard. Gu Minglan served as the Inspector of the Guard, responsible for oversight. If any guard committed wrongdoing, regardless of who it was, they would be killed on the spot. Others at the void-breaking level would manage the guards of a city, and the western void-breaking level would not be absorbed for the time being. They could be considered for absorption once Muxing stabilized. If there weren't enough at the void-breaking level, personnel would be drawn from the Longgua's Dao High level to manage the city's guards. Fan Junshi served as the Minister of Affairs for Muxing, and Ma Dahai as the Deputy Minister of Affairs, both jointly managing the city's affairs. People like Zhang Tianqua and Fang Dawei were assigned to the two of them. The personnel for the affairs department would need to be selected by themselves, but they could directly draw from the municipal officials of various cities in Longhua, which wouldn't be troublesome. Once most of the work was allocated, Lin Chen took Wang Miaomia aside. Fan Junshi and Ma Dahai pulled Zheng Hongyuan and Master Wuxiang to discuss how to establish the affairs department of Muxing. Hearing them, Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle. The few of them were going back and forth, talking endlessly. Zheng Hongyuan and Master Wuxiang also felt overwhelmed, but as the planet masters, they couldn't escape it. Instead, Li Changqing and Gu Minglan were relatively relaxed. The two gathered the remaining void-breaking realm from the Dragon Kingdom and selected some from the ocean-turning realm. The overall work of the Shepherd Guard was arranged clearly in just a few words. They would choose the cities themselves later. They could directly apply the management model of the Demon Extermination Guard. However, the Shepherd Guard would become the direct army of Mu Xing in the future, with all their food, clothing, shelter, and transportation provided by Mu Xing. They would no longer be employees bought with money like those in the Demon Extermination Guard, living off their salaries. Wang Miaomiu poked Lin Chen. What about me? You and I will go to Wandao Star. There's a huge royal mansion there. Don't worry, you won't be idle. Lin Chen scratched Wang Miaomiao's nose. He knew she was probably afraid of being too idle. Buzz. After being affectionate with Wang Miaomiao for a while, a cosmic warship suddenly appeared on Earthstar. The pitch-black warship, like a train, had a bullet-shaped front and a long carriage at the back. The entire warship was only about 1/10 the size of Earthstar. The moment the warship stopped, silver-white light began to flow across its surface. Hiss! With the sound of a valve, two massive doors opened on either side of the warship. After the doors opened, rows of soldiers walked out from inside. Bai Ning teleported to the front of the warship. Deploy all small transport ships and start gathering the humans. On this planet, right here, Bai Ning instructed the warship captain. Then, small warships detached from the tail of the cosmic warship and quickly flew towards various locations on Earthstar. Dongliang Wang, 1,000 transport ships have already set off. Let's board the warship. Is 1,000 enough? Lin Chen looked at the transport ships, which were only the size of a train head. It's enough. Each transport ship has an independent space inside, with enough water and oxygen to support 100 million people for long-distance travel. Bai Ning nodded. These transport ships were all built by the Wandao Consortium, which, as a royal directly affiliated consortium, was the only one capable of creating such war machines. The other two major consortia, even if they had the ability to produce cosmic warships, were prohibited from doing so. Wow, so high-tech. Lin Chen glanced at the train head-sized transport ship, smacking his lips. To carry 100 million people in such a small space involved not only spatial laws but also natural laws and life laws. Otherwise, the space would easily collapse. Help me keep an eye on two people. One is called the Lord of Order and the other is called the Dark Sovereign. Here are their portraits. Lin Chen handed the portraits of the two to Bai Ning. The situation on Earthstar was too chaotic, it was unrealistic for him to search for these two. Moreover, no one knew whether they were alive or dead. It was possible that Shalikui had killed them offhandedly. However, they would need to register their identities when boarding the transport ships and be issued Wandao rings. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to board the transport ships. If they couldn't board, they would have to wait to die on Earthstar, as the void-breaking realm didn't have the ability to cross star systems yet. Even if the two disguised themselves, they would have no way to escape detection under the Wandao ring scanning. The Wandao ring was also a gravity adjustment device. Ordinary people couldn't adapt to the gravity of the new planet, and the Wandao ring would adjust the gravity according to individual physical conditions. The Wandao ring could be considered the culmination of all cutting-edge technology of the Wandao Empire. Alright. Bai Ning took the photos, scanned them, and transmitted them to his troops. What should we do once we find these two? Send them to the mining planet. Lin Chen squinted. The Dark Sovereign had caused him a lot of trouble, and the Lord of Order had killed many people from the Dragon Kingdom. Sending them to mine would be letting them off easy. After giving his instructions, he boarded the main warship with the remaining void-breaking realm and ocean-turning realm from the Dragon Kingdom. These are all future managers of the Star Shepherd, so they naturally cannot squeeze onto the transport ship with others. Inside the main battleship, all the materials are off-white, giving a warm feeling. Bai Ning took Lin Chen to the VIP room on the battleship before going out to arrange for others. After Bai Ning left, Wang Miao and her in-laws began to interrogate Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only tell them about the events of the past 2 days on Wandao Star. The three looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, wondering what kind of luck he had stumbled upon. After explaining, Lin Chen told the three to rest well. After Shaliqui's commotion, their mental state was not very good. He then looked at the Earth Star outside. Things were going smoothly on the Dragon countryside. However, there were some obstacles in the west, where some void realm beings attempted to seize the transport ship, but all were killed. Lin Chen even saw a familiar face, the Dark Sovereign. You bastard, I didn't come looking for trouble, yet you took the lead in causing a ruckus? He cursed under his breath, wrapping his vital energy around the Dark Sovereign and crushing him into pieces. Bai Ning, throw all those who are causing trouble down. Lin Chen saw some people causing a scene, claiming they wanted the right to freedom. He spoke directly. These fools could go wherever they wanted, he couldn't care less. Did they think they were begging him? Under Bai Ning's command, the transport ship began to take on those who wanted to leave, and those who spoke of freedom were directly thrown off the ship. Even so, many Westerners were still protesting, saying they wanted to establish their own regime on the new planet. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, wrapping the Earth Star in his vital energy, and transmitted, I'll say it one last time, those with doubts can choose not to leave. Lin Chen, you can't do this. You destroyed the Earth Star, and now you want us to be your slaves? When we reach the new planet, you must help us build an independent nation. Lin Chen snorted coldly, I'm giving you face. Bai Ning, tell your soldiers not to take those causing trouble. Yes. Bai Ning also rolled her eyes. If this weren't Lin Chen's home planet, those troublemakers would have been killed long ago. A bunch of fools claiming they wanted to build their own country. Can't they see the current situation? Lin Chen was being kind enough to save them, otherwise, with their kind, if they encountered the new Shinjuku Empire's battleships, they would be sent to the mining planets. Lin Chen had already given them citizenship, yet they were still not satisfied. Truly, good intentions are taken for granted. After such a commotion, the transport ship saw people gathering and simply stopped going, too lazy to waste time. Things were going smoothly on the Dragon countryside. Everyone knew Lin Chen was saving them. Moreover, they had only changed planets and were still under the control of the Dragon country, so they had no qualms. However, some elderly people who had spent their entire lives on the Earth Star were reluctant to leave. These elders decided to perish together with the Earth Star, as the saying goes. Fallen leaves return to their roots, and the Earth Star was their root. For this group, Lin Chen did not force them. He knew that the older people became, the stronger their longing for their hometown. Just like the Dragon King, although he had become part of the Dragon clan, he still cared for the people of the Dragon country. This was ingrained in their bones. It was the cultural heritage of the Dragon country for thousands of years. However, those who could accompany the Earth to the grave were still very few. Most, under the persuasion of their families, chose to leave. Meanwhile, the countries causing trouble in the west, especially the one where the War God Temple was located, began to panic. They realized that these transport ships seemed to really be ignoring them. Hey, come save us. You can't just leave us like this. We are the masters of the Earth Star. You destroyed the Earth Star. Shouldn't you give us a new planet? The people of this country, under the long-term influence of the war god temple, have become arrogant and overbearing, even directly calling themselves the masters of earth. The war god temple has been domineering for so long that they think it is still the era of the war god temple. After about half an hour, those who wanted to leave had all boarded, and all the transport ships began to return to the main battleship. With a series of click sounds, all the transport ships were connected to the main battleship. It seems they really are leaving. Do they really not care about us anymore? Leader, say something. Didn't you say we should put pressure on Lin Chen so we could gain more rights? What do we do now? The Western nations, especially the country where the war god temple is located, were now completely panicked. They used radio communication to contact everyone, instructing them not to board the battleship. Under the instigation of their so-called leader, there were basically no people boarding the transport ships from their country. Only a few timid ones chose to board, fearing death. The remaining hundreds of millions of people in the country stayed on Earth. They thought Lin Chen would eventually agree to their demands due to humanitarian pressure. But when they saw the transport ships returning to the main battleship and the doors of the main battleship beginning to close, they realized they had been abandoned. More than a dozen other countries also received instigation from the War God Temple's country and collectively chose not to board the transport ships. Originally, Lin Chen thought he would take away more than 5 billion people, but unexpectedly, only about 3 billion boarded. These noisy countries had previously been dominated by the War God Temple, so they had a relatively large population. Together, the more than a dozen countries had nearly 2 billion people. The Westerners who boarded the transport ships were those who had closer ties with the Dragon Country. These countries knew that Earth had been destroyed and that the Dragon Country would be in charge from now on. Moreover, they believed that the Dragon Country, as a nation of etiquette, would not treat them poorly. V-Room. As the cosmic battleship started up, the entire ship began to turn around. They really are leaving. Leader, think of a way. War God Temple, come out and say something. Are you trying to let us accompany Earth to the grave? Woo-woo. Some people had already begun to wail, blaming the leader and the others who had stirred up trouble. In the radio equipment, all the countries that had not left were blaming the War God Temple. The leader was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had received orders from the Order Lord to instigate other countries to unite with them. The goal was to establish their own country on a new planet. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen completely ignored them and left directly. The Order Lord was also bewildered. He had learned about Lin Chen, who was a soft-hearted person, so how could he be so resolute this time? This was more than 2 billion lives. He was afraid of trouble from Lin Chen, which was why he had incited others to protest together. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen just left. After the cosmic battleship turned around, the engines behind it slowly started, and the battleship flew farther and farther away like an arrow leaving the bow. It then disappeared into a spatial wormhole. We don't want to establish a country anymore. Come back and pick us up. Woo-woo. I'm so scared. Boom. As the battleship left, Earth, no longer under the suppression of Bai Ning's true power, began to fall apart. With the disappearance of the Earth's core, these broken continents flew rapidly towards the surrounding planets like wild horses that had broken free. With the disappearance of gravity, most people were thrown into the air, with only a small number of those in the sea of transformation and breaking void realms remaining unscathed. However, these people also knew that they could hardly escape death. Although they had the ability to survive briefly in space, it was impossible to fly out of this lifeless planetary system. 5 hours later, the cosmic battleship flew out of the teleportation array and stopped on a planet much larger than Earth. Lin Chen finally understood why it took so long to travel from Shinjuku Star to Earth Star. In fact, once they reached a location with a teleportation array, the cosmic battleship could instantly move from one galaxy to another. However, within the New River Galaxy, the cosmic battleship could only traverse space through spatial wormholes. It took over 2 hours for the battleship to cross the entire New River Galaxy through these wormholes. The teleportation array allowed the battleship to directly reach another galaxy's teleportation array through spatial shuttling. Lin Chen also asked Bai Ning why they couldn't teleport directly from the teleportation array of Shinjuku Star to the teleportation array of the New River Galaxy. Bai Ning explained that teleportation arrays consume a lot of materials, and it was quite good to have a small teleportation array built in each galaxy among the hundreds of millions of galaxies. A small teleportation array could only send people to adjacent galaxies. It couldn't reach farther ones due to insufficient energy. The large teleportation arrays were a technology only mastered by the royal family of the Wandao Empire. In the entire Shinjuku Empire, only Shinjuku Star had one. This large teleportation array could span hundreds of billions of galaxies to reach Wandao Star. However, the large teleportation array couldn't connect to small teleportation arrays, so the large teleportation array on Shinjuku Star could only send people to Wandao Star or the main stars of other primary empires. After the battleship landed, all the transport ships flew to their corresponding cities. Each transport ship would drop off a group of people in a city, dispersing them completely. However, people from the Dragon Kingdom were not mixed with those from Western countries. The Dragon Kingdom's people were mixed among themselves, while the Westerners were mixed among themselves. The appointed city officials on Earthstar also headed to their corresponding cities. With only 3 billion people, only over 300 cities were opened, each capable of accommodating about 10 million people. Muxing had built over 10,000 cities, capable of housing around 100 billion people. The entire Muxing was about 5 times larger than Earthstar, so the gravity was much stronger, but the oxygen content was similar to that of Earth. Star. All cities were futuristic, constructed using the latest technology. Each city was essentially a complete ecosystem, with land, sea, and air developing simultaneously. The management personnel arranged by Ning had also arrived. Muxing was only 10 light-years away from Shinjuku Star, and it took just an hour to travel there using small transport ships. Outside the cities were various ecological plants and animals. He had also brought large creatures from Earthstar, but whether they could survive here depended entirely on fate. Because Muxing was larger than Earthstar, the creatures here were generally larger, with naturally stronger physical strength. Animals from Earthstar might be seen as food here. An hour later, all the Earthstar humans on the transport ships had been delivered to the cities. Wow, the air here is so nice. What is that? A flying capsule? An aerial garden? Personal flying device? Holographic projection? The moment everyone landed, they were captivated by the stunning scenery of Muxing. Muxing was a transformed planet, most suitable for human habitation. The main city of Muxing, Muxing City. This was the brain city of Muxing, where all the cities could be controlled, and even self-destruction could be initiated. In the conference hall, Lin Chen sat in the main seat and activated the virtual device. At the same time, the virtual screens in all the cities displayed the scene from the conference hall. Hello, residents of Muxing. I am the Star Master of Muxing. My name is Lin Chen. This is... He introduced everyone in the conference hall so the people of Muxing would know who would manage Muxing in the future. Each of you has points in your Wandao rings, which can ensure your daily survival. If you want to obtain richer resources, you must contribute your strength to Muxing. Points are updated once every year, a total of 10 years. After 10 years, you will have to earn points based on your own abilities. No matter what you want to do, with 10 years of time and the assistance of the Wandao ring, you can successfully learn a survival skill. After introducing everyone, Lin Chen began to explain the points system of Muxing. Although, with Muxing's resources, these people wouldn't need to work at all, the Muxing government could support them. However, Lin Chen didn't want these people to become useless. At the very least, they should contribute to the city's development and not just eat and sleep every day. Additionally, Muxing will vigorously promote cultivation. The Wandao Ring has cultivation methods open to citizens, and you can choose for yourselves. Muxing will allocate some resources to encourage cultivators. At the same time, the Muwei army of Muxing also welcomes all cultivators to join. As long as you pass the examination, everything about you will be contracted by the Muxing government. Lin Chen continued. In fact, in a future city driven by intelligence, there aren't that many jobs that need to be done. Therefore, the main purpose of setting up a points system is to encourage these people to actively cultivate. The spiritual energy of Muxing is more than 10 times denser than that of Dixing, and cultivating here, many people will surely make rapid progress. As the true Star Master of Muxing and also a prince of the Wandao Empire, Lin Chen did not want people from other planets to come to Muxing and see a scene of laziness. After a simple announcement, Lin Chen left the conference hall, and the next tasks would be up to Zhang Hongyuan and the others. The management personnel brought by Ning had already entered work mode. Bai Ning, take me to the Great Teleportation Array. Dongliang Wang, aren't you going to stay a few more days? Bai Ning looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Was he leaving so soon? After just arriving? Things here are almost settled. I need to go to Wandao Star. When I left, my teacher instructed me to go quickly and return quickly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ning no longer asked further. Originally, he wanted to take Lin Chen to tour the New Shuku Empire, which was not only a request from the New Shuku Emperor but also something he personally desired. He wanted to interact with Lin Chen for a couple more days to build a relationship which could potentially help him further his chances of settling in Wandao Star. In the Eastern Alliance, Wandao Star is truly a holy land. It is home to the renowned Wandao Academy, and even other high-level empires often send princes to study there. Unless one is a native resident of Wandao Star, it is nearly impossible to settle there without a title of marquis or above. Sometimes, being born well can really save a lot of trouble. For those born and raised in Wandao Star, they have the best cultivation environment from birth, which others from different planets simply cannot compare to. Therefore, no one is willing to sell the right to reside in Wandao Star. Even if someone were to sell it, the price would be astronomical. Moreover, without a marquis title, one is not allowed to buy. He, a general of the New Shuku Empire, is merely a count in the Wandao Empire. Occasionally visiting Wandao Star is fine, but settling there is still a bit out of reach. However, if he serves Lin Chen well, he could use the opportunity to visit Wandao Star to interact with Lin Chen again. If their relationship improves, as long as Lin Chen leaves a room for him in the royal mansion, he would have a chance to stay in Wandao Star. Although the position of general of the New Shuku Empire is quite good compared to settling in Wandao Star, he still prefers to have permanent residency there. As the two chatted, a group of 5 arrived at New Shuku. Star aboard a travel ship. New Shuku Star is twice the size of Muxing, with an estimated population of several hundred billion, serving as the administrative center of the New Shuku Empire. The environment is similar to Muxing, both having been transformed using planetary modification technology, with a pleasant climate suitable for living. Compared to Wandao Star, New Shuku Star lacks a bit of the ancient and weathered feeling. It is said that this planet was once inhabited by the Beast Clan, and it was only after the New Shinjuku Empire unified that it established its capital here, so the presence of human civilization on New Shinjuku Star is only a matter of tens of millions of years. The New Shinjuku Empire is considered a relatively late established primary empire within the system of the 10,000 Paths Empire. Because the territory of the New Shinjuku Empire is adjacent to 3 other advanced empires, it belongs to a very chaotic era. The New Shinjuku Empire was able to achieve this territorial unification because the New Shinjuku Emperor broke through to the Eternal Realm tens of millions of years ago. Otherwise, these hundreds of millions of star systems would still be in chaos. In the 10,000 Paths Empire, one can become the lord of a planet in the Void Realm and a lord of a star system in the Celestial Realm. Those in the True Self Realm can become domain lords overseeing millions of star systems. Someone like Bai Ning, who is in the late True Self Realm, can serve as a general in a primary cosmic empire, responsible for the safety of tens of millions of star systems. Generally, the emperors of primary cosmic empires are at the early to mid stages of the Eternal Realm. Upon reaching the Endless Realm, one essentially becomes the top combat power of the 10,000 Paths Empire, serving as a prince guarding a region. There are only a little over 10 princes in the entire 10,000 Paths Empire, not counting Lin Chen, who has special connections. For a primary cosmic empire to establish itself, it must obtain permission from an advanced cosmic empire, regardless of which of the 5 advanced cosmic empires it is. However, this allegiance is not something one can simply choose. The emperor of a primary cosmic empire must possess the strength of the Eternal Realm. This is because those in the Eternal Realm have a preliminary understanding of the laws of time, which can ensure the stability of hundreds of millions of star systems to a certain extent. After allying with an advanced cosmic empire, the advanced cosmic empire will provide resources for territorial expansion. Once one has acquired territory of hundreds of millions of star systems, they can establish a primary cosmic empire. In front of the massive teleportation array, Lin Chen bid farewell to Bai Ning, giving him time to go to 10,000 Paths Star, where he would certainly be well received. If Bai Ning had not appeared in time this time, the continent of the capital might have been destroyed by Sha Liqui. As the white light flashed, Lin Chen and the others had already arrived at 10,000 Paths Star. A golden, shimmering wooden flying ship was quietly waiting outside the teleportation array. On 10,000 Paths Star, unless you are a noble of Duke rank or above, you cannot fly in the sky. There are many passenger ships on 10,000 Paths Star, and ordinary people and common nobles must take these ships for travel, which also facilitates management. After all, people flying around in the sky can affect the city's appearance. Lin Chen originally planned to teleport back, but thinking that Wang Miaomio and his in-laws were visiting 10,000 Paths Star for the first time, and since he himself had never explored 10,000 Paths Star, he decided to have Lu Fu pilot the Wang family's ship to pick them up. They could also enjoy the scenery of 10,000 Paths Star along the way. The teleportation array and the Imperial Palace are located on opposite sides of 10,000 Paths Star, and 10,000 Paths Star is more than 10 times larger than New Shinjuku Star. Therefore, traversing half of 10,000 Paths Star allows one to see much of its local customs and culture. Golden ship? Which prince has returned? It should be, otherwise it wouldn't be parked by the teleportation array. Is it a prince traveling? I haven't heard of any prince returning from the border recently. Yeah, those princes are all stationed at the borders. They wouldn't return unless there was something important. Is there a war happening at some border? What prince traveling? Although the prince's ship is also golden, it's not this big, okay? At first glance, this is clearly a prince's ship. Do you understand? Outside the teleportation array, the local residents of 10,000 Paths Star and those who came to study were curiously watching this golden ship. The entire ship is made of wood, but this wood is clearly different from ordinary wood, with a faint golden glow flowing within. Other ships are docked at a distance, not daring to approach the teleportation array. Only this golden ship is unique, parked directly next to the teleportation array. Other ships are not afraid to approach the teleportation array, they simply cannot. Within 1,000 meters of the teleportation array, only golden ships can approach, otherwise, they will be shot down by the guards protecting the array. From 1,000 to 2,000 meters, only the Duke's silver ships can come close. From 2,000 to 3,000 meters, only the Marquis' bronze ships can linger. Beyond 3,000 meters, there are no restrictions, all wooden ships can stop as they please. While everyone was discussing this, Lin Chen stepped out of the teleportation array, bringing Wang Miaomio and the others directly into the air outside the array. The others were still inside the array, going through security checks along the safe passage, while he appeared directly in the air. Who is that person? Why doesn't he have to go through security? Are you stupid? If he doesn't have to go through security, it must be because the guards detected his myriad rings information, and if his level is high, Enough, he doesn't need to. What kind of person can come to Myriad Pathstar without going through security? And this person looks so young. The few people next to him don't seem very strong either, at least a duke or above. The people waiting in line for security checks inside the teleportation array looked at the four in the air, discussing among themselves. Greetings, King Dongliang. Before they could figure it out, the guards watching the teleportation array all bowed to Lin Chen and the others in the air. No need for such formality. Lin Chen was taken aback by this scene. Was the ceremony for the prince's return to Myriad Pathstar really this grand? Lu Fu's golden ship slowly approached. Lin Chen and the three instantly teleported onto the ship. Greetings, Your Highness, who are these? Lu Fu looked at the other three, unsure how to address them, and didn't dare to call them anything casually. This is my fiancé, and these are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. This is my steward, Lu Fu. Lin Chen introduced both sides to each other. Wang Miaomio and her in-laws smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Lin Chen's introduction, Lu Fu immediately lowered his head. Greetings, princess, greetings, sir, greetings, madam. No need for so much formality. Seeing the flustered expressions of Wang Miaomio and her in-laws, Lin Chen waved his hand. They were used to an equal system on Earth, and were not accustomed to this here. Let's return to the royal residence. Yes. Lu Fu bent down in response and directed the ship towards the royal residence. Lin Chen embraced Wang Miaomio and went to the front of the ship, looking at the picturesque scenery below. Wang Ziyi and Zhang Suifang were also walking on the ship, gazing at the distant landscape. They hadn't seen such scenery in a long time. Since the changes on Earth, this magnificent view had disappeared. The rolling mountains were imposing, their peaks shimmering in the sunlight, and the lush green forests resembled a sea of green, dancing in the wind. After the ship departed, everyone around the teleportation array gathered together. Is that the King Dongliang? He looks so young. He's the only prince in the Myriad Path Empire who isn't from the Endless Realm. What, are you jealous? If you have the ability, why don't you comprehend a spatial law in the sea overturning realm and show me? Forget it. It would be great if I could break through to the Sky Master realm, let alone comprehend a spatial law. I heard this prince's spatial law is even more powerful than some true self-realm experts. TSK, what a prodigy. Discussions about Lin Chen had not ceased in the Myriad Path Empire during this time. In the palace, outside the emperor's sleeping quarters, the chief steward whispered, Your Majesty, King Dongliang has returned. Should we summon him into the palace now? After a long while, a dignified voice came from within the sleeping quarters. No need, the teacher will speak with him. He has just returned, let him rest for a while, there's no rush. Inside the sleeping quarters, Xian Wanbin had his eyes closed, contemplating a set of theories just given to him by his teacher. His aura fluctuated, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, as if he were caught in a state of stalemate. This little junior brother is truly remarkable. To have such insights in the sea-overturning realm. A prodigy. He held a piece of paper and murmured. He had been studying this set of time-space theory for a day, and although many aspects were imperfect, it had allowed him to gain a significant insight into time and space. He even faintly felt that he was about to step over that threshold. The spaceship flew for more than 2 hours and finally arrived at the royal residence. Wang Miaomia was excited on the spaceship for 2 hours. It was the first time she had seen such a magnificent scene since her birth. After she got off the spaceship, she covered her mouth in disbelief and dared not speak. Is this your residence? Wang Miaomia looked at the royal gate, which was even wider than the gates of the Forbidden City, and asked incredulously. Yes, it was granted to me by my senior brother. That's why I said you will have plenty to do in the future. As the mistress of this residence, all the affairs of the house will be entrusted to you from now on. Lin Chen embraced Wang Miaomio and walked into the royal residence together. At this moment, the father-in-law and mother-in-law were also a bit dazed, following the two of them inside. Welcome, Prince and Princess, back to the residence. Welcome, Sir and Madam, back to the residence. As soon as they stepped through the door, 2 rows of neatly arranged servants shouted loudly from behind the door. Just skip the formalities. Yes. Lin Chen waved his hand. He wasn't very accustomed to such ceremonies. However, he had told Lu Fu not to make it so formal in the future. But Lu Fu's response was that this was the rule of the Wandao Empire, and if they did not follow the rules and ceremonies, others might gossip. If the emperor found out, they could be punished. So, Lin Chen could only tacitly accept the ceremony. By the way, Lu Fu, what is this golden wood? Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had seen this golden wood at Wandao Academy, as well as in the royal residence and on the spaceship. This wood, flowing with golden light, seemed to give a sense of tranquility. Replying to the prince, this wood is called Ningxin wood, derived from the Ningxin tree. The Ningxin tree grows one cycle every 10,000 years, and it usually takes 100 cycles to mature. Moreover, this tree can only reproduce itself. It cannot be cultivated artificially. The entire Wandao Empire only has Ningxin trees in the mountains behind Wandao Academy. Ningxin wood has the effect of calming the mind and spirit, and it is commonly used in the palace and royal residences. Ordinary nobles cannot use this wood without permission. Lin Chen nodded. No wonder he felt sleepy as soon as he got on the spaceship. If this thing weren't so rare, it could be made into a sleep aid product. Lin Chen took Wang, Miao Miao and his in-laws to choose their rooms, and his mother-in-law personally cooked a feast. Now that they had arrived at Wandao Star, they no longer had to live in fear every day. After a sleepless night, the next day Lin Chen found Lu Fu, send out the invitations, I'm getting married in 7 days, and let's also hold that banquet. Lu Fu's eyes widened. Lin Chen's marriage was a big deal. What? Is the time too tight to manage? Seeing Lu Fu's expression, Lin Chen thought this matter was too rushed to handle, so he asked. No, I was just thinking about how to do it. Lu Fu replied after thinking for a while. Although 7 days was a short time, it should be enough. Lin Chen's wedding certainly couldn't be too hasty. It was likely that all the nobles of the Wandao Empire would come to congratulate him. The prince guarding the border would probably return as well. After all, Lin Chen was currently the most favored new noble by the Emperor. Lu Fu was just worried that Lin Chen might not be satisfied with the arrangements, and that would be a disaster. It's fine, just handle it as you see fit. Just invite everyone you think should be invited, and make sure the venue is ready. I have some friends in the new Shuku Empire. I'll give you their names and send them an invitation too. I'll cover any costs you need. Lin Chen patted Lu Fu's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to feel so much pressure. He was also having dinner with his father-in-law and mother-in-law last night when they suddenly brought up this topic. After much contemplation, he decided to hold the wedding in 7 days. According to the wedding schedule of the Star of 10,000 Paths, 7 days should be enough from invitations to the banquet. Your Highness, the money for your wedding is covered by the royal family and the Wandao Financial Group. You don't need to spend your own money. Lu Fu immediately explained when he heard Lin Chen say he would pay. All expenses for the prince are covered by the royal family, which has a dedicated financial group responsible for royal expenditures. Lin Chen only needs to inform the Wandao Financial Group, and someone will come to handle everything related to money. The royal residence only needs to take care of venue decoration, process arrangement, personnel allocation, and sending out invitations. Alright, you handle it. Let me know what the process is when the time comes. Lin Chen nodded, as he was unfamiliar with the customs of weddings in Wandao Star. He and Wang Miao would just follow the process. He estimated that his master brother, the emperor, would also come. He knew nothing about these matters and might as well leave it to Lu Fu. He then teleported to Wandao Academy. As soon as he returned yesterday, he received a message from his teacher asking him to visit Wandao Academy after he got back. Lu Fu was indeed quick and soon announced Lin Chen's upcoming marriage on the official website of the Wandao Empire. The official website usually displayed the latest situations of the Wandao Empire, particularly regarding its borders with the other 4 major empires. However, the Wandao Empire was relatively stable at the moment, with only minor frictions with the Wuji Empire. The Lanyun Empire and the Anyang Empire were embroiled in a fierce conflict, and the most reported events on the website were about the battles between these 2 empires. Upon receiving Lu Fu's call, the website manager confirmed the news multiple times. A prince's wedding was a significant event. It had been tens of millions of years since a prince in the Wandao Empire had married, and there hadn't even been any concubines. These princes of the Endless Realm had all been married long before they were granted their titles. Once granted, they rushed to their territories to guard their domains, leaving no time for weddings. Several princes didn't even hold a banquet when they were conferred their titles. They had also been waiting for news from the royal residence about when the banquet would be held. After 2 days without any news, they thought Lin Chen wouldn't hold a banquet after all. Unexpectedly, just as that hope was dashed, a bigger surprise came. Now, the content on the official website was entirely about the war between the Lanyun Empire and the Anyang Empire. All citizens of the Wandao Empire were mocking them, saying their official website was like a war correspondent. The key was that there really wasn't much conflict in the Wandao Empire, so they had nothing to report. They couldn't just post trivial matters on the official website every day. Wouldn't that turn it into a street tabloid? After receiving Lu Fu's confirmed news, the website manager immediately changed the entire website to bright red. A long banner was hung on the homepage of the imperial website. The Prince of Pillars will hold his wedding on the 10th of this month at Wandao Star. Just these few simple words nearly caused the website's intelligence system to crash. Trillions of visits surged in, and the Star Network server used by the website almost collapsed. The Prince of Pillars is getting married. What a joyous occasion. Wow. I want to go to Wandao Star to join the fun. I want to go too. I heard the prince's wedding is second only to the emperor's, even higher than the prince's wedding. It seems so. The last wedding was held by the Sea King, and that was over 50 million years ago. I heard that the entire Wandao Star will have banquets. Is that true? Yes, all the streets and alleys of Wandao Star will be filled with banquets, but the wedding venue should be the royal residence or the palace. Not only the Wandao Star, but even the home planets of every junior empire will hold a banquet, just not as grand as the Wandao Star. On the official website, under the news of Lin Chen's wedding, billions of comments are added every second. All are congratulatory messages, with some wanting to crash the banquet at Wandao Star. I had the fortune to attend the wedding of the Sea King, and it was truly a spectacle with drums and firecrackers, lasting 3 days and nights, with endless spirit wine and spirit fruits. In the comments section, a user verified as a marquee from the Eternal Realm posted. Instantly, the comments section erupted. Does this wedding mean it will consume the resources of 1 or 2 dozen star systems? What's the big deal? The Wandao Empire has trillions of star systems. Does it matter if it's 1 or 2 less? Brothers, I've already bought the teleportation tickets to Wandao Star. Hurry up and grab the tickets. The fast ones get them, the slow ones miss out. What do you mean? The ticketing website for the Wandao Empire has crashed. 99% of the traffic from the official site surged to the ticketing website, causing it to crash instantly. Those who got the teleportation tickets shouted in celebration, while those who didn't prayed for the website to be fixed quickly. Some who couldn't get tickets turned around to grab teleportation tickets for other junior cosmic empires' home planets. Although the banquets of junior empires might not be as grand, they are still organized by the Wandao Financial Group, so they won't be too shabby. In an instant, the trading data for teleportation tickets across the Wandao Empire skyrocketed. Originally, a teleportation ticket to Wandao Star cost only 1,000 spirit coins, but it was now being sold for 100,000 each, and no one was selling. Everyone is not foolish. They all know that once they reach Wandao Star, they can recoup their costs with those spirit fruits and spirit wine. Moreover, the number of people that Wandao Star can accommodate is limited, and there will definitely be restrictions on the purchase of teleportation tickets later. At the same time, the person in charge of the Wandao Financial Group rushed to the royal palace. Although he was the head of the Wandao Financial Group and could make decisions on small matters, he couldn't decide on large sums. After all, the Wandao Financial Group is essentially the royal family's money jar. He is just responsible for managing it and has no authority to use the money inside, nor does he have the guts to do so. He doesn't know how many people are watching his position. He can't afford to make even the slightest mistake. A prince's wedding is no small matter. If it goes well, it's good. If it goes poorly, heads will roll. Especially since this prince is so special, being the emperor's only junior disciple. If he messes it up, it could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. Your Majesty, Lu Shengkai, the supervisor of the Wandao Financial Group, requests an audience. The chief supervisor stood outside the palace reporting. What is it? Xian Wanbin frowned. As he was cultivating, just as he was getting into the zone, the Wandao Financial Group came to disrupt his thoughts. The Donliang prince just announced his marriage. Oh, that's great news. It's been a long time since a prince in the Wandao Empire got married. Xian Wanbin instantly appeared beside the chief supervisor, and Lu Shengkai immediately knelt to pay his respects. Your Majesty, may you be blessed with great fortune. Get up. Xian Wanbin glanced at Lu Shengkai, signaling him to speak. Regarding the Donliang prince's wedding, what do you not understand? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanfeng broke into a cold sweat. As the supervisor of the Wandao Financial Group, if he couldn't even understand a prince's wedding, he might as well quit. If he could understand, then why come to the emperor? Replying to Your Majesty, I came this time to seek guidance. Should the scale of the wedding be based on the Sea Kings, or should we raise the standards? Lu Shengkai, as the supervisor of the Wandao Financial Group, immediately pushed the responsibility onto the Sea King. The implication was clear. The Sea King was a king sealed in the early stage of the Endless Realm, and it wasn't Xian Wanbin who sealed him. Lin Chen is also the emperor's junior disciple, so the relationship is different, and he didn't dare to make decisions on his own. No need to mention the standards to avoid the Sea King's gossip. Increase the congratulatory gifts for the Dongliang prince by 50%. After all, he is my junior disciple. Xian Wanbin thought for a moment. The wedding of the Sea King was already quite grand, and Lin Chen's wedding could certainly be held to that standard. However, Lin Chen was his junior disciple, so he had to be treated specially. The wedding gifts were something he would give personally. Even if he gave 50% more, the Sea King wouldn't have any objections. Is there anything else? No, Your Majesty. Then go back and prepare well. Yes. After dismissing Lu Shengkai, Xian Wanbin turned to the chief steward beside him. Zhongxian, wake me up in 7 days. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongxian understood that the emperor intended to attend Lin Chen's wedding and quickly asked, do we need to prepare the Wandao chariot? The Wandao chariot was a treasured artifact left by the first emperor of the Wandao Empire, typically not used unless for significant events. Last time, for the Sea King's wedding, the emperor only took a golden flying ship. But since the emperor valued this junior disciple so much, Wang Zhongxian felt it necessary to ask, let's take the Wandao chariot. Hearing Wang Zhongxian's words, Xian Wanbin pondered for a moment. The Wandao chariot hadn't appeared in the world for a long time. It was time for some people to understand the depth of the Wandao Empire. Xian Wanbin actually had his own thoughts. On one hand, it would showcase his status, and on the other, it would help his junior disciple gain some recognition. Most importantly, it would let certain people know that the Wandao Empire was not to be trifled with. Recently, there had been many troubling reports from the borders, and Xian Wanbin felt it was time to let certain empires understand why the Wandao Empire had existed in the Eastern Alliance for 13 billion years. Yes, Wang Zhongxian bowed in response, fully understanding Lin Chen's position in Xian Wanbin's heart. Xian Wanbin had only taken the Wandao chariot twice, once for a personal military campaign and once for the wedding of the empress. Even when the crown prince was born, he did not take the Wandao chariot. This was enough to show how much Xian Wanbin valued this junior disciple. The more Xian Wanbin valued Lin Chen, the clearer Wang Zhongxian became about one thing: the future king of beans would at least be a powerful figure in the endless realm, and might even become a figure in the cycle realm. This was not only Xian Wanbin's feeling but also the feeling given to him by the president of the Wandao Academy. Otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have directly become a daozi, and Xian Wanbin wouldn't have valued him so much. Only those with the talent to become figures in the cycle realm were worthy of simultaneous attention from both Xian Wanbin and Wang Nianen. Just as Wang Nianen had once placed great importance on Xian Wanbin. After receiving the emperor's orders, Lu Xingcai's first task upon returning to the headquarters of the Wandao Financial Group was to convene a meeting with all personnel. The sole purpose of the meeting was that there could be no mistakes at the wedding of the King of Beams, otherwise everyone would lose their heads. At the same time, various junior empires received resources from the Wandao Financial Group to begin preparations for the wedding. Inside the Wandao Academy, Lin Chen had just found Wang Nianen when he saw Wang Nianen looking at him with a half-smile. "Teacher, what are you laughing at? You're getting married?" The news spread so quickly. "Lu Fu is so fast?" After sitting down, Lin Chen looked at Wang Nianen in disbelief. It had taken him less than 5 minutes to travel from the Wang residence to the Wandao Academy, and his teacher already knew? Just look at the official website of the Wandao Empire. It's gone viral. Wang Nianen took a sip of tea and shook his head. It seemed this little disciple still didn't understand the efficiency of the Wandao Empire. Lin Chen opened it and was taken aback. The number of discussions had already exceeded 1 trillion, and it was increasing at a rate of over 100 million per second. The entire official website was decorated in festive red, and the news of his wedding was the hottest topic, spawning many other news stories. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Lin Chen had originally thought that getting married would just mean inviting those nobles for a meal. He never expected the scale of the wedding to be this grand, involving the entire Wandao Empire. What do you think the prince is? That is a being above all. Even the prince, the queen, and the princesses do not hold a higher status than the lord. But you don't need to worry too much, just follow your wedding process and everything else will be taken care of by the Wandao Financial Group. Coincidentally, you can also take this opportunity to meet some nobles, which will be beneficial for your future development. Wang Nianen poured a cup of tea for Lin Chen. "But, teacher, didn't you tell me to focus on my cultivation? To not get involved in the struggles between these powers?" Lin Chen looked at Wang Nianen with some confusion. Wang Nianen tapped Lin Chen's head. "You are now a lord. Getting to know some nobles is to help you gain more resources, not to mix with their powers. Some nobles still have good things in their hands, especially those lords guarding the borders." Lin Chen nodded, but inwardly muttered, "I have a system, I don't need resources." Thinking of the system, Lin Chen felt a pang of doubt. Hadn't the Earth fragment collided with the planet yet? It had been a night already. Why was there still no prompt for task completion? He hadn't destroyed the remaining fissures when he left. After all, those shattered continents would eventually collide and be destroyed. When the continents were destroyed, those fissures would naturally cease to exist. Just as he was pondering, Wang Nianen suddenly spoke. "The reason I called you here is to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Lin Chen looked at Wang Nianen, wondering if something had happened at Wandao Academy that required his urgent attention. "There's nothing much. 10 years from now, we will hold a contest with the Wujidi Empire." "A contest? Contesting what?" "Contesting the council seats." Wang Nianen explained slowly. It turned out that the Eastern Alliance had 5 major empires: Wandao Empire, Lingyu Empire, Wujidi Empire, Lanyun Empire, and Anyang Empire. Among these 5 empires, the Lingyu Empire was the strongest, while the Wandao Empire and Wujidi Empire were about equal, and the Lanyun Empire and Anyang Empire were the weakest. These 5 empires formed the Eastern Alliance, which currently had 2 elders, those 2 in the reincarnation realm. The elders generally did not interfere unless the Eastern Alliance faced a major problem. Only then would they take action. The ones in charge were the Alliance counselors. The Alliance had 7 council seats, with each emperor of the empire occupying 1 seat. The remaining 2 council seats represented 2 additional resources. No matter how many high-level empires there were, the council seats would always exceed by 2. These 2 council seats represented the usage rights of 2 secret realms in the Eastern Alliance. Since the establishment of the Eastern Alliance, these 2 additional council seats were exchanged every 10,000 years. This meant that every 10,000 years, the usage rights of the secret realms had to be redistributed. The method of distribution was simple. It was done by drawing lots. Since the Lingyu Empire had its own inheritance secret realm, and most of the items in these 2 secret realms were useless to the Ling clan, the Lingyu Empire was not interested in these 2 secret realms. Thus, every 10,000 years, the other 4 empires would give the Lingyu Empire some spirit coins, which were the things the Ling clan liked the most. When there were 6 empires, the 5 empires would engage in a round-robin battle, and the last 2 winning empires would gain the usage rights to the secret realms. After the decline of the Luoming Empire, it changed to a lottery system. This time, the Wandao Empire was optimistic about drawing the Wujidi Empire. Currently, the usage rights of the secret Realms were in the hands of the Wandao Empire and the Wujidi Empire, so this time, one of the two empires must give up the secret realm. The recent chaos in the Lanyun Empire and Anyang Empire was precisely because one of them would definitely gain the usage rights to the secret realm. Thus, both sides were frantically assassinating the geniuses of the opposing side, even reaching the point of war. However, the Alliance elders had come out to mediate, prohibiting each empire from assassinating the geniuses of the other empire. The way of battle is quite simple. Each side sends out 3 geniuses under the age of 1000 to engage in a wheel battle. Whichever empire's people stand until the end will gain the rights to use the secret realm. So you want me to represent the Wandao Empire in battle? After hearing Wang Yan'an's explanation, Lin Chen understood Wang Yan'an's intentions. That's right, and that's why I wanted you to go quickly and return quickly. As far as I know, among the geniuses under 1000 years old, you are the only one who has comprehended the deep laws of space. The Wujidi Empire knows of your appearance and has sent many top assassins. Wang Yan'an nodded. The secret realm is too important for an empire. The key is that besides the spirit race, no one else can enter the secret realm of the spirit domain empire, so these 2 secret realms have become the greatest resources of the Eastern Alliance. They've sent people to assassinate me? Didn't the 2 elders say that no one is allowed to assassinate the other side's geniuses? After hearing this, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his back. Don't worry, your whereabouts are very well kept secret. They can't find you. You return to Earth through the space-time passage, and they have no idea where you actually are. But still be careful, the assassins lurking in Wandao Star should be about to act. After hearing Wang Yan'an's words, Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle. This prince and Daozi are not doing their jobs. Is it that serious? Isn't the Wujidi Empire afraid of the elders punishing them? Wang Yan'an snorted coldly. What are they afraid of? The 2 current elders, one is the ancestor of the Spirit Domain Empire, and the other is the founding emperor of the Wujidi Empire. Even if they kill you, it's likely just a matter of wrangling, compensation, and settling the matter. Lin Chen exclaimed. Then why bother with the secret realm competition? Why not just give the secret realm directly to the Wujidi Empire? Wang Yan'an laughed heartily. They don't dare to be so blatant. It's one thing to play tricks in secret, but if they cause chaos openly, your senior brother is not someone to be trifled with. What do you mean? Can my senior brother compete with the reincarnation realm? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly perked up. Wasn't it said that below the reincarnation realm and the reincarnation realm are 2 different levels? Could there be another explanation? The Wandao Empire has a supreme treasure called the Wandao Chariot. It was crafted by the first president of Wandao Academy to assist the first emperor of the Wandao Empire. Your senior brother's current realm, with this supreme treasure, is not afraid of the reincarnation realm. This is also why the Wandao Empire has not declined over the years. Wang Yan'an explained slowly that is a law treasure crafted above the reincarnation realm, and even in the hands of someone in the eternal realm, it can still contend with the reincarnation realm. However, this supreme treasure can only be used by those of the Xian family bloodline. No wonder the Luoming Empire declined in 500 million years. The Wandao Empire has no reincarnation realm and yet has not declined in 13 billion years. Lin Chen finally understood where the foundation of the Wandao Empire lies. The 5 great empires each have their own foundations. Either they have strong reincarnation realm experts or they possess supreme treasures. The Luoming Empire gradually declined because their reincarnation realm ancestor died. The Lanyun Empire and the Anyang Empire seem a bit weaker, but when it comes to a life and death struggle, they are not afraid of the reincarnation realm. Wang Yan'an took a sip of tea. In this universe of the weak eating the strong, without powerful strength, one cannot stand at all. After the wedding, you will stay at Wandao Academy. With me here, no assassin will dare to come in. What about my wife and my in-laws? Lin Chen asked. Don't worry. I have already planted spatial coordinates on them. No assassin will go to kidnap them to threaten you. Their target is you, and they know that doing those unnecessary things is useless. Wang Yan'an assured. Lin Chen, with his late-stage endless realm cultivation, unless a reincarnation realm expert personally intervenes, it is impossible for any assassin to harm Lin Chen. When the reincarnation realm personally intervenes, things will be different. If the Wujie Empire truly wants to tear off the mask and take action, the Wandao Empire is not afraid. In these 10 years, I have no other requests. You must quickly break through the spatial laws to the essence level. That is the safest. 10 years is too long, and Wang Yan'an does not know what unexpected events may occur. What if the Wujie Empire produces a prodigy? It would be hard to say. Lin Chen actually wanted to say that he had already comprehended the essence of the spatial Tao and had made 11% progress. However, he felt it was better not to say anything, otherwise his teacher might really think he was a monster. Teacher, what exactly is in this secret realm? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Wang Yan'an put down his cup and murmured, the Eastern Alliance has a total of 3 secret realms. One is the inheritance secret realm of the Lingyue Empire Lingyu. There is also one called Lingqiao Valley, and the other is still Lingqiao Valley. What do you mean, the 2 secret realms are one? Lin Chen was somewhat confused upon hearing this. One is Lingqiao Valley, and the other is still Lingqiao Valley? You heard correctly, both secret realms are called Lingqiao Valley, and they are exactly the same inside. Both secret realms contain a valley-like ditch, but this ditch is as large as a small star system filled with high-level spiritual herbs. The most amazing thing is that both secret realms open once every 10,000 years, starting from 1 year. Every time they reopen, no matter how cleanly the spiritual herbs are harvested, they will grow back. The first dean once said that these two secret realms were created by one person, as if they were time-space secret realms for planting spiritual herbs. Wang Yan'an slowly explained that these two secret realms seem to be specially designed for humans, all for refining spiritual medicines from the spiritual herbs. They are inexhaustible and inexhaustible. A ditch as large as a small star system filled with spiritual herbs? Lin Chen was stunned. The conditions for planting spiritual herbs are very complicated. In a star system, there might only be one planet suitable for growing spiritual herbs. In some star systems, there might not even be a planet for growing spiritual herbs, just a small piece of land that can be cultivated. Of course, low-level spiritual herbs can be grown on a planet as long as there is spiritual energy. However, high-level spiritual herbs cannot be cultivated without sufficient spiritual energy and a particularly suitable environment. Some high-level spiritual herbs even require fixed temperature, humidity, and spiritual power intensity, along with many other factors to grow. No wonder the 5 empires are drooling over these two secret realms. They are simply two suppliers of spiritual herbs. With spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines can be produced continuously, right? With spiritual medicines, the empire's strength will only grow stronger. This is a virtuous cycle. When you win, the 3 representatives who participated in the battle can enter immediately to harvest spiritual medicines. Harvest spiritual medicines? I can't even refine pills. What's the point of harvesting spiritual medicines? Wang Yan'an rolled his eyes. Don't you know there is something called time-space Dao fruit? Time-space Dao fruit? I've never heard of it. Lin Chen shook his head. He really hadn't heard of it. It seems that in these 10 years, you not only need to cultivate but also need to make up for your knowledge of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, when good things come to you, you won't even recognize them. Wang Yan'an said with frustration. The Wandao Ring has textbooks on heavenly materials and earthly treasures. You need to memorize them well in these 10 years. I will check on you at any time. Wang Yan'an took a sip of tea and heavily placed the cup on the table. This disciple's talent is top-notch, no doubt about it, but it seems he knows nothing about cultivation knowledge. Cultivation emphasizes resources, partners, laws, and land. Cultivation resources are the most important, yet he understands nothing. If he goes out to experience and doesn't know what to do when good things come his way, wouldn't that be a disaster? Others might think Wang Yan'an doesn't teach his disciple. Lin Chen touched his nose. He really didn't understand these things. How could he encounter any rare treasures on Earth? The time-space fruit contains the laws of time and space, allowing you to gain a deeper understanding of the great paths of time and space. The time-space fruit can only be found in the Spirit Herb Valley, and there are usually about a dozen of them each time the secret realm opens. Letting you in is just giving you a chance to see if you can get a few. Wang Yan'an explained it to Lin Chen again, knowing well about Lin Chen's background. Coming from a small planet, it was normal for him not to understand some things. Are there really people competing with us in the first batch? I should at least be able to get a few. Lin Chen said dismissively. They were the first batch going in, how could they not get any? Did they really have to rely on luck? Besides, he didn't care much about this thing. With the system attributes added, any problem would be solved. With the system, what else did he need? The time-space fruit is like ordinary fruits. If you don't go looking for it, you won't find it at all. However, if you comprehend the laws of space, your sensitivity to the time-space fruit will be stronger. That's why I want you to go in and try your luck. I remember one time, we didn't get a single time-space fruit. Wang Yan'an tapped Lin Chen's hand. This kid had become addicted to drinking tea. No way. Not even one? Even if the time-space fruit is hidden deep, can't we just send more people in? Lin Chen retracted his hand, which was about to pour more tea, and said in confusion, you need to read more books in the future, otherwise don't go out and embarrass me. Wang Yan'an glared at Lin Chen. Do you think spirit herbs can just be dug up casually? Each spirit herb has different characteristics, different methods of excavation, and different ways of preservation. Moreover, the Spirit Herb Valley can only accommodate 100 million people. How much can 100 million people dig in a year? Last time, we only dug up a little over half, and there was still a small portion left untouched. Lin Chen shrugged. He didn't know that digging spirit herbs was so particular, and the Spirit Herb Valley had restrictions. A valley as large as a galaxy, relying on 100 million people to dig, being able to excavate half was already quite good. On Wandao Star, a day is 32 hours, and all the star systems of the Wandao Empire are calculated according to the time of Wandao Star. Hey, teacher, haven't you tried using the laws of space to transport the spirit herbs out for preservation? Lin Chen suddenly thought of a question. Why not use the laws of space? Once the spatial domain covers an area, it sweeps through a large expanse. No matter how big a galaxy is, even an eternal realm can finish exploring a galaxy in a day. Do you think we don't want to? But only those below the true self realm can enter the Spirit Herb Valley. Even those in the true self realm can't go in. If those in the true self realm could enter, sending in dozens of them would clear out the spirit herb valley in a day. Do you think everyone is like you, mastering the laws of space in the sea of reversal realm? However, you can try going in. If you can use the laws of space, you might really have a chance to empty it out. Lin Chen shook his head and said, no, my spatial domain coverage is only 12 million kilometers. Even if I worked tirelessly, digging for a year, I could only excavate 1,000. Wang Yan chuckled, it's good that you know that, and cutting grass without removing the roots is the same principle for digging herbs. You have to leave some roots, right? But your vitality intensity is indeed impressive. Having over 10 million kilometers of domain coverage in the Void Realm is almost comparable to the Heaven Master Realm. Although Wang Yan always educated Lin Chen, he still had high hopes for Lin Chen in terms of cultivation. After discussing the secret realm, they had settled the matter. 10 years later, Lin Chen would represent the Wandao Empire in battle. Next, it was time for Wang Yan's teaching. He didn't teach Lin Chen how to cultivate but instead recited the names of relevant books. The record of 10,000 paths, the record of spiritual herbs, the record of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the secret explanation for cultivators. He rattled off the names of hundreds of books, all concerning common issues in cultivation, as well as descriptions of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All of these could be found within the 10,000 paths ring. I'll check your understanding of these books once a year. If you can't answer, I'll send you to the Thunder Forbidden Land for a month. Wang Yan looked at Lin Chen with a smile, but the more he smiled, the more uneasy Lin Chen felt. Especially when the Thunder Forbidden Land was mentioned, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his back. Alright, go back. Prepare well for the wedding itinerary. Wang Yan waved his hand, dismissing the anxious Lin Chen. 3 days later, Lin Chen and Wang Miumia were rehearsing their wedding under the guidance of the royal etiquette officials. Yes, Your Highness. When you get out of the carriage at the palace, you must step down with your left foot first. The princess must step down with her right foot first. Dozens of etiquette officials swirled around the two. Lin Chen had a headache from the rehearsals over the past 3 days, but Wang Miao was enjoying it, so he could only go along with it. He hadn't expected there to be so many rituals for a wedding on the 10,000 path star. How to wear the clothes, how to walk, which foot to step out with first, and which foot to land with. How to bow when honoring heaven and earth, how to toast, and who starts first. Everything had to be rehearsed. Congratulations, host, task completed. Reward, Wutong grass. Wutong grass, a divine herb born in the dwelling place of the phoenix. Consuming it allows one to be reborn from ashes even when the soul is shattered. New task released, ascend to the eternal realm within 100 years. Failure will result in annihilation. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The task was finally completed. It seemed that all the fragments of the Earth star had been destroyed, and the fissures had perished along with the land system. Why is there no reward for completing it early? Lin Chen asked, puzzled, as he listened to the 3 prompt sounds from the system. He still had over 9 years left for his task. Why was there no extra reward for completing it ahead of time? This task was not completed solely by the host. Too many comprehensive factors led to the cancellation of extra rewards. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Destroying so many fissures wasn't particularly difficult for him alone. However, at that time, Shalikui was causing destruction. How could he focus on dealing with those fissures? Nevertheless, Shalikui had indeed destroyed quite a few fissures, and many small fissures were also destroyed along with the Earth star system. I've noticed that everything you give me is for survival. Can't you provide something to enhance my strength? Lin Chen complained, wondering how afraid the system was of him dying. Was he really that troublesome? This time, the reward was yet another life-saving tool, and it was for protecting the soul. Moreover, he realized that the system was pushing him forward at a certain pace. Each reward allowed his strength to surge dramatically. He needed this strength to tackle the current challenges and the system's tasks. However, the absence of this time's extra reward resulted in a gap in his strength progression. If he had received the system's extra rewards, he could have gained at least over 2 billion attribute points, instantly becoming an eternal realm cultivator. Host, Lin Chen Vitality 126618161 Comprehension 10 Path Space Essence 11% Formless Deep Layer Attribute Points 589600 Opening the system panel. He had gained over 500,000 attribute points in the past 5 days. Now, on the 10,000 Path Star, a day had 32 hours, yielding 120,000 attribute points daily. He now needed to slowly accumulate attribute points to raise the Vitality Flower to 90 million, allowing him to directly ascend to the celestial realm through the laws of space. Now there are more than 12 million Vitality points, and in a month it will recover to 16 million. After reaching 16 million, Lin Chen will not add points, and the Vitality points will not automatically increase. This is the drawback of the system's point allocation. Vitality points do not automatically cultivate because he does not have any cultivation techniques. A 1% comprehension of the laws requires 1 million Vitality points. Currently, his spatial law comprehension is 11%, and he still needs to consume 89 million Vitality points to fully comprehend the spatial law. Lin Chen plans to directly allocate vitality points to 100 million so he won't need to use attribute points to increase vitality in the future. Although the recovery of vitality is very slow, he can at least let it recover slowly during his free time. 4 days later, when the awakening beast let out its first cry, the entire Donglian Wangfu came to life. Newcomers out of the rooms. At the call of the officiant, Lin Chen and Wang Miaomia walked out from 2 rooms directly opposite each other. The bride gets on the sedan, the groom boards the ship. The 2 walked to the entrance of the Donglian Wangfu, where a maid led Wang Miaomiao, wearing a phoenix crown and a colorful veil, onto a super large red sedan. The sedan was carried by 16 people, comparable to a moving 2-story small building. In front of the sedan, a golden flying ship led the way, and Lin Chen stepped onto it. Behind the sedan followed thousands of servants and guards from the Wangfu. In front of the flying ship, Lu Fu held a huge battle flag leading the way. Set off! At the officiant's command, Lu Fu began to march 9 steps and then stop. The grand procession headed towards the palace. On both sides of the procession were palace guards who had been waiting outside the Wangfu for a long time. Outside the guards were the official media of the Wandao Empire, along with media teams from various empires. This wedding would be broadcast live across the Wandao Empire's Star Network. Wow! What a grand occasion! A welcoming party of over 1,000 people. The bride is so beautiful. The Donglian Wang is so young, so handsome. If someone were to welcome me like this, I would definitely be devoted to him. Wake up upstairs. Ordinary nobles can't hold a wedding of this scale, let alone us commoners. Countless people were watching this wedding. On all the broadcasting platforms, 99.999% of people would never see such a grand scene in their lifetime. Do you see how many people are on the entire Wandao Star? The banquet tables in the streets and alleys are all full. The teleportation tickets for Wandao Star have long been sold out. Can't get them. Don't even mention Wandao Star. Even the teleportation tickets for the Mother Star of the Junior Empires are sold out. Fortunately, I was quick and got a teleportation ticket to Muxing. I heard this is the private planet of the Donglian Wang, and there will be a grand banquet here just like on Wandao Star. Muxing? I've never heard of it. Of course you haven't heard of it. This is the planet that Donglian Wang bought 7 days ago, supposedly to accommodate the humans from his mother star. Ah, I'm so angry. I haven't checked the official website news these past 2 days. The news about Muxing had just been revealed in the past 2 days, resulting in many people who couldn't get teleportation tickets rushing to Muxing. The more than 9,000 empty cities on Muxing were filled with people going to crash the banquet. And those who hadn't followed the Wandao Empire's official website information these past 2 days were completely unaware of this news. These people had lost hope and could only watch the holographic projection livestream at home to satisfy their eyes. So many people, upon hearing this news, were slapping their own faces in frustration. In the blink of an eye, the procession arrived at the palace gate. The Donglian Wangfu and the palace were so close that they were practically next door. If it weren't for the size of both the Wangfu and the palace, it would probably take just a minute to walk from the Wangfu to the palace. Outside the palace gate, the chief steward Wang Zhongxian had been waiting at the entrance. As soon as he saw Lu Fu appear, Wang Zhongxian took out a roll of golden silk and loudly proclaimed, "Today, the Dongliang Wang is getting married, and I am overjoyed. Bestow, may your hearts be at peace with 9,999 pieces of wood, wishing the two of you a long and lasting union. Bestow silver-winged flowers, spirit skyvines, maha sand, white dragon silk, purple sky spirit satin." Various rare treasures and extraordinary herbs flowed from Wang Zhongxian's lips. Just as Lu Fu arrived at the palace gate, he had just finished reciting, "Thank you, your majesty." Lu Fu bowed his head to receive the golden silk handed over by Wang Zhongxian, calling out loudly. Wang Zhongxian immediately stepped aside, allowing Lu Fu to enter the palace. The wedding procession could not stop for even a moment. It was the rule, and if he blocked the way and delayed the journey, it would cost him his head. A grand procession marched into the palace, and at this moment, apart from the official website, all other chaotic media were not allowed to enter. In an instant, the official website crashed and the smart brain rebooted. Fortunately, the smart brain rebooted quickly, and the staff of the official website had long anticipated this scene. In less than 10 seconds, the screen was restored. 3-star network servers were activated simultaneously to meet the viewing needs of the countless citizens of the Wandao Empire. When the wedding procession reached the front of the palace hall, everyone immediately stood in position. With a wave of the host's hand, a beautifully crafted altar appeared, filled with various spirit fruits. The auspicious time has arrived. Heaven and earth are in harmony. The wedding ceremony officially begins. Please invite the officiant to light the heavenly candle. As soon as the words fell, a massive platform suddenly appeared, with 4 pillars on it. Above the pillars was a dome, with golden yellow drapes hanging down. Wandao Chariot. Is it really the Wandao Chariot? Does the emperor truly value his little junior brother this much? The Wandao Chariot hasn't appeared in the world for many years. The emperor's action should not just be to give his little junior brother a platform. There must be other purposes. Inside the palace, the high-ranking nobles who had already entered gasped in surprise at the moment the Wandao Chariot appeared. The Wandao chariot had not been seen in the world for tens of millions of years, and it was unexpected that it would reappear at a prince's wedding. Mother, can we win over the Dongliang king? The eldest prince looked at the noblewoman beside him and asked. Your grandfather said it's best not to try to win him over. It seems the Dongliang king doesn't like to get involved in these power struggles. The eldest prince nodded. Since his grandfather said so, it seemed there was no hope. He really wanted to win over Lin Chen. He had sent Lu Fu quite a few messages, but Lu Fu's responses were all just formalities, without any practical effect. It now appeared that Lin Chen was not so easily swayed. It might even backfire. From the moment the Wandao chariot appeared, all the princes present understood one thing. Lin Chen had a high probability of influencing the issue of the imperial succession. According to the ancestral teachings of the Wandao Empire, Xian Wanbin still had 100,000 years left before reaching 10 million years, and he would soon abdicate. After abdicating, he would enter the royal ancestral land unless the Wandao Empire was destroyed or he broke through to the reincarnation realm to come out. Therefore, recently, these princes had been exerting all their efforts to mobilize all connections. In the Wandao Empire, if a prince could not inherit the throne, he would be granted the title of duke. The status difference was like heaven and earth. The throne could only be bestowed by the emperor, and it was always given to the strong of the endless realm. Lin Chen was purely an accident. After the new emperor ascended, the prince could choose to continue or not. The new emperor, within 5 million years of taking office, had no right to revoke the duke title appointed by the previous emperor. Moreover, Xian Wanbin had children relatively late. The eldest prince was only 80,000 years old this year. Xian Wanbin was clearly watching which of his sons was more intelligent and talented. Currently, it seemed the second prince had a better chance. He was only 1,000 years younger than the eldest prince, yet he had already surpassed the eldest prince in cultivation, becoming a late stage true self realm. The eldest prince was still only in the mid-true self realm. Whoever can break through to the eternal realm first will likely claim the throne. Therefore, the first prince has been using the power of the financial conglomerate behind him to suppress the second prince over the years. Humans in the illusory realm can only live for a few thousand to tens of thousands of years. However, after advancing to the celestial realm, humans who master the energy of heaven and earth can live for a terrifying 10 million years. The true self realm can even allow one to live for nearly 100 million years, and once one breaks through to the eternal realm, life becomes endless unless killed. The second prince is also aware of the first prince's intentions to use the financial conglomerate's influence to suppress him, preventing him from showing his face. Therefore, in recent years, he has been seeking to ally with powerful forces. Unfortunately, it seems no one is willing to oppose the celestial financial conglomerate for his sake. After finally establishing a connection with the Academy of 10,000 Paths, it turned out that the Academy also does not participate in these power struggles or the contest for the throne. Originally, he wanted to make a move on Lin Chen, but all the information sent to the Dongliang Wangfu fell into silence, and the replies were ambiguous. As the chariot of 10,000 paths appeared, Xian Wanbin, dressed in a red robe, proclaimed loudly, "The zither and lute are in harmony, all is peaceful. A good marriage is destined from the start, a perfect couple is made in heaven. The phoenix soars and the lawn flies, the mountains are distant and the waters long. I wish the Dongliang Wang and Wang Fei a lifetime of happiness, uniting two families in a good marriage, poetry and song for a harmonious home." After speaking, Xian Wanbin waved his hand, and two large candles on the table slowly ignited, a golden light enveloping Lin Chen and Wang Miaomia. Lin Chen felt nothing unusual, only a warm and comfortable sensation. However, Wang Miaomia was different. Her aura surged, instantly rising from the 5th stage of the Thousand June to the 9th stage of the Wan Ding. Wow! The emperor is officiating their wedding. Is that golden light a blessing? You know nothing, that's the baptism of the laws of the 10,000 paths. The Wang Fei's realm might have been too low, directly breaking through a major realm, while the Dongliang Wang seems to be fine. So envious. In the official live broadcast room, everyone was filled with envy. Only those inside the palace knew that the golden light was not merely a blessing. The power of the laws of the 10,000 paths has a cleansing effect. Lin Chen likely had good innate talent, so it didn't affect him much. But Wang Miaomia was different. This directly made her future cultivation path much smoother. Xian Wanbin smiled at Lin Chen. This little junior brother was indeed extraordinary. He was merely in the illusory realm, yet the golden light of the laws of the 10,000 paths had no effect on him. It was Lin Chen's first time seeing his senior brother, and he felt he was quite nice and approachable. If this thought were to be heard by others, they would probably just tell Lin Chen to get lost. That was only true for you being approachable. Everyone knows that Xian Wanbin is one of the few emperors among the 100+ emperors of the 10,000 Paths Empire with the worst temper. Because back then, he had no intention of participating in the struggle for power, but unfortunately, after studying at the Academy of 10,000 Paths, his talent gradually emerged. In the end, he was forcibly placed on the throne by the previous emperor. As a result, Xian Wanbin's personality became erratic, and everyone in the palace feared him. The chief steward of the palace has changed more than a dozen times, and Wang Zhongxian has lasted quite a long time, serving as chief steward for over 1,000,000 years. After Xian Wanbin finished blessing them, the officiant continued. The bride descends from the sedan, the groom disembarks from the ship. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Couple bows to each other. This segment was added by Lin Chen according to the customs of the Earth Star, and the officiant found it acceptable. The two walked to the table, and Wang Ziyi and Zhang Suifang sat in the chairs in front of Wang Miaomiao. Suddenly, Wang Yan'an appeared in the chair in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's parents had passed away, and Wang Yan'an was his teacher, once a teacher, always a father. So Wang Yan'an represented Lin Chen's elder to witness their wedding. After offering tea, Lin Chen and Wang Miaomiao stood facing each other. Looking at Wang Miaomiao's shy appearance, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, Sister Miaomiao, in the heavens, I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On earth, I wish to be a branch intertwined. After Wang Miaomiao finished speaking, she nodded heavily. In the midst of the flowers, I lazily turned back, half due to the path of cultivation, half due to you. After saying this, the two bent down. The officiant shouted loudly, the ceremony is complete. Please, everyone, take your seats. Clatter. Suddenly, flowers began to rain down from the sky, and many servants in the palace started serving spirit fruits and spirit wine. At the same time, the main planets of the myriad stars and various junior empires also began to serve. Everyone sat at the table, waiting for the feast to begin. Wow! So many spirit fruits. If I go, I could directly level up. I didn't get a ticket. I'm crying in the bathroom. Meanwhile, a group of people hurriedly entered the palace. It was Zhang Hongyuan and Li Changqing among others. It's all your fault, you fatso, dragging your feet. The wedding is already over. Li Changqing slapped Ma Dahai. Ma Dahai said aggrievely, can you blame me? There was too much government work today, and Mu Xing was also holding a banquet. I couldn't keep up. Oh, you dare to talk back? Do you believe I'll throw you into the Mu Wei prison for a few days? Upon hearing this, Ma Dahai's eyes lit up. Really? I'll go back right away. These past few days, he had been so tired that he had lost weight, and the first thing he did every morning was check documents. Then came various subordinates to report their work. Fan Junshi covered his mouth and laughed on the side. Seeing Fan Junshi snickering, Ma Dahai's hand instantly shot up, wanting to slap him. But after seeing Fan Junshi's gaze, he put his hand down again. The cultivation gap was too great. There was no way. You all just want to catch me and make me do everything, and you still bully me. I'll tell Lin Chen later that I want to resign. The more Ma Dahai thought about it, the angrier he became. Among all the high-ranking officials of Mu Xing, he had the lowest cultivation. Every time Fan Junshi just said one sentence, go find Ma Dahai. This made his workload increase significantly, even causing his hands to tremble while he slept. Alright fatso. When the time comes, I'll arrange for 2 beautiful secretaries for you. I'm busy every day. 2. Fan Junshi said leisurely, wrapping his arm around Ma Dahai. He also wanted to lighten Ma Dahai's burden, but the key was that every time he woke up, Zhang Hongyuan would call him for a meeting. From dawn until night, sitting made his tailbone ache. They had indeed been exhausted these past few days, and today they finally caught a chance to relax. Alright, stop messing around, hurry up and go in. Zhang Hongyuan interrupted their banter. Seeing Zhang Hongyuan come with familiar faces from Earth, Lin Chen hurried to greet them. Other nobles, seeing this scene, turned their heads to look at the group. Being valued so highly by the Pillar King surely indicated a very good relationship. It was difficult to approach the Pillar King directly, but they could try to gather information through these people. Some had already taken out the myriad Dao ring to start investigating the information of these individuals. All the nobles in the palace had ranks higher than Zhang Hongyuan and his group, so it would be quick to investigate. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongyuan and his companions were still unaware that they had already caught the attention of those nobles who wanted to befriend Lin Chen. After Lin Chen led the group to their seats, he began to toast. He started with his father-in-law and mother-in-law, which is also a tradition in the myriad Dao Star. All human civilizations emphasize filial piety first. Next was a toast to Wang Yan'an, with Xian Wanbin serving Wang Yan'an beside him. He hadn't seen Wang Yan'an this happy in many years. It seemed that Wang Yan'an was quite fond of this junior disciple. After toasting Wang Yan'an, it was time to toast Xian Wanbin. Xian Wanbin patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said, Junior brother, I haven't served our master well these years. You better not make our master angry again, or I won't spare you. Come, drink. Lin Chen nodded. Don't worry, senior brother. The two clinked their cups together. The other rules were stunned by this scene. When had they ever seen Xian Wanbin so happy? Even when he got married, he hadn't been this happy because he was forced into marriage and he had no feelings for the empress. It was his father who made him marry the empress and promised him the throne. This also led to a drastic change in Xian Wanbin's temperament. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. At this table, apart from Xian Wanbin and Wang Yan'an, all the others were princes. This time, all the princes guarding the borders had returned for his wedding. All 13 princes were present, and Lin Chen toasted each one. Next was the table of the empress and the imperial concubines. Lin Chen simply acknowledged them without toasting each one individually. According to the rules of the Wandao Empire, their status was lower than Lin Chen's, so he couldn't toast them one by one. He could only toast them together, and the people at the table responded in unison. Then he went to the table of the princes and princesses. While Lin Chen was toasting, these people were also trying every means to engage him in conversation. He only spoke a few more words with the second prince. If it weren't for the second prince buying him, he might still be locked up in the gladiatorial arena's cellar. The other princes and princesses were dealt with in a few polite exchanges. He then went to Zhang Hongyuan's table, which, according to protocol, should have been the last to toast because the people at this table had the lowest titles. However, due to Lin Chen's influence, the etiquette officer arranged them in the front row, belonging to the family and friends section. Congratulations, congratulations. Lin, my brother, when can I be an uncle? Our Mei Ting wants to come, but she's pregnant, so I won't let her. As soon as Lin Chen arrived, everyone started chattering away. Wang Miaomiao's face turned red from their teasing. After joking around with them for a while, Lin Chen took Wang Miaomiao to toast elsewhere. Fortunately, only nobles of count rank and above were invited into the palace, otherwise they would have to toast all day. Ha ha, Lin kid, you got married and didn't even inform me? Have you forgotten about me so soon? Just as Lin Chen returned to the table with Wang Yan'an preparing to eat something with Wang Miaomiao, a familiar voice rang out from the sky. Who? Xian Wanbin and Wang Yan'an were on high alert. The voice had reached the palace, and they hadn't yet spotted the newcomer. This person was definitely a powerful figure in the reincarnation realm. Currently, there were only 2 such figures in the entire Eastern Alliance, and they had no connection to the Wandao Empire. So, as soon as the voice sounded, not only the 2 of them but also the others at the table stood up. What's going on? Is someone causing trouble? The Dongliang king is getting married. Who would dare to cause trouble? Could it be someone from the Wujidi Empire? Impossible. The Dongliang king isn't familiar with anyone from the Wujidi Empire. Could it be someone from the Southern Demon clan trying to stir up trouble? Those upstairs, please think before you speak. Our Wandao Empire is behind the Lingyu Empire. If the Demon clan comes, do you think you can still watch the live broadcast peacefully? In the official live broadcast room, everyone was discussing fervently. They could see the tense expressions on Xian Wanbin and Wang Yan'an's faces and the dozen or so princes standing up. This indicated that the newcomer was definitely not simple. Master, senior brother, don't be nervous, it's just one of my elders who has arrived. The moment Lin Chen heard that voice, he already knew who it was. He immediately reassured them. One of your elders? When did you get such a powerful elder? Wang Yan'an frowned. If Lin Chen had such a powerful elder, would he have been forced into a corner by a mere void realm cultivator? Moreover, wasn't Lin Chen's home planet a low-level planet? When did he get such a powerful elder? Wang Yan'an's mind was racing. Wasn't I just on the Earth Star a while ago? Lin Chen was just about to explain when Wang Yan'an suddenly interrupted him. Do you mean they have arrived? Yes. It's the voice of Senior Long Wang. Wang Yan'an knew they had encountered the Dragon Clan on Earth, but he didn't expect the Dragon Clan to come to congratulate Lin Chen. What's wrong? Wang Yan'an, I'm here to drink a cup of wedding wine. Do you really need to be so nervous? Ha ha. As soon as he heard that voice, Wang Yan'an exclaimed, Aoju? He was too familiar with that voice. When he was young, he had been beaten by the owner of that voice countless times. At this moment, only Xian Wanbin looked confused. Master, what's going on? The people his master and junior brother knew. He didn't know? The Dragon Clan has come. Get ready to entertain them well. Wang Yan'an was stunned. The Dragon Clan? His junior brother had a connection with the Dragon Clan? Wang Yan'an whispered something, then shouted to the sky, Aoju, if you've come out quickly. Why are you hiding? Wait a moment, I haven't brought my congratulatory gift. Let me go back and get it. Don't rush. However, that familiar voice did not sound again. Instead, a much older voice came through. As soon as this sentence was spoken, Wang Yan'an and Xian Wanbin widened their eyes. This was a voice coming from the time and space. This voice was different from the previous 2. The first 2 voices only echoed above the palace, but this voice resonated throughout the entire Wandao star. This ability to resonate through the starry sky without any aura wrapping around it could only be done by one type of person. Reincarnation realm, ancestor of the Dragon Clan. The 2 looked at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, 2 massive golden dragons appeared. A slender black dragon was being held up by one of the golden dragons with its claws. Dragon Elder, why have you come? Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly as he saw the little black dragon. He had always wanted to contact the Dragon King, but Lu Fu said there was no way to reach the Dragon Clan. Lu Fu thought his master was just joking, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to really know the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Lu Fu's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he looked at Lin Chen. The moment the little black dragon appeared, it swooped over and instantly wrapped around Lin Chen. Everyone was startled by this scene, thinking Lin Chen had provoked the Dragon Clan. What the hell? What am I seeing? That's a dragon. The king of heavenly beasts, a dragon. Dongliang Wang offended the Dragon Clan? How come the Dragon Clan has a black one? Does that black dragon have a grudge against Dongliang Wang? It's over. It's over. Dongliang Wang is finished. A rising star of Wandao Star is about to fall. The citizens of Wandao country in the live broadcast room were all singing Lin Chen's demise. However, the next words from the black dragon left them dumbfounded. You brat, you didn't even notify me about your wedding? If it weren't for the ancestor telling me, I wouldn't have known. Long Yuekong wrapped around Lin Chen for a moment, then immediately let go, pretending to be angry. It's not that I didn't notify you, it's that I couldn't contact you. I don't know where your dragon clan's holy land is. Lin Chen quickly explained he wanted to send an invitation to the Dragon King, but Lu Fu told him that the Dragon clan's holy land roamed the universe all year round and the location was uncertain, so he couldn't send it at all. It's fine. Didn't I come here? I came uninvited. You won't mind, will you? Long Yuekong teased, swaying his dragon body. Welcome, welcome. Zhang Lao and the others are here too, I'll take you over. Lin Chen pulled Long Yuekong towards Zhang Hongyuan's table. Ahem. Lin Chen, aren't you going to introduce your teacher? Wang Yan'an quickly coughed as he saw Lin Chen about to leave. This little brat, once his wedding was over, a month in the Thunder Forbidden Land was unavoidable. Others might not know what the Black Dragon represented, but Wang Yan'an was very clear. Lin Chen awkwardly looked at Wang Yan'an and rubbed his nose, saying, Teacher, I'm a bit too excited. Long Lao, let me introduce you. This is my teacher, the president of Wandao Academy. This is my senior brother, the emperor of the Wandao Empire. He hurriedly introduced his teacher and senior brother to Long Yuekong. Hello, thank you for taking care of Lin Chen. This child has great talent, but he's had a hard life. Now he can be considered to have made it through. Long Yuekong nodded to the two, having understood his identity after spending 7 days with the Dragon Clan. In the entire universe, there was no one who could make him bow his head now. Hello, hello. Wang Yan'an and Xian Wanbin immediately responded. Lin Kid, this is the dragon saliva grass that the Holy Dragon asked me to bring to you. Consider it a congratulatory gift. Aoyuazu and Aoju also transformed into human forms, coming to the group and handing a small golden grass to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the grass and bowed, saying, Thank you, senior. I've met the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. Xian Wanbin and Wang Yan'an immediately bowed when they saw Aoyuazu. No joke, this was a heavenly beast that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. If they were disrespectful, the Wandao Empire could vanish in an instant. The Wandao couldn't do anything about him. No need for such formalities. Aoyuazu smiled and looked at Wang Yan'an. Shan Yan'an, when your master brought you to see me back then, you were just this small. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan'an's thoughts instantly returned to the past. He was the only disciple of his master who, before leaving, had gone to the Dragon Clan to ask for a bowl of water from the Dragon Clan's dragon raising pool. It healed his heavenly absolute 7 meridians, allowing him to live until now. Senior, where has my master gone? Wang Yan'an looked at Aoyuazu, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. After his master healed him, he left the Wandao Empire when he reached the Eternal Realm, disappearing without a trace. For these years he had been searching for his master, but after tens of millions of years, there was no sign of him. He knew that Aoyuazu must know where his master was, but he had been unable to find the location of the Dragon Clan's sacred land all these years. Today, having finally encountered Aoyuazu, he had to ask clearly. Aoyuazu shook his head upon hearing this, sighed, and said, This is the fate of your Wandao Academy. When you reach the small wooden house of your first president, you will know. Hearing this, Wang Yan'an shook his head, but back then, my master did not break through to the reincarnation realm. Aoyuazu smiled. Your master is the only one in the Wandao Academy. In the past 13 billion years, besides the first president who reached the reincarnation realm, but no one knows. What? Wang Yan'an exclaimed. His master was in the reincarnation realm, and this fact was not recorded in the history of the Wandao Academy. Actually, it's not that your master didn't tell you. The mission of your Wandao Academy is very complex. What exactly is our mission? I can't say. If I do, it will be a big problem. The 2 reincarnation realm experts from your Eastern Alliance know, but they dare not speak. Aoyuazu shook his head. This involved the first president and the secrets of the universe, and speaking about it would attract the laws of causality. Wang Yan'an looked at Aoyuazu in despair. The answers he received from the other 2 reincarnation realm experts were the same. They couldn't say. Let me put it this way. The mission of your Wandao Academy is related to the disappearance of the ancestral dragon in Phoenix from 100 billion years ago. I can only say this much. Aoyuazu patted Wang Yan'an's shoulder. Their conversation was shielded, and others could not hear. What, are you coming to your Wandao Empire to celebrate and there's no wine to drink? Aoyuazu looked at Xian Wanbin. Please take a seat. Xian Wanbin immediately gave up his position to Aoyuazu. It was his honor to drink with such a powerful being. Aoju sat down without any hesitation, pulling Wang Yan'an to sit with him as well. Your disciple is getting married. Cheer up. Why the long face? Although Aoju didn't know what Wang Yan'an had discussed with the ancestor, he felt it must be related to the Wandao Academy. He understood Wang Yan'an. He only became this anxious when it involved the Wandao Academy. Wang Yan'an smiled. Come on, let's drink. He had also come to realize that he could never know the secret of the reincarnation realm. What puzzled him was, since his master was in the reincarnation realm, why keep it hidden? After a few of them sat down, Lin Chen led Long Yuekong to the table where Zhang Hongyuan and the others were. Old Long, what is this dragon saliva grass? It seems like senior brother is looking at it differently. Lin Chen asked along the way. According to the ancestor, this is a sacred herb by the dragon raising pool, capable of bringing the dead back to life. So precious? I can't take it, Lin Chen exclaimed. A few days ago, the system rewarded him with a wutong grass and now another dragon saliva grass. He had gathered the soul-saving treasures of both the dragon and phoenix clans, but he knew that the wutong grass was a system reward, so it must be very valuable. Although the effects of dragon saliva grass and wutong grass were different, both were life-saving sacred items and must be very precious. Especially when senior brother saw this dragon saliva grass. His expression changed. Just take it. There are dozens of these dragon saliva grasses by the dragon raising pool. You troublemaker, this thing suits you well. Long Yuekong said lightly. This item was unwanted by anyone. By the dragon raising pool. If it weren't for the ancestor saying its effects were particularly good, he would have felt embarrassed to take it out. Alright, then I'll accept it. Lin Chen nodded. Since the dragon clan's sacred place had plenty, he wouldn't refuse. Old Long, it seems like you've grown quite a bit. Is it thanks to the dragon raising pool? He looked at Long Yuekong, who was already 3 meters long, and asked curiously. It had only been 7 or 8 days, and the Dragon King had grown 2 meters. The growth rate was astonishing. Don't mention it, they grow 10 meters in a day in the dragon raising pool, and I only grew 2 meters. In 7 days. When it came to this, Long Yuekong sighed. The ancestor had also told him that his dragon body was special and required dozens of times more time than others to evolve properly. Just thinking about it left him at a loss. The ancestor had told him that he needed to evolve to 10,000 meters to take on human form. At this rate, it would take him over 10 years to succeed. It's okay, take your time. Lin Chen patted Long Yuekong's back. He guessed it was because of Long Yuekong's ancestral dragon bloodline that it required so much energy, which was why the growth was slower. By the way, Old Long, I heard the ancestor say you are a sacred dragon. Have you been promoted? Yes. Now my status in the dragon clan is second only to a few ancestors. Long Yuekong said lightly. He wasn't very interested in that, he just wanted to restore his human form as soon as possible. He wasn't used to being in a dragon body all the time. That's great. In the future, if I run into trouble, I'll come to you for help. Sure. When the time comes, I'll give you a dragon clan token and you can use it to contact me and find the dragon clan's sacred place. Hearing this, Long Yuekong became happy again. Among the people on Earth, probably only Lin Chen had the strength to go to the dragon clan's sacred place. Meow meow, you and Lin Chen need to work hard. Next time bring the child to the sacred place and I'll use the dragon raising pool to help the child wash their marrow and refine their veins. Long Yuekong looked at Wang Meow Meow beside him and joked. Grandpa Long, what are you saying? Wang Meow Meow buried her face, too shy to speak. All the acquaintances on Earth were wishing for her and Lin Chen to have children. The key is, can this just happen? Long Yuekong smiled at Wang Meow Meow. The reason he came to attend Lin Chen's wedding was not only because Lin Chen had helped him save the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, it was because he had already taken Wang Meow Meow as his god-granddaughter while at the Dragon King's residence. The three of them arrived at the table of Zhang Honyuan and the others, where the old comrades of the Earth Star gathered again, drinking joyfully. People at other banquet tables in the palace square stared wide-eyed at this scene. Lin Chen still has connections with the Dragon Clan? That old man seems to be an ancestor of the Dragon Clan, a powerful figure in the reincarnation realm. Did you see that? That's dragon saliva grass, a top-tier spiritual herb only found in the sacred grounds of the Dragon Clan. I originally thought the Pillar King was just a talented young man, but I didn't expect his background to be so formidable. I can't get close to the Pillar King now. I must build good relations with the others at that table. All the nobles whispered among themselves. The background was too intimidating. The Dragon Clan rarely intervenes in worldly affairs, but no one dares to challenge their authority. Although the Dragon Clan has few members, it is rumored that there is more than one ancestor in the reincarnation realm within their sacred grounds. Moreover, it is said that there are terrifyingly many in the Endless Realm within the Dragon Clan. The Wandao Empire has only a little over 10 in the Endless Realm, excluding the emperors from the royal ancestral lands. Yet, the Dragon Clan alone has over 100 in the Endless Realm. This is just rumor. No one knows how many dragons the Dragon Clan truly has. They say there are over 200, but who knows? Fortunately, the Dragon Clan does not concern itself with worldly matters. Otherwise, in the Northern Beast Clan, who would be the boss would still be uncertain. Meanwhile, at the table of the princes and princesses, everyone's thoughts began to turn. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan personally came to congratulate, proving that Lin Chen's relationship with the Dragon Clan was extraordinary. However, they did not move at this moment, knowing that approaching now would be counterproductive. Moreover, it was clear that among the Earth Star group, Lin Chen was the leader. Building good relations with others was useless. They had to win over Lin Chen first. Did I see that wrong? Is that the Dragon Clan? The Pillar King actually has connections with the Dragon Clan? Now the Wujidi Empire is in for a tough time. Who would have thought the Pillar King had ties to the Dragon Clan? What does that have to do with the Wujidi Empire? Don't you know about the Secret Realm competition? This time, the Pillar King will definitely participate. It's said he is not even 50 years old. The Wujudi Empire probably won't dare to assassinate the Pillar King now. Even if they have someone in the reincarnation realm, they might not withstand the Dragon Clan's wrath. In the live broadcast room, everyone was discussing Lin Chen and the Dragon Clan. The wedding was hardly mentioned anymore. Those who could attend had gone, and those who couldn't could only drool in front of the screen. Now, with the Dragon Clan making an appearance, all the focus of discussion shifted to them. At night, in the palace, after everyone had enjoyed themselves, they began to leave, and the Earth Star group returned to the Pastoral Star. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan took Long Yuekong back as well. The princes guarding the borders also returned. Lin Chen and Wang Miaomio went back to the royal residence. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Early the next morning, Lin Chen arrived at Wandao Academy. From today on, he would study cultivation-related knowledge with his teachers during the day and return to the royal residence to sleep at night. This was still Wang Yan'an's consideration, as Lin Chen had just gotten married and it would be inappropriate to separate the two. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have to stay at Wandao Academy for the next 10 years. Teacher, I have a question. I want to ask you. Go ahead. Lin Chen's studies were quite simple. Every day he took the Wandao ring and looked at the assignments Wang Yan'an gave him. If he didn't understand something, he could ask on the spot. Why is there only one type of cultivation technique? He noticed that whether on Earth Star or Wandao Star, there was only one cultivation technique, the cultivator's secret method. However, the one on Earth Star was a simplified version, while the one on Wandao Star was more detailed, covering all cultivation overviews from the Thousand June realm to the reincarnation realm. Actually, there used to be many techniques. But later on, everyone discovered that the essence of cultivation is the same path leading to different destinations. It's about comprehending the laws and cultivating the primordial energy. Those flashy techniques are actually just methods that incorporate insights into the laws. In the end, some people discovered that practicing vitality and laws separately is more convenient, and one doesn't have to stubbornly stick to a single law just because they've practiced one technique. So later, there came the secret techniques of practitioners, which specializes in cultivating vitality. And all those other chaotic techniques were refined and transformed into insights into the laws. Wang Yan'an spoke slowly. The cultivation in the past was indeed flourishing. However, as one's cultivation level increased, the drawbacks of single-method cultivation became more pronounced. Later, with the continuous improvement of cultivation methods, only the secret techniques of practitioners remained. This technique mainly focuses on cultivating vitality and offers little help with the laws. To cultivate the laws, one either relies on personal insights or learns from combat techniques. The laws within combat techniques belong to the personal insights of their creators, providing little assistance to future generations. Thus, in the end, no one practiced combat techniques anymore. Lin Chen finally understood. No wonder all humans in the universe practiced the same technique. He originally wanted to find a better technique to learn while also cultivating the flower of vitality. But after hearing Wang Yan'an say this, he immediately dismissed that thought. He glanced at the secret techniques of practitioners. Even when reaching the reincarnation realm, the growth of the flower of vitality was still extremely slow. Growing 100 units in a day would be considered good. The growth of the flower of vitality must rely on the accumulation of time. It would be better for him to directly use attribute points to increase it. After all, once the flower of vitality reaches a certain level, it will recover after consumption. Moreover, the stronger the flower of vitality, the faster it recovers. Right now, he recovers 1 point of vitality per second, and when he reaches the true self realm, he will be able to recover 10 points per second. After coming to this realization, Lin Chen began a 2.1 line life between the 10,000 Paths Academy and the Wang residence. This lifestyle continued for nearly 9 years. Because his vitality was too strong, Wang Miaomio had been unable to conceive for 8 years. It wasn't until last year, when Wang Miaomio advanced to the overturning sea realm, that she successfully became pregnant, making Wang Ziyi and his wife extremely happy. The two elders had stayed in the Wang residence for 8 years, being served daily with spiritual fruits and tea, and had not cultivated much, but now they had reached the mountain-moving realm. After reaching the mountain-moving realm, one has a lifespan of over 100 years. Wang Miaomio had been unable to conceive, which worried the elderly couple greatly. Today is the day Wang Miaomio is due to give birth. Inside the Wang residence, everyone is waiting outside Lin Chen's palace, as they have encountered a bit of trouble. They know that the little master of the Wang residence is about to be born, and this little master, who is cherished by many, is destined to be extraordinary after birth. But if something goes wrong, it would be disastrous. Although Lin Chen usually treats them well, they are still anxious, fearing that if something happens to the child, Lin Chen might blame them. So they are praying that nothing goes wrong. Lin Chen, can you stop pacing? Where has all that cultivation over the past 9 years gone? Junior brother, please stop pacing, I'm getting dizzy. The best doctors in the empire are inside. Xiao Mu, really? Don't worry, I brought the holy water from the dragon raising pool. If it comes to it, we can use dragon spittle grass. Wang Yan'an, Xian Wanbin, and Long Yuekong were trying to calm the anxious Lin Chen. Long Yuekong, had spent 7 years in the dragon raising pool and finally succeeded in transforming. As soon as he learned that Wang Miaomia was having difficulty in labor, he brought the holy water from the dragon raising pool. How can I not be anxious? It's been a whole day, and the baby still hasn't come out. Lin Chen was also very impatient at this moment. Due to his strong vitality combined with Wang Miaomia's good genes after their union, the child began to absorb spiritual energy while still in the womb. As a result, the child was now unable to be born. Lin Chen originally planned to use his vital energy to wrap the child and pull him out, but was stopped by Wang Nianen. The birth of a child is the greatest hurdle, and no external force can interfere, otherwise it would ruin the child's entire life. The moment the child emerges from the mother's womb, the innate energy will retract into the child's body, which is the best nourishment for the child. If external force is used to take the child out, the innate energy will dissipate. For an ordinary person, losing this innate energy may not have much impact, but for someone who wishes to cultivate, it would mean the destruction of their future. Inside the palace, the doctor summoned by Xian Wanbin was also sweating profusely. The amniotic fluid had already broken, but the child was trapped inside by a force, leaving them helpless. Wang Miaomiao, with her strength at the sea realm, also looked pale. Child, please come out. Daddy is waiting for you outside. You have to hold on. She glanced at her belly and felt a force restraining the child, but there was nothing she could do. If this continued, the child could very well die in the womb. Perhaps hearing Wang Miaomiao's call, the child began to struggle inside her belly. Wah, wah. Just as Wang Miaomiao was about to faint, a clear cry rang out, and she breathed a sigh of relief, slowly drifting off to sleep. The surrounding doctors also sighed in relief. If anything happened to this little ancestor today, they would all lose their heads. Outside the palace, everyone heard the cry and turned to look at the palace door. As the door slowly opened, a maid from the Wang residence emerged, holding a baby wrapped in a golden silk swaddle. Congratulations, my lord, it's a little princess. Lin Chen carefully took the swaddle from the maid's hands, looking at his daughter with closed eyes inside the swaddle. A sense of responsibility suddenly descended upon him. From this day on, he was also a father, and he had to start shouldering the responsibilities of a father. Lin Chen, give the child a name. Wang Nianen said with a smile, knowing that the offspring of strong individuals are few, partly because pregnancy is difficult, and partly because childbirth is hard. He remembered that Xian Wanbin's fourth concubine had committed suicide after her child died in the womb during childbirth. Lin Chen glanced at the heavy snow suddenly falling from the sky and murmured, "Heavenly snow falls to celebrate your birth. You shall be called Lin Shui. Is that okay?" The baby, who had been sound asleep, murmured in response to Lin Chen's words. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at the sound of the murmur. Come, Lin Chen, give me Lin Shui and I will help her wash her marrow and refine her veins. Long Yuekong took out a large earthen jar the size of a water bucket from his spatial treasure. So much. Seeing the jar filled with the sacred water from the dragon raising pool, Xian Wanbin's eyes widened. As the emperor of the Wandao Empire, he had never seen so much sacred water from the dragon clan. This stuff can wash the marrow and refine the veins, and it is simply not found outside. What's the big deal? There's plenty of this stuff in the dragon raising pool. Wang Yan'an also spoke up, having been to the sacred land of the dragon clan, so he knew just how much sacred water the dragons had. It was said to be a pool, but it was actually larger than a normal lake. If it weren't that big, the newborn dragons that hadn't transformed would never be able to enter. Dragons can easily reach thousands or even tens of thousands of meters. How could the pool not be larger? Perhaps for the dragons it was just a bathing pool, but for humans it could basically be considered a sea. Long Yuekong took the child from Lin Chen and placed her into the earthen jar. Wah, wah. As soon as she was placed inside, the water in the jar began to boil, and Lin Shui's tender white skin started to turn red. Dragon Elder, what's going on? Hearing his daughter's cries, Lin Chen felt a bit panicked. It's nothing, this is a necessary process for the dragon clan's holy water to cleanse the marrow. Little Shuer is still young, her body doesn't have too many impurities. When master took me to the dragon clan's sacred place back then, I almost died inside. Wang Yan'an said, telling Lin Chen that there was nothing serious. Although his tone was calm, he still felt a bit of fear when he recalled the events in the dragon raising pool back then. Sure enough, after a while Lin Shui stopped struggling. Supported by Long Yuekong, she even began to wiggle her legs, looking extremely comfortable. Slowly, the white holy water turned transparent. Long Yuekong carried Lin Shui out, and as if she had suddenly left the embrace of the water, Lin Shui opened her eyes. She just opened her eyes? Lin Chen looked at his daughter, somewhat incredulous. Ordinary. Babies take 2 or 3 days to open their eyes after birth, but his daughter opened her eyes just half an hour after being born? What's so surprising about that? Babies can't open their eyes because their own strength is weak, they can't do it. After being baptized by the holy water, little Shuer is almost as strong as a 7 or 8-year-old child. What's so strange about opening her eyes? Wang Yan'an said irritably, as this was not a big deal. Many beast clan cubs can run around as soon as they are born. Lin Chen held his daughter, looking at her sparkling big eyes, and smiled, saying, "This is Master Yi, this is Uncle Yi, this is Grandpa, this is Grandma, this is great-grandfather." He held Lin Shui and looked at the people around, teaching her to recognize them. Aya. Lin Shui, in Lin Chen's arms, curiously glanced at everyone and made a sound as if greeting them. Ha ha. Everyone teased Lin Shui until Wang Miaomia woke up, and then Lin Chen took Lin Shui inside. Wife, this is our daughter. I named her Lin Shui. What do you think? Lin Chen said, holding Lin Shui beside the weak Wang Miaomia. Good little Shui, you've almost tortured your mother to death. Wang Miaomia took Lin Shui and said indulgently. The recovery of strength in the sea overturning realm was also quick. A few hours later, Wang Miaomia was already able to carry Lin Shui around. Lin Chen had a meal with his master in Long Yuekong. The senior brother had left long ago, as he had a pile of official duties waiting to be handled. After a few rounds of drinks, Long Yuekong and Wang Nianan also returned. Lin Chen invited Long Yuekong to stay and play for a few days, but it was politely declined. Now his identity was special, and he couldn't linger outside for too long. Your Highness, just now many nobles sent messages saying they wanted to congratulate the little princess's birth and wanted to come to celebrate. Lu Fu saw that no one was around and immediately ran over to report. It's not just to congratulate, right? Lin Chen squinted his eyes. He could guess what these people were up to. Yes, many people want to arrange a betrothal for the little princess. Lu Fu answered. Truthfully, when Lin Chen had just gotten married, all the nobles were trying to curry favor with him because of his close relationship with the Dragon Clan. But after Lin Chen ignored them, they stopped bothering him. Now that Lin Shui was born, their thoughts were active again. Lin Chen sneered, spread the word, my daughter Lin Chen will not be engaged. After giving this instruction, he returned to the room to take care of Wang Miaomiao and Lin Shui. He knew what these nobles were thinking, especially those few princes who were sharpening their wits to get close to him. They merely wanted to gain his support to seize the initiative during the power struggle. Over at Muxing, these people were also not few. Fortunately, everyone in Muxing knew that Lin Chen did not like to get involved in such power struggles. Therefore, they also rejected the nobles who tried to win them over one by one. On Lin Chen's territory, these nobles did not dare to act recklessly. Everyone in Muxing knew that they were being courted because of Lin Chen's status. Angering Lin Chen, how would their relationship with him deteriorate? Would anyone still try to curry favor with them then? The people of Muxing knew the causal relationship behind this, so they simply did not give those nobles a chance. They completely ignored those nobles. If they wanted to befriend them, that was fine. But if they wanted to use them to get close to Lin Chen? Sorry, that's beyond their capability. Even those princes and dukes were just going through the motions. Muxing had been developing quite well recently, with Zhang Hongyuan and Master Wushan both breaking through to the Yoshu realm. Li Changqing also successfully advanced to the Poku realm, and even Ma Dahai had reached the Daohai realm. The most astonishing was Fan Juanxi, who had only been at the Daohai realm when he first arrived at Muxing, and now he was already in the Yoshu realm. Muxing now had 3 people in the Yoshu realm, hundreds in the Poku realm, and countless in the Daohai and Ishan realms. All of this was thanks to Lin Chen's vigorous promotion of cultivation. The cultivation atmosphere in Muxing was excellent, not inferior to that of some primary imperial planets. However, this was just the atmosphere. In terms of overall strength, they still had a long way to go. All of this was because of Lin Chen's high status, so the Wandao Empire paid special attention to this prince's only planet. A large amount of resources meant that the people of Muxing had more than enough to use. Everyone in Muxing, whether high officials or commoners, held great respect for Lin Chen. A statue of Lin Chen had already been erected, though he himself was unaware of it. Those people from the Western countries, upon arriving at Muxing, found it more comfortable here than on Earth. There was no worry about cultivation. Resources joining them away meant unlimited supply. Even if they didn't cultivate, they could live well by working in restaurants or doing repairs in the city. Thus, these people had completely integrated into Muxing. A year later, inside the Dongliang prince's residence, a group of servants chased after a little girl running around barefoot. Little princess, slow down. The ground is cold, let's put on shoes before we play. Little princess, there's a pond ahead, you can't go there. If you fall in, the princess will spank you. Ha ha ha. Little Jean, here I come. A group of people chased behind, while Lin Shui ran ahead, her laughter ringing like silver bells. At just 1 year old, she was already quick on her feet, and the more than 10 servants behind her dared not grab her too hard, fearing they might hurt her. Since coming to the Dongliang prince's residence, these servants had finally felt what it meant to have rights. The prince and princess, as well as the old lady and old man, had never treated them as mere servants. When the little princess fell into the pond last time, the princess did not punish them. So these servants had come to regard the residence as their own home, and they took great care of the adorable little princess. Even though they knew that if the little princess fell into the pond, it wouldn't be a big deal. The 1-year-old little princess already possessed the strength of the second stage of Qianjun, and even ordinary servants would feel pain for a long time if she bumped into them. Therefore, among the little princess's entourage, there were also 2 guards in the Daohai realm following her, just in case any dangerous situations arose. Little Shui, come back for dinner. Just as Lin Shui was about to dash into the pond, she was suspended in midair. Daddy, you're back. Hearing her father's voice, Lin Shui looked up at Lin Chen in the sky. Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone bowed in respect. After 10 years of Lin Chen's compulsory education, there was no longer the custom of kneeling at every turn in the residence. You all can disperse. I'll take little Schwer with me. Yes. Upon hearing this, all the servants dispersed, preparing for the little princess and the princess's trip to the palace in the afternoon. Daddy, I want to play a little longer. Lin Shui saw herself getting farther from the pond and noticed the cute little golden fish looking at her eagerly, pouting. No, your mother is still waiting for you to eat. In the afternoon, you still have to go to the palace with your mother to see those ants. Be good, listen. Lin Chen pulled Lin Shui close, hugging her and stroking her head as he said, but little Jean and the others will miss me. Lin Shui pointed at the little goldfish in the pond below, which were surfacing and looking at her obediently. It's okay. When you come back from the palace in the afternoon, you can play with them again. Lin Chen smiled. These little goldfish were caught by Long Yuekong, and it was said that they had a very faint trace of dragon blood in them. Long Yuekong had come again when Lin Shui was a month old and infused a trace of his ancestral dragon blood into her body. Under the dual baptism of holy water and ancestral dragon blood, Lin Shui, not yet a year old, already possessed the strength of the second stage of Xian Jun. Therefore, whenever these little goldfish sensed Lin Shui's aura, they would actively swim towards her. Lin Shui's greatest joy every day was playing with these little goldfish. They could grow alongside her and also provide her with some spiritual energy. Alright, little Jean, wait for me to come back and play with you, okay? Lin Shui waved goodbye to the little goldfish reluctantly, and they seemed to understand, making a circle of bubbles. As soon as they returned to the hall, her mother-in-law had already prepared the dishes while her father-in-law was studying which of the 2 bottles of spirit wine to drink. Over the years, they had eaten food made by her mother-in-law, and Wang Miaomio had gotten used to her cooking, not accustomed to the dishes made by the chefs of the Wang residence. Thus, the chefs of the Donglian Wang residence were the most at ease, hardly needing to cook every day. The meals for the servants were all delivered by the Wandao Financial Group as work lunches. Only occasionally would Lin Chen add a meal, and not wanting to trouble his mother-in-law, the chefs would then take action. Oh my little ancestor, where have you been playing again? You're all covered in mud. Zhang Suifang took Lin Shui from Lin Chen's arms and hurriedly took her to change clothes. Little Schwer, I tell you, if you keep being so wild, I'll spank you. Wang Miaomio said angrily upon seeing this scene. Oh, don't be so angry, it's just a child's nature. Lin Chen hugged Wang Miaomio and advised her. Just indulge her. What will you do if you end up raising a spoiled princess? Wang Miaomio glared at Lin Chen, and because Lin Chen spoiled her, this little girl had recently become more and more unruly. She even dared to climb onto the roof. Don't talk about little Schwer, when you just learned to walk, you weren't any better. At this moment, Wang Zi, who had already poured the wine, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wang Miaomio rolled her eyes. Every time she wanted to discipline her daughter, her father, who was a doting grandfather, would bring up her childhood mischief to educate her. Time to eat, time to eat. Lin Chen pulled Wang Miaomio to sit down together. Little Mu, is the secret realm competition about to start? Why are you back so early? Today? Wang Miaomio absent-mindedly ate her meal. In the past, Lin Chen would only return at night, but in the last couple of days he had been coming back every afternoon. This made Wang Miaomio wonder if Lin Chen was going to participate in the secret realm competition. She had heard Lin Chen talk about the secret realm competition before. At first, she was against it. Later, after Lin Chen repeatedly assured her, she finally agreed to let him go. After all, among the young geniuses, under 1,000 years old, her husband was the most outstanding one. Having stayed in the Wang residence for so long, she had heard so much about Lin Chen's glorious deeds that her ears had calluses. It's about to start. It will be held in the palace of the Wandao Empire in 3 days. Lin Chen nodded. The secret realm competition was indeed about to begin, so his teacher had asked him to come back every afternoon these days to relax and prepare for the battle. Wang Nianan thought he was studying cultivation theories during the day and practicing at night. In fact, he was studying heavenly materials and earthly treasures during the day and sleeping at night. What was there to cultivate? Just add a bit. It was precisely because Wang Nianan was afraid that Lin Chen would not balance work and rest that he had him return early these past few days. However, even if he hadn't returned, his knowledge reserve in the areas of cultivation basics and heavenly materials and earthly treasures was already not inferior to Wang Nianan. It was just that he had less experience in places that Wang Nianan had visited. The Wandao Empire? Wasn't it said to be in the Wuji Empire? Wang Miaomio looked at Lin Chen in confusion. It was initially said they would go to the Wuji Empire, which made her uneasy. What if the Wuji Empire lost and forcibly kept Lin Chen there? That was her biggest worry. The location was changed at the last minute, and it was proposed by the Wuji Empire. I don't know what they are up to. Lin Chen shook his head. He also didn't understand why the Wuji Empire suddenly changed the location. Logically speaking, fighting on their home turf would definitely boost morale. Now, suddenly going to the Wandao Empire, Lin Chen speculated that the Wuji Empire was afraid of losing face on Wuji Star. If the Wandao Empire challenged the Wuji Empire on their home ground and the Wuji Empire lost, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Then can we go to the palace to watch? Wang Miaomio perked up. She couldn't go to the Wuji Empire, but the palace was just around the corner. At that time, the senior brother will let you in to watch. This afternoon, the queen called you over for afternoon tea, which should be about this matter. Lin Chen nodded. His senior brother had mentioned the observation. To ensure the safety of the spectators, they would watch from the main hall, with the senior brother protecting their safety. Since the Wandao Empire had become the home ground, the teacher would be responsible for setting up the battle arena. After finishing dinner, Lin Chen was just about to play with his daughter for a while. As soon as he picked up Lin Shui, his master used energy transmission to speak to him. Come to Wandao Academy quickly. Lin Chen frowned. His master usually used the Wandao ring for communication, so why was he using energy transmission this time? And from the tone, it seemed urgent. Miaomio, the teacher, is looking for me. Lin Chen handed Lin Shui to Wang Miaomio. What does he want? I don't know. Then go early and come back early. Wang Miaomio took Lin Shui and prepared to go to the palace. Go early and come back early. Lin Shui mimicked Wang Miaomio, her voice sweet and childish. Okay. Lin Chen smiled, pinching Lin Shui's little cheek, and instantly disappeared from the Wang residence. Whoosh! Daddy is gone. Lin Shui exclaimed excitedly as she watched Lin Chen suddenly disappear. Lin Chen arrived at the teacher's small loft in Wandao Academy. At that moment, Wang Yan'an was frowning, staring at the virtual screen on the Wandao ring. Sensing that the atmosphere was off, Lin Chen quickly asked, Teacher, what's wrong? Wang Yan'an motioned for Lin Chen to sit down and then enlarged the virtual screen. You take a look. Lin Chen focused and murmured, Is this for real? It's real. This is the urgent message sent back by our high-level spy planted in the Wuji Empire. Wang Yan'an nodded, his expression serious. The law of death. Lin Chen looked at the information on the virtual screen, his brow furrowing. The virtual screen displayed information about a person. Wuan age, 324 years, origin, unknown, suspected relic inheritor, realm, early stage of the Master of Heaven realm path, law of death, suspected full comprehension, law of earth, law of darkness. Seeing this information sheet, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. Although the law of death was not a supreme law, it was one of the 8 advanced laws. The so-called 8 advanced laws are life, death, causality, fate, order, chaos, destruction, and creation. In fact, if time and space could not combine into the path of time and space, there would be no 2 supreme laws in the world. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of time and space that there were 2 supreme laws and 8 advanced laws. These 10 great paths can be said to be the strongest in the universe. Among them, destruction and creation are considered the weakest due to the constraints of cosmic space. Order and chaos are slightly stronger. The comprehenders of these 2 laws, as long as they can prevent the trapped from escaping, are basically invincible. The laws of causality and fate are more inclined towards self-preservation and predictive laws. Life and death, the 2 great paths corresponding to these laws, seem to have some connection with the soul. The law of life is manageable, using the power of life to ensure one does not die. However, only the law of death can stand against the 2 supreme laws of space and the world. The law of death is quite perverse. Once entangled with it, one basically cannot escape the fate of death. Moreover, it is rumored that the laws of life and death can also merge to form the law of life and death. However, this is merely a rumor. No one has yet comprehended the law of life and death. To comprehend even one of the 8 advanced laws is a feat of extraordinary talent. To grasp 2 completely opposing laws is even more difficult. In any case, there is no record of the law of life and death in the annals of the 10,000 Paths Academy. The 2 supreme laws of time and space control the paths to the true self realm and the eternal realm for cultivators. Comparing the number of those in the realm of heaven with the number in the true self realm, the ratio can reach 100 million to 1. It takes 100 million in the realm of heaven to produce 1 in the true self realm. From this, one can understand how difficult it is to comprehend these 2 laws. The difficulty of comprehending advanced laws is not inferior to that of the 2 supreme laws. However, because space and time control the paths of cultivators' advancement, they are referred to as supreme laws. Ancient texts from the 10,000 Paths Academy record that long ago, there were only 10 laws, with no distinction between supreme laws and advanced laws. This distinction was gradually made by later generations. However, time and space are indeed stronger in combat power than the other 8 laws. Even the path of death, which claims to be the strongest path beneath time and space, has its gaps. Lin Chen had spent 10 years at the 10,000 Paths Academy studying these matters every day, so when he saw the law of death, he immediately understood why Wang Yan'an looked troubled. He originally thought Lin Chen's success was a foregone conclusion, but unexpectedly, the law of death suddenly emerged. If it were any of the other 7 laws, it wouldn't matter, but the key is that the law of death often demands lives. Wang Yan'an is now in a difficult position, caught between a rock and a hard place. Let Lin Chen participate. This Wuan might have advanced to the realm of heaven using the law of death, and with Lin Chen's comprehension of the law of space, it would be hard to deal with. Not letting Lin Chen participate would mean handing the secret realm over to the Wuji Empire. Lin Chen, what level of comprehension do you have in the law of space now? Wang Yan'an asked the most critical question. If Lin Chen's comprehension of the law of space is high enough, they could still give it a try. 11%. Lin Chen answered truthfully he hadn't comprehended the law of space in the past 10 years and had been focusing on enhancing his vitality attributes. Sigh. It seems this time the Wuji Empire changed the venue at the last minute just to slap us in the face. Wang Yan'an sighed. With Lin Chen's comprehension of around 10%, he would not be able to defeat Wuan, who had comprehended the law of death at 100%. Going up would be like walking to his death. He had already decided not to let Lin Chen take the stage. The law of death can be managed if it can be blocked, but if it cannot be blocked, it means death. Moreover, the law of death has a particularly perverse aspect. It can ignore spatial distance. If Lin Chen could comprehend 50% of the law of space and use spatial exchange, then he wouldn't have to worry. However, with Lin Chen's 10% comprehension of the law of space, being able to use an alternate space would be impressive. But alternate space is basically useless against the law of death. Alternate space merely opens a small space within the confines of the universe, and the spatial distance does not change. If one could perform spatial exchange, switching the space they occupy with another space, the death law cannot lock onto a target, which allows one to remain invincible. You shouldn't participate. Wang Yan'an pondered for a moment and said with difficulty. Why? Lin Chen asked in confusion. Is he giving up? You understand the power of the death law. Once you are tainted by it, there is no way to resolve it without the life law. The Wuji Empire is here to slap us in the face this time, even wanting to put you to death. Otherwise, why would they suddenly change the venue? It's just to slap our faces in the Wandao Empire. Wang Yan'an said a lot in one breath. Lin Chen also understood Wang Yan'an's meaning. He was now being praised to the heavens, called the youngest prince, the number one of the younger generation, with all sorts of titles attached to him. If he loses, he will be despised by everyone in the Wandao Empire. With so many people supporting him and advocating for battle and being so glorified, if he loses, he probably won't have the face to stay in the Wandao Empire. But teacher, even if I don't participate, isn't that still slapping our faces? Lin Chen also figured out why the Wuji Empire wanted to change the battle location. Previously, they wanted to slap the Wuji Empire's face, but now the Wuji Empire wants to slap theirs. The Wuji Empire wants to use this secret realm competition to strike at the morale of the Wandao Empire. Isn't Lin Chen said to be the number one of the younger generation? Then the Wuji Empire will trample Lin Chen underfoot. Once morale is struck, the Wandao Empire is likely to falter. You can lose face and regain it, but if you lose your life, you can't bring it back. Wang Yan'an shook his head. He knew the consequences of Lin Chen not participating. But the situation was different now. Lin Chen going up might cost him his life. He was still hoping Lin Chen would break through to the reincarnation realm and unlock the secrets of the Wandao Academy. He also wanted to know where his master had gone. He had high hopes. For Lin Chen, at the age of 32, he could comprehend 11% of the Space Avenue, which was already quite monstrous. He and Wuan were only different in age. If Lin Chen were over 300 years old, he would probably have comprehended the complete Space Avenue by now. By then, even 10 Wuans wouldn't be enough to match Lin Chen. So he told Lin Chen not to participate because he had already thought of an excuse. He would just say that Lin Chen was too young and hadn't comprehended the Space Avenue enough. Wuan was over 300 years old and had nearly comprehended the death law. There was nothing shameful about it. After all, the age difference was there. No, I still want to participate. Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't think he would lose to Wuan, he just hadn't allocated his points yet. For the past 10 years, he had been consolidating himself. The system could help him grow quickly, but it also had its drawbacks. The drawback was that he was growing too fast and his temperament couldn't keep up. So for these 10 years, he had been reading a lot of books, cultivating himself and accumulating his essence. No way. It's too dangerous. Stay honestly at the Wandao Academy. Wang Yan'an shook his head and said in a tone that left no room for discussion. Teacher, if I can fully comprehend the Space Avenue, can I go? Lin Chen said with a smile. He had lived in the Wandao Empire for 10 years and was loved by its citizens. With various titles bestowed upon him, he couldn't let the people of the Wandao Empire down. Don't say fully comprehend. If you comprehend 50%, you can stand invincible and I'll let you go. Wang Yan'an snorted coldly. He thought Lin Chen had become foolish from reading too much over the years to say such things. Lin Chen's current comprehension was only 11%. Wanting to fully comprehend it in 3 days was simply impossible. He admitted that Lin Chen was quite monstrous. But even the most monstrous had their limits. What is the Space Avenue? It is the supreme path. Even he, at this moment, had not fully comprehended the Space Avenue. Still lacking a tiny bit. A spatial law, a temporal law. How many cultivators seeking immortality have been blocked by them? How many people have lingered at the threshold of the spatial law, unable to step inside, ultimately collapsing at this very threshold? Lin Chen smiled faintly. In 10 years, he had made no progress. Today, it was time to make a breakthrough. Open the system panel. Lin Chen closed his eyes, silently reciting, and looked at the familiar system panel. Although he hadn't comprehended the Great Tao in these 10 years, he had added attributes to his vitality every month. This also let his teacher know that he hadn't been slacking off at night. However, he had indeed been slacking off, it was just that the system had helped him with the cultivation of vitality. Host, Lin Chen Vitality. 442671964 Comprehension 10 Great Tao Space Essence 11% Formless Deep Level Attribute Points 3654183 with 120,000 Attribute Points. Daily he had accumulated 430 million attribute points over 10 years, all added to his vitality attribute. The remaining 3,600,000 attribute points were what he had accumulated this month. Add points 100,000 Comprehension. Lin Chen silently recited, and the absolute domain instantly unfolded. Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen's absolute domain and nodded with satisfaction. To possess such a spatial domain at over 30 years of age, Lin Chen indeed had the capital to be proud. However, the next scene completely overturned his understanding of cultivation over millions of years. An astonishing vitality suddenly emanated from Lin Chen, a profound and mysterious Tao intent radiating from him. Epiphany? Wang Yan'an furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Chen's aura. He had once entered this state himself, and it was then that he successfully comprehended the temporal law. But this state was something that could be encountered, but not sought. How could Lin Chen just enter it? However, the next scene left him utterly dumbfounded. In the absolute domain, Lin Chen slowly rose from the cushion, hovering in midair. The surrounding space began to destabilize. It twisted, compressed, rotated, and stretched. Everything in the attic was thrown into chaos by Lin Chen. The painting on the wall suddenly dashed from left to right, initially thought to be a painting traversing space. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that two walls were changing positions in space. After more than a minute, Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen, who was floating in midair, with a ghostly expression. Spatial Great Tao. The complete spatial Great Tao. He stared blankly at Lin Chen, wondering what was happening in this world. He had lived for millions of years, yet had not fully comprehended the spatial Great Tao. And this disciple before him, only 32 years old this year, had comprehended the complete version of the spatial Great Tao in less than a minute. He was certain that Lin Chen had grasped all aspects of the spatial Great Tao, because in Lin Chen's current state, he had only seen it in the reincarnation realm. This state was called void concealment. A person was right in front of you, yet had not entered another space. But you simply could not touch him or sense him. This was because Lin Chen existed in this space and did not exist in this space at the same time. Right now, Lin Chen was in the folds of countless spaces. He could appear in whichever space he wished. Even with over 90% of the spatial Great Tao, Wang Yan'an could not sense Lin Chen's presence, unless he used powerful vitality combined with the spatial law to directly crush Lin Chen's space. But this would require vitality several times stronger than Lin Chen's. Only by using vitality to mobilize the immense power of heaven and earth could he crush Lin Chen's spatial domain. Moreover, even if he crushed the space created by Lin Chen, he still could not capture Lin Chen using just the spatial law. Wherever vitality covered, Lin Chen was everywhere. This is the spatial Great Tao, one of the most unfathomable paths in the universe. To capture Lin Chen, one can only use the laws of time to trap him. Once he comprehends the complete path of space, even if he is only at the mountain-moving realm, it would be impossible for anyone to easily capture him, unless the person trying to catch him has also comprehended the complete path of space or has a sufficiently high understanding of the path of time. Suddenly, a surge of energy shot up from Lin Chen towards the sky. The realm of mastering heaven. Wang Yan'an murmured, still unable to react from the earlier shock, but he quickly responded, covering the energy above Lin Chen's head with one hand, creating the illusion that he was teaching Lin Chen. Now, Lin Chen had fully comprehended the path of space, and it couldn't be revealed. This was simply too monstrous. Moreover, he wanted to give the Wuji Empire a big surprise. The complete law of death was indeed powerful, but in the face of the complete law of space, it was not even worthy of carrying shoes. After a long while, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth all converged towards him. Is this the realm of mastering heaven? Lin Chen felt the energy of heaven and earth, which was far stronger than his own vitality energy. The moment he comprehended the path of space, he understood the significance of the realm of mastering heaven. Using the complete power of the laws, in conjunction with vitality, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth in the universe. With the support of the power of heaven and earth, the realm of laws would become very solid, and it would be impossible to destroy his realm of laws with just vitality. Unless the opponent used a power of heaven and earth dozens of times stronger than his, it might be possible to make his realm of laws ineffective. However, the law of space was different from other laws. Even if the realm of laws became ineffective, he could still use vitality to hide in the countless layers of space, remaining invincible. In fact, the realm of mastering heaven is about being able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, making the power of the laws even stronger. But this was of no use to Lin Chen, as his law of space was already very strong. Teacher, if I comprehend the law of time now, can I become the reincarnation realm? Lin Chen asked, looking at his somewhat dazed teacher. Wang Nianen came back to his senses, carefully examining Lin Chen, and found nothing unusual. He sighed. Indeed, people are infuriating. He was in his tens of millions of years, living like a dog. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Lin Chen waved his hand. Wang Nianen pushed Lin Chen's hand away and said irritably, what are you daydreaming about? You haven't even found your true self, and you want to comprehend the path of time? Even if you comprehend the path of time, you still need to merge the path of time with the path of space. Lin Chen chuckled, just joking, don't take it seriously. He knew that Wang Nianen must have been shocked by him, which is why he interrupted his thoughts. He certainly knew that to comprehend the great paths of the world, one must first find their true self. Without the support of the power of the true self, it is easy to lose oneself in the path of time. Moreover, after comprehending the paths of time and space, they must be merged to successfully advance to the reincarnation realm. The infinite realm can also merge the paths of time and space, but it is incomplete. Lin Chen planned to directly comprehend the complete path of time, then successfully merge it with the complete path of time and space, directly advancing from eternity to reincarnation. There are only 3 days until the war begins, and now comprehending the true self will definitely be too late. You should familiarize yourself with the path of space more after you go back these days. Wang Nianen was quite frustrated by Lin Chen, who kept wanting to comprehend the path of time. So, he directly issued an eviction order. Teacher, can I participate in the competition now? Lin Chen said with a grin. Don't give me that silly grin. Hurry up and get lost. Wang Nianen said irritably, this brat was getting too bold. Asking such a question was just teasing him, right? At first, he didn't let him participate because he was afraid he would die. Now, not letting him participate was probably because he had lost his mind. Don't be anxious. How about we give the Wuji Empire another surprise? What do you mean? Wang Nianen did not understand Lin Chen's words. He only saw Lin Chen studying a pot of newly sprouted flowers. What the hell? Wang Nianen looked at Lin Chen's actions, confused about what he was doing. However, the moment Lin Chen closed his eyes, Wang Nianen suddenly understood. No way. Again? The Tao is your father? You say enlightenment. And you just get it? Millions of years of cultivation were thrown out of his mind in that instant. That profound and mysterious Tao intent radiated from Lin Chen's body. Soon, a rich life force emanated from Lin Chen. Wang Nianen saw the small green plant he had planted growing at a crazy speed. He immediately threw the pot of small green plant out. If he didn't, the plant would break through the roof. A minute later, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and a mass of green energy suddenly burst forth from his hand. Wang Nianen stared at this mass of green energy in shock. Although he had achieved immortality, he felt that if he received this green energy, he could return to his youthful state. Even after achieving immortality, the passage of time would still leave marks on him. Without reaching the reincarnation realm, there was no possibility of regaining youth. The incomplete laws of time only prevented time from affecting him. However, wanting to reverse his body's aging without complete laws of time was impossible. Yet Lin Chen's life energy could restore a person's life foundation to its youthful state. Is this the law of life? Lin Chen felt the green energy in his hand. He felt that even without comprehending the laws of time, he could live for a long time now. As long as the law of life was with him, he could replenish his lost life energy at any time. However, this replenishment of life energy had certain limitations. It could not resist the erosion of time, and ultimately, one would still die. It was just that, having comprehended the law of life, aging would not come so easily. When Lin Chen infused the energy generated by the law of life into the vitality flower, he realized why the law of life could not grant immortality. After the vitality flower absorbed this life energy, the vitality value in the system panel did not increase. Originally, Lin Chen planned to use this method to fill the vitality flower so he wouldn't need to use attribute points to restore vitality. However, the vitality flower did not absorb this life energy. After absorbing it, it would immediately dissipate. As long as the vitality flower was not damaged, the energy produced by the law of life would not remain in the vitality flower. This energy could only repair the vitality flower but could not restore the vitality lost by it. The reason people die is that, with the passage of time, the essence of their bodies dissipates. The vitality flower is a place that stores the essence, energy, and spirit of the human body. The aging of the vitality flower can be repaired, but when it truly withers, the law of life is powerless. The energy of the law of life can repair the vitality flower and slow down its withering speed. However, it cannot keep the vitality flower in its peak state because the law of life cannot resist the erosion of the law of time. Unless one comprehends the law of time, time can no longer affect the vitality flower. At that time, using the law of life could slowly restore the vitality flower to its peak. If injured or subjected to external forces, the law of life is a good means of healing. The law of life can restore through life energy, but it depends on the severity of the injury. If the injury is too severe, the recovery time will be long. As long as it is not a fatal blow, the law of life can basically save it. The law of life. Truly amazing. Wang Yan'an looked at the life energy in Lin Chen's hand with envious eyes. This life energy is scattered in every corner of the universe, but without comprehending the law of life, one cannot mobilize this energy at all. The little green plant just now absorbed some life energy, which is why it grew wildly. However, that little green plant has also reached its peak. All life begins absorbing life energy from the moment it is born. It's just that some absorb it quickly and grow quickly, while others absorb it slowly and grow slowly. The little green plant belongs to the type that absorbs particularly slowly. However, every organism has a limit to how much life energy it can absorb. Once it reaches that critical point, life energy can no longer promote growth. Teacher, do you think this surprise is enough? Lin Chen controlled the life energy with the laws of life, making it leap around him. Wang Yan'an smiled. You brat. You're really a freak. He no longer called Lin Chen a prodigy. The term didn't do him justice. At this rate, I almost don't want you to participate in the secret realm competition. If you keep this up, once you find your true self and comprehend the laws of time, you could directly advance to the reincarnation realm. Wang Yan'an looked at Lin Chen. A freak like him probably had never existed in the entire history of the universe. In the later stages of cultivation, it was all about comprehension and time. Living longer made it okay to have slightly less comprehension. But someone like Lin Chen, who could autonomously enter a state of enlightenment, was likely one of a kind in the universe. Wang Yan'an felt his head buzzing. It was absurd. It was absurd to the point of being ridiculous. Lin Chen, listen carefully. When searching for your true self, you must choose the one that makes your heart flutter at first sight. If you choose a true self that contradicts your initial feeling, you might go astray when comprehending the laws of time. Wang Yan'an knew that his disciple was about to take off. With the ability to enter a state of enlightenment at will, comprehending the laws of time was just a matter of time. Don't worry. Teacher, I understand. Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't planning to search for his true self right now. Finding one's true self in infinite space was a tedious and time-consuming task. If done quickly, it could take 1 or 2 years. If slowly, it might take hundreds of years. He had read many books about finding one's true self and knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He had to find a true self that satisfied him. This way, the power of the true self wouldn't dissipate when faced with the pressure of the laws of time. The true self and eternity were two significant thresholds. Breaking through them meant immortality. If one fell, there would be no future. Just know that. You can go back now. With your current state, I don't need to worry about you. Wang Yan'an waved his hand. He felt quite defeated, as if his millions of years of age had been wasted. He knew that Lin Chen's cultivation had been steadily rising over the past 10 years. However, he could feel that Lin Chen's power of the laws hadn't improved. He originally thought Lin Chen had run out of talent, but it turned out he had been narrow-minded. In one day, comprehending a supreme law and a high-level law, such a thing had actually happened right before his eyes. He had always wondered why Lin Chen hadn't actively sought to comprehend the laws over the years and had only focused on reading. He had urged Lin Chen before, but Lin Chen always said he hadn't settled enough. Now he finally understood. With the confidence to enter a state of enlightenment at any time. If it were him, he wouldn't be in a hurry either. Moreover, after 10 years of settling, Lin Chen hadn't focused on improving his strength. In these 10 years, his temperament had changed significantly. He had become steady, unfathomable, and ethereal. Wang Yan'an was also relieved that he hadn't forced Lin Chen to cultivate. Teachers at the Myriad Paths Academy only impart knowledge and resolve doubts. They wouldn't force their disciples to cultivate according to their own ideas. Teacher, then I'll head back first. I won't be coming for the next few days. Lin Chen bid farewell to Wang Yan'an with cupped hands, his figure slowly disappearing without a trace of spatial fluctuation. Sigh. People can drive you crazy, and goods are meant to be discarded. Wang Yan'an watched Lin Chen vanish inside. At this moment, he could no longer capture any trace of Lin Chen's departure. This is the difference between the complete laws of space and the incomplete laws of space. Many beings in the endless realm are stuck at the threshold of the reincarnation realm for a lifetime, unable to step forward. It is precisely because the last bit of the great Tao of time and the great Tao of space is too difficult to comprehend. Think of Wang Yan'an, who was raised by his master since childhood, born with the 7 absolute veins, and blessed by the sacred water of the dragon clan. He crushed his peers all the way, only having been beaten by that wild dragon, Aoju. Yet he has been stuck at the peak of the endless realm for 20 million years, unable to take a single step further. And then think of Aoju, who was already in the eternal realm when he beat him back then. Now he has reached the peak of the endless realm, yet Aoju has also not broken through to the reincarnation realm. Those in the endless realm stuck at this stage carry a pain in their hearts that only they know. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Lin Chen did not enter seclusion to contemplate how to utilize the 2 great Daos. Instead, he opened the system panel, comprehended the 2 great Daos, and consumed nearly 200 million of his vitality points. It pained him greatly. This cup was not worth it at all. Host, Lin Chen. Vitality 251671964. Comprehension 10. Great Das, Great Tao of Space, Great Tao of Life, Wushang, Deep Level, Attribute Points 3484183. After comprehending the complete Great Tao, the system would directly display a certain Great Tao, and the progress in parentheses would disappear. In fact, comprehending just the Great Tao of Space would have been sufficient. However, to show off in front of his teacher, he forcibly comprehended the Great Tao of Life. This Great Tao of Life does not enhance combat power at all, it is purely an auxiliary type of Tao. The only benefit is that it can counter the Great Tao of Death. To show off, he lost 100 million vitality points, and Lin Chen's heart was bleeding. However, the laws of life are not completely useless. In case someone gets seriously injured, it can still be very useful. If he runs out of money in the future, he can set up a stall and become a divine doctor. But this vitality will gradually recover on its own, and he needs to save the attribute points for now. He must wait for his vitality to return to its previous state before he can allocate points again. Otherwise, the attribute points added now will be treated as recovered vitality and will not increase the upper limit of vitality. Currently, his vitality flower recovers autonomously, regaining 5 points of vitality per second, which amounts to 57 million vitality in 32 hours a day. The 200 million vitality deficit will be nearly restored in just over a year. Seeing Lin Chen suddenly appear, Wang Miaomia was momentarily stunned. She was just about to take Lin Shui to the palace. "Why are you back so soon?" Wang Miaomia asked, puzzled, as Lin Chen used to be gone for several hours, but today he returned in less than half an hour. "Nothing, Major, my teacher just talked to me about the rules of the competition. I'll be at home to accompany you and the child for the next few days, to avoid worrying Wang." Miao, Lin Chen did not mention the matter of the Great Tao of Death. After all, there was no need to worry now. Beneath eternity, he was invincible. Moreover, ordinary beings in the eternal realm do not have enough comprehension of the Great Tao of Time and cannot possibly catch him. It is said that space is easy to find, but time is hard to seek. However, time is a derivative of space. Space is the foundation of the universe. All matter in the universe relies on space to exist. Hence, the saying, "Time is revered, space is king." Time is revered because it is a derivative of space, governing the only quantitative change within space. Therefore, to a certain extent, time can suppress the laws of space. But that is based on the other party's deep understanding of the way of time. Only then can they possibly suppress the complete laws of space. Otherwise, it is all just empty talk. And if one has a deep understanding of time, they basically have a similar understanding of the way of space. Because without sufficient support from the way of space, it is difficult to comprehend the way of time. Such individuals are generally existences in the late stage of the endless realm. Lin Chen does not believe that a person who is 1,000 years old can become endless realm. There would be no need to fight. Surrendering directly would be better. Lin Chen asks himself, even with the system's help, it would take him decades to reach the endless realm. Of course, the speed of time depends on when the true self is found. As long as he finds the true self, he can quickly comprehend the way of time. At that time, all he needs to do is merge the way of time with the way of space to comprehend the true top-level path of the universe, the time-space path. This way, he can directly transcend the endless realm and become a reincarnation realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Eastern Alliance. The fusion of the way of time and the way of space is difficult for others, but for him, it is too simple. With a little enlightenment, everything is resolved. For the next 3 days, Lin Chen stayed with Wang Miaomia and Lin Shui. 3 days later, the highly anticipated secret realm competition officially began. This battle attracted the attention of everyone from the two advanced empires, because it relates to the resource issues of the two empires for the next 10,000 years. A secret realm can ensure that an empire does not lack spiritual herbs for the next 10,000 years. Pills are an indispensable part of cultivation, and to refine enough pills, relying solely on the empire's own production of spiritual herbs is far from enough. Therefore, these two secret realms have always been the focus of contention among the 4 empires of the Eastern Alliance. The Spirit Domain Empire's spirit race, unable to use pills, has a low demand for secret realms. Moreover, since they already occupy a secret realm exclusive to the spirit race, they feel embarrassed to compete again. Although the Spirit Domain Empire is the strongest among the 5 empires, they also fear provoking public anger and being besieged by the other 4 empires. That day, early in the morning, the area outside the palace was crowded with media personnel. Although they could not enter the palace, capturing the contestants entering was still a significant highlight. Inside the palace, the arena had long been set up. In the center of the square, a thin layer of metallic material was laid out. The metallic material was square, with a white jade pillar at each corner. This metallic material is called energy-devouring gold, which can absorb most of the energy impact. The white jade pillars at the 4 corners form a formation called the 4 Absolute Formation, which can isolate all attacking energy within the formation. The combination of these 2 sets of items is today's arena. The official staff had already captured the arena in the center of the palace through 8 virtual devices. They had arrived early at the palace to start the live broadcast. Since the contestants had not yet entered, they could only introduce the venue first. At noon, sunlight poured into the palace, shining brightly. The sunlight at this time was the most comfortable. It was not glaring but full of vitality. At this moment, the palace was already crowded. The invited guests had taken their seats. "Shuer, have you seen Daddy?" Xian Wanbin, on the platform in front of the palace hall, held Lin Shui and pointed to Lin Chen on the left side of the arena. "Master Uncle, I see Daddy," Lin Shui shouted excitedly. "Ha ha, let's cheer for your daddy together. Daddy, go for it." Lin Shui waved her hands excitedly. Lin Chen heard Lin Shui's call and waved back at her, smiling. This little girl is really having a great time. Xian Wanbin also laughed heartily and handed Lin Shui to Wang. "Miao Miao." He stood up and said towards the arena, "The battle for the secret realm begins now, with the Wandao Empire facing the Wujie Empire." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongxian immediately responded, "Both sides' contestants, please enter the arena." Xian Wanbin only announced the start of the battle. The subsequent proceedings would require him, the chief steward of the palace, to handle. As the participants from the Wandao Empire and the Wujie Empire entered the arena, Wang Yan'an stood between the two sides. The projection devices around the palace began to display relevant information about the contestants above everyone's heads. Upon seeing the projection above the Wujie Empire, Xian Wanbin snorted coldly. He and his teacher had long been aware of Wu Wen's situation in the Wujie Empire. Initially, he intended to advise Lin Chen not to participate, but his teacher told him to rest easy. Since Wang Yan'an had made such a statement, it proved that Lin Chen had means to evade the laws of death, so he no longer worried. Otherwise, he would have considered giving up on this secret realm battle. He glanced at the leisurely Emperor Yi Haodian of the Wujie Empire not far away and muttered to himself, "Do you think the law of death is that impressive? Just wait and see." In the center of the arena, Lin Chen looked at the three from the Wujie Empire, narrowing his eyes. All three were at the Master of Heaven realm, and breaking through to this level at the age of 1000 could be considered the pinnacle of genius for an empire. From left to right, the first was the 18th prince of the Wujie Empire, Yi Daoming, who was 765 years old this year. According to the information provided by his teacher, Yi Daoming possessed mid-level Master of Heaven strength and was suspected of mastering the Five Elements Law. The Five Elements Law is an advanced law that encompasses the five elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing for a comprehensive use of all five laws. Although the Five Elements Law is not a high-level law, it ranks among the top laws in terms of balance in attack, defense, and concealment. Standing in the middle was Zhang Feiyu, a core disciple of the Wujie Academy, who was 989 years old this year, just at the age limit for participating in the battle. Although the Wujie Academy was not as famous as the Wandao Academy, it was still the best cultivation academy in the Wujie Empire, and its disciples were not lacking. Zhang Feiyu also had mid-level Master of Heaven strength, but his understanding of the law was quite ordinary. According to intelligence reports, Zhang Feiyu had only comprehended the most basic earth law, which belongs to the most common elemental laws. On the far right stood Wuan, who had comprehended the law of death, and he was the weakest among the three. He only had early-stage Master of Heaven strength, but he was the strongest. The information about these participants from the Wujie Empire had been thoroughly investigated by spies placed by the Wandao Empire in their country. Some information might be inaccurate, but it should be largely correct. On the Wandao Empire's side, aside from Lin Chen's accurate information, the other two's details should also have been mostly uncovered. After all, every country would place spies and others to gather first-hand information for emergencies. However, Lin Chen's information was likely beyond the reach of these spies. His comprehension of the space law and life law had only occurred 3 days ago, and he had not interacted with anyone else. He had not revealed these two laws. Most importantly, he had been with his teacher at the Wandao Academy, making it impossible for those spies to find any leads. Currently, the only public information about Lin Chen was that he had advanced to the Master of Heaven realm, and no one knew any other details. No one knew how he had advanced to the Master of Heaven realm. However, no one believed that Lin Chen had advanced using the space law. Mastering the complete space law in the Yoshu realm seemed like a joke to everyone. Lin Chen could tell from Wuan's gaze that the Wujie Empire did not know his detailed information, because Wuan was looking at him with a strange expression, clearly confident in his assessment of Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen look at him, Wuan made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lin Chen. He clearly knew that his information had been leaked. However, he didn't care, because according to the reports from the spies placed by the Wujie Empire in the Wandao Empire, Lin Chen had not made significant progress in the laws of space. The news they received was that a few days ago, Xian Wanbin had even told Lin Chen not to participate in the secret realm competition. This was clearly the Wandao Empire, knowing that he had comprehended the law of death and did not want Lin Chen to die. But 3 days ago, the spies suddenly reported that Lin Chen had participated in the secret realm competition again and had even advanced to the realm of Zhangtian. According to the speculation of the Wujie Empire, Lin Chen might have found a way to deal with the law of death. However, Wuan did not believe it. He did not believe that Lin Chen could comprehend the complete laws of life and space in just 3 days. Only these two laws could firmly suppress his law of death. In the end, the think tank of the Wujidi Empire speculated that Lin Chen might have participated in the secret realm competition out of helplessness, not wanting to be despised by the citizens of the Wandao Empire. Seeing Wu Wen's gesture, Lin Chen avoided Wu Wen's gaze, appearing somewhat flustered. Wu Wen squinted his eyes, looking at Lin Chen with a gloomy expression, murmuring, "Wait until I step on you, and you better not beg for mercy. The number one genius of the Wandao Empire. I hope you can bring me a bit of joy." Lin Chen looked at the other two participants beside him. The other two participants from the Wandao Empire were the 19th Princess Xian Xianling, the youngest daughter of Xian Wanbin, who was also 870 years old this year. Xian Xianling was currently in the mid-stage of Zhengtian, with strength comparable to Yi Daoming, and her comprehended law was also the law of yin and yang, not weaker than Yi Daoming. The other was Li Wanjin, the young leader of the Wandao Alliance, the youngest son of the leader of the Wandao Alliance, Li Changming. He was also the most talented among all of Li Changming's children. At 430 years old, he had already reached the mid-stage of Zhengtian and had comprehended the advanced law of chaos. If it weren't for Lin Chen's sudden emergence, he would be the number one genius of the Wandao Empire. In fact, from the perspective of visible strength, the Wandao Empire was somewhat stronger than the Wujidi Empire. Xian Xianling and Yi Daoming were evenly matched. Li Wanjin could suppress Jiang Feiyu, and Lin Chen was even hailed as the number one genius of the Wandao Empire. Although Wu Wen's information was unclear, no one thought he could defeat Lin Chen. What does that Wu Wen mean? Is he disrespecting the Pillar King? Does he want to die? Daring to provoke the Pillar King? The Pillar King is a peerless genius who has comprehended the law of space. If he dares to provoke the Pillar King, he must have something up his sleeve. What nonsense is the one upstairs talking about? What law can compare to the law of space? The 8 advanced laws? If he had comprehended the 8 advanced laws, he would have been famous in the Wujidi Empire long ago. How could he remain unknown? Among the 8 advanced laws, only the law of death can somewhat contend with the law of space. Don't say, he really seems to have that possibility. In the live broadcast room of the Wandao Empire, the citizens were discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room of the Wujidi Empire was also bustling with activity. Who is this Wu Wen? Why? Have I never heard of him before? Yeah. Why let him take the stage? Wouldn't it be better to let the 19th princess, who has comprehended the law of nature, go instead? Who knows? Maybe this Wu Wen has comprehended some incredible law. The emperor arranged it this way, there must be a reason for it. No matter what law it is, I feel like the Wujidi Empire has no chance this time. That Lin Chen has already grasped the essence of the law of space. It's too monstrous. A bunch of useless people, boosting others' ambitions while destroying their own prestige. Meanwhile, Yi Haotian, who was with Xian Wanbin, looked at the arena with a smile, appearing confident of victory. He looked at Xian Wanbin and said softly, "Do you think it's just the path of death? If I don't reveal the information, would you know that Wu Wen has comprehended the laws of death? Although I don't know what confidence Lin Chen has in facing the laws of death, even if you have a plan, you are bound to lose." Upon hearing this, Xian Wanbin frowned and looked at Yi Haoming. "What do you mean?" Yi Haotian smiled mysteriously. "It means nothing. You'll know as you watch." Xian Wanbin felt a stir in his heart. What advanced laws had Wu Wen comprehended? Otherwise, Yi Haotian wouldn't dare to provoke him so openly. He knew that the path of death Wu Wen had was intentionally revealed by Yi Haotian, and he even doubted whether it was true, because this Wu Wen had suddenly appeared with no clear background. Although Lin Chen also appeared suddenly, at least there was a trace to follow. This Wu Wen seemed to have materialized out of thin air in the Wujidi Empire, with no effective information to obtain. However, since Wu An's information was released by Yi Haotian, he had to believe it, whether he wanted to or not. The battle for the secret realm officially begins. With Wang Zhengxian's loud call, the combatants on both sides retreated to the edge of the arena. "Please have the first contestant from both sides come to the stage." As soon as the words fell, Xian Qianling flew onto the stage, standing in the center. On the side of the Wujidi Empire, contrary to everyone's expectations, they thought they would send out the weakest Jiang Feiyu. However, the first to battle was Yi Daoming. What does this mean? Jiang Feiyu only comprehended the laws of earth. Why isn't he the first to go up? Yeah, the 18th prince has comprehended the laws of the 5 elements. How can he be the first to go up? Is the emperor giving up? In the live broadcast room of the Wujidi Empire, all the citizens were confused by this move. Jiang Feiyu's strength was the weakest. Why not let him go up first to wear down the opponent's strength? 19th princess, go for it. Use your yin-yang laws to crush his 5-element laws. According to the information, Jiang Feiyu is the weakest in the Wujidi Empire, and Wu An's strength is unknown. How could the Wujidi Empire arrange this? Yeah, even if Wu An has a trump card, Jiang Feiyu's information is very transparent. What tricks is the Wujidi Empire playing? In the live broadcast room of the Wandao Empire, everyone was also puzzled by the Wujidi Empire's operation. After the two entered the stage, Wang Nianin waved his hand, and the white pillars in the 4 corners emitted dazzling light. Then a semi-transparent cube suddenly appeared, enveloping the arena inside. The battle ends when you fall out of the 4 absolute formation. That will be a loss. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Wang Yan'an disappeared into the 4 absolute formation. At the moment he vanished, Xian Shenling suddenly struck, and a black and white energy instantly filled the entire 4 absolute formation. Yi Daoming was also unceremonious, suddenly radiating 5 colors of light: red, yellow, white, black, and green. The colorless light began to push back the black and white energy. Wow! Starting off with a big move. The 19th princess's yin-yang laws can't completely suppress the 5-element laws? Yi Daoming's 5-element laws are not weak to begin with. At the moment the two clashed, others in the palace watched in amazement. Yin and Yang unite. Xian Shenling looked at the 5-colored spiritual light on Yi Daoming and let out a cold snort. The black and white energy in the 4 absolute formation quickly merged, forming a gray energy. The 4 absolute formation seemed unable to withstand the impact of this energy, starting to shake and crackle. Seeing this situation, Wang Yan'an pressed down with his hand, and the 4 absolute formation stabilized. Instantly, 5 elements unite. Yi Daoming felt the gray energy had a powerful corrosive effect, and the colorless spiritual light on him began to spin wildly. The 5-colored spiritual light slowly merged together, and a multicolored light began to chase the gray energy within the 4 absolute formation. Humph! You want to devour my yin-yang laws? Your 5 elements laws are probably not enough. Xian Shenling snorted coldly, clasped her hands together, and shouted, "Transform yin and yang." The originally gray energy quickly turned into black and white, and the black and white colors began to rotate within the 4 absolute formation, directly breaking down Yi Daoming's multicolored light. I concede. At the moment the 5-colored spiritual light was decomposed by the black and white energy, Yi Daoming directly admitted defeat. His 5 elements laws had been broken, and there was no need to continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already pulled out of the 4 absolute formation by Wang Yan'an. Xian Shenling also dispersed the yin-yang laws within the formation. Take a 5-minute break, Wang Yan'an said. Sigh. The 18th prince's 5 elements laws are still lacking. The 5 elements laws are originally derived from the yin-yang laws, so they definitely can't win. I think this time in the secret realm competition, the emperor has given up. It's just a formality. In the live broadcast room of the Wujidi Empire, there was a chorus of wails, all believing that the Wujidi Empire was finished. The main reason was that with Lin Chen, this mountain pressing down, there really wasn't much they could do. Who among them could comprehend the spatial laws in the Sea of Collapse realm? We won. The first round was easily taken. I feel like we don't even need the Pillar King to make a move. The 19th princess can handle it alone. Don't be careless. The Wujidi Empire changing the battlefield must have a purpose. Who cares about their purpose? The Wandao Empire will definitely win. In the official live broadcast room of the Wandao Empire, however, there was a chorus of cheers. Wuan looked at Yi Daoming, who had returned to the ranks, and comforted him. It's okay, I'm here. I'll make them understand what cruelty is. Yi Daoming nodded. He knew that Wuan had comprehended the laws of death. If the Wandao Empire didn't have a way to deal with the laws of death, all 3 of them would die at his hands. 5 minutes passed quickly. Please have the second contestant from the Wujidi Empire come to the stage. As Wang Yan'an's voice fell, the second contestant from the Wujidi Empire surprised everyone again. Wuan leaped onto the stage. Seeing Wuan on the stage, everyone in the palace looked puzzled. They all knew that Wuan was the trump card of the Wujidi Empire, rumored to have comprehended the laws of death, but what was going on? Zhang Feiyu didn't come out but instead sent out the trump card? Xian Wanbin looked at the leisurely Yi Haotian beside him, feeling a very bad premonition in his heart. Lin Chen also frowned. Wasn't this Wuan the trump card of the Wujidi Empire? Could it be that the Wujidi Empire was so confident in Wuan? Did they think he could sweep away all 3 of them alone? But the fact that he could fight already indicated that the Wujidi Empire believed he wasn't afraid of the laws of death. Did the Wujidi Empire think he was just bluffing? Was Zhang Feiyu the biggest trump card? What other laws could be more powerful than the laws of death? He didn't sense any aura of spatial laws from Zhang Feiyu. Zhang Feiyu was also at the celestial realm. It was impossible for him to have comprehended the laws of time. What's going on? Lin Chen murmured softly. He really couldn't understand the Wujidi Empire's operation. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Wuan was the trump card? Why send a trump card to the stage? Is Zhang Feiyu just a bystander? Can this Wuan sweep the Wandao Empire? What kind of arrangement is this from the emperor? I don't understand. In the live broadcast room of the Wujidi Empire, everyone was confused. They increasingly couldn't comprehend this operation. What's going on with the Wujidi Empire? They sent out the strongest Yi Daoming in the first match, and now they send out a suspected trump card in the second? Keeping the weakest Zhang Feiyu for last, is this planning for Wuan to concede directly after losing? The Wujidi Empire can't really be scared by the Pillar King, right? Have you given up resisting? The audience in the livestream of the Myriad Path Empire couldn't comprehend the manipulation of the Wujie Empire. The battle begins. With a command from Wang Yan'an, the four absolute formation rose again. Yin and Yang reversal. Knowing that Wuan might have comprehended the law of death, Xin Shenling immediately unleashed a powerful move. The black and white energy spun wildly, and the space within the four absolute formation was reversed up and down. Death follows the wind. Wuan snorted coldly, and a dark red energy instantly enveloped Xin Shenling's black and white energy. The once vibrant black and white energy vanished without a trace, wrapped in the dark red energy. A breath of death permeated the four absolute formation, and the dark red energy emitted eerie fluctuations, with strands of black material seeping out. I concede. Xin Shenling immediately called out, and Wang Yan'an pulled him out. Wuan looked at Xin Shenling, who was already outside the four absolute formation, and coldly snorted, "You ran fast. Rest for 5 minutes." Wang Yan'an looked at Wuan, pursed his lips, and said loudly. Wuan had completely comprehended the law of death. It seemed he had grasped the complete law of death and advanced to the celestial realm. But right now, Wang Yan'an didn't care about Wuan because Lin Chen could deal with him. Wang Yan'an's gaze locked onto Zhang Feiyu. He felt that this young man, who stood silently, was a bit strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd. Psychological warfare? Yi Haotian knows there's no hope and is deliberately leading us to think Zhang Feiyu is strong? He speculated whether Yi Haotian was intentionally making them feel Zhang Feiyu was peculiar. Wang Yan'an murmured, then denied it. They had Lin Chen as a trump card. Yi Haotian should know that creating such meaningless suspense was futile. Wow, it really is the law of death. And it seems to be the complete version. No wonder the Emperor sits confidently in the observation platform. It turns out this Wuan is truly a trump card. This is going to be a direct showdown, no more acting. With the complete law of death, that Lin Chen is doomed. In the live stream of the Wujie Empire, everyone was in a frenzy. Suddenly, the situation reversed, and the Myriad Path Empire's livestream was filled with wails. Is it really the law of death? Who was the crow's mouth that said that just now? The complete law of death. Can the Pillar King withstand it? If the Pillar King can fight, he should have a countermeasure. Yeah, the Emperor should have investigated this Wuan thoroughly by now. Who knows? Without at least 50% comprehension of the Space Tao, one can't possibly win. Can the Pillar King do it? In the live stream of the Myriad Path Empire, everyone was pessimistic. No one expected their speculation to come true. This Wuan truly comprehended the law of death, and it was the complete law of death. Wuan stood on the arena and did not step down. Lin Chen, I've heard you're the #1 genius of the Myriad Path Empire. Today, let me see just how talented you are. He looked at Lin Chen with a strange smile and then made a throat-cutting gesture towards him. Lin Chen ignored him and focused his gaze on Zhang Feiyu. What was the significance of the Wujie Empire arranging this? Was it simply to engage in psychological warfare? That Zhang Feiyu had been standing there with his eyes closed, pretending? This Wuan really knows how to act. Comprehending the law of death is quite impressive. Exactly, if the Pillar King were at his age, he could knock him out. In the live stream of the Myriad Path Empire, seeing Wuan's provocative actions, some began to speak up for Lin Chen. They say the Pillar King is the #1 genius of the Myriad Path Empire. It seems that's not the case. What Pillar King? He's just a kid who happened to grasp a bit of the space law. Some people voice their grievances while others sing of decline. Some just can't stand to see others do better than them. Shut your mouth. Li Wanchuan's chaos law is also one of the 8 great laws. Maybe it won't even require Don Liangwang to take the stage. Are you crazy? Li Wanchuan's chaos law isn't even complete. How can he compete against Wuan, who has comprehended the complete death law? In the live broadcast room of the Myriad Path Empire, 2 factions began to form and argue. The 5-minute time is up. Please have the second contestant from the Myriad Path Empire take the stage. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Li Wanchuan stood up, and Lin Chen whispered in his ear, just go up and mess around a bit, then admit defeat. It's not good to get entangled with the death law. I know. Li Wanchuan nodded. With his incomplete chaos law, he couldn't possibly be Wu An's opponent. But he couldn't just not go up. It would be bad for his reputation to show fear before the battle. Start. As soon as Li Wanchuan stepped onto the stage, Wang Yan'an announced the start. Chaos Kingdom. Li Wanchuan shouted loudly, launching his ultimate move right away. Within the 4 absolute formation, everything became distorted, as if rules had vanished. Wuan seemed to be affected as well, momentarily falling silent. After a while, a dark red light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Li Wanchuan and murmured, chaos law. It really has some substance. Just now, he had been drawn into chaos by the chaos law and almost lost himself. In the end, the death law activated on its own, allowing him to break free from the chaos. I concede. Seeing Wuan awaken from the chaos, Li Wanchuan didn't give him a chance to strike back and directly admitted defeat. He had done his best. With his level of understanding of the chaos law, making Wuan lose himself for a brief moment was already his limit. The death law, being the most terrifying of the 8 great advanced laws, was indeed quite perverse. If he had fully comprehended the chaos path, he might have been able to put up a fight. But right now, he was still quite far from that. Rest for 5 minutes. Wang Yan'an pulled Li Wanchuan off the stage, not giving Wuan a chance to use the death law. Wuan squinted his eyes, feeling a bit displeased, and coldly snorted, "Humph. Coward." He had been thinking of killing someone to establish his authority, but unexpectedly, the people of the Myriad Path Empire didn't confront him head-on, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. He turned his gaze to Lin Chen, now only hoping that this Lin Chen wouldn't let him down. He hoped he wouldn't just go up, wave around a bit, and then concede. What? He conceded just like that? Wasn't Li Wanchuan hailed as the #1 genius of the Myriad Path Empire before Lin Chen showed up? So weak? Wuan didn't even use his full strength, and he conceded. Ha ha, afraid of death. Once entangled with the death law, no one can save you except the life law. The Myriad Path Empire can't do anything either. It seems Wuan is really going to sweep through the Myriad Path Empire. No wonder. The Emperor arranged it this way. It turns out Wuan really has the strength. That Lin Chen probably doesn't dare to take the stage. The people of the Infinite Void Empire began to boast about Wuan, belittling Li Wanchuan and Lin Chen. Sigh. Can't win. The death law is too perverse. Don Lianwan probably won't take the stage. His understanding of the space law seems quite low. He can't win. Even if he can't win, he has to go up. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Myriad Path Empire. If we lose, for the next 10,000 years, the Myriad Path Empire will have to tighten its belt to get by. The people of the Myriad Path Empire also began to sing of decline for Lin Chen. Now, no one had any faith in Lin Chen. Li Wanchuan, who had comprehended 50 to 60% of the chaos law, had already lost. What could Lin Chen, who had only grasped a little bit of the space law, use to win? Lin Chen was indeed talented, but after all, his age was a factor. He was still a bit too young. If calculated by age ratio, he was still considered a minor compared to Wuan. 5 minutes are up. Please have the third contestant from the Wandao Empire take the stage. Wang Yan'an glanced at Lin Chen and gave him a look. Lin Chen understood the meaning conveyed through his teacher's gaze and nodded, deciding not to reveal the spatial laws for now. He slowly walked up to the arena, neither teleporting nor flying. The Pillar King is on stage. Why is he walking? Is he scared? It's over. The Pillar King might really not have confidence. In the Wandao Empire's live broadcast room, the audience watched the slow-moving Lin Chen and couldn't help but feel worried. Lin Chen was the last trump card of the Wandao Empire, having comprehended the supreme spatial laws and was the most favored before the match. But now, aside from Wuan, who had comprehended the law of death, everything had become uncertain. Why walk so slowly? Trying to buy time? Exactly. If you can't win, just admit defeat. The audience in the Wujie Empire's official live broadcast room was frantically criticizing him. What's wrong? Are you scared? I've heard your spatial laws are even more powerful than the true self-realm. Let me see just how powerful you really are. Wuan looked at the slowly moving Lin Chen and said mockingly. Lin Chen stepped onto the arena and coldly replied, I just want to decide how to end your life. Ha ha, I await your performance. Wuan laughed maniacally. Is the Pillar King a bit too confident? The opponent is a peerless genius who has comprehended the complete law of death. I don't know, maybe the Pillar King can really handle the law of death? In the palace, all the nobles began to discuss among themselves. Facing a monster who had comprehended the law of death, the Pillar King remained so calm, it was impossible not to have some trump card. Moreover, they noticed the Emperor's expression, which didn't seem overly worried. Can the Pillar King really deal with the law of death? Has his spatial law improved? I don't understand. Let's see what happens. The audience in the Wandao Empire's live broadcast room was stunned by Lin Chen's words and the nonchalant tone he used. What a show-off. I don't believe a man in his 30s can comprehend the complete spatial Tao. Just bragging. The secret realm is definitely ours in the Wujie Empire. The audience in the Wujie Empire's live broadcast room was all sighing, saying Lin Chen was too much of a show-off. Begin. Wang Yan'an raised his hand to reset the 4 absolute formation. The moment the formation rose, Wuan's expression changed, becoming brutal and bloodthirsty. Death domain. Wuan shouted, and the dark red energy on his body instantly filled the entire 4 absolute formation. Strange black gas corroded the barriers of the 4 absolute formation. The barriers began to crack the moment they came into contact with the law of death. Suppress. Seeing this, Wang Yan'an pressed down with both hands, and a layer of white flowing light appeared on the barriers of the 4 absolute formation. This layer of white light firmly blocked the law of death inside. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was instantly engulfed by the black energy. Is the law of death as strong? The Equality King actually needs to use the law of time to suppress it. The Pillar King is probably done for. Why not admit defeat? The Pillar King is still so young. What? Does being young matter? Now the Pillar King is being roasted over a fire. If he admits defeat, how much public pressure will he face? In the Wandao Empire's live broadcast room, everyone had already given up resisting. The law of death was too monstrous, requiring Wang Yan'an to use the law of time to suppress it. Ha ha, what a so-called genius of the Wandao Empire facing the law of death. There's only one way out. I don't understand. Clearly can't win yet still goes up to die. Does the Wandao Empire not cherish this genius? Look at Lin Chen, not even moving, can't even use the spatial law. Ha ha, he must be dead already. In the live broadcast room of the Infinite Empire, the citizens of the Infinite Empire had already begun to celebrate. However, only Yi Haotian, who was on the observation platform, frowned. The law of life. He looked at the calm Xian Wanbin beside him. To comprehend the law of life in such a short time, your Wandao Empire's #1 genius truly lives up to the name. At this moment, Xian Wanbin had just learned that Lin Chen had comprehended the law of life, and he smiled slightly. You're flattering me. You're flattering me. It was only now that he understood why the teacher was so at ease letting his junior brother participate in the competition. Although the lethality of the law of death was second only to the law of space, the natural nemesis of the law of death was the law of life. The news that Wuan had comprehended the law of death had come back 4 days ago, and he never expected that Lin Chen had actually comprehended the law of life. He didn't know when this abnormal junior brother had comprehended the law of life. If he had comprehended it earlier, it could only be said that he was exceptionally gifted. Having comprehended the supreme law and a high-level law, his talent was truly monstrous. If it was that the junior brother knew Wuan had comprehended the law of death and had specifically comprehended the law of life in these past few days, then it could not be said to be exceptional talent, but rather that he was the reincarnation of the son of the great Tao. Ha ha, what #1 genius of the Wandao Empire? Trash. Wuan laughed loudly as he looked at the motionless Lin Chen. At this moment, he still did not realize that something was wrong. He thought Lin Chen was resisting the erosion of the law of death and could not move at all. Swish! A crisp sound rang out within the 4 absolute formation. What? Wuan exclaimed, thinking that Lin Chen had already lost his ability to resist, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen took out a black knife from the Wandao ring. I've made up my mind, I'll use the first combat skill I learned to kill you. Lin Chen held the Qinghai knife, stroking its blade. The Qinghai knife had already been reforged by him, and since comprehending the law of space, he had rarely used it. The moment he took out the Qinghai knife, he could feel the excitement emanating from it. At this moment, the weight of the Qinghai knife would change with the fluctuations of his vitality, a special property created by adding many unique materials. The blade had also become incredibly hard. Without using the power of the laws, just pure vitality could easily cleave a small planet. Impossible, you are entangled by the law of death. How could you be completely fine? Wuan could not sense any spatial fluctuations from Lin Chen. He knew that Lin Chen absolutely could not use the law of space to isolate the law of death. I said the Pillar King should not fear the law of death, otherwise he wouldn't have come to the stage. The Infinite Empire is trying to steal a chicken but ends up losing the rice. But there are no spatial fluctuations on the Pillar King. What has he done to not be affected by the law of death? Could it be the law of life? It is said that the law of life is the natural nemesis of the law of death. It really is the case. Even a little comprehension of the law of life won't fear the law of death. No way. Comprehending the supreme law and then comprehending a high-level law? Even movies wouldn't dare to portray it like this. In the live broadcast room of the Wandao Empire, everyone was exclaiming. Lin Chen's performance was truly unbelievable. Everyone knew the terror of the law of death. Once entangled, it was basically a dead end. But Lin Chen did nothing and could actually remain unaffected by the law of death. Everyone was discussing fervently. Some said he had mastered the law of space, while others said he had comprehended the law of life. There were all kinds of opinions, but the tense atmosphere had dissipated. Impossible, how could the law of death be ineffective against Lin Chen? Lin Chen is cheating. He must have a treasure of the laws blocking the law of death. Nonsense, the emperor is right there in the stands. If Lin Chen used a treasure of the laws, would the emperor not say a word? That's right. The battle for the secret realm does not allow the use of rule treasures. If the death rule is ineffective, then isn't Wuan doomed? In the live broadcast room of the Infinite Empire, it had already erupted into chaos. Just a second ago, they had been pouring in their hopes, and the next second they fell from heaven to hell. Life rule. Wuan manipulated the death rule, discovering that the death rule had already entered Lin Chen's body but had no effect. There is only one explanation for this situation. Lin Chen comprehended the life rule. The space rule can only isolate the death rule. It cannot counteract the erosion of the death rule. Only the life rule can render the death rule ineffective. The reason the life rule is the nemesis of the death rule is that it masters life energy. With life energy in the body, no matter how much the death rule will not erode Lin Chen's vitality flower. Even a rudimentary understanding of the life rule is completely unafraid of the complete death rule. This is an innate restraint, a law of the universe, unsolvable. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out you have comprehended the life rule. But can your space rule break through the limitations of my death rule? You can't kill me. It can only be a draw. According to the rules of the competition, we still have 2 people left and you only have 1. You can't win. Wuan snorted coldly. Originally, he intended to step on Lin Chen to rise to power, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to have comprehended the life rule. However, even so, he felt it was enough. Achieving a draw with Lin Chen would win victory for the Infinite Empire, and he would definitely be heavily cultivated upon returning. He did not believe that Lin Chen's space rule could kill him. It was a suppression of rule completeness. The space rule is different from the life rule. The space rule does not have an innate suppression over the death rule. Lin Chen's space rule could not break through his death rule. In the end, it could only be considered a draw. Who said I want to use the space rule to kill you? You aren't worthy. Lin Chen waved the Qinghai knife in his hand, instantly charging towards Wu's wind-entangling blade. Technique. He moved like an all-pervasive wind, wielding the Qinghai knife. You think you can kill me with such a low-level combat skill? You must be dreaming. Death. Shield. Wu snorted coldly. Black energy gathered around him, forming a protective layer on his surface. The reason he was not afraid of Lin Chen's space rule was because of the death shield. Everyone only knew that the death rule had the strongest killing ability in the world. No one knew that the defensive power of the death rule was also exceptional. Using the death rule for protection, ordinary rules could not get close at all, unless it was a supreme rule or a high-level rule with a very high comprehension level. He was certain that Lin Chen's comprehension of the space rule was definitely not high, otherwise Lin Chen would have used the space rule long ago. Lin Chen's Qinghai knife struck against the energy protection of the death rule, and all attacks were completely blocked. Useless. Without the help of rules, your knife cannot break through my death shield. Give up. Wu laughed loudly, thinking that trying to kill him with such physical attacks was simply a daydream. The Pillar King has really comprehended the life rule. Truly a monster. An unparalleled great monster. What use is a monster? If he can't break through Wu's death shield now, it's still a loss. Alas. What a pity. Give the Pillar King a few hundred more years, and the Infinite Empire wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. In the live broadcast room of the 10,000 Dao Empire, everyone was lamenting. Without a rule of equal height to the death rule, they simply couldn't break the death shield. Moreover, the comprehension level of the rule couldn't be too low, otherwise it would be useless. Ha ha, if I'm not mistaken, we have one, right? No wonder the Emperor arranged it this way. The citizens in the live broadcast room of the Infinite Empire felt like they were on a roller coaster, going up and down. It was so thrilling. They understood at this moment why the Emperor arranged for the seemingly trump card Wu to be the second to take the stage. As long as there was no deep understanding of high-level laws and supreme laws, Wu was an invincible existence. According to the rules of the contest, the Wujie Empire would win. Humph. Who says that without the power of laws, one can't kill? Lin Chen snorted coldly, and the Qinghai knife in his hand suddenly burst forth with a red glow. Ah! Wu let out a miserable scream. The Qinghai knife cut through the protective layer formed by the death law and heavily struck his arm. Impossible! Wu shouted, fleeing from his current position, clutching the wound on his left arm. He clearly felt no power of laws, yet his arm was cut open by that black long knife. The wound was deep, even revealing the stark white bones inside. However, before he could react, Lin Chen appeared strangely behind him. Ah! Another scream echoed. Wuxian Law. Wu looked at Lin Chen, unable to believe it. A person only 32 years old, not even a tenth of his age, had comprehended 3 types of laws: one supreme law, one high-level law, and one particularly difficult to comprehend hidden law. What a monstrous talent! Even with the Wuxian Law, it shouldn't be able to break my death protective shield. Your knife has a problem, Wu said, looking at the Qinghai knife that flickered with red light, his expression grave. The calmness he had at the beginning was completely gone. You guessed it right. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He had sealed a trace of dragon blood within the Qinghai knife, and those red glows were the dragon blood he had activated. This trace of dragon blood was given to him by the Dragon King, who originally intended for him to use it for body refinement. However, Lin Chen found that the dragon blood had no effect on him, so he placed it in the Qinghai knife. The dragon blood had the effect of suppressing laws, and after the Dragon King's ancestral dragon bloodline awakened, the blood suppression of laws became even more pronounced. Originally, the dragon blood would be used up, but Lin Chen discovered that as long as he wrapped the dragon blood in life energy, it would not dissipate. This way, he could freely squander the dragon blood, using its properties to kill Wu. Moreover, his teacher had given him a look, indicating that he should not expose the space law, suggesting that there was something wrong with that Zhang Feiyu. So, he did not plan to reveal the space law. He wanted to see what tricks the Wujie Empire was up to. It's dragon blood. Your knife has dragon blood on it. Wu also reacted at this moment. The only thing that could suppress laws seemed to be the legendary dragon blood. Furthermore, Lin Chen's relationship with the Dragon Clan was well known throughout the entire Eastern Alliance. Therefore, it was not surprising that Lin Chen had dragon blood. On the stands, Yi Haotian squinted at Lin Chen and murmured, "Humph. Just relying on the Dragon Clan." Xian Wanbin, with keen ears, retorted, "If you have the ability, go get some dragon blood yourself and see if the Dragon Clan will find you." Yi Haotian rolled his eyes. He didn't want to die too quickly. Was dragon blood that easy to obtain? The Dragon Clan could sense dragon blood from afar, no matter how far away it was. Who would dare to use dragon blood that was not granted by the Dragon Clan? The life Law continuously nurtures the dragon blood, keeping it from dissipating. Truly a match made in heaven, Xian Wanbin murmured as he looked at Lin Chen. This dragon blood was only useful in Lin Chen's hands. In anyone else's hands, it would only last for 2 seconds. Life energy could recharge the dragon blood, preventing it from dissipating. This meant that Lin Chen had a knife that could ignore the power of laws. Even the dragon clan would not dare to play like this. Dragon blood only had this ability when it erupted. No matter how much dragon blood a dragon had, it wouldn't dare to play like Lin Chen did. Roar! So it's dragon blood. Wuan is doomed if he doesn't admit defeat. The Pillar King is mighty. Now the Wujie Empire's plans have fallen through. Secret Realm, we of the Myriad Dao Empire have accepted it. In the live broadcast room of the Myriad Dao Empire, everyone cheered with joy. With the Secret Realm, life in the Myriad Dao Empire would be much better. Dragon blood? Isn't that cheating? What? Cheating? Dragon blood doesn't belong to the treasures of the laws. The key is, can Lin Chen's dragon blood be used up? Where did he get so much dragon blood? Even if he has a good relationship with the dragon clan, they can't possibly give him this much dragon blood. Yeah, as long as Wuan can hold out until Lin Chen's dragon blood is used up, there's still a chance. What chance? Lin Chen has the lifelong nurturing dragon blood. The dragon blood will never dissipate. Ah, isn't that the end? Is there only Zhang Feiyu left? Zhang Feiyu isn't bad, after all. He is a core disciple of the Wujin Academy, just that his laws aren't strong. In the live broadcast room of the Wujin Empire, everyone was worried. If Wuan were to lose, with Zhang Feiyu's abilities, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Lin Chen. Now they could only pray that Wu and still had some hidden cards left. Otherwise, the Secret Realm would really be out of reach for the Wujin Empire. Over the years, the Wujin Empire had not lost the right to use the Secret Realm many times, so they could always suppress the Myriad Dao Empire, second only to the Spirit Domain Empire. For over a billion years, they had only lost a few thousand times, and all to the Myriad Dao Empire. The Wujin Empire had never lost to the Lanyun Empire or the Anyang Empire. Historically, in the battles for the Secret Realm between the Myriad Dao Empire and the Wujin Empire, the Myriad Dao Empire had only won a few thousand times. However, the battles for the Secret Realm between the Wujin Empire and the Myriad Dao Empire had occurred tens of thousands of times. The Myriad Dao Empire's winning rate was only 1 in 10. The Myriad Dao Empire could only suppress the Lanyun Empire and the Anyang Empire. Because the Myriad Dao Empire had a Myriad Dao Academy, which occasionally produced a super genius, but the Wujin Empire had a reincarnation realm, so in terms of cultivating geniuses, it was not inferior to the Myriad Dao Academy. Moreover, the more times the Secret Realm was obtained, the more resources there were. The more resources, the stronger the empire, and the more geniuses there would be. With more geniuses, the chances of obtaining the Secret Realm would increase. This is a virtuous cycle. The strong become stronger, and the weak become weaker. Ah! The sounds of brutal cries echoed continuously within the four. Absolute formation. Wuan was still thinking of resisting, but the death energy kept drilling into Lin Chen's body. However, it was useless. Lin Chen was completely unaffected. That black knife seemed to be entangled with him, leaving dozens of cuts on his body every second. Lin Chen was not in a hurry, just scraping him with the Qinghai knife. Somewhat like slow slicing. I admit defeat. After holding on for 10 seconds, Wuan shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled out of the four absolute formation by Wang Yinan. If he didn't admit defeat, he would be skinned alive by Lin Chen, one slice at a time. Now his entire right arm was left with nothing but stark white bones. It looked like a pig's leg that had been stripped of meat by a butcher, with not a trace of flesh or blood on it. This hand was the one he used to gesture the throat-cutting motion. Wuan knew that Lin Chen was teaching him a lesson. He looked at Lin Chen with a venomous gaze but was helpless. His heart was willing, but his strength was insufficient. He couldn't defeat Lin Chen. He had indeed underestimated him. Lin Chen, who had comprehended the life law, was not someone he could deal with. How arrogant he had been at the start, now he was just as embarrassed. Rest for 5 minutes. After pulling Wuan aside, Wang Yinan announced, "The Pillar King is mighty. Now the Wujin Empire's trump card is gone. That Zhang Feiyu probably won't dare to take the stage. This is truly rare. The winning rate of the Wujin Empire against the Myriad Dao Empire is 10 to 1, but unexpectedly, the Wujin Empire was so well prepared this time, and now it's all over." The audience in the live broadcast room of the Myriad Dao Empire had already begun to celebrate. They believed that Zhang Feiyu would no longer be able to take the stage. Among the 3 contestants of the Wujin Empire, the weakest was indeed Zhang Feiyu. Facing the strongest Lin Chen of the Wandao Empire, how can Zhang Feiyu win? Fool Wuan, what trump card? Nonsense. If you can't even defeat him after comprehending the laws of death, what's the point? This time, it's truly a huge embarrassment. Originally, it was held in the Wujie Empire. Even if I lost, I would have accepted it. But now, it has turned into running over to the Wandao Empire to get beaten. Sigh. I can't watch anymore, it's frustrating. The cultivation resources are probably going to increase in price. Within the Wujie Empire, everyone was cursing Wuan. Instead, not many were blaming Jiang Feiyu and Yi Daoming because it was a fact that these two couldn't defeat Lin Chen. However, Wuan had stirred their hopes and then shattered them. Therefore, everyone's anger was directed at Wuan. If Lin Chen were to lose, the result would likely be the same. Wuan returned to the team, lowering his head in shame as he said to Yi Daoming, 18th Prince, I lost. The plan has failed. Yi Daoming instead smiled and said, your mission has been accomplished. Wuan looked at Yi Daoming in confusion. What do you mean? Yi Daoming patted his shoulder. Do you think Father Emperor sent you out second for no reason? Isn't it because I comprehended the laws of death? Even if Lin Chen has a countermeasure, as long as his comprehension of the spatial laws isn't high, I can still avoid defeat. This way, we can win through the rules. Wuan expressed his understanding. That is part of the goal, but what if you lost? Do you think Father Emperor wouldn't have a backup plan? Yi Daoming looked at Jiang Feiyu and smiled mysteriously. You mean, Jiang Feiyu is the biggest trump card? Yi Daoming took out a bottle of medicine from the Wandao ring. Your task is to force Lin Chen's trump card out. Let's see what trump card Lin Chen has to counter your laws of death. It seems it's not the spatial laws. So, your mission has been accomplished. This bottle of medicine is a flesh growth pill. Take it and rest well. The rest is up to him. Yi Daoming tossed the medicine bottle to Wuan, then looked at Jiang Feiyu, who had his eyes tightly closed beside him. Wuan took the medicine bottle, looking at Jiang Feiyu with some confusion. During the time he spent with Jiang Feiyu, he rarely heard him speak. He thought Jiang Feiyu was just there to fill the numbers, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the biggest trump card. In the stands, Xian Wanbin looked at the calm Yi Haotian, his brows furrowed. Now that Wuan had failed, but there was not a trace of anger or worry on Yi Haotian's face. He then looked at Jiang Feiyu beside the arena. It seemed this person really had issues. No need to look anymore. Jiang Feiyu is indeed our trump card, and also the surprise I gave you. If Lin Chen is just this, I advise you to concede. Otherwise, the Wandao Empire might really lose a super genius. Yi Haotian saw Xian Wanbin's movements and said softly beside him, what do you mean? After hearing this, Xian Wanbin suddenly had a very bad premonition. It means nothing, just a reminder. This Lin Chen's talent is truly high. He might really become a reincarnation realm expert in the future. I just don't want to see such a genius fall. After all, the Eastern Alliance is not doing well right now. As part of the human camp, I don't want to kill such a future top combat power for a secret realm. Yi Haotian said lightly, speaking nothing but the truth. Right now, the Eastern Alliance and the Southern Alliance were clashing fiercely, and the two elders of the reincarnation realm were under immense pressure. Lin Chen was the most talented young person he had seen in recent years. Lin Chen was very likely to become a reincarnation realm expert and would become a significant force for the Eastern Alliance. Although the Wujie Empire and the Wandao Empire were at odds, that was an internal matter of the Eastern Alliance. If the Eastern Alliance collapses, what will happen to the Wujie Empire and the Wandao Empire? Although the 5 advanced empires of the Eastern Alliance are not harmonious, they can still unite against external forces. Xian Wanbin furrowed his brows and thought he understood the meaning behind Yi Haotian's words. However, asking him to withdraw Lin Chen now would likely cause instability within the Wandao Empire. The citizens of the Empire all believe that the Wandao Empire is bound to win because they do not know that Jiang Feiyu is the trump card of the Wujie Empire. You said Lin Chen is a genius, so why do you still think he will lose to Jiang Feiyu? Lin Chen possesses the laws of space and life. It won't be easy for him to die. After thinking it over, Xian Wanbin still did not let Lin Chen withdraw from the competition. What if Yi Haotian was just trying to scare him? That would be a huge loss. None of the emperors of the 5 empires are simple-minded, and Yi Haotian is notoriously cunning. Now that we've reached this point, how to choose is up to you. Yi Haotian spread his hands. The words had been said, and whether to believe them was Xian Wanbin's business. He could not give up the Wujie Empire's development over the past 10,000 years for a genius from the Wandao Empire. Although Lin Chen could grow to the reincarnation realm, that would only benefit the Wandao Empire and not the Wujie Empire. Even if Lin Chen could become the top combat power of the Eastern Alliance, it would simultaneously hinder the Wujie Empire. He persuaded Xian Wanbin simply because he felt Lin Chen indeed had talent. Nothing more. He did not believe Lin Chen could defeat Jiang Feiyu, who was the only successful experiment of the Wujie Empire in nearly 100 million years. 5 minutes are up. Please have the third contestant from the Wujie Empire come to the stage. Wang Yan'an announced, keeping track of time. Lin Chen had already stood on the stage. Early, he looked at Wuan, whose right arm had already grown flesh, and then glanced at Jiang Feiyu, who was still with his eyes closed beside him. Jiang Feiyu opened his eyes, and Lin Chen saw a pair of lifeless eyes. They were vacant, as if devoid of consciousness. Please have the third contestant from the Wujie Empire come to the stage. If you do not come up, you will be disqualified. Wang Yan'an frowned as he looked at Jiang Feiyu, who was standing still. He always felt something was off about Jiang Feiyu, but after checking with his vital energy, he found nothing unusual. Just admit defeat. This Jiang Feiyu clearly doesn't dare to go on stage. Can't we just announce that we've won? The weakest combat power wants to defeat the Pillar King? In the Wandao Empire's live broadcast room, some people had already started to jeer. What are you stalling for? If you can't win, just admit defeat, tighten your belts, 10,000 years will pass quickly. Yeah, don't dawdle here, it's embarrassing for our Wujidi Empire. In the Wujidi Empire's live broadcast room, there were also complaints. They had no hope for Zhang Feiyu. When Wang Yan'an issued the second warning, Zhang Feiyu finally moved. His eyes regained clarity, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly flew up to the stage. Damn, he dares to go up? Is he crazy? What do you know? This is called losing people but not losing the battle. Even if he loses, at least he has fought. This way, he can take less blame when he returns to the Wandao Empire. In the Wandao Empire's live broadcast room, everyone was stunned to see Zhang Feiyu take the stage. In such a hopeless situation, what was the point of going up? Not bad, at least he's not a coward. If he loses, it doesn't matter. The Wandao Academy will produce some geniuses every so often, even without the reincarnation realm. That's true, losing isn't shameful. The Wandao Academy is the top academy of the Eastern Alliance. We've managed to suppress the Wandao Empire for so many years, that's already quite good. In the Wujidi Empire's live broadcast room, all the citizens of the Wujidi Empire also came to terms with it. Losing once doesn't matter. The Wujidi Empire has lost before. The 10,000 Paths Empire has the 10,000 Paths Academy, and it's normal for the Wujie Empire to lose. As long as they don't lose to the Anyang Empire and the Lanyun Empire, it can be accepted. After all, they have lost to the 10,000 Paths Empire before. The 10,000 Paths Empire indeed has the strength to cultivate geniuses. Start. Upon seeing Zhang Feiyu take the stage, Wang Yan'an became uneasy. After Wang Yan'an announced the start, both Lin Chen and Zhang Feiyu remained still. Zhang Feiyu smiled mysteriously and said, Lin Chen, you are truly a genius. You could even be called a monster. In the entire Eastern Alliance, and even the whole universe, there is no genius like you. At such a young age, you comprehend 3 laws. Oh, no, it should be 4 laws, and one of them is the law that allows you to advance to the Master of Heaven realm. Leave now, and you can still live. He believed Lin Chen had a 4th law, the one that Lin Chen fully mastered when he advanced to the Master of Heaven realm. Because Lin Chen's spatial law had not been revealed, it was obvious that his comprehension was not high enough to defeat Wu'an's death law. This was also the reason why Wu'an was sent out second. They wanted to see Lin Chen's comprehension of the spatial law. If Lin Chen's comprehension of the spatial law was high enough, Zhang Feiyu wouldn't need to take the stage. He couldn't possibly win. Conversely, it didn't matter if Zhang Feiyu exposed himself. After all, nearly 1 billion years of effort from the Wujie Empire had only produced him. As for Lin Chen's other 2 laws, one was the law of life, which was not very useful in battle. He guessed that Lin Chen's law of life was probably just comprehended recently, perhaps to deal with Wu'an's death law, and was unintentionally grasped. The other was the formless law, which was also not very useful in battle, and it was clear that he had not yet comprehended the essence of the Great Path. Therefore, Zhang Feiyu speculated that Lin Chen had a 4th law. However, as long as it wasn't the spatial law, it didn't matter. Lin Chen squinted, looking at Zhang Feiyu. He felt that Zhang Feiyu was very strange. At the beginning, he had his eyes closed, then his eyes were vacant, and later, in an instant, he regained clarity. It felt a bit like a puppet, but the secret realm competition did not allow the use of puppets in battle. Have you thought it through? Zhang Feiyu raised an eyebrow and asked. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. I'm here, aren't I? He snorted coldly. With the complete spatial law in hand, he wasn't afraid of an ordinary endless realm. Would he be afraid of a Master of Heaven? If that's the case, don't blame me. Zhang Feiyu's gaze turned cold, but he made no move. Suddenly, the space around him began to distort, slowly extending to the entire 4 absolute formation. The distorted space began to rotate, and a small black hole formed in an instant. Time devour! Zhang Feiyu shouted, and the 4 absolute formation shattered. In an instant, Wang Yan'an didn't even have time to react. Damn, the time law. Impossible, a Master of Heaven who hasn't even found their true self, how could they comprehend the time law? But this is the time law. Devouring space, creating a time vortex. In the palace, everyone stood up at that moment. Even Xian Wanbin stood up. The time law. And the level of comprehension is not low. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that a Master of Heaven had comprehended nearly 40% of the time law. Without the power of the true self, how could he maintain his consciousness in the time law and not be confused by time? It's still not too late to leave. Once you're pulled into the time vortex, if you haven't comprehended the time law, it will be very difficult to get out. Zhang Feiyu controlled the size of the vortex, looking at Lin Chen, and said. Lin Chen squinted, feeling the pulling force from the vortex. It was a force that did not belong to spatial power. This force came from outside space but could devour space. Only the time law could achieve this. By using the time law to erase the time within this space would cease to exist. The time law. So, that's how it is. He looked at the increasingly strong gravitational pull around the vortex and murmured, Lin Chen, quickly admit defeat. Xian Wanbing shouted loudly from the observation platform. The law of time was not something Lin Chen could handle. Once he fell into the time vortex, even the reincarnation realm would find it difficult to save him. Damn, I can't be seeing this wrong. Is this the law of time? It should be. Didn't you see the emperor made King Dongliang admit defeat? What the hell? How can someone in the Master of Heaven realm grasp a law of time? This is simply absurd. Is there really such a thing? I've never heard of it. King Dongliang, hurry up and admit defeat. The law of time is not something you can deal with. In the live broadcast room of the Wandao Empire, some people were already starting to worry about Lin Chen. Who would have thought that the Wuji Empire had such a trump card? Originally, they thought that Wuan, who had comprehended the law of death, was the biggest trump card of the Wuji Empire. Unexpectedly, there was still a Jiang Feiyu who had comprehended the law of time hidden behind. At this moment, they no longer cared about winning or losing. Saving Lin Chen was the most important thing. God knows what kind of monster Jiang Feiyu was, a master of heaven realm who actually comprehended the law of time. If the Wuji Empire won this time, they couldn't blame Lin Chen. Damn, the law of time. Is this Jiang Feiyu? What the hell is this? Could it be that the Empire has mastered the secret of grasping the law of time without needing to advance to the true self realm? No need to worry about losing oneself in time? Doesn't that mean that one can achieve immortality without comprehending the law of space? In the live broadcast room of the Wuji Empire, no one was discussing winning or losing. Discussing winning or losing was meaningless now. Lin Chen couldn't possibly win. The law of time inherently suppressed the law of space to a certain extent, although not as harshly as the law of life suppressed the law of death. But the fact was that Lin Chen's comprehension of the law of space was not high to begin with. Now, all their attention was on Jiang Feiyu, who could comprehend the law of time without advancing to the true self realm. This meant that if they wanted to achieve immortality, they had one less hurdle of the law of space. Big senior brother, don't worry, he can't kill me. Lin Chen heard Xian Wanbin's response and smiled faintly. Wang Nianan also waved his hand at Xian Wanbin, signaling him to calm down. He had thought that Jiang Feiyu had comprehended some incredible combination law, but it turned out to be the law of time. Now he was completely unconcerned. With Jiang Feiyu's law of time, it was impossible for him to harm Lin Chen. He had thought Jiang Feiyu had comprehended the combination law of the law of life and the law of death, the law of life and death, or the combination law of the law of creation and the law of destruction, the law of cycles. There were also the combination laws of the law of causality and the law of fate, the law of truth, or the combination laws of the law of order and the law of chaos, the law of balance. Such combination laws could suppress the law of space to a certain extent, even if their comprehension was incomplete. Because these combination laws belonged to the laws of creation, they were much more powerful than a single law. Just like the laws of time and space, which are actually a type of creation law. The laws of life and death, the laws of cycles, the laws of truth, the laws of balance, and the laws of time and space, these are the 5 great creation laws. It is rumored that comprehending the 5 great creation laws would allow one to create the world, but no one has ever succeeded. A law of time and space in the reincarnation realm has already stopped many people in their tracks. Not to mention that one must also comprehend the other 4 creation laws and then merge the 5 creation laws. Rumors are ultimately just rumors, it is simply impossible. Seeing Wang Nianan's transmission to him, Xian Wanbin felt a bit dizzy, not understanding what his junior brother and teacher were doing. Could it be that his junior brother had completed his comprehension of the law of space? What a big mouth. Jiang Feiyu said coldly, having comprehended the law of time, Lin Chen actually didn't take him seriously. In that case, you shall die. With a thought, Jiang Feiyu made the time vortex expand instantly, swallowing Lin Chen. Ah! Wang Miaomio looked at Lin Chen, disappearing, and screamed in fright. She covered Lin Shua's eyes, not daring to let her daughter see this scene. Xiao Mu, Dongliang Wang, seeing Lin Chen being swallowed by the law of time, all the nobles of the Wandao Empire exclaimed. Lin Chen's loss was too unjust. Comprehending the law of time at the celestial realm was inherently unreasonable. Such things do happen. However, they are extremely rare occurrences, not a matter of talent. Elder Wang, can you announce the result now? Looking at Lin Chen, being engulfed by the time vortex, Jiang Feiyu said, "What are you in such a hurry for?" Wang Yan'an looked at Jiang Feiyu with a half-smile. Jiang Feiyu's heart sank, and a familiar voice came from behind him. Yeah, what are you in such a hurry for? Wow! The palace erupted in commotion. Lin Chen had not died and had appeared behind Jiang Feiyu. Complete spatial law, void concealment. Damn, damn, damn. Some people were so excited they couldn't speak. Even the usually well-mannered dukes were cursing. At 32, he comprehended the complete spatial law. Dongliang Wang, the universe can no longer contain you. You should leave. Don't come to crush me anymore. A prince who had rushed back to watch the show said, pounding his chest in frustration. He had spent his whole life without fully comprehending the spatial law, and here was a 32-year-old young man who had actually mastered it. His heart couldn't take it. Dongliang Wang, Dongliang Wang, Dongliang Wang. All the nobles in the palace were shouting Lin Chen's name loudly. This was not something that could be compared to Jiang Feiyu's opportunistic comprehension of the law of time. Everyone knew that Zhang Feiyu's understanding of the law of time was merely a low-probability event, completely unrealistic. But Lin Chen's mastery of the complete spatial law was genuine talent. Although Zhang Feiyu had crossed realms to comprehend the law of time, he might never achieve a complete understanding in his lifetime. But Lin Chen was different. When he first arrived in the Wandao Empire, his comprehension of the spatial law was still very low. In just 10 years, he had completely mastered the spatial law. What kind of monster was this? Beside the camp of the Wujie Empire, Wuan sat on the ground in a daze, watching Lin Chen enter the space. He murmured, "So it turns out I've been sitting in a well and watching the sky. Lin Chen never took me seriously." Yi Daoming beside him was also dumbfounded, originally thinking that Zhang Feiyu's law of time was already shocking enough. He never expected that Lin Chen had comprehended the complete spatial law. One must know that it took countless resources and time from the Wujie Empire for just one Zhang Feiyu. At this moment, Yi Haoyan also stood up from his chair, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief, murmuring, the posture of reincarnation. The reason he had been calm before was that he had Zhang Feiyu as a trump card. As long as Lin Chen's spatial law was not fully comprehended, he had nothing to fear. So he had deliberately sent Wuan to test Lin Chen, not expecting that Lin Chen would resolve it with the law of life and dragon blood. He thought the law of life was Lin Chen's trump card, but he never realized that Lin Chen's true trump card had not been revealed at all. Wuan's complete law of death could not force out Lin Chen's trump card. This was something he had not anticipated. Yi Haoyan looked at the equally shocked Xian Wanbin beside him and enviously said, Yuandao Empire have truly produced a real dragon this time. Seeing Xian Wanbin's expression, he knew that Xian Wanbin was also in the dark. Xian Wanbin was also in shock. He had received a transmission from his master and had already made some guesses. But when he saw Lin Chen enter void concealment, he was still astonished. He thought Lin Chen merely had a deeper understanding of the spatial law and was not afraid of the law of time. He never expected that Lin Chen had comprehended the complete spatial law. He has lived for tens of millions of years, and the laws of space are still stuck at the last step, unable to advance even a bit. He looked at Lin Chen, feeling both shocked and envious, along with a hint of comfort. It seems that the Wandao Academy is about to produce a reincarnation realm expert. The wish of his master for many years is about to be fulfilled through his junior brother. At 32 years old, comprehending the complete laws of space, there has never been such a record in the entire universe. Calling Lin Chen the #1 genius in the universe is not an exaggeration. Even the Spirit Clan, known for their high talents throughout the universe, does not have someone as monstrous as Lin Chen. Is this the void concealment? The Pillar King has comprehended the complete laws of space? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I've lived for 30 million years, and this is the first time I've seen such a defiant person. It's simply unheard of. Forget 3,000 years. Looking at the entire history of the universe, there may never have been anyone like him before or after. I just want to know, does the Pillar King still take concubines? I want to enshrine a photo of the Pillar King to bless my son with even a fraction of his talent. What photo? I want to make a statue and offer incense to the Pillar King every day. In the live stream room of the Wandao Empire, there was a moment of silence in the comments. But soon, various comments erupted all at once, causing the official website Star Network server to crash again. 10 seconds later, 3 Star Network servers crashed again. After another 10 seconds, 5 Star Network servers were operating simultaneously, finally stabilizing the official live stream room. A celestial reincarnation? Or perhaps the son of the great Tao? Is it really necessary to be this monstrous? Monstrous? This isn't monstrous. This is defiant. Who has a recent photo of Lin Chen? I want to print it out and hang it in my son's room so he can worship him every day. Same request for a photo. Within the Wujie Empire, no one discussed winning or losing, not even Zhang Feiyu, because they knew that Zhang Feiyu's situation was an extremely low probability event. If it were possible to cultivate in large numbers, the Wujie Empire would have been invincible long ago. Whether it was the Wandao Empire or the Wujie Empire, everyone in that moment revered Lin Chen as a deity. Winning or losing no longer mattered. What they witnessed today could be bragged about for a lifetime. Have you ever seen someone in the realm of heaven comprehend the laws of time? No, you haven't. I have. Have you ever seen someone comprehend the complete laws of space at 32 years old? No, you haven't. I have. These 2 sentences will surely become their bragging rights in the future. I admit defeat. Zhang Feiyu let out a bitter laugh and reluctantly said these 3 words. The moment Lin Chen appeared behind him, he knew the outcome was decided. He had originally thought that with his comprehension of the laws of time, he would have no rivals among the younger generation. Unexpectedly, the one who was supposed to overshadow his peers encountered the monstrous Lin Chen. It's fate. It's destiny. He shook his head and murmured, the Wandao Empire wins. With Wang Yan'an announcing the result of the secret realm competition, this dramatic arena battle finally came to an end. Wait, I have some things to ask you. Lin Chen called out to Zhang Feiyu as he tried to leave. You want to ask why I, without true power, can still comprehend the laws of time, right? Yes. Lin Chen openly admitted, which clearly violated the current cosmic cultivation common sense. He had seen such situations in ancient texts, but they were all unintentional comprehensions, and the level of understanding was not high. Zhang Feiyu's comprehension of the laws of time was definitely not unintentional. It was a conscious effort. If that's the case, the cosmic cultivation system might need to change. I'm just an accident, a test subject of the Wuji Empire. Zhang Feiyu shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh. What do you mean? Lin Chen didn't understand. Could it be that the Wuji Empire had mastered something special? You should know about the collapse of time 100 million years ago. I know. I am the test subject of the collapse of time. After saying this, Zhang Feiyu turned and walked towards the camp of the Wujidi Empire. I see, the Wujidi Empire has never given up on this experiment. Lin Chen understood that the collapse of time Zhang Feiyu mentioned led to the swallowing of tens of billions of star systems in the Eastern Alliance. And the root cause of all this was the Wujidi Empire. At that time, the Wujidi Empire created a time black hole to study the mysteries of time. In the end, this time black hole went out of control, causing the collapse of tens of billions of star systems, and the Wujidi Empire lost a lot of resources before it was over. It turned out that this time black hole was meant to help people comprehend the laws of time. However, judging by the results, it didn't seem very effective. Zhang Feiyu would sometimes lose focus and then return to normal, clearly influenced by the laws of time. Without the suppression of true self-power, the laws of time could easily go out of control. However, for Zhang Feiyu to comprehend to this extent and still maintain a certain level of clarity was indeed impressive. In the stands, Xian Wanbin walked up to Yi Haotian. Yi Haotian, are you still conducting that research? Weren't your ancestors warning you about this back then? Such things violate the operation of the universe and cannot continue. At this moment, he also roughly understood why Zhang Feiyu could comprehend the laws of time. Xian Wanbin had not been born at that time, so he was not very familiar with the matter and had only seen it in the historical records of the palace. Moreover, the palace had recorded quite a bit. If it weren't for the founding emperor of the Wujidi Empire intervening back then, the Eastern Alliance might have been swallowed up by more than half. We stopped that. This Zhang Feiyu is an accident. The time black hole we created back then is gone, but it left behind a time vortex. For the past 100 million years, we have been using this time vortex to select some people from the mountain-moving realm. The original intention was to let them feel the laws of time and see if it would help with their subsequent comprehension of the laws of time, so as not to waste this time vortex. Unexpectedly, after 100 million years, the time vortex is about to dissipate and not a single eternal realm has emerged. We were originally planning to give up, but unexpectedly, Zhang Feiyu suddenly absorbed the time vortex when he was in the sea-turning realm, and he miraculously survived. Yi Haotian explained. Over the past 100 million years, the Wujidi Empire had invested a lot of resources just to see if starting to comprehend the laws of time from the mountain-moving realm would help with subsequent advancement to the eternal realm. But after so long, only Zhang Feiyu had emerged. Now that the time vortex was gone, they had also given up. They had originally hoped to use Zhang Feiyu to win this secret realm competition, but unexpectedly encountered Lin Chen, this prodigy. You can see it too, right? Zhang Feiyu's state is not right. Xian Wanbin looked at Zhang Feiyu, who had once again fallen into that vacant state. I can see it. Without the suppression of true self-power, it's very easy to be influenced by the laws of time. However, Zhang Feiyu is indeed strange. He has comprehended over 40% of the laws of time and has not lost himself. Yi Haotian nodded. It was precisely for this reason that they had given up on the plan for the time vortex. In the universe, there had been cases of unintentional comprehension of the laws of time before, but those people would lose themselves after a period of time. In contrast, Zhang Feiyu had not lost himself yet, which was indeed very strange. I think he might be the legendary chaotic constitution. Xian Wanbin looked at Zhang Feiyu, and this situation reminded him of someone. Are you talking about the chaotic heavenly sovereign of the Eastern Alliance over 40 billion years ago? Yi Haotian glanced at Xian Wanbin. The mingling constitution was due to being influenced by the laws of chaos at birth, thus inherently possessing chaotic attributes. Over 40 billion years ago, the Eastern Alliance had a chaotic heavenly sovereign, rumored to have a chaotic constitution. This physique is nothing special. The only unique aspect is that it won't lose itself in chaos. The greatest obstacle to comprehending the laws of time is the chaos within time. That's not right. Zhang Feiyu hasn't comprehended the law of chaos. Yi Haotian shook his head, fully aware of Zhang Feiyu's situation. Ever since Zhang Feiyu absorbed the time vortex, he had started paying attention to him. Who says that not comprehending the laws means one cannot use them? There are some people in this world with special physiques who, although they haven't comprehended the laws, can still utilize the attributes of those laws. For example, the time sovereign from billions of years ago mastered the attribute of time from birth. Xian Wanbin looked at Zhang Feiyu, whose state was indeed very chaotic at that moment. This is the chaos of time, not the chaotic attribute of the law of chaos. Yi Haotian shook his head. He did not sense the aura of the law of chaos. How do you know it's not the chaotic attribute? The Chaos Sovereign suddenly disappeared back. Then, and the Eastern Alliance suddenly collapsed into countless empires. Who can clearly explain his situation? No one has ever said that the Chaos Sovereign comprehended the law of chaos. Xian Wanbin shook his head. What you mean is? Yi Haotian thought of a possibility and looked at Xian Wanbin. Xian Wanbin squinted and murmured. It's very likely. He hasn't comprehended the law of chaos. He is instinctively using his own chaotic attribute to counter the chaos in time. Upon hearing this, Yi Haotian's eyes lit up. So you mean his physique helps him offset the chaos from time and he just doesn't know it? And then he has been mixing his own chaotic attribute into the law of time to resist the chaos of the law of time. Xian Wanbin nodded. That should be it. His realm was higher than Yi Haotian's and he clearly sensed that. There was something different in Zhang Feiyu's law of time. Yi Haotian also looked at Zhang Feiyu, thinking he would gradually lose himself. Now that you mention it, it really is possible. Did we just stumble upon a treasure? But after Xian Wanbin's explanation, he felt it might indeed be the case. The chaotic physique is rumored to carry a chaotic attribute, but no one said that a chaotic physique must be able to comprehend the law of chaos. Carrying and comprehending are two different matters. The comprehended law of chaos is under one's control. The inherent chaotic attribute is used involuntarily and may be mixed with other laws, especially with the law of time, which is inherently chaotic. It's hard to discern. Congratulations! If Zhang Feiyu is well nurtured, he will definitely reach the realm of reincarnation, and who knows, he might become an existence above reincarnation like the Chaos Sovereign. Xian Wanbin said with a smile, feeling no jealousy towards Lin Chen from the 10,000 Dao Empire. Instead, he was in a good mood. And congratulations to you. Lin Chen's talent is surely above reincarnation. Luckily, the assassins sent out back and didn't succeed. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss for the Eastern Alliance. Yi Haotian also said with a smile. For such geniuses who can break through to the realm of reincarnation, the major forces have an unspoken understanding not to target them specifically. Back then, Lin Chen had only revealed some of his talents and he was still quite far from the realm of reincarnation. So, he naturally had no concerns. In the history of the universe, although there are not many who comprehended the law of space in their 20s, there are still some, and none of them made any significant moves afterward. The realm of reincarnation is a hurdle to freedom, not so easy to break through. But now, Lin Chen is different. He has already comprehended the complete law of space, and the realm of reincarnation is basically a certainty. The only thing left is a matter of time. Because once one comprehends the complete law of space, the law of time will also be comprehended particularly quickly. The reason is that the law of time is a variable of the law of space. Now, sending someone to kill Lin Chen for no reason would be tantamount to opposing the Eastern Alliance. Now the Eastern Alliance's influence will basically no longer deal with Lin Chen. A reincarnation realm expert has a decisive role for the entire Eastern Alliance. Lin Chen is not someone who can be easily moved now. Ordinary eternal realm experts are simply not his match. The endless realm and reincarnation realm won't assassinate someone in the heavens control realm. It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. If Lin Chen were to escape, it would be an even bigger trouble. The Eastern Alliance is everyone's, while the 5 great empires are small families. Without everyone, where would the small families come from? Unless someone has a deep-seated grudge against Lin Chen and kills him, then everyone would have nothing to say. In the cultivation world, there can be no grudge left unavenged. Then I will take my leave. Yi Haotian cupped his hands in farewell to Xian Wanbin. The Wuji Empire and the Wandao Empire have some friction, but they are basically minor issues with no deep-seated grudges. The necessary etiquette must still be observed, otherwise, others would say the Wuji Empire lacks cultivation. Safe travels, no need to see you off. Xian Wanbin also cupped his hands. Yi Haotian nodded, waved his hand, and left with Yi Daoming and the others. Xian Wanbin then stepped forward and said, 3 days later, the secret realm will open. Lin Chen, Xian Shenling, and Li Wanquan have the qualification to enter 1 day in advance. Others with spirit herb excavation certificates can go to the entrance of the secret realm and wait. The spirit herbs obtained will be divided with the empire taking 90% and the excavators taking 10%. As Xian Wanbin's words fell, everyone in the palace shouted, "Long live the emperor." Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, everyone was shouting that the Pillar King is invincible. Those with spirit herb excavation certificates were already packing their things and preparing to set off. Each person can only go in to excavate for a month, and whatever they manage to dig up is their own skill. However, those who enter first will definitely have the advantage, because those who enter first are closer to the entrance and will dig up the spirit herbs at the entrance first. Those who enter later will have to fly further back since the spirit herbs at the entrance will have already been dug up. During the flight, a lot of time will be wasted. Although there are 9 entrances to the secret realm corresponding to different locations, it ultimately comes down to the fact that those who enter first get the meat, while those who enter later get the soup. Therefore, the moment Lin Chen entered the void hidden, those with brains had already started rushing towards the entrance of the secret realm. Since the Wandao Empire won, the key to opening the secret realm remained in the hands of the Wandao Empire. The key to the Wuji Empire's secret realm would have to be handed over to the Lanyun Empire or the Anyang Empire. Whoever wins takes the key. According to the Wandao Empire's customs, the secret realm generally opens outside Wandao Star. This is safer. And the Empire's guard team doesn't have to run too far, they can maintain order right at their doorstep. At this moment, the guard team had already begun maintaining order at the usual location for the opening of the secret realm. Moreover, behind the 9 guard teams, people were already lined up densely, making it impossible to see the end. 3 days later, at the Wandao Alliance headquarters, Li Changming called Li Wanquin to his office. This is the time path fruit detector. Each of you 3 gets 1. The task has already been communicated to you, it must be completed. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Li Wanquin took the 3 time path fruit detectors and 1 demon blood detector that his father handed over. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. If I can't complete it, I will come to see you with my head. Outside Wandao Star, the people behind the 9 guard teams had no idea how far they had lined up. Lin Chen and Xian Xianling arrived early at the back of the first guard team. They were going to enter the secret realm from here. It is rumored that it is easier to obtain time and space path fruits inside the first entrance. Although Lin Chen was not interested in time and space path fruits, when the teacher told him that 1 fruit could buy a star system, he instantly became interested. The things they excavate do not need to be handed over 90%, whatever they dig up is their own. Even if they can't dig up time and space path fruits, with his current spatial laws, he can still produce quite a few good things. The only regret is that the vitality has not yet recovered, and the coverage area of the spatial domain is a bit small. But now he can stack spaces, digging one space after another. Stacking them together means he doesn't have to go in and out of the secret realm repeatedly. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, someone began to shout King Dongliang is mighty, and the people lined up behind the 9 guards started to cheer along. Lin Chen looked at Xian Xianling and smiled bitterly. When does the secret realm start? Xian Xianling glanced at Wandao Ring. In half an hour. But why hasn't Li Wanchuan arrived yet? Is he putting on airs? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure hurriedly flew over. It was Li Wanchuan. Seeing the late arrival of Li Wanchuan, Xian Xianling frowned. What's wrong with you? Why so slow? We agreed to come together, but you were so slow. Li Wanchuan chuckled. Our Wandao Alliance has recently developed something good, related to the time Dao fruit. I'll give you a machine when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Xian Xianling became interested. The machine to detect the time Dao fruit has been developed? How accurate is it? Li Wanchuan smiled mysteriously. 70% accuracy. It was actually developed 2,000 years ago, but the accuracy was only around 20%. This year, our researchers changed their approach, and the accuracy has greatly improved. Xian Xianling covered her mouth and exclaimed, Really? Shu, keep your voice down. It's not good if others hear. Li Wanchuan pointed to the people lined up behind the guard team. Xian Xianling looked around and cautiously nodded. If this information got out, wouldn't the Wandao Alliance and the royal family be scolded to death? The time Dao fruit is already scarce, and now they are researching something specifically to find it. Wouldn't that cut off the ordinary people's chances? It used to be based on luck, but now it has turned into picking up leaks. If others find out, there will definitely be trouble. Moreover, many nobles would join in the uproar. Because the 3 of them do not need to hand over what they dig up, everything they find belongs to them. If the time Dao fruits are all taken by the 3 of them, these nobles won't even be able to buy them from the diggers. So this matter absolutely cannot be known by others. Half an hour later, Xian Wanbin arrived as scheduled. The auspicious time has come. Open the secret realm. With Lu Fu's loud call, everyone looked eagerly at Xian Wanbin. He took out a small wooden box and from it, a small pendant. The pendant emitted a faint spiritual light, flickering like distant stars. Xian Wanbin's vitality slowly infused into the pendant, and suddenly, 9 beams of light shot out from it. Then, the 9 beams intertwined, and 9 spatial vortices slowly appeared. The spatial vortices gradually decomposed, revealing 9 cracks before everyone's eyes. You can go in. Xian Wanbin nodded at Lin Chen and the others. The secret realm has been opened, and according to the promise of the secret realm competition, Lin Chen and the others can enter a day early. Others will have to wait until a day later to enter. The 3 exchanged glances, then stepped into the crack of the secret realm. As soon as Lin Chen entered the secret realm, he felt a faint white light shining through his eyelids into his eyes. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a vast white space where an inverted triangular valley stretched endlessly ahead. At the bottom of the valley, various spiritual herbs quietly rooted in the ground. The entire spiritual herb valley exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. Princess 19, this is what father asked me to give you. Li Wanchuan took out something resembling a compass from the Wandao ring. As long as there is a red mark on it, it means there are time and space Dao fruits in that area. After Xian Qianling took the compass, Li Wanchuan explained to her. Great. Then I'm off. Thank the brave king for me. Xian Qianling flew forward with the compass. Without the spatial laws, she could only fly slowly. When the time comes for Lin Chen to set off, she will definitely be unable to keep up, so she needs to leave a step ahead. Hey, Don Liang Wang, wait a moment, my father asked me to bring you a time fruit detector too. Seeing Lin Chen already teleporting to the valley below, Li Wanqin hurriedly called out, I have one too. Lin Chen looked at the approaching Li Wanqin with some curiosity. Of course, my father specially made 3 of these for the secret realm exploration. In this secret realm competition, you contributed the most, how could we forget? You? Li Wanqin took out a compass and handed it to Lin Chen. Then I won't be polite. Lin Chen accepted the compass from Li Wanqin's hand. The main purpose of coming in this time was for the time fruit. He didn't need it himself, but it could be sold. Moreover, Wang Miaomiao and his in-laws also had a demand for this item. The time fruit can help those with average talent comprehend the laws of space and time, so it has always been in demand but hard to find. Now with this compass, the chances of finding it have greatly increased. Don Liang Wang, you haven't seen the time fruit before, right? Here, get to know it, makes it easier to find. Li Wanqin took out a golden fruit from the Wandao ring and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned. Li Wanqin was too enthusiastic. It seemed he had some request of his own, otherwise, why would he be giving away instruments and fruits? Wouldn't that increase his own difficulty in searching? Giving away the instrument was fine. As Don Liang Wang, he was on the same level as Li Wanqin's father, the brave king. If he only gave it to Xian Shenling and not to him, it might cause dissatisfaction. So it was no problem for Li Wanqin to give him the instrument. Moreover, with Li Wanqin alone, without comprehending the laws of space, he definitely wouldn't be able to cover the entire secret realm. With Lin Chen possessing the laws of space and having the instrument, he could explore the entire secret realm, increasing the chances of finding the time fruit. Lin Chen alone definitely couldn't gather that many time fruits. Eating the second one would have no effect. So he guessed that Li Wanqin wanted to buy the time fruit from him. To facilitate his search, he even prepared a sample. Lin Chen took the time fruit and examined it carefully. This thing looked no different from an ordinary fruit, but after infusing it with vital energy, there would be a faint aura of laws inside, and it was very peaceful. In that faint aura of laws, Lin Chen sensed a bit of the laws of space. The other aura should be the laws of time. Without sensing with vital energy, there were at least thousands of spiritual fruits that looked exactly like this golden fruit. Ah, Lin Chen, what are you doing? You actually want to kill me for a time fruit? Just as Lin Chen was about to return the time fruit to Li Wanqin suddenly flew backward. His clothes were torn, revealing the damaged battle armor underneath. Then, his aura began to become chaotic, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to throw the compass away. But it was too late. At the moment Li Wanqin spoke, a silver needle had already pierced his skin. A strange energy injected into his body, rapidly invading from his left palm to his brain. Then, he felt the flower of vital energy being polluted, unable to mobilize even a trace of vital energy. His eyes began to turn black, completely losing their whites. Black patterns started to appear on his face. Lin Chen, you are actually from the demon clan. Li Wanqin suddenly took out a square box and aimed it at Lin Chen. The square box emitted a red light that flickered wildly. Lin Chen squinted at Li Wanqin, who was putting on a one-man show, and narrowed his eyes, saying, You are a dog of the demon clan. Seeing Li Wanqin turn off the recording of the Wandao ring, Lin Chen had already roughly guessed Li Wanqin's identity from his earlier performance. At the moment Li Wanquan was acting, Lin Chen also activated the recording function of the Wandao ring. Li Wanquan sneered, Lin Chen, you've grown too fast. The Demon Lord does not want a third reincarnation realm in the Eastern Alliance. No need to record the video anymore, you won't be getting out today. He knew Lin Chen was also recording a holographic image, but he didn't care. After saying that, he took out a small ball from his backpack. Do you know what this is? Lin Chen focused his gaze and coldly replied, Spaceball. Looking at the small ball, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Inside this spaceball was a spatial law that would teleport a person to the corresponding spatial coordinates. Moreover, this thing was a life-saving artifact made by the Wandao Empire, capable of teleporting someone away in an instant. Even if one comprehended the complete spatial law, it might not be possible to keep the person who detonated the spaceball from escaping. That's right, this is a spaceball leading to a forbidden area. It will teleport you to the forbidden area of the Eastern Alliance. Without your cultivation, once you enter the forbidden area, don't expect to come out. The forbidden area, like here, cannot transmit information from the Wandao ring. Li Wanquan looked at Lin Chen with a venomous gaze, like a snake that had successfully struck its target. It seems you've forgotten something. If I want to kill you, will you not die? Lin Chen snorted coldly. With his spatial law, wanting to kill Li Wanquan would take no time at all. Ha ha, you think of something and we wouldn't? Do you know what this is? This is a law battle armor. Even a full strike from the endless realm can't kill me. Li Wanquan pointed at the shattered armor on his body and laughed maniacally. To kill me, you Wandao Alliance really went to great lengths. You even self-destructed a piece of law battle armor. Lin Chen looked at the broken armor on Li Wanquan and said coldly, Law battle armor could only be refined by those in the reincarnation realm, and the cost was extremely high. A piece of law battle armor could withstand A full strike from the Endless Realm. In the entire Eastern Alliance, there were only about 100 pieces of law battle armor. This piece of law battle armor was awarded to him by Xian Wanbin after the Brave King recaptured over 100 primary empires. He had already seen through Li Wanquan's scheme. Li Wanquan first injected him with demon blood, slandering him as a member of the demon race. He claimed that Lin Chen wanted to kill him for a Wandao fruit. Then, using a piece of broken law battle armor, he would explain to everyone why he, Li Wanquan, could survive. Because the law battle armor could withstand a complete strike from the spatial law. After Li Wanquan teleported him to the forbidden area, Li Wanquan would pretend to be injured and use other spaceballs to escape. Then Li Wanquan could say he was attacked by Lin Chen and escaped using the spaceball. And Lin Chen would naturally have to disappear, because his identity as a demon would be exposed. Lin Chen could no longer stay in the secret realm and would have to choose to flee. Once the video was released, he would become a thorough demon. The subsequent video did not record their conversation, adding a shot of Li Wanquan escaping with the spaceball would suffice. This way, it would eliminate him without raising suspicion. That's right, to avoid suspicion, we will say it was destroyed by the spatial law. Li Wanquan laughed maniacally. Lin Chen was now like a turtle in a jar. Although demon blood can seal a person's cultivation, as long as it is absorbed and assimilated, it has no effect on the person. Moreover, demon blood cannot take effect this quickly. What else did you inject me with? Looking at the crazily laughing Li Wanquan, Lin Chen wanted to mobilize the power of the vitality flower. As long as he had a trace of vitality, he could teleport out. But he found that no matter how he tried to mobilize the vitality flower, it had no effect. Furthermore, he could feel that the vitality flower seemed to be withering. But now he had lost his mental power and could not see the specific condition of the vitality flower. Of course, the demon blood definitely doesn't work this fast. So we mixed a little bit of destruction substance into the demon blood. As soon as Lin Chen heard the term destruction substance, his pupils instantly dilated. He never expected that the demon clan would even resort to using destruction substance to deal with him. The destruction substance is a material that does not belong to the universe. It is a void material from outside the universe. A fist-sized piece of destruction substance can destroy billions of galaxies. Moreover, this thing has been preserved since ancient times and no one is allowed to use it. Once the destruction substance is used, it means becoming an enemy of the entire universe. Have you forgotten one point? When I entered the 10,000 Path Star, I was scanned by the detection device. At that time, I was not detected to have demon blood on me, and my home planet has never had any demon clan presence. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, trying to find a loophole. This way, Li Wanqin would not dare to kill him recklessly, otherwise, the 10,000 Paths Alliance would be doomed. If even a slight flaw was found, the 10,000 Paths Alliance would definitely have no place to bury their dead. The 10,000 Paths Alliance has hidden in the 10,000 Paths Empire for so long, it should be the biggest pawn of the demon clan. As long as there is a flaw, the 10,000 Paths Alliance would have to let him go and then push everything onto Li Wanqin. Ha ha, don't worry, we've already prepared this for you. Once you become the Pillar King, you won't need to be scanned anymore. And during this time, you went to the new Shinjuku Empire, where you were infected by demon blood. We've checked, and there was someone named Sha Liqui who seemed to have been contaminated by demon blood. Anyway, that person is already dead, and no one can clarify it. You just kept holding back, but there happens to be a demon guiding grass here, which will reveal your true form. You know that the identity of the demon clan cannot be hidden, so you might as well kill and seize treasures. Li Wanqin smiled at Lin Chen, then pointed to the grass behind him and said, although the demon guiding grass is rare in the secret realm, there are still some. Look, there's a demon guiding grass right behind you. At that time, after sending you away, I'll set this place up perfectly. Lin Chen squinted. Li Wanqin actually took out a demon guiding grass and planted it on the grassland right in front of him. But he currently had no cultivation at all. He was completely an ordinary person, and he had been tainted with demon blood and destruction substance. Faced with Li Wanqin's actions, he was utterly powerless to stop. The demon guiding grass, although also a spiritual herb, cannot be used to refine pills. Because the demon guiding grass belongs to the demon clan, it is not commonly seen in the human realm. The only function of the demon guiding grass is to make the demon clan's blood boil. It is a high-level spiritual herb used during their cultivation. This way, Li Wanqin's entire plan would be perfect. He would be driven by the demon guiding grass to activate his demon bloodline, kill and seize treasures, and be blocked by Li Wanqin's law armor. Seeing Li Wanqin leave, his identity as a demon clan member would be exposed, and he could only escape. Everything was perfect. All the loopholes in the plan had been sealed. Lin Chen thought that Li Wanqin wanted to acquire the time-space Dao fruit from him. He never expected that Li Wanqin wanted his life. He could only blame himself, but he also never imagined that a loose force that had existed in the 10,000 Paths Empire for 200 million years would actually be a lackey of the demon clan. Moreover, the leader of the 10,000 Paths Alliance, Li Changming, was still a prince of the 10,000 Paths Empire. Lin Chen knew that he might really be done for. This time, this conspiracy was clearly something the 10,000 Paths Alliance had studied for a long time. It just happened that this time the secret realm opened, giving them the opportunity. If this secret realm did not succeed, once Lin Chen broke through to the true self realm, he would immediately become an endless realm. At that time, the 10,000 Paths Alliance would have no chance to act. Alright, I've said so much nonsense, I should be going. Don't think of me when you go to the forbidden area. Li Wanqing smiled and threw a spatial orb towards Lin Chen. I have one thing. Spare my family. Lin Chen knew he couldn't escape. Once he entered the forbidden area, life and death would be separated. The Forbidden Land of the Eastern Alliance is a place of desolation, devoid of any energy or laws. An ordinary person who falls inside cannot survive for a day. However, he still has hope, he still has a system. Before he could finish speaking, the spatial orb exploded around him, enveloping him in a spatial law and instantly sending him away. Still not awake? Spare your family? If you don't eradicate the roots, the spring breeze will bring them back. Do I need to teach you this principle? Li Wanquan said coldly, watching Lin Chen disappear. After doing all this, Li Wanquan crushed the magic guiding grass, creating the illusion that it had exploded on its own. He then took out the spatial orb, crushed it, and instantly vanished from the secret realm. At the headquarters of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, Li Changming looked at the suddenly appearing Li Wanquan and calmly asked, "Did you succeed?" Li Wanquan nodded. Yes, Lin Chen had no defenses against us at all. Li Changming's lips curled slightly as he slapped Li Wanquan. The force of the blow made Li Wanquan spit out blood, his internal organs nearly dislocated. Go! Find the Emperor. Send out the video. Li Wanquan got up from the ground, feeling the spatial law on him, and nodded heavily as he flew towards the palace. This slap contained many spatial laws, only in this way could he gain more trust. Inside the palace, Xian Wanbin was in closed-door cultivation when Wang Zhongxian suddenly shouted from outside, "Not good, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Xian Wanbin opened his eyes. He had just opened the secret realm and returned to the palace for less than 5 minutes. What could have gone wrong? What happened? Speak, he growled, his tone filled with anger. Wang Zhongxian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said softly, "The Pillar King is of the demon race, and the video has already spread throughout the 10,000 Dao Empire." What? Xian Wanbin exclaimed, taking out the 10,000 Dao ring. In no time, he saw the latest trending video. In the video, Li Wanquan was retreating frantically, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen's eyes were completely black, his face covered in dark patterns, and then Li Wanquan instantly crushed the spatial orb and fled. The video ended there, and Xian Wanbin narrowed his eyes, not seeing any flaws so far. He did not believe Lin Chen was of the demon race. Lin Chen spent every day with his teacher, and even if he hid, well, he would still reveal flaws. Where is Li Wanquan? He's at the Spirit Healer Hall. The Spirit Healer is treating his injuries. I'll go find him. After Xian Wanbin finished speaking, he vanished from the palace and arrived at the Spirit Healer Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing Xian Wanbin arrive, Li Wanquan stood up abruptly. Tell me, what happened in the secret realm? Xian Wanbin squinted at Li Wanquan. Yes. Our 10,000 Dao Alliance has developed a time-space fruit detector with 70% accuracy. When we just entered the secret realm, I gave one time-space fruit detector to Princess 19 and then she left. I gave the remaining detector to the Pillar King and he tried it out. Unexpectedly, there was a time-space fruit at the entrance. I was just congratulating the Pillar King when suddenly a magic guiding grass exploded. Then, I saw the Pillar King's eyes turn black. I quickly reacted and opened the recording system of the 10,000 Dao ring, wanting to run. But I was sent flying by the Pillar King's palm, and the law armor my father bestowed upon me shattered. The rest of the events are all in the video. Li Wanquan recounted the premeditated explanation. Xian Wanbin squinted at Li Wanquan, not detecting any physiological signs of lying. Did you upload the video to the media platform? Yes. I thought the Pillar King was of the demon race, so I quickly sent out the video. This way, if someone encounters the Pillar King, they won't be killed by him and they can also inform us. Li Wanqing said slowly, "How do you know that Dongliang Wang is no longer in the secret realm?" Xian Wanbin, having listened for so long, finally discovered a flaw. That wasn't quite a flaw, he wanted to provoke Li Wanqing a bit. Unexpectedly, Li Wanqing calmly replied, "I suspect Dongliang Wang must have run away. I've already run away. His identity as a member of the demon clan will definitely be exposed. Dongliang Wang surely wouldn't dare to stay in the secret realm any longer." Xian Wanbin nodded. He just wanted to suddenly stimulate Li Wanqing and see how he would react. But it seemed that Li Wanqing was not lying. Could it be that his junior brother had really been infected by demon blood? Was it because after being infected by demon blood, Lin Chen assimilated it, which gave him such extraordinary insight? You should go back first. Xian Wanbin waved his hand. This matter couldn't be concluded solely based on Li Wanqing's word. He needed to personally visit the secret realm to understand the situation. Look quickly, the Emperor is coming. Dongliang Wang can't really be a member of the demon clan, right? What do you mean can't be? Look at those demonic patterns on his face, he really looks like a demon. Outside the secret realm, the people in line had learned about Lin Chen being a member of the demon clan. When they saw Xian Wanbin arrive, they speculated that he was there to capture Lin Chen. Inside the secret realm, time couldn't be reversed, so after Xian Wanbin entered, he could only judge the situation based on what he saw. He looked around, and the scene was indeed exactly as Li Wanqin had described. Before long, Wang Yan'an also arrived in the secret realm, and the two ran into each other. Wanbin, based on your intuition, do you think your junior brother is a demon? Wang Yan'an's first question upon seeing Xian Wanbin was about his initial feeling. No. Xian Wanbin shook his head. Lin Chen's personality was stable, completely lacking the brutal and murderous state of a demon. However, the facts were right in front of him, he had to believe it. The video had already spread throughout the Wandao Empire. Could he suppress so many citizens of the Wandao Empire just based on his feelings? I also don't believe Lin Chen would be a demon. He stays by my side every day. I refuse to believe he could hide for so long. Wang Yan'an frowned. The demon bloodline couldn't be detected by vital energy. A well-hidden demon couldn't even be found by the reincarnation realm. Otherwise, the Eastern Alliance wouldn't have experienced a demon rebellion over 2 billion years ago. It was because of that rebellion that many high-ranking officials in the Eastern Alliance were discovered to be demons. The Eastern Alliance studied for hundreds of millions of years before developing the demon blood detection device, which could identify demons based on the characteristics of demon blood. However, the machine's accuracy wasn't high. It often misidentified some special blood as demon blood. Therefore, the Eastern Alliance organized a major demon blood inspection every 10,000 years. The only way to identify a demon was through the demon-attracting grass. When the demon-attracting grass got close to a demon, it would automatically explode, stirring the demon's bloodline and causing the blood within the demon to go wild. Moreover, when Lin Chen entered Wandao Star, he was tested at the gladiatorial arena. He is not a demon. After he became Dongliang Wang, he spent most of his time by my side, only going to his home planet once. I refuse to believe that in just a few days, he happened to be infected by demon blood and became a demon. Wang Yan'an squinted. He felt there was definitely something going on here. However, as Li Wanqin was the young leader of the Wandao Alliance, he couldn't openly capture him for questioning. If this got out, others would say that Wang Yan'an was shielding his disciple and coercing Li Wanqin into a confession. But that video from Li Wanqin indeed has no flaws. And there is indeed a demon-attracting grass that has exploded here. Xian Wanbin shook his head. This matter was difficult to handle. You first seal off Lin Chen's royal residence. I'm afraid Miao Miao and the others might be assassinated. I'll notify Miao Miao and have her call Long Yuekong to pick her up. At that time, cooperate a bit. This matter, investigated thoroughly in secret. Wang Yan'an patted Xian Wanbin's shoulder. He had some hidden power in the Wandao Academy, but not much. The most powerful force in his hands was still Xian Wanbin. The royal family's power could be said to have infiltrated every corner of the Wandao Empire. Even within the Wandao Alliance, they had people lurking inside. If Lin Chen is fine, then it must be the Wandao Alliance that has a problem. Xian Wanbin nodded. He had to get to the bottom of this. Since the Demon Clan has appeared, it means that either Lin Chen or the Wandao Alliance must be part of the Demon Clan. If Lin Chen is part of the Demon Clan now that he has run away, he probably wouldn't dare to come back. However, if the Wandao Alliance is part of the Demon Clan, then it is a ticking time bomb. Inside the Wandao Alliance, Li Changming was in his office, watching the video sent by Li Wanquan. He nodded in satisfaction and said to the already returned Li Wanquan, "Recently, we have cut off contact with the Demon Lord. The Emperor will definitely send someone to investigate. For now, just stay steady and do what needs to be done." Li Wanquan nodded. They had thought of this before plotting against Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly turning into a Demon Clan member. The Emperor would definitely not believe it and would investigate the Wandao Alliance. Li Wanquan had hundreds of brothers, but being able to become the deputy leader proved that he was clever. In such a large power, if one is not smart, they cannot rise to a high position. What about Lin Chen's wife and daughter? Lin Chen has a close relationship with the Dragon Clan. Will they come looking for trouble? Li Wanquan suddenly thought of Lin Chen's wife and daughter. He always dealt with matters by cutting the grass and removing the roots. But now that the Wang residence had been surrounded, he knew this was the Emperor's way of providing a form of protection for the Dongliang Wang residence. Because of this, the Wandao Alliance could not act rashly. Don't worry about them. Moving against them now could easily raise suspicions. The Dragon Clan shouldn't interfere in the Eastern Alliance's matters. We can deal with that mother and daughter later. Li Changming pondered for a moment and decided not to act against Wang Niumyo and Lin Shui for now. At this time, they needed to be steady. Any slight exposure would lead to the Wandao Alliance's destruction. At the same time, the video sent by Li Wanquan quickly spread across many media outlets in the Wandao Empire. Is the Dongliang Wang a Demon Clan member? Is it true? I suspect it's true. Haven't you heard? If a human touches demon blood, once they merge, their comprehension will become particularly good. Nonsense. Touching demon blood makes one unpredictable. Do you see any signs of that in the Dongliang Wang? Being able to withstand the impact of demon blood can actually change one's temperament. Is the Wandao Alliance up to something? Why would the Wandao Alliance do something? It doesn't benefit them. Is there any conflict between the Dongliang Wang and the brave Wang? Don't you think it's too coincidental? Why did Li Wanquan wear the rule battle armor when entering the secret realm? Why did he bring a demon blood testing device? As the deputy leader of the Wandao Alliance, wearing rule battle armor is not excessive. Let's wait for the royal investigation results. This matter will definitely be investigated thoroughly. What are we waiting for? The Dongliang Wang residence has been sealed. The matter of the Dongliang Wang being a demon clan member is almost certain. All media platforms just a moment ago were still immersed in the joy of victory in the secret realm competition. Now everyone was discussing whether Lin Chen was a demon clan member. After all, in the secret realm competition, Lin Chen could be said to have turned the tide. This contrast was a bit too great, and everyone was half convinced. They did not directly label Lin Chen as a demon clan member, as this matter was a bit too strange. In a place like the secret realm, news from the Wandao Ring could not be transmitted, and Lin Chen had not made any sound. Moreover, now Lin Chen also did not know where he had gone, and the positioning of the Wandao Ring had also failed. Whether Lin Chen had been plotted against by the Wandao Alliance, no one knew. On the other side, at the Dongliang Wangfu, the palace guards had surrounded everyone inside. Until a conclusion was reached, no one was allowed to leave the Wangfu. Mother, why are these people surrounding us and not letting Xiaoshuai go out? Lin Shui blinked her big eyes and asked Wang Miaomia. Wang Miaomia patted Lin Shui's head and smiled. It's okay, these uncles are here to protect us. She squinted her eyes, looking at the layers of guards outside the Wangfu. It seemed that Lin Chen had been severely plotted against this time. However, she couldn't contact Lin Chen at all, as the communication of the Wandao Ring couldn't get through.